On the continent of Xingshi, the Xiao Empire held its grand court once every 7 days. "Summon Lin Fan," a shrill voice cried. At the sound, a strikingly handsome young man stepped into the hall. After all these years, he has grown even more handsome. What a pity. Xiao Meier, seated on the imperial throne, sighed inwardly. Lin Fan, son of Lin Wuti, the former guardian general and king of Jinbei, was known throughout Xiao as a good-for-nothing. At 18, he had only reached the early mortal warrior realm, shaming his father's legendary name. Of course, General Lin Wuti no longer cared. He had been dead for 10 years and could hardly rise up to curse his unworthy son. Still, Lin Fan's mediocrity was not entirely his fault. 10 years ago, the great General Lin Wuti, peerless in cultivation, was ambushed by countless mysterious forces as he was about to break through to the transcendent realm. He fell on the spot. Because of the general's death, Lin Fan's maternal family was slaughtered, leaving him utterly alone, a pitiful young lord with an empty title and no one to rely on. Lin Wuti's life was one of magnificent turbulence. He rendered outstanding service to the Xiao Empire, yet precisely because of that his merit overshadowed the ruler. And so he met such an end. Without protection, Lin Fan was denied even the right to cultivate. The royal court had kept him under a disguised house arrest for 10 years, stealing away his prime years and any chance of becoming a true power. Now, through the maneuvers of many factions, Lin Fan's life was about to take a turn, though not necessarily a good one. "I pay my respects to your majesty the empress. Under someone else's roof, one must bow one's head." However, unwilling Lin Fan dared not show disrespect. Watching him stand there meekly, the civil and military officials all harbored different thoughts. Some former enemies of Lin Wuti felt secret joy at the Lin family's fall. Others who sympathized with their plight dared not say a word, fearing they might be implicated. Some who were uninvolved simply watched the show. The once glorious Lin family had fallen to this, a lamentable spectacle. Lin Fan, in recognition of the late King Jinbei Lin Wuti's service to Xiao, I hereby bestow upon you the title of Marquis of Beihuang, with Haifeng City as your fiefdom. Depart at once and assume your post. Her voice was like a warbling nightingale, delicate and crystalline. From that sound alone, one could tell the empress was a woman of noble bearing and breathtaking beauty. But Lin Fan sneered inwardly. Was she unwilling to say even one more word to him? The little girl who used to trail behind him, chirping "Brother Fan" all day long, had ultimately been reshaped by power and desire. Indeed, the Empress Xiao Meier had once been Lin Fan's fiancée. In those days, Lin Wuti's power had been so overwhelming that even the royal house had to devise every possible means to win him over. Moreover, Lin Wuti's prestige among the people and the army was unmatched. He had only one son, Lin Fan, so to control the next generation of the Lin family, the betrothal was arranged. Unfortunately, Lin Wuti's talent was too great. He eventually reached the threshold of the transcendent realm. The royal house, fearing his actions would spin out of their control and throw Xiao into chaos, was forced to collude with many factions and strike him down in secret. How ironic. Lin Wuti was loyal and righteous, all his life devoted entirely to Xiao. He never once thought of rebellion. He even named his son Fan Ordinary, hoping Lin Fan would be loyal to the emperor and live an ordinary, peaceful life. But even so, he could not escape the tragic end of his family's ruin. Naturally, the betrothal between the two was annulled. Now Xiao Meier was still putting on airs before him. Lin Fan felt an urge to look to the heavens and curse, but to keep his life, he could only swallow his pride. "Thank you, your majesty. I will set off immediately." Haifeng City, what kind of place was that? Even demon beasts would hesitate to approach it. Nestled near the demon beast forest, it was a lawless, chaotic city full of tough and unruly folk. How could Lin Fan ever hope to control it? Assigning Haifeng City as his fief was equivalent to sending Lin Fan to his death, and she had dressed it up with such propriety that refusal was impossible. But Lin Fan did not care. As long as he could leave the royal city and escape the royal family's control, he would go anywhere. Even dying in a strange land was better than being trapped in the capital, living without dignity. "Leave." Xiao Meier was unwilling to say another word. She simply waved Lin Fan away. Lin Fan did not argue. He accepted the decree and prepared to leave the palace. At the moment Lin Fan reached out and took the decree, his body trembled involuntarily. Ding. Congratulations, host has activated the fief system. Newcomer gift pack issued, limited to 24 hours. System, you finally appeared. Lin Fan was so excited he nearly shed tears and could not help trembling. And this did not escape the eyes of the ministers or Xiao Meier. Truly a tiger father begets a dog son. He pretends indifference, but he is afraid after all. Xiao Meier sneered inwardly. At last this problem was solved. Xiao Meier was the most outstanding child of the royal Xiao family in her generation. At just 18, she had reached the peak of the martial king realm. Barring accidents, the Xiao family would one day gain another pillar of strength. Xiao Meier's rise brought a glimmer of hope to the declining Xiao Empire. How could such a brilliant woman ever marry a waste at the mortal warrior stage, and the son of Lin Wuti no less? Ignoring everyone else's reactions, Lin Fan immediately opened the newcomer gift pack. Ding. Congratulations, host, on using the newcomer gift pack. You have obtained the Chaos Dao Body, the Imperial Extreme Heaven Art, the Sword Drawing Technique, One Punch Superman, the Human Sovereign Sword Sealed, the Human Sovereign Robe Sealed, one Special Unit Summon, Slot Marshal General Realm, and one Character Summon, Slot Marshal Venerable. That's it. Hearing only this small list, Lin Fan was slightly dissatisfied. But after examining it carefully, he changed his mind. It might not allow him to reach heaven in one step, but with proper planning, Lin Fan felt he could at least gain the power to protect himself. Moreover, Lin Fan was all alone in the world, and even reaching his fief would make survival difficult. But with the system, he finally had a chance to live on. The Chaos Dao Body could maximize a person's latent potential and combat power. The Imperial Extreme Heaven Art, the Sword Drawing Technique, and One Punch Superman were of course cultivation techniques. From their names alone, one could tell these were heaven-defying treasures. Once used, they might bring about unpredictable changes. Under so many watchful eyes, Lin Fan dared not use anything. He suppressed his excitement and forced himself to appear unaffected. With the Chaos Dao Body and the mighty Imperial Extreme Heaven Art, Lin Fan no longer worried about his cultivation, even though he had already missed the optimal window. As for the two summon items, one group summon at the Martial General Realm and one character summon at the Martial Venerable, they still couldn't solve Lin Fan's current problem. After all, the royal capital was full of martial emperors, and one false step could ruin everything. It seemed he must go to his fief and develop slowly. A revenge could only come later. Your Majesty, Lin Fan is after all the only son of Lin Wuti. This trip may be. Say no more. I have my own plans. Dimly, Lin Fan heard the words drifting out from the hall. It seemed the true crisis of life and death had only just begun. Lin Fan was hurrying back to the general's mansion. Though called a mansion, it was merely a somewhat larger courtyard. Lin Wuti had never cared for appearances, and having spent years on campaign, he had no interest in luxury. But this place would soon belong to Lin Fan no more. In order to leave the capital, he mortgaged the general's mansion, using the funds to bribe several former commanders of the Jinghua army, so they would petition for his enfeefment, which finally granted him the chance to depart. It was both absurd and sorrowful. The once renowned Jinghua army after Lin Wuti's death had been carved up by various powers, and even those loyal to General Lin Wuti were almost all dead or wounded. The remaining commanders quickly switched sides to survive, and now Lin Fan had to bribe these very men to leave. How ridiculous. Young master, you've returned. The steward Lin Fu had been waiting at the gate. Uncle Fu, gather everyone. I have something to announce. Lin Fu was an old soldier who it was said had once saved the general's life. The general had taken him in, and over these years the sprawling mansion had relied heavily on Lin Fu to keep it running. Yes. Lin Fu spoke little and immediately accepted the order. Before long, a dozen or so people gathered in the courtyard, maids, servants, and 10 soldiers. This was all that remained of the once glorious general's mansion. Now, by His Majesty's trust, I am enfeoffed as the Marquis of Beihuang with the fief of Heifeng City. Tomorrow I shall leave the capital for my post. All of you have worked hard over the years. The mansion has little money and grain left. Divide them among yourselves shortly, then go your own ways. Lin Fan knew clearly that he was truly walking on a razor's edge this time. The royal family, those who had moved against Lin Wuti and Lin Wuti's old enemies. None would easily let him leave. But Lin Fan had to leave, or his life would never change. Rather than live like this, he might as well stake everything. Besides, he now had the system. No one among the crowd spoke. They were all toiling souls with no right to choose. Marquis, this old servant has no one to depend on. I wish to follow you to Heifeng City. Lin Fu suddenly spoke. Lin Fan looked at him quietly, rather surprised, yet he did not object. Only nodded silently. Soon after sending the others away, Lin Fan and Lin Fu, with light luggage and simple clothing, left the capital like ordinary folk. Standing outside the capital looking back at the towering city, Lin Fan silently swore in his heart, "When I return, the city shall run with blood. All who wronged and humiliated me shall lose their heads." Then with determined steps Lin Fan walked toward the distance. Lin Fan left seemingly without a trace, but those who had been watching him naturally knew his whereabouts. Wait until Lin Fan leaves the central province before making a move. A voice sounded from within the imperial palace, followed by several figures vanishing swiftly. Someone go? We cannot let Lin Fan leave central province smoothly. The heavens of Xiao are about to change. Notify our people. I want to see Lin Fan's head tonight. From several mysterious, unknown places, different orders were given, all with the same purpose: Lin Fan must die. Moreover, it seemed Lin Fan's life was entangled in a struggle between unknown powers. Marquis, Heifeng City is hardly a pleasant place. May I ask what you plan to do? After leaving the royal city, the two had been traveling for a while, when Lin Fu suddenly asked. Plans? I'm just a crippled waste. What plans could I have? I'll take it one step at a time. Uncle Fu, let's rest for a while on that hillside ahead. Lin Fan didn't want to say more and proposed directly. Uncle Fu, go find some water and food. We are still 10,000 li from Heifeng City. No need to rush. Lin Fu acknowledged the order and turned away. Lin Fan stood on the high ground, looked around, and only relaxed when he saw no one. System, what functions do you have? The golden finger that every transmigrator was supposed to have. Lin Fan, who had waited bitterly for 18 years, finally received it at the moment he received the Imperial Edict. 18 years ago, Lin Fan had been an ordinary worker on Earth, toiling hard to make a living until he eventually worked himself to death. He had thought fate had favored him, sending him to a different world as the only son of Jinbei King Lin Wudi, ready to live a carefree life, until he realized he had been overthinking. In his childhood, Lin Fan struggled with cultivation, never able to break through. Lin Wudi tried many methods, but could never find the reason and could only attribute it to poor talent. But Lin Fan didn't care. As long as he could live a carefree life under Lin Wudi's protection, making up for the regrets of his past life, that would be enough. Unexpectedly, he ultimately lost the pillar of Lin Wudi. For 10 years, Lin Fan had lived in constant fear, as if treading on thin ice. Now, after all the bitterness, the golden finger had appeared. With his vast experience reading countless novels, Lin Fan knew that no golden finger was ever simple, and this would completely change his life. This was the foundation of Lin Fan's confidence when he left the capital, and even his bold talk of revenge. Ding. This system's main functions are twofold. 1. Mission system. 2. System mall. Mission system randomly triggers various missions. Our rewards are given based on completion, and the rewards cover a wide range of items. Current host missions successfully arrive at the fief hafing city. Reward unknown. Mission must be completed. If 10 missions are left unfinished, no more missions will be issued. System mall. The host currently has unlocked the initial purchasing permission. The only currency is points. Points are the host's lifeline for survival. Please earn points diligently. The system mall has everything needed for the host's growth. Special reminder: the host's exclusive privilege is now open. Please check. Special reminder: the newcomer gift pack expires in 24 hours. Don't miss it. A string of notification sounds rang out, and Lin Fan roughly understood the system's functions. Missions, and mandatory ones at that. Judging from the current mission, Lin Fan realized that missions varied in difficulty and would certainly give different rewards. However, Lin Fan knew that completing more missions would definitely bring great benefits. Only by finishing more missions could he obtain more resources. As for the system mall, though Lin Fan hadn't looked at it closely, he knew things there would surely be expensive. But Lin Fan was in no hurry about these. The most urgent matter was the newcomer gift pack. Not just because it had a time limit, but because Lin Fan was currently in extreme danger. Lin Fan first used the Chaos Dao body to completely transform his physical constitution and talent. He used it immediately and felt a complete transformation, as if his mortal body had become an immortal one, clear-minded and bursting with power. This gave Lin Fan, who had wasted 18 years, instant confidence. Next came several cultivation manuals. The benefit of the system for cultivation techniques was that he didn't have to practice by himself. The knowledge was directly infused into his mind, as if he had already cultivated for countless years, mastering the essence instantly. However, Lin Fan's current cultivation was still too low to fully wield the mysteries within. The human Emperor sword looked ancient and plain, with no hint of its imperial divine might. The human Emperor robe was similar. It could transform into the robe Lin Fan was wearing, replacing his original clothes. Perhaps due to the seal, the two equipment pieces were currently only at the warlord level. As Lin Fan's power grew, the seal would gradually unlock until they recovered their original grade. Marquis, I found a jug of wine. Let's celebrate today. We've finally left the royal city. In the distance, Lin Fu appeared carrying a jug of wine. Good, Lin Fan said calmly while inwardly giving a command. Use that character summon slot. Ding. Congratulations, host has used the character summon slot and obtained a Qing Peak Warlord realm. Special reminder: characters summoned by this system are absolutely loyal to the host. They retain their original personalities and skills, but have no memories, and the system has instilled memories of this world into them. Please treat them well. Summoned characters can be released into the world at any time. You Maiden Sword, a Qing. Lin Fan hadn't expected that a Qing who had observed a white ape and mastered peerless swordsmanship would be the first character he summoned. None of that mattered. What Lin Fan truly cared about was that a Qing was a peak warlord powerhouse. For reference, his father Lin Wudi had only been a war emperor. A master at this level was rare in the Xiao Kingdom. The vast Shengshi continent stretched endlessly. The Xiao Kingdom was merely an obscure corner of the wilderness. Its so-called experts might amount to nothing on the broader continent, yet within this small patch of land, they were still quite useful. In Lin Fan's understanding, the martial realm divisions in Xiao Kingdom and the surrounding countries and sects were martial disciple, martial master, martial general, martial king, martial monarch, martial venerable, martial emperor, transcendent, and Dao entry. Whether the Xiao Kingdom had any transcendent level experts, Lin Fan could not know. But the known martial emperors were all figures who had once made their names in Xiao Kingdom and dominated a region. In the Xiao Kingdom's martial system, ordinary soldiers were generally at the martial disciple level, elite soldiers at the martial master level, and ace combat forces could reach the martial general level, though their numbers were bound to be limited. As for martial kings and martial monarchs, those were almost all army commanders, while martial venerables were usually the chief generals of each army. The sudden appearance of a Qing instantly solved Lin Fan's shortage of people he could use. and also ensured his safety. Even in the face of the coming pursuit, Lin Fan now had confidence. Not only would the Xiao Kingdom likely not send too many powerful experts, but with the Qing's talent, even an ordinary martial emperor could be dealt with. Marquis, have a cup of wine to moisten your throat. Lin Fu's voice interrupted Lin Fan's thoughts. Seeing the wine Lin Fu offered, Lin Fan did not reach out to take it. Uncle Fu, when did you betray me? Lin Fan asked unexpectedly. Those words made Lin Fu freeze instantly and stare at Lin Fan in disbelief. How could a mere waste with only early martial disciple cultivation have noticed? Besides, Lin Fu had been extremely careful. For so many years he had not shown a single trace of deviation. You? How did you find out? Knowing that he was exposed, Lin Fu simply stopped pretending. Lin Fu's task on this trip had changed from monitoring Lin Fan's every move to silencing him. At this point there was no longer any need for him to keep up the act. All these years hiding your martial monarch realm and disguising yourself as a martial general has truly been difficult for you, Lin Fan said slowly. If it had not been for the Awakens system that allowed him to see other people's cultivation realms, he would never have expected that this unremarkable old man was actually a martial monarch. A martial monarch disguised as a martial general and accompanying him all these years. Lin Fan could guess the intent well enough. It was nothing more than being ordered to keep watch over him. Fortunately, he had made no special moves over the years and his cultivation had not improved, otherwise he would have been dead long ago. I never thought everyone would be fooled. Young prince, you are far sharper than your royal father. He didn't notice even the slightest clue. Lin Fu sighed. His concealment had been successful. Even in the most glorious days of the Grand General's estate, no one had discovered him. He had never expected to be exposed at this moment, however it no longer mattered. Can you tell me who sent you? Was it the late emperor? Lin Fan asked curiously. Lin Fu had been in the Lin family for over a decade, and had even been given the surname Lin by Lin Wudi himself, so he must have passed many layers of scrutiny. Yet even so, a problem still appeared. If it were Xiao Meier who sent him, that was impossible. Xiao Meier had only inherited the throne 2 years ago after the late emperor broke through to the martial emperor realm and went into secluded cultivation within the royal clan. The timing did not match. As for other forces, there was no need to have him watched. Killing him directly would have been more convenient. Not bad, young Marquis, you are indeed clever and see things clearly. But what use is that now? In the end, it cannot change the result. Under these circumstances, Lin Fu no longer concealed it. He had indeed been sent by the late emperor. If he had not been concerned about the consequences and the rebellion that might be triggered by the Jinghua army, the late emperor would have dealt with Lin Fan back when he was still on the throne. There was no need to delay for so long. And over the years, the situation in the Xiao Kingdom had also grown very unstable. Since Lin Wudi's death, the experts of Xiao Kingdom had all focused on secluded cultivation, striving to break through their realms. As a result, the kingdom no longer had a powerful figure to hold things down on the surface, stirring the ambitions of many feudal lords. This time was no different. Objections had already arisen over Lin Fan's inability to inherit the title of Prince of Jinbei, and some were even using this to stir up trouble. Lin Fan took this opportunity to bribe his way out and wait for a chance to leave the royal capital. In fact, Lin Fan knew very well that the various forces were only using him as an excuse for rebellion, but that did not stop him from taking advantage of the situation. Very well, young Marquis. I have said all I need to say. You may go to your rest in peace. Don't worry. Over the years you have taken good care of this old servant, so I will not let you die in pain. As he spoke, Lin Fu handed the wine cup over once again. This confirmed Lin Fan's suspicions. Lin Fu wanted to kill him in this isolated place. But that was wrong too. The royal family would not be stupid enough to send someone to kill him the moment he left the capital. Wouldn't that give the feudal lords an excuse to raise troops and create unnecessary trouble? It seems you are not simple either. The master behind you is not just one household. Lin Fan sneered. Clearly Lin Fu's eagerness to act now had some other purpose, perhaps an order from someone else. Young Marquis, wouldn't it be better if you just left peacefully? Why do you have to say it so plainly? Lin Fu sighed softly, not wanting to say more. Seeing that he could get nothing more from him, Lin Fan did not want to waste time. After all, everyone except himself was an enemy, but whether he knew the details or not made little difference. A Qing, make your move. Lin Fan suddenly said, releasing a Qing from the system at the same time. Shua. Before Lin Fu could react, a flash of sword light swept past, and then Lin Fu was sent flying more than 10 meters away, the poisoned wine spilling all over the ground. Ugh. Who are you? Lin Fu coughed violently, staring in disbelief at the suddenly appearing young woman. Lin Fu had already checked the surroundings. There had been no one here. How had this powerful woman appeared? Moreover, after years of lurking, Lin Fu was very familiar with the Prince of Jinbei's residence, and he had never seen this woman. Lin Fu, since you have chosen this path, do not blame this Marquis for disregarding our many years of master-servant bond. Lin Fan also sighed inwardly. Over the years, no matter what Lin Fu's original purpose was, he had indeed helped Lin Fan a great deal. Without him, Lin Fan's life would have been even harder. But none of that could erase the truth. Lin Fu had to die. Ha ha ha, I never expected it. A waste like you could be so scheming, secretly hiding a martial venerable expert. I won't die unjustly. But young Marquis, the road ahead is not easy. This old servant will go ahead and scout the way for you. Severely wounded Lin Fu knew he had no way to survive. Without hesitation, he raised his palm to end his own life. Shua! Another flash of sword light swept by. A servant who betrays his master has no right to choose. It was a Qing. Displeased with Lin Fu, she struck him with another sword. Lin Fu was like that. If he was going to die, he should have simply died. Instead, he had to say too much. Now he would end up dying a broken, disgraced death, without even a complete body. With Lin Fu dealt with, Lin Fan was temporarily safe. Qing, stay alert. I have something to take care of. With the immediate danger gone, Lin Fan did not rush to continue his journey. Instead, he focused on examining the system's functions. From his own knowledge and a brief exploration, just now Lin Fan realized that the most crucial part of the system was points. As long as he had points, many problems would be easily solved. Thus, Lin Fan focused on examining the situation of points. Points were the foundation of the system, and there were several sources. First was faction feedback, which tested Lin Fan's ability. The more people in his faction, the stronger their power, and the higher their loyalty, the more points he would receive. Moreover, this type of points was settled once every month, making it a long-term and stable source of income. As for the present, Lin Fan still needed time to develop. He had not yet reached Black Wind City, and with no city under his name, he had no subordinates at all. System summon characters were not counted in the assessment scope. This made Lin Fan feel a little depressed, because the people summoned by the system were all absolutely loyal and bound to grow stronger. If they were counted, wouldn't he be profiting greatly? Unfortunately, there was no what if. He could only focus on developing his faction step by step. Secondly, another way to gain points was war. Speaking of war, it could be said to be the main theme of the flourishing continent. Forces fought endlessly over living space and resources, and conflict never ceased. And this way of obtaining points was undoubtedly the greatest help to Lin Fan's early development. Through careful inspection, including searching the system, Lin Fan discovered that the system could provide a great many things, including legions, generals, martial arts masters, and even the ability to use points to elevate their realms. But some things were simply too expensive. The higher the realm, the more expensive they were. As for legions, in the initial mall, there were only martial master, martial general, and martial king level units, all at high prices with poor cost effectiveness. As for summoning individual characters, the cost was much more reasonable. Generally, summoning an ordinary martial artist required the fewest points. Just 1 point could summon one person. As the realm increased, the required points multiplied by 10. However, summoning more subordinates also had benefits. When these people killed enemies, they could feed points back to Lin Fan. Moreover, the points rewarded were 1/10 of the points needed to buy summoning quotas. In other words, killing 10 martial venerable experts would allow him to summon 1 martial venerable. However, the summoning of these characters also had certain restrictions, mainly related to Lin Fan's own realm. Group summons, including legions and special units, were limited by initial authority. The maximum realm summonable was only martial king. Individual summoning, that is, summoning experts such as Qing, had a realm limit no higher than 5 major realms above Lin Fan, and no lower than Lin Fan's own realm. This meant Lin Fan needed to raise his own realm as soon as possible to increase his summoning cap. And Lin Fan's realm could not only be raised by cultivation, but also by using points. However, raising Lin Fan's realm required 100 times the points needed for summoning a character of the same realm. In other words, summoning a martial venerable would cost 100 points, while breaking through to martial venerable would cost 10 million points. Lin Fan judged that this was related to his chaos Dao body and the cultivation method he practiced. Whether there were other reasons, he could not figure out for now. Finally, there was one more way to obtain points. When the system awakened, it had mentioned an exclusive privilege. After careful inspection, Lin Fan discovered that it was like a portable cheat being attached to him. Exclusive privilege grant the host 100 points every day upgraded, as the shop authority upgrades with effect increased 100-fold. Although 100 points was not much, it was supplied all year round, and would return more as the level increased. Lin Fan did not know how many levels the exclusive privilege could be raised to, but he thought that if it reached the highest level, the points returned would certainly not be few. At this point, Lin Fan also roughly understood the conditions for shop authority upgrades. Cumulative points reaching 100 million, 10 billion, and 1 trillion would all trigger upgrades. As for whether there were more levels beyond that, he did not have permission to check. At this point, Lin Fan had basically figured out the general functions of the system. As for the system mall, Lin Fan also took a rough look. It indeed had many items, cultivation resources, various pills, martial techniques, weapons, and equipment, as well as all kinds of daily necessities and so on. Of course, there were also some items that would greatly help Lin Fan, but they were expensive. The rarer the resource, the more points it required. Lin Fan was only taking a simple look for now. He could not use them at the moment, so it was fine to check again when needed. In light of his current situation, Lin Fan began to use the last item in the newcomer gift pack. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have used the special unit summoning slot and obtained the special institution Eastern Depot. with its director Qiao Zhengshun Marshal Venerable and 10,000 guards minimum Marshal General. Hearing the notification tone, Lin Fan instantly understood. So summoning special units meant summoning this kind of special institution. Could it be that the famous Jinui Liuxia Luwang and even Shushan Tangxiaoi Mingjiao and so on could also be summoned? After all, Qiao Zhengshun was a character from novels and TV dramas. Then could other characters from films, TV dramas, and novels also appear? Lin Fan did not rush to release these people. Instead, he continued to examine the summoning rules. The special unit summoning slot counted as a kind of group summon, but it also had restrictions. First was the number of people. Each summoning could summon at least 1,000 people, and at most 1,000. Second was the benefit. Group summoning could also bring along some generals and commanders whose realm restrictions were the same as individual summons. From this perspective, group summoning was very practical. After all, one person could not compare to 10,000 people, let alone a possible upper limit of 100,000, especially the commander figures that came with the summoning. Those people had high realms and did not require a separate summoning quota. In this way, Lin Fan was very satisfied with the newcomer gift pack. 2 Marshal Venerables and 10,000 Eastern Depot personnel with at least Marshal General level. If he had to buy these with points, it would be unbearable. If not for the newcomer gift pack, Lin Fan would have no way to change his current situation. With the internal trouble resolved, Lin Fan needed to carefully consider his next plan. After all, he had just left the royal city and was not absolutely safe. Moreover, once he reached Black Wind City, how to utilize the system to quickly improve his strength was also something Lin Fan needed to consider. Glancing at Yu Nu Aching, Lin Fan decided to release Qiao Zhengshun first. Although this fellow was ruthless and venomous in planning, he was indeed stronger than Aching. This girl only knew the sword in her hand. Soon Lin Fan released Qiao Zhengshun from the system. Qiao Zhengshun differed little from his television portrayal. Eunuchs were not uncommon in this world, so his appearance was by no means extraordinary. This old servant pays respects to the Lord Marquis. Qiao Zhengshun prostrated himself in greeting. Although these summoned figures were all fiercely loyal, their personalities still varied. Aching was devoted solely to her sword and cared little for etiquette. Since her arrival, when not performing tasks, she would clutch her sword and guard her surroundings with vigilant eyes. Born into poverty, Qiao Zhengshun had learned to read people's expressions exceptionally well after entering the palace, mastering the art of pleasing his master. Lin Fan did not object to this. Everyone had their own personality, and as long as they were loyal, nothing else mattered. Furthermore, Lin Fan was ultimately an ordinary person, especially in his past life, and naturally enjoyed the sight of being surrounded and highly esteemed by his followers. None of this caused any harm. Rise, Lin Fan said. Qiao Zhengshun, what is the strength of your Eastern Depot? Although the troops had not yet been summoned, Qiao Zhengshun, as the Grand Director, possessed absolute knowledge of the Eastern Depot's strength. My lord, there are 10,000 depot guards accompanying this old servant this time. Aside from myself, who possesses the cultivation of a Marshal Venerable, there are 10 Kiliarchs at the Marshal Emperor realm, 100 Centurions at the Marshal King realm, and the rest are all at the Marshal General realm. Listening to Qiao Zhengshun's report, Lin Fan was highly satisfied. For a single gift pack to bestow so many experts was more than enough to guarantee his safe arrival at Haifeng City. However, moving such a massive force all at once would inevitably draw the attention and wariness of the royal family, potentially inviting even greater trouble. Unwilling to complicate matters, Lin Fan did not intend to summon so many people for the time being. Lord Marquis, you have suffered greatly over these years. This old servant is willing to lead the Eastern Depot back to the royal capital to teach the royal family and those who humiliated you a profound lesson. This fellow was indeed the ruthless director of the Eastern Depot. Even when pledging his loyalty, his words were dripping with chilling murderous intent. No need. Our current strength is still too weak, and there are many experts in the royal capital. To avoid trouble, it is best to reach our fiefdom as soon as possible, develop in peace, and bide our time. I believe the day the Xiao Kingdom undergoes a monumental change is not far off. In truth, the peace in the Xiao Kingdom at this moment was merely superficial. While the royal family still clung to their past glory, many feudal lords across the kingdom had long since heeded summons, but ignored imperial decrees establishing their own independent regimes. In particular, the enfeoffment system implemented by the Xiao Kingdom had created kingdoms within kingdoms. The lords of these fiefs possessed independent rights to recruit armies, collect taxes, manage education, and many even maintained their own distinct legal systems. Under such a system, the collapse of the Xiao Kingdom was only a matter of time. I will give you 500 men. Arrange for them to scout the path ahead to ensure the safety of our journey. Furthermore, I will give you another 500 men. Station them in the royal capital to investigate the events surrounding my late father and track down all our enemies. Intelligence was always of paramount importance. Rest assured, Lord Marquis, this old servant will see to it immediately securing intelligence along our path, while launching a swift and thorough investigation into the matters of the late prince. Next, Lin Fan summoned 10 martial emperors, 50 martial kings, and over 900 depot guards, handing them over to Qiao Zhengshun for deployment. In this regard, Qiao Zhengshun was a true professional, which put Lin Fan's mind at ease. Soon 5 martial emperors and 30 martial kings departed with 900 guards, while the remaining force stayed behind to serve as guards protecting Lin Fan. Afterward, Lin Fan set off. Under the protection of the Eastern Depot, he instantly vanished from everyone's sight. Meanwhile, within a luxurious mansion in the royal capital, several figures were plotting in secret. Lin Fu should not have failed, so why has no intelligence been sent back? Could Lin Fu still be loyal to the royal family, feigning compliance with us, while secretly escorting Lin Fan out of Zhongzhou? Their objective was clearly to assassinate Lin Fan within the borders of Zhongzhou. Currently, Zhongzhou was the only region still fully controlled by the Xiao Kingdom, a grim reflection of the kingdom's state 10 years after the death of Lin Wudi. Impossible. Lin Fu lacks the courage. Dispatch more men immediately. We must locate Lin Fan as quickly as possible. He must die within the territory of Zhongzhou. Only then will the generals of the former state-defending army have a voice, and other feudal lords will have an excuse to deploy their troops. Their goal was to exploit Lin Fan's death to foment conflict and ignite a war within the Xiao Kingdom. Needless to say, this group was undoubtedly working on behalf of a certain feudal lord. Is there any movement from the royal family? Someone inquired. The royal family's secret forces have indeed been mobilized. However, they are heading straight for the north, clearly intending to act only after Lin Fan leaves Zhongzhou. Chaos across the realm is imminent, yet the royal family still foolishly believes no one dares to make a move, failing to even send guards to protect Lin Fan's departure. Perhaps our queen still harbors some old affection for him. Who knows? How can you even say that? That young woman would do absolutely anything for the throne. Though the Xiao Kingdom is terminally ill and Xiao Meier wishes to change the status quo, it is unfortunately already too late. Many saw the situation of the Xiao Kingdom with absolute clarity. Chaos was on the horizon. If the royal family wished to turn the tide, someone would have to break through to the transcendent realm to all directions, otherwise the situation was utterly beyond salvation. Inside the royal palace, Xiao Meier was also losing her temper. What is Lin Fu doing? How is it that they have lost contact just after leaving the royal capital? Send the shadow guards to find them. Lin Fan must not die in Zhongzhou, or we will be in deep trouble. I truly underestimated those bastards, to think they would dare to strike within Zhongzhou itself. Remember, the shadow guards have free reign. At a time like this, whoever dares to stretch out their hand, sever it. Xiao Meier had never expected that the moment Lin Fan and his companion left, they would completely vanish. This was largely because Lin Fan now had ample manpower. With the Eastern Depot guards present, it was exceptionally difficult for anyone else to even get close. Consequently, over the next 2 days, Lin Fan focused solely on his journey, encountering no danger whatsoever. Lord Marquis, Dingyuan City lies ahead. There are troops stationed on the mountains on both sides, and they are likely targeting us. If we force our way through, it would pose no challenge given our strength, but it would alert all factions and hinder our subsequent journey. This old servant suggests we disguise ourselves and pass straight through the city. Even if any unexpected incidents occur, we are more than capable of fighting our way out. Dingyuan City was a major stronghold with tens of thousands of garrison troops currently stationed on both sides of the city. To avoid alerting them, entering in disguise was the only option. Bypassing the city would delay them by at least a week. Very well, we will proceed, as you suggest. Lin Fan was not one to hesitate, and he trusted Qiao Zhengxuan's judgment. Soon the group made careful preparations. Under Qiao Zhengxuan's guidance, Lin Fan was disguised as a simple, honest peasant. Upon entering the city, the guards did not conduct a thorough search, allowing the group to depart smoothly. In this manner, over the course of half a month, Lin Fan and his entourage covered more than half of their journey. The trip proceeded relatively smoothly, with the Eastern Depot preemptively neutralizing any minor incidents. As for their pursuers, they had long since lost their way under the deceptive decoys laid by the Eastern Depot. Despite this, the various factions never gave up, especially after discovering Lin Fu's corpse, which made them realize that something unexpected had occurred. Lin Fan was merely at the early stage of the martial artist realm, and with only Lin Fu by his side, all the factions had grossly underestimated him, leading them to completely lose track of his whereabouts. Yet after traveling in secrecy for half a month, Lin Fan was finally exposed. Yingwei City commanded the only route to the Beihuang region. It was already far from Zhongzhou, but Huangzhou still lay a considerable distance ahead. After more than half a month of travel, Lin Fan and his party reached Yingwei City without incident. After a meticulous investigation by the Eastern Depot, the royal capital's reach had not yet extended this far. In other words, Lin Fan had temporarily escaped his enemies. All of his pursuers had been shaken off for now. Half a month of roughing it had left Lin Fan and his companions exhausted. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Fan decided to resupply briefly before hitting the road again. Lord Marquis, from here to Heifeng City in Huangzhou is roughly another 10 days' journey, and will pass through dozens of cities on the way. We still must not lower our guard. If those people in the royal capital cannot find us, they will surely seal off the routes into Huangzhou. When that time comes, I'm afraid we'll have no choice but to fight our way through. At a tavern, Lin Fan sat together with Xiao Zhangchun and a Qing, replenishing their energy while discussing the road ahead. No matter. We have plenty of people. If it comes down to it, we'll simply fight our way through. With the Eastern Depot and 2 martial venerables beside him, especially a Qing whose battle strength was enough to handle an ordinary martial emperor, Lin Fan finally set his worries aside. As long as they caught the enemy off guard, their chances of success were still high. Run. Not good. Demon beasts have entered the city. It might be a beast tide. Everyone flee. Beast tide my ass. It's those bastards in the city again, using commoners' lives for sport. While Lin Fan and the others were feasting, panicked shouts suddenly erupted outside. In an instant, the once bustling street collapsed into chaos as people knocked one another over and fled for their lives. Waiter, what's going on? Surely a riot wouldn't break out in a city like this. Lin Fan asked, puzzled. With tens of thousands of troops stationed here, how could demon beasts simply walk straight into the city? Alas, you gentlemen should hide at once. The 10 evils of Yingwei are here. Those people don't care who you are. If they catch you, you'll be in dire trouble. Terrified, the waiter warned them in a few words and dashed into the back hall. The patrons in the main hall also scrambled for cover. Clearly this was not the first time something like this had happened. Big brother, these commoners are so amusing. A mere martial general realm tiger has scared them half to death. In the distance, a group of people came galloping toward them on tall demon steeds. Oh, there's a little girl over there. Quick, drive the demon tiger over. That little thing should taste delicious. A young woman seemed to have found an amusing plaything, yet the coldness in her voice was impossible to hide. Following the sound, Lin Fan saw a little girl who in her panic had been separated from her family. She stood rooted in place, crying sorrowfully. At that moment, driven forward by the group, the demon tiger opened its huge maw and lunged at the little girl. The situation was extremely dangerous. On the Shengshi continent, martial artists ran rampant. Once people gained power, their hearts changed. Not only did desire and ambition swell, but their contempt for life reached an appalling extreme. Lin Fan had never considered himself a saint, but this scene was still unacceptable to him at his core. If it were an enemy, no means would be too harsh. But before an ordinary person, especially a child, Lin Fan could never do such a thing. Mommy, mommy. The little girl watched the tiger approaching and kept crying out in fear. This only made the young men and women laugh more recklessly. A Qing, save her. At that moment, Lin Fan no longer cared whether he revealed himself. Oh, he only wanted to rescue the girl, or else this scene would weigh on him for the rest of his life. Whoosh. A Qing who had long been dissatisfied said nothing. She shot out, and after a flash of sword light, she stood before the little girl, while the tiger had been decapitated on the spot. At the same time, Lin Fan heard the system notification. Ding. Quest triggered: punish evil and promote good. Rewards will be granted based on completion. Ignoring the quest, Lin Fan walked out of the tavern with Xiao Zhangchun and came to the little girl's side. Little girl, are you all right? Lin Fan picked her up and asked with concern. No matter whose child she was, an experience like this was bound to leave a deep scar on a young girl's heart. Bastards. Where the hell did you crawl out from? How dare you poke your noses into my business? You ought to ask around. Are you scum really worthy of provoking me? Obviously, Lin Fan's actions infuriated these pampered young scions, and they began cursing one after another. How insolent. Letting demon beasts attack people in broad daylight. Do you have no respect for the law? Lin Fan completely ignored the bastards, but Xiao Zhangchun could not stand by while these self-important fools insulted his master. Oh, the law. In Yingwei City, I am the law. It seems you're outsiders who don't know who I am. It doesn't matter. Since you've ruined my enjoyment, you won't come to a good end. The leader was clearly no ordinary rich young man. His manner was erratic and his words insolent. A classic arrogant scion who did not know his own limits. Men seize them. Later feed them to my pets. Without even asking who Lin Fan and the others were, he immediately moved to attack. One could see how lawless these people usually were. Fine. You truly don't know when to stop. Xiao Zhangchun, take them all down. Lin Fan was infuriated. Such wanton disregard for human life filled him with wrath, and the fate of these people was sealed. This old servant obeys. Even at a time like this, old Xiao Zhangchun remembered to bow before accepting the order. With a wave of his hand, dozens of men emerged from both sides of the street and clashed with the young lord's followers. Big brother, these people seem to have some backing. I'm afraid we can't handle them. To be safe, let's call for help. They were not foolish. Ordinary people did not travel with so many experts. Seeing their men being taken down one by one, they could not help feeling anxious. Humph. Offend me in Yingwei City, and I don't care who you are. Even a prince will have to shed a layer of skin. Good heavens, this fellow's words were arrogant beyond all bounds, but his hand was already reaching for his signal arrow. Whoosh, a signal arrow shot into the sky. A single arrow piercing the clouds, summoning 1,000 troops to arms. This was one of the common means of communication on the Shengshi continent. Sure enough, many figures appeared in the distance, leaping and darting as they rushed over. Xiao Zhangchun, don't let a single one escape. Seeing this, Lin Fan grew even angrier. The young ones were not even finished, yet they had already called for the old ones. Was there no martial virtue? Martial king and martial sovereign experts from the Eastern Depot appeared and intercepted the reinforcements. Now these young lords and ladies were afraid. These people were so powerful that even martial sovereign experts had appeared. After all, a martial sovereign was practically the ceiling of combat power in Yungue City. The pampered and arrogant young master was terrified. You, who exactly are you? It was probably a bit late to be inquiring about the other party's background now. Lin Fan ignored him and watched the chaotic battle on the battlefield. The men of the Eastern Depot were indeed forged in mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Each one fought with their lives at stake, leaving their enemies overwhelmed and struggling to cope. One careless mistake meant death on the spot. Brother, let's call in the experts from the city lord's mansion, someone suggested. The situation at the scene had clearly spiraled out of control, and none of these fellows wanted to risk their own lives. Soon another red sky-piercing arrow shot up into the heavens. This was the highest level of signal, indicating that the user had reached a point of extreme danger. At the same time, the Eastern Depot's experts had already dealt with all the enemy's masters and converged toward Lin Fan, surrounding this group of spoiled young masters. But Lin Fan didn't give orders yet. Instead, he wanted to see what kind of people were behind these arrogant bastards. He wasn't kept waiting or disappointed for long. From the distance, another group of people came rushing forward quickly. I am Yun Xiao, City Lord of Cloud Noble City. Who dares behave so recklessly here? His voice arrived before his person, clearly fearful that Lin Fan's side would strike to kill. Lin Fan waved his hand to signal, subduing these pampered young masters one by one until they knelt on the ground in a line, awaiting the arrival of the other party. Father, these people want to kill me. Save me quickly. A group of experts, their attire magnificent and their aura earth-shattering, finally arrived before Lin Fan. Be quiet. Young sir, I wonder where my son offended you. I apologize on his behalf and entreat you to show mercy. The newcomer could tell at a glance that this mere early-stage martial artist standing before him was the leader. But Yun Xiao dared not act rashly. Not only because of the old man and woman whose cultivation he couldn't penetrate, but because even among those at the same martial emperor realm, the opposing side had several. Only when completely cornered would Yun Xiao dare to make a move concerned not just for his son's life, but also afraid of losing himself. City Lord Yun, is this your son? Your son sanctioned beastmen to attack and kill commoners in the street. You can't claim ignorance of that, can you? Lin Fan asked while suppressing his rage. Oh, just a few lowly people, it hardly matters. Perhaps you should explain what conflict arose between my son and you, and I can offer compensation. As expected, like father, like son, this corruption ran from the very root. Father, I didn't offend him. They attacked first. I don't even know him. The young master of the Yun family seemed grievous. He had only come out to enjoy himself and hadn't provoked Lin Fan, yet these people came killing without warning. Young brother. The city lord Yun was about to explain further, but someone nearby interrupted. Lord City Master, this person appears to be Lin Fan. What? You're not mistaken. Clearly Yun Xiao knew who Lin Fan was. The orders and portrait have just arrived, and you haven't had the chance to review them yet. The man spoke while pulling out a portrait, which was indeed Lin Fan. You are Lin Fan, the newly enfeoffed Marquis of Beihuang by the Emperor. Yun Xiao looked at Lin Fan and asked softly with an inexplicable tone. That's correct, I am indeed Lin Fan the Marquis. I was passing through your territory on my way to Beihuang, but never expected to encounter such matters. Is this how City Lord Yun governs the city? His identity being exposed was within Lin Fan's expectations, and he had already deduced that Yun Xiao must have received orders from some faction. As for the purpose, it was naturally to deal with him. Brothers, this is no longer just about our children's matters anymore. Regarding what was just mentioned, I believe you all know what should be done. Yun Xiao didn't respond to Lin Fan, but turned around to look at the group who had come with him. These people were naturally the families of the second generation, rich and powerful present. They had just been discussing Lin Fan's affairs at the city lord's mansion when they received the alarm, so they came together. They never expected to encounter the person themselves. Regardless of how Lin Fan had quickly appeared in Cloud Noble City, this matter could not be resolved smoothly either publicly or privately. Seeing everyone nod silently, Yun Xiao felt reassured. If this matter was handled well, his official career would be secured. Audacious. The Marquis of Beihuang is still en route here, yet you presume to impersonate him and defraud, harming noble offspring without cause. This is truly unforgivable. Men mobilized the forces of each family and the city guard. Seize everyone. Yun Xiao's demeanor shifted completely. At this moment, he no longer cared about his son. A wastrel wasn't worth Yun Xiao sacrificing this opportunity. After Yun Xiao's order was issued, various command arrows flew across the sky, clearly indicating that calls for reinforcements had begun. City Lord Yun, you have made an erroneous choice that will bring catastrophic devastation upon your Yun family and all the families in Cloud Noble City. Lin Fan knew that words would be useless at this point. It would be best to eliminate these scoundrels together, otherwise Lin Fan would be suffocating with pent-up rage. How dare you, audacious scoundrels! Even now you refuse to admit your guilt and submit to justice. Everyone attack together. Kill them all, leaving no survivors. Everyone clearly understood Lin Fan's value at this moment. As long as Lin Fan was eliminated, they would gain benefits regardless of the perspective. As for whether the nation fell into chaos, what concern was that to them? Soon enemies closed in from all directions. Cloud Noble City was not small, and there were quite a few experts within the city. Over a dozen martial emperors, hundreds of martial kings, and 50,000 city guards. However, such strength did not concern Lin Fan. Even if he couldn't defeat them with a Qing and the other two by his side, these people couldn't harm him, and he could withdraw at any time. Nevertheless, Lin Fan had no intention of fleeing. This matter had to be pursued to the bitter end. This was not merely about venting anger. Lin Fan also considered something else. Under this group's rule of Cloud Noble City, one could imagine the extent of the people's grievances. And he was about to receive his own fiefdom. For points, and for the development of his territory, he needed population. And the most effective way to attract population was nothing other than a good reputation, allowing the common folk to see hope for survival. Rescuing 10,000 people from their dire plight could not be more fitting. Xiao Jinchuan leave the enemy's experts to a Qing. Lead the Eastern Depot guards to deal with the city military. Lin Fan decided to release all the Eastern Depot personnel. My lord, dispatching 2,000 household commanders would suffice. This old servant would rather stay to protect your safety. Lin Fan thought about it and agreed. The Eastern Depot's 1,000 household commanders were all martial emperors, which was sufficient for the task. Thus Lin Fan used the system to release all the depot guards. Increasing numbers of experts suddenly appeared from all directions, leaving Yun Xiao and the others bewildered. How could this good-for-nothing have brought so many people? The Lin family has already fallen. How did he manage to cultivate these strong experts? One military commander was nothing to fear, but 10,000 were terrifying. Such a force belonged only to Xiao Kingdom's elite army, and Cloud Noble City did not possess such a legion. Asking tens of thousands of martial artists to resist 10,000 military commanders was clearly impossible. Yun Xiao's heart was filled with an indescribable unease. He had wanted to earn merit, but judging by the current battle, the outcome was far from certain. While Yun Xiao and the others were lost in their own thoughts, Lin Fan came to stand before the 10 privileged scions. The 10 evils of Yungue, what an imposing title. Lin Fan mocked. What do you intend to do? I advise you to stop at once, or my father will have you cut into 1,000 pieces and ground to bone dust. A young woman in front was so frightened that she began to sob, yet she still threatened him. Are you talking about them? Can't you tell that they can barely protect themselves? What a pity. You're just wasting a pretty face. Lin Fan caressed the woman's cheek and felt a twinge of regret. She was quite good-looking, but why was her heart so vicious? No. A miserable shriek suddenly cut through the air. Ronger, Lin Fan, I will never let this rest with you. In the distance, a middle-aged man cried out in grief, clearly a family member of the girl. It turned out that when Lin Fan's hand had just rested on the girl's neck, he exerted a slight force and strangled her on the spot. At the very moment the man was distracted, a sword pierced straight through his heart. He fell to the ground and never rose again, never again able to feel sorrow. See, didn't I tell you? They can't save you. They can't even save themselves. Lin Fan mocked again. His real aim was to use these privileged scions to affect their families so that a Qing could end the battle as quickly as possible. Lin Fan, you are unworthy of being the son of Prince Shinbei. How can you be so ruthless? Lin Fan, you will die a miserable death. Even as a ghost I will not spare you. In an instant, with every step Lin Fan took, his hand swept down and another head fell. All those arrogant bastards who had bullied others through their family power died one by one beneath Lin Fan's sword. Only then did the crowd erupt in fury, drawing curses and abuse. What? So now you acknowledge my identity as Marquis. Do you know that your actions constitute insubordination, ambushing, and killing a noble of the court? By law that is a crime punishable by confiscation of property and extermination of the entire clan. Blinded by rage, they blurted out the truth without choosing their words, which gave Lin Fan an opening to exploit. Bastard! What a venomous scheme you have. By then Yun Xiao had realized what was happening. This man had deliberately provoked them. As soon as they shouted Lin Fan's name, they confirmed his status as Marquis, and with that the matter was ruined. Openly raising a hand against a noble of the court was a crime punishable by the destruction of one's entire family. Lin Fan's intention was clearly to spare neither them nor their clans. The man was too ruthless. He had set a trap for all of them. I, the Marquis, am only passing through this place, yet you openly rebel and try to kill me. A crime worthy of wiping out your entire clans. All those involved, lay down your weapons at once and submit. I, the Marquis, will overlook past offenses, otherwise every one of you will die. With his goal achieved, Lin Fan immediately shouted at the top of his voice. This was mainly for the city guards who knew nothing of the deeper politics. They were merely following orders. Lin Fan did not want to kill too many people. After all, he would be leaving soon, and Yungue City still needed the city guards for protection. Moreover, he did not want to waste too much time since pursuers remained behind him, nor did he want the Eastern Depot to suffer excessive losses, which would hinder future plans. That was why he had resorted to such a drastic measure. Sure enough, after hearing this, the city guards began to hesitate in their advance. Wherever it happened, so-called rebellions were merely schemes by those at the top to achieve their own goals. The soldiers who went to war only wanted to live out their lives in peace. With the heavy charge of open rebellion hanging over their heads, none of them could escape death. At a moment like this, who would still dare to charge forward? This is bad, City Lord Yun. The city guard must not waver. We must take Lin Fan down as quickly as possible. A clan head on the outskirts of the fight saw that the city guards were wavering and immediately shouted at Yun Xiao. Shut up. At this moment, Yun Xiao wished he could personally strike that fool dead. Even without your loud shouts, the soldiers already knew the opponent was Lin Fan, Marquis of Beiwang. With that outcry of yours, who would still dare to advance? Even if these soldiers were men he himself had cultivated, it was still impossible. That was why every rebellion had to find a plausible excuse. Otherwise, why would anyone risk their lives for you? Sure enough, thanks to that fool of an ally, the city guards began to retreat. The Eastern Depot agents did not press them to the death, allowing them to withdraw, and the two sides kept a safe distance. But as a result, the noble lords trapped inside were doomed. The Eastern Depot was striking to kill, and Lin Fan had no intention of sparing the ringleaders. Before long, most of the men Yun Xiao had brought were killed or wounded. Only a few were still holding out, but clearly they could not last much longer. Lin Fan, young Marquis, this is all a misunderstanding. Let us stop fighting first, please hear my explanation. Seeing that the situation was beyond recovery, Yun Xiao could only beg for mercy. Misunderstanding or deliberate intent, either way you made your move. The Marquis will deal with you according to law. Lin Fan's words were crushing. The man was leaving them no room to survive. The most baffling part was that this good-for-nothing notorious throughout the Xiao kingdom actually possessed such strength. Lin Fan, you should know why I did this. You can't even protect yourself right now. Are you still willing to fight us to a mutual ruin? Yun Xiao hoped to make Lin Fan hold back, and he believed Lin Fan understood all this. This was not the time for hot-blooded bravado. If he had that time, why not use it to flee as fast as possible? If the Xiao kingdom took notice and mobilized its elite experts and main battle legions, Lin Fan would certainly find himself in a world of trouble. The Lin family had been in decline for many years. The forces it had painstakingly raised in secret could not simply be wiped out in one battle. Yun Xiao's calculations were sound, but he did not know that what Lin Fan wanted was the quest reward. Since the system had not yet notified him of quest completion, it was clear that Yun Xiao and the others had to die first. How ignorant! Lin Fan could not be bothered to say more. For the sake of the reward, a few sacrifices were unavoidable, and he had long been prepared for that. Besides, fleeing endlessly was no solution. These dangers would have to be faced sooner or later. Seeing that Lin Fan was dead set on this, Yun Xiao sank into despair, regretting why he had ever gotten involved. This truly was a disaster that would annihilate his clan. Meanwhile, Qing's swordplay grew even more fierce, making it even harder for Yun Xiao and his men to resist. A little over 10 minutes later, Qing returned to stand behind Lin Fan. As for Yun Xiao and the others, they naturally went to the underworld to atone. At that moment, the notification of quest completion finally sounded. However, Lin Fan did not check it because there were still matters to resolve. Tell the commander of the city guard to come here, Lin Fan ordered. Before long, a man dressed as a general appeared before him. This humble General Lin greets the Marquis. This man was of ordinary background, had no powerful connections, and had not dared to get involved. He had decisively ordered a halt to the attack and waited to see how events unfolded. After all, he had never received any order to eliminate Lin Fan, so when the dust settled, no blame could be placed on him. General Li, those who act in ignorance are not to be blamed. This matter has nothing to do with the city guard. Please maintain order in Yungue City and do not give scoundrels any chance to exploit the situation. Lin Fan reassured the city guard mainly because he would be leaving soon. Having dismissed the city guard, Lin Fan still felt uneasy and dispatched men from the Eastern Depot to keep watch. Although the city guard lacked combat prowess, their sheer numbers posed a potential nuisance should they descend into chaos. Chao Jingxuan, swiftly investigate the backgrounds of these people. Do not spare a single clan. Uproot them completely. Lin Fan had no intention of letting these clans go. From a single point to the broader picture, with such a corrupt master and young master, every one of these families was rotten to the core. His actions could be considered ridding the people of Yungue City of evil. If one was to eliminate evil, it must be done thoroughly. At this moment, panic swept through Yungue City. All citizens hid indoors, daring not step outside. Lin Fan paid it no mind. His subsequent moves would surely draw the citizens' attention, which served well to spread his reputation. Thus Lin Fan led his men straight for the city lord's mansion. The Yun family within was already in disarray. Many had received news of Yun Zhao's death and were busy looting their own possessions. Surround it. Leave no one alive inside. Lin Fan issued a kill order outright. These people were accomplices to tyranny, none were innocent. Lin Fan carried out his wrath without a trace of hesitation. Soon the group marched into the city lord's mansion, leaving a trail of relentless slaughter behind. My lord, the Yun family is truly wicked. The wealth we've seized is considerable. The confiscation proceeded smoothly enough. After all the Yun family's experts had already been dealt with, the stragglers left were no match for the ravenous Eastern Depot. Gather all the wealth together, including that from the other confiscated clans, and bring it all to the city lord's mansion. After issuing the order, Lin Fan found a place to sit and waited quietly. However, Lin Fan was not idle. This was the perfect moment to check the rewards for his current mission. Ding. Host has completed the punishment mission. Rewards as follows: 1 army summoning token, 1 character summoning token, grain and supplies, and 1,000 points. Not bad, Lin Fan thought as he reviewed the rewards. The points weren't excessive, but enough to summon a martial venerable expert. As for the grain and supplies, they would prove quite beneficial to him. Warriors were human too, and could not survive without sustenance, especially upon arriving at Black Wind City, where he was entirely unfamiliar with the surroundings. Properly utilizing these provisions could quickly help him establish a foothold. Of course, what Lin Fan cared about most were the character and army summoning tokens. Although the Eastern Depot was formidable, its true strength lay in intelligence, assassination, and espionage. In large-scale army engagements, they held a disadvantage. Thus, Lin Fan hastened to activate both tokens and see what level of figures he could summon. Ding. Congratulations, host. The army summoning token has been used. You have obtained 1,000 White Horse Cavalry soldiers at the Martial General tier led by the Martial Venerable Commander Gongsun Zan, with 10 Martial tier officers and 100 King tier subordinates. Ding. Congratulations, host. The character summoning token has been used. You have obtained the Martial Venerable Expert Dian Wei. A Martial General tier army may not sound impressive, but with 1,000 soldiers, a Venerable tier commander like Gongsun Zan, and 110 experts above the King tier, this was an exceptionally worthwhile return. And Dian Wei, the legendary bodyguard, was no ordinary figure. He was a ruthless powerhouse who bulldozed through enemies like a living natural disaster. With these reinforcements, the journey ahead would surely become far smoother. Without hesitation, wielding over 100,000 points, Lin Fan immediately began advancing his cultivation realm. In an instant, Lin Fan's realm broke through to the Martial King tier, granting him preliminary self-defense capabilities. Simultaneously, the upper limit for character summons rose to the Dao entrance tier. Experts at this level were among the apex talents in the Xiao Kingdom region. The question was when he might obtain more summoning tokens. As for purchasing them from the mall, forget it. The price tag of 100 million points made Lin Fan's head throb. Outside, the confiscations and clan exterminations were still underway. The final tally of battle-earned points had not yet been completed, but Lin Fan estimated that this haul would net him another several tens of thousands of points. Though modest, it was enough to accumulate gradually. Lin Fan immediately released the newly acquired Gongsun Zan and Dian Wei, but he did not summon the White Horse Cavalry en masse. Too many eyes watched, making it unwise to reveal his full strength so soon. This subordinate pays respects to your lordship. Both men were burly and imposing, especially Dian Wei. Rise, both of you. You've arrived at just the right moment. The journey ahead relies on your protection. For venerable tier warriors, absolute assurance of Lin Fan's safety, particularly since Qing and Dian Wei were known for battling far above their station. It seemed time to change tactics. Blindly evading threats was no solution. Only by strengthening himself could he forge the right path. My lord, all the confiscated wealth has been gathered and tallied. The appearance of Dian Wei and Gongsun Zan surprised not at all Chao Jingchuan. This was the advantage of the system. All summoned beings upon entering the world would instinctively sense each other's presence. How much in total? Lin Fan was also curious about just how greedy these people truly were. My lord, preliminary estimates indicate grain sufficient for 1 million people for a year, 1 million taels of gold, 20 million taels of silver, over 200 low-grade elixirs, more than 50 martial manuals and techniques, over 100,000 sets of weapons and armor, and approximately 500 spirit stones. Good heavens, Lin Fan couldn't help but mutter in astonishment at the sheer audacity of their greed. Having transmigrated 18 years ago, Lin Fan possessed a solid understanding of the material conditions on the Shunsher continent. For an ordinary person, 100 taels of silver per year was ample to live comfortably. Yet in merely Yungue City, a modest settlement within the Xiao Kingdom, not even considered a major city, such staggering wealth had accumulated. A year's supply of grain for 1 million people, over 100,000 sets of weapons and armor. Were they preparing for large-scale turmoil? As for the elixirs, martial techniques, and spirit stones, most valuable to cultivation, it was only natural that quantities were relatively modest. The entire Xiao Kingdom sat at the bottom of the cultivation food chain, making such resources exceedingly difficult to obtain. Moreover, nearly all these resources were monopolized by the sects. These organizations were the truly powerful forces, and the real culprits exploiting the common folk. Every year, half of the Xiao Kingdom's revenue was handed over to the sects. The same oppression extended to every province, prefecture, and city across the realm. Surrounding sects relentlessly drained the people's livelihood. Sects were ranked by 9 stars, with 1 star being the highest. Though whether higher tiers existed beyond that remained unknown to Lin Fan. Yet even the strongest sect near the Xiao Kingdom at merely 7-star rank had the nation firmly subdued. The power of these sects was plainly evident. This was hardly surprising. Unlike state sects faced far fewer internal constraints. They needed only to attract talented individuals. Over generations, how could they fail to grow overwhelmingly powerful? After all, the most crucial innate requirement for cultivation was talent. Take Xiao Meier, for instance. Had she not desired the throne, she undoubtedly would have joined a sect. For martial artists, the gap between lower realms was not particularly vast. Numbers could even compensate for individual weakness. But for high realm experts, the disparity in cultivation stage was paramount. Seizing the head of an enemy commander from within 10,000 troops was for high realm experts as simple as plucking something from one's pocket. Fortunately, the Xiao kingdom lay in a remote frontier region. There were no high realm experts here. Otherwise, a single individual annihilating an entire nation would scarcely be remarkable. Such circumstances, however, presented opportunities for Lin Fan's rise. Lin Fan was in no hurry to consider matters concerning the sects. The minor local sects in the vicinity posed no threat to him whatsoever. Send men to spread the word to the commoners. Tell them that this marquis has eliminated the evil by imperial decree. Now that the chief culprit has been purged, I shall distribute relief supplies to all citizens at the gates of the city lord's manor. With the arrival of Dianwei and the White Horse Volunteers, Lin Fan felt far more confident in his upcoming plans. Having done a good deed, it was only natural to publicize it. Once his fief was properly settled in the future, these intangible investments would gradually yield returns. Within a single hour, the entirety of Yunguei City was shaken. A piece of news spread rapidly, growing more intense by the moment. The Yunguei City nobility, led by Yun Xiao, had oppressed the commoners, taken innocent lives, amassed wealth through extortion, and even plotted rebellion by attempting to assassinate the passing Marquis of Beihong, Lin Fan. Consequently, they had all been eradicated by Lin Fan's entourage. Now the Marquis of Beihong stood at the gates of the city lord's manor, returning all the plundered wealth and supplies seized by Yun Xiao and his cohorts to the populace, inviting everyone to claim their share. The heavens have opened their eyes. The Yun family has finally met its retribution. My daughter, the Marquis, has avenged you. Father, mother, you can finally rest in peace. For a time, the citizens spoke not of claiming the distributed supplies, but of comforting the spirits of their departed loved ones, a testament to the sheer depth of the Yun family's atrocities. Little sister, what is your name, and where is your home? The young girl rescued by Lin Fan had been following him closely, as none of her relatives had appeared yet. Perhaps still gripped by lingering terror, she merely clutched Lin Fan's hem tightly, remaining silent. My lord, the little girl's family has been found. They are waiting just outside. At that moment, a chilly arch of the Eastern Depot arrived to report. I'll let us go then. The timing is just right. Lin Fan took the little girl by the hand and walked out of the city lord's manor. Outside, a vast sea of people had gathered. The skeptical commoners, upon seeing the mountainous piles of grain and silver at the gates, finally believed that the tyrants of Yunguei City were truly dead. As for the gold, spirit stones, and cultivation resources, Lin Fan took them all. Such items were unsuitable to be left behind. The commoners could not protect them, and possessing them might very well cost them their lives. Nan. Just as Lin Fan stepped out, a woman came running toward them, weeping bitterly as she threw her arms around the little girl. Thank you, Marquis. Thank you. You are the great savior of our family. Moments later, the woman collected herself and hastily knelt to kowtow. To ordinary citizens, the exact significance of a marquis was unclear, but they knew that kneeling in gratitude was undoubtedly the right thing to do. Very well, take the child home and care for her well. Make sure she does not wander off again. To Lin Fan, this was but a trivial matter. Whether it was the little girl or anyone else, as long as he crossed paths with them, he simply could not stand by and do nothing. This scene was witnessed by countless onlookers. It was the very first time these impoverished people had ever seen a high official so gentle and devoid of arrogant pretension. We pay our respects to the Marquis. More and more people fell to their knees. Please rise, everyone. The evil forces led by the Yun family have been thoroughly eradicated by this Marquis. I shall petition the Empress to dispatch officials to take charge of the city. These supplies were plundered by Yun Xiao and his men, and it is only right they are returned to you. Now please line up and receive them one by one. Having achieved his desired effect, it was time for Lin Fan to depart. Lin Fan left the remaining tasks to the city guards. With agents of the Eastern Depot watching from the shadows, none dared to cause trouble. My lord, we must depart. According to our intelligence, the nearest assassins are less than 100 miles away. They will arrive in less than half an hour. Xiao Jingquan, of course, did not fear these assassins. He merely worried about any unforeseen mishaps that might harm Lin Fan, which would be an unforgivable failure. Xiao Jingquan, leave 2,000 men to accompany us and disperse the rest across the state of Xiao to gather intelligence. This was the decision Lin Fan had made the moment he acquired the White Horse Volunteers. With the protection of the White Horse Volunteers, there was no longer any need to hide on the journey ahead, and it was time for the Eastern Depot to focus on what they did best. Understood, my lord. Ever since Jianwei and Gongsunzan appeared, Xiao Zhengchun knew that the Marquis had somehow raised an army. 10 minutes later, the group departed smoothly. Not far from Yunguei City, Lin Fan summoned the 100,000 White Horse Volunteers. With white steeds, silver spears, and bows at the ready, the sudden appearance of 100,000 soldiers was an incredibly magnificent sight. In the history of Huaxiao, though the White Horse volunteers were ultimately destroyed by Chu Yi, their sheer power was undeniable, especially their mobility, which ranked among the very best in historical records. Back then, with only 3,000 men, the White Horse volunteers had forged an illustrious reputation. In the vast history of Huaxiao, where countless legendary legions emerged, they still held a prominent place, a testament to their formidable nature. Gongsun Zan, we shall head straight for Hefeng City next. I leave any trouble along the way to you. Jian Wei excelled in combat, but lacked commanding skills, while Qing was purely a sword fanatic. Only Gongsun Zan possessed the qualities of a true commander. After all, the White Horse volunteers were trained by his own hand. 10,000 horses galloping, surrounded by a grand retinue. This was the life Lin Fan truly yearned for. No matter what, his decision to leave the royal capital had been entirely correct. Otherwise, even with the aid of the system, it would have been nearly impossible to grow under the watchful eyes of the royal family and various factions. As for any future attempts by Xiao Meier to deal with him, it would no longer be so simple. And so Lin Fan and his entourage departed in a grand and imposing manner. Not long after they left, the pursuers finally arrived. After some investigation, they finally uncovered the truth of what had transpired in Yungue City. Overcoming their shock, they hastily sent the intelligence back. The situation was spiraling further out of control. The shock that Lin Fan, once deemed a useless fool, had delivered to everyone was far too immense, completely exceeding all expectations. In the world of martial artists, there were always peculiar methods of communication. Before long, various factions learned of Lin Fan's deeds. Xiao Meier in particular stared at the report in her hands, unable to regain her composure for a long time. Has the intelligence been verified? Xiao Meier asked, unwilling to believe it. Your Majesty, it has been confirmed. The expert by Lin Fan's side is at least a martial venerable. Furthermore, he is guarded by mysterious experts whose cultivation is at least at the martial general level, numbering as many as 10,000. Furthermore, when Lin Fan departed Yungue City, 100,000 cavalrymen welcomed him outside. They are highly disciplined and uniformly equipped, clearly a main combat legion likely sent to escort him. Though these reports sounded like pure fantasy, wondering how a useless fool confined to the royal capital for over a decade could achieve this. Repeated verifications confirmed that the news was entirely true. Could this be the preparation of Lin Wudi? No, that is impossible. Lin Wudi has been dead for 10 years. How could he have left behind so many soldiers? Even if he did leave a contingency plan, it could never be of this scale. Xiao Meier fell into deep confusion. How on earth had Lin Fan managed this? Over the years, he had lived under the constant surveillance of the royal family, theoretically possessing no secrets whatsoever. Xiao Meier was utterly perplexed. If Lin Wudi were still alive, it would be understandable for the Lin family to possess such hidden strength. But Lin Wudi had been dead for so many years, and the royal family, having used every means at their disposal, had long since wiped out the Lin family's partisans. What was more, so many people had appeared at the same time, without the slightest hint beforehand. How could an ordinary person or an ordinary force accomplish such a feat? Even the ambitious feudal lords, whatever strength they might have, the royal family had a rough idea of it. That brat Lin Fan, the moment he left the royal capital, had stirred up such a commotion, catching Xiao Meier completely off guard. Passed the order to General Xing, time mobilized troops to annihilate these people and bring Lin Fan back to me alive. Xiao Meier had changed her mind. Lin Fan could not be allowed to die just yet. The Lin family or Lin Fan himself must be hiding a secret unknown to others, or an unknown force was secretly assisting him. If she failed to get to the bottom of it, Xiao Meier would not be able to sleep or eat in peace. Have there been any unusual movements from those men of the Jinghua army? Xiao Meier also wanted to use this matter to eliminate the remnants of the Jinghua army. Your Majesty, none of them have stirred at all. It seems they simply do not care whether Lin Fan lives or dies. The shadowy operative answered swiftly. This was exactly in line with Xiao Meier's expectations. After all these years, these people had long since changed. But where had these 100,000 white horse cavalry come from? White horses were not rare. What was rare was the number, a full 100,000 without a single trace of mixed color. This required not only powerful backing, but also immense financial resources. Nothing an ordinary person or force could achieve. Yet Lin Fan had somehow pulled it off. How could this not send a chill of dread through Xiao Meier? Have any of the feudal lords made a move? This too was a matter of great concern to Xiao Meier. These lords were waiting for an excuse to leap out and cause trouble over Lin Fan's affair, and it was unclear what they were plotting at this moment. Your Majesty, they have made no further moves for now. However, they will soon learn of Lin Fan's situation, and what actions they will take is still unknown. All sides were maneuvering. Everyone knew the intentions behind their games, but the means each would employ depended on their own capabilities. Very well, keep a close watch on everyone's movements and pass the order. Lin Fan must not be allowed to escape. At this moment, Xiao Meier regretted her decision. If she had kept Lin Fan confined in the royal capital, none of this would have happened. 100,000 cavalry, or even 1,000,000 would be useless once they reached the capital. But now that Lin Fan had left, Xiao Meier was beyond her reach. After all, there were certain powers of the royal family that could not be mobilized. Even Xiao Meier did not have the authority to use them. What Xiao Meier could not foresee was that these so-called trump cards and used at this moment would never again find a chance to be deployed. Meanwhile, news of Lin Fan had reached countless factions. Disbelief was everyone's first reaction, followed by suspicion. Could someone be secretly aiding him? Yet there was not the slightest trace of evidence to prove it. Thus, each faction responded in its own way. Some watched from the sidelines, some sent assassins, some sought to win him over, and so on. Meanwhile, Lin Fan was racing along the road to Haifeng City. How wonderful freedom feels. Lin Fan wished he could let out a loud shout, but he could not. From this moment on, he was no longer a worthless wretch desperately struggling to survive. Lin Fan was the man to whom over 100,000 people pledged their loyalty. While these people were risking their lives for him, Lin Fan had to consider their interests as well. The provisions seized from killing Yun Xiao together with those rewarded by the system would last Lin Fan a long time. Thus the march proceeded at great speed. He did not enter even the cities along the way, causing those cities to remain on edge for nothing. 8 more days passed in this manner until he was within a hair's breadth of Huangzhou. Once he stepped into Huangzhou territory, it would take only a few days for Lin Fan to reach Haifeng City. The smooth journey did not make Lin Fan lower his guard. Crises often strike at the moment one is most relaxed. Marquis scouts report that a massive enemy force is blocking our route ahead. Moreover, many experts of unknown identity have appeared ahead of us. Xiao Jingxuan, upon receiving the intelligence, hurriedly reported to Lin Fan. That's more like it. Xiao Meier would never simply let me go. Besides, my status as heir of the Prince of Jinbei still carries some weight. Not a few people have designs on me. Lin Fan said with self-mockery. The upheaval at Yungue City had been so great that no faction could possibly remain ignorant of it. With a large army protecting him and masters accompanying him, any action by ordinary people would be meaningless, so these forces were bound to change their strategies. If he waited until he reached Haifeng City, he would legitimately become the Marquis of Beiwang. Without sufficient justification, who would dare to start a war? After all, the Xiao state had not yet completely descended into chaos. Although frictions were breaking out all over Xiao state, and small-scale wars had never ceased with so many cavalry under his command who could do anything to him in a minor engagement. More importantly, no one knew what other trump cards Lin Fan held, so now was the best opportunity. Tianyan City was a major military stronghold guarding Qingzhou. 1,000,000 troops of the Xiao state were stationed there, and it was also the only route Lin Fan had to take on his way to Haifeng City. The reason this city remained in the royal family's hands was chiefly because the commanding General Xing Tai had a grudge against Qiao Weining, the governor of Qingzhou. The two had been enemies for years. Moreover, Governor Qiao Weining was himself quite powerful, and the Qingzhou army was extremely formidable. Xing Tai, being nominally subordinate to Xiao state and lacking sufficient strength, could only rely on the Xiao royal family to oppose Qiao Weining. Only thus could he have a chance to avenge himself. It was precisely because the royal family recognized this that they could control this 1,000,000-strong army. Grand General Lin Fan and his company are less than 100 li away and will arrive soon. Xing Tai, who had been weighing the pros and cons, was interrupted by his subordinate. Give the order to form battle formations and block Lin Fan's path. With Xing Tai's command, the 1,000,000-strong army deployed into formation and stood in the way of Lin Fan's advance. Having learned of the situation, Lin Fan had no intention of stopping. Having fled the royal capital this time, he had been holding back a bellyful of anger. The grievances of all these years needed to be vented. And the might of the White Horse Cavalry was not something an ordinary legion could match. Lin Fan intended to fight his way through openly and honorably. Venting his anger was secondary. The primary goal was to send a warning to all the factions. At the same time, in a certain place in Qingzhou, countless forces were gathering. My lord Lin Fan may well be the spark that topples Xiao state's rule. Should we help him out? Qiao Weining, the governor of Qingzhou, was also watching the matter closely. As one of the ambitious feudal lords, he wanted to filch enough benefits from this affair. We'll see. According to intelligence, Lin Fan's cavalry is by no means weak. If the battle turns against Lin Fan, we will step in to stop it. Lin Wudi, the Grand General who had devoted himself wholeheartedly to the state, had been destroyed by the royal Xiao family, in league with unknown forces. This was no secret, and it was also the best justification for Lin Fan to raise an army in revolt. As long as Lin Fan was willing, one raised arm call would surely rally the feudal lords across the realm. Of course, these people had no real intention of avenging Lin Wudi. Their purposes went without saying. The White Horse volunteers advanced swiftly, showing no sign of halting, while Xing Tai's troops had no intention of yielding the road. A great battle was about to erupt. For Xing Tai, whether Lin Fan lived or died was none of his concern, yet he could not disregard Xiao Meier's command, for doing so would cost him the very foundation of his revenge. Therefore, this battle was unavoidable. In cavalry warfare, the key lay in the charge. Neither side bothered to exchange words or reveal their identities. With unspoken mutual understanding, the great battle commenced. Xing Tai's army boasted a nominal 1,000,000 troops, but in truth its elite numbered only around 100,000, and even these so-called elites were merely at the martial master level. As for troops composed of martial generals, only Xing Tai's personal guard qualified, numbering no more than 2,000. How could they compare to a 100,000-strong army of martial generals? Cavalry, heavy armored infantry, foot soldiers. No matter what type of troops stood in the way under the leadership of Gongsun's on a martial venerable, with the aid of 10 martial monarchs, the blocking legions collapsed in defeat one after another. For a moment soldiers and horses tumbled, blood flowed across the field, and piercing screams filled the entire battlefield. How is this possible? How can these people be so powerful? Watching from a distance, Xing Tai immediately perceived the unfavorable turn of the battle. These riders were all lightly armored, not heavily armored cavalry clad to the teeth. Yet it was these light cavalry who easily smashed through his heavy cavalry and countless infantry legions. What did this indicate? There was only one explanation: these individuals were vastly stronger than his own troops on a one-on-one basis. Quickly mobilize the other legions. We must hold them back and not let these riders break through so easily. As long as we restrict their cavalry speed, we still have a chance to win. My lords, it's up to you now. Ordinary soldiers won't hold these people for long. With a 1,000,000-strong army blocking the way, how could Xing Tai easily give up? Moreover, Xing Tai's overall strategy was not flawed. If cavalry could not build up speed, they would lose their advantage. Unfortunately, Xing Tai had never witnessed a 100,000-strong martial general legion, otherwise he would not have sent his men to their deaths. Xing Tai did not join the fray himself. He was merely at the martial venerable realm, and even amid the vast army, he could not guarantee absolute safety. With his great vengeance unfulfilled, why would he risk his life? Those whom Xing Tai placed his hopes on were naturally the agents of the Royal Dark Division. After leaving the royal capital, they had headed straight for Tianyu City, lying in wait there like a fisherman waiting for the rabbit to crash into the tree stump. As for whether Lin Fan would die along the way, that was none of their concern. All they had to do was hold the final line of defense. The Dark Division agents were mysterious and no one spoke in reply, but their bodies shot forward without hesitation, heading straight for Lin Fan. Before long, Lin Fan's side noticed something amiss. "Marquis, someone's coming. They look like experts," Dian Wei said, drawing the twin halberds from his waist with an excited grin. Finally, some worthy opponents had arrived. Meanwhile, Qing also drew her sword. "Go on, they're all yours." Both of these two were battle-hungry, and they would never let such an opportunity slip by. Soon the two sides clashed. The Dark Division had sent only 10 people, 1 martial venerable and 9 martial monarchs, clearly showing their determination to kill Lin Fan at all costs. Moreover, aside from the Dark Division agents, there were other unidentified figures wearing veils also attacking toward Lin Fan. These people must have been dispatched by other factions. Dian Wei alone intercepted the martial venerable and 5 martial monarchs, engaging them in battle. The rest were blocked by Qing alone. The Eastern Depot agents, having received no orders, did not act, instead gathering around Lin Fan. Dian Wei was thrilled. His heavy twin halberds, light as feathers in his hands, whirled up and down as he brandished them. The Dark Division agents had clearly not expected this burly man to be so formidable. Caught off guard, 1 martial monarch was pierced through and killed by a single halberd thrust the moment they exchanged blows. The remaining agents dared not slacken. They swarmed Dian Wei with ferocious attacks, seeking an opening to deliver a killing blow. The Dark Division operatives were nearly all death warriors, specially trained, calm of mind, and utterly fearless. The two sides fought back and forth, each giving as good as they got. Lin Fan sighed inwardly. These death warriors who held their own lives so cheap were truly a headache. He recalled that the Lin family had once possessed a group just like them, each one cold and sinister to the extreme. Unfortunately, when Lin Wudi was ambushed, these death warriors became the first casualties of the general's estate. As for Lin Fan, he had been fortunate back then. Lin Wudi, sensing that disaster might strike, had sent Lin Fan to his maternal grandfather's home ahead of time, allowing him to escape the catastrophe. Through various manipulations and political struggles, Lin Fan had become a figure the royal family found impossible to shake off. Now he had once again become a pawn in the games of many factions. Before Lin Fan could dwell on these thoughts, Gongsun Zan led the White Horse Volunteers in scattering the enemy troops blocking the path. "Marquis, the enemy is routed. This is the perfect chance for us to leave." Glancing at Qing and Dian Wei, who were still fighting, Lin Fan decided not to wait any longer. "General Gongsun Chao Jingshan, take your men and swiftly eliminate these people." He had originally intended to leave the enemies to Dian Wei and Qing for a good fight, but this was clearly not the right moment. It would have to wait for another time. With 2 martial venerables and over a dozen martial monarchs joining the fray, the already battered enemies collapsed even further. Within less than 5 minutes, every assassin who had come was slain to their bitter regret. "Let's go. Break through the enemy lines and leave Qingzhou." This time Lin Fan and the others all joined the charging force. Once they left Qingzhou, the armies here would be beyond reach. Although Huangzhou had lacked a single ruler dominating the entire prefecture since Lin Wudi's death, the strength of the various prefectures and cities was not weak. To protect their own interests, these factions would unite when Huangzhou faced a threat. Even mortal enemies who fought to the death in peacetime would set aside their grudges when outsiders invaded. After the external threat was resolved, they would resume their deadly feuds. This was the style of Huangzhou. Especially after Lin Wudi's death, the people of Huangzhou had grown even more fierce and unyielding. The armies of Qingzhou would never lightly cross the border and provoke a war. General, the enemy cavalry is extremely powerful. We have already lost tens of thousands of troops, yet we cannot stop their advance in the slightest. There was no need for the report. Xing Tai could already see the situation on the battlefield, especially the Dark Division. They had not only failed to accomplish anything, but had thrown away their lives for nothing. Order the rear guard to clear the main road. Xing Tai reluctantly issued the command. Only by doing so could he avoid even greater losses. The situation was now perfectly clear. Xing Tai's forces simply could not stop Lin Fan unless Xiao Weining himself took action. Xiao Weining, the governor of Qingzhou, commanded far stronger legions and was himself a martial emperor. Only if he struck could they possibly keep Lin Fan from escaping. But Xing Tai knew that Xiao Weining would never make a move. That man wished nothing more than for Xiao Nation to descend into chaos. In that case, there was no need for his own men to charge forward and die in vain. Let Lin Fan go and leave the royal family to worry. After all, he bore no grudge against Lin Fan. If not for his strength being inferior to Xiao Weining's, Xing Tai would never have had to swallow the royal family's arrogance. Not long after, Lin Fan and his party, protected by an army of one, broke through the Lin Fan, did not enter Tianyu City. Instead, he circled the city, heading straight for Huangzhou. My lord, the road ahead is basically clear. We can head straight for Haifeng City. At most 3 days we will reach it. Xiao Jingshun breathed a sigh of relief as well. This side possessed considerable strength, yet they still feared accidents, for Lin Fan's own prowess was not formidable. If a warrior emperor realm figure appears, they will be troublesome. We will press on at full speed. You do not enter any cities along the way, just keep moving. There were more than a dozen cities between here and Haifeng City, and Lin Fan did not wish to waste time. Moreover, these cities could not be entered at will. Each city housed tens of thousands of guards, and once the gates were closed, cavalry assaults would be impractical. Besides, there was no need. Thus, Lin Fan embarked on the final leg of the journey. Meanwhile, the news of Lin Fan breaking through Tianyu City spread far and wide. Your Majesty, General Xing Tai's army of 1,000,000 could not stop Lin Fan. This is like letting a tiger return to the mountains. Please quickly devise a method to deal with Lin Fan. In the palace, intelligence from the hidden faction had arrived. Xiao Meier frowned deeply. She never imagined Lin Fan would bring her such trouble. Had she known, she would not have allowed Lin Fan to depart. The issue is that Lin Fan has been ordered to return to his fief. I cannot openly launch an attack, and I cannot act in this way either. If we move, other feudal lords will react, and the situation will be hard to control. External threats and internal strife left the ambitious Xiao Meier with uneasy footing. If not for the royal family's hidden power, the Xiao Kingdom might have already fallen into chaos. The Xiao Kingdom comprises 18 provinces, each quite powerful. Except for Huangzhou, where Lin Wudi has fallen and no military commander has emerged, the other provinces each boast one to several martial emperors. Without these lords' divergent minds preventing unity, the royal house might not withstand. To the north of the Xiao Kingdom lies the renowned beast forest of the prosperous age continent, home to countless demon clans and orcs. These fellows often harass Zhao's borders. Fortunately, Huangzhou stands at the front. This beast forest is a branch of the Beast Mountain range, yet it harbors numerous formidable beasts lurking within. To the west of the Xiao Kingdom lies an endless sea, home to various sea peoples, though the sea folk prefer the ocean to land life and rarely trouble Xiao. In the other two directions, Zhao's main enemies lie: to the south, the One Nation, another human realm, and to the east, the barbarian nation formed by the Eastern barbarians. Borders in these directions are unstable, constantly flaring with friction and wars, especially the barbarians, who view humanity as sustenance and frequently raid Xiao, plundering its population. These external threats forced the Xiao Kingdom's lords to be wary. Outward peace merely rested on this balance, especially since the main forces were in the south and east, making it difficult to suppress the feudal lords. Set Lin Fan's matter aside for now and see how Huangzhou cities respond. Lately, the Hidden Service must not only keep a close eye on the provincial lords, but also watch the eastern barbarians. This tribe has reached a time of scarcity, and war will not be far. Savages are warlike, but not skilled at production, especially the barbarians and uncivilized folk who eat anything, including people. Each year they launch raids to plunder Zhao's resources and population. Coincidentally, the movements of the eastern barbarians gave Lin Fan time to grow. The royal family can do little, but other lords and murky powers would not let Lin Fan off easily. They hoped Lin Fan would strike the first blow so that these forces could rise up together. Thus, various responses emerged, and Lin Fan would face new trials. 3 days later, Lin Fan finally reached Haifeng City. Nearly a month of wind and rain and hunger had at last paid off. Looking at the towering walls, Lin Fan felt his mood surge. From this moment on, this place would be his, and he would shape its fate without others interfering. My lord, the East Chamber reports that the various clans within Haifeng City do not welcome your arrival, especially the former city lord Ding Yang, who had long regarded Haifeng City as his own, yet did not expect the emperor to grant it to you. Moreover, this Ding Yang is the prefect of Qingyang Prefecture. Ding Jin, a member of the Ding family. In Huangzhou, hundreds of major cities are divided into 8 prefectures. Each city and prefecture is bound by countless ties, cooperating yet opposing each other. Huangzhou's internal strife never ends. This is something the kingdom has long understood, yet no one cares leaving things as they are. But Lin Fan loves such a chaotic environment. Only in disorder can he seize an opportunity. Whoever he is, since I have come, Haifeng City is mine and no one can take it away. If the Ding family stonewalls me, I might even claim Qingyang Prefecture. Lin Fan felt a surge of pride. He was no longer the meek heir who hid to survive. My lord, Ding Yang is approaching with his people to greet you. Lin Fan was quite surprised that Ding Yang, rather than clinging to the city lord's seat, did not obstruct him, and even came personally to greet him. Yet Lin Fan knew that the more such people there were, the more dangerous they would be. Outward flattery belied some hidden plot. Come, let us go meet Lord Ding Yang. Chao Jingchuan arranged for Don Chong to investigate Haifeng City's situation and monitor the movements of every family. These people share a common interest. A Lin Fan's sudden appearance will disrupt their interests, and Lin Fan must guard against that. I am Ding Yang, lord of Haifeng City. I bow to you, my lord. Ding Yang, a scholar in midlife, looked well kept. Lord Ding Yang, you have my thanks for your trouble. This time my coming will affect you greatly. Do you blame me? This is not a test, but a prod. I want to tell Ding Yang that I know you're discontent, but you must hold your tongue. If you act, you must consider the consequences carefully. Sir, I am an official of the kingdom, and all movements are at the king's command. Ding Yang first regarded Lin Fan seriously, as if trying to discern what this youth could do to survive, to reach Haifeng City. At the same time, Ding Yang cared most about the countless troops behind Lin Fan. Where had such an army appeared? If not for their arrival, he would not have shown such courtesy. That is fine. Ding Yang's small schemes would not escape Lin Fan. Lin Fan was unfazed, for with Ding Yang alone no waves would rise. Please enter the city, my lord. I have prepared a banquet to greet you and wash away any dust of travel. Regardless, Ding Yang's hospitality was meticulous. Looking at the smiling Ding Yang, Fan Lin knew the man was a wolverine in sheep's clothing. There is no need for a welcome banquet. Let us attend to official business first. We should complete the handover, and this marquis also needs to understand the situation in Black Wind City. Upon hearing Fan Lin's words, Ding Yang involuntarily clenched his fists, clearly unwilling to accept this, but under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he dared not disobey, especially knowing that a martial venerable expert stood by Fan Lin's side. The Ding family was considered a second-rate clan in Xiao Kingdom, with many martial emperors among its members, yet not a single martial venerable existed within the lineage. Since that is so, this subordinate obeys your orders. Please, Marquis, proceed to the city lord's mansion. The Ding family had long planned for Fan Lin's arrival, and Ding Yang was in no hurry. He hurriedly invited Fan Lin into the city. Gongsun Zan, I order you to take over the city defenses. All city guards shall set up camp and await further orders. As Fan Lin walked toward the city, he issued his commands. Entrusting such a vast fortress to others did not sit well with him. Although the White Horse archers were not particularly skilled at defending cities, their cultivation base ensured that Gongsun Zan would have no trouble handling this task. This subordinate accepts the order. Gongsun Zan understood that this would be Fan Lin's future stronghold, and security naturally took precedence above all else. My lord, the Black Wind City Guards are all elite soldiers carefully selected. Their defensive capabilities pose no issue, so there is no need to trouble your generals. Ding Yang was deeply dissatisfied with Fan Lin's arrangement. Not only was this a blatant power grab, but once the city guards were restrained, many matters would become inconvenient to handle. It is of no consequence. My people will only temporarily take over the city defenses. I will make detailed arrangements later. Whether you like it or not, henceforth Black Wind City will bear the surname Lin. Ding Yang lacked the ability to resist, and could only go along with it, leading Fan Lin's party into the city. As they just passed through the city gate, Fan Lin paused, then revealed a meaningful smile. Ding, congratulations to the host for safely arriving at Black Wind City and successfully completing the mission. Special rewards are as follows: 1 Legion summoning quota, 1 group summoning quota, 2 character summoning quotas, 10 sets each of weapons and equipment blueprints, 1,000 low-grade pills of Jinyuan Dan and Liantian Dan, respectively, provisions of grain, and 1 million taels of gold. This was the first mission Fan Lin had triggered, and it was finally complete. Ding mission triggered: control Black Wind City and eliminate potential threats. Mission reward unknown. The mission completion was within Fan Lin's expectations since he had already arrived at Black Wind City. However, he did not anticipate that a new mission would trigger so quickly, indicating that there were quite a few opponents within the city. Although Black Wind City was located in a remote area, its proximity to the Demon Beast Forest meant that countless mercenaries, hunters, and other adventurers passed through, making the city relatively prosperous. Walking through the streets, Fan Lin could feel that the local customs here were indeed far more unruly than those in the royal capital. So many soldiers entering the city did not frighten the citizens, who instead they had the leisure to watch. Such a sight would be unthinkable in the capital. Lord Ding, may I ask how many factions exist within Black Wind City? And why are you the only one here to welcome this marquis? If those parties had not received news, that would be impossible. Yet none appeared. Was this some form of protest? My lord, Black Wind City has dozens of families as well as over a dozen gang factions. These people are unruly and untamed. This subordinate lacks the authority to summon them. Ding Yang appeared to be complaining, but in truth, he was letting Fan Lin know that gaining control of Black Wind City would not be so simple. Oh, it does not matter. This marquis has only just arrived. I am confident that before long these people will understand what sort of person I am. Fan Lin spoke with deep meaning. If these fellows refused to recognize their betters, then there was no fault of Fan Lin's. Soon the group arrived at the city lord's mansion, where they completed a series of handover procedures. From this moment onward, Fan Lin was the city lord of Black Wind City, and the city had become his fiefdom. All major and minor affairs were to be decided by Fan Lin alone. My lord, the handover is complete. This subordinate takes his leave. I still need to pack my belongings, and will depart for the prefectural capital in a few days. Ding Yang was very cooperative, and was eager to leave once the affairs were settled. But Fan Lin knew that a few days was vague, and its exact meaning remained unknown. Neither man wished to indulge in hollow pleasantries, and Fan Lin made no effort to detain Ding Yang. Xiao Jingchuan, send someone to inventory the storehouses, and see what supplies this fellow Ding Yang has left for us. Although Fan Lin knew Ding Yang would not leave anything substantial, he still wished to examine the situation. After days of travel, Fan Lin was somewhat weary, but this was hardly the time to rest. There were many aspects of Black Wind City that Fan Lin did not yet understand, and all of them required his personal attention. However, Fan Lin was in no hurry. The Eastern Depot investigation also required time, so he took this opportunity to review his mission rewards. Ding, congratulations to the host for using 1 Legion summoning quota. You have obtained the Martial Level Legion, the Zhanfeng squad of 50,000 warriors, along with General Gao Shan at the Martial Venerable Level 10 subordinate generals at the Martial Emperor level, and 50 Martial Kings. Ding, congratulations to the host for using 1 group summoning quota. You have obtained the Martial Level Special Unit, the Eastern Depot, consisting of 50,000 warriors. Ding, congratulations to the host for using 1 character summoning quota. You have obtained the Martial Venerable Limited Expert Guijia. Ding, congratulations to the host for using 1 character summoning quota. You have obtained the Peak Transcendence Expert Yin Shisan. A critical burst had occurred. He had actually obtained Yin Shisan, a Peak Transcendence Expert, which was entirely beyond Fan Lin's expectations. A Peak Transcendence Expert was like a strategic deterrent in Xiao Kingdom. Even if the Xiao Kingdom royal family possessed Transcendence Experts, they would surely be no match for Yin Shisan. With this, Fan Lin could finally rest completely at ease. In Fan Lin's understanding, within this region of Xiao Kingdom, only the overwhelmingly powerful 7-star sect, Shifeng Hall, possessed Transcendence Experts, and possibly even Daoentry Realm experts seated at the Mountain Gate. However, figures such as those would certainly not move casually. Within the limited time available, they were all in deep seclusion, striving to break through their cultivation and extend their lifespan. Only when the very survival of their sect was at stake would they reveal themselves. Fan Lin had no entanglement with Shifeng Hall, so they would certainly not deploy their full strength to deal with him. By the time a confrontation truly arose, Fan Lin's own strength would have undergone earth-shaking changes. As for Xiao Kingdom itself, there were definitely no Daoentry experts, but whether Transcendence experts existed was unknown to Fan Lin. He guessed that Xiao Kingdom likely had some, though none particularly formidable. Otherwise, the royal family would not have acted so urgently to eliminate Lin Wudi back then. Lin Wudi's talent was extraordinarily profound. Once he broke through to the Transcendence realm, even ordinary Transcendence experts would be no match for him, and the royal house would find it difficult to control him, leaving them no choice but to strike prematurely. Regarding the martial cultivation realms, each major realm contained 5 minor stages: early, middle, late, peak, and limit. The power gap between each stage was significant, yet for those with transcendent talent, fighting across realm boundaries was not impossible. Clearly, Yin Shisan was precisely that kind of transcendent genius. In Lin Fan's eyes, Yin Shisan possessed peerless talent, even surpassing that of his own father Lin Wudi. In other words, Yin Shisan was undoubtedly an invincible existence within the transcendent realm. As for whether he could defeat someone in the Daoentry realm, Lin Fan had no way of judging, but he reasoned that Yin Shisan could at least trade a few blows with such a master. With 1 transcendent, 2 martial venerables, 10 martial emperors, 50 martial kings, and 100,000 martial generals, Lin Fan's power had once again skyrocketed. Beyond securing the Grand Master, Yin Shisan, Lin Fan cared even more about Guijia and Gao Shan. The saying, "If Guojia does not die, Wulong will not emerge," was more than enough to illustrate Guojia's sheer brilliance, rendering further elaboration unnecessary. Whether in strategic planning or political administration, Guojia possessed outstanding capabilities. This was of immense help to Lin Fan. Having just acquired a city with a population of hundreds of thousands, there were many matters he was neither skilled in nor had the time to manage. Guojia's arrival meant that Lin Fan would no longer have to worry about municipal administration. As for Gao Shun, what captured Lin Fan's attention, aside from the legendary camp-crushing regiment, was his extraordinary ability to train soldiers. The Xiao Kingdom comprised 18 provinces, with each province containing roughly 10 prefectures and about 100 cities. Each city was garrisoned by approximately 50,000 troops, not to mention the main combat legions of the Xiao Kingdom. All things considered, the seemingly minor Xiao Kingdom boasted a population of billions and a total military strength of over 100 million. With such a vast army and territory, it was somewhat unrealistic for Lin Fan to rely solely on legions summoned by the system to contend with and govern them. At least it was unmanageable in the short term. And this was merely the small Xiao Kingdom. Lin Fan had no intention of giving up on the even broader world beyond. Guided by the system, if he could not stand at the absolute peak to behold the scenery, would that not make him utterly incompetent? Furthermore, a significant portion of the populace in the Xiao Kingdom possessed cultivation, and these individuals could easily be organized into legions. Whether for foreign conquests or city defense, manpower was indispensable. Yet Lin Fan held the existing legions of the Xiao Kingdom in low regard. Not only did they owe their allegiances elsewhere, but their strength and combat effectiveness fell far short of his standards. This was evident from the military forces Lin Fan had encountered along his journey. Consequently, generals skilled in training troops became of paramount importance. And Gao Shun was a preeminent master in this regard. It could be said that the arrival of these three individuals resolved several pressing concerns weighing on Lin Fan's mind. Without further ado, Lin Fan summoned the camp-crushing regiment and the Eastern Depot personnel into a concealed location outside the city. Following that, he summoned Gao Shun, Guojia, and Yin Shisan. Gao Shun, broad-shouldered and heavily built, was instantly recognizable as a fierce general of the battlefield. Guojia, though dressed in the robes of a scholar, was not to be underestimated. He too was a formidable martial venerable. Yin Shisan was solitary and desolate, presenting the unmistakable aura of a cold-blooded assassin who viewed human life as mere grass. In their original worlds, each of these individuals possessed their own brilliant grace, yet none met a pleasant end. Gao Shun was executed for refusing to surrender. Guojia met an untimely death, and Yin Shisan sacrificed himself to his demonic sword. "Greetings, Marquis," they said, bowing respectfully. Lin Fan quickly stepped forward to raise them up. These men were now his core retinue. While they might not be all-powerful, yet they provided Lin Fan with the fundamental bedrock to rise to power within this small corner of the Xiao Kingdom. Xiao Jingchuanyu and General Gao shall head out of the city to escort the camp-crushing regiment inside. They will take over the city's defenses. Order Gongsun Zan to station his forces outside the city, and you will coordinate all necessary supplies. At the same time, I will grant you another 50,000 Eastern Depot personnel. Aside from a select few to remain here, dispatch the rest across the various regions of the Xiao Kingdom. The camp-crushing regiment consisted of heavy infantry, which was not entirely suited for city defense, but they were still a far better choice than cavalry. Besides, defending a city did not strictly require standing atop the ramparts. Having the White Horse volunteers stationed outside allowed for greater maneuverability and tactical flexibility. As for the Eastern Depot personnel, Lin Fan decided to develop them into his personal intelligence network, making their dispersal throughout the Xiao Kingdom highly appropriate. Summoning such a massive number of people all at once within the city lord's manor was out of the question, as it would be impossible to explain. It was far more prudent to handle this outside the city walls. Receiving his orders, Qiao Zhengchun departed. Well aware of the critical importance of intelligence, and now possessing ample manpower, he knew he had to deploy them swiftly to maximize their utility. "Shisan, my personal safety is in your hands. Currently, you are the strongest among us." It was best to keep this peerless master by his side, ensuring he would have no cause to fear enemy assassination. Without a word, Yin Shisan nodded and faded into the shadows. "Feng Xiao, your arrival has truly relieved my most pressing anxiety. Though Heifeng City is not large, it still has a population of hundreds of thousands. I have no administrative experience, so I must rely heavily on your efforts in this matter. A single man worth 1,000,000 troops." This phrase perfectly describes someone like Guojia. "Marquis, though I possess but meager talent, I am willing to devote my utmost efforts to serve you," Guojia replied. If Guojia lacked talent, who did? These scholar-class individuals were always so hypocritical, no humble. "Feng Xiao, feel free to act as you see fit. If you encounter any insurmountable difficulties, we shall discuss and resolve them together." Lin Fan offered him this reassurance. He was not the type of master who could not tolerate his subordinates' brilliance, but what mattered most was that they could ease his burdens. Since these individuals possessed absolute loyalty, Lin Fan had nothing to worry about. "My lord, the warehouses in the city have been thoroughly audited. Here are the ledgers. Additionally, the situations of the various local clans have also been investigated, reported in Eastern Depot Chiliarch who had just entered. Lin Fan took the documents and reviewed them. Sure enough, that fellow Ding Yang had left him practically nothing. Only a symbolic amount of grain, while everything of value had been cleared out. As for the local clans, their situation aligned closely with Lin Fan's expectations. Almost none of them welcomed his arrival, and they were already secretly plotting something. Lin Fan handed the intelligence reports to Guojia, wishing to hear his perspective. Marquis, the local clans in the city are of no concern. We possess an army of over 100,000 along with the omnipresent spies of the Eastern Depot. Should they dare to make a move, whether they live or die is entirely up to your word. For us, stable development is currently of paramount importance. Relatively speaking, the threat from the prefectural capital is far greater. The Ding family controls 8 surrounding cities and can mobilize hundreds of thousands of troops at any moment. Although the combat power of our legions makes defeating these forces, led primarily by city guards, an easy task, there are still disadvantages for us. Setting aside wartime casualties and consumed resources, if we display too much strength, we will inevitably arouse the wariness of the regional lords of Qingzhou, Xiaozhou, Haizhou, and Yizhou. Should the royal court instigate further conflict combined with Qingtai, we might find ourselves besieged by an army of tens of millions. Though this possibility is remote, it cannot be entirely ruled out. Therefore, we must prioritize stability for now, refrain from hasty expansion, and simultaneously establish more legions. Hefeng City is an ideal location. It does not lack adventurers and desperate outlaws. If we recruit them and train them into a main combat legion, they will rapidly develop formidable combat strength. Having just materialized in this world, it was truly remarkable that Guojia could offer such comprehensive counsel based solely on the information provided by the system. His plan was to play it safe, though unless there were system tasks, some things had to be done. My lord, we are backed by the Beast Forest. This lies on a spur of the Beast Mountain range, and within it there are many beasts, as well as some orc clans, though their strength isn't very great. We could first set our development goals in the Beast Forest. Guojia proposed a point Lin Fan hadn't expected, the Beast Forest itself. For countless years, humans have kept to a defensive stance toward the Beast Forest. As long as the fierce beasts stay within the forest, no one would venture into attack. Both sides maintain a surface peace, and only when the beasts multiply and a beast tide erupts would there be a great war. Beast tides occur rarely, and large-scale tides are a once-in-a-century event. When a large beast tide appears, a country like the Xiao Kingdom cannot withstand it alone. Many powerful sects and nations would send masters and troops. Here in Hefeng City, it merely borders the Beast Mountain range, yet it provides Lin Fan with an opportunity to grow. Beasts and orcs are not only numerous, but also formidable. In Lin Fan's eyes, each of them is a walking score. If that is the case, we should send the Bema Yitzong into the Beast Forest, find a suitable location, and establish a military base. Thus, it would not only aid our development of the Beast Forest, but also allow us to conceal troops. With the forest's vastness, millions could be hidden without anyone noticing. Building on Guojia's thinking, Lin Fan proposed his own plan. As each mission was completed, the troops under Lin Fan's command grew. This had to be addressed in advance, or the emergence of such a large army would keep the royal court and various factions awake at night. As for the claim that cavalry were unsuitable for forest warfare that came from the old world, on the Shengshi continent, even the cavalry mounts are beasts themselves and can be cultivated. There is no problem moving within the forest. My lord, this plan is excellent. With careful planning, with Dongchang assisting, we can clear out stray adventurers on the periphery and establish a dedicated passage. It is feasible. Guojia nodded in agreement with Lin Fan's view. Given the size of a city, one cannot station too many troops, and doing so would draw excessive attention. Beast Forest is a superb choice, though every year countless adventurers come, and some vanish, yet hardly attracts attention, and those who disappear would become Lin Fan's people. Very well, I will have Dongchang survey the terrain first. In a few days I will go myself to find a suitable site. Lin Fan decided to go himself. This matter was crucial, and he had to handle it personally. Moreover, with his modern mindset, he could fill many gaps. Feng Xiao, what are your thoughts on governing Hefeng City? Lin Fan attached great importance to the commoners, as this concerns the monthly point rewards. My lord, the commoners seek nothing more than sustenance and hope. We can arrange accordingly. First, taxes. In the Xiao Kingdom, most places collect taxes from the commoners, while nobles enjoy privileges. We can change that. Lower the people's taxes, leave them enough to live on. The people are simple and will surely be grateful. With that, there will be no opposition to our rule. And once the commoners are taken care of, the so-called nobles cannot rise. They will fall into a state with no one to employ them. Increasing the nobles' taxes would be painful, but compared to life, they'd pay that price. First, establish schools and promote education. The people's hope lies in their children. As long as the children show promise, the people will have hope. Such policies will surely win their support. Those who would take away hope from the people will not gain support. Lastly, invest in civil engineering, improve the environment, develop agriculture, and so on. When the people see these changes, they will perceive it as their own benefit and willingly contribute. Guojia's ideas are indeed ahead of their time. To Lin Fan, they might seem simple, yet considering Guojia's surroundings and the Xiao Kingdom's overall situation, achieving them would not be easy. Reforms, especially those that touch the ruler's interests, are not easy to push through. Even if Lin Fan acts within his own fief, others would oppose him, otherwise the people of their fief would flock to Lin Fan. Let us first lower taxes for the people, a gift to the commoners upon first arriving in the fief. As for the rest, we need time to do it slowly, preferably done subtly, or the upheaval would be too great. The Xiao Kingdom is not yet in turmoil. Lin Fan does not want to draw everyone's gaze here, and at this moment, he would rather everyone forget his existence. Guojia nodded, agreeing with Lin Fan's decision. What seems normal can be hard to achieve under certain circumstances. My lord, the guard rotation is complete. General Gongsun Zan has stationed the army 5 li south of the city and can respond at any moment. Gao Shun and Xiao Zhengshun have returned. The current situation is unsettled. Bema Yizong is not yet suited to develop the beast forest, and Lin Fan has not yet made immediate arrangements. Before they can continue discussing, a summons arrives. Whoosh whoosh, several urgent summons rose into the air. My lord, this is an urgent summons from the Dongchong. There may be an emergency. Xiao Zhengshun recognized at a glance. What happened? Could someone be coming to cause trouble? Lin Fan thought he had just arrived, and it didn't seem feasible that an army would attack so quickly. Someone inside the city must be stirring up trouble. Let's go take a look. Lin Fan would not allow trouble to arise in Haifeng City, especially since he had just arrived. At the gate, several East Factory guards ran toward them. My lord the overseer, someone is in the market forcibly abducting a woman. East Factory personnel tried to stop them. Several were killed, and fighting is ongoing. Lin Fan's fury rose instantly. Not only is daylight kidnapping heinous, they even killed East Factory people. Who could be this audacious? Who are they? Lin Fan asked, suppressing his anger. My lord, they are from the 8-star sect, Meteor Sect. Zhao Wuyang, the direct descendant of the Zhao family in Haifeng City, is an inner disciple of the Meteor Sect. Returning home for a clan visit, he saw a beautiful woman in the market and attempted to seize her. A clash ensued. Dongchong took the lead in maintaining order. Zhao Wuyang, relying on sect power, spoke insolently and killed several Dongchong members. The East and West quickly reported the situation. A Lin Fan understood. What is Zhao family? Since Lin Fan did not seek them trouble, these people have dared to provoke him. Let us go take a look. It seems that to take Haifeng City smoothly, blood must be shed. What the hell is the 8-star sect? They have crossed a line. A Lin Fan will not let them off. Lin Fan and his companions possessed formidable strength, making their journey swift, and they quickly arrived at the scene. 2 Kiliarchs of the Eastern Depot had already reached the location and were currently locked in combat with members of the Liuxing sect. Sects, though few in numbers, were comprised entirely of geniuses. Each possessed immense potential and formidable strength. Those clashing with the Eastern Depot Kiliarchs were 2 core disciples of the Liuxing sect. Within a sect, the sect master and the ancestor-level figures were generally the most powerful. Below them were the elders, followed by the core disciples, inner disciples, outer disciples who had entered the sect most recently, and lastly the utility disciples. For a mere inner disciple returning home to visit family to be accompanied by 2 core disciples was unusual. Furthermore, judging by the situation on the field, there seemed to be an elder-level figure present as well. Upon arrival, Lin Fan immediately used his system to inspect the cultivation levels of those present, only to discover that the old fellow was actually a mid-stage martial venerable expert. Moi. As Lin Fan swept his gaze across, he unexpectedly made another discovery. However, he did not expose it. Stop! Xiao Zhengshun barked sharply, bringing the battle in the field to a halt. Hearing this, both sides backed away and retreated to their respective camps. Ever since Xiao Zhengshun spoke, the old man had been closely observing him, having clearly sensed his formidable strength. What is going on here? Having assessed the situation, Lin Fan's anger subsided. He realized this matter was not so simple. This group was clearly targeting him. Who are you? What right do you have to pry into our business? Zhao Wuyang stepped forward. This place was practically his home turf, and since his status within the sect was low, he was eager to prove himself. What? Now that this marquis has arrived, are you still going to play these tedious games? Lin Fan ignored Zhao Wuyang, treating him as a mere catalyst, and looked directly at the main instigator. Young Marquis Lin is indeed intelligent. The common people are truly ignorant to have overlooked a genius like you. The old man stepped forward. This seat is Zhu Wu, the 10th elder of the Liuxing sect. I have come this time specifically to discuss a matter with you, young Marquis. He was indeed an elder of the Liuxing sect. If you wish to find me, you could have gone directly to the city lord's mansion. Killing people in the streets is hardly the way of a guest. Lin Fan sneered. Surely these people didn't think they could force him to show himself using such crude methods. My apologies, that was an accident. This seat shared a predestined affinity with this young lady, which led to a slight misunderstanding. Your subordinates meddled in affairs that did not concern them. They have only themselves to blame for their deaths. The old fellow spoke with utter indifference typical of these self-proclaimed superior beings. A misunderstanding. Very well. Since it is a misunderstanding, let us resolve it. Leave behind those who initiated the violence, and we can discuss whatever you wish. If they wanted to play that game, Lin Fan would not waste words. A life for a life. Whoever dared to strike would be utterly annihilated. Lin Fan, do not test this seat's limits with your ignorance. We have come to bestow a monumental opportunity upon you. Kneel down and express your gratitude immediately, yet you dare to question our actions. The old fellow seemed to have flown into a rage out of humiliation due to Lin Fan's lack of respect. An opportunity that involves slaughtering my people. You had better keep such opportunities to yourselves. A mere 8-star sect, yet you truly believe yourselves to be supreme beings. Lin Fan scoffed in disdain. Presumptuous. How dare you insult our sect? Kneel down and atone for your sins. The old man roared in anger. Express gratitude. Atone for sins. Since you love kneeling so much, then remain on your knees. Lin Fan's temper flared. As soon as the words fell, Qing and Jian Wei lunged forward simultaneously. However, Jian Wei was clearly not as fast as Qing. Seeing her already closing in on the 10th elder, Jian Wei could only turn his frustration toward the others. Audacious. Lin Fan, do not think you can act with impunity just because you have 2 martial venerables at your side. If you offend the sect powers, even the factions backing you will abandon you. You had better think this through. The 10th elder threatened while desperately fending off Qing's onslaught. But Lin Fan did not bother to reply. Since speaking politely only resulted in a mouth full of filth, the old man could just speak while kneeling in a moment. Jian Wei was the quickest to end his battle. With a martial venerable unleashing his might, how could 2 martial emperors and a group of martial kings possibly withstand him? Within a few moves, Jian Wei shattered their legs, forcing them all to their knees. Lin Fan, you are courting death. Witnessing this, the 10th elder's fury intensified. For many years in the vicinity of the demonic beast forest, no one had ever dared to treat disciples of the Liuxing sect in such a manner. Lin Fan thoroughly enjoyed watching his enemy's impotent rage. Remaining silent, he watched the spectacle with amusement. At the same time, his attention shifted to the other key figures in this incident. A young girl seemingly around 17 or 18 exuded a vibrant and youthful aura. Beside her was an old man who appeared to have 1 foot in the grave. It was precisely the young girl's exquisite beauty that had instigated this trouble. Marquis, that elder. As Lin Fan observed the master and servant, Yin Shisan's voice drifted from the shadows. I know, Lin Fan replied in a barely audible whisper. At the same time, the old man cast his turbid gaze toward the shadows precisely where Yin Shisan was hiding. A girl of similar age to Lin Fan was actually a martial venerable, and that old man was even more extraordinary, a Xiantian realm expert. An expert of this caliber had not appeared in the territory of the Xiao state for hundreds of years. Martial artist, martial master, martial general, martial king, martial emperor, martial venerable, martial sovereign, transcendent Dao entry. Although they had embarked on the path of cultivation, they had not truly crossed the threshold and could only be considered relatively powerful martial artists. However, only by breaking through into the Dao entry, guiding Qi into the body, opening the Hodian cultivation physique, and achieving the Xiantian cultivation physique, could one be considered to have formally stepped onto the path of cultivation. Qi guiding Hotian, Xiantian, and Foundation establishment were all subsequent realms of cultivation. Lin Fan had not yet come into contact with them, nor had he acquired any knowledge regarding them. Yet at this moment Lin Fan was looking at a living Xiantian realm expert. This was only possible with the assistance of his system, otherwise he would have been utterly unable to detect it. Who were this master and servant? What was their purpose in appearing in Haifeng City? Were they targeting him? In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Lin Fan's mind. But soon Lin Fan realized that they were likely just passing through or had other business. Today's incident was merely a coincidence. They were definitely not here for Lin Fan. Given their overwhelming power, even if everyone on Lin Fan's side attacked together, they wouldn't survive a single blow from them. Having clarified his thoughts, Lin Fan dismissed the matter. Whatever they were doing had nothing to do with him, and he had no intention of provoking such a powerful entity. It was better to deal with the Liuxing sect first. While Jian Wei concluded his battle and Lin Fan was lost in thought, Qing intensified her offensive, her swordplay becoming increasingly fierce. Moments later, the once overbearing 10th elder of the Liuxing sect, Zhu Wu, lay sprawled on the ground like a dead dog. Qing had struck ruthlessly, not only crippling his cultivation, but also severing the old fellow's legs. That is more like it. Since you love kneeling so much, you can remain on your knees forever. Lin Fan's tone was filled with schadenfreude. Had the Eastern Depot not intervened, these fellows would have already met the king of hell. Zhu Wu remained silent, glaring venomously at Lin Fan. Accustomed to looking down on others from his high pedestal, he could never have anticipated his current wretched plight. Once an insufferably arrogant, otherworldly expert, he now appeared utterly pathetic and disheveled. Oh, it seems this esteemed expert is still defiant. Men cripple all the disciples of the Liuxing sect. Since this old fool is so blind to character, there is no need for him to keep his eyes. toward these scoundrels who regarded human life as mere grass, especially those who dared to provoke him. Lin Fan would show absolutely no mercy. Kidnapping a young woman in broad daylight made it glaringly obvious that this wretched sect harbored nothing but villains. Understood. Several members of the Eastern Depot stepped forward upon receiving the command. The Eastern Depot was comprised almost entirely of ruthless and sinister individuals. They excelled in intelligence gathering, assassination, and were masters of torture. Naturally, their methods were mercilessly brutal. Stop. Lin Fan, do not bring ruin upon yourself. The old man could no longer restrain himself. He had no desire to lose his eyes. Lin Fan, let us speak reasonably. We truly harbor no ill intent on this journey. He had compromised. Although the old man harbored a deep, burning hatred for Lin Fan, in his heart a wise man knows when to yield to immediate disadvantages. If he continued to be arrogant, his very life would be forfeit. No ill intent, yet you kill my people. Young Marquis Lin, this is truly a misunderstanding. This seat merely saw that this young girl possessed exceptional talent and wished to recommend her into our sect. I never expected it would lead to such a massive misunderstanding. Did she need him to point out her exceptional talent? He was already so advanced in age, yet only at the mid-stage of the martial venerable realm, whereas the young girl was not a single bit weaker than him. What right did he have to recruit her, and what capability did he possess to teach her? However, Lin Fan did not expose him. Speak then. What business do you have with me? Lin Fan inquired. He was rather curious about the Liuxing sect's objective. After all, he had only recently arrived, and his previous reputation was far from stellar. Forced by the circumstances, Zhu Wu had no choice but to lay bare his intentions. As it turned out, the Liuxing sect had caught wind of the commotion Lin Fan had been causing. The Liuxing sect had no interest in mortal conflicts, and they held nothing but disdain for a useless trash like Lin Fan, who was merely at the early stage of the martial artist realm. However, various signs indicated that Lin Fan was backed by a powerful faction, and several known martial venerable experts had already made an appearance. Consequently, the Liuxing sect's interest was piqued. After careful analysis, they concluded that the faction behind Lin Fan was definitely not an orthodox sect, for a sect would never waste its limited resources cultivating tens of thousands of ordinary soldiers. They would only nurture elite experts. Since it was not a sect, its strength had to be limited. The Liuxing sect unanimously believed that a martial venerable was the absolute limit of this faction's power. Thus, the Liuxing sect hatched a plan to absorb these experts into their own ranks. After all, as an 8-star sect, they were relatively weak and faced numerous enemies. Recruiting these individuals would significantly bolster the sect's power. This led to the expedition of the 10th Elder and his entourage. As for Zhao Wuyang, he happened to hail from Haifeng City, serving as their guide. Regarding the incident that had just transpired, it was indeed, as Zhu Wu claimed, somewhat of a misunderstanding. However, accustomed to playing the part of lofty, otherworldly experts, they were naturally displeased by the Eastern Depot's interference and had struck with lethal force. Since there were no top-tier experts from the Eastern Depot present, several casualties had ensued. Lin Fan found it utterly laughable. This so-called Liuxing sect was incredibly blind. Setting aside that master and servant pair, even he could wipe them out with a mere wave of his hand. Yet despite their insignificance, they shamelessly came to demand his surrender. Very well, now that the matter has been clarified, it becomes simple to resolve. Those who committed the violence shall remain, the rest are to be sent back to the Zhao family. Why send them back? They had no choice. These people had all been crippled and had their legs broken, rendering them unable to return on their own. Lin Fan, we are of the Liuxing sect. You had better think carefully about the consequences of your actions. Seeing that Lin Fan still intended to execute people, Zhu Wu panicked. He could not allow Lin Fan to proceed like this. Not only would it be impossible to report back to the sect, but having been reduced to cripples, returning would mean certain death anyway. If you do not wish for me to slaughter you all on the spot, you had best shut your mouth. With a single sentence from Lin Fan, everyone fell into a terrified silence. The men of the Eastern Depot acted swiftly. It was already clear who had perpetrated the violence. After executing the culprits, the remaining survivors were sent to the Zhao family, leaving them to deal with the aftermath. Young Lady Elder, are you both unharmed? Only then did Lin Fan address the young girl and her servant. We are fine. Thank you so much for your help this time. The young girl was very cheerful, clearly possessing an innocent and worldly naive demeanor. That is good. You may go about your business then. Do stay safe in the future. Lin Fan wasted no words and made no attempt to curry favor. He currently lacked the means to contend with experts of their caliber, so it was best to send them on their way as quickly as possible. Very well, we also have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. It was unclear what business they had, but they seemed unwilling to reveal their identities. Thus they readily agreed, turned, and departed. With the matter resolved, Lin Fan ignored everything else and led his men back. As for how the Liuxing sect would react, Lin Fan could not care less. Meanwhile, near the gates of Haifeng City, the young girl and her servant made their departure. Elder Ning, why didn't you make a move earlier? Those scoundrels actually dared to try and abduct this princess. The young girl's identity was indeed extraordinary. She was actually a princess. Princess, we have vital matters to attend to on this trip, so we must avoid unnecessary complications. Besides, I had already noticed Lin Fan's subordinates at the time. Elder Ning was the Xiantian realm expert guarding the young girl. This Lin Fan is rather intriguing. I heard he has accomplished quite a few major feats recently. It is a pity he is someone incapable of cultivation. Having been in the kingdom of Xiao for some time, the duo had naturally caught wind of the rumors surrounding Lin Fan. A useless trash. Princess, your eyes have deceived you. That young lad is far from simple, Elder Ning remarked with a chuckle. Elder Ning, what did you discover? The young girl asked curiously. The rumors claim that Lin Fan is merely at the early stage of the martial artist realm. However, upon my observation, just now the boy has already reached the martial king realm. Furthermore, those around him are far from ordinary. Those surrounding Lin Fan today were all martial venerable experts. Moreover, there is an expert of at least the transcendent realm guarding him from the shadows. While that might not seem like much elsewhere in this kingdom of Xiao, a transcendent realm cultivator is an absolute powerhouse. What astounds me most is that this group possesses exceptionally high talent and is incredibly young with immense room for growth. Old man Ning did not hold back, relaying all of his findings to the young Princess Buduo. So formidable. Thank goodness you are here, Elder. Isn't this kingdom of Xiao just a small minor state? How could there be individuals with such high potential here? Buduo was also filled with wonder. Though the kingdom of Xiao is small, its population is still substantial. It is not surprising for a few extraordinarily gifted individuals to emerge. What is truly baffling is that all of these people have gathered around a single person. This Lin Fan is definitely not simple. Perhaps he might even be of assistance to us in the future. It was a mystery what difficulties the duo was facing that would lead them to believe Lin Fan could be of help. Never mind, we shall see in the future. Let us proceed with our own affairs first. Having said that, the two departed without looking back. Although Lin Fan had vented his anger and felt thoroughly satisfied by dealing with the people of the Liuxing sect, there were others who now sat on pins and needles as anxious as ants on a hot pan. The Zhao family, as the preeminent clan of Black Wind City, had thrived remarkably over the years, especially after their direct line heir, Zhao Wuyong, joined the Meteor sect and 8-star sect. His ascension fueled their momentum even further. No other clan dared to provoke the Zhao family, fearing retaliation from the Meteor sect. Even the former city lord Ding Yang would not dare to suppress them at will. But today the Zhao family's days of prosperity had come to an end. The one hailed as the family's pride, Zhao Wuyong, had been reduced to a cripple. Worse still, dozens of disciples from the Meteor sect had been stripped of their cultivation and lay incapacitated within the Zhao estate, leaving the family at a loss for what to do. Lord Zhao, please send someone to the Meteor sect at once to report what has happened here. This matter cannot be let go so easily. Zhu Wu spoke viciously. As a senior elder of an 8-star sect, he had always commanded respect and power. When had he ever faced such humiliation? That Lin Fan was utterly unappreciative. For the sake of a woman and a handful of worthless lives, he had dared to murder disciples of the Meteor sect and had crippled a grand elder like himself. Even in his ruined state, Zhu Wu was determined to seek revenge. Otherwise how could he find peace? Sadly, he was now powerless and might not survive much longer. All he could do was place his hopes on his sect. Lord Zhao too, burdened by the grief of his son's crippling, dared not delay Zhu Wu's request and quickly dispatched runners to send word. While the Zhao family burned with anxiety, Lin Fan returned to the city lord's mansion. Strange. This was my first encounter with a sect. I had people killed and others crippled, yet no mission was triggered. It was only then that Lin Fan remembered the system missions and wondered why nothing had appeared. After pondering for a long time, Lin Fan could not decipher the rules governing the system's mission triggers, so he could only wait. My lord, the Zhao family has sent someone out of the city heading toward the Meteor sect. Shall we intercept them? Chao Zhengchun arrived to report after receiving the news. No need. Let them go. Lin Fan was lamenting the absence of a mission trigger. How could he possibly prevent it from happening? Lin Fan thought that perhaps this matter was not yet over and a mission might appear at any moment. Within the city, news of Lin Fan's arrival and his clash with the Meteor sect had already spread. The common folk, however, cared little. Neither victory nor defeat would affect their daily lives. Yet every noble clan and faction rejoiced inwardly. This Lin Fan was so reckless, provoking the power of a sect. Setting aside the strength of an 8-star sect, there existed complex hierarchies and tangled connections among all sects. Provoking one sect could easily bring down a swarm upon them. Someone tell the servants to stop packing. We are in no rush. Ding Yang was overjoyed. He had originally harbored plans to deal with Lin Fan, and now a sect would take the lead. He could simply sit back and watch the show. He had been leisurely packing his belongings, but now he called it off entirely. In just a few days he would be city lord once more. What was there to pack? At the same time, Ding Yang informed the Ding family of the regional city about the developments. Within half a day, word of what had transpired in Black Wind City reached the ears of certain factions closely monitoring the situation. Send orders. All those tasked with approaching Lin Fan are to return immediately. Come. Issue a command to halt all operations against Lin Fan. He is no longer our concern. Let us simply watch. Various factions had different schemes targeting Lin Fan, but at this moment, all chose to stand down. Regardless of how events would unfold, none of them were suited to engage with Lin Fan at present. Royal Palace. That damn fellow actually has the guts. Doesn't he realize he is courting his own destruction? Xiao Meier knit her brows tightly. Lin Fan had changed too drastically, and she who had believed herself to have him entirely under control found it difficult to accept. Were sects truly powerful? They were possessing many experts beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. Yet for a nation's sects were merely so. They paled in comparison to the sheer population base a country possessed. A nation's own formidable warriors were no fewer than those of sects, not to mention its vast armies. Once a nation moved decisively, even sects would suffer dire consequences. However, nations feared the top-tier experts of sects above all else. These individuals were truly terrifying. No matter how cautious an emperor might be, he could never guarantee absolute safety. If such top experts were given the opportunity, even an emperor could not withstand their assassination attempts. This was precisely why sects appeared to hold a position superior to that of the state. Yet this was not an absolute rule. Some nations were so powerful that even sects had to bow before them. But Xiao Meier was confident that the Xiao kingdom still deeply feared the top experts of sects. Monitor Black Wind City closely. I wish to see what trump cards Lin Fan possesses and who supports him from behind the scenes. Xiao Meier could only observe for now. Her reach extended no further, and she could hardly deploy the royal family's special forces. Moreover, Lin Fan had merely vented his anger along the way. Since arriving in Black Wind City, he had not taken any action or made any statement detrimental to the Xiao kingdom, giving Xiao Meier no clear pretext for open aggression. The Meteor sect, an 8-star sect, was not close to Black Wind City. The round trip required at least half a month. Lin Fan did not concern himself with what would happen then, and instead calmly continued with his own arrangements. My lord, here are the policy proposals. Please review them for any issues. Many policies in Black Wind City required adjustment, and Lin Fan entrusted all such matters to Guijia's management. After a quick glance, Lin Fan found nothing amiss. Guijia's governing abilities were exceptionally strong. So be it. From now on, handle such matters as you see fit. By the way, all the current officials at every level in the city were appointed by various clans. Investigate them. Those qualified may remain in office, and for those who are not, replace them with your own choices. There is no need to report these decisions to me. Lin Fan intended to become a hands-off leader. A mere city like this, one not unique in the slightest, for the Xiao kingdom alone possessed over 2,000 such cities, was hardly worth his personal attention. If every trivial matter required his personal involvement in the endeavor to conquer the world, Lin Fan would rather abandon the prospect altogether. Yes, my lord. I shall attend to it at once. Guijia approached the task with full vigor. Though Lin Fan seemed to be shirking responsibility, Guijia saw it as an extraordinary display of trust. The gentleman dies for his confidant. This was the creed of men like Guijia, and there was no way he could fail to devote himself wholeheartedly. With Guijia handling Black Wind City's affairs, Chao Zhengchun managing the city lord's mansion, Gao Shun overseeing city defenses, and Gong Sunzan's white horse archers stationed outside the walls, Lin Fan had effectively become a man of leisure, exactly the situation he desired. Each person utilized to their fullest potential, each resource employed to its greatest advantage. Brother, is this really true? I have never heard of a city lord who considered the common people so deeply. The city grew lively. Fellow citizens, it is true. The new city lord is the son of the former Grand General, who pacifies the nation, and King Jinbei Lin Wudi. His Majesty has infected him as Marquis of Beihuang with Black Wind City as his fiefdom. The Marquis's first decree was to exempt all citizens of Black Wind City from taxes for 3 years. From now on, everything we earn shall be our own. Moreover, after 3 years, our tax burden will be reduced to 1/5 of what it was before. The rest will remain ours. These scenes played out across every notice board throughout the city. For the common folk who served as city lord mattered little. What truly mattered was whether the policies enacted by that lord benefited the people. Neither Heifeng City nor any other city had ever granted tax exemptions over the years, especially not for ordinary commoners. For the people, this was a heavenly boon, the very hope of survival. The common folk were sent into a frenzy, rushing to spread the news. From that moment on, everyone finally had a sense of what a city lord meant. The newly arrived Marquis was indeed a good official who could bring real change to the lives of ordinary people. This was exactly Lin Fan's intention. The tax revenue of one city was also vital to him. After all, he still had so many legions to support. But compared with points, the loss of this grain and wealth was not unacceptable. If worst came to worst, he could recoup it from elsewhere, from the nobles in the city, from other cities, and from the boundless demon beast forest. In just a few days, the policies introduced by Guijia were carried out smoothly. During that time, the various noble families secretly resorted to some underhanded means. However, Guijia was not a man to be trifled with. With the Eastern Depot backing him, he cracked down on several families, and seizing the opportunity, wiped out one. After that, none of the other families dared to show their faces again. They could only hope that the Liuxing sect would arrive soon. Then their days of misery would come to an end. Feng Xiao, I am going to the Demon Beast Forest today. You and Gao Shun stay behind. This time I am taking the White Horse Volunteers with me. Over the past few days, the Eastern Depot had scouted a great many areas of the Demon Beast Forest near Haifeng City, and even martial emperor-level powerhouses had gone in. Fortunately, the Demon Beast Forest was vast enough that the Eastern Depot encountered no powerful demon clans or beastmen. Rest assured, Lord Marquis, with us in the city, not a single thing will go wrong. The Demon Beast Forest absolutely had to be visited. This was related to the grand plan for future development. Guo Jia did not try to dissuade Lin Fan. He knew that the final decision ultimately rested with Lin Fan, and that this trip had to be made. Moreover, with Yin San at his side, Lin Fan's safety was assured. The group left the city lord's residence and went straight out of the city. Shortly after, the 100,000 White Horse Volunteers vanished as well. At the same time, the Eastern Depot moved into action, eliminating everyone who had been spying on the White Horse Volunteers movements, no matter which faction they belonged to. And so the White Horse Volunteers disappeared just as silently and mysteriously as they had appeared, vanishing from everyone's sight. Bastard. 100,000 men wiped out in an instant. How is that possible? Send men to search for them. Did these people retreat after completing their mission? But whose men could they be? This was far too well done. The disappearance of the White Horse Volunteers gave many people headaches. An elite force that could withstand 1 million troops had vanished in an instant. What if it suddenly appeared right beside them? How would they cope? But no matter what methods they used, they could not find any trace of the White Horse Volunteers. All clues came to a dead end at Haifeng City. If they probed further, they would be attacked by mysterious assailants, and one spy after another would die on the spot. Regardless of the outside disputes, Lin Fan had already stepped into the Demon Beast Forest. It was his first time seeing such an immense forest. The primeval forest parks of his previous life were utterly insignificant by comparison. Ancient trees with trunks several meters, or even tens of meters in diameter, stood everywhere, surrounded by dense vegetation and wild beasts. After traveling 1,000 li, he had yet to see a single demon beast, let alone a beastman, which showed just how vast the Demon Beast Forest truly was. Lord Marquis, about 1,000 li ahead lies a valley. It is surrounded by tall mountains and dense forests with only a single entrance, perfect for hiding troops. Xiao Jingchun reported on the matter. The place had been discovered quite by accident. Several martial kings were exploring the Demon Beast Forest when they encountered an adventuring party. The other side tried to murder them and seize their belongings, only to run into a tough nut to crack. Outmatched by the Eastern Depot, the adventurers turned and fled. The Eastern Depot was already a blessing if it did not come looking for trouble, yet these people had foolishly provoked them. How could the depot ever let them go? Thus a chase began. The adventurers fled in panic, tangling themselves deeper into the Demon Beast Forest, while the Eastern Depot toyed with them like a cat with mice, hunting them down with calm, deliberate pace. In this manner, the two groups successively reached the valley. After annihilating that bunch, the Eastern Depot explored the valley and found that it perfectly met Lin Fan's requirements, so they hurriedly reported back. Soon Lin Fan and his party arrived at their destination. Xiao Jingchuan sent men to scout the surrounding area and see if there are any traces of other people. Gong Sunzan sent men in first to inspect the entire valley and check whether demon beasts are present. Lin Fan immediately gave his orders. Then Lin Fan himself stepped into the valley. The mountains were lofty and the forest thick. There was not even a road. Pass the word, do not damage the entrance, try to keep it in its original state, and order the following troops to erase as much of our marching traces as possible. Lin Fan certainly did not want the place where he had worked so hard to hide his troops to be discovered by others. If this place was suitable, Lin Fan intended to shroud it with a grand formation. He had already selected the formation, but he simply did not have enough points to purchase it yet. Before long, the valley opened up before them. It was like a gigantic gourd. The entrance was hidden and narrow, but inside was extremely spacious, as if it were a veritable paradise hidden from the world. Seeing the environment, Lin Fan was very pleased. As long as no demon beast clans made their home here, this was indeed an ideal spot. Lord Marquis, no demon beasts were found ahead, and the wild beasts that were there have been casually dealt with by the soldiers. Lin Fan was in no hurry. He had just arrived, and a detailed exploration was still needed. A day later, the overall layout of the valley had been essentially fully explored, and several discoveries surprised Lin Fan even more. This place truly could not have been more suitable. In the entire Xiao Kingdom, Huangzhou was situated the farthest north, right next to the Demon Beast Forest. Moreover, Haifeng City was a border city. To its west lay only Mu City, and west of Mu City was the sea. To the east of Haifeng City were more than a dozen cities of varying sizes plus Xiaozhou. Xiaozhou not only bordered the Demon Beast Forest, but also sat close to the side of the Barbarian Kingdom, serving as a buffer to help Haifeng City defend against the barbarians to the east. Because of this geographical position, the place Lin Fan had discovered also had a hidden exit leading straight to Mu City. As long as they could take control of Mu City, this place would be very hard to discover. Near the sea, at the very edge of the Demon Beast Forest, no powerful demon clans or beastmen roamed. The territory was vast, and hiding several million troops, there was absolutely no problem. If Mu City were taken, supplies could be transported from close by, and it would also solve the problem of troop recruitment, as well as the soldiers' daily necessities. Gonsun Zan, I will leave this place in your charge for now. First put up the basic buildings to solve the housing problem. As for grain, I will leave you enough. The sea is to the west, and the endless forest is to the north. You can organize men to hunt, but you must be careful. Some demon beasts are extremely powerful. In addition, make sure the two entrances are well concealed. I will transfer some Eastern Depot personnel to assist you. With that, the decision was made. This was the place Lin Fan was satisfied with all aspects of the situation. The next thing to consider was how to take Mu City and completely conceal this place from the outside world. With the state of Xiao on the brink of great chaos, Lin Fan had no time to waste. After settling the affairs in the canyon, he prepared to make his return. The canyon was vast with several areas still unexplored. However, with the 100,000-strong army of the White Horse Volunteers stationed here, Lin Fan was not worried. In such a remote corner, powerful experts were highly unlikely to appear. Though they had arrived in a grand and imposing manner, only Chao Jingquan, leading dozens of Donchong members along with the Qing Dianwei and Yin Shisan, accompanied him on the journey back. This time Lin Fan chose not to take the path they came by. Instead, he planned to travel through Mu City to inspect the situation there. Possessing formidable cultivation, the group quickly traversed the boundless mountains and arrived in Mu City. Mu City was smaller in scale than Haifeng City, a consequence of its geographical location. The commoners here made their living by fishing and hunting, and adventurers rarely appeared. Generally speaking, the cities to the east of Haifeng City were far better suited for venturing into the demonic beast forest. Chao Jingquan sent someone ahead to scout the situation in the city. Lin Fan had not come here merely to pass through. The remaining few paid no heed to them, and they entered the city smoothly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a task. Secretly seize control of Mu City. Reward unknown. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a task. Find and recruit the Grandmaster Weapon Refiner Tai Yi. Reward unknown. Just as he stepped into the city, Lin Fan halted his steps. He had never expected that a small place like Mu City would trigger two tasks simultaneously. The first was easy to comprehend, as it was already one of his objectives. But the second one was an absolute surprise. A Grandmaster Weapon Refiner. How could such a figure exist in Mu City? Auxiliary professions such as alchemy, weapon refining, and array formations held immense significance on the Shengshi continent, especially those of higher ranks. Generally, the ranks of these auxiliary professions were divided into apprentice, primary, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, yellow, black, earth, and heaven ranks. The grandmaster rank was already a highly elevated level. Taking weapon refining as an example, a weapon crafted by a grandmaster level refiner was enough to drive innate experts into a frenzy. Such a figure would command immense prestige even within a kingdom. How could they possibly appear in a small obscure place like Mu City in the state of Xiao? Yet since the system had issued the task, this person undoubtedly existed. He simply did not know why they were here. Chao Jingquan, let us find a place to dine and arrange lodging. I intend to stay for a few days. Initially, Lin Fan had worried about retaliation from the Liuxing sect and wished to return as soon as possible. But now he could not afford to rush. If he could successfully complete these two tasks, the benefits to him would undoubtedly be immense. Before long, the group found an inn and settled in before heading down to the lobby to order some food. Waiter, is there any renowned weapon refiner in Mu City? I wish to have some items crafted. Lin Fan tossed a few taels of silver and inquired. Places like inns with their constant flow of patrons were always well informed. My lord, Mu City is but a small place. There are a few ordinary blacksmiths, but we have never heard of any weapon refiner. With silver in hand, the waiter spoke without reservation. However, Lin Fan was highly dissatisfied with the answer, though he knew the system would not deceive him. Is there a blacksmith in the city, surnamed Tai? Lin Fan inquired once more. Surnamed Tai? There is indeed one. There is a blacksmith shop in the south of the city, and the owner is surnamed Tai. However, he has an eccentric temperament and poor relations with others, so very few people ever go there. True to his nature as a local, the waiter was indeed well informed. This practically confirmed Lin Fan's suspicion that this was indeed his target. As a grandmaster weapon refiner, this so-called Tai, he was bound to have a strong personality, otherwise the system would not have triggered the task. Lin Fan quietly calculated how he might move Tai Yi and recruit him into his ranks. After pondering for a moment, he came up with an idea, whether it would succeed or fail, a single attempt would tell. Marquis, the basic situation of Mu City has been thoroughly investigated. A Chiliarch of the Donchong returned and reported. Sit down and speak slowly. Lin Fan replied, highly satisfied with the efficiency of agencies like the Donchong. Thank you, Marquis. Marquis, Mu City is currently controlled primarily by two major families, the Li family and the Zhang family. They hold political and military power respectively. Suppressed by these two families and lacking any external assistance, the other families have not fared well. Over the years, this has resulted in the current landscape of Mu City. Furthermore, the Zhang and Li families are bound by marriage alliance and are quite unified, which is why they have been able to maintain such a tight grip on Mu City. Mutual exploitation and sabotage among families were common occurrences, and unified relations were rare. A marriage alliance served as an excellent means of binding them together. Mu City was remote and major factions did not deign to look at it, which provided the Zhang and Li families with their opportunity. What is the strength of the two families? Lin Fan asked. Marquis, the two families only possess a few martial emperors and no martial venerable experts. They have several dozen martial kings, and together they command the 50,000 troops of the city guard. Their lack of strength did not surprise Lin Fan. Marquis, there is another piece of news. The Zhang and Li families are celebrating a joyous occasion today as the direct lineage heir is getting married. Currently, all the families of Mu City are gathered at the Zhang Manor, which is the city lord's mansion. The Danshang Chiliarch disclosed all the information he had gathered. Oh, such an event is taking place. Lin Fan pondered on how best to seize control of Mu City. A moment later, Lin Fan decided to pay them a direct visit and lay his cards on the table. With his side possessing overwhelming strength, why waste any more mental effort? However, the Zhang Manor was currently bustling with too many prying eyes. Lin Fan decided to wait until after lunch when the gathering would likely disperse. In the afternoon, Lin Fan and his companions arrived at the Zhang Manor. Indeed, witnessing many guests departing unsteadily, the banquet had concluded. Marquis, the heads of both the Zhang and Li families are in the backyard, likely plotting something. The external security is quite tight. Members of the Danshang had already infiltrated the premises and traced the whereabouts of the two family heads. Come, let us play the role of gentlemen thieves on the rafters for once. Unwilling to alarm anyone else, Lin Fan chose to slip in secretly. In the backyard of the Zhang Manor, Li Hai, the head of the Li family, lamented bitterly. In law, this matter is exceedingly difficult to handle. With our strength, it is akin to throwing an egg against a stone. There will be no return. Li Hai poured out his grievances. How could I not know? But if we refuse, will the Ding family spare us? If we do it, there is still a chance. If we do not, it is a dead end. Besides, it remains to be seen whether that boy Lin Fan can survive the retaliation of the Liuxing sect. Even if we take action, it will only be after the Liuxing sect makes its move. Furthermore, we are not alone. The other cities will also dispatch their troops. As it turned out, the Ding family who governed the Qingyang prefecture was unwilling to relinquish Haifeng City. In these chaotic times, only by occupying sufficient territory could one possess the power of self-preservation. Thus, after learning about the Liuxing sect, the Ding family decided to mobilize the military forces of the various cities under their jurisdiction to besiege Haifeng City the moment the Liuxing sect arrived there. Furthermore, they had other arrangements. Without external forces involved, the Ding family would have been powerless. Haifeng City's 100,000 cavalry, 50,000 city guards, and 50,000 heavy armored infantry still filled the Ding family with dread, which was why they coerced the other cities into deploying troops simultaneously. Mu City lay tucked away in a remote corner. It had no desire to provoke these conflicts. All it wanted was to protect its own small patch of land. But with the Ding family's orders, the Zhang and Li families had no choice but to obey, for the gap in strength was simply too vast. But Haifeng City's strength was even less to be trifled with, which made the matter all the more troublesome. Forget whether Meteor Sect can kill Lin Fan. Oh, just consider the great army we would have to face. Those people are no easy foes. Even if we won, the losses would be devastating. Besides, Mu City is already the weakest city of them all. Needless to say, in this war we are bound to be cannon fodder. In law, I am truly aggrieved. Li Hai was greatly displeased. He did not want to provoke anyone, nor did he care to play at hegemony. He only wanted to live a peaceful life. But even that was not permitted. We have no choice. Living in such turbulent times lacking strength is the original sin. We cannot control our own fate. We can only take things one step at a time. Zhang Yang, as the city lord, was likewise unwilling to accept such an arrangement. Unfortunately, without strength, everything was empty talk. Patriarchs, what if I were to give you a choice? Suddenly, a strange voice came from the courtyard. Who's there? Bang. The two kicked open the door and rushed out, weapons in hand. Guards. An assassin. Even as they acted, they did not forget to call for help. After all, they had been discussing matters in secret, and there was no shortage of protectors nearby. Unfortunately, when Zhang Yang and Li Hai came to a halt, they realized that all their subordinates had already collapsed, with no telling whether they were alive or dead. Rest assured, both patriarchs, they are not dead, merely exhausted. After a good sleep, they will be fine. Don't be alarmed, you two. I mean no harm. I only appeared because I saw your dilemma and wished to offer a suggestion. Lin Fan said leisurely. The Zhang residence was indeed tightly guarded, but that depended on whom it was meant to stop. To a Qing and the others, dealing with these people was effortless. May I ask who you are and why you have come to the Zhang residence to cause trouble and wound people? Zhang Yang quickly composed himself. Any fool could see the situation clearly. The other party was extremely powerful, and the two of them could not afford to provoke them. Aren't the two of you agonizing over what to do? How about I show you a clear path? Having overheard their conversation, Lin Fan felt much more at ease. At the very least, these two had no intention of making an enemy of him. They were simply left with no choice. That made things much easier and gave him a foundation to win them over. Since you heard us, please enlighten us. Zhang Yang was a frank man. He knew the other had heard their conversation, and with the situation favoring the stronger party, denial was meaningless. Simple, join Haifeng City. In doing so, you will not only preserve the fortunes of your two families, but perhaps the opportunity for your rise will be right before your eyes. That was precisely Lin Fan's purpose. Who exactly are you? Are you from Haifeng City? What makes you dare to guarantee the safety of our two families? What makes you think you can repel Meteor Sect's attack? From what I know, Meteor Sect has mobilized its entire strength and sworn vengeance. Moreover, you also heard that the Ding family is forming a punitive army of nearly 1,000,000 troops. How could Haifeng City possibly withstand that? Lin Fan's words had already made it quite clear. Even if these people were not from Haifeng City, they were certainly people behind Lin Fan, representing Haifeng City's interests. Very well, let me answer your doubts. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Fan the Marquis. Although we have never met before, I believe you will remember me in the days to come. As for the Meteor Sect you mentioned, and the so-called million-strong rabble, that is easy enough to resolve. Lin Fan directly revealed his identity, thinking that if he wanted to win them over, he had to tell them who he was. What? You are Lin Fan, the Marquis of Beihuang Lin Fan. The two had never dreamed that while they were discussing how to deal with Lin Fan, the man himself would appear directly in their own home. As real as can be. Actually, I was merely passing through on this trip and had no intention of targeting you. But since we have crossed paths, it has to be resolved. Seeing how troubled you were, and because you have not set your hearts wholly on opposing me, I am pointing you down a path. Lin Fan paid no heed to their shock. Marquis Lin, may I ask how you intend to withstand these forces? Whether or not the two believed him, Lin Fan's presence was a fact. If this matter were not handled well, the two would certainly meet their deaths, and might even implicate their entire families. The two had already received word of everything Lin Fan had done in Yungue City. Is Meteor Sect strong? A mere 8-star sect without even a single martial emperor can only scare ordinary people. I could send just one person to settle it. As for the allied army, the Ding family is preparing a ragtag mob of martial artists. How could it stand against the two of his strong martial General Legion? I trust you understand the gap between them. Lin Fan truly did not take these threats to heart. As long as no power of 7 stars or higher made a move, no one within the borders of Xiao Nation could do anything to Yin Shisan. As for the great army legions formed by the lowest-ranked martial artists and drawn from different forces, how could they possibly forge a powerful fighting force? Is what you said true? The two did not believe it in their hearts, but neither did they think Lin Fan was bluffing. Shisan. Whoosh. The moment Lin Fan gave the order, Yin Shisan vanished. Zhang Yang and Li Hai felt a chill run across their scalps, then a few strands of long hair fell. Only then did they realize they had just brushed past the gates of death. The two were at the martial sovereign realm. Though they did not know the other party's exact strength, they had encountered martial venerables and martial emperors before. How strong a martial emperor was they did not know, nor had they ever seen a martial emperor make a move. But a martial venerable could absolutely never be this strong, never take their lives before they could even react. What did that prove? The person who had just struck was at least a martial emperor, perhaps even stronger. Lin Fan had already shown them through action that he truly did not fear Meteor Sect. Moreover, with such an expert under his command, infiltrating the city lord's residence and killing a martial sovereign-level lord would be no difficult task. If the city lord were lost, the entire joint punitive campaign might never even take shape. In an instant, countless thoughts raced through their minds. People said Lin Fan had the backing of powerful forces, and that now seemed to be true. How could an ordinary force possess such an expert? The two exchanged a glance and nodded firmly. Your humble servant pays respects to the Marquis. Your general pays respects to the Marquis. They had decided to gamble. After all, when selling one's life, what did it matter to whom? At the same moment, the system notification for mission completion sounded, instantly showing that the two had truly made up their minds. Even Lin Fan had not expected it to go so smoothly. Truth be told, Zhang Yang and Li Hai had suffered no small amount of humiliation in Qingyang Prefecture over the years, all because their strength was insufficient. Now that they had seen Lin Fan's power, it made them decide to take the gamble. Rise. I will not interfere too much in your affairs, but I will send someone to take command of the army. Lin Fan did not stand on ceremony and directly made his demand. Lin Fan thought little of the tens of thousands of city guards, but this location was extremely important to him. Only by controlling the army would certain matters become convenient to handle. If it were not for the military base in the Beast Forest, Lin Fan would not wish to expand so quickly, especially in this. After all, the two of them are not system-summoned characters and loyalty guaranteed, which poses a risk to Lin Fan. Thus, Yin Shisan's earlier move proved that power is one thing, but deterrence is more important. If they dare to rebel, Lin Fan has the means to snuff their lives out at any moment. Mucheng should stay as it is. Do not expose the ties to Heifengcheng. If the Ding Jia press, you should deploy troops as normal. This also serves as a reassurance. Their positions remain unchanged, only the city guard's actual control is lost. Yes, my lord, we obey. The two were prudent. Carry on as you see fit, act as if we never came here. When the commander who takes over the city guard arrives, he will seek you out. All right, this matter is settled. Oh, I should be leaving now. That group of buffoons is still waiting for me. By the way, today is a day of great joy for your two families. Consider this as a gift from this marquis. Thus Lin Fan left behind some elixirs, spirit stones, and 2 weapons of the supreme grade. These items were not really needed by Lin Fan, especially the weapons. System summon characters come with their own cultivation methods and equipment, improving as their levels rise. Therefore, these resources could only be used to win over and cultivate local talent. Sending them away would not sting. Lin Fan did not mind, but Zhang Yang and the others did, especially the supreme grade items, things the two families did not possess. Thus their resolve hardened. The stronger Lin Fan's backing behind them, the greater their gains. Lin Fan departed as if he had never come, but Zhang Yang and the other man understood that Mu Cheng had been shifted forever. Whether it would be good or bad would soon become clear. Lin Fan trusted them. At least for a short time, there would be no trouble, and he left no one behind. The Dongchang watching was enough. As for who would guard Mu Cheng, Lin Fan had yet to find a suitable candidate. Those at his side were not suitable. Nevertheless, Lin Fan did not rush to check the mission rewards. He headed straight to the south of the city to see Tai Yi's condition. The Mucheng South District was a bustling commercial street with various shops standing among a thriving scene. After some inquiry, Lin Fan and his party arrived at a corner blacksmith shop. A burly man did not smelt metal or forge weapons. He clutched a wine gourd and drank wildly. This fellow was sturdy and powerful. Could he truly be a master refining artisan? Lin Fan, having the system, did not need to search and simply checked through the system. The mission's information about the subject was quite complete. Indeed, a martial emperor, a master refining artisan. Nothing would be mistaken. Tai Yi, in the early stage of the martial emperor, a master refining artisan, a member of the Tai family of the refining clan of the Fengyang kingdom. More than a decade ago, a family refining failure earned the anger of the Fengyang royal family, and the clan was wiped out. As the family's strongest talent among the next generation, the Tai family sacrificed to send Tai Yi away. Tai Yi had fled frantically, and eventually found this godforsaken place in Mucheng to settle down. A kingdom-level power is far stronger than nations like the Xiao kingdom, with masters above the innate realm stationed there. Tai Yi's talent for refining is strong, but his real strength remains at martial emperor. Revenge seems hopeless. Clinging to life, the despairing Tai Yi muttered, "Boss, with this material, what weapon can you forge?" Lin Fan spoke and tossed out a piece of iron or bought, just now, with system points enough to forge a weapon of at least Dao realm or higher. For refiners, the most irresistible lure is surely a variety of refining materials. Yet Tai Yi took only a glance and returned to his wine, neither joining the conversation nor acknowledging Lin Fan's group. Lin Fan understood the feeling of living in misery. It reminded him greatly of his own time in the great general's mansion. Tai Yi, drinking will not repay your hatred. Your Tai family toiled, sacrificed many to send you out, and it isn't for you to live in idleness. Unable to change the situation, Lin Fan had to administer a tranquilizing elixir. Yan Shursen stepped forward, halting Tai Yi in front of Lin Fan. The moment Lin Fan spoke his intention, the killing intent from Tai Yi grew unmistakably clear. "Who are you? Why do you know my affairs?" Tai Yi demanded, as if one wrong word could spark violence. "None of this concerns you. What you should know is this: follow me. I can help you raise your refining rank and your strength, and I can help you avenge your blood feud." "How can I trust you?" Lin Fan answered directly, knowing this was Tai Yi's core concern. "I know your identity, which astonishes you. Over the years you have slumped into despair, yet there has never been a flaw. Here no one should know your identity. Yet I know it, and the man who blocked me just now clearly is far stronger than I am. This is hardly reasonable. I cannot prove it, but we agree to a 3-year limit. If after 3 years I have not helped you avenge, you may leave at any time, and I will not hinder you. Within 3 years I will still help you raise your strength and refining rank. In return you will forge weapons for me. At present I may not yet be able to help Tai Yi, but that does not mean I cannot in the future. In my plan, perhaps I will have a master whose strength is greater than the kingdom's greatest power even before 3 years pass." Then helping Tai Yi would not be much. Tai Yi remained silent, carefully considering Lin Fan's proposal. "Revenge consumes me at every moment, but I know it's impossible on my own, and I dare not reveal myself. Though once the Fengyang royal family learns of my whereabouts, I would certainly be hunted." "But Lin Fan's background, Tai Yi, you know nothing of it. Am I to sell myself so easily to you? And what if Lin Fan does not keep his promise?" "However, Lin Fan, finding me must mean there is some certainty. Fine, 3 years it is. If within 3 years you do not help me raise my strength by one small realm, or if I am not satisfied with your refining, I will leave at once. If you succeed and help me avenge Tai, you will be yours for life." Good heavens, Tai Yi had made up his mind, but those words sent a chill down Lin Fan's spine. "Who would want your kind of man? Look at what you are like, Ba. I want nothing of your so-called virtue." "Very well, we are bound by oath. Pack up and come with me." Lin Fan heard the system prompt, and paid no heed to Tai Yi's words. Good. Tai Yi picked up the wine gourd and a large hammer, then followed Lin Fan out the door, leaving everything else behind. By the way, I am Lin Fan of the Beihuang Marquis. From now on you may call me Marquis. Lin Fan introduced himself. I know you, that famous waste. He cared nothing for who Lin Fan was. What mattered was whether his promise could be kept. Lin Fan could not help smiling wryly. The guy really could not converse, and he certainly did not hide others' flaws when speaking. Lin Fan did not leave muching immediately. Instead, he returned to the inn and instructed Chao Zhengshan to have Tie pack up. Standing beside that fellow was truly a severe test of one's willpower. On one hand, Lin Fan wished to rest for the night. On the other, he naturally wanted to process his quest rewards. Both missions, secretly seizing control of muching and subjugating the Grandmaster Weapon Refiner Tie, had been completed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, secretly seize control of muching. You have obtained 1 group summoning slot, 1 realm upgrade card, time-limited various resources, and 1,000 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, subjugate the Grandmaster Weapon Refiner Tie. You have obtained 1 special unit summoning slot, 2 character summoning slots, various resources, and 1,000 points. Lin Fan discovered that a new item had appeared among the quest rewards, the realm upgrade card. This item was unavailable in the system mall and could only be acquired through mission rewards. Consequently, Lin Fan hastily retrieved the realm upgrade card to examine it closely. The realm upgrade card was an exclusive item for system summoned characters. With each use, it could randomly elevate a character by 1 to 3 major realms. Restriction: the user's final realm still cannot exceed the host's by more than 5 major realms. The card has a usage time limit of 1 day. If used within 24 hours, it will become void. Excellent. Its function was incredibly potent, saving countless years of arduous cultivation. However, this restriction still caused Lin Fan some vexation. It seemed his own strength was the bottleneck, holding back the entire team. If this realm upgrade card were used on Yin Shursan, with a bit of luck his cultivation could directly reach the Hotian realm, a realm that no one in the state of Xiao had ever attained. But unfortunately, since Lin Fan was still only a martial king, even if Yin Shursan used it, he could at most reach the Dao entering realm, which was highly cost ineffective. Moreover, with the strict time limit, waiting to upgrade his own cultivation before using it was out of the question. Lin Fan needed 1 million points to break through to the next level, which he currently lacked, leaving him with no choice but to select someone else. Soon he decided on the ideal candidate. Awakens was the most suitable, not only because of her combat prowess, but also because Awakens was his very first summoned character, making it only fitting to bestow it upon her. Awakens was currently at the peak of the martial venerable realm. The next 3 realms were martial sovereign transcendent and Dao entering. It remained to be seen which level she could attain. Use. Target Awakens. Having made his decision, Lin Fan immediately activated the card. Currently, in the midst of cultivation, Awakens suddenly felt a torrent of spiritual energy pour into her crown, rapidly breaking through to the early stage of the martial sovereign realm. And it did not stop there. The mid-stage, late-stage, peak, and half-step limit. Several minor realms were crossed in the blink of an eye. After a long while, Awakens' cultivation stabilized at the peak of the transcendent realm, a minor realm higher than Yin Shursan. With their exceptional talents, both of them could now contend with ordinary Dao entering realm powerhouses. Through the system's feedback, Lin Fan naturally became aware of Awakens' new realm. He could not help but feel a slight pang of regret. It was only 2 major realms. However, Lin Fan quickly changed his perspective. Though it was only 2 major realms, normal diligent cultivation would have required a vast amount of time. As long as he completed more missions and acquired more realm upgrade cards, all his summoned characters could be upgraded. Having finished using the new item, Lin Fan began to open his summoning slots to see what tiers they would yield. Ding! Congratulations to the host for utilizing the Legion summoning slot. You have obtained the General Tier Legion, the Wei Wu Infantry 1 soldiers led by the Peak Martial Sovereign General Wu Qi, along with 10 Martial Venerable Tier Lieutenants and 50 Martial Emperor Tier officers. Ding! Congratulations to the host for utilizing the Special Unit summoning slot. You have obtained the Martial King Tier Special Organization Luowan. Leader Zhao Gao Transcendent, Heaven-class Assassins 10 Peak Martial Sovereign, Earth-class Assassins 50 Martial Venerable, Human-class Assassins 100 Martial Emperor, Ordinary Assassins 100 Martial King. Ding! Congratulations to the host for utilizing the character summoning slot. You have obtained the Martial Sovereign Realm character, Oyezi. Ding! Congratulations to the host for utilizing the character summoning slot. You have obtained the Martial Sovereign Realm character, Donfang Bubi. The summoning was complete. Lin Fan remained silent for a long time, not because he was shocked by the realms of the summoned characters, but because he had suddenly realized a key issue. Group summoning would summon commanders and generals whose levels were far superior to ordinary soldiers. This was an immense, unexpected boon. Taking this summoning as an example, the special organization Luowan was merely at the Martial King tier, yet its accompanying leader Zhao Gao was in the Transcendent realm. If such a character were to be purchased individually through a summoning slot, it would cost 10 million points. Not to mention the 10 Heaven-class Assassins of the Martial Sovereign realm, which would cost another 10 million. Were it not for the group summoning Lin Fan, could never have afforded them. Was this a system exploit? Regardless of whether it was or not for Lin Fan, it was an incredibly fortuitous turn of events. Following this, Lin Fan eagerly summoned Zhao Gao, Wuqi Oyezi, and Dongfang Bubi, releasing them into the world. As for the others, there was no rush. Greetings, Marquis. Wuqi, though a military general, did not possess a hulking physique. Compared to Jian Wei, he appeared markedly slender, yet his formidable power could not be overlooked. As for Zhao Gao, his reputation was notorious for being insidious and cunning. Were it not for his absolute loyalty guaranteed by the system, Lin Fan would never have dared to employ such a man. Rise. General Wu, you have arrived at the perfect moment. I shall entrust Muching to you. Shortly I will hand over the Wei Wu infantry to your command. You will be responsible for the security of both Muching and our base in the demonic beast forest. However, the Wei Wu infantry should not show themselves for the time being. Have them head directly to our military base in the demonic beast forest to cultivate. You may select a few to remain by your side. The arrival of Wu Qi and the Wei Wu infantry perfectly resolved the predicament of having no capable personnel in Muching. Furthermore, with the powerful Wu Qi and 10 Marshal Venerable Tier Lieutenants, Lin Fan no longer worried about the safety of the military base. Understood, Marquis. Your servant shall make the proper arrangements. Wu Qi complied. Wu Qi, Muching is crucial to us. The situation at the military base must remain strictly confidential. As for Muching itself, exercise your own discretion. You may deal with any insubordinate elements as you see fit. Additionally, you must conscript soldiers in Muching and send them to the base for training to form an army as quickly as possible. As for the numbers, you may decide. Very well, go find Zhang Yang now. The Wei Wu infantry is just outside the city. Make your own arrangements. The members of the Eastern Depot will contact you later to escort you all to the military base. Lin Fan had finally settled the matters concerning Muching. Wu Qi did not linger either. Led by the Eastern Depot personnel arranged by Chao Jingchuan, he headed straight to the city lord's manor to find Zhang Yang. With this peak martial sovereign present, the Zhang and Li families would certainly not dare to defy orders while feigning compliance, otherwise Wu Qi would show no mercy. This trip could be considered a complete success. Grandmaster Oyezi, we have a Grandmaster weapon refiner named Tie with us. Shortly you will head to the demonic beast forest with him and focus on refining weapons at the military base. You may request any resources you need from Wu Qi. Dongfang Bubi, I shall entrust you with an important mission. Traverse the martial arts underworld of the state of Xiao and strive to secretly seize control of a portion of the sect forces. However, steer clear of the Shifang Palace. The forces of the martial world could not be overlooked, and the arrival of Dongfang Bubi was perfectly timed to handle this matter. Next, Lin Fan turned his gaze toward Zhao Gao. This fellow was a double-edged sword. While his personal capabilities were exceptional, he harbored devious intentions. Zhao Gao felt his skin crawl under Lin Fan's gaze. This was the advantage of the system. Even though Zhao Gao was in the transcendent realm, he still broke into a cold sweat under the scrutiny of Lin Fan, who was only in the Martial King realm. Although this fellow lacked the memories of his past life, his core nature remained. Lin Fan decided to give him a warning. Zhao Gao, you possess great strength and sufficiently ruthless methods, yet you also harbor no shortage of petty schemes. I hope you understand your place. Do not let me catch you in any act of defiance from this day forth. You otherwise do not blame this Marquis for being ruthless. Zhao Gao was inwardly astonished. They had only just met, yet the Marquis seemed to know his character inside out. Rest assured, Marquis. From now on, Zhao Gao shall be nothing but a loyal hound by your side, obeying your every command, never daring to harbor any other thoughts. Zhao Gao hastened to declare his allegiance. Lin Fan did not care whether Zhao Gao's words were genuine or false. With the system in place, this man could not betray him, so the overall direction was secure. As for minor details, Zhao Gao would not dare to push things too far. Moreover, Lin Fan had no shortage of experts under his command. Zhao Gao was no fool. On the contrary, he was highly intelligent and would know exactly how to behave. Your Luoyang has many experts. Dispatch half of them to cooperate with the Eastern Depot and deploy across the Xiao Kingdom, focusing primarily on intelligence gathering. For now, Lin Fan commanded. The Eastern Depot numbered 60,000, but their strength paled in comparison to Luoyang. At times they lacked the capability to match their ambitions, making the assassins of Luoyang the perfect support. The remaining forces shall stay in Haifeng City for the time being. UI will issue orders when there are missions. Immediately after, Lin Fan summoned half of the Luoyang assassins and instructed Chao Zhengchun and Zhao Gao to make the arrangements. This time Lin Fan kept the heaven-grade assassins. It would be a waste to use these 10 individuals who possessed the peak combat power of the martial emperor realm merely for intelligence gathering. Yenri Jingni, Xuanjin Xingqi, and the 6 sword slaves. None of them were ordinary figures. Fortunately, they were all sharp blades in his own hands, and Lin Fan could use them without worry. The night passed in silence. Early the next morning, Chao Zhengchun prepared the mounts, and the group set off on the road back to Haifeng City. This trip to Mu City had been conducted in secret. Accompanied by the members of the Eastern Depot, Lin Fan had traveled without exposing a single trace of information. Hafeng City was not far from Mu City. Riding mounts capable of traveling thousands of miles a day, Lin Fan and his group reached the outskirts of Hafeng City in just a few hours. Marquis, there is trouble ahead. Along their path, thick smoke billowed from a distant village, looking as if the entire settlement had been set ablaze. At the same time, desperate cries and wails echoed from the distance. What is happening? Go and save them immediately, Lin Fan ordered hastily, and the group veered off toward the village. Eighth brother, this village is too poor. There is absolutely nothing here, not even a pretty young maiden. What terrible luck this trip is. At this moment, the village was not only burning with fierce flames, but several martial artists were also slaughtering people for amusement. How could there be any powerful experts in such a remote village? Facing these bandits, the villagers could only curse their bad luck. Stop! Lin Fan and his entourage finally arrived. Seeing someone still raising a blade to strike, Lin Fan was consumed with rage. Xiao Gao, a powerhouse of the transcendent realm, dashed forward in an instant to prove himself before his master, crushing the throat of the bandit, who was at the martial general level. The arrival of the group brought a sudden hush to the scene. However, Lin Fan and his companions did not merely stand by. Members of the Eastern Depot swiftly moved to extinguish the fire and tend to the villagers. Oh, who do you think you are? Meddling in the business of the Hafeng bandits. You had better look in a mirror and see if you have the weight to pull this off. The leader, addressed as eighth brother, threatened them with a sinister sneer. The Hafeng bandits were the only bandit gang near Hafeng City. These men were either heinous criminals wanted by the Xiao Kingdom or mercenaries, bounty hunters, and other desperate outlaws. With such a group banded together, one could easily imagine the havoc they wrought. Furthermore, they possessed formidable strength. Their 8 chief leaders were all experts of the martial venerable realm, whom even ordinary cities dared not provoke. Yet these bandits were also highly perceptive. They never attacked major cities and avoided provoking the scions of great clans, which was why they had remained free and unbothered for so long. Those with the capability chose to ignore them, while those who wished to intervene lacked the power. This allowed the Hafeng bandits to become a renowned force far and wide, notorious for their evil deeds. Xiao Jingchun rapidly briefed Lin Fan on the Hafeng bandits. During this period, Lin Fan had been staying in the city, knowing little of the surrounding circumstances and having no time to address them. However, this gang was simply unfortunate to have crossed paths with Lin Fan while committing their atrocities today. Lin Fan completely ignored the queries of the 8th chief, focusing instead on the Eastern Depot's rescue efforts. Brat, you've got guts to ignore me. I hope you can keep up that tough attitude. Having dominated the region for so many years, the 8th chief had never seen a youth with such audacity. Even when encountering the direct descendants of great clans in the past, none had ever dared to ignore the Hafeng bandits. The Eastern Depot moved swiftly, and the fire was soon brought under control. Fortunately, Lin Fan and his group had arrived in the nick of time, otherwise this village would have been entirely wiped out today. In broad daylight, and under a clear sky, you wretched beasts dare to slaughter wantonly. You deserve 1,000 deaths. Even though Lin Fan now possessed great power, he could not disregard the lives of the common people. Moreover, these were his subjects, people who would provide him with an endless supply of points in the future. Killing Lin Fan's people was akin to destroying his very foundation. Lin Fan would absolutely fight them to the bitter end. Sin? Who dares question my sins? Lacking strength is the only sin. I am strong, so I can kill whomever I please. Unaware that death was knocking at his door, the 8th chief continued his arrogant boasting. Leave one alive to extract the location of the Hafeng bandits. Kill all the rest. Lin Fan did not wish to waste words with such a person and gave the order directly. Brat, you've got nerve. Let's see how I deal with you in a moment. The 8th chief charged forward eagerly, seemingly already planning the ways he would torture Lin Fan. But in the next instant, the 8th chief was dumbfounded. The top experts in Lin Fan's entourage showed no intention of moving. Aside from the members of the Eastern Depot, only the brutish Jian Wei made a move. It was a slaughter, a completely one-sided massacre. Even the 8th chief, a martial venerable, could not withstand Jian Wei's onslaught, let alone the others. Moments later, all of the 8th chief's men lay dead. Only his battle with Jian Wei remained, and he was barely holding on. The 8th chief felt bitter in his heart. It was just a routine raid, so how had he run into this group of death gods? Robbing ordinary villagers yielded barely any profit. He had simply been unable to sit still and insisted on coming out for a stroll, only to meet with such terrible luck. Jian Wei stopped playing around. The regretting 8th chief suddenly heard Lin Fan's words. Playing around. How utterly dismissive of him. Before the 8th chief could even fly into a rage, Jian Wei unleashed his true power. Within 3 moves, the 8th chief was sprawled on the ground. Which of you two will go? Lin Fan looked toward Xiao Gao and Xiao Zhengchun. The organizations under these two were masters of punishment, exceptionally skilled in the art of interrogation and torture. Marquis, allow this old servant to go, Xiao Zhengchun spoke up hastily. The emergence of Xiao Gao, a fellow eunuch commanding Luang, which was far superior to the Eastern Depot, had placed immense pressure on Xiao Zhengchun. He could not afford to miss such an opportunity to prove himself. Fan Lin could not have cared less, he only wanted results. He gestured for Xiao Zhengchun to take the man away. Fan Lin surveyed the ravaged village, fury burning within him. Those bastards truly had no respect for him at all. Haifeng City was now his fiefdom, and he was certain the Haifeng bandits knew it well. What Fan Lin had done, he did not doubt the Haifeng bandits were unaware. He had experts of his own and an army at his command. Yet these creatures dared to run rampant on his territory with such brazen disregard. Villagers, I am the lord of Haifeng City. Having just arrived, I was overwhelmed with affairs and neglected the safety beyond the city walls. You have suffered greatly because of my oversight. Rest assured, every last one of the Haifeng bandits will be killed, and their deaths will bring solace to those villagers who have perished. Moreover, I will send people to assist you in rebuilding your homes and restoring your livelihoods. From now on, I promise that nothing like this will ever happen again. Fan Lin openly revealed his identity and proposed a solution. My lord, wouldn't that be the Marquis of Beihuang? Indeed. Since his appointment, he has exempted us from 3 years of taxes, giving our lives a renewed sense of hope. Alas, my father will never see it. One cannot blame the Marquis for this. He has only been here a few days, and matters must be attended to one at a time. If the Marquis can help us take revenge, we would be endlessly grateful. Fan Lin's policies had taken some effect, and even the villagers outside the city had caught wind of the news. We pay our respects to the Marquis. Thank you for avenging us. Common folk were simple and straightforward. As the city lord, Fan Lin bore responsibility for this disaster. At the very least, it was a dereliction of duty. Yet the villagers harbored no blame, and instead thanked him for seeking justice on their behalf. Everyone rise quickly. First, tend to your families. By tomorrow at the latest, officials from the government will arrive to help. Fan Lin was not one to speak empty words. He immediately had men from the Eastern Depot convey his orders. My lord, the interrogation is complete. Xiao Zhengchun returned with an impassive expression, while the 8th boss had vanished without a trace. Without asking, Fan Lin knew that in the hands of these eunuchs death itself would be a mercy. Very well. Let us go avenge the common folk. Fan Lin was resolved to slaughter every last one of those scoundrels. My lord, you are a person of noble birth and great value. There is no need for you to involve yourself personally. Besides, there are still many matters in the city requiring your attention. Perhaps it would be best to entrust this task to your humble servant. Seeing Fan Lin about to leave, Zhao Gao hastily made his proposal. With the power of the Luo network, handling such a trivial matter was child's play. No. These bandits have wantonly slaughtered my subjects. How could I sit idle and do nothing? I must handle this matter myself. Fan Lin refused and mounted his horse, riding off without hesitation. The others had no choice but to follow. Unbeknownst to Fan Lin, this small gesture of his would later be passed down through generations of simple villagers as a testament to his deep care for and his hands-on leadership. The reputation of a ruler who treated his subjects as his own children would spread far and wide. To be honest, Fan Lin had not thought beyond venting his inner anger. He never intended to build a virtuous name, yet inadvertently he forged an exceptionally strong foundation of popular support among the common people. This perhaps was what one might call an unintended favor bearing unexpected fruit. Near the side of Haifeng City, within the demonic beast forest, a range of mountains rose, dotted with countless crude dwellings. This was the stronghold of the Haifeng bandits. Great leader, my lord has demonstrated sufficient sincerity. What is your decision? I must return and report to the prefect. In a relatively presentable house, the group seated themselves in order of host and guest. Your lord is a mighty emperor-level expert with countless capable subordinates. Such a trivial matter hardly requires the bother of brothers like us. The great leader of the Haifeng bandits looked like a lumbering bear, but one must not underestimate him. To have become the leader of these desperados, his methods and strength were surely formidable. Great leader, although Yizhou borders Huangzhou, there are still many cities between them and Haifeng City. Mobilizing troops is not easy, and with the eastern barbarians about to invade, my lord is stretched thin. However, Fan Lin must be eliminated. You are well aware that Fan Lin's father and my lord share a feud stained with blood. Meng Qingye, the prefect of Yizhou, was a figure from an era prior to Lin Wudi. Back then, Meng Qingye's son had traveled to Huangzhou for leisure, and in a fit of recklessness killed several commoners. Lin Wudi, enraged, executed him on the spot. As a prefect of standing, Meng Qingye failed to even save his own son, suffering a tremendous loss of face. Thus, an unhealable enmity was forged between him, Beihuang, and Lin Wudi. After Lin Wudi's death, Meng Qingye sought to extinguish the Lin family entirely and eliminate Fan Lin. But at that time, Fan Lin was under the protection of the royal family, and Meng Qingye dared not make any reckless moves. When Fan Lin left the royal capital, Meng Qingye dispatched assassins to ambush him, but they severely underestimated Fan Lin's strength. Those sent failed even to lay eyes on him before being disposed of by the Eastern Depot. With the Eastern barbarians on the verge of invasion, Meng Qingye could not abandon his own territory, yet he could not let go of the hatred in his heart. It was therefore that he sent someone to contact the Haifeng bandits. In Meng Qingye's estimation, the only ones guarding Fan Lin were 3 or 4 martial venerable experts, whereas the Haifeng bandits boasted over a dozen martial venerable masters, more than enough to handle the situation. Provided sufficient rewards were offered, these profit-driven scoundrels would naturally fall in line. Please inform the prefect on my behalf that we will undertake this mission. However, please take these gifts back with you. Should we succeed, we hope the prefect will grant us an avenue of escape within Izhou. The great leader of the Haifeng bandits was a shrewd calculator. He clearly understood the current state of the Xiao kingdom. In times of great turmoil, groups like theirs, mere rabble, would inevitably face purging or forced integration. Rather than meeting such a fate, it was wiser to secure an exit route for himself. Although Izhou lay on the barbarian frontier, having averted a generational blood feud from Meng Qingye, the prefect would surely not treat him unfairly. Besides, he and his men possessed more than a dozen martial venerable experts. Such a force was undeniable wherever it went, and Meng Qingye could not possibly ignore it. Excellent. I will convey this to the prefect, and am confident you will not be disappointed. The envoy clearly held a certain status within Izhou. He understood the Haifeng bandits' choices, and knew Meng Qingye would not let such powerful experts slip away. Both parties were in essence in perfect alignment. I hear the meteor sect has already set out. When they arrive in a few days, we shall attack Haifeng City simultaneously, and Fan Lin will find it impossible to escape. His calculations were impeccable. By leveraging the strength of the meteor sect, he could accomplish his objective while minimizing his own losses. With so many martial venerables involved, the risks would be reduced to the barest minimum. Once in Izhou, his own faction would remain intact, and Meng Qingye would not abandon him after his usefulness expired. Very well. Given these circumstances, the matter is settled. I shall return at once to report to the prefect. The envoy cared little for how the Haifeng bandits operated so long as his goal was achieved. He took his leave promptly, and the bandits, unwilling to show any disrespect in case they might become colleagues in the future and rely on his goodwill, rose together to escort him out. However, barely had the group stepped outside when a sudden crisis erupted. Just as everyone stepped out the door, they noticed utter chaos unfolding in the distance. What happened? The chief asked, utterly bewildered. But since everyone had been gathered together just moments ago, no one had any idea what had transpired. In the distance, a lowly bandit came running over. Chief, this is bad. We are under attack, and our brothers have suffered heavy casualties. Bastards! Who dares to pluck the tiger's whiskers? The chief was thoroughly astonished. Having occupied this territory for so many years, who would dare attack them? Setting aside their formidable strength, the Haifeng bandits had always been cautious over the years, never making enemies needlessly. We don't know. The attackers are incredibly powerful, and their numbers are unclear. Our brothers can barely hold them off. How could this rabble of bandits possibly compare to assassins whose lowest cultivation realm was the martial king stage? Before they could even get a clear look at their foes, they were routed and fled in utter terror. Lin Fan had deployed every single member of Luoyang, determined not to let a single soul escape. The battle erupted swiftly, but it concluded just as rapidly. Although the Haifeng bandits numbered over 10,000, Luoyang's forces were also substantial. Aside from those dispatched to cooperate with the Dongchang, there were still 4,000 to 5,000 men, more than enough to easily deal with this handful of bandits. The leaders of the Haifeng bandits dared not act rashly, watching the Luoyang assassins slowly close their encirclement from afar. Having risen from the untamed wilderness, the chief detected a glint in these killers' eyes that was even more bloodthirsty than his own, instantly realizing that this group was not to be trifled with. Brothers, I do not know how our Haifeng bandits have offended you. Please speak plainly. Relying on his own formidable strength, the chief was not overly concerned for his safety. In the vicinity of Haifeng City, there was no force powerful enough to be insurmountable. Even the newly arrived Lin Fan was not someone the chief took seriously. What kind of people made up Luoyang? They were bloodthirsty assassins. Not a single one of them was reasonable. Hearing the chief's words, no one replied, and they silently continued clearing away the small fry. The chief felt his pride wounded. These people showed far too little respect for a martial venerable powerhouse like himself. He was about to order his men to teach them a lesson. But right at that moment, the grim assassins parted to form a path, and Lin Fan and his companions walked through. How is this possible? It's actually him. The chief did not recognize Lin Fan, but the man from Izhou certainly did. As Lin Fan walked over, he instantly noticed the visitor from Izhou. This was primarily because the man's attire and temperament were completely different from those of the bandits. Driven by curiosity, he used the system to inspect the man's identity, and in an instant everything became clear. So that's how it is. However, Lin Fan was in no hurry to deal with him. He had no intention of letting anyone present today escape, who after all they were all his enemies. Kid, who are you? Have my Haifeng bandits offended you in some way? The chief was no fool. It was blatantly obvious that this young man was the leader of the group. You haven't offended me, but you have provoked me. Lin Fan's words were entirely accurate. While the Haifeng bandits had not directly attacked him, they had struck at his very foundation. Thus a deep enmity had been forged between them. Sir, won't you introduce us? It seems this chief doesn't recognize me, Lin Fan said with a chuckle. Young Marquis Lin, I am merely passing through. Your affairs have nothing to do with me. While revealing Lin Fan's identity, the man also hastily tried to distance himself. Lin Fan had launched an attack, had their plot been exposed. No matter what, he should not get involved at this moment. Lin Fan's arrival made it clear that he was fully prepared. To rashly intervene without knowing the opponent's trump cards would be sheer folly. Besides, with the Haifeng bandits here, it was obvious this matter could not be resolved peacefully. If the bandits won, his mission would be complete. If they lost, his intervention would be utterly futile anyway. This man had calculated his options perfectly. You are Lin Fan. The chief finally understood. This was the very Lin Fan they were planning to deal with. But before they could even make a move, how had Lin Fan already arrived? Could there be a traitor among them? The chief began to grow paranoid, scrutinizing his subordinates. With a single glance, Lin Fan knew this fellow had completely misunderstood. Very well, this marquis shall let you die with understanding. Your 8th chief wantonly slaughtered the commoners of my fiefdom, and I happened to cross paths with him. Your Haifeng bandits cannot escape blame for this. Furthermore, you were conspiring here to attack Haifeng City while the Liuxing sect was making trouble for me. My arrival is somewhat coincidental, but it serves perfectly to resolve everything at once. As for you, Meng Qingye's advisor, since you dared to plot against me, and I happened to catch you, you can only blame your own terrible luck. Lin Fan explained the reason for his arrival in a single breath. Young Marquis, there is a misunderstanding here. Please let me explain. The fellow had never expected Lin Fan to have investigated so thoroughly, and he hastily tried to explain himself. Mr. Ma, our target was Lin Fan to begin with. Although his sudden appearance is unexpected, things have already reached this point. Let's seize this opportunity to destroy him. Then both you and I will have completed our missions. No matter how strong this kid is, how powerful can he possibly be? We have over a dozen martial venerables on our side. Initially, the chief had wanted to reap the benefits from the sidelines, but now that seemed impossible. Thus, he decided to charge straight in. After all, he had never truly regarded Lin Fan as a threat. That's more like it. Why bother with excuses when we must ultimately settle this with our fists? Send them on their way. As soon as the words fell, dozens of figures charged forward. These men were all Earth-level assassins of Luoyang, along with the battle-hungry Jian Wei and Xiao Jingchun. As for the 6 sword slaves and other experts at or above the martial emperor stage, they merely stood around Lin Fan to watch the spectacle, having absolutely no intention of taking action. The chief failed to notice this, but Mr. Ma did. We're finished. Dozens of martial venerables. How can we possibly withstand this? Furthermore, the people standing beside Lin Fan must be the truly terrifying ones, and there are actually more than 10 of them. Mr. Ma realized that everyone had severely underestimated the power backing Lin Fan. Moreover, seeing how these experts obeyed his every command, it was clear they revolved around Lin Fan as their master, which puzzled Mr. Ma even more. On what grounds? Was it because of Lin Wudi? But Lin Wudi had been dead for 10 years. On what basis could Lin Fan command so many powerful experts? However, Mr. Ma knew that their prospects today were grim. Even if only to keep his secrets safe, Lin Fan would never let any of them leave alive. Sending out information was even more impossible. Their only option now was to fight with their lives on the line and gamble for a chance to escape. On the other side, the chief had also grasped the reality of the situation. Good heavens, dozens of martial venerables all at once. How could he possibly resist? How laughable that just moments ago they were still plotting how to eliminate Lin Fan. Marquis, there has been a misunderstanding. My Haifeng bandits would never dare make an enemy of you. Please grant us a chance to live. I am willing to lead the Haifeng bandits to serve you. What was pride? It was nothing compared to one's life. What did promises matter? Meng Qingye could not suddenly appear to save his life. Unfortunately, Lin Fan turned a deaf ear to his pleas. With his system, what kind of talents could Lin Fan not obtain? How could he ever care for a bunch of bandits? The chief abandoned all hope. He could only focus his mind and concentrate entirely on dealing with the enemies before him, no longer daring to think about the final outcome. He had to preserve his life first, otherwise no matter how much he thought, what use would it be? The battle raged on in full fury. The Net's Earth-tier assassins, though not as gifted as their Heaven-tier counterparts, were all desperate outlaws who fought with reckless courage. Moreover, the Net had the advantage of numbers, with 2 or 3 of them ganging up on one foe, which naturally made things far easier. Though assassins excelled at killing with one decisive strike, when they held numerical superiority, they fought with ferocious boldness, even in a frontal assault. Before long, every last thug of the Blackwind bandits lay dead. Of the stronger members who remained, nearly half were killed or wounded, and the rest could barely hold on. Young Marquis, spare my life. I am willing to serve you and go undercover in Izhou. None of this was my doing. It was Meng Qingye who wanted to kill you. Let me keep watch over him for you, and you can save yourself a great deal of trouble. Mr. Ma could no longer hold on. These people were truly striking to kill. Yet his words stirred some interest in Lin Fan. An enemy lurking in the shadows was the most terrifying kind. Lin Fan had not even known that he harbored such a deep grudge with the governor of Izhou. The strength of a single province was hardly trivial. Not to mention its troops had also contained many powerhouses. Otherwise, how would these feudal lords dare harbor such ambitions? After all, whether transcendent powerhouses existed in the royal family was unknown to the outside world, but at the very least the royal house held dozens of martial emperor experts. Since the provincial lords still had the will to rebel, the power in their hands naturally was not weak. Only Huangzhou appeared somewhat inferior on the surface. However, Lin Fan suspected that Huangzhou must have hidden masters as well, who otherwise, no matter how things stood, those governors would not have let it go. Especially Haizhou, Qingzhou, Yizhou, and Xiazhou, which bordered Huangzhou. Every one of them eyed Huangzhou with hungry, predatory intent, yet none made a real move. Having an inside agent would naturally bring Lin Fan obvious benefits. He could learn many of Yizhou's secrets, especially any schemes directed against him. Xiao Gao, Chao Jingchuan, do either of you have a way to control a man? These two were exactly the most cunning sort of men, with an endless bag of tricks. The two exchanged a glance and shook their heads helplessly. Marquee methods of controlling a person do exist, but we haven't prepared any. We don't have them on hand. Xiao Gao very much wanted to say yes, but unfortunately they had only recently emerged into the world and had not yet had time to prepare such methods. Lin Fan understood and could not blame them. Suddenly Lin Fan realized that he had them himself. Why ask others? He opened the system mall and began searching. Poison goo worms and cursed talismans. These kinds of items could all serve the purpose of controlling a person. Yet Lin Fan did not know which to choose. That was no problem. The two professionals were right there, so he asked them. Marquee poison can control a person, but its weakness is that it may easily be detected if one encounters an expert. Moreover, poison cannot serve the purpose of surveillance. Cursed talismans are unsuitable as well, because they require matching runes. If talismans are used externally, they are easily discovered. Your subordinate recommends using goo. Goo can probe a person's thoughts, and if he dares to betray you, it can be triggered instantly, preventing leaks. A professional analysis was indeed far better than figuring things out on one's own. Take that man alive first and kill every last one of the others. Lin Fan gave the order. The men across from them had overheard the entire exchange. They had not expected Lin Fan to be so ruthless, nor had they expected that he would truly dare to plant a spy at Meng Qingye's side. At the same time, the Blackwind bandits realized that to keep the secret, their lives had reached their end. Sure enough, those who were already struggling to hold their ground were pushed to the brink of destruction. Neither pleas for mercy, curses, nor attempts to surrender could change the final outcome. The Blackwind bandits became history in the territory of Haifeng City. Bandit power like theirs could never rise again. As for that Mr. Ma, upon hearing that he had a chance to live, he gave up resisting. Though he had heard what methods Lin Fan would use, it was still far better than dying on the spot. Perhaps if he rendered meritorious service in the future, the day might come when he would be free of control. Moreover, today had shaken Mr. Ma deeply. Around this famous for being useless young man of the Xiao Kingdom, there were actually so many powerhouses. And that was not even counting the white-horsed silver spear cavalry and the heavy-armored infantry guarding Haifeng City. Both were formidable armies. Perhaps in the future the situation would look completely different. With that thought, Mr. Ma's resistance clearly waned. Lin Fan paid him no attention, instead searching through which kind of goo would be suitable. The soul-devouring goo would be triggered instantly if the person had harbored malice toward its master, causing that person to die on the spot and dissolve into pus. In the end, Lin Fan spent 10,000 points to purchase the soul-devouring goo. Looking at the revolting goo worm, Mr. Ma knew he could not refuse, so he swallowed it on his own, enduring the nausea. I pay my respects to the Marquis. Mr. Ma quickly adjusted to his new identity. Go back. Someone will contact you. As for how to explain what happened here, handle it as you see fit. It was also a small test. If he could not even handle this much, Lin Fan did not think this Mr. Ma would be of much use. Rest assured, Marquis. Your servant takes his leave. Mr. Ma had not been seriously injured, and he soon hurried away. Xiao Jingchuan, have your people keep an eye on him. Pass on any news promptly. Lin Fan handed the matter to the Eastern Depot. Clean up this place so that no plague breaks out. Destroy these dwellings as well so they cannot be used by others. With that, Lin Fan finally felt satisfied. Not one of those damned wretches had escaped. Marquis, we should return as soon as possible. The Eastern Depot reports that the Meteor Sect people will arrive at Haifeng City in one day. Xiao Jingchuan had just received the intelligence and hastened to inform Lin Fan, for if any delay caused trouble in Haifeng City, he could not bear the responsibility. Marquis, this old servant has a suggestion, though I do not know whether I should speak. Xiao Gao gave a sinister smile, clearly holding a new perspective on the Meteor Sect's impending attack. Speak. Lin Fan was curious too. Marquis, many sects on the Shengshi continent are closely interconnected. If one is touched, other sects may be drawn out. Even if not, it will provoke their displeasure. It would naturally be easy for us to directly destroy the Meteor Sect, but that would draw attention. Though the strongest sects around us are only 7-star sects, in the end, that would still be a hidden danger. Rather than that, let this old servant take men to intercept and kill the Meteor Sect members on the road. Then we cast their bodies at the scene to create the illusion of a bloody gang fight. This way, even if someone suspects we did it, there will be no evidence, and we will never admit it. After all, at the scene, there will be the bodies of the Black-Wind bandit chieftains. As it happens, the two sides are similar in numbers and strength, so it is plausible that they ended up mutually destroyed in a desperate struggle. Zhao Gao quickly laid out his plan. Lin Fan thought he made sense. They could not simply kill every enemy. If an 8-star sect came, kill it. If a 7-star sect came, kill it too. Then what if 6-star and 5-star sects came? Kill them as well. Lin Fan would love to, but his strength did not allow it. Lin Fan pondered silently. When it came to schemes and intrigue, figures like Zhao Gao and Qiao Zhenshan were clearly superior to him. Moreover, he agreed with their assessment. Very well, let's proceed as planned. Keep it clean. This time you lead Luo Wang in executing the operation while I return to Black-Wind City and make a public appearance. Even if others want to suspect us, it won't matter. Our people are all in the city. How could we possibly split ourselves to commit the crime? Lin Fan made his decision. The plan would proceed exactly as outlined. By avoiding direct confrontation with the sect's forces, the situation would grow even more chaotic. With Luo Wang's capabilities, no one would be able to uncover the truth. Acting immediately, Lin Fan and his companions set into motion. Yet Lin Fan recognized a critical gap. The villagers from the earlier bandit attack would have knowledge of his intention to eliminate the Black-Wind robbers. To address this, Lin Fan dispatched additional Dongchong agents to that village, placing them under temporary control and warning the villagers to keep silent. A brief delay would suffice. If exposed later, it would hardly matter, especially since outsiders might never discover the village in question. Lin Fan was simply taking precautions. Furthermore, he could claim the Black-Wind robbers had evaded detection when in truth they were already en route to confront the Meteor sect. Once arrangements were complete, Lin Fan and his party made a grand display heading toward Black-Wind City. "My lord, you've returned," Guijia said, having received word as he waited at the city gate with his men. "Feng Xiao, what of the situation within the city? Have the great families shown any signs of trouble?" With Guijia overseeing matters, the city's daily affairs would remain stable. "My lord, these families await the Meteor sect's arrival. On the surface, there is no commotion, yet behind closed doors, each is mobilizing forces, even arming their private armies." Such was the flaw of this world. Powerful families commanded sufficient wealth and cultivation resources, making it easy to recruit followers who served as private armies. Each family's private forces varied in size. The most formidable ones resembled full-fledged armies or even regular military units, much like the great warlords. Even the weakest families could muster hundreds of private troops, for in this world where men die for wealth and birds perish for food, those willing to risk everything for resources were far from rare. "They've likely received orders from the Ding family to attack our Black-Wind City when the Meteor sect makes its move," Lin Fan stated calmly, showing no surprise. "That's correct, my lord. The Eastern Depot has received intelligence confirming troop concentrations surrounding us. Though still at a distance, they'll arrive swiftly once the Meteor sect strikes." Meanwhile, Guijia maintained constant vigilance over the surrounding area. "The Meteor sect won't be arriving. I've arranged for ambush parties. Yet we mustn't overlook these forces. Consider this: what if we seize control of Qingyang province directly? With nearly every city in Qingyang province dispatching forces, capturing them in one stroke would leave them defenseless. Given Black-Wind City's strength, conquering the entire province seemed well within reach. My lord, I wouldn't recommend directly taking control of Qingyang province. We lack sufficient forces. Capturing cities is straightforward, but defending them is another matter entirely. Other provinces, even Qingzhou and Yizhou, may intervene. Moreover, governance presents a challenge. We don't have enough personnel to administer these cities effectively, which would only stretch our resources thin and impose unsustainable economic burdens." Guijia analyzed the situation. While Lin Fan had many skilled warriors at his disposal, he lacked sufficient administrative and strategic talent. Attempting to control an entire province outright would prove difficult, primarily wasting time and resources. However, my lord, we could capture the invading armies and deliver a harsh lesson to each city. This approach yields we can train them into elite soldiers while depleting each city's military strength. Rebuilding such forces would require tremendous expense and difficulty, finding qualified personnel, particularly those with high cultivation levels. The strategy appealed to Lin Fan. With his military infrastructure secured, he could send these captives for proper training, especially since his system shop contained a particular asset that would maximize their effectiveness. When the cities launched their attacks and lost their core forces, they'd have no choice but to endure the loss. For Lin Fan was the true victim here. This is feasible, but requires careful planning. We only have the 5,000 garrison defending the city, adequate for defense, but insufficient for offense. Should I recall the White Horse Cavalry and Wei's elite infantry? Lin Fan recognized the garrison's strength, but 5,000 against roughly 500,000 invaders was a daunting 1-to-10 ratio. Defeating them might be possible, capturing them would be extraordinarily difficult. My lord, it's not impossible, if we enlist the assistance of Luo Wang and the Eastern Depot. Though numerous, the enemy comprises over a dozen factions, each led by its own commander. If we eliminate or capture key leaders and assassinate mid-level officers, these forces lose their coordination and become manageable. With the enemy in disarray, the garrison could then sortie establish dominance and accept surrenders. Guojia's plan carried significant risk. With Luo Wang's capabilities, assassinations within enemy ranks were certainly achievable, especially with Heaven-class assassins like Yinri leading operations. Ordinary soldiers followed orders without question, so fabricated commands and manufactured chaos could sow real disruption, making the plan potentially viable. Then draw up your plans. If it holds water, we execute it. A pause followed. Additionally, Mu City dispatched 40,000 Wei elite infantry and 10,000 city guards. I need these figures incorporated into your strategy. Previously, when Mu City received orders from the provincial capital to mobilize, Lin Fan was immediately informed. To ensure absolute security, he deployed 40,000 Wei elite infantry alongside 10,000 city guards, meant to mislead observers. The combined forces would strengthen their position considerably. Meanwhile, Black Wind City retained 50,000 city guards who, under Gao Shun's training, could still contribute meaningfully to the city's defense. The Eastern Depot and Luo Wang personnel totaled approximately 10,000 highly trained operatives whose impact in critical moments would rival that of 100,000 regular soldiers. Beyond them lay even more martial experts above the martial venerable realm. With such calculations complete, Lin Fan felt reassured. All right, Feng Xiao, the coming battle is yours to command. Coordinate with Gao Shun on troop deployments. We'll absorb as many enemy soldiers as we can. As for the rest, they've come all this way, they won't be returning. Let them contribute to Black Wind City's soil instead. In essence, they would either join his forces or perish upon it. There would be no return for any of them. Should any city lord or Ding family member arrive, they too would be kept, transformed into fertilizer to nourish Black Wind City's lands. Lin Fan resumed his role as a hands-off leader, delegating the burdensome decisions to Guojia. Lin Fan and his companions returned to the city lord's mansion, while Guojia departed to arrange the necessary matters. Just as Haifeng City was preparing to deal a crushing blow to the invading enemies, Zhao Gao and other members of Luo Wang emerged within a dense forest, the sole path through which the members of the Liuxing sect had to pass to reach Haifeng City. Supported by a formidable intelligence network, Zhao Gao and his men did not have to wait long before the members of the Liuxing sect appeared. Sect Master, once we eliminate Lin Fan, may we purge Haifeng City? A group of 40 to 50 people conversed casually as they journeyed. From their relaxed demeanor, it was evident that they held neither Lin Fan nor even the Xiao Kingdom in any regard. Publicly targeting a noble of the Xiao Kingdom, regardless of the reason, should have required some consideration for the kingdom's prestige. Yet these people did not harbor such concerns at all. Certainly, we must teach these ignorant fools a bloody lesson, who otherwise anyone might dare to defy the power of the sects. Lung Junjie, the sect master of the Liuxing sect, had once been a mere chore disciple in a great sect. Though he had cultivated for a considerable time, his limited talent fell short of the sect's assessment standards, leading to his dismissal. Unwilling to accept his fate, Lung Junjie traveled far from home and arrived near the Qingyang prefecture, where he became a bandit lord and established an 8-star sect. Lung Junjie, a peak martial venerable expert, could not compare to the royal family of the Xiao Kingdom or the various powerful lords. However, with the backing of sect forces, he had lived a highly prosperous and comfortable life over the years. Little did he expect to suffer a setback this time. He had intended to recruit a group of experts to bolster his sect's strength, only to encounter a reckless youth like Lin Fan. Having dared to cripple members of the Liuxing sect, Lin Fan had ensured that Lung Junjie would never let the matter rest. Upon receiving news from the Zhao family, Lung Junjie immediately set out to seek vengeance. The people of Haifeng City do not know what is good for them. This time we must carve a deep, unforgettable memory into their minds. And that Lin Fan, a useless fool who has lost his backing, actually thought he could offend my Liuxing sect just because he had someone supporting him. Lin Fan must be executed by 1,000 cuts. Only by flaying him alive and tearing out his tendons can the hatred in my heart be appeased. Lung Junjie was exceedingly arrogant and conceited, daring to boast of how he would dispose of Lin Fan before even grasping the full situation. Splendid. Since you have all chosen your own ways to die, I shall graciously select a graveyard for you. Suddenly, a shrill voice echoed, causing the members of the Liuxing sect to halt instantly. Which friend is present here? We are of the Liuxing sect, let us not have any misunderstandings. The voice was entirely unfamiliar, and Lung Junjie was certain it did not belong to anyone from his sect, yet the speaker had clearly addressed his previous words. Furthermore, the intent revealed in those words was far from friendly. Led by Zhao Gao, the 6 sword slaves and dozens of Earth-class assassins materialized around the members of the Liuxing sect, completely surrounding them. Friend, why do you block our path? Lung Junjie had yet to realize the gravity of the situation. To kill you naturally. You are merely a dozen or so martial venerables. Who gave you the audacity to invade Haifeng City? Zhao Gao had no intention of concealing anything from the moment they appeared. The outcome was already sealed. So you are from Haifeng City. Excellent, that saves me the trouble. I shall give you two choices. Join my Liuxing sect, or die. Hearing that they were from Haifeng City, Lung Junjie relaxed. What kind of powerful experts could a mere city possibly possess? Yet he overlooked the fact that these people had not only taken the initiative to intercept them, but also possessed flawless intelligence on the Liuxing sect's movements, something that should never be underestimated. Arrogant and conceited, such is the conduct of the sects. Truly ignorant. Zhao Gao sighed inwardly. The world was vast, let alone martial venerables. Even a transcendent expert like himself would have to keep a low profile once they left the vicinity of the Xiao Kingdom. Wasting no more words, Zhao Gao waved his hand, and the Earth-class assassin struck. The presence of Zhao Gao and the 6 sword slaves in this battle was merely to prevent any unforeseen accidents. Those actually engaging in combat were still martial venerables. The benefit of doing so was to create an illusion for outsiders that this was an evenly matched battle, making the subsequent arrangements easier to execute. Otherwise, why would assassins reveal themselves? Furthermore, if the 6 sword slaves were to strike, it would inevitably result in instant kills, which would appear far too contrived. The Earth-class assassins outnumbered their opponents at least 2 to 1, yet they held back their strength during the fight, deliberately destroying the surrounding environment as much as possible to fabricate the appearance of a bitter struggle. Zhao Gao was highly satisfied with the half-hour of evenly matched combat. Very well, end this. Zhao Gao commanded directly. Abandoning their previous hesitation, all the assassins unleashed a frenzied onslaught. Within moments, several corpses of the Liuxing sect's martial venerable experts were left on the field. As one side waxed and the other waned, the surviving members of the Liuxing sect found it increasingly impossible to hold their ground. Which of you is Lin Fan? I want to see him. Lung Junjie knew very well that surviving today's ordeal would be incredibly difficult. Having fought for so long without a single passerby appearing on the road, it was clear the enemy had hidden reinforcements. Escaping would be nearly impossible, and to make matters worse, the enemy's most powerful figures had not even made a move yet. Negotiation was his sole remaining sliver of hope for survival. Why would the Marquis deign to meet an insignificant figure like you? Harbor no illusions and accept your death in peace. Zhao Gao sneered. What sort of exalted figure was the Marquis? How could a person like Lung Junjie meet him at will? You? Lung Junjie felt extremely stifled. He had always been the one to look down on others, holding even the royal family of the Xiao Kingdom in contempt. Just because he could not defeat them did not mean he feared them. Yet today, a minor Marquis of the Xiao Kingdom, a mere city lord, dared to despise him. Within the span of a few sentences, Lung Junjie was left as the sole survivor, struggling to hold on, while the rest of his sect members had already perished. Think carefully. I belong to the sect forces. If you kill me, the 7-star and 6-star sects will never let you off. Left with no other recourse, Lung Junjie could only resort to empty threats. Trash, Zhao Gao muttered, unwilling to waste any more words, and signaled the assassins to finish the battle quickly. Shortly after, the once insufferable leader of the 8-star sect, Lung Junjie, died on the spot. Quickly, meticulously arrange the scene, then send word to the Marquis. The other side can begin their move as well. The corpses of over a dozen martial venerable experts from the Haifeng bandits were cast onto the ground. Simultaneously, Luo Wang staged the scene to resemble a fierce clash where both sides had perished together. Surveying the area, Zhao Gao nodded in satisfaction before leading his men away. As for when this place would be discovered by others, Zhao Gao did not care. It would take time for the discovery to be made and the news to spread. By then, Haifeng City's arrangements would have long been complete. While Zhao Gao was carrying out his operation, Gujiao also set his plans into motion. Yinri Shengqi and Xuanjian, leading 50 Earth-class and human-class assassins of Luoyang, were the first to initiate their moves. Excluding Mu City, there were military forces in 7 other cities, including the prefectural capital, each possessing its own commanders and experts. The targets of Yinri and the others were the supreme commanders of each army, while the other assassins focused on neutralizing the mid-level officers. Simultaneously, Gao Shun's Xinjiang camp set out. The Wei Wu infantry, brought by Wu Qi, also equipped their new gear and began their march. The first large-scale battle of Haifeng City had officially commenced. Ding Wu, a direct descendant of the Ding family in the prefecture city, had been appointed by Ding Jian to serve as the overall commander of the army. 8 cities under Qingyang Prefecture, combined with the prefecture city itself, mobilized a total of 45000 troops. Their objective was to coordinate with the Black Wind Bandits and Meteor Sect to eliminate the forces of Black Wind City. Without the involvement of those two factions, Ding Jian would never have dared to advance. The Legion in Lin Fan's hands had managed to break through the blockade of a 1,000,000-strong army from Xingtai, their combat prowess undoubtedly formidable. Ding Jian was well aware that with his motley collection of troops, they stood no chance against Black Wind City. However, with Meng Qingye, the governor of Yizhou, facilitating the alliance, Ding Jian's role would merely be supportive. He could reclaim control of Black Wind City while reaping substantial benefits, which ultimately convinced him to take the gamble. As for whether the royal family would hold him accountable, Ding Jian harbored no fears. The court would welcome Lin Fan's demise. Moreover, with the Black Wind bandits involved, Ding Jian could justify his actions under the pretext of quelling rebels. Whether others believed it mattered little. Sir, by our calculations, the meteor sect's forces should arrive within 3 hours. I wonder when the Black Wind bandits will strike, and whether we should prepare in advance. Ding Wu served as the nominal commander, and out of respect for the Ding family, everyone else deferred to him. There's no urgency, he replied. We'll wait until Lin Fan falls, and his elite warriors are depleted from fighting the Black Wind bandits. Only then shall we advance. Those men aren't aligned with us. We have no reason to lead the charge. Ding Wu had his own plans. Profit from others' losses. Yes, but not at the cost of severe damage. These troops were the very foundation of his future survival. By the way, where are the troops from Mu City? They should have arrived already. Why hasn't their commander come to pay respects? Ding Wu pondered. The main force had fully assembled, yet the commander of Mu City had not reported to him. Ding Wu did not fear anything untoward had occurred. He simply felt his authority was being undermined. My lord, Mu City is the weakest among them. Their commander must be an incompetent fool, likely still busying himself with trivial military arrangements. This was a perfect opportunity to trample on someone, and everyone present seized it, eagerly chorusingly denouncing Mu City. Humph, an incompetent general drags 1,000 soldiers to ruin. Ding Wu declared with arrogance, as though he alone held the power to command the world. Well said. A bunch of trash. Where do they get the audacity? A cold, mocking remark instantly ignited the crowd's fury. But before anyone could react, sword light erupted within the great tent and blood sprayed in all directions. Yenri and his companions had struck. Against several martial venerables and a group of martial emperors, they faced absolutely no difficulty. Men. Assassins. Ding Wu immediately understood what had happened and hastily summoned reinforcements. Unfortunately, the entire army was thrown into chaos at that moment. Attacks erupted everywhere. To achieve maximum impact, the Luo Wang network had abandoned stealth tactics and instead created an enormous disturbance. Ding Wu remained composed under pressure, displaying the composure of a true warrior. Unfortunately, his actual strength fell far short. In a single flash of Yenri's movement, Ding Wu clutched his throat and collapsed. All his grand ambitions were forever severed from him. Rather than retreating, Yenri and the others unleashed their martial skills, sweeping through the army and systematically eliminating enemy commanders one by one. At the same time, Gao Shun led the 50,000 strong Xian Zhong Yuan brigade, charging into the fray. The disparity in strength was staggering. The allied forces could not hold them at all. Having lost most of their commanders, they found it impossible to organize any effective defense, resorting only to panicked, disorganized resistance. The result was that one after another hastily assembled formations were shattered by the Xian Zhong Yuan, leaving behind carpets of corpses. Within merely half an hour, the tide of battle had turned irreversibly against the coalition. Countless soldiers, abandoning all else, fled desperately toward the rear. But at this moment, everyone realized that another powerful army had appeared behind them. Though it numbered only 4,000, no one could break through. As the coalition soldiers stood frozen in confusion, Yenri and the others appeared, holding aloft Ding Wu's severed head. All who surrender and kneel shall spare their lives. All who resist shall be mercilessly slaughtered. Yenri and his companions were exceedingly powerful and swift. The news of their commanders' deaths spread rapidly throughout the coalition. Stripped of leadership and blocked from retreat, many soldiers threw down their weapons in despair. A handful who still attempted to resist were no match for the slaughter inflicted by the Wei Wuzun and the Xian Zhong Yuan. In less than 4 hours from start to finish, a great battle involving hundreds of thousands of souls came to an end. Of the 4,500 invading forces, 1,500 were annihilated, 3,000 captured, and not a single one escaped. General Wu the Marquis commands that these prisoners be handed over to you for return to the Demon Beast Forest. Subject them to strict selection training and form a new legion. Gao Shun carried Lin Fan's orders to locate Wu Qi, capturing 3,000 people in one stroke. Though most were at the martial artist realm, could prove valuable if properly trained and provided with resources from Lin Fan. Moreover, Lin Fan harbored other plans. Wu Qi accepted the order and escorted everyone back toward Mu City, transporting them to the Demon Beast Forest. Simultaneously, the agents of the Luo Wang and the Eastern Depot sprang into action, eliminating every spy in the surrounding area to prevent any leaks. Thus, hundreds of thousands of people simply vanished without a trace, and no one knew where they had gone. Black Wind City. Lord Ding, according to the timeline, the meteor sect should have arrived by now, yet there's no sign of them. Indeed, the Black Wind bandits are even closer, and we've received no word from them either. Could something have gone wrong? Inside the city, at a private residence, Ding Yang and over a dozen clan patriarchs had gathered, waiting for chaos within the city so they could act. Yet time had passed, and the city remained utterly still. There is no need for haste. We only need to concentrate our forces and wait patiently. Ding Yang soothed everyone's emotions, but the anxiety churning within his own heart went unnoticed by all. This operation had been planned for a long time. Under normal circumstances, nothing should have gone awry. especially regarding the Meteor Sect and Black Wind Bandits. Among them were quite a few martial venerable powerhouses. Without Izhou's intervention, Ding Yang would not have even been granted the qualification to cooperate with them. Once those people struck, the commotion would undoubtedly be enormous. Yet now, Ding Yang gazed outside. The city was as tranquil as ever, with not a trace of the tension that should accompany an impending great battle. This gave Ding Yang an unsettling feeling. Masters, are you perhaps waiting for someone? Upon seeing Xiao Zhengshun suddenly appear and address them, Ding Yang knew it was over. Either the plan had been exposed, or it had already failed. Regardless, with Xiao Zhengshun present, he and the others could expect nothing but a grim fate. Lord Xiao, might I inquire as to your purpose here? Ding Yang could not defeat him, so he chose to play dumb. Lord Ding, are you perhaps waiting for Ding Wu, Lord Lung, and the Black Wind Bandits? The moment Xiao Zhengshun spoke those words, Ding Yang knew the plan had completely failed. His immediate priority was to flee, first and foremost to preserve his own life. Thus Ding Yang said nothing and offered no farewell to anyone else. He unleashed his body techniques and sprinted rapidly toward the exit. Return to your master. Dian Wei, that oafish brute, smashed his halberd into Ding Yang's chest. How could a martial emperor possibly react in time? Ding Yang left swiftly, and returned even more swiftly. Watching Ding Yang lie on the ground vomiting blood, everyone present stood frozen in utter shock. This feeling was akin to riding a roller coaster. One moment he was envisioning reclaiming Haifeng City and restoring its former glory, and the next he was staring down the immediate threat of death. Ding Yang's heart turned to ash. He cared not for the fate of the others, but he knew with absolute certainty that his own end would be grim. Lin Fan would never show him mercy. Run! The others were no fools. They had finally grasped the dire reality of their situation. Relying on their sheer numbers, they scattered in all directions, each desperately hoping to be the fortunate one to escape. As for Ding Yang, who was he anyway? Unfortunately, the Eastern Depot had already made their move, leaving no chance for escape. Not to mention them, even the thousands of private soldiers they had amassed were now completely subdued by the city guard. Lacking both individual strength and military support, how could they possibly break free? Before long, the crowd collapsed beside Ding Yang like dead dogs. I want to see the Marquis. Ding Yang spat out a mouthful of blood. Catching his breath, he scrambled to plead for his life. At this moment, it was abundantly clear that the survival of these people hinged entirely on a single word from Lin Fan. As for the Haifeng Bandits and the Liuxing sect, they were certainly beyond help. Ding Yang had never imagined that the forces under Lin Fan's command could be so formidable. Had he known sooner, the Ding family would never have waded into these troubled waters. It was merely a single city. They could have easily let Lin Fan have it. Alas, there was no turning back. No need. The Marquis has already given his instructions. Guards, take Lord Ding, the clan leaders, and their immediate families to the street intersection to be executed. These people have oppressed the commoners for years. Notify the citizens to gather and witness this. The Marquis is avenging them. Xiao Zhengshun commanded coldly. A profound sorrow filled Ding Yang's heart. Lin Fan was using his life along with those of over a dozen families to win the hearts of the people. After today, Lin Fan would establish absolute dominion over Haifeng City. No, my lord, spare our lives. My lord, we were forced by the Ding family. We had no choice. Lin Fan, you bloodthirsty demon. I will be waiting for you in the underworld. In the face of life and death, the true nature of humanity was laid bare. The guards of the Eastern Depot stepped forward, smashing the teeth of these desperate souls one by one before violently twisting their short blades inside their mouths, silencing them forever. Thus the looming crisis dissolved into nothingness. My lord Ding Yang and the others have been executed. The properties of the dozen-plus families have been seized, and the confiscated resources have been secured in the treasury. The citizens of the city are now rejoicing, deeply grateful to you, Marquis, for purging this cancer. Having concluded his duties, Xiao Zhengshun returned to the city lord's mansion to report. However, Lin Fan was already aware of this. Upon his arrival at Haifeng City, he had triggered a quest, gain absolute control of Haifeng City, and eliminate hidden threats. Now it was finally complete. Fengxiao, after this battle, Qingyang Prefecture will not dare to target us again in the short term. We must seize this opportunity to vigorously develop the economy of Haifeng City. Despite the series of battles, Lin Fan had only earned fewer than 500 system points, which was far too little. The date for the settlement of faction points had not yet arrived, so Lin Fan did not know how much he would receive, but the development of his territory could not be neglected. Indeed, Marquis, now that we are free of any domestic constraints, our plans can be implemented smoothly. At this point, Haifeng City was entirely under Lin Fan's absolute rule. Having eradicated the local cancers and introduced highly beneficial policies, the populace was brimming with motivation and vigor. In the near future, look into establishing an educational institution to provide free education for the children of our citizens. This should cover not only academic literacy, but also martial arts cultivation, for they are the foundation of our future. Lin Fan had long desired to popularize martial arts training, as it would greatly benefit his acquisition of system points. However, in this world certain changes had to be implemented step by step. While Lin Fan achieved his desires, others were not so fortunate. The corpses of the Liuxing sect members and the various chieftains of the Haifeng bandits had been discovered. Meanwhile, the news of the battle at Haifeng City began to spread. At this moment, none was more bewildered than Meng Qingye, the governor of Yizhou, while Ding Jian, the prefect of Qingyang Prefecture, was the most terrified. As for the royal family and other major factions, they were left utterly perplexed. Whenever they attempted to uncover the truth, an invisible, powerful hand seemed to sever all flows of information. However, at this juncture, neither Meng Qingye nor the royal family had the leisure to investigate further, for the barbarians had begun their invasion of the Xiao kingdom. Furthermore, unlike in previous years, the barbarian army had mobilized over 10 million troops, this time clearly intending to conquer several provinces of the Xiao kingdom in a single sweeping campaign. Bearing the brunt of the onslaught, Meng Qingye had no choice but to devote all his energy to this war. Although the royal family wished to weaken the regional vassals and reclaim central authority, they could not ignore this existential threat and mobilized their armies to resist. Yizhou, Wenzhou, and Xuanzhou were the front lines directly facing the barbarians, and they currently bore the immense brunt of the pressure. Within Wenzhou lay Dongyu City, a vital military stronghold on the border, where a main combat legion of 2 million troops directly under the royal family was stationed. Their sole duty had always been to defend against the barbarians. Even when the kingdom was fraught with internal crises, this massive army of 2 million showed no intention of intervening, though whether they harbored other motives remained a mystery. In addition, each province officially possessed 5 million troops. Yet in the face of the massive barbarian invasion, no one could guarantee a successful defense. The barbarians were savage and uncivilized, devouring raw food, wild beasts, and even humans. The harshness of their living conditions had forged a race that was both bloodthirsty and exceptionally powerful. Faced with the invasion of such a brutal race, no one dared to take the threat lightly. Even within Haifeng City, Lin Fan received intelligence regarding the barbarian onslaught. "My lord, with the barbarian invasion, the royal family and other factions will have no time to spare for us. This is the perfect opportunity for us to grow and expand our power. I suggest we recruit soldiers in Haifeng City and marching under the pretext of resisting the barbarians, and then lose no time in training them. One cannot wage war without soldiers." Although Haifeng City appeared powerful, its actual military forces were limited. The city guards of both cities totaled only 1,000 troops. After sorting through the captured prisoners, 2,500 remained, while the rest were assigned to base construction. There were 1,000 White Horse Cavalry, 1,000 Wei Wu Infantry, and 5,000 of the Xinjiang camp. As for Luoyang and the Eastern Depot, their combined forces numbered 7,000, though they were ill-suited for large-scale military campaigns. Excluding the garrison forces, the total mobilizable army did not exceed 5,000. While this number was respectable for a single city, it was glaringly inadequate when positioned across an entire prefecture or province. Although Lin Fan had reaped significant rewards from completing the quest, he had yet to utilize them. His immediate priority was to resolve the issue regarding the 2,500 captured soldiers. Unlike summoned figures, their loyalty could not be guaranteed, and Lin Fan had to address this vulnerability. Fortunately, combining his prior points with the daily system bonuses from the past few days, he had finally amassed 1,000 points. With 1 million points, Lin Fan could break through to the Martial Emperor realm and raise his summoning limit. However, at this moment, an item in the system shop was of far greater importance to him. Compared to that item, the breakthrough of a major realm could afford to wait. Furthermore, the day for the faction settlement was drawing near. On this day, Lin Fan set aside all his affairs and, accompanied by Yin Shisan, A Qing, and a few others, rushed to the military base in the demonic beast forest. Marquis. This place was temporarily under the charge of Wu Qi. With a martial emperor general of the Wei Wu infantry keeping watch over Mu City, nothing would go amiss. How are the captured prisoners? Have there been any disturbances? Lin Fan's purpose for this trip was precisely to deal with this batch of captives. They are manageable. After making an example of a few, they have become quite submissive now. The military base housed not only the Wei Wu infantry, but also the White Horse Cavalry. It was impossible for these captives to stir up trouble even if they wished to. "Come, let us find an open area. I have a use for it." With that, Lin Fan took the lead, observing the terrain of the canyon as he walked. Soon, deep within the canyon, he came to a halt at a small plain spanning dozens of miles. Subsequently, Lin Fan retrieved a massive banner over 10 meters long and planted it firmly into the ground. Heaven bestowed a raid banner. Martial General grade non-summoned individuals within its range can, after 10 days of reformation, be converted into a system-summoned legion. The unit type can be designated limited to already unlocked legions. This was the special item that Lin Fan had saved up for so long to purchase. With 1 million points, the Heaven bestowed a raid banner capable of converting indigenous individuals into system-summoned legions. Although it cost 1 million points, its ability to expand his existing legions made its utility monumentally significant to Lin Fan. Simply by acquiring enough captives, or population, he could obtain summoned legions without consuming summoned slots. Though they were merely ordinary soldiers devoid of legendary commanders, it was more than enough to remedy Lin Fan's shortage of military forces. Triggering quests was bound to have restrictions, and obtaining summoned slots relied heavily on luck. But with this banner, whether it was the camp-crushing regiment, the Wei Wu infantry, or the White Horse cavalry, all could be expanded. Furthermore, this array banner could be upgraded. In the future, it could reach Martial King grade, Martial Emperor grade, or even higher. However, the required points were astronomical, so Lin Fan could only dream of it for now. In the long run, however, this item's assistance would be peerless. Lin Fan immediately selected the White Horse cavalry as the target of conversion, primarily because cavalry could play a far greater role. For Lin Fan's upcoming plans, the White Horse cavalry would likely prove indispensable. Wu Qi, bring all the captives here, including the 50,000 who were weeded out. Lin Fan issued his command immediately. The prospect of gaining another 300,000 White Horse cavalry in a mere 10 days left him quite thrilled. However, this artifact also possessed a drawback. Regardless of a person's original strength, once converted, their cultivation would be capped at the same level as the array banner. Yet there were benefits too. After all, low-level cultivators were too numerous, and nurturing them individually was a tedious task for Lin Fan. With this, those worries vanished. With a range of dozens of miles, it could easily convert hundreds of thousands of people at once, which was more than sufficient. In 10 days, I will send the city guards of Hafeng City here. Furthermore, recruitment must begin in Mu City. We will offer the most generous stipends. We must enlist as many men as possible. Wu Qi understood the gravity of this matter. The primary focus of their next phase would be massive recruitment while ensuring the stability of the cities. Meanwhile, Lin Fan was contemplating how to amass more points as quickly as possible to upgrade the array banner to the Martial King grade, which would allow him to mass-produce a Martial King realm army. However, since Lin Fan had yet to summon a Martial King legion anyway, there was no immediate rush. He had a grand vision, but the timing was not yet ripe, so he could only wait and see. What followed was a period of rapid development for Hafeng City. While the Xiao Kingdom was preoccupied with fending off the barbarian invasion, Lin Fan had quietly grown in strength. By the time the Xiao Kingdom realized, it would already be too late. 10 days later, Lin Fan obtained 300,000 White Horse cavalry, bringing his total to 400,000. At the same time, the city guards of Mu City and Hafeng City, along with 100,000 newly recruited men, totaling 200,000 soldiers, were sent by Lin Fan to the military base. Another 10 days passed, and Lin Fan acquired another 200,000 Wei Wu infantry, totaling 300,000. During this time, the battle on the Eastern Front had reached a stalemate, with both sides fighting fiercely. The barbarians were determined to tear a piece of flesh from the Xiao Kingdom this time. Despite their initial offensive stalling, they deployed over 20 million more troops, intensifying their onslaught. Faced with such a dire crisis, the Xiao Kingdom was in a difficult position. After much bickering, buck-passing, and several deliberations, the royal court reached a consensus to issue a mobilization order across the entire nation, calling upon men of resolve to head to the front lines, even offering substantial rewards. The true target was, of course, the various feudal lords. As things stood, only these lords possessed the strength to rescue the Xiao Kingdom from its impending doom. However, while the common populace responded with fervor, the response from the lords of various provinces was lukewarm at best. Even when they did dispatch troops, they sent only the lowest grade legions of their provinces. Such forces, upon arriving at the front, would serve as nothing but cannon fodder, perhaps even feeding the barbarians and inadvertently bolstering their strength. Driven to desperation, Xiao Meier made a decisive move, promising to bestow the title of king upon whoever contributed the most in this war. Since the death of the Prince of Jinbei Lin Wudi 10 years ago, let alone kings of different surnames, not even a single member of the royal Xiao family had been infeft as a king. This time, Xiao Meier was truly out of options. These feudal lords cared only for their own interests, utterly indifferent to the survival of the Xiao Kingdom. She had no choice but to resort to this. At the same time, Xiao Meier actually thought of Lin Fan. Lin Fan was originally supposed to inherit the title of Prince of Jinbei, but the royal family of the Xiao Kingdom seemed to have forgotten all about it. Naturally, no one else would bring it up, as no one wished to see the Lin family rise once more. Yet now Xiao Meier personally issued an imperial decree commanding Lin Fan to lead his troops to Wuzhou. Rewards would be distributed based on merit in the future, and should Lin Fan's performance prove acceptable, he would be allowed to inherit the title of Prince of Jinbei. Naturally, Xiao Meier harbored no such goodwill. This move served multiple underlying motives. First, Lin Fan's true strength remained an enigma, and everything behind him was shielded from investigation. This opportunity might allow her to discern a clue or two. Furthermore, as long as Lin Fan went at worst, it would deplete the military forces under his command. If manipulated correctly, she might even be able to ensure he never returned. Perishing on the battlefield in service of the nation, no one could find fault with that, allowing Xiao Meier to smoothly eliminate this nuisance. Moreover, there was the matter of the princely title. Securing a kingship before the Xiao kingdom fell into absolute chaos would hold immense strategic value for the future. The other feudal lords would certainly not stand by and watch, meaning they would inevitably target Lin Fan. To prevent his ascension, these lords would also be compelled to dispatch some of their own forces to the front lines. Lastly, it sent a clear signal to all the feudal lords. Even the Lin family might have their princely title restored, indicating the royal family's absolute resolve to bestow kingships. Should they continue to turn a blind eye, they might truly miss this golden opportunity. Clearly, Xiao Meier had put considerable calculation into this. By the time Lin Fan received the imperial decree far away in Haifeng City, the news had already spread thoroughly throughout the Xiao kingdom. Although Lin Fan did not fully perceive Xiao Meier's intentions with Guijia by his side, how could such a petty scheme escape the brilliant strategist's eyes? Following Guijia's explanation, Lin Fan finally understood Xiao Meier's painstaking calculations. Lin Fan did not care for the title of king. It was merely a label that could not put food on the table. Then again, it could still prove useful at critical moments. For now, Lin Fan was clearly far more interested in the barbarians. The reason was simple: they were a prime source for earning points. Fan Lin was still severely short of points. After settling the faction reward once, he had only received just over 1,000,000 points, which was far too little for Fan Lin. The primary reason was that his faction was simply too small. Mu City was under covert control and had not yet been fully incorporated into Fan Lin's sphere of influence. To accumulate more points, participating in this campaign against the barbarians was at this moment an equally sound choice. My lord, the royal family's true intentions are clear to all the feudal lords. They are unlikely to commit their finest forces. The burden of this war will fall primarily on the royal family, something the various lords would be only too pleased to witness. Moreover, once this campaign concludes, chaos will likely engulf State Xiao. We should prepare ourselves in advance. Turbulent times breed heroes, and reputation carries immense weight during such periods. It can draw countless souls to one's banner. Therefore, I suggest your highness lead this expedition in person. With a Qin Yin Shursan and the net guarding you, your safety is assured. Furthermore, rather than defying the royal family's command, we must respond with vigor. The purpose of such action lies not with the royal family, but with securing your highness's reputation and the welfare of the people of State Xiao. Guijia laid out the pros and cons, advising Fan Lin to lead the campaign personally. Guijia's counsel resonated deeply with Fan Lin's own thoughts. Yet an even more compelling reason weighed upon his mind: points. The sheer number of barbarians meant substantial points, and Fan Lin had never regarded such a savage race as human beings. There was absolutely no psychological burden in slaughtering them. Since that is the case, let us make an enormous display of our actions. The royal family wishes to observe our strength. Then let us give them a proper demonstration. I shall lead 400,000 horsemen of white fur cavalry into battle. Cavalry moves swiftly, making it ideally suited for this campaign. Fan Lin chose cavalry over infantry, whose speed would have been inadequate. This decision also projected the image of a leader desperately hastening to rescue the suffering masses. Moreover, Fan Lin still possessed a trump card that had never been deployed. A perfect opportunity now presented itself. Ding, congratulations on triggering the mission to repel foreign invaders. The reward is unknown. Ding, congratulations on triggering the mission to inherit the throne. The reward is unknown. After Fan Lin made his decision, the system silent for over a month finally issued missions, and 2 at once. It seems this throne must be seized, Fan Lin thought to himself. On the very day the royal decree reached Black Wind City, the city began mobilizing for war. Troops assembled rapidly, campaign supplies were procured, and all preparations were completed within the same day. As darkness fell, Fan Lin led his 400,000 cavalry and disappeared into the vast night. Word spread quickly through the deliberate actions of certain individuals until nearly all of State Xiao knew the Marquis of the Northern Wastes, Fan Lin, having received the imperial decree to resist the barbarians, had departed that very night. His urgency was palpable. In that moment, the common people of State Xiao were deeply moved. Truly the son of the pacifying North King, sharing his father's character, willing to press onward without regard for personal safety in defense of State Xiao. What? Fan Lin has already deployed 400,000 cavalry under the cover of night. Xiao Meier, upon receiving the news, asked in utter disbelief. For a brief moment, she even harbored the illusion that she had misunderstood Fan Lin, that when the nation faced crisis, he had risen to the occasion without harboring grudges. No. Xiao Meier swiftly dispelled the thought. Where did Fan Lin acquire 400,000 cavalry? What use are your secret operatives? Why is there not a single piece of intelligence? Xiao Meier was profoundly shocked. Fan Lin had departed for barely over a month, yet he had assembled so many cavalry. How was this possible? What infuriated Xiao Meier most was the feeling of losing control. Training such a massive force into effective cavalry certainly could not have been accomplished overnight. Especially those flawlessly white horses. Where had Fan Lin obtained them? And yet her intelligence network, renowned for its pervasive reach, had failed to gather a single scrap of information. Your subject begs your pardon. Fan Lin's military presence appeared most suspiciously. We indeed failed to obtain any intelligence whatsoever. Moreover, Black Wind City has been fortified by Fan Lin like an impenetrable iron barrel. Several of our agents were killed attempting to infiltrate. From this I infer that the power behind Fan Lin must be extraordinarily formidable. In fact, it may not even belong to State Xiao. The head of the secret department knew he could only accept responsibility for his failure. But he too was deeply troubled. He had exerted himself enormously, yet learned nothing at all. You will be granted one more opportunity. Hasten to ascertain Fan Lin's true strength and identify exactly who is secretly aiding him. Should this matter prove mishandled again, the secret department will face restructuring. The unspoken threat was clear: the sovereign would demand accountability. This was no trivial matter. It concerned their very lives. Yet the head of the secret department could only grit his teeth and accept. There was no way to shift blame. He even began to suspect that the secret department itself might have serious problems. Perhaps it was time to conduct a thorough purge lest he become the one to suffer the consequences. At the same time, all major factions became aware of Fan Lin's actions. Many could not comprehend Fan Lin's moves. Despite harboring an irreconcilable enmity with the royal family, why would he reveal his strength at such a critical juncture to offer assistance? Is he striving so desperately for the throne? Could this young man care so deeply about the crown? It must be remembered that Lin Wudi's renown in days of old stemmed not from his title of pacifying North King, but from his strength at the peak of the martial emperor realm and his position as Grand General of the National Protection Army. After all, while the Grand General nominally commanded all military forces across the realm, the title of pacifying North King could not match that authority. Regardless, Fan Lin had already departed, and all parties now had to consider how to respond. In the end, the provincial inspectors, those powerful feudal lords, made an identical choice, surprising everyone and even provoking ridicule. When had these men achieved such telepathic coordination? Excluding the Central Plains Desolate Province and the frontline provinces of Xia Yiwen and Chuan, all 12 remaining provinces of State Xiao, including the 4 bordering State One, dispatched 400,000 cavalry, each racing through the night toward one province. The number of troops sent was identical across all provinces. Those damn bastards. Once I recover my strength, not one will escape retribution. This coordinated action by the various provinces amounted to open mockery of the royal family. Regardless of their respective strengths, every province simply matched Fan Lin's troop commitment. A total of 5,200,000 soldiers. The numbers were not insubstantial, yet Xiao Meier could not judge how much impact they would have on the frontline situation. But at present there was nothing else she could do. Having already sacrificed the throne, Xiao Meier had no other options available. That very day the doors of the royal clan department and state Xiao swung wide open and 10 imposing figures emerged, all of them experts at the peak of the martial emperor realm. The situation on the front line had reached a critical juncture and barbarian masters were successively appearing on the battlefield. The royal family's elite forces could no longer remain hidden. Otherwise, how could those half-hearted warriors on the front lines hope to withstand the barbarians' martial emperor experts? Yet Xiao Meier never could have imagined that this move, though it briefly salvaged State Xiao, would ultimately become the spark that ignited its destruction. Lin Fan led his grand army day and night, entering the territory of Yizhou in just 3 days, heading straight for Wuzhou. Along the way, the entire Yizhou was permeated with the tense atmosphere of war. Although Meng Qingye, the inspector of Yizhou, harbored a grudge against Lin Fan, at this critical juncture, he dared not make moves. After all, Lin Fan commanded an army of 4,000. Any turmoil would pose a massive trouble for the entirety of Yizhou. Moreover, Meng Qingye had specially sent envoys to offer condolences, bringing provisions of grain. Meanwhile, his words carried an implicit request that Lin Fan station his forces in Yizhou to resist the barbarians. This would not only relieve the pressure on Yizhou, but potentially allow for covert operations. Lin Fan understood the unspoken implications perfectly well, yet recognized this was not the time to confront Meng Qingye, and refused outright. After traversing Yizhou for 3 days, Lin Fan finally reached the border between Yizhou and Wuzhou. Here he halted his advance. Lin Fan had his own plans against the barbarians, and this was precisely when he intended to put them into motion. Lin Fan had not yet used the rewards from his previous task of securing Black Wind City, and he intended to utilize them here. He had obtained a Tier 1 military unit worth 100,000 soldiers led by the transcendent General Hui Tsubing, along with 10 subordinate generals at the Emperor level and 100 at the Emperor King level. He had also acquired a figure of Supreme Emperor-level cultivation Yuan Qingdu. Beyond these military assets, he received various provisions, equipment, and cultivation resources. The Han Dynasty Iron Cavalry numbered exactly 100,000 all at the Martial King realm, with Hui Tsubing commanding as a transcendent-level strategist and 10 additional figures at the Emperor level. Lin Fan had no intention of bringing these troops to the Wuzhou front lines. The White Horse Righteous Cavalry would suffice. Given Hui Tsubing's capabilities, a covert insertion into barbarian territory was the superior approach. This strategy would yield both points and strategic support for Lin Fan's operations. Thus Lin Fan directly released the Han Iron Cavalry and Hui Tsubing into the field. This subordinate pays respects to your lordship. Hui Tsubing and his 10 deputy commanders appeared at the forefront of the formation. All 10 were seasoned military leaders, with Hui Tsubing standing out for both his formidable strength and unmatched command abilities. General Hui, this location sits precisely at the border between Wenzhou and Yizhou, providing direct access to barbarian territory from here. I order you to lead the Han Iron Cavalry straight into barbarian lands with full operational freedom. Act as you see fit while ensuring your own safety. Hui Tsubing excelled at swift strike tactics, so Lin Fan placed no constraints on him. Only when operating like an untamed horse could Hui Tsubing unleash his full combat potential. This subordinate accepts the order. We shall turn barbarian lands upside down. Receiving such a critical mission upon arrival, how could Hui Tsubing afford to neglect it? For this operation, Lin Fan's objective was not to relieve the Xiao Kingdom's crisis, but rather to accumulate points. The group's summons were truly remarkable. A single opportunity yielded such substantial rewards, with so many masters far surpassing what individual summons could provide. Yet individual summons should not be dismissed either, since the system granted bonus opportunities to elevate personal cultivation realms, which could forge numerous capable fighters. Especially in the later stages, these masters would prove indispensable, their contributions matching those of entire legions. Lin Fan then released Yuan Xingdu, planning to deploy him openly as a prominent fighter. During the march, Lin Fan received reports on troop deployments from each province. Though these lords had not committed their full strength, their commanding figures and elite fighters still held emperor-level cultivation. Lin Fan preferred not to reveal his emperor-plus warriors so quickly, since they were not part of his official military ranks. With Yuan Xingdu alone, the situation was fully controlled. There was no need to deploy Lu Jian Nue Qing or Yin Shisan. Meanwhile, Zhao Gao and the other emperor-level figures from the Luo Wang network remained stationed at Black Wind City. This was precisely when Black Wind City's defenses were weakest. He couldn't afford to give rival forces an opening. This subordinate pays respects to your lordship. Though not physically imposing, Yuan Xingdu's combat prowess was formidable. Who would dare disregard the second greatest warrior of the Sui Tang era? Rise. This campaign will rely heavily on your strength. Issue the order. We rest tonight and depart at dawn. After days of marching, even a seasoned commander's forces needed proper recuperation. This also provided cover for the Han Iron Cavalry's movements. With assistance from the Luo Wang and Eastern Factory, they could infiltrate barbarian territory undetected. Beginning the next day, after another 4 days of relentless marching, Lin Fan led his 4 strong White Horse Cavalry to Dongyu City, a key stronghold on Wenzhou's border, serving as the frontline defense against the barbarians. Dongyu City originally housed 2 million troops commanded by Xiao Wuhan of the Xiao royal family. Now reinforcements from neighboring provinces had arrived, establishing positions around the city while awaiting further orders. Lord Lin, I've been sent by the Grand General to guide your forces. Please station your army north of the city. As soon as Lin Fan arrived, Xiao Wuhan dispatched his messenger. Lin Fan accepted the arrangement without objection. Having just arrived, he lacked full understanding of the battlefield situation, and such a massive army simply couldn't enter the city anyway. My lord, please settle your troops first. The general will host a banquet tonight for all the commanders who came to provide support, and he requests your attendance. This subordinate takes his leave. The mission accomplished, the messenger departed without hesitation, demonstrating Grand General Xiao Wuhan's capability in military discipline and organization. Lin Fan had nothing to do, so Gong Sunzan began establishing the camp. Xiao Jingxuan, what is the situation at the front lines? How many provinces have their armies arrived? Lin Fan began analyzing the current situation and making preparations. Though unafraid of danger, his forces were currently too limited. Caution was the prudent approach. My lord, both sides have committed over 40 million troops across Yizhou, Wenzhou, and Xuanzhou. While the fighting has reached a stalemate, the Xiao Kingdom clearly holds the disadvantage. Particularly at Dongyu City, half our forces are concentrated here. Over the past month, both sides have suffered heavy losses. The Xiao Kingdom has already lost over a dozen martial vassal generals, yet Xiao Wuhan still hasn't broken through. Currently, all provincial armies have arrived except those from the westernmost states. It seemed Lin Fan had arrived at the right time. As long as the front lines held, this battle could continue. What is the combat strength of Dongyu City? Lin Fan asked again. My lord, Xiao Wuhan, the commander of Dongyu City, is one of the few openly acknowledged emperor-level powerhouses in the Xiao Kingdom. His 2 million Dongyu army consists mainly of martial master-strength warriors, approximately 5 individual martial generals, none reaching the martial artist realm, yet they remain elite troops. Years of defending against the eastern barbarians through constant conflicts have made the people of Dongyu City fierce warriors capable of fighting far beyond their actual strength. Nearly all residents within the city are martial artists, with ordinary commoners being rare. This was a military fortress built purely for warfare. Lin Fan was setting up camp, while on the ramparts of Dongyu City, Xiao Wuhan watched quietly. strict military discipline, and brilliant tactical positioning. This army under Lin Fan's command is no small force to ignore. Xiao Wuhan remarked, though this was only because he did not yet know the true strength of the White Horse Righteous formation, though otherwise his words would have been far more measured. Our Empress truly gives us no peace of mind. At such a critical juncture before battle, she sends this troublemaker over, only making matters worse. Xiao Wuhan's words held no reverence for the Empress whatsoever. Such frank speech left the generals beside him, daring not to respond. What troubled Xiao Wuhan was that not long after Lin Fan had set out, an imperial edict had arrived from the Empress ordering him to eliminate Lin Fan at the first opportunity. In ordinary times this would not have been difficult, but with the great battle already proceeding unfavorably, undermining his own side through treacherous schemes, risked causing the entire army to collapse. Moreover, Lin Fan's 400,000 cavalry was not something to be taken lightly, and Lin Fan would certainly not be without precautions. I can only find a way to send Lin Fan to the front lines. However, tonight, I must still test the strength of the experts under Lin Fan's command. Xiao Wuhan thought, quietly weighing how to handle the matter. Though he cared little for the Empress, as a member of the royal Xiao clan, Xiao Wuhan understood the danger Lin Fan posed. How could Lin Fan not care about avenging his father's death? Soon Xiao Wuhan issued several commands and made the corresponding arrangements. As night fell and the banquet hour arrived, Lin Fan entered Dongyu City with Yuan Qingdu, A Qing, Yin Shisan, and a few others. Lin Fan believed that in full public view, especially at such a critical moment before the great battle, Xiao Wuhan would never dare to make a move. Bringing these few people with him was sufficient. Even if something unexpected occurred, the two transcendent experts were more than enough to ensure Lin Fan's safety. To cloud observation, just before departing, Lin Fan had given A Qing and Yin Shisan each a talisman capable of concealing one's true power and preventing others from discerning one's cultivation realm. Lin Fan prepared one for himself as well, limiting his strength to the early stage of a martial artist, the notorious trash realm. For now he did not wish to reveal too much and draw the attention of the entire Xiao nation. The Grand General's mansion blazed with lamplight, bustling with visitors. Young Marquis Lin, thank you for coming to assist, came a hearty laugh as Xiao Wuhan himself came to receive them. The Grand General and the Marquis of Beihuang were roughly equal in rank, though Lin Fan's actual authority as the Marquis of Beihuang fell far short. I am unworthy of such honor. Thank you for the trouble, Grand General. As a royal marquis of the Xiao nation, how could I retreat when the country faces such peril? His public words rang loud, making one think Lin Fan was some kind of patriotic zealot. Regardless, the marquis leading by example is commendable. Please come in. Xiao Wuhan casually scanned the people Lin Fan had brought and was deeply shocked inwardly. That young man had a martial emperor among his followers. A martial emperor represented the strongest combat power in the Xiao nation. Once such a figure took residence within a faction, even the royal family would find it difficult to deal with them easily. Seeing this, Xiao Wuhan grew even more troubled. Without resolving this martial emperor expert, how could he hope to counter Lin Fan? Soon Lin Fan entered the hall where it was already packed with guests. Xiao Wuhan pulled Lin Fan and seated him directly beside himself. This arrangement was not unusual since Lin Fan's status was comparable to Xiao Wuhan's. However, having a waste from the early martial artist stage sitting in front of a group of martial emperors and martial venerables was still disagreeable to some. Nevertheless, though some harbored discontent, no one spoke much. They all understood the situation with Lin Fan, and no one wished to be used as a tool by the royal family. At this critical juncture, you have all gone to great lengths to come and assist. On behalf of the royal family and the billions of subjects of the Xiao nation, I thank you all. Xiao Wuhan gave his address. Everyone present valued their reputation, so certain words needed to be spoken gracefully. On the surface, the banquet atmosphere was high, depicting a harmonious scene of great unity. But Lin Fan knew this was merely pretense, with everyone harboring ulterior motives. Without the threat of the barbarian tribes, those present might have long ago turned against each other and engaged in constant warfare. Yet some unexpected events could not be avoided. Without the threat of the barbarian tribes, those present might have long ago turned against each other and engaged in constant warfare. Yet some unexpected events could not be avoided. This state was closest to Wenzhou and Dongyu City, and no one was clear about what connections existed between them. Xiao Wuhan said nothing, merely gesturing for Zhang Wujin to continue, while others watched curiously. No one there was a fool. Oh, everyone understood something would surely happen today, only wondering who would step forward. Now that someone from Taizhou had risen, it naturally made people's imaginations run wild. Grand General, this battle concerns the very survival of our Xiao nation. It cannot be treated as a mere game. Marquis Lin, I have heard your cavalry is formidable, but your personal strength is truly unsuited for the battlefield. Why not contribute your cavalry to the Grand General's command? This would also ensure your safety. Lin Fan understood immediately. This was a challenge to his capabilities. The barbarian tribes have many powerful warriors. Relying solely on soldiers cannot guarantee your protection. As for the martial emperor at your side, one person's strength is ultimately limited. While protecting you, they cannot simultaneously command the army. Would this not be a waste of resources? Even worse, at a critical moment the army could collapse, bringing down the entire eastern defense line. It is not impossible. Good heavens, they had not even begun fighting, and were already searching for excuses to fail. Lin Fan found it amusing. He had only brought 400,000 troops, which would hardly make a difference against the tens of millions on both sides. Yet this man attacked through his personal strength, attributing potential failure to him alone, clearly harboring malicious intent. And now he wanted to hand over the army to Xiao Wuhan. Setting aside everything else, how many of his white horse righteous formation would survive even one battle? Did he really take him for a fool? General Zhang Wujin, you question my strength. This is understandable. Indeed, my cultivation is not high, and this is known throughout the world. However, I am not a pushover. The barbarian tribes do not frighten me, and I still possess the ability to protect myself. Moreover, my cavalry cannot be commanded by just anyone. If orders go unheeded, and the campaign fails, would that not become my fault? Lin Fan's words were directed at Xiao Wuhan. To desire command of the white horse righteous formation, what a ridiculous fantasy. This whole farce in truth was simply about giving Lin Fan a fabricated charge in advance. When the time came to deal with him, the royal family would have the final say. Unless Lin Fan truly dared to rebel, he would have to accept it. The others saw through it clearly as well. How could fools become martial emperor experts? Yet no one spoke. They treated it as entertainment before the great battle arrived. These matters had nothing to do with them, and they were quite pleased to watch the conflict between Lin Fan and the royal family unfold, for this was precisely the opportunity they had been waiting for. The venue was dead silent, everyone eagerly anticipating the impending drama. Marquis Lin, this is pure selfishness on your part, utterly disregarding the greater good. Since Zhang Wujin had already stepped forward, he naturally feared no offense to Lin Fan. Is that so? How about this, General Zhang? Shall we make a wager? Lin Fan began laying the trap. Since the man had chosen to step forward and target him, he had only himself to blame. Oh, and what sort of wager does the Marquis have in mind? Zhang Wujin was curious as well. He wanted to see what capabilities this abruptly risen Marquis possessed. Taking this opportunity to test him was a sound move. After all, they would almost certainly be adversaries in the future. In the military, we revere martial prowess and battle merits above all, as strength speaks for itself. Since General Zhang deems my strength insufficient, why not have a match? With the great battle looming, those who dictate the course of war are not just the masters gathered here, but also countless soldiers. Let there be 3 contests between our sides. For the first match, you shall fight a general under my command. For the second, the number of enemies slain by our respective armies in this battle. For the third, our individual military merits earned in this campaign. Best of 3. The loser shall lead their entire army to merge into the victor's side. Naturally, this Marquis will not participate. Should my side suffer defeat, this great general of mine, along with 400,000 cavalrymen, shall join your Taizhou. What does General Zhang think? Furthermore, if any other generals are interested, they are more than welcome to join in. Lin Fan proposed the wager. Just as the other party coveted his white horse volunteers, Lin Fan similarly lusted after their massive army. Once he secured them, it would take a mere 10 days to make them entirely his own. This could be described as an unprecedented colossal gamble. An army of 400,000 might not seem like much to the various provinces, but it could hardly be ignored, especially since those brought along this time were the absolute elite. Yet for Lin Fan, 400,000 troops constituted nearly his entire fortune. For this fellow to actually put them up as a wager, just how immense was his confidence? The more it was, so the more hesitant Zhang Wujin became to make a swift decision. The others were also secretly pondering where Lin Fan's confidence stemmed from while considering whether they should join the wager themselves. After all, everyone coveted those 400,000 cavalrymen. Who wouldn't desire a cavalry force of such scale? It all boiled down to whether one had the courage to gamble. And this was even under the premise that they remained ignorant of the true power of the White Horse Volunteers, and otherwise they would have risked everything for a piece of the action. Zhang Wujin cast a stealthy glance at Xiao Wuhan. This matter required Xiao Wuhan's assent. In particular, as the commander-in-chief, if Xiao Wuhan were to offer covert assistance, their chances of victory would increase significantly. Moreover, Zhang Wujin's stepping forward this time was actually Xiao Wuhan's idea. This fellow was far from being as law-abiding as he appeared on the surface, harboring deep clandestine connections with Taizhou. Very well. Since the young Marquis possesses such elegant interest, how would this general dare to refuse? Seeing Xiao Wuhan nod, almost imperceptibly Zhang Wujin's confidence surged. Since that is the case, I must ask the Grand General and all the generals present to bear witness. My Haifeng city is small and of little consequence. Should General Zhang refuse to acknowledge the bet, when the time comes, this Marquis would have no choice but to suffer the loss. Seeing Zhang Wujin agree, Lin Fan spoke once more, deliberately backing Xiao Wuhan and Zhang Wujin into a corner. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, if they were to renege on their word in the future, they would not only ruin their reputations entirely, But Lin Fan would also hold the moral high ground no matter what actions he chose to take. "Sai, we have all gathered here for the safety of the Xiao kingdom, and this general has no wish to see such friction." However, the Marquis is correct. Soldiers must possess hot blood and grit. Since certain matters have been brought into the open, it is not fitting for this general to obstruct them. Since both sides are willing, this general and the other generals shall collectively act as witnesses. At this juncture, Xiao Wuhan had to step forward. He either had to stop it or agree to it. All of this was orchestrated by him in the first place. Ever since he laid eyes on the White Horse volunteers, Xiao Wuhan had been deeply captivated by them, determined to find a way to make them his own. Even if they lost this bet, the sacrifice would merely be Taizhou's 400,000 men. Furthermore, under his arrangements, Taizhou might not necessarily lose. With Xiao Wuhan declaring his stance, the commanders of the other provinces also voiced their agreement, expressing their willingness to serve as witnesses. No matter the outcome, it was bound to be a splendid spectacle. As for the enemy profiting, who could say for sure before the battle was even fought? Once the Great War with the barbarians concluded, how many of those 400,000 troops would even survive was anyone's guess. Excellent. Marquis Lin, let us conduct the first match today, so this general may witness the prowess of the great general under your command. Zhang Wujin wasted no time and proposed immediately. This was not only out of confidence in his own strength, but also to facilitate his observation of Lin Fan's power. The other martial emperor powerhouses had established their fame long ago and possessed a mutual understanding of one another. Unlike them, Lin Fan had suddenly produced one powerhouse after another, leaving everyone unable to gauge his true depth. What does the Grand General think? This was not his home ground after all, so Lin Fan inquired out of courtesy. Since the rules of the duel have been set, it must take place sooner or later. Why not now? It can serve as entertainment to liven up our gathering. However, both generals serve the same court and must face a formidable foe in the barbarians. Please exercise restraint and stop when the victor is clear. Xiao Wuhan made his decision. Soon Yuan Qingdu and Zhang Wujin walked out onto the training grounds. Taizhou Zhang Wujin. Heifeng City, Yuan Qingdu. This was the very first sentence Yuan Qingdu had spoken since his arrival, and only now did the crowd learn the name of this martial emperor powerhouse. With those words spoken, both sides silently surged their auras. Lin Fan was entirely indifferent to this battle. Through his system scan, this General Zhang Wujin was merely at the early stage of the martial emperor realm, making him among the weakest of the martial emperors present. Lin Fan did not place any of these people in his eyes at all. Even the strongest Xiao Wuhan was merely at the peak of the martial emperor realm. Had he not wished to teach them a lesson and secure the 400,000 strong army, Lin Fan wouldn't have even bothered with them. The two combatants focused their attention searching for each other's weaknesses without rushing to strike. After a brief moment, Zhang Wujin initiated the attack, his massive saber cleaving straight toward Yuan Qingdu. By this time, Yuan Qingdu had already adjusted his state to its peak. Utterly indifferent to Zhang Wujin's onslaught, he met the attack head-on. The phoenix-winged, gilded boring cut horizontally, followed by a swift spin before freezing midair. Thank you for the match. With that, Yuan Qingdu sheathed his weapon and stepped back behind Lin Fan. Even so, Zhang Wujin stood frozen in place, not daring to move an inch. Cold sweat poured down his face as the scene from just moments ago replayed in his mind. Strong. Far too strong compared to himself. In that split second, Zhang Wujin had felt the icy touch of death. Had the opponent not stayed his hand, his head would have rolled upon the ground. This battle had concluded far too quickly. Those present were all masters who clearly sensed Yuan Qingdu's terrifying strength, and they couldn't help but fantasize about how they would fare had they been the ones on the field. The conclusion was utterly despairing. They would have fared no better than Zhang Wujin. Xiao Wuhan was profoundly shocked. For such a young general to reach the martial emperor realm was already an extraordinary feat, yet who could have imagined he had ventured so incredibly far along this path? Even Xiao Wuhan had to admit that he too was likely no match for this young general. Just where on earth did this Lin Fan recruit such a formidable powerhouse? Doubt, bewilderment, and deep-seated apprehension and fear. This battle had shown the world more clearly than ever where Lin Fan stood. This young man was absolutely the greatest threat that the future held. Almost everyone shared that conviction. Xiao Wuhan's thoughts raced, and for a moment he even considered detaining Lin Fan on the spot, but in the end he abandoned the notion. More than 20 martial emperors filled the field, yet they hailed from different prefectures, and no one could divine the intentions of this assembled crowd. A single misstep would ignite civil war, and then what of the barbarian tribes? Marquis, I never imagined this general could be so formidable. This is indeed a blessing for our Xiao kingdom. I too feel far more confident about the struggles ahead. Xiao Wuhan gave a hearty laugh, seemingly untroubled by Lin Fan's might. But Lin Fan understood the man was merely restraining himself for the greater good. Under different circumstances, the two sides would already have torn apart in open confrontation. General Zhang, this bout was won by this Marquis, was it not? Lin Fan looked at Zhang Wujin, who had yet to emerge from the shadow of defeat, or of death. Yes. This general is no match for you. Zhang Wujin had lost, and his fighting spirit had been suppressed. But a loss was a loss. Before so many witnesses, he did not have the face to deny it. Good. This marquis won the first bout. I hope that in the coming great battles General Zhang will achieve something worthy. Since the man had admitted defeat, Lin Fan did not waste more words. Very well, generals. Let this be all for today. Return to rest. Early tomorrow morning, I will deliver the defensive arrangements for each of your sectors. I entrust the coming war to all of you. Although Xiao Wuhan had not achieved his goal in full, he had still reaped no small gain. At the very least, he now understood that Lin Fan's strength was not something to be manipulated at will. Now he needed to think carefully about how to deal with Lin Fan. Since Xiao Wuhan had spoken, everyone naturally obeyed. Having watched a fine spectacle, it was time to leave. Moreover, the scene had caused a tremendous stir among the prefectural generals. They too had to return and ponder its implications while sending word back to their respective masters. Lin Fan left without taking any of it to heart. On the Shengshi continent, everything ultimately came down to strength. Even in the game of schemes, Lin Fan had faith in himself, and it was not as if he lacked those with talent for such affairs beside him. How far has Yuan Chengdu's strength advanced? Watching Lin Fan's receding figure, Xiao Wuhan asked. As his words faded, a voice answered from the shadows. The pinnacle of the martial emperor realm, comparable to Lin Wudi in his prime. With his suspicions confirmed, Xiao Wuhan became even more uneasy. In those days, Lin Wudi had weighed on the masters of the Xiao kingdom until they could hardly breathe. At long last, they had contrived to kill him. Yet now his son had an expert of such caliber beneath his banner. What baffled Xiao Wuhan most was how a good-for-nothing at the early martial artist stage could have won the support of such a powerhouse. And judging from Yuan Chengdu's attitude, this was far beyond mere obedience to orders. Notify the Empress, and also inform the members of the Imperial clan court who have arrived. Xiao Wuhan knew that today's scene could not be hidden. If he did not report it himself, it would inevitably arouse the royal family's suspicion. As for what the Empress intended to do, that was beyond his concern. As long as his own interests were not harmed, Xiao Wuhan still stood with the royal household, especially when it came to dealing with those feudal lords. Soon Lin Fan returned to his camp. Chao Jingquan sent men to carefully watch Zhang Wujin of Taizhou and every movement of the army under his command. The Taizhou army had already become in Lin Fan's eyes a prize within his grasp. In this war it must not suffer too heavy a loss. If the Taizhou army found itself in difficulty, Lin Fan might well need to lend a hand. Marquis, will the governor of Taizhou agree to this? These are 400,000 elite troops, with the weakest only at the martial master level. Xiao Jingquan observed, for no feudal lord would willingly relinquish such an army. No matter. I believe he will agree. If he does not, so much the better. We will go to Taizhou and take it ourselves. After all, right is on our side. Lin Fan was completely unconcerned that the people of Taizhou might go back on their word. Even if the matter were blown out of proportion, so what? They were the ones who had broken their agreement. First, Lin Fan was merely taking back what belonged to him. Only when that time came, it would no longer be as simple as handing over 400,000 troops. Just wait. Tomorrow when the defense zones are assigned, I expect Xiao Wuhan will certainly target us. That happens to suit me perfectly. In this war we must secure enough benefits. The benefits Lin Fan referred to were naturally contribution points, the very purpose of his arrival. As Hua Zubing led his troops deeper into the barbarian lands, contribution points on Lin Fan's side gradually began to climb. It was not fast, but this was after all only the beginning. Within Dongyu City, Xiao Wuhan indeed gathered his trusted confidants to discuss how to deploy the armies from the various prefectures. To them, these armies were outsiders. They could be used to defend Dongyu City, but they must never be allowed to keep too much advantage. Yet the matter could not be handled too harshly. No one was a fool. If they were singled out so openly, no one would be pleased. If they eventually found some excuse to withdraw their troops, Xiao Wuhan would be the one caught in an awkward position. All night long the Grand General's mansion blazed with light as they weighed every deployment arrangement and the coming battles against the barbarian tribes. Early the next morning, Lin Fan received Xiao Wuhan's order: march out and garrison Yong'an City. It was a small city under the jurisdiction of Wenzhou, yet its position was of paramount importance. It stood squarely on the throat of the route connecting the barbarian lands to the Xiao kingdom. Defending this place was undoubtedly an enormous challenge, particularly for cavalry, whose greatest advantage would be stripped away. This was Xiao Wuhan's targeted plan to neutralize Lin Fan's strong suit and bleed his formidable cavalry dry in the defense of the city. By now, after the fighting of recent days, Yong'an City was 9/10 empty, its population sparse. It could almost be called a city the world had abandoned. Clearly Xiao Wuhan meant no good. Lin Fan, however, did not mind. Since he had come for contribution points, he naturally had to go where fighting was hardest. Only then could he join the decisive battles and earn them. If he performed well, he might not only win the wager, but also gain fame throughout the Xiao kingdom. No small benefit for Lin Fan. Of course, the risk was equally great. If the barbarians massed their assault on Yong'an City and Xiao Wuhan simply looked the other way, Lin Fan would be in deep trouble. Lin Fan had thought the matter through clearly, but he said nothing and simply led the White Horse volunteers away. Does Lin Fan still have some hidden card? He cannot fail to see through my arrangement. Even if he were blind to it, how could the commander of 400,000 troops not understand? Xiao Wuhan was puzzled. Why had Lin Fan been so easygoing and simply departed? In Xiao Wuhan's original scheme, Lin Fan would come to him in fury. He would then pressure Lin Fan with righteous principles, even forcing him to sign a military pledge to defend Yong'an City unto death. But Lin Fan had not spared him a glance and left at once. Later, if Lin Fan failed to hold Yong'an City, Xiao Wuhan would find it difficult to fault him. After all, everyone knew the situation there. There were times when one could scheme against a rival, but one still had to command public approval, otherwise Xiao Wuhan's own days would be far from easy. Lin Fan had agreed so readily not only because he had weighed the gains and losses, but also because of the system mission. He had thought that the wager with Zhang Wujin would trigger a mission, yet it did not. Then upon receiving Xiao Wuhan's defense deployment order, Lin Fan finally heard the system's voice. Ding. Congratulations, host. A mission has been triggered. Defend Yong'an City. Reward unknown. With the 2 previous missions added to this one, Lin Fan suddenly had 3 missions to complete. Once they were completed, they would undoubtedly be a great boost to Lin Fan's overall strength. Heaven and earth may be vast, but the mission was paramount. Lin Fan led his army and hurried toward Yong'an City. Xiao Jingxuan, what is the current situation in Yong'an City? For Yong'an City, Lin Fan knew very little. My lord, according to intelligence, the ordinary citizens of Yong'an City have already been evacuated to the rear of Wenzhou. At present, only a little over 50,000 self-organized martial artists remain in the city, resisting the barbarian invasion. Although Yong'an City's geographical position is extremely important, neither the prefect of Wenzhou nor Xiao Wuhan is willing to expend their effective strength here. Behind Yong'an City lies a vast plain. The Wenzhou army need only deploy enough troops to annihilate the invading barbarians. Even if the barbarians capture Yong'an City, Wenzhou will have ample time to respond. At present, the main force of the barbarian army is not directed toward Yong'an City, only small contingents are attacking. Listening to Xiao Jingxuan's report, Lin Fan felt that something was wrong. Since Yong'an City was so important, why were the barbarians not launching a full-scale assault? And why was Xiao Kingdom not sending troops to guard it, as if it were prepared to abandon the city? Under these circumstances, what was the purpose of transferring him here? Please forgive me, Lord Marquis. The Eastern Depot's investigations have mainly focused on Dongyu City and the various prefectural capitals. We know very little about Yong'an City. This old servant has failed in his duty. Xiao Jingxuan truly had not focused on these small cities, but Lin Fan could understand. Send people to investigate carefully. Before the army arrives, I must know the detailed situation. All Lin Fan could do was try to remedy the situation after the fact. Still, he felt that there was something wrong about Yong'an City. Xiao Jingxuan dared not delay and immediately sent 2,000 household commanders to rush to Yong'an City, one step ahead of the army. A day later, Lin Fan led the main army into the outskirts of Yong'an City, and the distant city walls were already in sight. In the distance, Eastern Depot agents came galloping on horseback. Lin Fan and the others rode straight up to meet them. Lord Marquis, the situation in Yong'an City has been fully investigated. The defense of Yong'an City is currently in the hands of an outsider clan. There is a martial emperor realm expert within the clan. Because they are outsiders, the Yi family and the prefect of Wenzhou are at odds, and their conflict runs deep. In this great war, in order to weaken the Yi family, Wenzhou transferred away the city guard army and refused to provide support. Yong'an City could only rely on the Yi family to spend money, provide manpower, and recruit a large number of independent martial artists for defense. According to investigation on the side of Yong'an City, facing the barbarians, there is a blood sacrifice killing formation. It is triggered by barbarian blood. The barbarians cannot break it, so they can only use the lives of low-level barbarians to consume the formation's energy. That is why they have not launched a large-scale attack. The messenger quickly reported the intelligence he had gathered. Only then did Lin Fan breathe a sigh of relief. This finally made sense. Xiao Kingdom was truly pitiable. Even when facing invasion by foreign races, it still could not stop its internal infighting. And with this great formation in place, Yong'an City had been able to hold off the barbarian attacks with a small force. But soon Lin Fan found something else wrong. Why had Xiao Wuhan sent him here? To protect his safety and keep him away from the main battlefield. How was that possible? If Xiao Wuhan had the chance, he would immediately kill Lin Fan. As for worrying that he might win and obtain the Taizhou army, that was also impossible. Not to mention finding a chance to kill him, Xiao Wuhan could at the very least find a chance to let the Taizhou army be destroyed to the last man. That was no difficulty for Xiao Wuhan, so why go to such a superfluous extreme? Something was wrong. Not good. Quickly investigate the state of the Great Formation. Lin Fan instantly snapped awake. At this moment, the only reasonable explanation was that this Great Formation was about to lose its effect. And once that happened, Yong'an City would inevitably become the barbarians' main direction of attack. In that case, not only would the outsider Yi family be doomed, but even if he arrived here, he could not withstand an assault of millions to tens of millions of barbarians. It seemed that Xiao Wuhan, Wenzhou, and even Yizhou on the other side of Yong'an City had reached some sort of consensus. Once the Great Formation of Yong'an City failed, Wenzhou would certainly not send troops. Instead, it would gather its forces on the plain in the rear to block the barbarians. Meanwhile, Lin Fan had been ordered to guard the city, and once Yong'an City fell, Xiao Wuhan would inevitably hold him accountable. The situation could be said to have reached a critical juncture. No wonder the system had triggered a mission. Lin Fan finally understood everything and hurriedly led his army toward Yong'an City, hoping he was still in time. At this moment, the Yi family in Yong'an City had already fallen into chaos. Zhang Daolin, what is the point of skulking about now? In order to deal with my Yi family, you actually destroyed the Great Formation and disregarded the hundreds of millions of lives in Wenzhou. Xiao Kingdom is being ruined by scoundrels like you. The patriarch of the Yi family, Yi Tian, stared at the man in black, before him burning with rage. The defense of Yong'an City had already been difficult. Without the Great Formation, how could it hold? Although the man in black had concealed his figure as an old rival, how could Yi Tian fail to recognize him? This man was precisely the martial emperor realm expert under the prefect of Wenzhou. What do I care about the lives of hundreds of millions? Rather than wasting time with me, you'd best think carefully about the fate of your Yi family. Zhang Daolin did not care in the slightest whether Yi Tian recognized him. The two were evenly matched in strength, and Yi Tian could not detain him. Yi Tian naturally knew this, but seeing the situation he had painstakingly maintained destroyed like this, he felt deeply unwilling to accept it. But Yi Tian knew even more clearly that this was not the time for anger. Once the Great Formation was destroyed, the barbarians would soon learn of it. When they came to attack Yong'an City, the attackers would no longer be a mere few 100,000 low-level barbarians. The Yi family's foundation was here, but at this moment Yi Tian had to evacuate as well. With only the 50,000 motley fighters in the city, there was no way to turn the tide. Seeing that Yi Tian had no intention of making a move, Zhang Daolin gave a cold snort and dashed straight out of the city. As luck would have it, the direction Zhang Daolin took was exactly the direction from which Lin Fan was coming. Lord Marquis, the Great Formation of Yong'an City has been destroyed by a martial emperor expert of unknown origin. Lin Fan, who had just arrived at Yong'an City, received this report from the Eastern Depot. Damn it, this is getting troublesome. Although Lin Fan was confident in the White Horse Volunteers, there were too many uncontrollable factors in a battle of this scale, especially since people on several sides were constantly trying to trip him up. Lord Marquis, a martial emperor expert, is coming this way. Just as Lin Fan was fuming, Awakens said, leaving at a time like this. This man must be connected to the destruction of the Great Formation. Seize him for me. Whoever he was, catch him first and talk later. The moment Lin Fan finished speaking, Yen Shisan vanished. Moments later, he returned with Zhang Daolin beaten half dead. Xiao Jingquan, make him talk. Lin Fan ordered, directly handing the man over to the Eastern Depot. Gong Sunzan, go forward and announce that I, the Marquis, have come to take over the defense of Yong'an City. At this moment, he had to get Yong'an City under his control as quickly as possible to deal with the barbarian attack that could come at any time. Within the city, a deeply distressed Yi Tian soon received the news. What? Someone is coming to take over Yong'an City at this hour. Who is the newcomer? How large is their army? The arrival of Lin Fan was without a doubt a beacon of hope for Yi Tian. Although Yi Tian possessed formidable strength, he was ultimately an outsider, making it exceedingly difficult to carve out a niche in the kingdom of Xiao. Having finally established roots in Yong'an City with great difficulty, he was loath to abandon it easily. Relocating elsewhere would not only expose them to hostility, but also require rebuilding from scratch. Unless absolutely forced by circumstances, Yi Tian did not want to leave Yong'an City. Patriarch, it is Lin Fan, the Marquis of Northern Desolation, leading 400,000 cavalry. Lin Fan. This was a name Yi Tian had heard frequently of late, and he was well aware of the commotions Lin Fan had stirred up. Yi Tian's mind raced, and he quickly realized that this was far from a force of reinforcements. It was a massive trouble. With Lin Fan's arrival, Yong'an City would never receive another soldier in aid. Let us go and meet this Marquis of Northern Desolation. Regardless, matters had already escalated to this point, and the Yi family had no choice but to face it. Yi Tian decided to meet Lin Fan to see if this rapidly rising Marquis possessed any strategy to withstand the barbarian invasion. If all else failed, the Yi family would have to seek another way out. Welcome, Marquis Lin. I am Yi Tian, the patriarch of the Yi family, currently in charge of Yong'an City's defense. Yi Tian knew that no one would impersonate someone at a time like this. Given the dire situation of Yong'an City, others would avoid it like the plague, who would willingly venture here. Therefore, Yi Tian opened the city gates and went out to welcome him. Patriarch Yi, I am already aware of the situation in Yong'an City. Without further ado, I must immediately take over the city's defenses to counter the barbarian invasion. Lin Fan did not mince words and made his demands directly. Under the ruthless methods of the Eastern Depot, even one as powerful as a martial emperor had quickly confessed everything he knew. Lin Fan had no time to spare for anger. The pressing priority was to prepare for the impending war. Very well, everything shall be done according to your command, Marquis. Yi Tian truly had no other options and could only rely on Lin Fan at this moment. Gong Sunzan led the White Horse Volunteers and quickly took over Yong'an City. Inside the city lord's mansion, Patriarchy: how many troops are currently in Yong'an City, and what are the reserves of defensive and living supplies? Lin Fan inquired directly. Marquis: the city guards of Yong'an City were redeployed when the war broke out. Currently, there are only 50,000 temporarily assembled troops in the city, and their strength is highly uneven. As for supplies, there are very few left. We have not received any support for over a month. Yi Tian helplessly revealed the truth. Such a critical position was actually being used for political intrigue. The kingdom of Xiao had truly reached a point beyond redemption. Fortunately, there were almost no commoners left in the city. With his system, Lin Fan had no trouble sustaining them. Once the battle commenced, system points would flow in continuously, meaning he did not need to worry about supplies. However, the troop numbers were far too low, and the specialty of the White Horse Volunteers was not defense. Gongsun leave 100,000 men to defend the walls. Take the remaining 300,000 and immediately ride out to crush the barbarians' low-tier legions. The barbarians here were either merely martial artists or simply ordinary people. However, once the battle commenced, they would still cause trouble for Yong'an City, especially if used as cannon fodder to deplete the city's defensive resources. Gongsun immediately accepted the order and departed swiftly. Yuan Qingdu: take over the defense of Yong'an City immediately. The army, organized by Patriarchy, is now under your command. Drill them at once. I will provide you with powerful defensive equipment shortly. Lin Fan's aid was the system, but he still needed people to execute his plans. Although these 50,000 men were few, they could play a vital role if utilized properly. Yuan Qingdu also departed quickly. Apologies, Patriarchy. I have no intention of usurping your power, but to withstand the barbarians, I must establish a unified command. Once this battle is over, I will leave and never interfere with Yong'an City. Lin Fan's actions were undoubtedly a seizure of power, so he made this promise to Yi Tian as he still needed the Yi family's assistance with certain matters. You worry too much, Marquis. The most important thing right now is to preserve Yong'an City. Lin Fan had usurped his authority, and Yi Tian was naturally displeased, but the more they bickered at this moment, the faster Yong'an City would fall. Moreover, Yi Tian knew that Lin Fan was merely the city lord of Heifeng City and could not possibly remain after the war, nor would the royal family of the kingdom of Xiao permit it. Thus it was better to cooperate fully. Perhaps there was still a sliver of hope. It had to be said that for an outsider to establish roots in the kingdom of Xiao, Yi Tian indeed possessed unique capabilities. Outside the city, Gongsun led the White Horse Volunteers through the gates. At this moment, the barbarians had indeed begun their assault. When the defensive array vanished, the barbarians detected it immediately. While reporting to their superiors, they also began to launch their attack. After all, the defenders in Yong'an City were too few, a situation that could not be hidden from the barbarians. When the two armies clashed, there was no exchange of words, nor any traditional duel between generals. It was instantly a life-and-death struggle. Every single member of the barbarian race stood over 2 meters tall, with robust physiques far superior to humans. Within the same realm, it was extremely difficult for a human to defeat a barbarian. But the White Horse Volunteers were no ordinary humans. The moment the two sides clashed, the barbarians could not withstand the charge of the White Horse Volunteers at all, and their formation was swiftly torn to shreds. Hundreds of thousands of barbarians were hunted down by the White Horse Volunteers. As the great battle commenced, Lin Fan received another notification from the system, which filled him with excitement, though he did not check the details immediately. While the battle raged outside, Lin Fan arrived at the city wall to inspect Yong'an City's defensive weaponry. Not only was it ancient, but its power was also lacking, and its lethality limited. Relying on these, it was utterly impossible to stop the barbarians. Lin Fan had no interest in watching the battle outside. Instead, he opened the system shop and carefully searched for items that could assist in this war. Repeating crossbow, 100 points each. It can fire 10 bolts in rapid succession, causing massive damage to those in the martial general realm, while posing a threat even to the martial king realm. After browsing for a long time, most items were either unsuitable or too expensive with poor cost effectiveness. Lin Fan only found this single item appropriate for the current situation. Lin Fan directly purchased 10,000 repeating crossbows and 10 million bolts, instantly depleting half of the system points he had accumulated over the past days. Disregarding the heartbreak of the expense, Lin Fan handed all the repeating crossbows to Yuan Qingdu, instructing him to distribute them and ensure the troops quickly adapted to using these powerful weapons. While Lin Fan was actively preparing, Wenzhou, Izhou, Dongyu City, and even the royal capital received intelligence regarding Yong'an City. Anyone who laid eyes on the intelligence felt immensely gratified. Lin Fan, this nuisance was finally going to be dealt with. These people knew that Lin Fan had no path of retreat. No matter how strong his 400,000 cavalry were, how long could they hold out? Moreover, they themselves were scheming behind the scenes. However, they also feared the barbarian offensive once Lin Fan was eliminated. Thus, they stepped up their own preparations to ensure they would not be caught off guard should the situation turn unfavorable. Little did they know that Yong'an City, which they had meticulously prepared as Lin Fan's graveyard, would ultimately become the starting point of his rise to power. The great battle at Yong'an City had ended, leaving the city enveloped in a brief tranquility. Though hundreds of thousands of barbarians had besieged them, their strength was ultimately negligible and no match for the Yima Itsung. At the city lord's manor, my lord, we cannot rely solely on defense in this engagement. Such passivity would prove disastrous. The optimal strategy is to launch a proactive strike and disrupt the barbarian deployment. Gongsun Zan, though not among the absolute finest military minds, possessed a keen and independent strategic vision. I suggest we leave 200,000 troops to defend Yong'an City, while I lead the remaining 200,000 to intercept the enemy outside the walls. This will not only inflict heavy casualties on the barbarians, but also delay their large-scale assaults. 200,000 against potentially millions. Such a staggering numerical disparity could not be bridged by the Yima Itsung's prowess alone, especially since the barbarians also possess their own elite regiments. Yet Gongsun Zan's counsel held merit for the present circumstances. A prolonged defense would inevitably crumble, particularly given the vast numerical imbalance and the barbarians' endless reserves. Should they commit everything to the assault, while the Xiao kingdom offered no aid, Lin Fan would hardly hold the city. Yong'an City had long been the barbarians' prime objective for invading Xiao territory, but the Great Formation had forever thwarted their ambitions. Now that the formation lay in ruins, the barbarians would surely not waste themselves in a grueling siege at Dongyu City. After all, the disparity between the two fortresses was immense. The barbarians were brutal, but not fools. They knew well enough which path offered greater advantage. For the barbarians, this was a golden opportunity. Even if conquering the entire Xiao realm remained out of reach, seizing 2 or 3 provinces would be a worthy prize. Lin Fan paid no heed to Gongsun Zan's proposal, and instead consulted the system, where a notification had just appeared following the skirmish outside the walls. Ding. Congratulations, host. The territory system has activated war mode. Under war mode, kill points and reward multipliers are doubled. Upon the conclusion of each engagement, rewards may be claimed. Under war mode, for every million enemies slain, additional rewards may be claimed. Rewards can accumulate, and the higher the accumulation, the superior the rewards. In other words, although Lin Fan had not yet slain 1,000,000 foes, he had completed 1 engagement and could still claim his rewards. However, he suspected this particular payout would be rather modest. Consequently, Lin Fan decided to hold off. Through careful analysis, he discovered that Xiao Han Dynasty Iron Cavalry appeared to have been excluded from war mode calculations, likely due to operating independently behind enemy lines. Xiao Jingxuan, convey my orders to General Hua. He must monitor barbarian movements closely. Should they mass troops for a full-scale assault on Yong'an City, order Xiao to disrupt their preparations at all costs. Since Xiao was already deep within barbarian territory, aided by the expertise of the Eastern Depot agents, he was fully capable of tracking their movements. The moment mass barbarian forces threatened Yong'an, Xiao could strike to derail them. His iron cavalry was formidable, yet too few in number to mount a complete blockade. They could slow the advance, but halting it entirely was impossible. Defending Yong'an City itself would require Lin Fan to devise other solutions. His true hope lay in the system's war mode rewards. Provided they proved substantial enough, no matter how many barbarians swarmed forth, he would hold no fear. Knowing fully the strategic value of Xiao's forces, Xiao Zhongshan hurried out to relay the orders and make the necessary arrangements. Gongsun Zan lead 300,000 troops out of the city and seek engagements to whittle down the barbarians. You have full command discretion in this battle, but do not penetrate too deeply into enemy territory. The security of Yong'an City must remain your foremost concern at all times. Lin Fan had made his decision. Gongsun Zan would sortie to fight. With both him and Xiao harrying the enemy, the barbarians would find it difficult to consolidate their forces. Mounting an assault on Yong'an would demand considerable preparation time, which in turn bought Lin Fan the window he needed. My lord, I require only 200,000 troops. The city's defenses. Gongsun Zan spoke with concern for Lin Fan's safety. Say no more. The fiercer and deadlier your strikes, the safer we shall be. With 100,000 members of the Yima Itsung and 50,000 remaining garrison troops bolstered by the siege defenses Lin Fan had supplied, the city could withstand a siege for some time. In the short term, Lin Fan harbored no fears for Yong'an's security. As you command, my lord. The matter was grave and the situation urgent. Acknowledging the wisdom in Lin Fan's words, Gongsun Zan swiftly led his army out of the city. If the fighting could be pushed deep into barbarian lands, Yong'an City would naturally fall safe. My lord, a dispatch has arrived from Dongyu City. Xiao Zhongshan returned at that moment. Oh, read it. Lin Fan knew Xiao Wuhan harbored no good intentions. In light of the destruction of Yong'an City's great formation, the Xiao realm now faces dire peril. You are hereby ordered by Marquis Lin Fan of the Northern Wilderness to hold Yong'an City at all costs. Failure to do so will be met with court-martial. To receive such a stern ultimatum from Xiao Wuhan at this very moment. Not a single word about reinforcing troops. This Xiao kingdom is truly beyond saving. Yi Tian, who had entered with Xiao Jingxuan, voiced his discontent. Having witnessed the defensive arrangements Lin Fan had meticulously made for Yong'an City, Yi Tian knew the Marquis had genuinely come to repel the barbarian tide. Yet under such dire circumstances the Xiao kingdom still refused to dispatch relief forces. What good would it do to hold back the barbarians if the state itself offered no solidarity? Elder Yi pay it no mind. My lord, you need not have waded into these troubled waters. Hefeng City lies far from here. Should the worst come to pass, we can simply abandon this stronghold and relocate our Yi family to another city. Though Yi Tian's words seemed to champion Lin Fan's cause, he was ultimately probing the Marquis' resolve so his own clan might prepare accordingly. When a nation faces crisis, someone must inevitably step forward. Is that not so? Lin Fan saw through it clearly. Beneath the rhetoric of righteousness lay calculated self-interest. Yi Tian was no ally of his, nor one of the summoned warriors. There was no reason for Lin Fan to lower his guard or share his true plans. Their alliance was nothing more than a temporary arrangement, and who could predict what loomed ahead? And so week after week, 7 days slipped by. The catastrophic assault Yi Tian had dreaded failed to materialize. With two major cavalry forces constantly harrying and ambushing them, the barbarians found it far from straightforward to push through toward Yong'an City. Moreover, the barbarians' main force remained engrossed in fierce battles at Dongyu City. Intelligence reports indicated relentless combat there, with Wu Di experts even clashing on both sides. On the whole, the Xiao kingdom held the weaker position, yet the barbarians had gained no decisive upper hand. Unwilling to remain a pawn in another's game, Lin Fan resolved to fan the flames himself. That day Lin Fan summoned Yan Shursan privately. Shursan, I have a crucial mission for you. Proceed to the front lines at Dongyu City. Your objective is to assassinate high-ranking experts from both sides, ensuring the Xiao kingdom does not suffer defeat. Particular attention must be paid to the imperial family's reinforced Wu Di cultivators. Not a single one of them is to return alive. If the Xiao kingdom refused to act with benevolence, Lin Fan saw no reason to restrain his methods. For an entire week, despite the absence of a major battle at Yong'an City, the dynasty had offered not a whisper of support. Instead, beyond the plains behind Yong'an City, an elite army numbering over 2 million from Wenzhou had massed, evidently biding its time until Yong'an fell before making its move. Under these circumstances, Lin Fan made up his mind. It was time to teach the Xiao royal family a bloody lesson. The Xiao kingdom could not be defeated, for clearing up the aftermath would be exceedingly troublesome, yet Lin Fan had no intention of letting them off easily either. What the feudal lords of the various provinces feared most was the royal family's imperial clan court. None knew how many martial emperors resided within, nor whether any powerhouses of the transcendent realm existed there. Lin Fan's action this time served not only to vent his anger, but also to test the depths of the royal family. Only by having Yan Shursan strike could the martial emperor realm masters of both sides be eliminated silently, thereby maintaining the balance of the battlefield. Regarding this, Lin Fan placed absolute trust in Yan Shursan's capabilities. Yan Shursan remained as cold and taciturn as ever. After cupping his hands in salute, he departed. Let us see how arrogant your royal family can remain after losing so many martial emperors. Lin Fan was determined to avenge the grievances of these past years. Especially when he recalled Xiao Meier's aloof and condescending demeanor, he wished he could strike immediately. Yet to preserve the integrity of the Xiao kingdom as much as possible, Lin Fan could not afford to act on impulse. Marquis General Gongsun has sent word that the barbarians have amassed 5 million troops in the rear, and they are steadily advancing toward us. The newly formed legion consists of individuals who are at least martial masters, with 2 million of them reaching the strength of martial generals, and there is even 100,000 strong legion of the martial king realm. The barbarians are thoroughly determined this time. There is an unknown number of martial emperor powerhouses within their massive army, and even the barbarian god temple has dispatched experts to accompany them. Qiao Zhengshun delivered the latest intelligence. The barbarian god temple was the sacred sanctuary of the barbarians' faith, and those who resided within were the ultimate powerhouses of the barbarian race. Not only did they possess numerous martial emperors, but there were also many transcendent realm powerhouses, and there might even be masters of the dowager realm. With such formidable strength, obliterating the Xiao kingdom would pose absolutely no difficulty. However, in previous wars, the experts of the barbarian god temple rarely participated. This was because within the Xiao kingdom there existed a force fully capable of rivaling them. Shifang Hall was a 7-star sect situated within the Xiao kingdom, located in Shifang city of Yizhou. Although located within the borders of the Xiao kingdom, Shifang Hall remained entirely independent of its rule, and even stood above it, a position naturally sustained by its immense power. Of the known transcendent realm powerhouses, Shifang Hall possessed no fewer than 10. However, they paid no heed to the conquests of the mortal world, focusing solely on cultivation, only occasionally searching the Xiao kingdom for talented disciples to join their ranks. Though differing by a single star, the strength of Shifang Hall far surpassed that of the Liuxing sect. There was simply no comparison between the two. Since Shifang Hall sought talent within the Xiao kingdom and regarded it as their foundation, they were naturally unwilling to see the barbarians conquer it. For many years they had been resisting the barbarian god temple, a sect of equal 7-star caliber. It seems the barbarians are getting serious and Shifang Hall might soon enter the fray as well. Upon learning of the barbarian god temple's movements, Lin Fan knew that Yangon City would soon find itself at the heart of the storm, which was by no means good news for him. Under Lin Fan's command there were indeed transcendent powerhouses who were even stronger than those of the barbarian god temple and Shifang Hall. However, he lacked any downwentering realm masters, which placed him at a severe disadvantage. Should the two great factions discover that Lin Fan possessed several transcendents and so many extraordinarily gifted martial emperors under his command, they would undoubtedly launch a joint strike against him. Neither side wished to see the rise of an uncontrollable force. I can only pin my hopes on the quest rewards, otherwise I must find a way to temporarily avoid their sharp edge, Lin Fan thought to himself. With the combat prowess of Qing and Yin Shisan, they could hold their own against a downwentering expert, and might even defeat one, but killing them would be utterly impossible. Lin Fan did not want to take risks. Offending the Xiao kingdom mattered little as they lacked the power to deal with him, but the two 7-star factions were a completely different matter. Upon checking the system, Lin Fan discovered that after more than a dozen battles of varying scales, over 3 million enemies had been annihilated, making him eligible to claim some rewards. Thus, without further hesitation, Lin Fan immediately settled the rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for settling the phase rewards of the war. You have obtained 1 Martial General Grade Legion Summoning, Slot 1 Martial General Grade Unit Random Expansion Scroll 1 to 3 times 1 Special Group Summoning, Slot Martial Emperor Realm, 1 Downwentering Realm Character Summoning Slot, and various resources. Beholding the rewards granted by the system, Lin Fan was thrilled. With these, the immediate crisis was significantly alleviated. A special group summoning had appeared this time. From the looks of it, it was not a legion, but rather a character summoning, and a group summoning at that, especially of characters in the Martial Emperor realm. Lin Fan first examined this to see what kind of group characters they were. However, it was the most precious summoning slot for a downwentering realm powerhouse that excited him the most. Lin Fan had always been somewhat perplexed by the fief system he had obtained. Both its rewards and summonings seemed far too random. There were summonings for individual experts, group summonings, instances where summoning a martial general realm legion would yield transcendent masters, and even summonings for special organizations. It was truly unfathomable. In Lin Fan's view, the benefits of a group summoning far outweighed those of an individual character summoning. Nevertheless, everything had to align with the system's rules. He only hoped to obtain more summoning slots. After all, Lin Fan was just starting out, and he was reluctant to spend his accumulated points even on upgrading his own cultivation realm, let alone purchasing summoning slots. Ceasing his attempts to decipher the system's patterns, Lin Fan began to utilize the rewards he had received. Ding! Congratulations to the host for using the Martial General Grade Legion summoning slot. You have obtained the Martial General Grade Legion Great Qin Tiger Division, consisting of 100 troops, led by the Transcendent Limit Realm General Wang Jian, with 10 Martial Emperor Realm Vice Generals, and 50 Martial Venerable Realm Officers. Ding! Congratulations to the host for using the Martial General Grade Unit Random Expansion Scroll. You can increase the troop count of any Martial General Grade Legion by 3 times. Ding! Congratulations to the host for using the special group summoning slot Martial Emperor Realm. You have obtained the 18 Riders of Yinyun Peak Martial Emperor Realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for using the Downwentering Realm character summoning slot. You have obtained the Downwentering Limit Realm powerhouse Duguchiobai. This was wonderful. Lin Fan finally felt he possessed sufficient confidence to confront the impending crisis. Even when facing Shifang Hall and the barbarian god temple, Lin Fan felt a sense of assurance. Although Duguchiobai was but a single individual, he was by no means ordinary. Lin Fan harbored absolute faith that Duguchiobai could slay opponents across a major cultivation realm. Consequently, the pressure from the two great 7-star sects vanished in an instant. Setting aside the fact that Lin Fan currently had no ties to the two great 7-star sects, even if they were to become enemies, Duguchiobai alone would be enough to guarantee Lin Fan's safety. As for the upcoming grand battle, it would depend on the attitude of Shifang Hall. If they stepped forward to deal with the barbarian god temple, Lin Fan would naturally prefer to remain hidden. Unless absolutely necessary, Lin Fan would never expose his downwentering realm combat power to the two 7-star sects. Those factions were extremely xenophobic and would surely strike with full force against any uncontrollable power. This would not only affect the current campaign, but also have a profound impact on Lin Fan's future development. Lin Fan first applied that troop expansion scroll to the Great Qin Tiger Division, which proved a great help for the coming war. The might of the Great Qin Tiger Division needed no elaboration, especially the Great Qin Arrow formation, which was perfectly suited to the current war. Clearly, however, its numbers were still too few. Fortunately, it could be expanded. In this way, Lin Fan would gain a full 400,000 Great Qin Tiger soldiers, and the spectacle of 10,000 arrows loosed in unison would soon be seen. Moreover, with the Great Qin Tiger Division in place, it was basically impossible for the barbarians to breach Yong'an City's defenses, especially when Lin Fan still had 500,000 cavalry under his command. Supporting one another from afar, they should be enough to secure Yong'an City. Afterward, Lin Fan summoned Wang Jian, the Yan Yun 18 riders Duga Qiubai, and the others so that he could assign them one by one. Greetings, Marquis. Quite a few figures had appeared this time, and Lin Fan needed to arrange them carefully. Rise. General Wang Jian, the Great Qin Tiger Division, is currently outside the city. Lead them into Yong'an City and take over its defenses. The upcoming defensive battle will be your responsibility. The Great Qin Tiger Division would be far stronger in defense than the White Horse Volunteers. Your subordinate obeys. When they emerged, knowledge of the actual situation had already been instilled into them. Knowing that a major enemy force was about to arrive, Wang Jian promptly accepted the order and went to make arrangements. After Wang Jian left, Lin Fan turned to the Yan Yun 18 riders. This could be considered the smallest legion in Huaxia history. Merely 18 men could be called a legion, which was enough to show how extraordinary and formidable they were. At that moment, the Yan Yun 18 riders were powerful experts at the peak of the martial emperor realm. After consulting the records, Lin Fan discovered that these 18 possessed extremely formidable strength when acting in unison. Forming a military formation, the 18 could join forces to slay experts at the transcendent limit realm and even contend with masters of the Dao entry realm. This gave Lin Fan no small surprise. Did this not mean he had gained the equivalent of another Dao entry-level combat power? U-18 will serve as this Marquis's personal guard from now on. Lin Fan decided to keep these 18 at his side. Not only could they protect his safety, but they could also be dispatched on tasks at any time should something unexpected happen. The 18 were utterly cold, like killing machines. Upon receiving the order, they simply rose and took their positions around him, settling into their roles. These 18 lacked the ability to command troops, but as battlefield killing machines they could, under certain circumstances, unleash combat power no less formidable than that of a mighty legion. Finally, Lin Fan turned to Dugu Qiubai, a master of the sword whose heart was devoted solely to the martial way. Dugu Qiubai, we may soon face challenges from two major seven-star sects. Your sword will not be lonely, and the path of martial arts ahead is still long. I hope you devote yourself to it with all your heart. A figure like this naturally had to be kept close. Moreover, as Lin Fan had said, the powerful experts who might appear next would still have to be dealt with by Dugu Qiubai. After these arrangements, all the newly appeared figures had their own missions. During this period, Dongyu City had also been far from peaceful, of battles large and small erupted without cease. Although the Xiao Kingdom had withstood the barbarian offensive, its losses were truly considerable. The greatest losses were certainly Xiao Wuhan of Dongyu City and the Wenzhou army. As for the legions from the other prefectures, they fared better. They had come to help, not to die. When the wind of battle favored them, they charged with wild howls. When the situation turned bad, they took cover at once. General, another martial emperor from the royal house, died in battle today, taking a barbarian expert down with him. Within 3 days, 3 martial emperors sent as royal reinforcements had died in succession. Even though each had dragged barbarian experts down to death with them, Xiao Wuhan sensed that something was out of the ordinary. This was not the first time the two sides had fought. In the past, when had the experts of either side ever fought so desperately? With comparable strength, fighting to the death had no meaning. They only needed to hold each other in check and keep one another from joining the clash of the ordinary armies. Hence, the outcome of the great battle still depended on their respective troops. But this time was different. Losing a few martial venerables before could be tolerated. Xiao Wuhan could fully accept that. Yet the successive loss of 3 martial emperors made him feel that this was highly unusual. Moreover, all the martial emperors who had died were reinforcement experts dispatched by the royal house's imperial clan court. If anyone claimed there was no conspiracy, Xiao Wuhan absolutely refused to believe it. Although he was not displeased to see experts from the royal capital die, if they continued to be lost at this rate, Xiao Wuhan would be unable to bear the consequences and would inevitably be called to account by the Empress Xiao Meier. This was not what Xiao Wuhan wished to see. Any abnormal discoveries? Could someone be moving in the shadows? Xiao Wuhan asked suspiciously. General, the barbarian experts did die as well, so this probably was not the doing of the barbarians. But other than them, who else could have had the ability to accomplish it? All martial emperor experts near Dongyu City are within our sight. As for those above the martial emperor realm, only the 10 Directions Hall exists. But if the 10 Directions Hall had acted, it would not have done so in secret. Moreover, the 10 Directions Hall would never bother with the struggles of the mortal world, and martial emperor experts are nothing in its eyes. There was simply no need for anything like this. Xiao Wuhan's confusion was shared by everyone. The martial emperor realm, the strongest combat power of the Xiao Kingdom. How could such experts die so easily, and 3 of them within just 3 days? This unusual situation put everyone on guard. Meanwhile, the experts from the royal capital were already furious. The dead martial emperors had been roughly their equals. Did this not mean that their own lives could be in danger at any moment? Some had even proposed returning to the royal capital and no longer concerning themselves with the border war. Although Xiao Meier was the ruler of the kingdom, her personal strength was weak after all, and the Xiao Kingdom could not yet do without the support of these martial emperors. If this group left, Xiao Meier had no way to stop them. In the eyes of the strong, an imperial edict was even less useful than waste paper. Xiao Wuhan naturally could not agree. The front lines still needed these people if they left who would deal with the barbarian experts. He could only try to appease them with kind words. But the deaths of martial emperors must never happen again, or Xiao Wuhan would have no way to cope. It was precisely when Xiao Wuhan was at a loss that the latest intelligence arrived. Great general experts of the barbarian god hall have appeared. Traveling with them are an unknown number of martial emperor powerhouses from the barbarian tribes and a 5 million strong elite army with their targets set directly on Yong'an City. Truly no sooner had one wave subsided than another rose. The barbarians had opened a new battlefield, and it was Yong'an City. In fact, the barbarians could hardly be blamed. The reason Yong'an City had become a weak point was the internal strife within the Xiao kingdom. As for the matter of that great formation, how could Xiao Wuhan have received no news at all? Xiao Wuhan had been keeping an eye on the situation in Yong'an City, waiting to see when Lin Fan could no longer bear the pressure and fled so he could call him to account. As for Lin Fan dying in battle, Xiao Wuhan had never considered that. How could Lin Fan risk his life for the Xiao clan? That was unrealistic. However, as long as Lin Fan was defeated and was forced to abandon Yong'an City and flee, it would give the royal house an ample excuse, and dealing with him then could be done openly and legitimately. But the 5 million elite barbarian troops, along with the experts of the barbarian god hall, also placed enormous pressure on Xiao Wuhan. Xiao Wuhan had his own calculations. However, ever since Lin Fan arrived at Yong'an City and wiped out 1 million low-level barbarian troops in a single stroke, the barbarian tribe had remained strangely quiet. Now that intelligence had arrived, Xiao Wuhan found himself plagued by an even greater headache. The barbarian god temple had actually made an appearance. Filled with ruthless powerhouses, it was a force the state of Xiao was utterly powerless to resist. Fortunately, with the Shifang Hall present, Xiao Wuhan did not need to worry about dealing with these supreme experts. Yet those 5 million elite troops would undoubtedly have to be dealt with by the state of Xiao, and they were by no means an easy foe. Not only did Xiao Wuhan have no troops left to dispatch, but even if he did, they would hardly stand a chance against such elite forces. Left with no choice, Xiao Wuhan could only report the situation to the royal capital and dispatch messengers to Yizhou to inform the Shifang Hall of the barbarian god temple's appearance. Under these circumstances, Xiao Wuhan did not believe Lin Fan's good fortune would hold. Even if he managed to survive the Great War, he would never escape being held accountable by the royal family. Casting thoughts of Lin Fan aside, Xiao Wuhan began to contemplate how to counter this newly emerged barbarian army of 5 million elite troops. In the royal capital of the state of Xiao, upon receiving the intelligence, Xiao Meier paid a visit to the imperial clan court. Shortly after, a hidden legion somewhere within the kingdom began to assemble, preparing for deployment to Yong'an City. This was a hidden force kept in the shadows by the royal family, originally intended to cope with future chaos in the state of Xiao. However, at this critical juncture, they had no choice but to mobilize it ahead of schedule. After all, the barbarian tribe was far from an easy opponent. At this moment, Xiao Meier placed no hope in the feudal lords of the various provinces, knowing those slippery foxes would never risk their own core assets. Although Lin Fan was stationed at the front lines, his intelligence network was swift, and he quickly discerned the movements of all factions. The royal family would send reinforcements, but certainly not anytime soon. At the very least, they would wait until the Shifang Hall's support arrived, or perhaps even wait until he himself was eliminated. Consequently, Lin Fan could not count on any of them. He had to rely solely on himself. Moreover, with Duguid Xiaobai by his side, Lin Fan possessed ample confidence to face even a 7-star sect. Nevertheless, it was still best to avoid exposing his hand if possible. Once his high-end combat power was exposed, it would likely draw the hostility of the Shifang Hall, and might even drive Xiao Meier to strike at him recklessly, an outcome Lin Fan wished to avoid. A few days later, the barbarian army was less than 100 miles from Yong'an City. Yet they launched no assault, clearly waiting for the experts of the Shifang Hall. Meanwhile, the Royal Reinforcement Army and the Wenzhou Army had also neared Yong'an City, yet they halted their advance and set up camp. Lin Fan knew they were simply waiting for his demise. However, Lin Fan would never let them have their way. A day later, the experts of the Shifang Hall arrived. Dozens of martial powerhouses, completely arrogant and overbearing, did not spare a single glance for any secular experts. Upon arriving in Yong'an City, this group of people did not even bother to offer a greeting before heading straight out of the gates. Yet the Shifang Hall's utter arrogance left Lin Fan highly pleased. At this moment, the last thing he wanted was to deal with these fellows. The Shifang Hall's target was clearly the experts of the barbarian god temple. As for the outcome of the secular warfare, they cared nothing for it. As long as they forced back the experts of the barbarian god temple, the rest would naturally be handled by the royal family of the state of Xiao. Another day passed, and the experts of the Shifang Hall returned to Yong'an City only to depart immediately. Their numbers were visibly diminished, indicating that a fierce battle must have taken place between the two sides. According to Lin Fan's precise intelligence, the two 7-star sects had clashed violently. Both sides suffered casualties, and with neither able to gain the upper hand, they had no choice but to cease hostilities. After the Shifang Hall departed, the people of the barbarian god temple also withdrew. However, the barbarian legions began to mobilize. Evidently, the secular war was bound to continue. It was unclear whether the barbarian god temple and the Shifang Hall had reached some sort of consensus, but both sides washed their hands of the matter simultaneously, leaving the war to the two nations. And now it was time for Lin Fan to face his trial. The army of the state of Xiao clearly had no intention of offering aid. The outcome of this battle would depend entirely on Lin Fan. Order the White Horse Volunteers and the Great Han Iron Cavalry to seek opportunities to strike the barbarians, while the Great Qin Tiger Division focuses entirely on defense. The barbarians were numerous, but the only force worthy of note was their army of 100,000 martial kings. As for the rest of the barbarians, with 400,000 White Horse Volunteers and 400,000 of the Great Qin Tiger Division at his disposal, Lin Fan harbored no worries. Soon news spread that the barbarian god temple and the Shifang Hall had reached an agreement. Neither side would interfere in this battle, leaving it entirely to the barbarians and the state of Xiao. Upon receiving the news, various factions breathed a sigh of relief, while simultaneously gloating over the situation. Xiao Wuhan announced that he could not dispatch troops to reinforce Yangon City, citing the critical state of the battle at Dongyu City. The legions sent by the royal family went so far as to declare that without royal orders they would not mobilize a single soldier. As for the armies of the other provinces, they were merely spectators, and reinforcement was utterly out of the question. It seemed as though Lin Fan was driven into a corner. Yet at this moment Lin Fan's voice resounded. For the state of Xiao, and for the billions of its common people, I, Lin Fan, am willing to fight to the death, and shall never retreat. Under the covert promotion and instigation of the East Depot, all the citizens of the state of Xiao came to know that Lin Fan, the son of the former king of Jinbei and the Marquis of Northern Desolation, was willing to fight the barbarians to the death, without retreating, in order to protect the people of Xiao. In an instant, Lin Fan's prestige even surpassed that of Xiao Meier, catching her completely off guard. It was said that upon receiving this intelligence, Xiao Meier was so enraged that she executed over a dozen members of her secret service. Xiao Meier naturally knew that such rapid dissemination of information must have been orchestrated by someone behind the scenes, which only fueled her dissatisfaction with her secret service. Nevertheless, as long as this battle could eliminate Lin Fan, what did it matter if he was granted a glorious reputation? Thus, Xiao Meier directly ordered the Royal Reinforcement Legion to refrain from aiding Yangon City. When the city fell and Lin Fan attempted to flee, they were to execute him on the spot for desertion. This clearly demonstrated the woman's ruthlessness. For the sake of her own goals, she had begun to act with utter disregard for anything else. Haha, excellent. After this battle, it will finally be time for a change of dynasty in the state of Xiao. Order Yangon City to prepare for battle with all its might. At the same time, tell Yan Shisan to accelerate his actions. This war is drawing to a close, Lin Fan commanded. As long as the barbarian elites were eliminated here, the barbarians would surely be deterred and abandon their offensive. Moreover, after more than a month of fighting, the barbarians had suffered no small losses themselves. Meanwhile, the barbarians had also secured sufficient resources, effectively achieving one of their goals. The next day, the barbarian army began to advance, and the Great War was on the verge of erupting. General Wang Jian, I leave the defense of Yangon City to you. Slay as many of the barbarians as possible. Lin Fan rotated the 100,000 White Horse Volunteers out. These cavalry forces still needed to guard against the Royal Reinforcement Legion. Lin Fan worried that once he withstood the barbarian onslaught, those forces would seize the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Although the enemy numbered in the millions, the White Horse Volunteers were no cowards. Despite their small numbers, Lin Fan did not intend to annihilate them. Keeping them contained would suffice. The royal family did not dare push things too far either, otherwise not only would they lose the support of the people, but they would also give other feudal lords a pretext to rebel. Soon a brutal war erupted. True to their savage reputation, the barbarians attacked without much tactical order, yet their individual martial prowess was undeniable. Fortunately, the defenders were the Great Qin Tiger Division, whose proficiency in both ranged and close-quarters combat was outstanding, further aided by Hua Zubing and Gong Sunzan operating on the outside. Though the barbarians appeared overwhelmingly ferocious, they failed to inflict any significant damage upon Yangon City. Lin Fan stood atop the city wall, gazing at the battlefield strewn with blood and flesh. Marquis, how were these repeating crossbows crafted? They are truly devastating weapons on the battlefield. The Qin Tiger Legion excelled at archery, and Wang Jian took great delight in equipment, such as the repeating crossbow. When the opportunity arises, I will equip your troops with more of these. Compared to conventional bows and arrows, the repeating crossbow was not significantly larger, only its more exquisite design enabled the rapid-fire effect and astonishing lethality. The bows used by the Qin Tiger Legion were still the conventional type. If they could all be replaced with repeating crossbows, Lin Fan believed the combat effectiveness of the Qin Tiger Legion could be elevated by several levels. This general thanks the Marquis. Such a divine weapon is certainly the more the better. With Lin Fan's assurance, Wang Jian beamed with joy, and the two conversed warmly, utterly unconcerned with the great battle before them. This nonchalance was not unreasonable. On the battlefield, although the barbarians charged with relentless ferocity, they rarely even reached the foot of the walls. Launching an actual siege was all the more difficult. After the first day, the barbarians left countless corpses behind and retreated to regroup. That night, Lin Fan received word that Gong Sun Zan and Hui Xiubing had independently chosen to raid the enemy camp, with considerable success. On the second day, the barbarians regrouped and returned, yet the outcome remained largely unchanged. The barbarian mind is not particularly sharp. They rely entirely on brute courage. In truth, they pose little threat. Wang Jian offered a fair assessment of the barbarians. But that depends on the opponent. In close combat, these barbarians can still cause humanity considerable trouble. Don't forget what happened at Dongyu City. Their losses far exceed ours here. Lin Fan spoke with a hint of schadenfreude. Such was the difference in weaponry. Technological advancement represented combat power. Even in this world where mighty experts could overturn rivers and seas with a gesture, this truth could not be ignored. While Yong'an City was engulfed in war, fierce battles raged across Dongyu City and the entire front line. Clearly the barbarians were making their final desperate stand. Grand General, 2 more royal experts have fallen in battle. Only 2 remain now. Xiao Wuhu, who had been directing the battle, received yet another piece of news he could least bear to accept. How fares the barbarian side? Was it truly barbarian experts who killed them? Xiao Wuhu was deeply troubled. How could he possibly explain this to Xiao Meier? Grand General, both sides perished together once more, just as before. Clearly this was no longer the first time such a thing had occurred. What exactly is going on? Xiao Wuhu frowned deeply, momentarily forgetting the war entirely. What force could possibly be capable of silently eliminating the martial emperors of both sides? How fares Yong'an City? For some reason, Lin Fan's figure suddenly surfaced in Xiao Wuhu's mind. Grand General, a great battle is underway at Yong'an City. Yesterday, the barbarians lost hundreds of thousands and were forced to retreat. During the night, they were ambushed by Lin Fan's cavalry and suffered devastating losses. Today, the barbarians have regrouped and launched another attack. Only with little progress. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wuhu's headache only worsened. Xiao Wuhu naturally knew that Lin Fan was in Yong'an City and that an army of 4,000 had suddenly surged into the city. Judging by the present situation, this newly appeared army possessed exceedingly formidable combat prowess. One must understand that the force attacking Yong'an City was the elite of the barbarian tribes. To deal with these barbarians, the royal family had even drawn upon its deepest reserves. Yet ironically, Lin Fan had no need for the royal family's support at all. He had single-handedly withstood the barbarian assault. His Majesty was ultimately too careless. Xiao Wuhu understood that regardless of how the war against the barbarians ended, Lin Fan had already risen. Given the strength Lin Fan had displayed, the royal family was already compelled to treat him with the utmost caution. And the situation of the Xiao kingdom absolutely would not permit the royal family to casually move against a marquis who had rendered distinguished service in defending the realm. At this moment, Xiao Wuhu finally understood why Lin Fan had rushed to the eastern border at the earliest opportunity. The lad was using the righteous cause of the realm to protect his own safety. As long as Lin Fan did not proclaim rebellion, the royal family could do nothing against him, otherwise the entire realm would be plunged into chaos. Deep in his heart, Xiao Wuhu held no aversion to chaos. He even anticipated it somewhat. But now was not the time. After this battle with the barbarians, Dongyu City had suffered irreparable damage to its foundations and could not possibly recover in the short term. Under such circumstances, chaos across the realm would bring him no benefit whatsoever. In the end, Xiao Wuhu could only sigh in helpless frustration. Even if he saw everything clearly, what difference did it make? He could change nothing. He could not even speak of it openly. It seemed other means would have to be found. Grand General, another royal expert, has fallen. The remaining one has withdrawn from battle and returned directly to the royal capital. Xiao Wuhu received yet another piece of grim news. This time the royal family's losses vastly exceeded those of any feudal lord. Certainly not good tidings for the Xiao kingdom. As for the expert who had fled, Xiao Wuhu chose not to pursue the matter. That man had likely sensed something amiss. It let him go explain to the Empress. It would also lighten Xiao Wuhu's own burden of responsibility. By the way, how goes the situation with Zhang Wujin? Xiao Wuhu knew full well that Zhang Wujin was no match for Lin Fan and was doomed to lose, yet he could not idly watch Lin Fan take away the Taizhou army right under his nose. Grand General, the Taizhou army is still engaged with the enemy. Their losses are not significant at present. Though his subordinate was bewildered, he reported truthfully. Transmit my order. The Taizhou army is to be redeployed to the eastern plains to eliminate the barbarian legion there. The subordinate was stunned by the command. The eastern plains happened to be where the barbarians' main elite force was concentrated. Even the Dongyu City legions dared not engage them lightly. Sending the Taizhou army there now was practically sending them to their deaths. Tell Zhang Wujin it is his only path to survival. Xiao Wuhu sent someone to convey these words to Zhang Wujin. He trusted that Zhang Wujin would understand. If he delivered the 4,000 strong Taizhou army into Lin Fan's hands, neither the royal family nor the governor of Taizhou would ever let him off. The only course now was to have the entire Taizhou army die on the battlefield, thereby earning a good reputation and gaining the royal family's favor. The governor of Taizhou would preserve his dignity as well. With the royal family offering some compensation, the matter would be settled. However, Xiao Wuhu had not anticipated one thing. Did he truly believe Lin Fan would be so easily deceived? Soon Xiao Wuhu received word that Zhang Wujin had led the legion off to die. Still, Zhang Wujin himself should be safe. Oh, after all, he was a martial emperor, not so easily killed. Xiao Jingxuan, do you have any way to eliminate the royal family's reinforcement legion? With Wang Jian in Yong'an City, Lin Fan had no concerns there. Now at leisure, Lin Fan began to covet the royal family's trump card, that sizable reinforcement legion of formidable strength. Master, to eliminate these people, poison could be used, or the net and the Eastern Depot could conduct simultaneous assassinations. Annihilating them all is impossible, but eliminating a portion is certainly achievable. However, this old servant would not advise such a course. This force suppresses the Xiao kingdom, it makes the kingdom unstable, yet it will not be quickly destroyed. That can only benefit us. Xiao Jingxun proposed solutions while offering his advice with the utmost caution. Xiao Jingxun was indeed perceptive, and Lin Fan understood his point. However, seeing the royal house so powerful, Lin Fan felt displeased and would destroy it at any chance. Yet, as Xiao Jingxun had said, if the royal house suffered too great a loss, the various provinces would rise in revolt, something Lin Fan truly did not wish to see. Even chaos had to be kept within acceptable bounds. A few provinces fighting among themselves was manageable, but if the entire Xiao kingdom erupted in war, it would cost Lin Fan considerable effort to bring under control. Most importantly, it would damage the foundation. The last thing Lin Fan wanted for it was tied to points. Based on last month's settlement of points from his forces, Lin Fan roughly calculated. A single city, and a city not even fully under control, Haifeng City, had yielded 1 million points. Then wouldn't a single province be worth roughly 100 million points? The entire Xiao kingdom had 18 provinces plus several other territories. If all went smoothly, once Lin Fan captured and controlled them, he could gain 2 billion points in a month, a truly considerable sum. But if the Xiao kingdom plunged into all-out war, and the people were left destitute, even if Lin Fan obtained the kingdom, he would have to expend immense effort to save it. Not just the lost lives, but the economy and people's livelihoods. All of this would trouble him deeply. Forget it, I was just saying. Killing the 10 great martial emperors of the royal house is already a heavy loss for them. The one who fled failed to escape Yin Shisan's pursuit. As for these legions, let them off for now. Who knows, they might become our own troops in the future. Lin Fan quickly came around. He still couldn't rush things that had to be done step by step. The true strength of each province remained unknown, and the royal house had its own reserves. This matter could not be forced. Lin Fan was no longer impatient, but others were. The chaos of the Xiao kingdom had been brewing for years, and the arrival of Lin Fan would not change it much. What was destined to come would come sooner or later. 3 days later, the national war that had lasted 2 months came to an end, the first to conclude being at Yong'an City. The barbarian elites launched repeated assaults, but could do nothing to Yong'an City, suffering countless casualties themselves. Meanwhile, harassment from the White Horse Companions and the Great Han Cavalry caused the battle to show signs of defeat. At last, after gathering intelligence from all sides, the barbarians decided to withdraw. This spectacular war, after more than 2 months, finally came to an end. In this war, the barbarians gained some resources, barely offsetting their losses, far from their anticipated objectives. The Xiao kingdom's losses were far greater than the barbarians. In terms of troops alone, several million were lost. Even Lin Fan's side lost tens of thousands of men. Yet this was already the best possible outcome. Marking now that the war is over, rewards for service should follow. In this battle, Wang Jian's contribution was indispensable. He had stubbornly held off an enemy more than 10 times his number. Rewards for service. Perhaps it's more like killing the donkey after it finishes grinding. Lin Fan chuckled. Merits didn't matter. What mattered was achieving his goal. Xiao Jingxuan ordered the Eastern Depot to widely publicize this war, especially the role we played, the royal house's promise, and the bet with the Taizhou army. It must be spread far and wide. The Taizhou army, all 400,000 men, had been wiped out except for that fellow Zhang Wujin. Lin Fan naturally knew exactly what had happened. It must have been Xiao Wuhan's doing. However, Lin Fan had been pinned down in Yong'an City and couldn't possibly go to their rescue. But a debt owed to him would not be so easily repudiated. Send word to Gongsun Zan and Huitzubing withdraw all troops back to Yong'an City. With the great battle over, there was no need for the Great Han Cavalry to remain in barbarian territory. If they provoked the barbarian god temple, even Huitzubing couldn't withstand it. This was the first, and for now the only, martial king legion under Lin Fan's command, with a full 100,000 men. Lin Fan did not wish for them to come to any harm. The war ended in victory, and the entire nation celebrated. Xiao Meier in the royal palace finally breathed a sigh of relief. This was her first national war since inheriting the throne of the Xiao kingdom. Though the losses were considerable, she had still won, and thus she had firmly established herself. But just as Xiao Meier was rejoicing, bad news arrived. In this war, Lin Fan, the Marquis of Beihuang, traveled vast distances, rushing day and night to the front lines. He voluntarily defended the most perilous city, Yong'an, and through his passionate conviction and the courageous sacrifices of countless soldiers, he managed to hold off the attacks of 5 million barbarian main force troops, despite devastating losses. Lin Fan's actions greatly inspired the other divisions. Rallying under his spirit, they fought bravely and ultimately secured victory in this national war. Meanwhile, the royal house's promise to grant Lin Fan the title of king became known to all. The people hailed the royal house as wise, declaring that such an insightful and martial marquis should rightfully inherit the title of king of Jinbei. As for Lin Fan's former reputation as a useless man, who would bring that up again? People would only remember that in their hour of greatest peril, Lin Fan stepped forward and rescued them from fire and water. Along with all this, the people also learned of Lin Fan's bet with Taizhou. Guided by those with ulterior motives, the bet was turned into a strategy to inspire frontline soldiers to fight bravely. Xiao Meier stared at the intelligence in her hands. There were even petitions and a book of 10,000 signatures, all praising Lin Fan and demanding that Her Majesty grant him the title of king. This was tantamount to a harsh slap across Xiao Meier's face. Damned fools! Damned fools! Secret Department. If you can't get to the bottom of this, the Secret Department may as well be disbanded. The unfortunate Secret Department once again bore the brunt of Xiao Meier's wrath. Lin Fan, if you want to inherit the title of king of Jinbei, dream on. Xiao Meier was now furious. None of this was what she had imagined. Shouldn't she have been the one to devise strategies, turn the tide, and repel the barbarian invasion? How had it all become Lin Fan's credit? And how had Lin Fan managed it? Those were 5 million elite barbarian warriors. Even if the royal house's legions had been sent instead, Xiao Meier wouldn't have dared to say they could definitely hold the line. Yet Lin Fan had done exactly that. Moreover, there were the legions and powerful warriors that had mysteriously appeared under Lin Fan's command, especially the legions, which were no small number. Investigations had already revealed over 1 million men under Lin Fan, and Xiao Meier saw this as a grave threat. That night, an urgent royal decree was delivered by swift horse to Dongyu City. However, after reading it, Xiao Wuhan gave no response. Under the present circumstances, Lin Fan had rendered great service. How could Xiao Wuhan move against him? Besides, Lin Fan was no soft persimmon that anyone could squeeze at will. Empress, you are still too impatient. That is not the quality a ruler should possess. Only when no one else was around did Xiao Wuhan make this remark. Now Lin Fan has revealed his sharp edge, and his wings have grown full. Dealing with him requires careful long-term planning. Forget it. Let Her Majesty worry about that headache. Xiao Wuhan did not take Xiao Meier's order seriously at all. There was no way he would involve himself at this moment. Whether this matter succeeded or failed, it held no benefit whatsoever for Xiao Wuhan. Moreover, how could Lin Fan not know of all the provocations Xiao Wuhan had directed at him before? For now, it was better to avoid the sharp edge. The barbarians had just retreated. If fighting were to break out again in Dongyu City, Xiao Wuhan could hardly withstand it. The war ended, and soon Lin Fan received orders from Xiao Wuhan. The defense of Yong'an City was handed over to the Wenzhou City Guard, while the troops under Haifeng City withdrew from Yong'an and camped nearby. Lin Fan then headed to Dongyu City to attend the victory banquet. Marquis, it is all thanks to you that Yong'an City was preserved. You also saved my entire Yi family. When he was about to depart, Yi Tian, the clan leader of the Yi family, hurried over to see him off. Yi Tian, a powerful martial emperor, did not dare to slight this young man in the least. Although the fellow's own strength was very weak, every single person around him was extraordinary. Because Lin Fan had concealed the cultivation levels of those around him, Yi Tian could not see through them. However, an expert naturally has his own methods of sensing other strength. Yi Tian knew that there were likely quite a few martial emperor-level experts beside Lin Fan, so he absolutely dared not be negligent. Clan leader Yi, this battle also owed much to your assistance. Your Yi family has rendered great service. I think rewards from the royal capital will arrive soon, so your family can develop in peace. This was purely a polite gesture. Lin Fan knew the Yi family's situation well. Xiao Meier would not offer any substantial reward, at most verbal praise. The Marquis is too modest. The Yi family feels ashamed that we were unable to help you. Yi Tian was well aware of his own family's circumstances. All right, clan leader Yi, please return. Who knows when we shall meet again? If life in Yong'an City proves unsatisfactory, you are welcome to stay for a while at my Haifeng City. This was Lin Fan's way of extending an olive branch. Whether it succeeded or not didn't matter. Thank you for the invitation, Marquis. If that day truly comes, I hope you will take us in. Yi Tian was equally shrewd, leaving himself a way out. If the Yi family were not at its last resort, he would certainly not throw in his lot with Lin Fan. A man of such power was hardly easy to get along with. But Yi Tian also feared that if one day the Xiao kingdom turned against him, or enemies came knocking, Lin Fan might still be a fallback. Soon Lin Fan had all his troops withdrawn from Yong'an City and stationed just outside the city walls. Accompanied by Yin Shisan and the others, Lin Fan went to Dongyu City for the banquet marking the end of his journey. This trip had been quite rewarding for Lin Fan. He had completed 2 of the 3 tasks, and with the system's war mode concluded, he had not yet claimed the final settlement. Everything would be dealt with after returning to Haifeng City. In Dongyu City, a desolate atmosphere hung everywhere in the aftermath of war, for the battles here had been exceptionally fierce. Marquis Lin, you have worked hard in this battle. As soon as Lin Fan arrived, Xiao Wuhan came out to welcome him personally. A much better reception than when he first came. Not at all. If this battle was won, it was due to the Grand General's wise command and the countless soldiers fighting bravely. What could a mere martial artist like me have contributed? Lin Fan chuckled. The Marquis is too modest. Thanks to your side holding back 5 million elite barbarian troops, otherwise had they broken into the Xiao kingdom, it would have been a catastrophe. Flattery lifts everyone higher. The 2 exchanged compliments. At the evening banquet, it was still the same group of people, worthy of being masters from all provinces. They had suffered no losses. But by now no one dared to underestimate this young Marquis anymore. The strength he had displayed had deeply drawn the attention and wariness of all factions. In fact, this was not what Lin Fan wanted to see. He well understood the principle that the bird that sticks its head out gets shot. However, for the sake of the future, there were things he had to do. Who could understand such helplessness? Fortunately, the system was reliable enough to provide sufficient rewards, leaving these people with no hold over Lin Fan. Still, as for what to do next, he would need to return and plan carefully with Guijia. Lin Fan would never be that bird with its head out. At the victory banquet, everyone was merry and harmonious. No matter what, winning a battle was something worth celebrating. General Zhang Wujin, I wonder when you will lead your troops to Haifeng City. Just as the atmosphere was harmonious, Lin Fan raised the question. This? Zhang Wujin was at a loss for words, not knowing how to respond. Could it be that General Zhang does not acknowledge the outcome of the bet? Shall we verify the number of enemies killed by both sides? This remark was pure mockery. Who had won or lost the bet between the 2 was obvious to everyone, and no matter how one looked at it, Zhang Wujin of Taizhou had lost. At that moment, Zhang Wujin deeply regretted why he had jumped out back, then landing himself in such an awkward position today. Marquis, I admit defeat. However, I am a great general of Taizhou. Naturally, I cannot defect to you. Surely you would not want a general who betrays his master. As for the 4,000 soldiers of Taizhou, I am sorry, Marquis. The Taizhou army fought valiantly, and all died a heroic death for the Xiao kingdom. Even if I wish to fulfill my promise, there is no way to do so. Zhang Wujin steeled himself. This matter had to be resolved eventually, so he might as well face it head on. He believed that with so many people present, Lin Fan would not turn hostile and resort to force. Once he returned to Taizhou, Lin Fan would have no way to deal with him. Grand General Xiao, and all you generals here, you are witnesses. What do you have to say about this matter? Lin Fan had long been aware of Zhang Wujin's situation, but it was impossible for him to dodge the matter so easily. Therefore Lin Fan spoke up to ask, well, Marquis, the Taizhou army has been virtually wiped out, so they truly cannot serve you. I think it would be better to have the governor of Taizhou send you some supplies and let this matter rest. Indeed, Marquis, General Zhang's heart is willing, but his strength is lacking. We are all colleagues, perhaps we should just let it go. I'm sure the governor of Taizhou will be grateful to you. Everyone spoke one after another, all within Lin Fan's expectations. Haifeng City was already strong enough. How could it let him take away the Taizhou army so easily? Moreover, everyone was no fool. They understood the machinations behind the Taizhou army's annihilation. I do not lack supplies. Very well, General Zhang, I won't make things difficult for you. I'll give you a choice. Your Taizhou only needs to give me 1 million ordinary martial artists, and this matter is settled. At first glance, Lin Fan's condition indeed seemed reasonable. The Taizhou army brought here, though not Taizhou's absolute main force, had almost all been at the martial master realm. In comparison, ordinary martial artists truly counted for little. But to Lin Fan, the level of soldiers did not matter. What mattered was the number. This might not be appropriate. Zhang Wujin objected. 1 million martial artists were nothing to Taizhou, but this was a matter of face. How could the governor possibly agree? Zhang Wujin did not dare to consent to it. I know this matter is not yours to decide. Send word immediately to Governor Yuan Jiang of Taizhou and inform him of this. I will wait for your news outside Yong'an City. If Governor Yu has not made a decision within 3 days, I will go to Taizhou myself. Lin Fan was very firm. If they would not hand over the people, he would go take them himself. But by then what Lin Fan demanded might not be merely 1 million martial artists. It all depended on the governor of Taizhou's decision. Lin Fan's toughness silenced the banquet. Though everyone felt it was inappropriate, they could find no fault since the 2 sides had agreed beforehand, and all present were witnesses. Lin Fan had also made a concession by asking for only 1 million martial artists. However, this matter could not be seen that way. It was entirely a contest of pride, not merely an issue of the bet. Since the royal decree of rewards had not yet arrived, the various generals would certainly wait to return and receive their honors. This gathering could be considered a farewell send-off. They had originally come merely as a formality. However, Lin Fan's resolute stance once again heightened the tension. If Lin Fan insisted on personally traveling to Taizhou, Yuanjiang, the governor of Taizhou, was no pushover and would hardly concede so easily. Would the barely extinguished flames of war ignite once more? My Lord Marquis, could this general mediate this matter? I am rather acquainted with Lord Yu. What if we ask Lord Yu to provide you with additional supplies, or even weapons and equipment? Black Wind City is so modest in size. Taking in so many people and sustaining them would already be a considerable burden for you. Xiao Wuhen's words appeared conciliatory, yet his true intent was still to pressure Lin Fan into compromising. Although he did not know why Lin Fan desired so many people, he sensed this was far more than a mere clash of pride. Your Black Wind City is so small, barely sufficient to sustain hundreds of thousands of people. Moreover, your army already outnumbers your civilians. Why do you need so many more? Xiao Wuhen was determined not to let Lin Fan achieve his aims. General, you speak incorrectly. My Black Wind City borders the Demon Beast Forest with vast tracts of undeveloped land. We are precisely in dire need of people. Furthermore, this matter has become public knowledge across the realm. If I, this Marquis, do not claim the stakes, would I not become the laughingstock of all under heaven? Lin Fan's reasoning was impeccable, yet Xiao Wuhen sneered inwardly. Pure nonsense. Lin Fan's reputation as a worthless fool had been mocked by the world for countless years, yet he never seemed to care. Nevertheless, Xiao Wuhen found himself unable to refute Lin Fan's words and fell silent. This matter concerned only the two parties involved. Not even the royal family had the right to interfere. Very well. This humble general shall return to Taizhou and report this matter to the governor. Zhang Jinwu had no desire to remain and prepared to depart after a brief word. Zhang Jinwu, listen well. I give you only 3 days. As he left, Lin Fan issued his final warning once more. Zhang Jinwu felt profoundly aggrieved. It was not as though he had willingly sought this trouble. He himself did not understand what agreement Yuanjiang and Xiao Wuhen had reached behind his back. In short, before his departure, Yuanjiang had personally sought him out and ordered him to follow Xiao Wuhen's commands upon reaching Dongyu City. And the reason he had picked a quarrel with Lin Fan was none other than orders from Xiao Wuhen. But now he was the one suffering the consequences. Regardless of whether the governor agreed, Zhang Jinwu would become a man who broke his word. If this led to war between Lin Fan and Taizhou, he would be branded the sinner of Taizhou itself. Though the celebration banquet had not ended in open discord, it was hardly harmonious. Everyone harbored their own thoughts and hastily brought the feast to a close. Meanwhile, news of everything that had transpired spread rapidly back to their respective factions. Discussions about Lin Fan had already taken place many times among the various houses. Tonight, inevitably, the topic would revolve around him once more. Ultimately, most factions reached a conclusion. This Marquis had only recently risen to power and was at the height of his ambition. He would surely not swallow this humiliation in silence. Young men, after all, were prone to hot tempers. And how could one expect anything less from someone like Lin Fan, who had been oppressed for years only to turn things around in a single stroke? Taizhou, the governor's mansion. Eager to report to the governor, Zhang Jinwu traveled through the night and finally arrived before dawn. Long before his arrival, information regarding Lin Fan's demands had already been delivered to Yuanjiang through covert channels. My lord, this humble general bears the blame. I have brought trouble upon Taizhou. Zhang Jinwu immediately offered his apology. Regardless of the circumstances, he was the one on the scene. General Zhang, this matter cannot be laid entirely at your doorstep. It simply means we all misjudged Lin Fan's strength. A martial emperor-level powerhouse was a coveted asset in every province. Not only was this not Zhang Jinwu's fault, but even if it were, Yuanjiang would hardly reprimand him severely. My lord, the entire Xiao kingdom is awaiting our stance. What are we to do? Zhang Jinwu was anxious. If this matter were mishandled, it would damage Taizhou's reputation. No matter. Announce to the world that we accept the wager and abide by the outcome. Taizhou is willing to provide 1 million martial artists. However, our people have long resided in Taizhou and are unwilling to leave their homeland. I humbly ask Lord Lin to grant us some time. We shall persuade these individuals and send them to Black Wind City as swiftly as possible. Delay. This was the strategy Yuanjiang and his advisors had devised upon receiving the intelligence. Taizhou would concede defeat and offer 1 million martial artists, yet the people of Taizhou were accustomed to their homeland and unwilling to uproot themselves for that chaotic Black Wind City. No one could simply kidnap them, could they? This maneuver relieved the immediate crisis without tarnishing Taizhou's reputation. In fact, it might even enhance their standing for keeping their word. Soon Taizhou's proclamation was disseminated across the land. This Yuanjiang is quite interesting. On the surface he concedes, yet in truth he holds this Marquis in utter contempt. Receiving the intelligence, Lin Fan chuckled. Was he taking the whole world for a fool? Yuanjiang naturally understood that his intentions could not remain hidden from others. But what could be done? It was merely a matter of appearances. My lord, what should we do? Xiao Jingchun was enraged. To be trifled with in this manner was to insult not only his master, but also himself and the Eastern Depot. How could such disrespect be tolerated? Investigate Taizhou's situation. Identify which areas nearest to us have the highest concentration of martial artists. This matter Lin Fan would certainly not let go. Once these people were brought over, they could be trained into an elite army within 10 days. What better opportunity could one hope for? Understood. Xiao Zhengchun smiled grimly, having grasped Lin Fan's intentions. Time passed until the 4th day set by Lin Fan arrived. The brothers of Taizhou are unaware of the blessings of Black Wind City. I, Lin Fan, shall personally visit to explain and invite them to make their homes in Black Wind City to develop the Demon Beast Forest and to provide countless resources for our Xiao Kingdom. After a day and night of silence, Lin Fan finally spoke. Everyone had assumed Lin Fan had given up, only to find this fellow had produced another perfectly reasonable excuse, claiming to serve the Xiao Kingdom. What did this have to do with the Xiao Kingdom? Once these people arrived at his doorstep, they would be contributing solely to him. As Lin Fan's words spread, the Black Wind City army stationed outside Yong'an City stirred into motion. 380,000 cavalry along with 350,000 infantry struck camp and marched toward Taizhou. For this operation, Lin Fan did not bring Huizubing along. The Wu Wang Realm Legion was far too conspicuous. Instead, he had them move covertly and return to the military base deep within the Demon Beast Forest. With the army setting forth, countless hearts tensed. Especially the royal forces camped near Lin Fan. These men had refused to withdraw and had remained in place, keeping a watchful eye on Black Wind City's troops. Inside the command tent, voices rose in heated argument. Black Wind City's army had moved. What were they to do? Intercept them or let them pass? If they intercepted, all-out war was inevitable. Lin Fan was far too assertive to compromise. If they allowed passage, would it trigger a civil war? None of them could bear such responsibility. And so each side defended its own reasoning, arguing endlessly without resolution. Meanwhile, Black Wind City's mighty army drew ever closer. At the last moment, Xiao Meier's order arrived just in time. The royal army made way. Was Xiao Meier afraid? Of course not. To Xiao Meier, whether Lin Fan or Yu Wenjiang both were on her elimination list. Since the conflict between the two sides had erupted, Xiao Meier also wanted to see how far things could go. A few days later, Lin Fan led more than 7,000 troops to the border of Taizhou, coming face to face with Xuzhou City, the border city. This was the target Lin Fan had chosen after the Eastern Depot's investigation. With Lin Fan's arrival, Xuzhou City grew tense. The matter of the wager was on everyone's lips, and naturally the people of Xuzhou City knew about it. At the same time, the eyes of all major powers gathered here. That bastard Lin Fan is truly reckless. After Lin Fan's departure, Yu Wenjiang had already received the news. At first he did not believe it, but he was soon proven wrong. Lin Fan's army was marching straight toward Taizhou. Now Yu Wenjiang was in a real bind. Lin Fan had come. Should he hand over that person or not? A battle with Lin Fan seemed hard to avoid. After all, they were each regional warlords, and face mattered more than anything else. If Yu Wenjiang compromised this time, he would lose the very foundation of his bid for supremacy. From then on, the Xiao Kingdom would have nothing more to do with him, Yu Wenjiang. Yet if he chose to fight, his heart was filled with doubt. Not to mention whether Lin Fan's army was powerful. Once battle began, Taizhou would inevitably suffer losses. That was the foundation Yu Wenjiang had prepared for the future. It would be a pity to see it consumed like this. No matter how Yu Wenjiang agonized, he could not stop Lin Fan's march. Lin Fan did not rush to attack. Instead, he camped outside the city, putting pressure on Xuzhou City. On the other side, Yu Wenjiang refused to swallow this indignity. He ordered the defenders of Xuzhou City to hold fast, while mobilizing the Taizhou army to rush to Xuzhou City overnight. This was all because of Yu Wenjiang's overconfidence. Only now did he begin mobilizing the main army. Lord Marquis intelligence has arrived. The garrisons all over Taizhou have begun moving, heading for Xuzhou City. The Eastern Depot's intelligence was as timely as ever. Xiao Jingchu and your Eastern Depot people must prove their worth today. Capture the officers at every level of Xuzhou City's garrison, and I will send the 18 Yinyun riders to assist you. Lin Fan did not intend to launch a full-scale attack in this battle, because there was no need. With the experts of the Eastern Depot at hand, and the devastating combat power of the 18 Yinyun riders, it was not difficult to capture the garrison officers of Xuzhou City at every level. Although Xuzhou City was an important border stronghold, its strongest experts were merely at the martial venerate realm, and they were few in number. Lin Fan did not want a massacre that would give others an excuse to attack him. This course could achieve the same goal, while saving time and effort. Why not use it? Inside Xuzhou City, even at night, lights blazed everywhere, and soldiers rushed about. On the city walls, troops stood packed in full formation, holding torches and weapons at the ready. Near midnight, when people were at their most weary, the Eastern Depot began its operation. At the quarters of several low-ranking officers, figures disguised as soldiers of Xuzhou City appeared without drawing attention. But once they got close to the officers, they struck. Swift and ruthless, they dealt with their targets efficiently. At the same time, the 18 Yin riders split up. Supported by Eastern Depot intelligence, they quickly located the garrison's principal commanders and captured them. The enormous gap in strength left these men no time to react. Soon after the action began, the city gates of Xuzhou City swung open. The White Horse volunteers who had been waiting for a long time charged into the city. The defenders atop the walls were caught completely off guard, and the Haifeng City army flooded into Xuzhou City. Confused shouts erupted everywhere, yet the officers who usually kept the army in check had vanished one by one, further intensifying the panic. Some ran, some resisted, and some had no idea what to do. How could such a rabble withstand the ferocious Haifeng City legions? The original garrison had no more than 200 soldiers, including reinforcements from other cities, but they were clearly no match. In merely an hour, the White Horse volunteers took over Xuzhou City, and all the defenders were subdued. Soon Xuzhou City fell quiet. The ordinary people dared not leave their homes, trembling behind closed doors. Lin Fan did not make things difficult for the residents, and they were not his target anyway. Chao Jingchuan assigned men from the Eastern Depot to watch these prisoners. Wang Jin detached some officers from your Great Qin Tiger Legion to take over the army. Lin Fan intended to take these prisoners away, but they could not be converted for now and had to be strictly guarded. With officers from the Great Qin Tiger Legion in charge, these ordinary soldiers could not stir up any trouble. An hour later, Lord Marquis reinforcements have arrived from other cities in Taizhou. They are right outside the city. Chao Zhengchun reported. These were exactly the people Lin Fan had been waiting for. Order the city gates opened and let them in. Take the soldiers into custody and kill the officers. This was the plan Lin Fan had made earlier. With the Eastern Depot in place, word of Xuzhou City's fall could not get out. The outside world knew nothing and was still anxiously rushing toward Xuzhou City. Soon 500 troops entered the city. However, what awaited them was not a warm welcome, but the spears of the White Horse volunteers and the Great Qin Tiger Legion. It went very smoothly. After this batch of 500 was captured, Lin Fan used his previous method, transferring officers from the Great Qin Tiger Legion to temporarily take charge of the army. The soldiers dared not resist, or rather some did, but those who resisted all went to the underworld to report along with their generals. Throughout the night, with the combined efforts of the two legions, they tricked the enemy into entering the city and successfully captured 600 people. During that night, Lin Fan's side had also been busy. The Eastern Depot changed its usual savage ways, patiently knocking on the doors of ordinary citizens, introducing Haifeng City's policies in detail, and promising that living there was far better than in Xuzhou City. What did the common people care about? Hope for life. Haifeng City's policies had already earned a certain reputation through the Eastern Depot's earlier propaganda, and now the agent's patient reassurance and explanations truly moved many hearts. Without exception, these people shared one trait: there was sure to be a martial artist in the family, even if only at the early martial artist stage. The conversion by the heaven-granted formation banner required the person to be a martial artist, no matter how low the realm, and ordinary people would not do. Whenever the Eastern Depot came across an ordinary family, it offered a few soothing words and left focusing its attention on households with martial artists. In short, whether they were afraid or wanted to take a gamble, Lin Fan's gains were considerable. More than 100,000 people were willing to go to Haifeng City. To reassure them, Lin Fan decided to bring their families along and guarantee their safety and stable lives in Haifeng City. Lord Marquis, another legion, has arrived outside the city, about 200 strong. Perhaps sensing that something was wrong, this legion has not entered the city and is instead arrayed outside in battle formation. Chao Zhengchun passed on the latest intelligence. Oh, a perceptive one. In that case, we should show our strength. Let Gongsun strike and Yuan Chengdu go as well. Before leaving, Lin Fan decided to teach Taizhou a lesson. The great army outside the city had indeed sensed that something was amiss. The sky was already bright, yet Xuzhou City was eerily silent, its gates tightly sealed, and not a single defender could be seen on the walls. Out of caution, they halted and planned to send scouts to investigate. Just as the scouts were about to set out, the gates of Xuzhou City swung open, and a legion of white-horsed, silver-speared cavalry charged out. Not good. Those are Haifeng City's cavalry. Many might not know the name of the White Horse volunteers, but their distinctive appearance had already spread far and wide. The army outside the city had no time to wonder when Xuzhou had fallen into Lin Fan's hands. They hastily braced for battle. Fortunately, because they had sensed trouble earlier, they had already drawn up their formation to guard against surprises. Otherwise, this battle would have been unwinnable from the start. The great battle erupted in an instant. 200,000 infantry against 400,000 cavalry. The outcome required no guesswork. Forget the might of the White Horse volunteers. Even ordinary cavalry would easily crush infantry with such a massive numerical advantage, unless the enemy was a special corps like the Xianjin battalion. But clearly they were not. After repeatedly breaking through the enemy's formations, and with Yuan Chengdu personally slaying several enemy generals, the opposing army collapsed. Yet what made it even more devastating was that they could not flee. How could two legs outrun four? Under the slaughter and relentless pressure of the White Horse volunteers, more and more enemy soldiers chose to surrender. The battle ended before long, and Lin Fan gained another 1500 soldiers. With this, he had acquired a total of 9500 soldiers, plus 15 commoner martial artists. One could say he had achieved the goal of this expedition. Order each unit to march out with the prisoners and return to Haifeng City. Do not touch anything inside Xuzhou City. Our goal is only the wager, nothing else is to be touched. After Lin Fan gave the order, the army began to move. Before leaving, he left behind a letter thanking Prefect Yu of Taizhou for knowing that Lin Fan had come in person and for delivering 1,000,000 troops overnight to complete the wager. Lin Fan departed in high spirits, and only then did news of what had happened in Xuzhou begin to spread. It was said that when Yuan Zhang saw Lin Fan's personal letter, he was so enraged that he vomited blood. In the end, persuaded by others, he had no choice but to swallow his anger and halt the deployment of his troops. Yet the enmity between him and Lin Fan was henceforth sealed. Yuan Zhang was consumed by hatred. When Lin Fan had first made his move, he naively believed that Lin Fan was merely fainting, that as long as Taizhou held firm, Lin Fan would turn around and slink back to Haifeng City in disgrace. That complacency left him unprepared and slow to redeploy his forces, giving Lin Fan the opening he needed. In response, Yuan Zhang put several men to death, and even wiped out their entire families. It was these naively optimistic fools who had led Yuan Zhang into such a misjudgment, causing Taizhou to suffer such a great humiliation. Whether those deaths were about shouldering blame or venting fury, only Yuan Zhang himself knew the true answer. Taizhou was far too distant from Haifeng City. Without a mobilization order from Xiao Meier, the Taizhou army would risk annihilation if it left its province without authorization. Otherwise, Yuan Zhang would have truly led his forces in a march on Haifeng City. Lin Fan, however, paid no mind to any of this. He had marched out by imperial decree. Now that the war was over, he openly returned to his fief, with no one daring to stop him along the way. That useless Yuan Zhang. I even thought he was someone worth treating with caution. Who could have expected him to be toyed with, manipulated in the palm of Lin Fan's hand? Truly useless. Inside the Xiao Royal Palace, Xiao Meier, reading the detailed intelligence report, cursed Yuan Zhang as worthless. On the one hand, he had not caused Lin Fan the slightest harm. On the other hand, she was envious of Lin Fan. That fellow was simply too lucky. No sooner had he left the royal capital than he stirred up so much trouble that even Xiao Meier, with her natural shrewdness, found it troublesome. Now Lin Fan had taken away 1,000,000 Taizhou troops, making him all the harder to deal with in the future. Xiao Meier looked toward the imperial clan court and silently prayed. When would the royal clan's ancestral elders finally break through? If even one of them succeeded, Zhao's situation would not be so dire. At the very least, if one elder were sent after someone like Lin Fan, that person would be doomed beyond redemption. Xiao Meier's thinking was somewhat naive, completely unaware of the true power behind Lin Fan. Had it not been for the sake of the entire Xiao kingdom, and for keeping her point accumulation plan on track, that so-called imperial clan court would have been destroyed long ago. Lin Fan's series of actions drew the attention of all sides. He was well aware of this. Once I return, I'll need to lie low for a while. If I become a target for everyone, the trouble will be more than I care for. In terms of sheer strength, Lin Fan feared no power in Xiao, not even the 10 Directions Hall of the 7-Star sect. Still, he detested trouble and scheming. Half a month later, under the close watch of every interested party, Lin Fan and his company finally returned to Haifeng City. Marquis, welcome back. You had a hard journey. Guo Jia led his men out of the city to welcome them. Feng Xiao, you are the one who has worked hard. Governing a city is far more troublesome than leading troops in battle. These were Lin Fan's sincere words. Feng Xiao, I must trouble you again. Find a way to move them to the Demon Beast Forest. It was indeed a troublesome task. Lin Fan did not want people learning about what he was doing in the Demon Beast Forest, but how could 1,000,000 people vanishing all at once fail to arouse suspicion? At the very least, the royal house's shadow bureau would grow anxious. Unless they could ascertain where so many people had gone, how could Xiao Meier sleep soundly? Rest assured, Marquis. The White Horse Volunteers and the Great Qin Tiger Division can be stationed right outside Haifeng City. I have already ordered camps to be built for them. As for the rest, aside from some civilians to be settled inside the city, the others will also be quartered in the camps for the time being. Under the pretense of military training, and with the Eastern Depot's cooperation, no outsider will be able to investigate. After that, we can gradually move them to the Demon Beast Forest in several groups. Guo Jia had already anticipated all this before Lin Fan's return, and had made the corresponding preparations and arrangements. Fine, handle it as you see fit. Lin Fan was quite reassured. Has anything been happening around Haifeng City lately? He asked. Marquis, the city is fairly stable. Since we took over Haifeng City, the old chaos that once plagued it is long gone. Today, Haifeng City has been completely transformed. However, the Demon Beast Forest has not been peaceful lately. Many unfamiliar powerhouses have appeared, and there have even been martial emperors sighted. We are still investigating the details, but I believe we will have results soon. Lin Fan was taken aback, never expecting a casual question to uncover something real. Is the military base all right? That was what concerned him most because the heaven-bestowed array flags were stored there. They were directly tied to his strength. No need to worry. The base is at the edge of the demon beast forest where almost no one goes on ordinary days. The current turmoil in the forest is happening deeper inside. It won't reach the military base. It seemed that something unknown was indeed taking place in the demon beast forest, but that was hardly unusual. The forest was vast, filled with countless heavenly treasures, the tombs of mighty experts, and secret realms, and ancient ruins alike. That place had always been a paradise for adventurers. Lin Fan had reaped bountiful rewards from this excursion, having successfully completed 2 missions, though he was in no hurry to claim them. Since rewards were directly tied to his current strength, and his cultivation was still modest, he was reluctant to squander them prematurely. Upon his return, Lin Fan intended to take a well-deserved rest. Indeed, he had not had a proper respite since his escape from the royal capital. Yet judging by the current atmosphere, something seemed to have gone amiss in the demonic beast forest. Unwilling to be caught in the crossfire, Lin Fan promptly dispatched agents of the Eastern Depot to investigate. This, however, would take time. 3 days later, after a brief respite, Lin Fan set off once more, this time heading toward the military base within the demonic beast forest. Under Guijia's arrangements, a portion of the captured prisoners had already been covertly transported to the demonic beast forest, awaiting Lin Fan's arrival to undergo transformation. Upon his arrival, Lin Fan found that the base had undergone a tremendous transformation. My lord, the basic construction here has been completed, and it can now sustain everyday living requirements. Wu Qi said. Having received word of Lin Fan's impending arrival long ago, he had been waiting at the entrance. General Wu Qi, you have done an excellent job here. Our goal is to gradually develop this place into a hidden city, one dedicated solely to military operations. There is no need to waste effort on anything else. Lin Fan replied, highly satisfied with the state of the military base. Escorted by Wu Qi, he soon arrived before the heaven-bestowed formation flag. This structure was unique. The conversion of military units could only be performed by Lin Fan himself. Since the heaven-bestowed formation flag was only of the martial general rank, it was incapable of converting martial king rank legions. Consequently, Lin Fan contemplated converting these 1 million men into Wei Wu soldiers in the trapped camp. During this process, Lin Fan discovered a previously overlooked constraint regarding numbers. Once converted by the heaven-bestowed formation flag, the size of any single legion could not exceed 1 million men. While this shattered Lin Fan's hopes of rapidly mass-producing an endless army, it was not without its advantages. At the very least, it excelled at replenishing troop casualties. After all, warfare inevitably demanded lives. The area surrounding the heaven-bestowed formation flag was limited, allowing Lin Fan to convert only between 4,000 and 5,000 soldiers at a single time. Considering his plans to explore the demonic beast mountain range where he might encounter beast hordes, heavy armored infantry would prove far more devastating. Thus, Lin Fan chose to convert 4,500 soldiers into the trapped camp first. Within a mere 10 days, the strength of the trapped camp would reach 5,000. However, Lin Fan had no intention of deploying them immediately to avoid exposing his hand. Keeping them at the military base to focus on their cultivation was the wisest course. No sooner had Lin Fan concluded these affairs than intelligence from the Eastern Depot arrived. A set of ancient ruins had been discovered within the demonic beast forest, drawing countless factions and formidable experts to the region. Xiao Jingchuan, have you ascertained what kind of ruins they are? Lin Fan inquired. My lord, we only have preliminary intelligence. Investigations suggest it may belong to an extinct demonic beast clan, but since the ruins have not yet opened, the exact details remain unconfirmed. Xiao Jingchuan replied. Ancient ruins were not uncommon within the demonic beast forest. Those unearthed deep within its heart were not only colossal, but also harbored incalculable resources, drawing hordes of powerful cultivators with every emergence. Among the experts who have appeared so far, what is the level of the strongest? Lin Fan asked. In his estimation, ruins discovered on the periphery of the demonic beast forest were unlikely to attract truly powerful figures, as the potential gains would be trivial to them. My lord, the strongest individual we detected was a martial emperor. However, they departed shortly after arriving, seemingly uninterested in the ruins. Presently, the strongest remaining are in the martial venerable realm. Aside from the factions and sects from the neighboring provinces, the majority are rogue cultivators with no forces from outside the Xiao kingdom involved. These martial venerable experts were either dispatched by the regional lords of various provinces or belonged to 8-star sects. To Lin Fan, they posed no real threat. Just have our men keep a close eye on them. We shall not participate, Lin Fan decided. The treasures unearthed from such ruins were nothing more than equipment and cultivation resources. Things Lin Fan did not lack, making it unnecessary to join the fray. Little did Lin Fan expect that a momentary lapse of complacency would nearly precipitate a catastrophe. It seemed some tribulations were simply unavoidable. That very day, he returned to Black Wind City to focus quietly on developing his own power. 3 days later, Xiao Zhengchun rushed to find Lin Fan. My lord, disaster has struck. The ruins in the demonic beast forest were nothing but a trap designed to lure people in. A killing array was triggered, and almost all the participants perished. And rumors of unknown origin have begun to circulate claiming that we were the architects of this massacre. Now numerous external factions view us as their enemy, and some masters are already marching toward us. Moreover, the regional lords of several provinces, including Xia Yiqing, and have reacted with fierce indignation. They demand that we provide an explanation threatening to deploy their armies and wage war otherwise. Qiao Zhengchun finished quickly laying out all the intelligence. Lin Fan was utterly dumbfounded. What was going on? He had been minding his own business at home, doing absolutely nothing, yet in just a few days all fingers were pointing directly at Blackwind City. Lin Fan knew beyond a doubt that this was a conspiracy. But who was behind it, and what was their objective? Was it the regional lords of those provinces seizing an opportunity to stir up chaos, or was it the handiwork of the royal family? Yet upon calmer reflection, Lin Fan deemed both scenarios unlikely. This scheme was almost certainly orchestrated by some other hidden faction. Xiao Jingquan, I am entrusting this matter to you. Uncover the truth as quickly as possible. While we do not fear war, we will not be used as another's pawn. Lin Fan said, deeply displeased. This was truly a case of calamity falling from the heavens while he sat peacefully at home. He had to get to the bottom of it. Understood, my lord. I have already ordered men to seal off the fake ruins. I shall depart immediately to investigate this personally. Xiao Zhengchun replied. Since the matter was of grave importance, he had to oversee it himself. Xiao Gao have Yinri and the others accompany him. Since this is a plot targeted at us, we must be fully prepared. Lin Fan commanded. Xiao Zhengchun was only in the martial venerable realm, and Lin Fan could not rest easy, fearing someone might strike from the shadows. Soon Xiao Zhengchun departed and Lin Fan summoned Guijia. Feng Xiao, who do you suspect is behind this? Lin Fan asked. He had considered various suspects, but none of them seemed quite right. The barbarian invasion war had only just concluded, as surely they wouldn't strike at a time like this. My lord, this entire affair is shrouded in anomaly. There is no need for us to panic. Let us await the results of Qiao Jingquan's investigation, Guijia advised. The event had occurred so abruptly and without warning that speculating now would be nothing more than blind guessing, yielding little benefit. Additionally, my lord, the governors of Yun and Zi provinces have dispatched envoys expressing a desire to establish cooperation with us. While they claim it is a commercial partnership, they clearly harbor other motives. We are situated too far apart, and our businesses have no common ground. How do you wish to handle this, my lord? Guijia asked. In the recent national war, Lin Fan had shown brilliantly, drawing the attention of many regional lords. In particular, his deft handling of the meteor sect affair had avoided attracting the notice of the Shifeng Hall, causing certain individuals to grow restless. Since they have come under the guise of commercial cooperation, then we shall cooperate commercially, but strictly in business. We will have absolutely no part in any other matters. Lin Fan replied. He knew precisely what those people were plotting and had no desire to associate with them. If such ties were exposed, it would invite immense trouble, which was entirely unnecessary. My lord, what is our next step? Shall we march deeper into the demonic beast forest, or should we seize Qingyang Prefecture? Guijia inquired. If Lin Fan wished to develop, his power expansion was inevitable, and these two locations were currently his only viable options. In these days, Lin Fan has been weighing this very issue. The beast forest is not suitable for large-scale action for the time being. This incident will surely attract investigators, misunderstandings may arise, and some of our secrets could be exposed. It would be better to head for Qingyangfu. The Ding family's actions could not be hidden from anyone. Our retaliation would be normal. Lin Fan still decided to dispatch troops to Qingyangfu. If they seize it, the population and territory will increase. Moreover, Lin Fan has earned merit this time, and the royal rewards have not yet been issued. Lin Fan can seize the moment to act, create a fait accompli, and the royal court will have to swallow their pride and acknowledge it. Lin Fan's influence should be growing as well, for this concerns the monthly score settlements, making this a timely opportunity. Feng Xiao, leave this battle to the Great Qin Tiger Corps and the White Horse Guards. You are responsible for arranging the supplies needed for the expedition. Actually, this battle would be more suited to the Wei Wu soldiers, but the Wei Wu soldiers have remained hidden. Since that is the case, dispatch 300 White Horse Guards plus 500 Great Qin Tiger Corps should suffice. 8 cities of Qingyangfu Mu City is already under covert control, and the garrisons of the other cities have all become our people. Rebuilding them quickly is unlikely, and their combat power is weak. Moreover, these cities know their own strength and may not dare to resist in truth. Even if not, we can marshal all the Great Qin Tiger Corps along with 100 Han cavalry, which should suffice. 3 days later, all preparations are complete. Wang Jin, your march is slow. You will first take charge of East City, the city nearest to us. Gongsun Zan Yu will divide the White Horse Guards into 6 detachments and proceed to the remaining 6 cities. Lin Fan arranged it this way because he still believes that these 7 cities of Qingyangfu may not truly dare to resist. Even if there is resistance, Lin Fan will have time to deal with it. After seizing the cities, hold the defense on the spot, integrate the city guards, then recruit soldiers. Each city should have at least one city guards, and supplies need not be a worry. Then we will secretly swap the city guards with Wei Wu soldiers, converting all newly acquired city guards into Wei Wu soldiers. Wei Wu soldiers are not few. There were already 300 with 500 waiting to be converted, plus the 7 cities with 700, totaling over 1.5 million. It seems a defensive core is still necessary. Yet Lin Fan's side has grown to 9 cities. Henceforth the Wei Wu soldiers' main task shall be to garrison the cities unless a large-scale campaign arises. The generals had no objections and quickly began to prepare, each heading out to mobilize. Such a massive troop movement would not escape the eyes of the other cities. Soon news of Heifeng City's reprisal reached abroad. Far in the royal capital, Xiao Meier learned the intelligence at once. This Lin Fan is truly brazen, openly seizing other cities. Am I not here to stop him? We must not miss this opportunity. Immediately summon ministers and generals to discuss how to deal with Lin Fan. Xiao Meier did not expect Lin Fan to be so foolish. She had been waiting for him to slip up, and this fellow actually dares to act. Very soon, a temporary court session began. Nobleman Beihuang Marquis Lin Fan has taken the field without orders and attacked Qingyang Fu. This act is treason. How do you propose we handle it? Xiao Meier first set the tone. Treason. Your Majesty, though this Beihuang Marquis' move is improper, it is understandable. If we intervene, the people's hearts may not be in accord. The Chancellor Wen Tian is the foremost scholar official in the Xiao kingdom. Within Xiao he is deeply entrenched, and because of Lin Wudi's influence there is no longer a grand general in the court. Wen Tian is thus the second most important figure in Xiao. Xiao Meier did not expect that Wen Tian would be the first to oppose. The old fellow's entire family is in the royal capital, and they have long served in civil posts, effectively allied with the royal family, rarely countering Xiao Meier's decisions. Your Majesty, what do you mean by this? Lin Fan acted without imperial orders and started an internal war. Isn't that treason? Xiao Meier was displeased. Your Majesty, as is well known before, Lin Fan went to the eastern frontier. Qingyang Fu's prefect, Ding Jian, organized 8 city troops to attack Heifeng City. Lin Fan's move counts as a retaliatory action, legitimate and proper. Second, Lin Fan has just earned great merit for the country. If we declare Lin Fan a rebel, now how can the people believe it? Even if they believe with a sense of patriotism, the people will not hate Lin Fan. Therefore, I do not recommend interfering in this matter, and even Lin Fan's rewards should be decided promptly to reassure the people. What? Hearing Wen Tian's words, Xiao Meier nearly blew her top. Others may not know, but Wen Tian surely knows Lin Fan must be eliminated. If not now, rewarding him would be foolish. Your Majesty, public opinion is vast. All the subjects are watching with bated breath. If this is mishandled, the people will lose faith in the royal court, and some people's ambitions will grow even stronger. Wen Tian's words are no mere alarmism. Lin Fan earned great merit by defending Xiao, yet the royal promise of a title was not fulfilled, and they sent troops to attack. How can this be justified? Even if Lin Fan has faults, he acted for vengeance, and that is understandable, but the royal court's actions are disheartening. 8 cities attack Lin Fan. The royal court is indifferent. Lin Fan retaliates, and you all rush to brand him a traitor. How are the people to view this? Xiao Meier is not foolish. If she quickly understood the issue, disposing of Lin Fan would please the lords of the various states, perhaps even provoke Lin Fan to revolt. Moreover, Lin Fan's strength would surely attract much of the royal power. This would give other states a chance as well. If Lin Fan could defeat a few of the royal martial emperors, that would be ideal. After all, Yuan Qingdu's power has spread far and wide. And the royal court had just lost 10 martial emperors. Clearly they cannot endure much more. Then what do you suggest we do? Xiao Meier asked, distressed. This is not what she wanted. Your Majesty, your servant believes you should keep your promise and appoint Lin Fan as the Northern Protector King, granting him the post of Qingyang Prefect. The throne is only a hollow honor. Giving it away does no harm. Lin Fan is already assaulting Qingyang Fu, and with his strength to seize it, why not seize the moment and simply grant it to him? In this way we lose nothing while sealing the mouths of the world and also furthering your Majesty's fame. But this fame is not what Xiao Meier wants. She only desires Lin Fan's death. What do you all suggest? Xiao Meier asked, unwilling, hoping other ministers would offer better plans. Regrettably, we approve. A group of bystanders, none willing to take the blame. This matter, right or wrong, concerns Wen Tian. What does it have to do with them? Looking at these fence-sitters, Xiao Meier grew furious. How many of them truly considered Xiao Nation? None. They all say one thing to your face and do another behind your back. When Xiao Nation fell, these scoundrels fled faster than anyone. Xiao Meier truly wished she could chop off those fellows' heads, but she couldn't. If she dared to do so, the kingdom of Xiao would immediately descend into chaos. Draft the decree then. Do as the Prime Minister suggests. Xiao Meier said helplessly, having calmed down by now. With Wen Tian's reminder, she understood the stakes clearly. Lin Fan had to be eliminated, but this was clearly not the moment, as she needed to devise other means. As the sovereign of a kingdom, she was constrained at every turn. Xiao Meier was thoroughly tired of such a life, but there was no helping it. This was the reality of the Xiao kingdom. Prime Minister, what do you make of the Beast Forest incident? Could Lin Fan have done it? Since that approach had failed, Xiao Meier immediately thought of another way to deal with Lin Fan. Your Majesty, this matter could not possibly have been Lin Fan's doing. It would only create needless enemies and serve no purpose whatsoever. When Tian understood Xiao Meier's intention, but no one was a fool. What would Lin Fan stand to gain from such an act? Just to eliminate a few martial venerables. What meaning would that hold? Though some voices cried out loudly, they harbored their own hidden motives. No one truly believed Lin Fan was responsible. This would not work, and that would not work. Xiao Meier was at her wit's end. Your Majesty, there is an opportunity at hand. It may not destroy Lin Fan, but it can test his strength and perhaps even eliminate some of his people. Knowing that Lin Fan had become an obsession with Xiao Meier when Tian spoke up, Xiao Meier immediately perked up and fixed her gaze on him. Your Majesty, the exchange tournament with the One Kingdom is approaching. This time Lin Fan has been infected as a prince and is qualified to represent the Xiao Kingdom. When Tian's words made Xiao Meier's eyes light up. Over the years, the Xiao Kingdom and the Wen Kingdom had fought countless battles large and small, yet neither could overcome the other. Thus came the so-called exchange tournament. In truth, a display of military might to overpower the opponent in momentum and wrest greater advantages. Though called a competition, it was utterly brutal, with absolutely no room for friendly matches. The Xiao Kingdom had suffered heavy losses in these tournaments. Even several martial emperors had died in battle. Of course, the Wen Kingdom's situation was much the same. If Lin Fan were sent to participate, wouldn't it weaken his forces? Moreover, since the tournament was to be held in the Wen Kingdom, there was a chance they could even leave Lin Fan stranded there. Excellent. So be it. Issue a decree, order Lin Fan to represent the Xiao Kingdom in this exchange tournament and deliver it together with the enfeefment edict. Having thought it through, Xiao Meier no longer agonized over the matter of his princely title. After dismissing the ministers, Xiao Meier hurried back. This time Lin Fan participates in the tournament. The Shadow Division must obtain first-hand intelligence. If possible, I will request the Imperial Clan Court to intervene and see to it that Lin Fan is left behind in the Wen Kingdom. The Shadow Division had already disappointed Xiao Meier several times. If they failed again this time, her fury would surely lead her to deal with these useless wretches. Rest assured, Your Majesty. This time I shall go personally, and I will bring all the martial emperor experts of the Shadow Division with me. I swear we will leave Lin Fan in the Wen Kingdom. The Shadow Division leader was equally resolute, determined to complete the mission, this time no matter what. Xiao Meier nodded in satisfaction. Also send word to the border troops, do not provoke any friction with the Wen Kingdom in the near future. Do not interfere with the tournament. Xiao Meier gave yet another order. In her view, the struggle with the Wen Kingdom could take place at any time, for now it was best not to stir up unnecessary trouble. Whatever decisions were made in the royal capital, they could not alter the actions of Black Wind City. 7 armies had set out, and countless eyes across Qingyang Prefecture were watching. In the prefectural city at the Ding family estate, my lord, Black Wind City's move is clearly retaliation. What shall we do? The Ding family members, having received the news, were all thrown into a panic. Everyone had long since learned that Black Wind City possessed a martial emperor. Moreover, the combat prowess of Black Wind City's armies had already spread far and wide. Not to mention the White Horse Cavalry, even the later appearing Yong'an City garrison troops were beyond their ability to handle. In fact, Ding Jian was more anxious than anyone. He had been the chief instigator of the attack on Black Wind City. Now that Lin Fan had recovered his strength, how could he possibly let Ding Jian off? Ding Jian had long anticipated this day, and the Ding family had made preparations accordingly. Not resistance, of course. The Ding family lacked the strength for that, nor did they have the connections to invite martial emperor experts. Their only choice was to abandon Qingyang Prefecture and flee. Indeed, ever since learning of Lin Fan's deeds in the eastern territories, Ding Jian had begun his preparations. During this period, the Ding family's direct line and their property had long been secretly transferred away. The reason Ding Jian himself had not yet fled was that he still harbored a sliver of hope, trusting that Lin Fan would not dare attack him for fear of the Xiao Kingdom's reaction. At the same time, he had to pacify the various powers in Qingyang Prefecture. Unfortunately, it was wishful thinking in the end. No matter. Gather all our strength and mount a resistance. Ding Jian tried his utmost to appear confident and composed. My lord, Black Wind City's forces are mighty, and with a martial emperor at their helm, how can we possibly be their match? His subordinates could not understand it. At a time like this, why resist? With what were they supposed to resist? Don't worry. Do you truly believe I attacked Black Wind City on a rash impulse? There are hidden circumstances behind this matter. I won't go into the details now, but rest assured someone will deal with Black Wind City's experts. Ding Jian's calm demeanor reassured the crowd, so the prefect had long been prepared. What they did not know was that Ding Jian, in order to make his own escape smooth, was simply pushing these men out as cannon fodder. After all, the Ding family's getaway would also take time. Unfortunately, these people had no idea, and full of confidence they went off to arrange their defenses. By the time they realized the truth, Ding Jian was already long gone. General, the prefectural city lies ahead. The enemy is drawn up in battle formation intending to resist. The prefectural city was the key city of Qingyang Prefecture, and Gongsun Zan had personally led troops to attack it. Oh, Ding Jian actually has some spine after all. Gongsun Zan was unconcerned. Though cavalry were not suited for besieging cities, it depended entirely on the caliber of the enemy they faced. For a city guard force made up of mere martial warrior realm soldiers, to try to hold off the White Horse Righteous was nothing short of a pipe dream. Besides, the Eastern Depot had prepared for this battle for a long time, and had long since infiltrated the city, advanced the army straight to the prefectural city. The enemy's situation did not affect the White Horse Righteous in the slightest. When the White Horse Righteous appeared before the city walls, the gates were tightly shut and the battlements were already fully manned. Prefect Ding, are you there? Surrender at once, or the moment the city falls will be the day the Ding family is annihilated. Gongsun Zan let out a thunderous shout, unaware that Ding Jian had already fled. General, what do we do? None of the city's defenders wanted to fight. Quick, find the prefect. Where are the reinforcements? If they don't come soon, Blackwind City's men are about to attack. At this moment, the troops could only pin their hopes on that. With no one in charge atop the city walls, and no reply given, Gongsun Zan misunderstood the situation. Charge and strike. Let the enemy see that cavalry can take a city too. At Gongsun Zan's command, the White Horse Righteous sprung into action. The army galloped around the city walls, while countless arrows rained toward the battlements. The disparity in strength was glaringly obvious. The arrows loosed by the martial General Realm White Horse Righteous were swift and precise, instantly inflicting massive casualties. On the city wall, the defenders could only take cover, not daring to fight back. General, something terrible has happened. The prefect is missing, and not a single member of the Ding family can be found. A young soldier ran up, his voice trembling with tears. Had they been abandoned? With battle looming, the prefect had vanished. What? Ding Jian, you bastard. You're making your brothers buy time for your escape with their lives. The defending general instantly understood. There was no support at all. Ding Jian had merely tricked them. As long as they held off the army, he would have time to flee. Everyone had been deceived. What were they to do now? They simply could not win in a fight. Just then, chaos erupted at the city gate. The Eastern Depot had begun to act. Seizing the moment while the defenders were distracted, they rammed the gates, trying to force them open to let the army in. Quick, stop them. The defending general panicked. If the White Horse Righteous followers entered the city, how could anyone survive? General, we can't hold them off. And even if we do, what's the point? We have no reinforcements, but Blackwind City can send more at any time. Don't forget, they have 4,000 cavalry. Only 5,000 have come so far. A deputy general spoke up in persuasion. Continuing to fight would only bring meaningless casualties. The defending general hesitated, drawing his saber halfway before sheathing it again. Enough. The Marquis of Beihuang, Lin Fan, loves the people like his own children. He will not mistreat the citizens of Qingyang Prefecture. We have no more worries for those behind us. Soldiers fought for a living and for their families. By now, who in the surrounding cities did not know the reputation of Blackwind City? Surrendering was not unacceptable. It might even let their families live better lives. This was the importance of reputation in times of war. Pass the order, open the gates, let the army enter. All soldiers, lay down your weapons and offer no resistance. If the master they served had abandoned them, what was the point of fighting to the death? Perhaps switching masters would be for the better. Soon the defenders at the gate no longer blocked the Eastern Depot agents. Instead, they laid down their weapons and even helped open the gates. Outside the city, Gongsun Zan was unaware that the defenders had given up. Seeing the gates open, he knew the Eastern Depot had succeeded, and he immediately led his cavalry charging into the city. But what he saw inside surprised him, until he quickly understood. Send word at once, do not harm any soldier who lays down his arms. Those who resist to the end shall be slain without mercy. Gongsun Zan hurriedly issued the order. This was war. Without his command, the White Horse Righteous followers would cut down any soldier they saw, regardless of who they were. Fortunately, the order came in time, sparing needless bloodshed. Soon the White Horse Righteous followers controlled the gates and took over the prefectural city without encountering any resistance. General Gongsun, that old villain Ding Jian, has fled. However, our brothers from the Eastern Depot have given chase and will soon uncover his whereabouts. Intercepting him was beyond the Eastern Depot's capabilities, as they were too weak. Ding Jian had made thorough preparations for his escape, so thorough that even the Eastern Depot's pervasive intelligence network had failed to detect it in time. Ding Jian had been ruthless enough to employ the cicada sheds, its shell strategy. He abandoned not only the prefectural city and its garrison, but even his own collateral relatives. He used these people to distract the Eastern Depot's pursuit, enabling his escape. One had to admit, the old man was truly ruthless. None of this was Gongsun Zan's concern. His objective was the prefectural city. A few days later, just as Lin Fan had predicted, aside from the farce at the prefectural city that saw Brief fighting the other cities, offered no resistance at all. Thus, Qingyang Prefecture fell into Lin Fan's hands. Feng Xiao, we've suddenly gained 8 cities at once. I'll need your careful attention in managing them. As for the selection and appointment of officials, you handle the assessment. I have only one requirement: carry out and complete our mission earnestly. Especially when it comes to the common people. We cannot afford to be careless. This concerned his points, so Lin Fan made it a point to emphasize. In this world, officials mostly came from noble families. It was extremely rare for a commoner to become an official. Lin Fan would change this gradually, but it was certainly not something that could be accomplished in the short term. Rest assured, Marquis, our policies all benefit the people, so they will be easily accepted. As for the nobles, we will temporarily adopt a strategy of coaxing and intimidation. Once we stabilize for a period, these families will pose no threat. Entrusting this to Guijia was entirely reliable. Even governing the entire Xiao kingdom would pose no problem for him, let alone a few cities. Meanwhile, Lin Fan wondered when he could summon a few more civil officials. Though such men were not powerful in combat, their role was irreplaceable. Marquis, the royal decree has arrived. At that moment, Xiao Zhengshun hurried in. Oh, let's go take a look. Soon Lin Fan and his party arrived at the grand hall and met the eunuch bearing the decree. Congratulations, Prince. Congratulations. His Majesty's decree of reward has arrived. The low-ranking eunuch dared not act presumptuously. This man was someone the emperor constantly tried to kill, but never could. He had no wish to become a sacrifice. Lin Fan was pleased, thinking another task must have been completed. The decree-bearing eunuch, not daring to put on airs, handed the decree directly to Lin Fan. Lin Fan generously rewarded him with gold and silver, then sent him away. Congratulations, Prince. Everyone offered their congratulations. Alright, it's nothing but an empty title. If not for the quest, Lin Fan would not have cared about the title of Prince in the slightest. Prince, His Majesty, is quite stingy. He didn't even give any substantial rewards. Guijia shook his head after reading it. The title of Prince was something Lin Fan should have inherited anyway, and the position of Qingyang Prefecture's prefect was already within his grasp. What was there to reward? No matter. What is ours will come to us sooner or later. Lin Fan had long guessed as much. How could Xiao Meier possibly aid her enemy? He would have done the same in her position. Prince, this exchange tournament is probably a trap set for us. Guijia quickly spotted the problem. They merely want to weaken our strength. Lin Fan was unconcerned. Why? Because of the quest. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the quest, make a name in Wen Kingdom. Reward unknown. Well, there it was. He couldn't refuse even if he wanted to. Feng Xiao, find out what formats this so-called exchange tournament has. Previously, Lin Fan had been a nobody in the Xiao Kingdom with no access to such information. Regardless of the format, Lin Fan had confidence. After all, Blackwind City was now strong in troops and abundant in experts. Against Wen Kingdom, which was on the same level as Xiao Kingdom, Lin Fan had faith. Rest assured, Prince. Guijia was not worried either. He would simply investigate the tournament format and devise a countermeasure. However, Lin Fan was quite far from Wen Kingdom. The tournament was a month away, but Lin Fan had little time to spare. He needed to set out as soon as possible. Lin Fan issued orders for the departure preparations while making his own final arrangements. The first matter was the rewards from several completed missions, which he decided to put to use. Before using them, however, Lin Fan needed to raise his own strength since the realms of summoned individuals were tied to his own. At present, he was at the Martial King realm and could summon no one above the Dao Entry realm. After the battle at the eastern frontier, together with the privilege rewards from recent days, Lin Fan had nearly 20 million points in hand. Thus, he could raise his cultivation by at least 2 realms. As for the other goods in the mall, he was not in urgent need of many. Therefore, Lin Fan used 11 million points to elevate his realm to the Martial Venerable stage. Lin Fan felt a sudden daze. After obtaining the system, he had undergone earth-shaking changes. The Martial Venerable realm, once impossibly remote, had been reached in an instant. How could those geniuses who had struggled for countless years bear such a sight? Xiao Meier, who regarded herself as a genius, was only at the peak of the Martial King realm. Even the mysterious young girl he had previously encountered with her obscure origins was merely at the Martial Venerable realm. Yet Lin Fan, who had been only an initial stage martial artist a few months ago, had unexpectedly overtaken them all from behind. The system's power was truly miraculous. After a brief moment of emotion, Lin Fan stopped dwelling on it. This was only the beginning. The system would surely bring him even more astonishment in the future, and he needed to grow accustomed to it as soon as possible. Previously, Lin Fan had been given a total of 3 missions to defend Yong'an City, to repel foreign invaders, and to inherit the throne. All had been completed. In addition, the rewards from War Mode remained untouched. System claim all mission rewards. Lin Fan felt a thrill of excitement. For rewards were bound to contain many good things. Ding. Would the host like to merge the rewards? Merge. What did that mean? It was the first time Lin Fan had heard this term, so he quickly checked. It turned out that in the system's rules, rewards from multiple missions could be claimed together, and the resulting rewards would naturally be even better. For instance, claiming separately might yield a legion of 10 to 20,000 men, whereas merging the rewards would directly grant a fully staffed legion of 100,000. The same applied to the strength of individual summons. Claiming separately might grant a martial emperor or a transcendent realm figure, but after merging it would directly grant a Dao entry powerhouse. Merge the claims and use them immediately. Lin Fan made his decision after a short deliberation. Although claiming separately might provide more people or items, their levels would inevitably be lower in comparison, far less worthwhile than merging. Clearly it was not cost-effective. Ding. Congratulations, host has obtained and used a general-grade army corps, the White-Robed Army, with 100 troops. Its commander Qin Qingji is at the Transcendent Pinnacle. It has 10 deputy generals at the Martial Emperor realm and 50 martial venerables. Ding. Congratulations, host has obtained and used a special unit summon slot, the Western Depot. Its leader Yu Huaiyan is at the Transcendent Pinnacle, and the depot guards of all ranks number 100, with the lowest at the Martial King realm. Ding. Congratulations, host has obtained and used a character summon slot, gaining Fang Xuanling, a martial venerable pinnacle figure. Ding. Congratulations, host has obtained and used a character summon slot, gaining Du Ruhui, a martial venerable pinnacle figure. Ding. Congratulations, host has obtained and used a character summon slot, gaining Xiao Feng, a Dao entry pinnacle figure. Ding. Congratulations, host has obtained and used a character summon slot, gaining Guo Jing, a Dao entry pinnacle figure. Ding. Congratulations, host has obtained one temporary realm elevation card, surpasses the current realm by 5 levels, may be used by summoned figures. Ding. Congratulations, host has obtained 2 character realm elevation cards random. Ding. Congratulations, host has obtained 1 group realm elevation card 1 level. Ding. Congratulations, host has obtained a complete grand formation, the Maze Mist formation. Ding. Congratulations, host has received various resources, including grain and medicinal pills, 10,000 war horses, and 20 million points. The rewards are now complete. Lin Fan counted them carefully. Merging 4 rewards had actually granted 11 items. One was a legion, the renowned white-robed army in history. With merely a few thousand soldiers, it had dared to confront over 100,000 and still emerged victorious. Although it was general grade with a transcendent expert like Qin Qingji and 10 martial emperors, it unmistakably embodied the white-robed army's might. One was a special unit, the Western Depot. It and the Eastern Depot could be called old rivals, and in terms of strength it surpassed the Eastern Depot. However, since this batch of rewards also included a group realm elevation card, Lin Fan decided to keep it for the Eastern Depot. The wars in the Xiao Kingdom had not yet begun, so the role of legions was not immediately apparent. Moreover, with the heaven-granted formation banners, Lin Fan was not worried about troop sources. It would still be timely to raise their strength later. But in this tense and precarious period, intelligence work was of paramount importance. A further enhancement of the Eastern Depot's strength would greatly benefit the intelligence gathering that lay ahead. As for the Western Depot, Lin Fan had other uses for it, and would address that later. Furthermore, he had to plan the use of these elevation cards carefully, taking into account his subordinates' morale and meritorious contributions, as well as the overall balance of the force he commanded. He acted on the thought at once. Lin Fan immediately used the group realm elevation card to elevate the Eastern Depot into a martial king grade special unit. Then he began to examine its information. Upon checking, Lin Fan found a problem. Apart from the leader Chao Jingchuan, everyone else's realm had risen, only Chao Zhengchun was still at the martial venerable realm. After a little thought, Lin Fan understood. These corps commanders and heads of special organizations were regarded as individual figures, so they could not be raised along with the group. Although a little disappointed, Lin Fan quickly adjusted his mindset. He could not be overly greedy. The system had already been extremely supportive. As long as the missions continued, everyone would have a chance to improve their strength. Next, Lin Fan checked his other gains. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui were both illustrious figures in Chinese history, each with unique expertise in governing a state. Their arrival was undoubtedly a tremendous help to Lin Fan. Since he had just taken Qingyang Prefecture in particular, they could also share some of the workload with Guijia. Used well, these two would be no less valuable than a main battle legion. Furthermore, the successful summons of the two great heroes Xiao Feng and Guo Jing gave Lin Fan even more confidence, so that even the 7-star sect would hold no terror for him. With Duga Qiubai included, there were now 3 Dao entry powerhouses in his camp. Within the territory of the Xiao Kingdom, no one would be able to threaten Lin Fan. Lin Fan did not hurry to release these people. Instead, he pondered who should be given the 2 personal realm elevation cards. There were quite a few people in the martial venerable realm in his domain: Chao Zhengchuan Dian, Wei Gongsun Zan Gaoshan, and others. The rest were civil officials whom Lin Fan set aside for the time being. Among these candidates, Lin Fan had to make a trade-off. After due consideration, he decided on Chao Zhengchun and Dian Wei. Chao Zhengchun was in charge of intelligence in the Xiao Kingdom and required sufficient strength. Dian Wei served as Lin Fan's publicly visible bodyguard, so his strength could not be too weak either. As for Gongsun Zan Gaoshan and the others, they could wait until war broke out. By then, there would be no shortage of missions, and rewards would naturally follow one after another. After pondering, Lin Fan directly applied the 2 realm elevation cards to Chao Zhengchun and Dian Wei. As for how much their cultivation would improve, that would be up to their own fortune. After all, Lin Fan himself had already attained the martial venerable realm, so the power of his subordinates could potentially surpass him by 5 major breakthroughs. A moment later, the two completed their elevation, and Lin Fan quickly checked their status. Lin Fan was soon disappointed. Like the previous ones, these realm elevation cards randomly granted 1 to 3 major breakthroughs. Strikingly, both achieved identical results. The peak of the transcendent realm merely a single step away from entering the Dao realm. Though somewhat regrettable, it still spared them untold hardship. There was little to complain about. However, at that moment, Lin Fan suddenly recalled an issue he had overlooked. As a martial venerable, according to the system's summoning rules, the targeted figure's realm should be within 5 major breakthroughs of his own. Theoretically, Lin Fan should have been able to summon someone from the postnatal realm. Yet not even a single chi refiner could be summoned this time. Was it simply bad luck? For merged mission rewards shouldn't yield such misfortune. Setting other matters aside, Lin Fan began searching the relevant data and quickly found the answer. It turned out to be a limitation of the system Maul's level. Currently, Lin Fan's system Maul had not been upgraded, so the people and items he could summon were restricted to those below the Dao entry realm. If he wished to summon stronger figures or obtain more precious items, he must upgrade. It seems upgrading the system Maul should be a top priority. This concerns not only special privileges, but also the summoning ceiling. Lin Fan understood. Though he was unclear why the system had such restrictions, he had no choice but to comply. Perhaps the system's operation also required energy, and the source of that energy might be points. As long as his points were sufficient, the system's functions would become more complete and achieve greater results. However, Lin Fan could not yet upgrade his system Maul. The first upgrade, albeit the simplest, required accumulating 100 million points. After months of busying himself, he had barely obtained over 40 million points. A vast gap remained. After the trip to the Wind State, I must find a way to expand my forces. This should be one of the most important means of acquiring points. War would not always be at hand. To stably obtain points, the only way was to expand one's forces while simultaneously increasing the population and strength of one's territory. With monthly settlements, points would flow in continuously. Having clarified everything, Lin Fan no longer dwelled on it and began releasing the summoned figures. "We pay our respects, my lord." They all bowed respectfully. "Rise. I am very pleased that all of you have come. In the days ahead, you must all work hard and accompany me on this path forward." After offering his encouragement, Lin Fan began making arrangements. "Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui, you two will seek out Guijia. All matters concerning the fief should be discussed and handled by the 3 of you. When uncertain, transmit a message to me." Both men were talents of management, and their combined efforts would complement each other perfectly. With them overseeing the fief, Lin Fan would not need to handle everything himself. "Xiao Feng and Aqin, you two will take this grand formation and go to the Demon Beast Forest to find Wu Qi. The security of that location is entrusted to you." One had entered the Dao realm, while the other, though merely at the transcendent peak, could fight against Dao realm cultivators. Both were ideally suited to guard the military base in the Demon Beast Forest, despite Wu Qi already being stationed there. Yet Wu Qi was only at the martial emperor realm, lacking high-end combat power. What Lin Fan entrusted to them was the maze tracing formation, a grand formation that integrated illusion, entrapment, and killing arrays into one. With the protection of this grand formation, the security of the military base was greatly enhanced. Unless an extremely powerful expert arrived, ordinary individuals would never discover it. Previously, Lin Fan had considered deploying a grand formation and had even selected several options, but the prices were too steep, causing him to hesitate and delaying the purchase. Now that the reward had materialized, a considerable amount of points had been saved. "Guijing, you will remain at Black Wind City and cooperate with Generals Hua Zubing and Wang Jian to defend its security." Black Wind City would become Lin Fan's stronghold, and its security was paramount. Moreover, it was also Lin Fan's face. If something were to go wrong here, how would the world view the Prince of Jinbei? Therefore, all 400,000 Daqin Tiger soldiers and 100,000 Han Iron cavalry at the Martial King realm were stationed at Black Wind City. Additionally, there were 50,000 formation-crushing soldiers, led by Gao Shan. With such strength, no army of less than several million could hope to breach Black Wind City. Meanwhile, hidden at the military base, Lin Fan had concealed another 45,000 formation-crushing soldiers, 1 million Wei Wu soldiers, and 40,000 White Horse archers. Calculating the total, Lin Fan startled even himself. In merely a few months, he had amassed 2.5 million soldiers. Considering Black Wind City's entire population was only a few 100,000, the military outnumbered the civilians. Not to mention the recently conquered Qingyang Prefecture, which was still conscripting soldiers. After integrating the existing city guards, at least another 1 million troops could be raised. For a moment, Lin Fan was swept up in heroic ambition. With such strength, what was the humble state of Xiao? However, he quickly calmed himself. There was no rush. Though the state of Xiao was weak, Lin Fan did not wish to tear it apart, for that would prove disadvantageous in the long run. Furthermore, on the prosperous continent, forces far surpassing the state of Xiao were everywhere. Lin Fan's current strength was truly negligible. If he carelessly offended a 5-star or higher faction, he might not be destroyed single-handedly, but he would certainly lack the means to resist. General Chen Qingji, shortly you and Qing will depart for the Demon Beast Forest together. The White Robe Army awaits you along the way. Cultivate in peace for now. The White Robe Army had just arrived, and with no battles at present, Lin Fan assigned them to the Demon Beast Forest, partly for concealment, partly to allow them to cultivate peacefully. All figures summoned through the system could not only use elevation cards to improve, but also cultivate and break through on their own. However, Yi Xian lacked talents such as alchemists and pill refiners. Relying solely on system-supplied pills was far insufficient for assisted cultivation, and purchasing them would consume too many points. Lin Fan could not yet afford such expenses, so he would have to rely on their natural talents. Yu Huaiyan, your Western Depot possesses considerable strength. However, the state of Xiao no longer offers opportunities for you. From now on, your mission will focus outward. Once we leave the state of Xiao, I shall place the Western Depot personnel under your command. The state of Xiao comprised 18 provinces, and 60,000 Eastern Depot agents were more than enough. Besides, intelligence gathering was not solely the domain of the Eastern and Western depots, they would also develop countless informants. Regarding the prosperous continent, Lin Fan remained overwhelmingly ignorant, needing a pair of eyes. The Western Depot was perfectly suited for this role, with sufficient capability and strength for the time being. The prosperous continent was vast, and Lin Fan knew far too little. He needed a powerful intelligence network. Soon Lin Fan had arranged all the spoils from this mission. Finally, Lin Fan sought out Guijia and brought him to the city lord's manor vault, handing over all the materials rewarded this time for Guijia to allocate. Then Lin Fan began to consider his journey to the state of One. This journey would take at least 2 months to complete, assuming everything went smoothly. Therefore, Fan Lin had to arrange matters concerning his fiefdom before departing. Fan Lin summoned all the ministers of his fiefdom and gathered them together. Feng Xiao, I entrust all affairs within the fiefdom to you during my absence. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui, you possess natural talent and ability in governance. Discuss any matters that arise between yourselves. Should any military issues arise, General Hua Zubing and General Wang Jian are stationed in Haifeng City. Meanwhile, Wu Qi and Chen Xingji near the Demon Beast Forest are both masters of warfare and capable of serving as commanders. As for Gao Shun and Gong Sunzan, they are somewhat inferior to the others. Your Highness, rest assured, we will manage all affairs within the fiefdom without any issues arising. However, Your Highness, you must bring sufficient personnel along. After all, we will be traveling to another country, and precautions are necessary. Indeed, Your Highness. The state of One and the state of Xiao have waged war for many years. During past exchange tournaments, both sides have resorted to underhanded tactics repeatedly. You must ensure your safety on this journey. If necessary, your humble servant suggests one of us accompany you in your place. There is no need for you to endanger yourself. Though Fang and Du had only recently arrived, they quickly adapted to their roles. No matter. In past years, it has always been necessary to have someone of sufficient status to preside over the event, lest morale weaken. Besides, even if the state of One wishes to target me, they must possess the strength to do so. In truth, this was only one aspect. Fan Lin cared little about whether the state of Zhao's morale would falter. The key issue was that he had a mission and he had to attend it in person. Feng Xiao, do you know the content of this exchange tournament? Fan Lin was still unclear about how such a so-called competition would be conducted. Your Highness, it has already been learned. The specific tournament details were delivered alongside the Imperial Edict. Guanjia then proceeded to explain. The exchange tournament between the state of One and the state of Xiao was held once every 10 years, with the hosting nation determining the specific format. The last exchange tournament had been held in the state of Xiao, where they had chosen a straightforward arena battle format, 5 competitors from each side entering the ring freely. It was during this very competition that Lin Wudi killed 2 Emperor-tier experts from the state of One and severely injured 3 others, winning the tournament single-handedly. Moreover, after experiencing intense battles, Lin Wudi sensed an opportunity for breakthrough, which led to the events that followed. Now 10 years later, it was Fan Lin's turn to compete. This time the format proposed by the state of One was also simple, a chaotic free-for-all. Each side would send 100 participants with no restrictions on their strength. The competition would take place in a forest near the capital city of the state of One. The victor would be determined within a single day by the number of survivors remaining. Meanwhile, the losing side would cede a major border city to the winner. For both nations, a single city might seem insignificant, but a major border city was entirely different. These cities were typically constructed in strategic, defensible locations, places coveted by military strategists. Should the enemy gain control of one, it would be profoundly disadvantageous to their own nation. Moreover, there was the matter of face, which concerned both public morale and military spirit. It was an issue of considerable influence. In that case, this prince will bring Zhao Gao's Luo Wang organization, Yu Huaiyan Dianwei Yuan Qingdu, the 18 riders of Yinyun, and Gong Sunzan, leading 10,000 white horse archers. Duga Qiubai will follow secretly. This should suffice to handle the state of One. Fan Lin was quite attentive to his own safety, for his life was the foundation of everything. Everything else could be sacrificed. In terms of top-tier experts, Dugu Xiaobai alone would be sufficient. Even if the nearby 7-star sects made a move, Fan Lin would not fear them. As for the competitors, that would be left to the Luo Wang organization. These people excelled at chaotic forest combat, and the Luo Wang was home to an abundance of powerful experts. As for the 10,000 white horse archers, bringing them along was merely to display the prestige of the Prince of Jinbei. Fighting an entire nation with such a small force would be nothing short of a joke. Furthermore, in such competitions, all parties would only employ tactics within the tournament itself, each relying on their own abilities. Afterward, there would rarely be any underhanded retaliation, for neither the state of Xiao nor the state of Wen could afford to lose face. Hearing Fan Lin's arrangements, none of the ministers found anything amiss. As long as there was one expert at the Ru Dao realm along with several superhuman and emperor tier fighters, Fan Lin's safety would largely be guaranteed. Your Highness, this old servant has urgent intelligence to report. Just then Xiao Zhengchun rushed in breathlessly. After the incident in the Demon Beast Forest, Xiao Zhengchun had personally led a team to investigate. Could he have uncovered something? Do not be anxious. Speak slowly. The sky will not fall. Fan Lin did not believe that anything within this region could threaten himself. Your Highness, this old servant has basically cleared up the situation in the Demon Beast Forest. This affair was orchestrated by the Black Demon cult. Xiao Zhengchun steadied his breathing and spoke quickly nonetheless. What? The Black Demon cult? Wasn't that sect eradicated? How has it resurfaced? Upon hearing this name, Fan Lin foresaw that the state of Xiao, or rather the entire region, was about to be shaken by a major event. The region where the state of Xiao was located contained dozens of nations. However, above them all stood a ruling power, the Fengyang Kingdom. In years past, the Black Demon cult had been a 6-star sect within the territory of the Fengyang Kingdom, with a Golden Core realm expert presiding over it. At that time, the Black Demon cult was extraordinarily dominant. Yet this sect differed from other factions. Not only did it cultivate high-level combat power, but it also interfered in the affairs of secular kingdoms. The Black Demon cult had supported numerous factions against the Fengyang Kingdom. Had the Fengyang Kingdom not been exceedingly powerful with its own Golden Core realm expert, it is likely that the kingdom would have already fallen into the hands of the Black Demon cult. The Black Demon cult belonged to the demonic path of sects, and the cultivation methods they practiced were exceedingly cruel. They used killing intent, death, energy, blood, and corpses as conduits. Sightings of such practices were commonplace within their ranks. Thus, the Black Demon cult unleashed a bloody storm upon the land, destroying countless factions. However, conflicts between sects were equally brutal. Even the once mighty Black Demon cult paid a grievous price during its struggles against other 6-star sects, with nearly all of its Golden Core realm experts perishing or being severely wounded. Seizing the opportunity, the Fengyang Kingdom joined forces with neighboring nations and struck a decisive blow, eliminating that venomous insect once and for all. Now, with the Black Demon cult rising from the ashes, this region would once again plunge into war. Is this intelligence reliable, eh? Fan Lin asked. The Black Demon cult possessed formidable strength. If powerful experts were targeting the state of Xiao, Fan Lin's own situation would not be enviable. Your Highness, it is absolutely accurate. This old servant captured several individuals and extracted this information under severe interrogation. However, Your Highness need not worry. The Black Demon cult's primary focus remains the Fengyang Kingdom. The strongest expert dispatched to the state of Xiao is merely at the Ru Dao realm, and the 10 Directions Hall serves as a check upon them. They pose no immediate threat to us. The incident in the Demon Beast Forest was merely the unauthorized action of certain disciples within the Black Demon cult. Their objective was simply to obtain the corpses of powerful experts. However, the Black Demon cult will likely take action against the state of Xiao in due course, though these individuals were unaware of such plans. Xiao Jingquan's intelligence filled Fan Lin with a sense of looming crisis. The sudden news of the Haimo sect filled Lin Fan's heart with worry. A sect like the Haimo sect would stop at nothing to achieve its goals, and it was extremely formidable. Having been destroyed years ago, yet daring to show itself again, meant that the Haimo sect now had enough strength to deal with the Fengyang Kingdom, or at the very least had found external reinforcements strong enough to resist that kingdom. Although the Haimo sect disciples who came to the Xiao Kingdom might not be powerful, if they failed to accomplish their mission, they would inevitably attract more experts. That was extremely disadvantageous to Lin Fan. For the sake of his long-term plans, Lin Fan absolutely could not allow the Haimo sect to slaughter wantonly. But with his current strength, he was simply unable to oppose them. The only way forward was to race against the Haimo sect, to obtain enough points as quickly as possible to upgrade the system mall, and summon more powerful figures to deal with the situation. Feng Xiao, I entrust the stability and development of Qingyang Prefecture to you. At the same time, carry out the education plan. First comes cultural education, and once I return, the martial arts promotion plan will be implemented immediately. Every city must prioritize the development of the people's livelihood. This is our fundamental strategy. If local forces stand in the way, do not hold back. Cut through the tangled knot swiftly. No one is allowed to interfere with our plans. Xiao Jingxuan, the Eastern Depot's strength has also improved. Step up the infiltration of the feudal lords in the various prefectures and quickly find out whether any of them are connected to the Haimo sect. At the same time, send word to Dongfang Bubi to keep watch over the movements of the sects and schools in the martial world. I think that if the Haimo sect is making a comeback, it will surely make a major move. In response to the Haimo sect, Lin Fan issued a series of arrangements. Xiao Jingxuan, you do not need to follow me to the Wen Kingdom this time. Be sure to ascertain the situation of the Haimo sect as soon as possible. Your Highness, should we inform the other factions about this matter? Xiao Jingxuan raised the question. After all, those who had been killed in the Demon Beast Forest belonged to other factions. No need. At this time we still do not know how deeply the Haimo sect has infiltrated. If we spread word recklessly, it may provoke panic and unnecessary trouble. Most importantly, we must not draw the Haimo sect's attention to us. Lin Fan considered for a moment and made his decision. Lin Fan's most important task at present was points. With enough points, he could face the challenge of the Haimo sect. Feng Xiao, what do you think? Should we send troops directly and take all of Huangzhou? Lin Fan thought it over and still raised the question. If the 100 cities of Huangzhou were in his hands, then, when the settlement day arrived, he would certainly be able to scrape together enough points to upgrade the system mall. Your Highness, I would not advise this. First, we do not have sufficient justification. If we start a war rashly, Your Highness will lose popular support in the Xiao Kingdom, which will be detrimental to the larger situation in the future. Second, if we act, it will trigger a chain reaction. If other feudal lords also choose to act, the Xiao Kingdom will fall into complete chaos, and that will attract even more Haimo sect disciples. Although civil war in the Xiao Kingdom is inevitable, we must not be the first to stick our necks out. At the very least, that will delay the outbreak of war. However, as for the other cities of Huangzhou, we can use a method of taking control in secret. Once the time arrives, we can put the entire Huangzhou into our pocket at any moment. While opposing this, Guijia also proposed a solution. As a result, Lin Fan once again felt that his manpower was insufficient. High-end combat power, especially the elite agents of the net who were most suited to covert work, had been brought away by him. The remaining generals were not skilled in such matters. Your Highness, this matter can be left to this old servant. Xiao Jingchun stepped forward. The Eastern Depot's strength had increased somewhat, but in Lin Fan's eyes that was still not enough. Your Highness, in truth, controlling a person does not have to rely only on force. There are also such methods as cooperation, threats, and manipulation. As long as the goal is achieved, that is enough. This was precisely what the Eastern Depot excelled at. Not one of those city lords had a clean past. If you could seize their vulnerabilities and make them cautious, it was not a bad choice. Fine, go and do it. Control as many people as you can. I will leave the Yin 18 riders behind to assist you. If you encounter an expert you cannot deal with, let them handle it. Lin Fan thought for a moment and decided to leave some men for Xiao Zhongshan. Your Highness, as long as this old servant is here, you need not worry about experts. Your safety comes first. Please take the Yin 18 riders with you. Xiao Zhongshan refused, since nothing was more important to him than Lin Fan's safety. Moreover, the old fellow had just broken through to the transcendent realm of time when his confidence was soaring. Let it be so. It is inconvenient for you to go alone, and I will feel more at ease with them by your side. Taking the whole of Huangzhou as quickly as possible was very important to Lin Fan. Because Lin Fan insisted, no one dared to object, and the matter was settled. Early the next morning, Lin Fan led his troops and set out. At the same time, the news that the newly appointed Prince of the North, Lin Fan, would represent the Xiao Kingdom in the exchange competition with the Wen Kingdom spread widely. This time it was not the Eastern Depot's doing, but Xiao Meier's. With this move, Xiao Meier pushed Lin Fan into a high position, forcing him to go all out to win the competition. If he won, Lin Fan would inevitably pay an enormous price. If he lost, Lin Fan would lose popular support as well. Xiao Meier had calculated quite well. Unfortunately, she did not understand Lin Fan's true strength. The intelligence department, on which she had placed great hopes, could discover nothing because of the Eastern Depot's intervention. 10 days later, under the watch of the various factions, Lin Fan led his army to Zhongzhou. Your Highness, the royal capital is right ahead. Should we enter the city and rest? With Xiao Zhongshan absent, that fellow Zhao Gao quickly seized the opportunity and became Lin Fan's attendant. No need. There is nothing in the royal capital worth missing. If I go back, it will be to settle my grudges, and the time has not come yet. After his miserable escape, Lin Fan had secretly vowed that when he once again entered the royal capital, it would be when its streets ran with blood. Your Highness, would you like this old servant to make a trip inside? Zhao Gao said in a sinister tone. As long as he could earn Lin Fan's trust and be entrusted with an important task, let alone the royal capital, even the Xiao Kingdom's clan court could be uprooted by him in an instant. No, let us keep moving. We should aim to return as soon as possible. Lin Fan, worried about the Haimo sect's moves, only wanted to conclude this trip quickly so that he could make his deployments. If it had not been for the system quest, Lin Fan would certainly not have gone to the Wen Kingdom while the Haimo sect had appeared. Lin Fan and his party openly left the kingdom under imperial orders. Although they did not show off along the way, they also did not hide their tracks. Thus Lin Fan's movements were completely under the watch of every faction. Your Majesty, Lin Fan just passed by the royal capital. He did not enter the city, but rode around it. Xiao Meier received the news quickly. Is he afraid that I will make a move against him? Even with an expert supporting him, Lin Fan is still that useless trash. Xiao Meier had misunderstood completely, believing that Lin Fan did not dare enter the city. I wonder which faction it is and why they would support a worthless piece of trash like Lin Fan. Xiao Meier muttered to herself, unable to understand. The various factions were also disappointed by Lin Fan's choice. The conflict they had anticipated never happened. It is time to set things in motion. Send the order and begin preparations. Lin Fan's actions seemed to have disrupted certain people's plans, forcing them to take action. Of this Lin Fan was completely unaware. Another 10 days passed before Fan Lin and his companions finally arrived at the border of the Xiao Kingdom. Nantian Pass, the foremost border fortress guarding against the Wen Kingdom, was garrisoned by 2 million elite troops and 3 million regular soldiers of the Xiao Kingdom. This was a military stronghold similar to Dongyu City. Its commander Murong Hanxue was a legendary figure of the Xiao Kingdom, her reputation and talent second only to that of Lin Wudi in his heyday. Nantian Pass was a city of the Xiao Kingdom, yet it belonged exclusively to the Murong family. The Murong family was renowned throughout the Xiao Kingdom, known to nearly every household. Though this clan boasted a long and distinguished history, it never interfered in state affairs nor participated in any conflicts, choosing instead to remain stationed at Nantian Pass to defend against the Wen Kingdom. Over the years, the Xiao Kingdom had seen regime after regime rise and fall, drenched in blood and violence. Yet Nantian Pass turned a blind eye to it all, maintaining the same attitude toward the regional warlords of the Xiao Kingdom, neither interfering nor uttering a single word, devoted solely to guarding the border. Within the Xiao Kingdom's court, apart from Murong Hanxue holding the nominal title of Grand General, not a single member of the Murong family held any other official position. Though the Murong family resided within the Xiao Kingdom, they seemed to exist entirely apart from its affairs. Nevertheless, their formidable strength was undeniable. The Murong family's stance was clear, and countless attempts at recruitment over the years had all failed. The Xiao Kingdom felt at ease regarding them, content to let the Murong family hold this critical border stronghold. Murong Hanxue, one of the Xiao Kingdom's grand generals, was in truth merely a woman in her 20s, yet no one dared look down upon her, even slightly. Having taken charge of Nantian Pass for several years, she had governed it extraordinarily well. Even Empress Xiao Meier had to concede that Murong Hanxue's abilities, talent, and strategic acumen were second to none among women. In her early 20s, having reached the peak of the martial venerable realm, such was what was known to the outside world. Whether she had broken through to the martial emperor realm remained unknown. Yet that alone was terrifying enough. Nantian Pass was located in Izhou, not far from Shifang City of the Ten Directions Temple. Many speculated that Murong Hanxue or the Murong family had connections to the Ten Directions Temple. There was simply no evidence. Only the higher echelons of the Xiao Kingdom knew that the Murong family had no ties to the Ten Directions Temple. An expert from the Ten Directions Temple in the Transcendent Realm had personally visited Nantian Pass, attempting to persuade Murong Hanxue to join their ranks, but was rejected by the Murong family. Yet strangely, the Ten Directions Temple had shown no further reaction, leaving the true nature of things opaque. As one of the 7-star sects, the Ten Directions Temple naturally possessed an imposing aura, yet after being rebuffed by the Murong family, they displayed not the slightest response. The inner workings of this situation inevitably sparked endless speculation. Thus, the Murong family was regarded by the entire Xiao Kingdom as both reassuring and intimidating. Fortunately, the Murong family never sought to expand nor displayed any ambition, and people chose to overlook these matters. That day, Fan Lin and his party finally arrived at Nantian Pass. Fan Lin's entourage of over 10,000 people had been making their way openly, and Nantian Pass had received intelligence of their approach long ago. "My lord, this is strange. Along our journey, the ruler of every city welcomed us proactively, whether willing or not. Yet Nantian Pass is quite different. Neither has anyone come to receive us, nor has anyone prevented us from entering the city," Zhao Gao remarked. Fan Lin had been enfeoffed as the Prince of Jinbei, a title that still carried considerable weight within the Xiao Kingdom. Everyone, whether willing or not, was required to come and pay their respects. Yet Nantian Pass proved peculiar. Not only did they fail to send representatives, but when 10,000 troops entered the city, not a single question was asked. They clearly knew Fan Lin's identity. That made it all the more intriguing. What audacity allowed the Murong family to ignore a prince, especially one as notable as Fan Lin? Let them be. If they refuse to come, we shall not degrade ourselves by pursuing them. We will simply pass straight through the city. Fan Lin, preoccupied with other matters, paid no mind to investigating the Murong family or their perceived disrespect, and proceeded directly onward. In the distance, within a towering watchtower, a woman clad in battle armor, yet possessing a strikingly beautiful face, sat in meditation. General Prince Jinbei. Fan Lin and his party are heading directly toward the south gate. They appear to intend to leave immediately. This woman was none other than Murong Hanxue, the Grand General of Nantian Pass. Has Fan Lin expressed any dissatisfaction or taken any other actions? Murong Hanxue, as cold as her name suggested, inquired. Reporting to the General, Fan Lin has shown no abnormal behavior, his subordinate hurriedly reported. Within Nantian Pass, Murong Hanxue wielded absolute authority, not merely due to her lineage but primarily through her formidable methods which had subdued even the most arrogant and fierce soldiers. This young master is far more cunning than his father. Lin Wudi's downfall stemmed from his stubborn single-mindedness and blind loyalty to the royal family. Had it not been for that, the Xiao kingdom might truly have produced a remarkable talent. What a pity. Issue the order, heighten border defenses and coordinate with Fan Lin's movements, but do not interfere. Murong Hanxue gave her command. This was to ensure Fan Lin's smooth participation in the competition while simultaneously conveying a clear message Nantian Pass would not disregard Fan Lin. This gesture was directed not only at the Wen Kingdom, but also at Fan Lin himself. When Fan Lin received the relevant intelligence, he assumed it was Empress Xiao Meier's decision. If he had known it was Murong Hanxue, he would surely have been curious as to why she acted thus. Soon Fan Lin's party passed through the city and left the Xiao Kingdom's border, entering the territory of the Wen Kingdom. Since Fan Lin carried an imperial decree, the Wen Kingdom's border commander naturally understood the matter of the exchange competition and offered no resistance, allowing the 10,000-strong force to enter freely. In truth, for both nations, the entourage of around 10,000 accompanying an important figure was hardly remarkable. Against the backdrop of both kingdoms' vast military forces, what could such a small number accomplish? Though the Wen Kingdom and the Xiao Kingdom were adversaries, exchanges between the two nations were frequent and mutual comings and goings were commonplace. The border garrisons had long grown accustomed to such occurrences. Entering Wen Kingdom territory, Fan Lin felt no discernible difference between the two nations. Wen Kingdom. I had assumed it was a nation founded upon civil virtues. But judging by what I see, your crown prince overthought it. Based on the name alone, Fan Lin had expected the Wen Kingdom to be suffused with literary and cultural refinement. Instead, much like the Xiao Kingdom, martial arts flourished throughout, a society not necessarily given to warmongering, yet certainly dominated by martial prowess. Your lordship, the prosperous continent is hardly a paradise. How could one hope for a peaceful existence without sufficient martial strength? Fan Lin agreed with Zhao Gao's words. Wealth and power were but illusions, the only strength endured eternally. Your lordship, the journey to the Wen Kingdom's capital still requires 10 days. With the competition beginning in half a month, you may wish to rest along the way rather than pressing forward hastily. Having never traveled abroad before, Fan Lin was curious about many things. Zhao Gao, who excelled at reading people's minds, quickly offered his suggestion. No need. Let us hasten our pace. Fan Lin remained preoccupied with thoughts of the Black Demon cult and the political situation in the Xiao Kingdom. He had no desire to linger in a foreign land, only eager to complete his mission and return to the Xiao Kingdom to begin his arrangements. However, many things do not yield to one's will. The more you desire something, the more elusive it becomes. And soon Fan Lin encountered trouble himself. Though perhaps trouble was not quite the right word, it was more akin to sheer disgust. Having left the Wengua, it took less than a day for Lin Fan and his party to reach a city of Wengui, Qingshui City, a border town. Your Highness, ahead lies Qingshui City of Wengua. The gates are closed and show no sign of opening, reported the guide Gong Sunzan. Send a courier to report, Lin Fan ordered directly. In truth, Wengua is vast with many cities. Not every city is a fortress easy to defend or seize. This Qingshui City is the same. Lin Fan and his group could simply bypass it, and it would hardly cost them any time. Yet Lin Fan would not. He cared little for Xiao Guo's dignity, but his own face had to be preserved. Since they had come to Wengua, bypassing a city would be out of the question. They must pass through the city to display the Jinbei king's might. Soon a rider returned. Your Highness, the other side says they have not received orders and will not allow entry. It would be impossible that Lin Fan had not learned of their arrival. As for orders, they had certainly received some, but those commands were meant to trap Lin Fan. Gong Sunzan head to 500 meters from the Qingshui City gates, set up camp there, and block the north gate of Qingshui City. Lin Fan ordered. Since you won't let me in, claiming there are no orders, very well, I will wait outside. Gong Sunzan immediately set his army to work. You Huayan, you have reached the Wengua border. At night, you should bring the Xichang into action. Do not limit yourselves to Wengua and a few neighboring states. Widen your vision and unfold the intelligence network for your majesty. Now is the time for the Xichang to display its prowess. Domestically, the East Xichang, abroad, the West Xichang, working together, they could do better. Yes, your Highness. The old servant will personally go to Fengyang Kingdom, using Fengyang Kingdom as the center to thoroughly spread the intelligence network. Lin Fan assigned roles to his people. Domestically, there truly was no space for the Xichang's operation. The reason for placing the Xichang abroad was to signal Lin Fan's ambition, which Yu Huatian understood clearly. This further strengthened Yu Huatian's resolve. It was a sign of Lin Fan's trust in the Xichang. As night fell, Wuzun Shichang troops at the lowest martial king rank disappeared into the darkness. Outside the city, Lin Fan laid out his plan. Inside, however, anxious murmurs rose. Your Highness, Wen Guo, though different from Xiaoguo's feudal lords, is in the 8 princes contest for succession. Though no great war has erupted with the old king's death, there will likely be continual upheaval. The Wen Guo old king bears the war's lingering wounds and cannot hold out much longer. Wen Guo has more than 20 princes, but only 8 are strong. Behind these 8 stand powerful backers, their influence not far apart. This situation, safe under the old king's dominance, now poses a great hidden danger. I have a suggestion. With the Luo network's formidable strength, if we back one prince, that prince may win, we could reap substantial benefits. If the plan is laid properly, we might seize Wen Guo without bloodshed. Zhao Gao, that fellow, indeed thought of such a move. Moreover, with the Luo network assassin's strength, this could be done, especially with Lin Fan's support. Then sending a few more masters, or a hidden army, could make it possible. Lin Fan pondered privately. Dispatching a few masters would be no problem, but an army seemed to lack overwhelming strength. Unless they dispatched 1,000,000 Wei troops, but that would expose them. 1,000,000-strong army crossing Xiaoguo would be a daunting feat. What do you intend to do? Since Zhao Gao proposed something, surely he already has a plan. Your Highness, Wen Guo's 8th prince, Wen Tianlu, is the weakest of the princes, lacking elites, with only one Wu Di under him. We can approach him, declare our support, provide masters, and if necessary provide troops, with the condition that when he wins he grants us a province as a living base. Zhao Gao's method may not be clever. Yet Lin Fan understood that Wen Guo would surely know their situation, and that Xiao Meier was plotting to take his life, thus finding a backdoor is reasonable. Moreover, Wen Guo's old king will die soon. Wen Tianlu will surely grow anxious, and a mere promise might persuade him to agree. As for the future, Wen Tianlu could back out. After all, it is something that cannot be seen, and Lin Fan cannot force him. For Lin Fan, whether he obtains a province is not the point. What matters is having a reason and opportunity to meddle in Wen Guo. This plan is feasible. When we reach the capital, you should contact Wen Tianlu and test his attitude. If favorable, we can discuss in detail. Whether it succeeds or not, it is at least an opportunity. Once Lin Fan's people intervene to a certain extent, Wen Tianlu will no longer be able to sway the matter. Lin Fan's mind is expansive. Xiaoguo has yet to understand what he is planning, yet he has already begun laying out plans for Wen Guo. Meanwhile, at the Qingshui city's lord's residence, everyone there is frantic. My lord, Lin Fan's group has halted. If they miss the match, what should we do? Indeed, rumors have already spread that Wen Guo fears defeat and is deliberately blocking Lin Fan, making victory seem unworthy. The purpose of Qingshui city is simple. Under the pretense of not knowing Lin Fan's identity and aims, they intend Lin Fan to bypass the city. As for blocking or attacking Lin Fan, Qingshui city lacks the nerve. Even if they could win, they would not. Wen Guo's face would be ruined, and they would not end well. The plan was to humiliate the young Jinbei king of Xiaoguo, but he simply refused to move, and camping at the gates, Qingshui city fell into a daze. What should we do now? We are acting on orders, but if something goes wrong, we will become scapegoats. My lord, we should quickly remove this plague of pests. This concerns lives and livelihoods. As long as Lin Fan remains, these people will not feel at ease. If they truly miss the match, no one present will end well. Even those who act might answer to their masters. I will go myself. The lord of Qingshui city is helpless. This embarrassing affair falls to him. Early next morning, he ordered the gates opened and himself headed toward the White Horse Yizong's camp. But soon the Qingshui city lord returned in frustration. They did not meet them. The reason was ridiculous. The Jinbei king was resting. The lord knew that he was being snubbed, receiving a sharp lesson. Yet the Qingshui city lord could not delay any longer. After lingering at the gates for more than 2 hours, he rode out of the city once again. This time the city lord of Qingshui had displayed great sincerity, preparing ample provisions for the 10,000-strong army and some cultivation resources as gifts, all for the sole purpose of meeting Lin Fan. Your Highness, the city lord of Qingshui has come again. Lin Fan had long known that the news in the city was the work of the spy net. How could the city lord of Qingshui sit still? If he had to bear this blame, his frail shoulders would not be able to withstand it. Not to mention winning or losing. If anyone tried to trip up the competition and make one country lose face, would that fellow fare well? Show him in. Lin Fan would definitely go to the competition for the sake of the mission. Besides, last night, he had been arranging matters for the Western Depot. There was no point in making things difficult for a mere city lord. Your Highness, I truly apologize. My subordinates were tactless and missed the decree to welcome you. It was all a misunderstanding. This humble official has prepared some supplies. Please proceed to the royal capital as soon as possible. His Majesty is still waiting for you. This fellow appeared extremely humble, not daring to offend Lin Fan in the slightest. If Lin Fan lingered for another day or two, the decree of punishment from the royal capital would likely arrive. Oh, since it was a misunderstanding, then let it go. Attend me. Order the army to gather and enter the city. Do not linger. Head straight for the royal capital of one country. Lin Fan could not be bothered with such a petty figure, nor did he need to show any face. If pushed too far, Lin Fan would kill him, and Wen country would not pursue the matter too heavily. The city lord of Qingshui dared not say or ask more, nor did he mind a cold reception. As long as this fellow left quickly, he would thank heaven and earth. Lin Fan and his party moved swiftly, passing straight through the city. They hurried along the road, heading straight for the royal capital. Along the way, the cities they encountered no longer dared to cause trouble. Fearing that this fellow might stay and bring misfortune upon them, they eagerly sent supplies and urged the army to move on quickly. 4 days later, Lin Fan and his party arrived at another city. This time, Lin Fan was not met with a warm welcome, but rather tightly shut city gates. "What place is this?" asked Lin Fan. "Your Highness, this place is called Wangyue City, the territory of the 8-star sect Wangyue sect. The founder of Wangyue sect is Li Shan's son of Li Feng, the sect master of the 7-star Shuriwei sect in Wen country. So it was a force established by a disciple of a sect. This situation was not uncommon on the Shengshi continent. Some disciples who were dissatisfied within their sects or direct line heirs who had lost their inheritance rights, unwilling to live under others, would establish new sects on their own. To put it loftily, they relied on their own efforts to surpass their original sects. In reality, they were no more than useless wretches, unwilling to accept failure. Send someone to deliver the travel permit. This document had always been available, but it had never been used. Before long, Gongsun Zan wrote over. Your Highness, the other side refused to acknowledge the travel permit and would not let us pass. Oh, it seems they are deliberately picking a quarrel. Xiao Gao sends someone to find out what is going on. Gongsun Zan, order the army to rest where they are. Lin Fan issued the order. The royal capital of Wen country was already not far ahead, and he did not mind wasting a little time to see what Li Shan intended to do. Inside the city, Sect Master Lin Fan and his party have set up camp where they are and show no intention of leaving. Li Shan quickly received the report. This brat thinks this is Xiao country where other trash give way to him. But I won't. What bullshit exchange tournament? What can a bunch of garbage accomplish? In this world, martial arts flourished and news traveled at astonishing speed. Li Shan also knew everything about Lin Fan. A useless brat just turned 18, relying on others and having achieved only a bit of success. Why should anyone make way for him? Such was Li Shan's thinking. In Li Shan's view, Lin Fan was merely lucky used by certain forces, and that was how he managed to thrive. In truth, he was still nothing but a useless initial stage martial artist. Li Shan looked down upon such people with extreme contempt, and this was also related to his own experiences. Shuriwei sect was a 7-star sect of Wen country. In every respect, Li Shan had been the strongest heir of the sect. But unfortunately, he did not have a powerful maternal clan, and his influence was inferior to his elder brothers. That was why he had lost the power struggle and gone out to establish his own sect. Although several years had passed, Li Shan still harbored resentment, and as for revenge, that was even more hopeless. The profound foundation of Shuriwei sect was not something he could shake, especially since he had already left it. Now that he encountered Lin Fan, who enjoyed similar good fortune, Li Shan could not swallow his anger and felt he must give Lin Fan a show of force. Never mind him. If he wants to stay, let him stay. If he wants to leave, he can find his own way. We'll do whatever we were doing. Li Shan believed Lin Fan would never dare touch him. Although he knew the other side had a martial emperor, Li Shan was even more aware of the Shuriwei sect's power. After all, Li Shan was the son of the Shuriwei sect master. He reckoned Lin Fan did not have the guts to touch him outside the city. So that's how it is. With such narrow-mindedness, no wonder he couldn't outdo his elder brother. Li Shan's situation was no secret in Wangyue City. Although people did not dare talk about it casually with the spinet's methods, getting to the bottom of such matters was effortless. My lord, Li Shan is not worth fearing. However, if we make a move, it may attract the experts of Shuriwei sect. After all, Li Shan is still the biological son of the Shuriwei sect master. Even a discarded son represents the face of Li Feng and the Shuriwei sect. Xiao Gao did not care about one Shuriwei sect, but he did not want to cause trouble for Lin Fan or affect Lin Fan's plans. So what? He is merely a failure. Besides, if we come all this way without making some noise, won't people look down on us? Xiao Gao, have your spine at people find a way to open the city gates. I want to see whether this Li Shan dares to make a move. Lin Fan was thinking about completing the task of becoming famous throughout Wen country. The task had no specific requirements, but what degree of fame would count? That was hard to say. If he won the exchange tournament, but still failed to gain enough fame, what would happen to the task? Yes, your highness. In half an hour the army can enter the city. Xiao Gao was not one to shy away from trouble, and he immediately gave his assurance. Sure enough, half an hour later the gates of Wangyue City were opened. Around the gates lay corpses strewn all over the ground. Not only city guards but also disciples of Wangyue sect. Ignoring everything else, Lin Fan led the army directly into the city, but he did not stop and headed straight for the south gate. This move was in a way a show of respect to Li Shan. It remained to be seen whether the fellow would be sensible. But clearly Lin Fan had underestimated how much a person valued face. What? The gates were attacked, and Lin Fan has already entered the city. Damn it. What use are you, lot of trash? Quickly order everyone to assemble. Block Lin Fan. Don't let him pass under any circumstances. In his fury, Li Shan lost all reason, never stopping to think a sect without even a martial emperor. How could it possibly stop Lin Fan's advance? Perhaps in his heart Li Shan still imagined himself as the young sect master of Shui sect, still viewing matters with his old perspective, paying no heed to martial emperors. Such a mindset was bound to lead to disaster. Lin Fan's group headed straight for the south gate, yet they were no match for the speed of the Wang Yue sect. Before long, a dense throng of Wang Yue sect disciples blocked their path. You dare assault Wang Yue city without authorization? Dismount immediately and kowtow to atone for your sins. The Wang Yue sect disciples, long accustomed to their arrogance, held the army before them in utter contempt. In their eyes, how dared these mere soldiers defy the noble scions of their sect? Presumptuous. Such ignorance of consequences is nothing short of seeking death. Gongsun Zan struck first. A band of martial warriors and military kings. How could they possibly stand against a martial venerable? Moreover, these men had spoken so insolently that Gongsun Zan showed zero mercy from the outset, launching immediately with lethal intent. Dozens perished in agony as flesh and blood rained about. These self-styled nobles, who were in truth nothing but greenhouse flowers, stood petrified in shock. You bastard! Who gave you the audacity to lay hands on my Wang Yue sect disciples? A roaring voice rang out from afar. It was Li Shan. Humph! Gongsun Zan paid him no mind, instead turning his gaze to Lin Fan and awaiting his command. Were Lin Fan but to give the word despite commanding only 10,000 white horse loyalists, Gongsun Zan would have had every confidence in annihilating the Wang Yue sect. As for elite masters, they certainly were not lacking on this side. Who is Lin Fan? Step forward. Li Shan went straight for the ringleader. In his mind, a mere general was not worthy of addressing him. Oh, so you know of this prince? Then why do you obstruct my path? Does your Wang Yue city seek to rebel? Within the territories of the Wen Kingdom and the Xiao Kingdom, alike apart from the seven-star sects which stood independent of governance, no other sect, not even those wielding control over a single city or several, would dare openly defy the authority of the state. You are hardly worthy to meddle in my affairs. I ask you, who gave you the nerve to attack my city and slay my sect's disciples? Li Shan roared his accusations. Through all these years, even after his failed bid for the succession, no one had dared to give him such disrespect. And now it was Lin Fan, the very one he envied, bringing this humiliation. It was unbearable to Li Shan. The Wen Kingdom is renowned for its propriety and courtesy. I never imagined you would lack even the most basic understanding of hierarchy and respect. What right does a mere city lord and head of an 8-star sect have to question this prince? Lin Fan knew precisely what someone like Li Shan cherished most, and every word was a blade driven straight into his heart. The word hierarchy struck Li Shan deeply. How was he inferior? In what way was he lowly? You, a cripple of a martial artist, presume to speak of superiority before me. Damn you, Lin Fan. Who gave you the right to look down on me? You're nothing but trash, and I will kill you. With that, Li Shan launched his attack. The cultivation levels of the others had been concealed so effectively that Li Shan had failed to detect them. However, the Gongsun Zan before him was undeniably a martial venerable. Consequently, Li Shan chose Gongsun Zan as his target. At the same moment, the other martial venerables of the Wang Yue sect had no choice but to engage. Had they not, the wrathful Li Shan would surely have torn them apart. Yet these men showed a grievous lack of perception. Spotting another figure clad in a military general's garb beside Gongsun Zan, they struck directly at him. That figure was none other than Yuan Qingdu. Yuan Qingdu had long festered over the lack of opportunities to earn merit. In Lin Fan's faction, a martial emperor was hardly considered extraordinary. Even Dian Wei, formerly at the peak of martial venerable, had transcended to the extraordinary realm. How could Yuan Qingdu not feel restless? Nevertheless, Yuan Qingdu understood that to gain one must first give. As long as he rendered meritorious service, would opportunities for strengthening himself ever dwindle? So when assailants turned against him, Yuan Qingdu raised his weapon with fierce excitement and unleashed everything he had. But in his eagerness, Yuan Qingdu neglected the disparity in their cultivation levels. The result was swift. None of the 6 Wang Yue sect elders at the martial venerable stage survived a single exchange, their heads separating gruesomely from their bodies. Your Highness, this subordinate. Yuan Qingdu realized that slaughtering members of a sect would bring trouble upon Lin Fan. Overcome with excitement, just moments ago he had spared no restraint. Now he hastened to offer his apologies. No matter. They were vermin. Let them die. Lin Fan showed no concern whatsoever. If they were enemies, what sense was there in leaving them alive? Were he to spare them, should he keep them as ornaments for the new year? Lin Fan, how dare you recklessly slay sect disciples? The Shui sect shall not let this pass. The turn of events had been so sudden that even Li Shan had failed to anticipate his own elders would launch a direct strike at a martial emperor and fail to survive a single exchange. Li Shan came to his senses. These people were genuinely willing to deal lethal blows. Humph. The people of Wang Yue City show no respect for hierarchy and have disregarded an envoy from another nation. This is tantamount to provocation. After this prince has dealt them their punishment, we shall hold the Wen Kingdom accountable. What damned envoy? What business does that concern my sect? So what if it is the Wen Kingdom? Would they dare intervene in the affairs of my Wangyue sect and the Shuriwa sect? Li Shan said through gritted teeth, simultaneously invoking his backer, the Shuriwa sect. You are provoking the Xiao Kingdom, which amounts to declaring war. All consequences shall be borne by your Wen Kingdom. In essence, Lin Fan shifted all blame cleanly onto Li Shan, making him solely responsible. Seize Li Shan and bring him forth. I shall take him to the king of Wen in person. If the Xiao Kingdom is not granted a satisfactory explanation, this will inevitably erupt into a war that shakes the ages. Lin Fan issued his command. Yuan Qingdu surged forward swiftly, eager to redeem himself. He could not let this opportunity slip. If those few monsters among them were to act, he would be left with nothing. Moments later, Li Shan was dragged forth in powerless captivity. Lin Fan, remember this. Should you fail to kill me, I will tear you limb from limb. And as for the Xiao Kingdom, I shall not spare them either. Even at such a dire pass, Li Shan still hurled threats. A defeated general, such a person posed no threat whatsoever to Lin Fan. Even if given the chance, he would never achieve revenge in this lifetime. Yet in the Shengshi continent, strange encounters were plentiful, and those who rose suddenly from obscurity were by no means unknown. To prevent nurturing a tiger that might one day devour him, or suffering a setback in the most unexpected place, Lin Fan resolved to uproot the danger entirely. However, in broad daylight, and before countless witnesses, he certainly could not act thus. Should the Shuriwa sect send its full force in retaliation, which was entirely possible, it would not be the outcome Lin Fan desired. Lin Fan opened the system marketplace and purchased a black vial, then slipped it secretly into Zhao Gao's hands. This fellow, truly the ancestor of schemes dark and insidious, grasped Lin Fan's intention instantly. A sinister smile crept across his face as he nodded fervently. Let us depart the city, Lin Fan commanded. There was nothing to linger for in Wangyue City. The royal capital lay but 4 days' journey hence. Lin Fan's deeds within Wangyue City were witnessed by countless Wangyue sect disciples, common folk and martial artists alike, and Lin Fan had never harbored the slightest intention of concealing them. Thus word spread rapidly. Lin Fan had taken into custody the master of Wangyue sect, and Li Shan's son of the Shuriwa sect's patriarch, to demand answers from the Wen Kingdom's royal house. This act undoubtedly left countless people agape with shock. What gave Lin Fan the audacity to disregard the Shuriwa sect, let alone any title or status? In the eyes of the 7-star sects, they would scarcely care whether you were merely a prince or even a sovereign lord. Only strength mattered. Was it possible that Lin Fan possessed power sufficient to defy the 7-star sects? Lin Fan's actions were even more astonishing than repelling the assault of 5 million elite barbarian forces. Though no 7-star sect could directly confront a nation's army of hundreds of millions before the full might of a state apparatus. However, the reality was that no single nation could possibly mobilize such a massive army to assault a 7-star sect. It was simply unfeasible. Yet the 7-star sects boasted top-tier cultivators at the transcendent and Dao entrance levels, and without deploying sufficient forces, it would be impossible to hold them at bay. Moreover, once these masters set their minds on departing, they would be nearly impossible to detain. If the 7-star sects were to unleash their full strength, even the royal family would stand no chance. That is precisely what grants these sects their exalted position above all else. Now, with Lin Fan taking Li Shan captive, he had essentially stirred up a hornet's nest. Haha, excellent, excellent. Lin Fan, you brat, have some spine. I can finally sleep soundly tonight. The laughter rang out through the palace hall. Xiao Meier hadn't felt such joy in years. Learning of everything Lin Fan had done, Xiao Meier did not see it as bringing honor to the Xiao Kingdom. Instead, she viewed it as another display of the young man's arrogance and disrespect for authority. Finally, he had met his match. Your Majesty, Lin Fan's actions represent the Xiao Kingdom. We must do something. If we provoke the October sect, it could spell trouble. An inner minister spoke up. Now was not the time for celebration, for what pleased one hand might burn the other. Once the October sect was drawn in, if the 10 regions hall chose not to intervene, the Xiao Kingdom would be in grave danger. Quick! Dispatch messengers to issue a proclamation stating that Lin Fan's actions were entirely his own, having nothing to do with the Xiao Kingdom. Xiao Meier acted on impulse and made her decision immediately. Your Majesty, wait. The veteran Prime Minister Wen Tian stepped forward once again. Your Majesty, though Lin Fan has overstepped, his actions were driven by righteousness and served to uphold the dignity of the Xiao Kingdom. Now, instead of offering support, Your Majesty rushes to distance herself from him. This will only disappoint the people. Furthermore, our ties with Lin Fan cannot be severed by a mere proclamation. Whether we are acknowledged depends entirely on the October sect's determination. If that is the case, there is truly no need for us to play the villain. Offending Lin Fan and disappointing our subjects may not even earn us the October sect's forgiveness. Rather than this, it would be wiser to wait and observe how events unfold. Wen Tian was indeed one of the few clear-sighted figures in the Xiao Kingdom's court. Issuing proclamations was easy enough, but whether the October sect would acknowledge them was another matter entirely. They could easily seize this as an excuse to create trouble, and in that case no amount of official notices would prove effective, only bringing devastating consequences that would far outweigh any benefits. Prime Minister, no need for further words. At this moment we must demonstrate our stance clearly. If the October sect misunderstands that everything Lin Fan did was at my command, the consequences would be catastrophic. Moreover, this gesture serves as a signal to the 10 Regions Hall as well. Our position toward the sects remains unchanged, and Lin Fan does not speak for the Xiao Kingdom. In this way, the 10 Regions Hall can help share the pressure we face from the October sect. Was Xiao Meier's reasoning flawed? Not entirely. There was some logic to it. Yet such choices sealed the Xiao Kingdom's fate. A nation that compromised at every turn and sacrificed its own champions could never endure. But Xiao Meier only sought short-term stability, never contemplating the longer view. When Tian's protests fell on deaf ears, he could not sway her resolve. The future of the Xiao Kingdom is deeply concerning. When Tian mused to himself as he departed the palace hall, gazing upon the resplendent golden structures around him. Over the years, when Tian had given much to the Xiao Kingdom, yet it remained fundamentally the domain of the Xiao family. An outsider would never truly wield influence within its corridors of power. Disheartened and disillusioned when Tian left the palace. At that very moment, across the Xiao Kingdom, and throughout the various regions of the Wen Kingdom, any faction possessing even modest strength had received word of these developments. All agreed that Lin Fan had lost his senses. For so-called dignity and face, he had offended the October sect, and the Xiao Kingdom he had so fervently defended promptly distanced itself from him. It was laughable, really. Yet when Lin Fan received the intelligence, he was not the least surprised. Such actions were entirely consistent with Xiao Meier's character. Only Lin Fan himself understood that his decisiveness stemmed from necessity, not choice. Ding! Congratulations, Lord, on triggering a mission successfully neutralized the October sect's assassination attempt. The moment Lin Fan entered the city, the quest materialized. Driven by duty, he had deliberately antagonized the October sect. Without provoking them, there would be no pursuit to thwart, and Li Shan was merely a pawn in his strategy. Somewhere in the Wen Kingdom, within the grounds of the October sect. Elders, though Li Shan has proven unworthy, he remains my son. Not anyone should dare lay hands on him. More critically, the people of both Wen Kingdom and Xiao Kingdom are watching us with contempt. If we fail to respond forcefully, what dignity will the October sect have left to maintain our dominance over the Wen Kingdom? Shall we allow every passerby to trample upon us? Upon receiving the intelligence, Li Feng, the sect master of the October sect, did not erupt in rage as one might expect. Instead, he calmly dissected the situation. A single son, particularly one who had failed in succession, meant nothing to him. For a figure of such strength, producing heirs was trivial. Countless female disciples within the sect would gladly serve him. Yet losing face as a sect was unthinkable. Whoever was responsible would face retribution. Were it a sect commanding 6 stars or higher, the October sect would swallow their pride and accept it. But a mere prince from a single nation daring to provoke them, that was a death sentence. Sect Master Lin Fan has been causing considerable trouble lately, and we are uncertain of his backing. For the sake of caution, I, along with the 8th and 9th elders, should personally handle this matter. The elder spoke for the October sect. Though they had heard whispers of Lin Fan's exploits, they had not anticipated such a swift confrontation. Lin Fan commanded a martial emperor among his ranks, beyond doubt a formidable force in the mortal kingdoms. A single martial emperor held little weight for the October sect. However, what concerned them was whether hidden behind Lin Fan stood a transcendent expert. Thus, to ensure victory, the Grand Elder resolved to deploy 3 transcendent realm elders. This youth is dangerously cunning. He surely knew of Shauner's identity, information that was hardly concealed, yet he acted anyway. There must be someone backing him. You 3 will make a grand public appearance. I shall secretly summon a founding elder to intervene. Should Lin Fan prove inadequate, finish him off. But if he has powerful backers, convey my position clearly. Li Shan belongs to the Wangyue sect, and has no connection to the October sect. Indeed, Li Feng proves himself worthy of leading a 7-star sect. His strategy leaves no room for error. Sect Master, might your caution have gone too far? The Grand Elder was puzzled. What manner of powerful ally could a worthless successor from a mere nation possess? For the October sect to respond this way risked undermining their own prestige. The Xiao Kingdom holds deeper complications than you realize. Prudence serves us well. I will not sacrifice the entire October sect over a disappointment of a son. Li Feng's words carried an unsettling weight. What hidden depths could a single kingdom like Xiao possibly harbor? Yet the Grand Elder offered no further objection. The October sect's current standing had been forged through precisely such measured caution. Li Feng seemed to possess certain hidden secrets, yet he refrained from revealing them. The Grand Elder saw no need to press further. His duty was simply to carry out orders. Before long, 3 transcendent realm powerhouses emerged from the October sect and headed toward Lin Fan's direction, though their intentions remained veiled. Naturally, everyone assumed the October sect was launching its retaliation. Meanwhile, an elder slipped out of the October sect by stealth, and likewise sped toward Lin Fan, his pace clearly surpassing that of the three elders. Upon learning of the news, all factions, whatever their motives, fixed their gazes upon the three great elders of the October sect. Yet in the midst of the commotion, the crowd was so absorbed in the spectacle that they overlooked Lin Fan and thus missed a magnificent show. Of course, what followed would prove shocking enough in its own right. 2 days later, Lin Fan and his party advanced unhindered and neared the capital of Wuzun. Your Highness, a formidable expert approaches. Dugu Qiubai, who had remained hidden all along, suddenly materialized. At the same moment, Dian Wei, Yin Shirsan, and Zhao Gao swiftly appeared beside Lin Fan, evidently having sensed the presence as well. This undoubtedly testified that these men were no ordinary fighters. Dugu Qiubai's manifestation indicated that the newcomer had certainly reached the Daoentry realm, and the fact that the other three had detected him proved they were already on par with Daoentry powerhouses. Since you have come as a guest from afar, senior, kindly grace us with your presence. Lin Fan issued the invitation. Awe-inspiring indeed. I never imagined Xiao would produce a figure like you. A great fortune for Xiao, and also a great misfortune. An elder who appeared frail and decrepit, his steps unsteady nevertheless, closed in on Lin Fan at an inconceivable speed. Presumptuous as I am, this old man has come to meet the king of Jinbei. The elder shed his aged guise at once and struck with lethal intent. Old codger, my king is not someone you can simply demand to see. Dian Wei, that reckless brute, charged forward in high spirits at the prospect of a fight. Ever since his power had been elevated to the transcendent limit, he had yet to enjoy a proper battle. The two swiftly clashed in a rapid exchange. Though Dian Wei's cultivation base was lower, the elder was only at the early Daoentry stage and could not suppress Dian Wei by sheer strength. Zhao Gao, have the surveillance in the vicinity eliminated. Lin Fan had no intention of exposing his true strength to the world. Zhao Gao acknowledged the order, and in a few short moments Yanji and certain others swept out. Within a radius of 10 li, all living presences were erased. Fortunately, Lin Fan happened to be traversing a desolate stretch at the time with no one around save the spies tailing him. Otherwise, this would have become an ocean of blood and carnage. The old man, too, had no wish for this confrontation to be widely known. Both sides shared a similar objective. More than 10 minutes passed, yet neither had gained the upper hand. But it was plain to see that Dian Wei fought with ever-growing fervor, unleashing his strength to the fullest. The elder, unwilling to risk his life and lacking true resolve, gradually fell into disadvantage. After a few more fierce clashes, the elder seized an opening to create distance. King Lin, this old man came with no ill intent. I only wish to gauge your strength. Now that this matter is concluded, I shall take my leave. One more thing, Li Shan has been expelled from the October sect. His affairs are no longer our concern. Without waiting for Lin Fan's reply, the old man departed swiftly. With the strength at Lin Fan's disposal, he could easily have detained the elder, yet he chose not to. The old man's words sounded pleasant enough, but this was nothing more than a probe. Had Lin Fan's strength proved lacking, the tune would have changed entirely. Still, Lin Fan had no desire to provoke the October sect excessively. If the entire sect mobilized, Lin Fan would be forced to reveal far more of his hand, a development that would alarm Xiao and Wen alike, and might even draw the attention of the Black Demon sect. That was the last thing he wanted. Since the October sect had made its stance clear, so be it. Zhao Gao, eliminate Li Shan. With the October sect trouble resolved, Li Shan was of no further use. As for demanding an explanation from one, that was merely talk. One was in no position to manage the October sect's affairs anyway. This tentative exchange never spread beyond those involved, and outsiders remained unaware. 2 days later, Lin Fan and his company finally arrived at the capital of Wuzun. At the same time, the three great elders of the October sect also reached the capital. Yet to everyone's astonishment, they made no move against Lin Fan. They simply found lodging and settled down. Then the three elders released a statement that stunned all who heard it. Li Shan had established his own faction, and his life and death had nothing to do with the October sect. Their true purpose in coming was merely to observe the exchange tournament between the two nations. Nonsense. Who would believe that? Not a single faction that received the news bought it. The exchange tournament had been held many times before. At most, it drew the battles of martial emperors. When had transcendent realm experts ever taken an interest, let alone 3 of them arriving at once? This baffling turn of events left countless people utterly puzzled. Even the Wen royal family, watching from the sidelines, was confounded. But since the 3 elders had spoken, the royal family had no choice but to entertain them properly. These were beings even they dared not offend. Nevertheless, the seed of suspicion had already been sown. In the capital of Xiao, why is that bastard so blessed by fortune? A dignified 7-star sect. How can it display such a total lack of spine? Xiao Meier, consumed by fury, smashed every object in sight within the royal palace, yet still she could not vent the flames burning in her heart. Lin Fan, what exactly is backing you? The October sect is no easygoing sect. There must be some hidden reason behind all this. Knowing sects as she did, Xiao Meier understood these people all too well. They held themselves on high and valued face above all else. Yet now they had acted like this, which inevitably invited wild speculation. She had rushed headlong toward the Wen capital, fully expecting Lin Fan to meet his doom there, only for the October sect to cave. How could such an outcome not stir 1,000 doubts? Lin Fan had no backing. Why would the October sect behave in such a manner? They must have learned something. Could there be a power behind Lin Fan that even the October sect fears? Impossible. Does Xiao even harbor such a force? Could it be Nantian Pass? No. Not only are the Murong family mindful of their principles, but even they could not make the October sect yield so easily. Xiao Meier racked her brains, but could find no answer. The only option now is to ask the old ancestor to act. Lin Fan must die, and when otherwise my Xiao will know no peace. Her resolve firm, Xiao Meier paid another visit to the ancestral court. She had no other hope left but to entrust this to the old ancestor. If even the October sect had lost its nerve, the incompetent agents of the Dark Bureau would never succeed. Lin Fan, unaware that Xiao Meier had made yet another move, was at that very moment enjoying a sumptuous feast in the residence prepared for him by the Wen royal family. To be fair, the Wen royal family had not expected this turn of events. They had originally made no special arrangements for Lin Fan's arrival. In fact, they had even prepared a few little surprises for him. But after the October sect's astonishing display, the Wen royal family no longer dared to treat Lin Fan lightly. Who could tell what this man truly was? If he caused trouble, one would not fare well either. As for the victory or defeat in the exchange tournament, one had ceased to entertain such thoughts. This year's competition had been reduced to a mere formality. Lin Fan was a hot potato in Wen Kingdom, and no one dared to get close to him. With a few days still remaining before the competition, he found himself utterly bored and decided to take a stroll through the capital of Wen Kingdom, which was after all somewhat culturally different from Xiao Kingdom. As soon as Lin Fan stepped out, he attracted attention from all quarters. Covert agents followed close behind, watching his every move. Lin Fan paid them no mind. He was only wandering around with nothing to do, and if those people wanted to tail him, then let them. Your Highness, this is the most prosperous street in the royal capital of Wen Kingdom. There are all sorts of shops and taverns. If not everything imaginable, it is still grand in scale. Zhao Gao played his part, perfectly introducing the sights without pause. What is that place over there? Quite a crowd. In the distance, a sprawling pavilion caught Lin Fan's attention. Your Highness, that is the largest auction house in the royal capital. There should be an auction today, but it will not begin for another 3 hours. Those going in now are mostly the lowest classes. They only want to watch the excitement and broaden their horizons. The real buyers will not appear until 3 hours from now. If your Highness is interested, this old servant will obtain an invitation at once. Indeed, Lin Fan was beginning to find it harder and harder to do without people like Zhao Gao. Whenever Lin Fan needed to know something, Zhao Gao would promptly provide an answer. Figures like Zhao Gao and Qiao Jingshan were truly dangerous if they were not utterly loyal, for they could easily change a person imperceptibly. Very well, let us go and broaden our horizons as well. Lin Fan was not interested in the goods on sale. The System Mall had everything one could want, but he had never attended an auction before and wanted to experience the aristocratic pleasure of splashing gold about. After all, this was exactly the kind of life Lin Fan had longed for since he first transmigrated. Since the auction had not yet begun, he left and continued his idle stroll. Zhao Gao, what is that place ahead? Why does it look so noisy and chaotic? In the distance it appeared to be a market, but it was dirty, messy, and dilapidated, utterly out of place with the royal capital's overall order. Your Highness, that is the slave market. What is sold there are low-grade slaves. These slaves have no human rights or freedom, and they have lost all hope of survival. Each one is numb and lifeless, so naturally the place is somewhat filthy. Slave markets could be found everywhere, but the truly large-scale ones were always at the level of a national capital, since consumption was highest there. Slave traders in pursuit of profit cared nothing about whether slaves lived or died, and would certainly choose the place where profits were greatest. Come, let us take a look. The Xiao Kingdom had similar places, and even Haifeng City had one, only Lin Fan had never been there. Moreover, the slave market in Haifeng City had already been abolished. Your Highness, these are the lowest grade slaves. Your person is worth a fortune. It is truly unsuitable for you to go there. Zhao Gao hurriedly urged, for there was really nothing worth seeing among such low-grade slaves. No harm. Since we have encountered it, I will just take a casual look. Lin Fan was simply curious and had no particular purpose. The slave market was divided into many stalls enclosed by fences, and inside were the slaves on sale. Women in tattered clothes, the old, the weak, women and children and emaciated men. There was rarely anyone who looked normal. Your Highness, these people were either from defeated forces or were secretly seized to be sold. They are all of the lowest grade. As for high-grade ones, they generally do not appear here. Either they are sold through contacts with the powerful and noble, or they go to auctions, or they are traded at exclusive fairs. Zhao Gao briefly explained the situation of the slave trade. They were all pitiable souls, and many of them might be innocents, but such was the Shengshi continent. To survive here, one had to adapt to its cruelty. Lin Fan was no blindly benevolent man. There were too many miserable people under heaven, and it was unrealistic for Lin Fan alone to save them all. unless he could become one of the rule makers, but that was still far beyond his reach. As he walked on, Lin Fan suddenly noticed a group of unusual people. They were tall and powerfully built with strong arms and legs, yet they had no cultivation, forming a sharp contrast with the slaves around them. Boss, who are these people? Lin Fan walked over curiously. This young master has keen eyes. This lot was brought over from the barbarian tribe. They cannot cultivate, but they have brute strength and make the best laborers in any household. Seeing that Lin Fan had an extraordinary bearing and was accompanied by experts, the boss knew this young master was not ordinary. He hastily introduced them, hoping perhaps to make a large profit. Barbarians. How did you get your hands on them? One kingdom also bordered the barbarian territory, and the two sides would occasionally go to war. But ordinarily those who took part in battle were at least martial artists. Ordinary people rarely appeared on the battlefield. We naturally have our ways. This bunch is not pure-blooded barbarians either. They are mixed bloods of barbarian and human blood. Strangely enough, not a single person in the entire tribe could cultivate, which is how we got a bargain. There was no need to hear more. Lin Fan knew that their origin was certainly not legitimate. The barbarians had been at war with the humans for years, so mixed bloods were hardly surprising, but an entire tribe unable to cultivate was still very rare. Moved by curiosity, Lin Fan used the system to inspect this group of barbarians. So that was it. Lin Fan understood. How many such people do you have? Lin Fan asked casually. Young master, to be honest with you, there are quite a few of these barbarians. Besides 3,000 able-bodied adults, there are also over 10,000 of the old and weak. Perhaps sensing Lin Fan's interest, the boss began to speak at length about the situation of these barbarians. How do you intend to sell them? Lin Fan asked. Well, young master, for the sake of these 10-odd thousand barbarians, our merchant guild has suffered no small losses, so as for the price. Merchants were all alike, and Lin Fan could not be bothered to listen, so he cut him off directly. Just quote the price directly. I mean all of them. Lin Fan said with grand magnanimity, which caught the boss entirely by surprise. These people had no cultivation and could not cultivate, so the wealthy and powerful had no interest in them. Not a single one had been sold, and the boss was nearly desperate. Then unexpectedly there was light after darkness. In that case, if you take the whole lot, it will be 100,000 taels of gold. The boss quickly gave his quote. 10,000 taels. If that works, I will take them all. If not, you can keep them. 100,000 taels of gold was equivalent to 10 million taels of silver, an utterly exorbitant price. Fine. Deal. At 1 tael of gold per person, this already exceeded the man's expectations, so he hurriedly agreed. Soon the two signed a contract. Lin Fan left a few people behind to have all the slaves delivered to his residence. This action of Lin Fan's not only baffled the spies trailing him, but also left Zhao Gao and the others thoroughly puzzled. Could it be that the prince had suddenly been overcome by a fit of kindness? Regardless, the spies still reported the situation up the chain. As a result, the group of slaves attracted attention from many quarters, and people began investigating their origins. Yet they discovered nothing wrong. Some even sent people to secretly seize a few slaves for research, but still found no problems. This was perfectly normal. If those people had a system, they might have understood why Lin Fan had done this. Without offering any explanation, Lin Fan simply gave his instructions and continued walking forward. The slave market was vast. Not only did it house the human race, but Lin Fan even spotted various beastmen tribes, such as the Cat Clan, the Werewolf Clan, and others. Lin Fan harbored little interest in this and left after a casual glance. Your Highness, shall we attend the auction? Time flew by as they wandered around, and Zhao Gao made the suggestion upon realizing the hour was nigh. Very well, let us go and broaden our horizons. Lin Fan did not lack resources and held no genuine interest in the items up for auction. He was merely driven by a touch of curiosity. The group soon arrived before a towering pagoda. The Jiuzhou Chamber of Commerce possessed a formidable background on the Shengshi continent. Although its branches located in regions like the Xiao State and the Wen State were limited in power, they remained forces that no one dared to provoke, allowing their business to thrive exceptionally well. Furthermore, the chamber maintained a steadfastly neutral stance, never entangling itself in any conflicts. Consequently, the various factions selectively chose to ignore the immense power of the Jiuzhou Chamber of Commerce. Gradually, people grew accustomed to its presence, treating it as an ordinary trading association. Nevertheless, no one dared to provoke the Jiuzhou Chamber of Commerce. Even a 7-star sect had to show them proper respect. Honored guests, do you happen to have an invitation? The service standard of the Jiuzhou Chamber of Commerce was remarkably high, with every staff member having undergone rigorous specialized training. Zhao Gao handed over an invitation card bearing the number 9. Distinguished guests, please step inside. Recognizing it as a VIP private booth, the attendant immediately led the way, guiding Lin Fan and his entourage within. Why is he here? There are some exceptional treasures tonight. With this kid showing up, we have yet another formidable competitor. By this time the auction was about to begin. Lin Fan was considered a late arrival. Lin Fan's sudden appearance undoubtedly made the various factions sense that tonight's auction might take an unexpected turn. After all, his identity placed him squarely among the unwelcome crowd in this place. Ignoring the skeptical gazes of the crowd, Lin Fan calmly entered his private booth. A moment later, several more groups arrived. Your Highness, the one behind them is Wen Tianlu, the 8th Prince of the Wen State. Zhao Gao whispered, having kept a close eye on the venue. The 8th Prince Wen Tianlu appeared to be a frail scholar in his mid-20s. However, under the scrutiny of Lin Fan's system, his true realm was laid bare, the early stage of the martial king realm. With mediocre talent despite being born into royalty, reaching only the early martial king stage at this age was indeed rather underwhelming. Shortly after, once all the expected attendees had seemingly arrived, the auction officially commenced. An elderly man around 60 years of age stepped onto the stage. Welcome, distinguished guests and friends, to our chamber's annual grand auction, he announced. Since everyone is well aware of the rules, I shall not waste your breath. Let us proceed directly to our first item of the day. The elder acted swiftly and spoke concisely, a clear testament to his rich experience and understanding of what truly mattered to the audience. This Jiuzhou Chamber of Commerce is quite interesting. I had expected a young, beautiful woman to serve as the auctioneer, Lin Fan said with a chuckle. In his understanding, wouldn't a gorgeous woman be far more effective at stimulating the crowd's desire to bid? Our first item is a weapon, the Qingfeng sword of the martial emperor grade. The starting bid is 10,000 taels of gold. The elder quickly presented a sword. On the Shengshi continent, weapons and equipment lacked explicit rigid grading systems. Instead, they generally aligned with cultivation realms. A weapon of a certain realm simply meant it could unleash its maximum potential when wielded by an expert of that same level. The characters summoned by Lin Fan possessed equipment and cultivation techniques bestowed by the system, which evolved automatically alongside their own level-ups. Consequently, Lin Fan had never paid much attention to such matters. As the elder's voice fell, a wave of bids erupted across the venue. 10,000 taels of gold was by no means a small sum, yet to powerful martial artists or major factions, a mere 10,000 taels was practically negligible. Moreover, the item up for bid was a martial emperor-grade weapon. Ultimately, the sword was acquired by VIP Room 15 for a staggering price of 300,000 taels of gold. Following that, one item after another was brought onto the stage. Nearly 2 hours passed, and Lin Fan began to grow somewhat weary of the spectacle. It was not that the items were of poor quality, but rather that Lin Fan had absolutely no use for them. He could obtain as many of such things as he desired from the system, and the system points required were actually quite minimal. Your Highness, perhaps we should head back and rest, Zhao Gao suggested, noticing Lin Fan's impatience. Never mind. Since we are already here, leaving halfway would be rather impolite. Let us see what else they have to offer. Lin Fan replied, forcing himself to stay alert. He seemed entirely out of place amidst the passionately excited crowd. Everyone, we have now reached the highlight of tonight's auction. There are only 3 items remaining, after which we shall conclude, the elder announced. Another hour slipped by. I am certain everyone will find this first item to their liking. The old man deliberately built up the suspense before summoning his subordinates to carry out a large chest from the back, draped in a red cloth. Oh, why so mysterious? It looks like a chest. No, I think it looks more like a cage. Could it be a slave? The crowd's curiosity was piqued once more. Now feast your eyes, everyone. With those words, the red cloth was whipped away. It was indeed a pair of slaves, specifically 2 women, a pair of stunningly beautiful twins. Their skin was as fair as jade, radiant and alluring, a beauty that even their simple garments could not conceal. After a brief, stunned silence, the venue erupted in excitement once more. Like hunters eyeing their prey, the bidders rubbed their hands together, eager to compete. They are indeed natural enchantresses, but something seems slightly amiss, Lin Fan murmured. After a brief moment of admiration, he realized there was something unusual about the 2 women. It was not a look of misery or a vacant stare, but rather their captivating eyes, which differed from those of ordinary humans. Ladies and gentlemen, this pair of sisters hails from the demonic beast forest. They belong to the Flower Demon clan and possess the cultivation of the martial venerable realm. The starting bid is 1 million taels of gold. The auctioneer announced, initiating the bidding after a brief introduction. So they were of the demon race, no wonder. Looking at the 2 women, who appeared to be only 18 or 19 years old, they already possessed the strength of the martial venerable realm. Such talent was truly extraordinary. However, what crossed Lin Fan's mind was how such exceptional maidens had fallen into the hands of the Jiuzhou Chamber of Commerce. Furthermore, these twins seemed to hold a certain status within the demon race. Their refined temperament, which could not be forged overnight, made that abundantly clear. Still, the starting price was indeed quite absurd. Perhaps such was the allure of supreme beauty. Your Highness, you have always lacked personal attendance. These twins possess decent strength. Would you care to purchase them? Zhao Gao, ever the master of reading people, immediately offered the suggestion. The old fox was clever enough to emphasize the strength of the 2 women rather than their beauty, showing his superb ability to anticipate his master's thoughts. Very well, Lin Fan decided on the spot. However, he was not swayed by their beauty, rather he valued their background. The future development of Heifeng City would undoubtedly be intertwined with the demonic beast forest, yet Lin Fan remained largely ignorant of the forest's inner workings. Since these two originated from the demonic beast forest, they would surely be able to provide him with highly valuable information. 1,000,000 taels of gold for 2 women. Even for a martial sovereign, that was not a price just anyone could bear. At the very least, the people seated in the hall could only watch the excitement. They had neither the fortune to enjoy such a purchase nor the wealth to afford it. It is rare to see demon folk in our kingdom, especially female demon folk, who are both beautiful and powerful. Since everyone is keeping their composure, this general will set the tone with an opening bid 1,050,000 taels. From the private box beside Lin Fan came a rough, forceful voice. Your Highness, that is a general of the Wen Kingdom, a man loyal to the 9th Prince, Xiao Gao timely introduced. Lin Fan nodded, but said nothing. The Wen Kingdom differed from the Xiao Kingdom. Its central conflict lay among the princes and the other forces. The various clans and powers had each chosen their own patron. That Xiao Gao could gather so many intelligence materials on the Wen Kingdom in such a short time was no small feat. It showed that his abilities were truly impressive. With such a beauty, would it not be a pity to let her slip away? 1,100,000 taels. 1,200,000 taels. Once someone took the lead, the competition began. Soon bid after bid pushed the price to 1,800,000 taels. After that, the bidding visibly thinned. This was gold, not silver. Even though many nobles were present, they could not spend it recklessly, for each of them had vast forces and networks to sustain. Moreover, throwing away a fortune on 2 women was not worth it, even if they were martial sovereigns. Seeing this, Lin Fan signaled Xiao Gao to bid 2,000,000 taels. This was the first bid tonight from box No. 9. Moreover, everyone among the major powers in attendance knew exactly who occupied that box. Lin Fan. He has taken an interest in these 2 women as well. That kid turned down so many fine items earlier, yet he buys 2 women now. Clearly the rumors are false. This fellow is nothing special after all. Unexpectedly, Lin Fan's bid stirred misunderstandings among the crowd. Besides the Wen Kingdom nobles, today's audience included ordinary folk. The commoners knew nothing of Lin Fan, but the nobles had their channels of intelligence. Lin Fan had offended the October faction, yet remained completely unharmed. Whatever the reason, he was not someone to be trifled with. Thus, after Xiao Gao's bid, no one in the hall raised the price any further. At the end of the day, 2 women were not worth butting heads with Lin Fan. Your Highness, are we simply going to let Lin Fan throw his weight around here? In box No. 1 sat the first prince of the Wen Kingdom and his attendants. The first prince had long known that Lin Fan was present. He had already devised a whole series of plans for this visit, and all of them were aimed at Lin Fan. The first prince was one of the most powerful princes in the Wen Kingdom. To secure the throne, he was eager to make a name for himself, and Lin Fan's arrival struck him as the perfect opportunity. Nothing excites the common folk more than the defeat of an enemy. However, the October faction's attitude left the first prince unable to make up his mind. Your Highness, this is the 9 provinces Chamber of Commerce. Everyone competes with their own prowess. Even if Lin Fan has forces backing him, can he truly overpower the 9 provinces Chamber of Commerce? We are merely competing in a bidding war. Suppressing Lin Fan through fair means while not offending the chamber. What is there to fear? And if Lin Fan flies into a rage, so much the better. Then we will not have to lift a finger ourselves. The fellow's analysis sounded perfectly reasonable, and there was some wisdom to it. Yet he had failed to consider what would happen once they left the 9 provinces Chamber of Commerce. Fine bid. The first prince steeled his resolve. To stand out from the crowd, one had to be willing to pay a price. 2,100,000 taels. Just when everyone thought the prize had found its owner, the bid came from box No. 1. Your Highness, box No. 1 is the Wen Kingdom's first prince. It seems this fellow intends to clash with you, Xiao Gao said with a sinister smile. This fellow truly had no idea how close he was to death. Let it be. This is exactly the kind of atmosphere an auction should have. Lin Fan did not care at all. Gold was nothing but a string of numbers to him. The system mall offered an exchange between points and gold, and besides, gold had no value other than serving as currency. To him it was essentially cheap. 2,200,000 taels. Xiao Gao bid again, without hesitation. 2,300,000. The opposing box responded rapidly, no slower than Xiao Gao. This was deliberate provocation. Lin Fan gestured to Xiao Gao, telling him not to be so petty. 3,000,000 taels. Xiao Gao raised the bid by 700,000 taels of gold in one move. It was a clear expression of Lin Fan's displeasure, and a blunt suppression of the first prince. 3,100,000. After a moment's hesitation, box No. 1 bid again. 5 million. Xiao Gao had also grown impatient, and he too was someone with little concept of money. A clamor erupted throughout the auction house. Voices buzzed everywhere. Who had ever seen such bidding increments? This was gold, the hard currency of ordinary citizens across the Shengshi continent. Your Highness, you must stay calm. Judging from Lin Fan's manner, he is determined to win at all costs. We cannot raise the bid any further. If we do, we will not only have offended him completely. Should he suddenly stop bidding, our losses would be disastrous. Someone advised with a cool head. But if we fail to win this bid, we will have lost face entirely. Since we have come this far, we might as well go all the way. The man who had proposed the scheme earlier now began to stoke the flames. Lord Lin, I am greatly interested in these two. I hope you will grant me the courtesy of yielding them. 5,100,000 taels. The first prince could no longer sit still. He spoke personally and placed the bid himself. At this point it was no longer about money. If he lost to Lin Fan today, his troublesome younger brothers at home would never let such an opportunity slip by. The first prince knew he had already fallen into an extremely unfavorable position. By entering the fray personally, he was not only making his stance known, but also offering a tacit compromise, hoping that Lin Fan would let him off. Unfortunately, his face meant nothing to Lin Fan. If not for the fact that these two demon folk women came from the beast forest and were useful to his plans, Lin Fan would not have bought anything at all. My apologies. I am also greatly interested in these two. 10 million. It doubled once more. This time not only were the onlookers dumbfounded, but the first prince felt as if he were sitting on a bed of needles. Was 10 million taels of gold a lot? It truly was. At the very least, even the first prince could not easily produce such a sum, let alone spend it on buying two slaves. Not even for the most beautiful women in the world. But Lin Fan could not care less. In the system mall, 10 million taels of gold were worth merely 10,000 points. You bastard. It's all your fault that I am in this humiliating situation. Guards, take him away and deal with him. The first prince burned with a rage he had nowhere to vent. The unlucky fellow who had offered the advice just now was about to learn the true meaning of misfortune. The first prince had never intended to clash in the first place. Had it not been for the man's instigation, none of this would have happened. Lin Fan gave no face whatsoever, and of course the first prince was furious. But this was the 9 provinces Chamber of Commerce. Setting aside the question of strength, he would not dare to raise a hand here. He could leave revenge against Lin Fan for another day. But his own subordinate, that man would not enjoy such good fortune. The first prince's private box remained silent for a long while, suggesting he had finally given up. The auctioneer, well aware that the price had reached astronomical heights, wasted no further effort on persuasion and promptly declared Lin Fan the victor. In stark contrast to the first prince were the other private boxes. What has come over our eldest brother? This is unlike him. Send word far and wide. Let the common folk revel in this spectacle. Doubts and scorn were certain to make the coming days most unpleasant for the first prince. Ladies and gentlemen, we now proceed to the second to last auction item of this event. This is a cultivation technique capable of directly advancing practitioners to the Dao entry realm with a starting bid of 1 million taels. The quality of a cultivation technique, much like natural talent, determines an individual's ultimate ceiling. Now that a technique allowing direct advancement to the Dao entry realm had appeared, it far surpassed the Demon Clan sisters from earlier in popularity. The atmosphere in the venue grew fervent once more. Yet Lin Fan cared nothing for this. After completing the handover procedures with the Jojo Commerce Guild, Lin Fan turned his gaze toward the two sisters. What are your names? Reporting to my master, I am Hua Ruyun, and she is Hua Ruyue. Bound by the slave contract, neither could resist or defy his authority. I know you both carry your own stories. Now that you have come to me, I will not treat you as mere slaves. However, I do ask that you assist me with a favor. With the sisters gazing in utter astonishment, Lin Fan tore the slave contract asunder, granting them their freedom. Thank you, young master. Tears streaming down their faces like rain upon flowers, the two, finally freed from slavery, hastened to express their gratitude. I will not restrict your freedom, nor inquire about your origins. I only wish to learn of the demonic beast forest, the distribution of factions, the various races, and their combat strength. Once you share this information with me, you are free to depart at any time. Two martial venerables held little practical value for Lin Fan, whose intelligence proved far more valuable. The slave contract restrained only the body, preventing defiance, but unable to control the mind. For Lin Fan, trading freedom for intelligence was a sound bargain. Very well, we shall tell you everything we know. These sisters, though unfortunate, were once princesses of a minor tribe within the Flower Demon clan. However, the Flower Demons were ill-suited for combat, and their tribe was ultimately annihilated by a far more powerful race. While fleeing, they had encountered the hunting party of the Jojo Commerce Guild, and were captured, eventually passing through the state of Wen before falling into Lin Fan's hands. With their tribe destroyed and kin slain before their eyes, the demonic beast forest, sheer cruelty had been laid bare upon these two sisters. What could they possibly withhold regarding its secrets? Very well, stay with me for now. Once I return to Black Wind City, you may depart whenever you wish. Only a few minutes of this brief introduction had already ignited Lin Fan's yearning for the demonic beast forest. It proved as magnificent as expected, yet simultaneously merciless. When time permitted, Lin Fan would delve deeper, though clearly the timing was wrong. Thank you for taking us in, my lord. With nowhere else to go, accompanying Lin Fan temporarily seemed the safer course. Despite their martial venerable cultivation, their actual combat power barely reached the martial emperor realm. Venturing out alone would still prove perilous. My lord, we have reached the final auction item. Lin Fan had been so absorbed in his questioning that he barely noticed the auction's proceedings. What is this last item? Lin Fan asked. My lord, it is a pill capable of eliminating hidden injuries and extending lifespan with a starting bid of 10 million taels of gold, Xiao Gao reported. Good heavens, this Jiuzhou Commerce Guild truly knows how to conduct business, clearly targeting the Wen royal family with such an exorbitant price. The Wen king's terminal illness was no secret to anyone. The guild scheme was obvious to extract wealth from the Wen royal family. Those princes will surely bid madly to curry favor. Lin Fan surmised that securing this pill was precisely these princes' goal today. Securing it would grant them considerable advantage over the aging king. My lord, your guess misses the mark this time. Xiao Gao chuckled, finding the situation rather amusing. Oh, was it intercepted? Lin Fan showed visible surprise. No. Since this pill was presented, not a single person has placed a bid. Look, the auctioneer is still there promoting it with all his might. True enough, the auctioneer grew anxious, incessantly extolling the pill's miraculous effects, nearly claiming it could resurrect the dead. Observing the calm scene, Lin Fan quickly understood. Each of the Wen princes harbored his own ambitions. None wished for the aging king to survive another day. Perhaps they could hardly wait any longer. Their presence today served a singular purpose: to watch who dared to bid. Once a prince made a purchase, he would become the target, and the others would inevitably unite to seize it, ultimately destroying the pill. Only through such arrangements could everyone's interests be protected. Truly, this ruler of Wen has failed unto his last breath, dying by his own son's scheming. Let us depart and return. Having comprehended the full picture, Lin Fan saw no reason to remain. My lord, chaos approaches for the state of Wen. Might we consider implementing our plan? Along the way, Xiao Gao inquired. This man still obsessively contemplated using the Luo Wang's capabilities to seize the state of Wen. If successful, it would be a monumental achievement and bring great honor to Lin Fan's faction. Proceed as you see fit. As long as the objective is achieved, do as you please. The state of Wen was already beyond salvation. Lin Fan cared not whether he intervened further. Upon returning to his residence, Lin Fan found Gongsun Zan occupied with arrangements. My lord, the slaves you acquired have been properly settled. Over 10,000 ordinary folk, each robust and imposing, yet what use was mere physical strength. Gongsun Zan dispatched someone to purchase 200 cattle and 1,000 sheep. Additionally, reserve 1,000 banquet tables across all major restaurants. Lin Fan intended to host a grand feast. My lord, our army maintains dedicated provisions. Such extravagance seems unnecessary. Gongsun Zan expressed confusion. Not for our soldiers, but for those slaves. They are voracious eaters, and since they have just arrived, I wish to treat them first. Lin Fan spoke with a warm smile. Only he understood their true value. Soon they would astonish countless onlookers, and the slave trade would surely flourish as a result. After making the arrangements, Lin Fan retired to his quarters. My lord, the king of Wen has summoned you tomorrow, and the tournament begins in 3 days. Xiao Gao reported regarding their schedule. Lin Fan acknowledged with a nod and turned his attention elsewhere, opening the system marketplace to browse through its offerings. Soon Lin Fan located a certain pill, modest in cost at merely 100 points per unit, yet extraordinarily potent, particularly under specific circumstances where its effects proved truly remarkable. Thereafter, Lin Fan consulted the system archives to verify his hypothesis, discovering the system was truly omnipotent and completely viable. Lin Fan's concerns were entirely dispelled. The time for harvest had arrived. That evening, Lin Fan hosted a grand banquet at the residence arranged by Wen Gua. Unexpectedly, the guests turned out to be a group of slaves. This scene left not only Gongsun Zan and the others confused, but even the forces watching from afar could not figure out what Lin Fan was doing. Was he spending money for no reason, or trying to show off his noble character? Bullshit. No one on the Shengshi continent would do such a pointless thing. It could only mean that Lin Fan had his own purpose, but what exactly that was, outsiders could not know. The more mysterious he appeared, the more it attracted others to investigate. More and more people sent more agents to find out. Infuriated, Xiao Gao directly ordered that anyone approaching within 100 meters be killed without mercy. The Luo Wang slaughtered on all sides, and only then did the others have to give up. On the vast square, over 1,000 tables were set up, each one fully occupied. In the gaps between tables, racks were erected, roasting beef and mutton over the fire. My friends, I know you are all unfortunate souls, half-breeds of the human race and the barbarian race, rejected by both, unable to cultivate and incapable of even protecting your own families. You also want to change, but you cannot, and you have fallen into slavery. Today what I want to tell you is that I, King Lin Fan, will change your lives, and the price you must pay is to pledge your eternal loyalty to me. What I mean is that you must identify with this from your hearts, not be bound by slave contracts. Lin Fan declared passionately, then suddenly brought out a thick stack of slave contracts and tore them apart forcefully. The slaves, who had just been numb and apathetic, were stunned by Lin Fan's action. Then came crying, waves of crying. They had suffered too much, not just because they had been captured and enslaved, but because their entire lives had been lived without any hope at all. Nothing in life is more painful than losing hope. But at this very moment, in their deepest despair, Lin Fan gave them hope to live. This is a pill that can awaken your physiques and grant you the power to protect yourselves in an instant. In return, the only price you need to pay is to pledge loyalty to me. If you serve me, I guarantee your livelihood, guarantee the continuation of your lineage, and guarantee to help you improve your strength. Are you willing? Lin Fan laid out his terms while also making his promises. To gain something, one must give something in return. That Lin Fan could help them meant they naturally had value, and that value was exactly what they needed to offer. Willing. Willing. Everyone responded at the top of their lungs, then knelt down crying in pain. Pledging loyalty was not unacceptable. When survival itself was at stake, whoever gave them hope to live was the one they would serve and die for. This in itself was only fair. Remember your words. From this moment on, you will be the citizens and soldiers of my Haifeng city. You are no longer slaves, and you will never be inferior to anyone again. Zhao Gao, distribute these pills. The moment was ripe and Lin Fan's goal had been achieved. He gave each person one pill. Holding the pills, none of them took them immediately. Instead, they watched Lin Fan, quietly waiting for his command. Lin Fan was satisfied. At least these people knew gratitude and obedience. Of course, at this stage, they were also at a dead end. As for whether power would change them in the future, Lin Fan was not worried. Once he returned, he would handle it. Take them now. It may be painful, but it is nothing. You will feel very hungry, and that is why this food has been prepared for you. Lin Fan gave the order, and everyone swallowed the pills at the same time. In an instant, some children could not bear it and cried out in pain. The adults, however, gritted their teeth and endured stubbornly. Their willpower was remarkable. To survive, these people had forged iron wills. Finally, changes began to appear. The already towering figures visibly grew taller before everyone's eyes. 2 meters, 2 meters 10, until the adult males reached over 2.5 meters before slowly stopping. Not only their height increased, their muscles also bulked up rapidly, seeming to brim with power. This was a change in every individual, and with it came strength. Martial warrior, martial master, martial general, martial king. Until the 3,000 adult males' cultivation reached the martial emperor realm and then stopped. This miraculous and unbelievable scene had occurred in but a short moment. Everyone could feel their own transformation. Even the children and the elderly now possessed the strength of martial warrior or martial master. We thank the king. Everyone knelt down once more. At last they had changed and were no longer slaves who could be bullied at will. From today onward, you will have a new name, the barbaric rage, people, a name I the king bestow upon your race. It will stay with you for life. From now on, you will be my rage legion and fight for me. Thank you, king. For these people, the name did not matter. What mattered was that from today on they finally had a root. The barbaric rage physique. This was the special physique Lin Fan had detected in these people through his system. The reason they could not cultivate was that their powerful physique had restricted them. All Lin Fan needed to do was use an awakening pill to trigger their physiques. A physique is a wondrous thing, not everyone possesses one. But as long as one has a physique, even an ordinary one, once developed, they would be far stronger than an average person. All the figures Lin Fan summoned, whether individuals or soldiers, possessed physiques, they just had not manifested them yet. Only after the system upgraded and obtained certain special items could these physiques be activated. Lin Fan had not expected that a single trip would chance upon a race with a special physique. They were not one person. Though they shared the same physique, once formed into an army, their battle power would be even greater. This was exactly why Lin Fan had bought them. Outsiders could not probe what was happening inside Lin Fan's camp, but those within the camp saw it all clearly. In the blink of an eye, a group of ordinary people had not only transformed in appearance, but also increased their strength so dramatically. 3,000 martial emperors were enough to form a legion. Not to mention an army of 100,000 martial generals would be no match for them. Eat now. You need to replenish your energy. Choose a commander among yourselves in a while and report to me. I will provide you with weapons and cultivation arts. Lin Fan certainly intended to nurture these people well. He had already thought of their weapon, battle axes. Combined with their towering bodies, they would be killing machines one and all. King, this is truly miraculous. How did you manage to find a group of people like this? No one was more moved than Gongsun Zan. He had been arranging these people all along and felt their transformation most deeply. Just luck. Yuan Qingdu, Dian Wei. Which of you two is interested in leading these soldiers? They have just undergone awakening and are not yet accustomed to their new strength and way of life. They need someone to command them. Lin Fan asked, as at present only these two were suitable around him. Yuan Qingdu had experience commanding troops, and Dian Wei's build was close to his. It could be said that both were suited. Prince, it is better to leave this to General Yuan. I am truly not fit to lead troops. Dian Wei immediately refused. Though becoming a great general and leading men into battle was his favorite thing, he knew full well that he was not cut out for it. Rather than go out and make a spectacle of himself, he would feel safer staying by the prince's side as a bodyguard. Moreover, the prince was hardly one to keep out of trouble, and there was never a shortage of chances to fight. Yuan Qingdu said nothing. In truth, his position had been rather awkward lately. Call him a general, and he had not a single soldier under his command. Call him a bodyguard, and he was the weakest one beside the prince. This being the case, it would be better to lead troops into battle and earn more military merit, so as to strive for an early chance to raise his strength. In that case it is settled. You and Qingdu, I entrust these 3,000 martial sovereigns to you. Lead them well. As for their families, arrange for them to be moved to Haifeng City afterwards. This matched what Lin Fan had in mind, so he simply settled it at once. Yes, my prince. Yuan Qingdu was extremely excited, for a general no opportunity was greater than this. Watching the people wolf down their food with tears streaming down their faces, Lin Fan felt a swell of emotion. These people had been lucky enough to meet him and still possessed some value, but how many more like them remained on the Shengshi continent? Lin Fan could not manage such matters, nor did he have the power to. That night, inexplicable heart-rending cries could often be heard from outside his camp, leaving all the surrounding powers baffled. Could it be that Lin Fan had some perverse hobby, having gathered so many slaves merely to satisfy twisted desires? Early the next morning, an official from Wen Kingdom arrived to escort Lin Fan to the royal palace. That day was the day of Wen Kingdom's morning court. Since Lin Fan had come, he naturally had to meet the king of Wen. By the time he arrived, the court assembly had already begun. Summon Lin Fan, Prince Junbei of Xiao Kingdom, to an audience. There was no waiting. When Lin Fan and his party arrived, they walked directly into the great hall of the royal palace. The king of Wen truly could not last much longer. He could no longer sit upright, and could only recline sideways on his throne. I pay my respects to your majesty. By order of the sovereign of Xiao, I represent Xiao in this friendly exchange competition between our two nations. At the same time, on behalf of my king, I present a gift, and wish your majesty good health. Lin Fan felt disgusted inside. Just moments ago, the two nations had been locked in mortal combat, and the next moment, they were putting on this show of false solicitude, truly hypocritical. Prince, His Majesty is unwell. On behalf of my royal father, I thank you. I will be overseeing the exchange competition. I hope you will show us some leniency. At this point, the first prince stepped forward. It seemed that during the king's infirmity, the first prince had been managing state affairs. In that case, I will take my leave. This was nothing more than a formality. Lin Fan's willingness to come had already been a great show of respect. Prince, please wait. Your Majesty, Lin Fan, Prince Junbei of Xiao, is an outstanding figure, a dragon among men. I suggest that we take Lin Fan as Wen Kingdom's prince consort and betroth 8th princess to him. I beg my father king to approve. HM. Lin Fan had not expected that the first prince who had been at odds with him yesterday would now be playing matchmaker. When the assembled ministers heard this, they also began muttering among themselves. Your Majesty, the first brother's suggestion is not bad. Prince Junbei is indeed a rare talent. However, I think 8th princess is too mischievous by nature and not suitable for Lin Fan. It would be better to betroth 9th princess to him as his wife. I ask my father king to decide. Before one wave had subsided, another rose. The speaker was the 3rd prince of Wen. Political marriage was such a common tactic, but did they truly have the confidence to provoke Lin Fan? Were they not afraid of inviting a wolf into the house? As for the princesses recommended by the 2 princes, they were naturally their full sisters born of the same mother. For the sake of benefit, they would cast aside their own flesh and blood. Your Majesty, this is improper. Prince Junbei is after all a prince of Xiao and holds a high position with heavy responsibilities. How could Xiao agree? Indeed, Your Majesty. The first prince's proposal was ill-considered. I beg Your Majesty to make a wise decision. Some agreed, and naturally some opposed. As for someone like Lin Fan, to say nothing of how much influence he might wield over Wen Kingdom, at least at this stage, no one wanted any prince other than himself to form ties with him. Lin Fan watched the absurd scene. One said, grant approval, another said, wise decision, while the old king lay there unable even to speak. Whether he was even conscious was unknown. Wise decision indeed. If you truly have such intentions, by the elixirs that the 9 Provinces Merchant Association went to such trouble to acquire, perhaps then the old man could render a judgment for you. Your Highnesses, I am still young and have no interest in family matters. Do not bring up this subject again. Let it end here. I take my leave. Lin Fan could not be bothered to watch any longer, and with a brief word departed. Political marriage held no appeal for Lin Fan. Even if Wen Kingdom itself were offered as a dowry, he would not consider it. Whatever he wanted, he would strive for himself. Using women as a ploy was beneath him. Lin Fan departed in a carefree manner, paying no heed to the remaining princes as they assailed one another. Prince, several intelligence reports have arrived from the Eastern Depot. Please take a look. On the way back, just now Zhao Gao had stepped away for a moment. This time, he came hurrying in. What happened? Seeing Zhao Gao's expression, Lin Fan felt something was amiss. Prince, the first report is from Haifeng City. An expert was scouting Haifeng City. To avoid revealing too much, Guijing and the others merely kept watch and did not detain the man. According to Chao Jingxuan's assessment, the visitor should be from the 10 Directions Hall. Lin Fan understood immediately. The affair in Wen Kingdom had been reported back. The silence of the October sect had made the 10 Directions Hall curious about Lin Fan, so it sent someone to investigate. However, aside from the Great Qin Tiger Division and the White Horse Volunteers stationed outside Haifeng City, which were rather conspicuous. They could not find out anything else. If they had stumbled upon the military base in the Demon Beast Forest, the man would never have been allowed to leave. The second report is from the Eastern Depot. Within Xiao Kingdom, the only vassal lord confirmed to have been controlled by the Black Demon cult so far is Changzhou. The other prefectures are still being investigated. As expected, the Black Demon cult had stretched its hand toward the feudal lords. Lin Fan was not surprised by this. Every prefecture's feudal lord harbored ambitions, and it was highly possible they would cooperate with the Black Demon cult or even join it. The third report was sent by Dongfang Bubi. Traces of the Black Demon cult have been discovered in the martial world of Xiao Kingdom, and it has already taken control of some 8-star sects. This too was within Lin Fan's expectations. The final report came by urgent dispatch. Word has just come that commoners in Changzhou have risen in rebellion and the movement is growing rapidly. They have already seized territory in 2 prefectures and experts are participating. It is suspected that they are from the Black Demon cult, for the Black Demon cult excels at stirring up and deluding the people. This is their usual trick. This last report must have just taken place. The moment Lin Fan heard it, he knew that the turmoil in Xiao Kingdom had begun from this point. The troubles in Changzhou were somewhat connected to Lin Fan. Changzhou bordered Huangzhou to the southeast, not far from Blackwind City. The emergence of the Black Demon cult had exacerbated the turmoil in Xiao Kingdom, which conflicted with Lin Fan's original plans. Suddenly Lin Fan realized that if the Black Demon cult was creating such disturbances in Xiao Kingdom, how about Wen Kingdom? It was impossible they hadn't infiltrated at all. Zhao Gao, have your men investigate whether any of these princes in Wen Kingdom have connections with the Black Demon cult, especially the 8th prince Wen Tianlu. Since they had chosen to support Wen Tianlu as a puppet, they couldn't allow the Black Demon cult's people to ruin their plans. These members of the Black Demon cult had no interest in worldly power. They only sought to incite war and slaughter, harnessing the death energy, resentment, killing intent, corpses, and blood to cultivate. This was precisely their purpose in spreading chaos across the land. Your Highness, I have already arranged for people to secretly monitor these princes of Wen Kingdom. To carry out the plan, Zhao Gao was now beginning his investigation of the other princes. Wen Kingdom had many princes, and those who appeared to hold little power on the surface should not be overlooked either. The Black Demon cult's people could be lurking behind these unassuming princes. Lin Fan considered this possibility. From the Black Demon cult's perspective, the strength of a Wen Kingdom prince's faction didn't matter at all. They were never as powerful as the cult itself. The real question was whether backing an overlooked prince could spark the kind of uprising needed to ignite the war. More importantly, they wanted a war of equals. Overwhelming victories held little interest for them. With Changzhou in rebellion and the Black Demon cult operating behind Changzhou, there had to be hidden forces in the other territories still unaccounted for. The feudal lord's ambition for control of the realm actually aligned with the Black Demon cult's goals. Neither side had anything to lose from cooperation, only more soldiers and commoners would die. This was exactly what Lin Fan couldn't accept. Zhao Gao relayed the command to Blackwind City. Order Huazubing to lead the White Horse righteous followers and seize the cities blocking the route between Blackwind City and Changzhou for me. The Han Iron Cavalry should not be deployed recklessly. Warriors at the Martial King realm are still too conspicuous. We need more time to develop. Lin Fan made his arrangements. Currently, only Huazubing was suited to lead troops. But the Han Iron Cavalry still couldn't be revealed. If exposed, they would attract experts from the Black Demon cult, making things far more difficult for Lin Fan to handle. Ordinary military operations would be left to ordinary legions. Even if the Black Demon cult held a grudge against him, they couldn't send experts quickly. That buffer period would give Lin Fan time to figure out how to upgrade the system. Once the system upgraded and the summoning permissions increased, the Black Demon cult would become far less of a threat. Order Yin Shisan to cooperate with Dongfang Bubi. Covertly eliminate the remaining members of the Black Demon cult. Whenever you encounter them, do not let them escape. Though the combined strength of just 2 people was limited, it was more than sufficient for dealing with martial arts sects, especially since Dongfang Bubi had already gathered nearly complete intelligence on the situation. Focusing their efforts on key targets would yield results. As for Changzhou, send someone to notify Nantian Pass and hand the matter over to the Morong family. During his time away, Lin Fan had grown curious about Nantian Pass and conducted some investigation only to discover it was unfathomably deep, even comparable to the 10 Directions Hall, which was truly alarming. A force commanding millions of troops, yet guarding only a single city entirely separate from Xiao Kingdom's affairs beyond border defense. The Morong family was deeply enigmatic. This was merely a preliminary assessment of the Morong family. The investigation had been too brief to uncover everything hidden. When chaos struck Changzhou, the Morong family would prove far more reliable than the royal house. As for the 10 Directions Hall, there is no need to concern ourselves with them. Not yet, at least, as we have no connection to them. For the sake of his points, Lin Fan had given it his all. As a prince, he was worrying over matters that belonged to a greater sovereign. Xiao Meier understood Lin Fan was extending her life, though whether she'd ever express gratitude remained uncertain. With everything now arranged, the fate of Xiao Kingdom rested in the balance. Even as Lin Fan harbored his own ambitions, he had no desire to see the kingdom plunged into chaos. Especially with the Black Demon cult's involvement, these people lacked any shred of humanity. Soon came the day of the exchange tournament between Wen Kingdom and Xiao Kingdom. Though Lin Fan was eager to return, his mission remained incomplete, forcing him to stay despite his restless heart. Outside Wen Kingdom's capital, in a forest clearing, temporary pavilions had been erected. Prince Lin, this exchange match is meant to promote friendship between our two houses. I sincerely hope you'll show some restraint. Upon seeing Lin Fan approach, the first prince rushed forward from a distance to greet him. The incident at that night's auction still haunted his regrets. Since the first prince had orchestrated this entire competition himself, the participants he sent were his loyal followers. But the first prince knew he was outmatched. If Lin Fan showed no regard for saving face and slaughtered his people, it would be both humiliating and devastating to his strength. Since this is a competition, there must be a winner and loser. How could one not give everything? Lin Fan didn't care who he was, and no one could stand between him and his mission rewards. Very well, please be seated. The first prince arranged for Lin Fan to take his place, then called over servants to make whatever preparations he could. Which of your men will be competing, Prince Lin? Lin Fan, unaware of the first prince's intentions, simply gestured toward the 100 men of Lu Jian Nu standing nearby. Indeed, they're all skilled fighters. The first prince offered a casual smile in response. Time soon arrived. Prince Lin will set a 3-hour limit. The side with more survivors wins. Send your people forth. As the host, the first prince's arrangements seemed reasonable enough, and Lin Fan raised no objection, signaling Lu Jian Nu and his men to proceed. But then Lin Fan witnessed something unimaginable. What are you doing, first prince? Lin Fan couldn't conceal his displeasure. Was this an insult to Blackwind City, to him, the king, who guards the north? Oh, it's merely a friendly match. No need to take it so seriously. The sudden turn of events left not only Lin Fan bewildered, but also the ministers and princes of Wen Kingdom deeply dissatisfied. This was far too frivolous. How could a nation's dignity be treated with such disregard? What had the first prince done? Upon seeing Lin Fan's chosen competitors, cold-blooded assassins of formidable strength, he had made his decision. Wen Kingdom stood no chance of victory. He had simply switched to his backup plan, dispatching a contingent of 100 soldiers to compete. The absurdity was that these were merely ordinary martial artists. Against such opponents, there was no contest. A single fighter from Lin Fan's side could annihilate the entire squad. The ridiculous spectacle left Lin Fan caught between laughter and exasperation. The man had abandoned all sense of propriety in his desperate bid to preserve his strength. Was Wen Kingdom's dignity and honor truly worth so little? With a first prince like this, wasn't the kingdom's downfall inevitable? Yet the other princes and ministers witnessing this farce merely expressed their discontent without uttering a single word of challenge. Wen Kingdom's misfortune in being saddled with such prodigal sons was truly pitiable. By then the contest had already begun. There was no time for Lin Fan to stop it, so he simply let it happen. If word of this spread, it would only help him complete his task of making a name throughout the Wen Kingdom. He had frightened them into such a state. Wasn't that fame enough? The whole affair was so absurd and laughable that Lin Fan felt his victory was hardly a fair contest. Since arriving in the Wen Kingdom, all he had done was destroy the Wangyue sect and exchange blows with a Daoentry realm expert from the Shuriwa sect, and that alone was enough to scare the entire Wen Kingdom into such a cowardly state. Couldn't they at least put up a fight or send someone to test Lin Fan's strength? Instead, they cowered. Lin Fan felt that he had wasted his time preparing so many experts, all to prevent accidents, only to end up with this pathetic result. 3 hours had been allotted for the contest, but that much time was completely unnecessary. In less than half an hour, the 6 sword slaves and the others returned, not one missing. Even that half hour had only been wasted on searching for their opponents. Those assassins were utterly ruthless, killing every last enemy regardless of the enemy's strength. Seeing a group still hungry for more blood, Lin Fan could only smile wryly. Prince Lin, your subordinates are truly powerful. This battle is Xiao Kingdom's victory. According to the wager, you may select one border city. The first prince accepted it readily with no intention of going back on his word. Feng City then. Lin Fan had no interest in further conversation. He only wanted to end this quickly and return to Xiao Kingdom. Very well, Feng City it is. With both sides in agreement, this journey had finally reached its end. The reason Lin Fan chose Feng City was mainly that it was closest to Nantian Pass. He planned to use the city as a springboard to establish contact with the Murong family, and in doing so sound them out. This would prove vitally important in the days ahead. Prince Lin, my 8th sister, heard that you had come and is most eager to meet you. What do you say to my arranging a banquet? Good heavens! He had just handed over a major city, and yet the first prince was still thinking about a marriage alliance, and had the mind to invite someone to dinner. No need. You must have already received the news. Rebellion has broken out in Xiao Kingdom, not far from my Haifeng city. I must rush back at once. Lin Fan refused immediately, having no desire to look at that bizarre first prince any longer. The first prince wore a regretful expression, but there was nothing he could do. He could only send men to escort Lin Fan back. Zhao Gao passed down the order, have everyone prepare at once. We depart at dawn tomorrow heading straight for Feng City. Lin Fan did not wish to stay another moment, and matters in Feng City also needed his attention. Prince, I have already made contact with the 8th Prince Wen Tianlu. He is very interested in cooperation. Would you like to meet him? Though Zhao Gao was often at Lin Fan's side, he was still highly efficient in handling affairs. No meeting. Handle Wen Kingdom's affairs yourself. I only care about results. Lin Fan no longer wanted any part in it. The first prince had already disgusted him enough. If the 8th prince also turned out to be some oddity, Lin Fan would certainly regret the meeting. Especially after everything he had learned about the Wen Kingdom. During this time, Lin Fan truly held the country in contempt. Its internal affairs were utterly chaotic and bizarre figures kept appearing one after another. No wonder a single Nanmen Pass could hold back the entire Wen Kingdom. It was not without reason. As far as Lin Fan could tell, the entire Wen court combined was no match for a single Murong Hanshua. That woman was a ruthless, decisive force to be reckoned with. With the task complete, and all matters settled, Lin Fan left the Wun capital at dawn the next day with more than 20,000 people. Lin Fan's departure once again stunned countless onlookers. Both the front and the rear of the formation were uniformed cavalry. These were of course the men Lin Fan had brought with him. But it was the group walking in the middle that truly took everyone by surprise. What surprised them was not the people themselves. Everyone among the major powers knew that these were slaves Lin Fan had purchased. The astonishing thing was how a group of ordinary slaves had become martial emperor realm experts, and a full 3,000 of them. It seemed Lin Fan had assembled a martial emperor legion. Though they numbered only 3,000, that was terrifying enough. If these 3,000 were to make a move, one could hardly imagine how many troops would be needed to take them down. And even that could be set aside. For the Wen Kingdom, which commanded over 100 million soldiers, it was not impossible to annihilate them if enough of a price was paid. The real question was how these people had transformed. What method had Lin Fan used to turn people into this? Did he still have such an ability? Could he raise martial emperor legions at any time? That was what the major powers truly focused on. This kid is indeed terrifying. The sect master's decision was right. The Grand Elder of the Shuriwa sect had met Lin Fan briefly a few times since arriving at the capital, but there had been little real exchange. Seeing Lin Fan's methods now, he could not help but feel a lingering chill. The mighty Shuriwa sect had fewer than 10,000 martial emperors, and that was the accumulation of countless years. But this kid had turned ordinary people into martial emperors in just a few days. What if more days passed? Could a fully organized martial emperor legion truly appear one day? The Grand Elder felt deeply troubled at the thought. A transcendent realm cultivator battled a Daoentry realm expert, and even the old ancestor was no match. Lin Fan must not be provoked. Thinking of the message from Shuriwa sect Master Li Feng, the Grand Elder found it almost unbelievable. Yet after observing Lin Fan's people at close range, he and his two companions did not dare harbor even the slightest thought of provocation. These people were not to be trifled with. No matter when he appeared, warning gazes instantly shot toward him, which clearly showed that their strength was far above his own. And they were not just one or two. Let's go. Return and report everything. The Shuriwa sect may need to make preparations. The Grand Elder and his companions had marched over in high dudgeon, yet they slunk away without daring to say a single word. The news of 3,000 martial emperors caused an immediate uproar. In the Wen Kingdom, the first prince was glad he had backed down so quickly. He had suffered no losses and had seen off that plague god. The 8th prince was also rejoicing with such a powerful figure helping him. How far was the throne? Far away in Xiao Kingdom, Xiao Meier had her bedchamber renovated that very day. Another dozen or more corpses were dragged out from the Shadow Division's covert stronghold that same day. The feudal lords in the other provinces were also discussing Lin Fan. Their bewilderment was matched by an even greater wariness. Only a few people dismissed the matter entirely, whether from arrogance or because they believed their own strength was enough to handle it. The Black Demon cult's branch stationed in Xiao Kingdom finally began to take Lin Fan seriously, repeatedly sending people to Haifeng City in the capital to investigate everything about him. Yet Lin Fan's life history was easy to uncover, utterly ordinary, without a single bright spot. And it was precisely this that made people even more uneasy. No one knew of the system's miraculous power. They could only assume that the force behind Lin Fan was hidden too deeply. What kind of force was it after all? Until they found out, no one dared to act against Lin Fan lightly. This enigmatic, unfathomable sense of mystery bought Lin Fan some time to develop. At Nantian Pass, Murong Hanshua received the news, and her stunningly beautiful face creased into a deep frown. What kind of power is behind this kid? Xiao Kingdom is a mere speck of land. How could anyone be hiding something so deep there? Murong Hanshua, always so brilliant and resourceful, was likewise unable to make sense of it. Leaving the royal capital behind, Lin Fan urged his horse forward at full gallop toward Fengcheng. Fengcheng was no strategic border fortress comparable to Nantian Pass, yet it was far from insignificant, home to nearly 1 million residents and garrisoned by 200,000 troops of the Wen Kingdom. The moment Lin Fan arrived at Fengqing, he saw the city garrison marching out, clear evidence they had received orders. 4 border soldiers retreating without a fight and surrendering the fortress they had guarded with their lives was a profound disgrace. Yet when those above were blind and misguided, what could common troops do? Lin Fan paid no mind to the dejected soldiers. They were beyond recruitment. Gong Sunzan made contact with the Lord and commanding general of Fengqing complete the transfer and seize control of the city. Zhao Gao immediately dispatched a messenger to General Murong at Nantian Pass and sent someone to take over Fengqing. Fengqing lay far too distant from Haifeng City to hold any real significance. Rather than cling to it, Lin Fan preferred to hand it over to Murong Hanxue. The 2 cities were close, and the Murong family already bore responsibility for defending the Wen Kingdom. It was only fitting. Lin Fan had his own calculations. Through investigation, he discovered the Murong family was far from ordinary. Though they had resided in Xiao Kingdom for over a century and were deeply rooted, all signs pointed to their origins and strength being far more formidable than they appeared. Surrendering a city was in part Lin Fan's way of probing the Murong family's attitude. My lord, the citizens of Fengqing have learned of the change in leadership and are packing their belongings, intending to depart alongside the garrison. Shall we intervene? Gong Sunzan reported. No need to stop them. The conflict between Wen Kingdom and Xiao Kingdom concerns neither the common folk. Those who wish to leave may go freely. As for how Nantian Pass handles matters henceforth, that is none of our concern. Lin Fan saw no point in preventing it. Had he intended to hold this territory himself, he would have retained the population. Generous policies could have kept them. But there was no need now. Half a day later, the forces from Nantian Pass arrived. Your subordinate Zhang Kuang pays respects to your highness the Prince of Jinbei. By order of Grand General Murong, I have come to take over and garrison Fengqing. Murong Hanxue herself did not come, sending a subordinate general instead. Good. This territory is now in your hands. I have pressing matters to attend to and shall return to my kingdom. Murong Hanxue's absence signaled that she did not yet take the Prince of Jinbei seriously. To put it bluntly, she held him in low regard. Yet she had not outright rejected his goodwill and had accepted Fengqing. Lin Fan was satisfied. Once they had taken what he offered, a favor was owed, and future consequences could be addressed in due time. The army departs the city, heading straight for Yizhou. Lin Fan avoided the route through Nantian Pass. Since Murong Hanxue had shown no interest in meeting him, he would not court rejection. Instead, he took the passage through Yizhou, returning directly to Xiao Kingdom. This route differed from the one taken earlier. On his initial journey, Lin Fan had sought to avoid Shifang Hall. Now that they had made their move, he resolved to return openly through Shifang City. This served as a signal to Shifang Hall. Lin Fan feared them not. One day later, the army entered Yizhou. Your Highness, the Eastern Depot reports that powerful experts have been spotted ahead. They are suspected to be from the Black Demon cult and may pose a threat to you. The moment they crossed into Yizhou territory, the Black Demon cult appeared. Lin Fan was somewhat surprised. These people were clearly growing impatient, no longer bothering to conceal themselves. It matters not. If the Black Demon cult seeks us out, there will come a time when escape is impossible anyway. Lin Fan was not overly concerned. With Duguid Xiaobai at his side, even an elder-level figure from the Black Demon cult would be no match. Besides, Lin Fan possessed a temporary realm advancement card, though he reserved it strictly for life-threatening emergencies. Has the prefect of Yizhou taken any action? With so many Black Demon cult members appearing, he could not have failed to notice. Lin Fan asked. The primary trouble in Xiao Kingdom stemmed from these feudal lords. As for the Black Demon cult, despite their strength, their numbers were too few to cause widespread disruption without local cooperation. Your Highness, Yizhou has taken no action against the Black Demon cult. Whether the prefect is aware or harbors plans remains unclear. However, Your Highness, according to Eastern Depot surveillance, at least 10 of the 18 provinces of Xiao Kingdom are currently mobilizing troops and conducting mass conscription in preparation for war. The royal palace's hidden experts have been tailing us, leaving the provinces unmonitored. The royal family is unaware of these developments. At such a critical juncture, with the Black Demon cult and feudal rebellions looming, Xiao Meier still kept her eyes fixed on her immediate surroundings. What purpose did that serve? They could not win an open battle, could not eliminate Lin Fan, and could only wait him out. Order the Eastern Depot to intensify intelligence gathering across all provinces. With the Black Demon cult involved, war could break out at any moment. We must return quickly to resolve the matter in Shangzhou. Shangzhou was the closest. If rebellion erupted there, Lin Fan's military intervention would be entirely justified. The royal family could find no fault, and might even express gratitude. As for Yizhou and Changzhou, Lin Fan was confident no incident would occur in the near term. With Shifang Hall and Nangguan City in place, the Black Demon cult dared not act recklessly. The provinces near Zhongzhou posed little threat as well. Though the royal family had grown weak, its foundations remained. Xiao Kingdom's finest elite legions were stationed there. The situation in Xiao Kingdom appeared chaotic, yet it could still be addressed step by step, unless every feudal lord coordinated a simultaneous uprising. Should that day arrive, Lin Fan would have no choice but to march out and crush them one by one. For now, maintaining the fragile balance was an achievement in itself. The army marched swiftly until reaching a desolate stretch of land. Prince Jinbei, hold your advance. A long voice echoed from afar. Halt. All units prepare for combat. Gongsun Zan issued the order at once. The fact that the caller knew Lin Fan's title directly indicated they had come prepared. Which distinguished senior is present? What matters do you have regarding Lin Fan? Drawing on prior intelligence, Lin Fan knew the Black Demon cult had appeared. A figure emerged in the distance and instantly materialized before the army. This old one is Lu Daorong paying respects to the Prince of Jinbei. The words were polished yet utterly devoid of reverence. Daoentry realm. Using his system, Lin Fan instantly discerned the man's cultivation level. The Black Demon cult was indeed formidable. Even someone casually sent forth had reached the Daoentry realm. It was also a testament to Lin Fan's limited experience. Such individuals were not commonplace even within the powerful Black Demon cult. No matter how mighty a faction, its ranks were always dominated by low-level disciples. Which distinguished elder graces us with your presence? What guidance do you offer? Lin Fan asked. This old one is an outer sect elder of the Black Demon cult. I have come to assist the Prince of Jinbei in exacting vengeance for his father's death. It seemed the Black Demon cult knew little about Lin Fan's true circumstances, particularly his actual strength. If Lin Fan sought revenge, he would have acted long ago. But for Lin Fan, retribution extended far beyond mere killing. There were methods of vengeance far more agonizing than death itself. Moreover, Lin Fan still needed to consider the factor of points. In this remote mountain wasteland, the Black Devil sect blocking Lin Fan's path was clearly harboring malicious intent. One should recall that previous intelligence reports from the Eastern Factory indicated the Black Devil sect had mustered a considerable force, yet only a single individual had appeared. The Black Devil sect takes the initiative to assist this prince. What do you seek? Surely the sect hasn't reformed its ways and taken to practicing righteousness, has it? Lin Fan's words carried a distinct air of sarcasm. Young man, addressing you as Lord Jinbei is an honor you've earned. Do not mistake courtesy for weakness, or you shall only bring suffering upon yourself. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Lu Daorong was instantly enraged, his carefully maintained facade of an ethereal immortal shattering completely. Indeed, this is more fitting. You were always a vicious creature to begin with. This altered demeanor hardly suits me. Speak plainly. What do you want? Lin Fan hoped to maintain stability within the Xiao kingdom as much as possible, then gradually encroach upon it, until he could smoothly assume control. The Black Devil sect's purpose was singular and straightforward: chaos, wanton slaughter, and cultivation through murder. The two sides were inherently opposed, irreconcilable, destined to be enemies from the start. There was nothing left to discuss. I know you have someone backing you, but I have come for only 3 matters. First, send the person behind you to meet me. Second, we will support your cause, marching to seize Huangzhou and advance upon Zhongzhou, helping you settle your vendetta. As for the third matter, well, that depends on whether you prove obedient. If our sect finds you satisfactory, supporting you in conquering the entirety of the Xiao kingdom is not entirely out of the question. Lu Daorong had long lost his patience. With such formidable power at his disposal, who would waste time conversing with ants? He had come to deliver demands, not negotiate. Since the Black Devil sect had presented their conditions, Lin Fan naturally needed to respond. First, as for the one behind me, let alone you, even the ancestral patriarch of the Black Devil sect would be unworthy of an audience. Second, my revenge needs no assistance from others. And as for the third, this prince has no interest in becoming a puppet. As long as I draw breath, your Black Devil sect will lack the strength to conquer the Xiao kingdom. Lin Fan mimicked Lu Daorong's tone and returned all 3 points directly. You look down upon the forces of our nations. Pity, you Black Devil sect amounts to precisely the same in my eyes. Young man, it seems you shall never have the chance to settle your grudge. Lu Daorong laughed in fury and slowly drew the sword at his waist. Elder Lu, this prince offers you a word of advice. Between us lies no irreconcilable hatred. Stand down and depart, and I shall pretend I never saw you today. Should you choose to strike instead, do not blame this prince for lacking mercy. Not only you, I shall slay every faction connected to the Black Devil sect without leaving a single soul alive. These words stand. Believe them or not as you please. Seeing Lu Daorong preparing to attack, Lin Fan issued his threat without hesitation. This was precisely because the system had not yet leveled up. Otherwise, any who dared appear from the Black Devil sect would find no need for idle chatter. Their destruction would come swiftly. Young man, do you know what it means to be a frog at the bottom of a well? To be hopelessly ungrateful. To invite calamity through reckless speech. Today I shall teach you a lesson. Seize him. Lu Daorong swept his long sword, and from both flanks countless figures surged forth. Judging by their attire, many among them were disciples of various sects. They included not only members of the Black Devil sect, but also forces within the Xiao kingdom that had been subjugated by it. Through observing the reactions of the Xuan sect, Lu Daorong remained uncertain about the strength of Lin Fan's companions. For the sake of caution, he had summoned additional forces. It was not that Lu Daorong doubted his own abilities. At the Dao integration stage, claiming the head of an enemy commander in the midst of 10,000 troops came easily. Yet one never knew whether Lin Fan had someone capable of holding him in check. Soon the two sides clashed. Most of the forces brought by the Black Devil sect were military officers, commander-level warriors, and martial kings with ordinary martial artists filling the ranks. Against the White Horse cavalry forming battle arrays, they could barely hold their ground. The Black Devil sect's true experts had yet to engage. Lin Fan assessed the strength of both sides. On his own side, only Dugu Qiubai stood at the Dao integration stage. Zhao Gao and Jian Wei were transcendent beings, and Yuan Qingdu held the martial emperor level. If the enemy numbers were small, he could handle it without difficulty. But if several more Dao integration or transcendent experts appeared, Lin Fan's personal safety would be far from guaranteed. Having completed 2 missions in the Wen Kingdom previously, Lin Fan had been considering whether he could use something now. My lord, there are still expert warriors nearby, at least 1 at the Dao integration stage and 3 at the transcendent level. Dugu Qiubai's voice came from the shadows. So the Black Devil sect truly does have hidden forces. In that case, he must collect the rewards from the completed missions and inquire about breakthroughs, or the situation ahead would become exceedingly difficult. My lord, the aura of those approaching differs from the Black Devil sect. It belongs to the 10 Directions Hall. The Black Devil sect harbors no additional hidden forces. Dugu Qiubai's voice rang out once more. Lin Fan understood immediately. They were near the territory of the 10 Directions Hall. The Black Devil sect's movements could hardly escape their notice, and they had come as well to join the spectacle. If that was the case, playing it safe would be wiser. Since some had already revealed themselves, there was no harm in making use of them. Honored ones of the 10 Directions Hall, the Black Devil sect openly stirs war within the Xiao Kingdom, destroying the very foundation of your 10 Directions Hall. Do you truly intend to stand by and watch? Lin Fan called them out directly, while fixing his gaze upon their concealed positions. Lord Lin's retinue is indeed full of talented individuals. We had barely arrived when you discovered us. From the distance, a group of 4 figures emerged. One was the Foundation Establishment Elder Patriarch of the 10 Directions Hall, accompanied by 3 transcendent level Hall Masters. Not at all. We were simply driven into a corner and had no choice but to cry for help. I assumed the stirrings of the Black Devil sect could hardly escape your 10 Directions Hall. Lin Fan did not know whether the 10 Directions Hall was friend or foe, but with the Black Devil sect standing before them, the likelihood of Lin Fan opposing the 10 Directions Hall was slim. The elder of the 10 Directions Hall cast a profound gaze upon Lin Fan, but said nothing, instead turning his attention toward Lu Daorong. Even knowing at this moment that he was being used as a weapon by Lin Fan, he could not simply look away. After all, the true danger lay with the Black Devil sect. Elder Lu, your Black Devil sect may be powerful, but Fengyang Kingdom and the other 6 stellar sects also exist. You are not invincible beneath the heavens. Today, will you stay, or will you leave? Fengyang Kingdom had not yet engaged the Black Devil sect, nor had they issued any commands targeting it. Their subordinate forces were unwilling to be the first to act. At this moment, if the Black Devil sect dispatched experts to annihilate the 10 Directions Hall, they could only accept their misfortune. Therefore, the elder had no real desire to fight. He merely hoped for prompt developments from the kingdom, for that would be the optimal moment to strike. Old man, do you intend to meddle in this affair? Lu Daorong understood that if the 10 Directions Hall intervened, completing his mission would grow exceedingly difficult. I had no desire to meddle, but now that we have encountered this, I have no choice. Whether he wished to or not, the 10 Directions Hall's reputation was at stake. If he did nothing, Lin Fan would surely spread word of this across the realm, destroying any chance of operating within the Xiao Kingdom. The elder could only sigh in resignation, regretting his momentary curiosity that had led him to follow. In truth, the 10 Directions Hall had known the Black Devil sect intended to target Lin Fan. This affair was none of their concern, yet the elder, driven by curiosity about Lin Fan's strength and wondering how he had caused the 10 Directions sect to retreat, had followed along to observe. Such is life in the martial world. One often acts against one's will. Hump for your sake, I'll withdraw. Lu Daorong pondered for a moment, then decided to retreat for the time being. There would be plenty of chances to deal with Lin Fan, but if he stirred up the other elders of the 10 Directions Hall, Lu Daorong would not fare well. After all, the Dark Demon sect was under immense pressure, and not many had been sent to the Xiao Kingdom, especially not Daoentry realm experts. Lu Daorong saw the situation clearly. Soon the Dark Demon sect disciples retreated, while fighting, gradually pulling away from the battlefield before scattering and vanishing from Lin Fan's sight. Lin Fan did not bother hunting down these minor minnows, planning to leave them for Dongfang Booby to handle later. Lin Fan, we shall meet again. With those words, Lu Daorong departed swiftly, without sparing the 10 Directions Hall members another glance. Seniors, thank you for speaking up on my behalf and resolving this crisis. Lin Fan said, cheerfully expressing his gratitude to the 10 Directions Hall experts. Humph, you truly are different from your father. One was rigid and stubborn, while you are slick-tongued and glib. Now get lost. Having been used by Lin Fan, the old man was furious. Yet Lin Fan had not offended him, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the old man could not strike. Moreover, the strength of those around Lin Fan was unknown, and the old man harbored his own fears. He could only vent with sharp words. Lin Fan paid it no mind. It was not yet time to destroy the 10 Directions Hall. He ordered the battlefield be cleaned up and the army to continue its advance. Meanwhile, the old man led his 3 companions away in haste. "Dugu Xiaobai, kill Lu Daorong. Do not make too much noise." With no outsiders present, Lin Fan immediately gave the order. For the sake of points, he was unwilling to let a Daoentry realm expert slip away. A single Lu Daorong was worth 10 million points, comparable to the spoils of a sizable war or the monthly revenue of 10 cities. How could Lin Fan possibly pass up such a prize? Understood. In an instant, Dugu Xiaobai vanished. With Zhao Gao and the others nearby, Lin Fan could hold his ground even if the 10 Directions Hall came back. And in the worst case, he still had his task rewards. Lin Fan was not worried. In the distance, Lu Daorong had not gone far. Firstly, his primary mission was to keep watch on the 10 Directions Hall. Secondly, he refused to accept letting Lin Fan leave so easily, still seeking an opportunity to kill him. Who goes there? The instincts of a Daoentry realm expert were razor sharp. The moment Dugu Xiaobai drew near, Lu Daorong sensed something amiss. He swiftly drew his sword, scanned his surroundings, and braced for battle. A sword is not meant to be used this way. A cold voice rang out, followed by a blinding flash of light. Lu Daorong had immersed himself in the way of the sword for years and instantly recognized it as sword aura. Yet knowing was one thing, evading another. "Who are you?" Lu Daorong halted his raised sword and stared blankly at the sudden figure before him. He had never seen this man before, yet he was the greatest sword cultivator Lu Daorong had ever encountered. Within the Dark Demon sect there were those with profound martial cultivation, but in the art of the sword alone none had reached such a realm. Lu Daorong gazed at Dugu Xiaobai with fervent hope in his eyes. No hatred, only burning desire. Blackwind City, Dugu Xiaobai. Perhaps it was that look in Lu Daorong's eyes that moved Dugu Xiaobai, who finally spoke, at least granting the man a clear death. So he is one of Lin Fan's men. With such an expert in Blackwind City, the Dark Demon sect's plans are doomed. With a final sense of release, Lu Daorong slowly collapsed. Perhaps out of respect for a rival's devotion to the sword, or perhaps to avoid leaving traces, Dugu Xiaobai carried away Lu Daorong's body. What he did with it afterward was known to no one. Returning to the company, Dugu Xiaobai resumed his role as a bodyguard and made no report, but Lin Fan naturally knew the outcome. And so the group resumed their journey. In the Xiao Kingdom's capital, Xiao Meier summoned her ministers to discuss the unrest in Changzhou. "Your Majesty, the capital's troops should not be deployed. We should mobilize the armies of Qingzhou, Huangzhou, Xiazhou, Yizhou, and Wenzhou to suppress the rebellion in Changzhou." Xiao Meier had originally planned to send troops directly from Zhongzhou, as Zhongzhou bordered Changzhou. However, when Tian, the prime minister, was firmly opposed. "Minister, when mobilizing troops from 5 provinces will likely lead to half-hearted measures. The unrest in Changzhou must be quelled as soon as possible." Xiao Meier was well aware of how much weight her authority carried in the eyes of the various provinces. If the conscription order were issued, only 2 outcomes would follow. First, the provinces would send token forces, merely a few low-ranking legions to go through the motions. Second, they would seize the opportunity to profit with the 5 provinces carving up Changzhou among themselves. Xiao Meier believed these feudal lords were fully capable of such acts. Indeed, they had likely been waiting for this very chance. In that case, it was better for the royal family to send troops and take control of Changzhou directly. "Your Majesty, the troops of Zhongzhou serve to deter the entire realm. Once deployed, setting aside the casualties, even if we take Changzhou, we would have to divide our forces to garrison it. That would be extremely disadvantageous for the empire's overall situation. Rather than dispersing our strength, it would be better to let the feudal lords engage, draining their forces in the process. As for the ownership of Changzhou, your Majesty can later issue a decree appointing a governor. At the very least, the 5 provinces will not openly defy your will. Moreover, Changzhou will need time to recover after the war, so it poses no immediate threat. We can then scheme our way forward gradually." When Tian held his ground. "If the royal troops marched out with the other feudal lords, simply stand by and watch. Sending troops out might be easy, but returning would be far more difficult. Once a portion of the royal army was lost, the other provinces would inevitably react." Xiao Meier was deeply troubled. The others could not be relied upon, and her own forces could not be dispatched. Was she simply to watch Changzhou descend further into chaos? That was not the worst part. What truly frightened her was that if the royal court failed to resolve the Changzhou rebellion for long, other provinces would soon follow suit in rebellion, and then the situation would truly spiral out of control. "Your Majesty, several pieces of the latest intelligence have arrived." A young eunuch entered and handed Xiao Meier several sheets of paper. After reading them, her expression shifted unpredictably. "Read them aloud." Xiao Meier decided to deliberate with the ministers. "Yes, Your Majesty." The young eunuch dared not delay. After the Prince of Jinbei, Lin Fan, captured Fengqing, he handed it over to the border General Hanxue and raced back to the Xiao Kingdom. Near the 10 Directions Hall, he was ambushed by the Dark Demon sect, but survived with the help of the 10 Directions Hall. Lin Fan has now arrived at Huqing in Zizhou. Judging by his route, he appears to be heading straight for Changzhou. Blackwind City has dispatched 0 troops, carving a path toward Shangzhou. Cities along the way were either breached or surrendered. The 3,000 strong army has now reached the Shangzhou border. Intelligence indicates they may attack Shangzhou at any moment. Several martial emperor experts of the Dark Demon sect have appeared in Shangzhou to support the rebellion. The rebel forces now number 3 million and are still growing. The governor of Shangzhou, facing defeat, is retreating with his troops toward Wenzhou. Xiaozhou Yizhou and Wenzhou have all mobilized their forces and stationed them at their borders on high alert, showing no signs of entering Shangzhou for now. The multiple intelligence reports together painted a full picture of the situation around Shangzhou. Xiao Meier's worries were not only due to the rebellion in Shangzhou, but also the news of Lin Fan. That fellow had not only won the match without a scratch, but had also gained a border pass for the Xiao Kingdom. This should have been a happy matter, but Xiao Meier was very angry. The trash of the Wen Kingdom had been so frightened by Lin Fan that they directly forfeited the match, preferring to lose a great city rather than risk a desperate battle. This made Xiao Meier's plan come to nothing. Moreover, Xiao Meier also knew about the situation of the Shuriwa sect. But she did not know exactly what had happened. Xiao Meier simply believed that the Shuriwa sect looked down on a discarded pawn who had established his own faction and was unwilling to oppress the small with its great power. Xiao Meier even wanted to ask the Imperial clan court to act and kill Lin Fan in the Wen Kingdom. Yet under Wen Tian's forceful opposition, she failed to get her way. That was bad enough, but Lin Fan had without so much as a word privately handed over a great city to Nantian Pass. Although this choice was the most reasonable and Lin Fan had not claimed it as his own, even if he had notified the royal house, they would have made the same arrangement. But Lin Fan made an arbitrary decision without reporting it. Do you still have Xiao Meier in your eyes? The Black Demon cult had raised such a storm that rebellions had even begun. How could the royal house not know? It knew the Black Demon cult was not to be trifled with, but when the sky falls, the tallest must bear the weight. The Xiao Kingdom pinned its hopes on the Fengyang Kingdom, while also needing to deal with the unrest at home. Yet Xiao Meier was still clear about the Black Demon cult's power. But that damned 10 Directions Hall, which usually minded nothing at all, now jumped out to meddle in other people's business and let Lin Fan escape a disaster. This made Xiao Meier very dissatisfied. Although Lin Fan was nowhere near as threatening as the other feudal lords, she was bent on killing him. Perhaps it was because of the engagement. The more outstanding Lin Fan became, the more uncomfortable Xiao Meier felt. Now, with regions everywhere still unresponsive, Lin Fan again put on an act of devotion to the realm and dispatched troops to Shangzhou. If you send troops, then send troops. But what is the meaning of taking the cities along the way? Are you helping or rebelling? Xiao Meier was so enraged that she wanted to restrain Lin Fan, yet could not. That man had just gained merit and expanded the kingdom's territory, then galloped off to the war-torn Shangzhou. In the hearts of the people under heaven, Lin Fan was as devoted to the Xiao Kingdom as his father had been. How was Xiao Meier to handle him then? Your Majesty, since the Prince of Jinbei is willing to share the kingdom's worries, why not leave the matter to him? If he does it well, the feudal lords of the provinces will surely resent him. If he does it poorly, your Majesty will have an excuse to punish him and could even summon him back to the royal capital. Wen Tian understood what Xiao Meier cared about and made this suggestion. In any case, the Shangzhou matter could not be delayed, otherwise other provinces would follow its example and the situation would become even harder to handle. As for whether Lin Fan would hand Shangzhou over after taking it, Wen Tian was not worried. Lin Fan did not yet have the strength to swallow it. Besides, the feudal lords of the other provinces would not agree. Wen Tian, shrewd and calculating, intended to use empty fame and great righteousness to bind Lin Fan and make him serve the Xiao Kingdom. Unfortunately, if Lin Wudi were still alive, this trick would certainly work well. But Lin Fan was not his father. How could he be willing to suffer a loss? Xiao Meier did not want to use Lin Fan because it would boost his power and fame. But at present there was no better way. Those capable would not do it, while those willing to do it were all constrained. It seemed there was only this foolish boy willing to rush forward. In that case, order Lin Fan to handle the Shangzhou rebellion with full authority, and all provinces must obey him. That they would obey was impossible, but once this decree was issued, it would to a certain degree deepen the friction between Lin Fan and the feudal lords of the provinces, preventing them from cooperating. Otherwise they would be even harder to deal with. As for how Lin Fan would resolve Shangzhou, Xiao Meier no longer cared. However bad the situation became, it could not be worse than it was now. Your Majesty is wise. Except for Wen Tian, to all the other ministers, as long as their own forces and wealth were not used, His Majesty was certainly wise. Looking at these old relics who refused to die, Xiao Meier felt a wave of helplessness. The Xiao Kingdom was sick beyond cure, truly difficult to change. Lin Fan hurried along the road and finally reached the border of Shangzhou. My prince, the latest intelligence is that the governor of Shangzhou is about to abandon the province. More than half of Shangzhou has already been lost. Those Black Demon cult bastards have stirred up burning, killing, and looting, and the people in the occupied areas have suffered catastrophe. Zhao Gao had brought the latest intelligence. They had not expected the rebels to be so ferocious that even the governor of Shangzhou had to run. Is there any progress on Hui Xiubing's side? Lin Fan asked. Xiubing had acted earlier, and by now he had already entered Shangzhou. My prince, according to the plan, after General Xiubing captured more than a dozen cities in Huangzhou, he first reassured the people and kept the city stable. He has just entered Shangzhou now, and no major battle has broken out for the moment. A city taken by Lin Fan could never be handed back. This place was so close to Haifeng City, not like Feng City. Order Xiubing to decide his own direction of attack. He does not need to worry about our side. In any case, we must suppress the rebellion as quickly as possible. At the same time, properly settle the cities we have taken and order Guijia to gather people to take charge of them. Lin Fan was going to get a hand in Shangzhou. Since the governor had run off, someone had to manage Shangzhou, did they not? Shangzhou was vast. Lin Fan could not rely solely on Xiubing's 300,000 men. Although they were all elite, the enemy's strength could not be underestimated, especially with the Black Demon cult involved. Upon reaching Shangzhou, Lin Fan ordered the army to stop. If he relied solely on 10,000 cavalry and 3,000 martial sovereigns, he could not achieve too much. So Lin Fan decided to use the rewards from this trip to the Wen Kingdom. System merge the rewards and give them to me. For the moment, there was no other way. Transferring the Great Qin Tiger Division and the Wei martial soldiers from Haifeng City in Huangzhou was not the best choice. It would waste time. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have used a legion summon slot and obtained a general grade legion, the Yu family army with 100 soldiers. Commander Yu Fei at the Transcendent Limit Realm. Deputy Generals 10 at the Martial Emperor Realm and 100 at the Martial Venerable Realm. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have used one general grade random troop expansion scroll, which can double the number of troops in any one general grade legion. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have used a character summon slot and obtained a Transcendent Limit Realm character Zhao Yun. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have used a character summon slot and obtained a Transcendent Limit Realm character Guan Yu. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a character realm advancement card random. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a certain amount of resources, including grain and elixirs, and 2,000 points. After merging the rewards from the two missions, the reward was lower than Lin Fan had expected. He had not even obtained one Daventry Realm expert. Still, with one Yu family army troops, and Yu Fei, an invincible commander at the Transcendent Limit Realm, Lin Fan was already very satisfied. What is more, he could also expand the Yu family army's forces. As for Guan Yu and Zhao Yun appearing, they also let Lin Fan temporarily resolve the embarrassment of having no one to use. Although these two were not famous marshals, they had no problem at all commanding an army. Wu Shun Guan Yu and Wu Shun Zhao Zilong were both figures capable of fighting against higher-ranked opponents and standing on their own. As for the points, Lin Fan considered it normal. Without the settlement under war mode, fewer points were expected. The key was to engage in large-scale wars, seize sufficient territory, and patiently develop. The points would naturally accumulate. The troop expansion scroll, Lin Fan did not hesitate and directly applied it to the Yu family army, bringing their total strength to 300. Just enough to handle the current situation. This reward only yielded one character realm promotion card, and Lin Fan began considering whom to use it on. Currently, aside from Guijia and Fang Xuanling, only Gao Shun and Gong Sun Zan had reached the Martial Venerable Realm. At this moment, Gao Shun was defending Haifeng City, so his usefulness was limited. Gong Sun Zan happened to be by Lin Fan's side and could contribute to the upcoming battles. After weighing the options, Lin Fan decided to give this opportunity to Gong Sun Zan. For such items, Lin Fan's principle was to judge by summoning order merit or the current situation. Therefore, Gong Sun Zan was more suitable than Yuan Qingdu, Dongfang Bubi, or Gao Shun. Once his decision was made, he did not hesitate and directly bestowed the character realm promotion card upon Gong Sun Zan. Gong Sun Zan, standing not far from Lin Fan, felt his aura rapidly rise as his cultivation breakthrough attracted everyone's attention, especially Yuan Qingdu, whose envy could hardly be concealed. General Yuan, everyone will have their chance. There is no need to rush. Although fiercely loyal, Lin Fan still offered words of comfort. These individuals each possessed independent personalities, and Lin Fan did not wish for discord within his ranks. Your Highness, this subordinate had no ill intention. Yuan Qingdu quickly replied. By every measure, Lin Fan's decision was sound. Yuan Qingdu merely felt envy without any dissatisfaction. I thank your Highness. This subordinate will not disgrace the mission. After his breakthrough, Gong Sun Zan hurried over to express his gratitude. Among Lin Fan's forces, Gong Sun Zan was neither the most talented nor the most capable, yet Lin Fan had not favored one over another and had granted him this rare opportunity. Not bad. You have entered the Dao entering realm. Remember to conceal your cultivation. Excellent. Gong Sun Zan had directly broken through to the third level, reaching the limit without wasting this opportunity. Lin Fan was quite satisfied. Soon after, Lin Fan released Yu Fei, Guan Yu, and Zhao Yun. Yu Fei was outstanding in both personal combat prowess and command ability, and his reputation of unwavering loyalty to his country was deeply admirable. Guan Yu shared the Guanyue temple with Yu Fei and was equally a symbol of loyalty. His only flaw was that Lord Guan Tu was somewhat overly arrogant. Zhao Yun possessed extraordinary personal combat strength. In that brilliant era, he had been ranked the second strongest fighter, surpassing Dian Wei. His power was evident. We pay our respects to your highness. Having just arrived, they observed proper etiquette. Rise. Yu Fei, I will station your Yu family army in the wilderness. You will locate them yourself. We are currently in Shangzhou of the Xiao Kingdom, where a rebellion is unfolding. You are needed to lead your army to quell the unrest. You are responsible for the southern region of Shangzhou, while Hua Zubing will handle the north. How you coordinate is for you to decide. Guan Yu and Zhao Yun, you two will follow Yu Fei's command. After capturing cities, the Yu family army can only leave a small garrison for defense. You two are responsible for organizing the city guard and temporarily managing urban defense. Gong Sunzan lead 10,000 white horse cavalry and act alongside General Yu Fei. Follow his arrangements for specific operations. I will personally lead the Berserker Legion as the rear guard to protect their family's safety. Lin Fan deployed the next phase of operations. In this campaign, the Berserker Legion, the 3,000 martial emperors, would also play a role, but their numbers were too few. They also brought thousands of family members, making them unsuitable for direct combat at this time. Zhao Gao, Mask Sun, and Jing and I have been left in the Wen Kingdom. Dispatch Lu Jian, Nu Shengqi, and Xian Jian with your personnel to patrol Shangzhou and eliminate the top experts of the Black Demon cult at designated locations. If you encounter enemies beyond your capability, do not act recklessly. I will dispatch stronger forces to handle them. The most troubling aspect of the Shangzhou rebellion was precisely those Black Demon cult bastards. Once they were dealt with, the remaining rebel forces would pose little threat. Very well, disperse and act. General Yu Fei, this campaign rests upon your shoulders. Remember, any city we capture must be properly administered and firmly held. Lin Fan had no intention of relinquishing them. Furthermore, he had great faith in Yu Wumu's capabilities. Yes, your highness. Rest assured, within a month the Shangzhou rebellion will be resolved. When Yu Fei appeared, he had already learned of the situation in the Xiao Kingdom and the Shengshi continent, as well as the Black Demon cult and Lin Fan's strength. Therefore, Yu Fei was confident. Go. With Lin Fan's order, everyone began to move. Lin Fan himself led the Berserker Legion, advancing at a steady pace. Half a day later, your highness, an envoy from the royal capital has arrived with an imperial decree. While on the march, Lin Fan received Zhao Gao's report. What decree at a time like this? Lin Fan felt that Xiao Meier never sent decrees with good intentions. He would tally these grievances, and once the entire Xiao Kingdom was to see how she maintained her aloof demeanor. By then the Xiao family's survival would hang in the balance of a single thought, and he would see whether Xiao Meier regretted her actions. Nevertheless, Lin Fan had no desire to vent his anger at this moment. Revenge was most satisfying when delivered step by step, letting the enemy gradually feel despair, far more gratifying than a single decisive strike. A short while later, Zhao Gao returned with an imperial decree. The eunuch who delivered it did not even dare to appear, fearing for his life. Lin Fan opened the decree and read it. Another empty title. I am granted full authority to handle the Shangzhou rebellion, yet given not a single soldier. Which province's governor am I supposed to command? Lin Fan was not surprised. They were using him as a weapon while offering nothing in return. However, Lin Fan did not mind. After all, he had a system. Just as the Yu family army set out, the long-awaited tasks finally arrived. 3 of them. Ding, congratulations, host. You have triggered the mission quelling rebellion. Reward unknown. Ding, congratulations, host. You have triggered the mission controlling Shangzhou. Reward unknown. Ding, congratulations, host. You have triggered the mission destroying the Black Demon cult. Rewards will be granted in stages. Reward unknown. Ding, congratulations, host. You have triggered the mission controlling Shangzhou. Reward unknown. Ding, congratulations, host. You have triggered the mission destroying the Black Demon cult. Rewards will be granted in stages. Reward unknown. Meanwhile, ding, congratulations, host. The fiefdom system has activated war mode. Under war mode, kill points rewards are doubled. After each battle concludes, you may choose to distribute rewards. Ding, congratulations, host. The fiefdom system has activated war mode. Under war mode, kill points rewards are doubled. After each battle concludes, you may choose to distribute rewards. Under war mode, for every 1 million enemies killed, you may choose to distribute rewards. Rewards can accumulate. The higher the accumulation, the better the rewards. Both missions and war mode had activated. Moreover, it appeared a long-term mission had also been triggered to annihilate the Black Demon cult. It seemed this cult had no chance of survival. Once targeted by the system, their fate was sealed. With the system at his disposal, whether Xiao Meier granted military authority no longer mattered. Even if she forbade him from coming, Lin Fan could not possibly miss this opportunity. Yu Fei led the Yu family army away first, and soon encountered the first city in Shangzhou. However, Yu Fei did not rush to attack. Instead, he ordered the army to halt. Then Yu Fei, Gong Sunzan, Guan Yu, and Zhao Yu took out a map and began to discuss. Generals, although our forces are fewer than the enemy's total, their main force is currently gathered near Wenzhou. The cities ahead of us are not heavily garrisoned. I have decided to divide our troops and capture several cities as quickly as possible. Then we will integrate the city garrison troops and recruit soldiers for defense, causing the enemy's main force to split up. I believe that with the combined strikes from us and General Xiao being the enemy, will surely send reinforcements. Our primary objective is to attack the relief forces. Only by doing so can we quickly put an end to the rebellion. The enemies before us are not worth mentioning. With so many experts at hand, seizing the cities will not be difficult. General Gongsuan, take 10,000 white horse righteous followers, and I will assign another 100,000 troops to you to take the city on the left. General Guan, the city on the right is yours. I likewise give you 100,000 Yu family army troops. General Zhao Yun and I will be responsible for the central front. After taking the city, each of us will leave 10,000 troops to hold it, then advance to the next target. I estimate that by the time we have captured 9 to 12 cities, the enemy's reinforcements will almost be here. Then we will gather 200,000 troops and ambush the enemy relief forces. Yu Fei's command of the overall battle situation was certainly without issue. The others were all seasoned veterans, so naturally no one raised any objections. Afterward, the Yu family army split into several columns and marched off in different directions. The main force of the Shangzhou rebellion consisted mostly of mobs whose minds had been bewitched. Their fighting ability was in fact limited. It was only with the Black Demon sect's formidable power that the governor of Shangzhou was routed. Very soon attacks came from several directions at once. With Transcendent and Dowentree masters present, taking the city gates was a trivial matter, and the enemy's garrisons were actually quite meager. The Black Demon sect primarily sought chaos and its own cultivation. It placed little value on territory. Had it not been for the rebel leaders' personal ambitions, there might not have been a single person guarding the cities. The war on Yu Fei's side was progressing smoothly. On the other side, Xiao led 300,000 white horse righteous followers. With greater mobility, longer preparation time, and a more thorough understanding of the border cities, once he exerted his strength, the enemy could not hold on. Some abandoned the cities and fled, some surrendered, and some died on the spot. Lin Fan's forces were victorious on 2 fronts, and without any Black Demon sect masters blocking them, they soon obtained results. In less than 10 days, a third of Shangzhou's territory fell into Lin Fan's hands. Yu Fei and Xiao used almost identical methods. After capturing a city, they left adequate defensive forces and capable generals behind to handle recruitment and reassure the people. The common people who had just gone through war and the destruction of their families felt their anxieties relieved when they saw the Haifeng city army treating the people as their own children. They all joined the effort to rebuild their homes. Lin Fan's army also promised to continue protecting the city and ensure that tragedy would never repeat, a move that won support from the people of Shangzhou. The common folk are simple. They do not care who rules over them. They only care whether those rulers care about the people and whether they can bring hope to their lives. The policies of Haifeng City had always enjoyed the best reputation throughout the Xiao Kingdom, and the people had long hoped to enjoy such treatment themselves. After months of propaganda by the Eastern Depot, the effort was finally beginning to bear fruit. Afterward, the officials dispatched by Guijia also arrived one by one. These men had been personally selected and trained by Guijia. At the very least, there would be no problems in the short term, allowing Lin Fan to pass through this stage smoothly. The news that Lin Fan, the Prince of Jinbei, had sent troops to suppress the rebellion naturally could not be hidden. Not only did the vassal lords of every province learn of it, but the Black Demon sect did as well. The sect harbored deep hatred for the interfering Lin Fan and swore to remove this obstacle. Therefore, as Yu Fei had expected, the main rebel forces that had been advancing toward Wenzhou halted. While consolidating their gains, they dispatched 2 million troops, splitting them to attack Yu Fei and Xiao. Upon learning the intelligence, Yu Fei and Xiao both worked to secure the cities and restore stability as soon as possible, while actively preparing for battle and seeking favorable terrain to annihilate the attacking enemy in one decisive blow. The vassal lords of the various provinces had mixed opinions about Lin Fan's actions. Some thought Lin Fan, like his father, was a fool for his loyalty. Even his own father had been killed by the royal family, yet now that he had power, he did not seek revenge immediately, but instead helped the royal clan suppress a rebellion. The whole family were fools. Others believed Lin Fan was ambitious, using the excuse of pacification to occupy Shangzhou's land on a large scale. But whatever the case, everyone ultimately made the same choice to stay put and wait. Those far away were beyond reach, and those nearby did not want to provoke the Black Demon sect. Since Lin Fan was so stubborn, let him be the first to test the sect's strength. Throughout the Xiao Kingdom, apart from Shangzhou, the other provinces appeared calm on the surface, but beneath the stillness lurked turbulent undercurrents. Every faction was actively preparing, all looking for a chance to profit. What was Lin Fan doing now? An unexpected guest arrived at Lin Fan's temporary headquarters, none other than Yu Guang, the governor of Shangzhou. The Haifeng city legions might intimidated Yu Guang, but it also made him see an opportunity. Yet what he felt most keenly was the crisis. What if Lin Fan simply would not leave? So Yu Guang hurried to Lin Fan. Your Highness, I must thank you for sending troops to help suppress the rebellion. On behalf of the countless people of Shangzhou, I thank you for your great righteousness. This man immediately asserted sovereignty, declaring that Shangzhou was his territory and Lin Fan was only helping. Governor Yu, His Majesty, is very displeased with you over what happened in Shangzhou. A vast prefecture with millions of troops collapsed so quickly. His Majesty seriously doubts your ability. Lin Fan did not stand on ceremony, directly hinting that if Yu Guang lacked the ability, he should not remain in that position and ought to yield it to someone more capable. Your Highness, the Black Demon sect is too powerful. I have my own unspeakable hardships. I have the will to defeat the rebels, but I cannot turn the tide. Yu Guang shifted away every ounce of responsibility. Governor Yu, this is hardly the right time for you to come looking for me. Our soldiers are risking their lives on the front line. As governor, you should be there fighting you. Only then will the people support you. Lin Fan subtly pointed out, my men are risking their lives, and if you expect to swoop in and take the credit, you are thinking too much. Besides, you have been playing the coward, and the people are not foolish enough to acknowledge you anymore. If you, governor, you know what is good for you, you should let go. Furthermore, the territory my men recovered at the cost of their lives. How can you expect to take it back by just opening your mouth? There is no such thing as that kind of good fortune under heaven. Not to mention a mere governor of Shangzhou. Even the royal family, even Xiao Meier, would have no say in the matter. Both were playing their own games, neither willing to yield. Your Highness, you are here on imperial orders to suppress the rebellion. The enemy is formidable. I suggest you hand over the captured cities to my administration while your forces concentrate on striking the enemy. This was beginning an outright demand. I'm sorry, Lord Yu, I have received no such decree. If you do not stand at the forefront of your own province, why should my men sacrifice themselves in vain? Lin Fan refused instantly. How could he yield benefits that had already fallen into his hands? Even if Xiao Meier possessed a decree, it was nothing but waste paper. There was no way Lin Fan would acknowledge it. Your Highness, do you intend to seize my province? Would this not be tantamount to rebellion? Yu Guang was now both angry and humiliated. Lin Fan's stance clearly showed he would not relinquish the captured cities. Lord Yu, you are questioning the king's decree and slandering me. Very well. Zhao Gao passed the order, all troops under Blackwind City's command will withdraw from battle and return to Huang Province. We wash our hands of Shang Province's affairs. Let Lord Yu handle it, and he alone bears the consequences. Also submit Lord Yu's words and my decision together to Her Majesty the Empress. Lin Fan was walking off the job, and Yu Guang was dumbfounded. If Lin Fan truly left, the captured cities would be lost in an instant. Yu Guang knew full well that the main forces of the Black Demon sect had turned back to reinforce. He had crossed blows with the sect's elite, and knew that against them he was no match at all. Once Lin Fan left, not only would the situation in Shang Province spiral into chaos again, but the blame would certainly fall upon him. Beyond that, no thought was needed to know that Lin Fan's decision and his own words would soon spread across the Xiao nation. When that happened, escape would be impossible for Yu Guang. Previously losing most of Shang Province could still be excused as a sudden incident, inadequate preparation, and being outmatched by the Black Demon sect in terms of experts. But if word got out that Yu Guang had questioned the king's decree and slandered the Northern Pacification King for seizing territory, and that Lin Fan had withdrawn to clear his name, plunging Shang Province into war once more, then Yu Guang would certainly come to no good end. Your Highness, I misspoke. That was not my intent. Let me return at once and organize our forces to launch a counterattack. Once we have resolved this rebellion, I trust His Majesty will issue the proper decree. Yu Guang could not let Lin Fan leave, otherwise how could this rotten situation ever be salvaged? The urgent priority was to seize back some cities, while Blackwind City's army was locked in battle with the Black Demon sect's main force. After the rebellion was quelled, he believed Xiao Meier would not want Lin Fan to grow stronger and would surely transfer him away. Though he was unsure whether Lin Fan would yield the fruits of victory, for now there was no other choice. Thus, having been thoroughly rebuffed, Yu Guang hastily led his men back. Dream on. You want what's already in my hands just like that. Who do you think you are? Watching Yu Guang's retreating figure, Lin Fan sneered. A stray dog who could not even hold his own territory had no right to contend for the realm. If all the feudal lords of Xiao were of such caliber, Lin Fan's task would be far easier. Your Highness, this fool knows not his place. Should I have him quietly dealt with? When it came to underhanded schemes, one could always count on eunuchs like Zhao Gao and Xiao Jingchun. Not yet. Yu Guang still controls more than 20 cities, all near Wen Province and Yi Province. If we killed him now, those two provinces would not stand idle. If they dispatched troops to take those 20-plus cities, it would be awkward for us to turn hostile. Acting then would mean civil war, which would sound terrible and work against Lin Fan's plans. Here's what: send men to those 20-plus cities to make contact with the city lords and garrison commanders. Also reach out to Yu Guang's chief generals and see if we can win some of them over. At the same time, have Chao Jingchuan's Eastern Depot gather intelligence on these people. If persuasion fails, try threats. In any case, find ways to gain control over as many as possible. By the time we crush the rebellion, 80% of Shang Province will be in our hands. These people will know how to choose. If they still refuse, replace them with more obedient ones. Lin Fan wanted Shang Province. He would treat it as the price of his campaign and as a reward for helping the Xiao nation suppress the rebellion. In short, he would never give it back. Rest assured, Your Highness. The day the rebellion ends will be the day the remaining cities submit. Zhao Gao liked masters like Lin Fan. As long as the goal was achieved, his methods did not matter. Zhao Gao was free to do as he pleased without restrictions. Report. A Eastern Depot guard rushed in from afar. Your Highness, urgent intelligence. He swiftly handed the report to Zhao Gao. Lin Fan took it and looked. Just as he had feared, the dreaded event had occurred. Chang Province had officially dispatched troops to attack Qin Province. It had already been confirmed that Chang Province was secretly controlled by the Black Demon sect. Qin Province was the most remote province in the Xiao nation. Although it bordered Wen nation and the barbarian tribes, it was not a critical border region and had rarely been touched, even during national wars. Now Chang Province had suddenly attacked Qin Province, clearly intending to seize it, establish a stable foothold, and coordinate with rebellions like the one in Shang Province. It was even possible that other provinces were also under the Black Demon sect's control and would seize the chance to wage war. Even if not, as chaos spread across more regions, the other feudal lords would not simply watch. To protect themselves, they would inevitably join in the scramble for territory. Lin Fan felt a headache coming on. Shang Province was manageable, close by with relatively convenient troop movements. But Chang and Shun provinces were a different matter. One was the southernmost, the other the northernmost. Even if Lin Fan wanted to intervene, he was beyond reach. Moreover, the target Chang Province had chosen was well calculated, avoiding the 10 Directions Hall and the Southern Heaven Pass. Neither would interfere. Even the royal family could do nothing. Several provinces lay in between. Not only was the distance too great for troop movements, but even if they marched out, they might never return. The royal house would not send troops. Xiao Gao, do you have any ideas? At present, Xiao Gao was the only one Lin Fan could consult. Your Highness, that matter is beyond our reach. We cannot manage it from here. Unless we sent experts to eliminate the high-ranking leaders on both sides, but even then the effect would likely be poor and it might draw their attention toward us. This old servant suggests letting the royal family worry about it. Our plan remains unchanged. Take Shang Province. Simply eliminating the experts was impractical, but once both sides were locked in bloody war, it could not be easily stopped. Still, Xiao Gao's words reminded Lin Fan of one thing: take Shang Province as quickly as possible. Only by doing so could he claim the mission rewards. If he could receive 1 or 2 legions along with unit expansion scrolls, Lin Fan could rush over quickly and use them as a base to resolve the Chang Province crisis. Of course, this was only a theoretical approach. Putting it into practice would be fraught with difficulties. Shang Province's move was a chain reaction to the Shang Province rebellion. What would happen next no one could predict. Relying on Lin Fan alone to seize all of Xiao Nation was unrealistic. Yet Lin Fan had not realized this. He was still focused on points. But some sacrifices were inevitable. In the capital of Xiao Kingdom, Your Majesty, Changzhou has suddenly launched an attack on Qinzhou. Among the attackers are numerous masters from the Black Demon cult. Qinzhou has sent an urgent report requesting reinforcements. Xiao Meier had also finally received news of the rebellion in Changzhou. The followers of the Black Demon cult are all in Changzhou. How can they also be present in Changzhou? Why have we received no prior intelligence? Xiao Meier was deeply troubled. The rebellion in Changzhou had yet to be quelled, and although Lin Fan had been sent, if he emerged victorious, Changzhou would likely fall under his control. What difference would that make from a Black Demon cult uprising? Xiao Meier was already plagued by enough worries. Now Changzhou had descended into chaos as well. Would the other provinces follow suit and revolt in turn? Your Majesty, this is no time for assigning blame. Since Changzhou has chosen to rebel, they must have prepared for this. Qinzhou likely cannot withstand them. If the 2 provinces fall to the rebels, the southwestern region will slip beyond our control. When Tian fully grasped the gravity of the situation. If this rebellion went unchecked, others would certainly follow, plunging the realm into chaos and reducing the Xiao kingdom to ruins. Indeed, Minister 1. What counsel do you offer? Xiao Meier asked. The royal forces were unable to mobilize, and she had effectively lost grip over the other provinces, leaving her with few viable options. Your Majesty, there are a few courses of action. First, the royal house could dispatch its top experts to reinforce Qinzhou. Should they repel the Black Demon cult's masters, the outcome of this battle remains uncertain. Second, order Taizhou, Xingzhou, and Chuanzhou to march together and launch a counteroffensive against Changzhou alongside Qinzhou. Third, command Murong Hanxue of the Nantian Pass in Yizhou to intervene and quell the rebellion in Changzhou. When Tian proved himself worthy of his position as Prime Minister, demonstrating a thorough understanding of the kingdom's strategic landscape. Upon hearing his proposals, Xiao Meier quietly weighed which approach held the most promise. She immediately dismissed the first option. The royal house could not afford to risk sending its strongest warriors. Their rank and file peaked at the martial emperor realm, and after losing 10 experts at Eastern Imperial City, they stood no match against the transcendent-level masters the Black Demon cult might field. Sacrificing them without cause would yield nothing and instead cripple the monarchy's strength, making an already precarious situation far worse. The Black Demon cult's elite warriors must be dealt with by the sects, never the royal house itself. The second proposal was equally troubling. Sending several provinces' armies would only give the regional lords open license to seize territory. Lin Fan alone had caused enough headaches. These warlords would surely follow his example. Still, since multiple provinces would strike simultaneously, any division of Changzhou would be limited to each faction. And facing the Black Demon cult, these provinces would suffer significant losses themselves. But whether these provinces would actually commit troops remained uncertain. The final option, calling upon Murong Hanxue, seemed the most promising. Xiao Meier knew enough of the Murong family's history to believe that if Hanxue agreed, Changzhou's troubles could be resolved swiftly. Yet the Murong family had never ventured beyond Nantian Pass across the ages, remaining aloof from Xiao Kingdom's affairs. Would Hanxue truly comply? Minister Wen, what is your judgment? Xiao Meier hesitated, seeking his counsel before deciding. Your Majesty, I would urge you to command Taizhou, Chuanzhou, and Xingzhou to mobilize their forces and suppress the rebellion. These provinces possess considerable strength, with numerous martial emperor cultivators among them. Even if the Black Demon cult fields transcendent experts, their numbers would be limited, and a combined effort should prove sufficient. Furthermore, the ambitions of the provincial lords have long been evident. Driven by desires for territory and population, these factions will undoubtedly send their armies. Even if Changzhou ultimately falls into these four powers' hands, it would still be preferable to allowing the rebellion to escalate and trigger further uprisings across the realm. Wen Tian understood Xiao Meier's reservations, but after careful deliberation, he maintained his recommendation for the provinces to intervene. These warlords had long been sharpening their weapons and preparing their horses, waiting for just such an opportunity, one they would undoubtedly seize. In truth, there was a deeper consideration Wen Tian kept silent about. The Black Demon cult posed a threat not only to the royal house, but also to the ambitions of the provincial lords. Without confronting this common enemy, the warlords stood no chance against one another. Yet revealing this would place Xiao Meier in an awkward position, so Wen Tian remained silent on the matter. As for Nantian Pass, its long-standing indifference made any involvement in this conflict unlikely. Very well. By imperial decree, Taizhou, Chuanzhou, and Xingzhou are to mobilize their forces and suppress the rebellion. Rewards shall be granted according to merit once the insurrection is quelled. Another hollow promise. Such was Xiao Meier's predicament. Conventional incentives held no sway over these warlords, yet she lacked the means to offer what they truly desired. A day later, all three provinces announced their intent to march on Changzhou. Only then did Xiao Meier feel a measure of relief. Though the royal house gained nothing tangible stemming the rebellion's momentum, was a modest victory in itself. For these past 2 days, Lin Fan remained in Changzhou, awaiting the decisive confrontation that loomed ahead. Your Grace, Generals Hua Zubing and Yu Fei have completed their strategic deployments. Should circumstances proceed smoothly, they should swiftly annihilate the invading forces and press their advantage to secure all of Changzhou. Though Lin Fan did not personally engage in combat, he maintained constant vigilance over the battlefield. With them handling military affairs, I harbor no concerns. Now we must take action ourselves. That will serve as auxiliary support for both generals. Lin Fan stated. A day prior, intelligence from the Eastern Depot revealed that a contingent of Black Demon cult experts had vanished without trace. Analysis suggested Lin Fan was their intended target. Subsequent fragmented reports corroborated this assessment. The expert squad's trajectory pointed directly toward Lin Fan. Your Grace, rest assured, I have made all preparations. I respectfully urge your Grace to proceed. This old man had already selected an appropriate burial ground for the Black Demon cult operatives. The choice of a secluded location served to conceal Lin Fan's capabilities and prevent the exposure of their true strength. Lin Fan stood atop the mountain, gazing at the magnificent rivers and mountains of the Xiao Kingdom. Once so beautiful, they were now about to be plunged into war. What a pity, he sighed. In truth, Lin Fan had no interest in conquest or the like. He only wanted to live out his days as a carefree idle heir. Unfortunately, everyone wanted his life, so he had no choice but to walk this path. Forget hatred. The descent of the system alone would never allow Lin Fan to live an ordinary life. Lin Wudi's intention was doomed from the start. Nor would Lin Fan ever be willing to be manipulated for the rest of his life. My prince, the Black Demon sect's people have arrived. Zhao Gao suddenly appeared, interrupting Lin Fan's thoughts. How many have come? Lin Fan asked. My prince, every one of them is a master. 1 at the Daoentry Realm, 3 at the Transcendent Realm, 10 martial emperors, and 50 martial venerables. That was a large number of powerful enemies. Had the Eastern Depot not detected them in advance, and given Lin Fan ample time to prepare, this encounter would have been truly dangerous. After all, Lin Fan no longer had many experts by his side. Apart from Dugu Qiubai at the Daoentry Realm, there were only Dian Wei and Zhao Gao at the Transcendent Realm, plus Yuan Qingdu at the peak of the Martial Emperor Realm and the Net's heaven-ranked assassins. It was no easy task for so few people to fend off a surprise attack by so many experts, and Lin Fan's safety could not have been guaranteed, unless he used that temporary realm-boosting card. Of course, Lin Fan was certain that victory would belong to his own side. But if the enemy struck by surprise, he still worried about his own safety. After all, he was only at the martial venerable realm, and his lack of practical combat experience made him prone to oversights. Now, however, things were different. Turning passivity into initiative would produce a vastly different result. Move out. Lin Fan said nothing more, for he had already simulated the plan many times. For good measure, Lin Fan had even recalled Guan Yu and Zhao Yun, two peak Transcendent Realm Masters. At the foot of Yingfeng Mountain, Elder Li, it is confirmed that Lin Fan is on the mountain. You said he has chosen to make camp again. Could he have discovered us? The Black Demon Sect party arrived. Even if some good-for-nothing from a tiny kingdom knows, so what? There are no millions of troops here. What does he have to resist with? Remember, our purpose this time is not to kill Lin Fan. We must take him alive. That man carries quite a secret, and he can be of great help to our sect. A waste who was trapped for 10 years, and yet he suddenly rises, commands so many powerful subordinates, and is even said to have raised a 3,000-strong martial sovereign force. That man is very mysterious. Try to keep this trip as covert as possible. Once the enemy is alerted, it will be hard to take Lin Fan cleanly. This Elder Li clearly had no idea that another Black Demon Sect Elder Lu Daorong had already died at Lin Fan's hands. Otherwise, he would never have dared come so casually. At this moment, Elder Li was still fantasizing that if he obtained Lin Fan's secret, his standing in the Black Demon Sect might greatly improve. After all, an outer sect elder sounded impressive, but in truth, he was only at the Daoentry realm. He did not count as a high-ranking member of the Black Demon Sect. At best, he was one of the lackeys sent to run errands. Move out. All of you be careful. If you mess this up, don't blame me for being ruthless. After Elder Li's threat, the group began climbing the mountain. The journey was smooth, and they encountered no troops. To avoid unnecessary losses, Lin Fan had already pulled back his berserk warriors. Elder Li, something is wrong. Suddenly, one man stopped Elder Li as he advanced. What are you shouting about? If you alarm Lin Fan, I'll tear you apart. Elder Li was greatly displeased. Although this man was confident, for in this part of the Xiao Kingdom, a Daoentry realm cultivator was already the strongest. Having come from the intrigue-ridden, expert-crowded Black Demon Sect, Elder Li had long grown accustomed to caution. Moreover, Lin Fan had always remained mysterious. Elder Li could not gauge his true strength and feared being caught off guard. That was why he moved so cautiously. Otherwise, with the Black Demon Sect's overbearing might, how could they have paid any heed to the people of the Xiao Kingdom? Elder Li, it seems some of our men are missing. The man ignored Elder Li's threat and spoke in an almost incredulous tone. This fellow was also excessively cautious. Along the way, he had carefully observed not only the surroundings, but also the companions beside him. Impossible. There hasn't been any movement at all. Elder Li refused to believe it. With his strength, who could possibly act right beneath his nose? Elder Li, some are indeed missing. 3 martial venerables are gone. Ignoring Elder Li's doubt, the man quickly contacted the others and found that 3 martial venerables had lost contact. Keep advancing. By now, Elder Li also realized that this trip would definitely not go smoothly. But at this point, he could not worry about so much. He had to reach the mountaintop as soon as possible. 5 minutes later, Elder Li, several more martial venerables are missing. 10 minutes later, Elder Li, a martial emperor, is missing. Elder Li, who was advancing in front, suddenly stopped. So many people had vanished in such a short time, including a martial emperor. If he still had not realized what was happening, he would have lived all these years in vain. Order everyone to assemble. They had been discovered. Continuing to sneak forward was meaningless now. To make a martial emperor vanish without a sound, the enemy must have at least transcendent realm experts. If so, he had to be even more cautious. Soon, everyone gathered together. Sure enough, the already small group was missing more than a dozen people, including 1 martial emperor. Friend, since you are already here, show yourself. Elder Li looked around warily and shouted loudly. However, the surroundings remained extremely quiet. No one responded. The ones who had just acted were precisely the people of the net. Those fellows were all assassins, most skilled at striking from the shadows. Why would they reveal themselves? Everyone stay together. Head up the mountain. Since they had been exposed, there was no need to hide. Elder Li led the group openly as they rushed toward the mountaintop. A dozen or so minutes later, Elder Li saw a makeshift camp where a group of people stood arrayed in full battle readiness. Lin Fan, I am Li Tianfu, outer sect elder of the Black Demon Sect. Why not come out and face me? So they really had been discovered. Elder Li, you have come 1,000 li to meet me. What business brings you here? Lin Fan appeared. Looking at the force before him, Lin Fan guessed that these were probably all the experts the Black Demon Sect had left in Shangzhou. No wonder that fellow Yu Guang could not hold them off. Perhaps wiping out this group would complete one stage of the mission to eradicate the Black Demon Sect. Lin Fan, I have come to give you a chance to live. The might of the Black Demon Sect needs no explanation. You know it well. What are you still hesitating for? Why not surrender and join our sect? If you do, not only will you have your revenge, but you may even forge a brilliant future. This man's goal was Lin Fan's secret, so naturally he did not want Lin Fan to die too easily. Unfortunately, he did not know that the last person who tried to persuade Lin Fan to surrender was already dead. Lin Fan looked at elderly, wondering where these guys got their confidence. Did they really think the experts of the Black Demon cult would be intimidated? Enough talk. Since you're here, just stay behind. Keeping these people would greatly help the overall battle situation of Shangzhou. Kid, I hope you can be this tough when you're kneeling and begging me later. Elderly did not believe the opponent could possess such strength. The Black Demon cult was no ordinary faction like Xiao Kingdom. It maintained a powerful intelligence network across the entire region of Finyang Kingdom. If any experts appeared, it would be impossible for them to leave no traces whatsoever. As for those Emperor-level warriors around Lin Fan, the Black Demon cult would not even bother paying attention. Fine, I'll give you this chance. Spare his life. With Lin Fan's words spoken, the chaotic battle began. Dugu Qiubai faced elderly, while Zhao Yunguanyu and Dian Wei each confronted one of the three extraordinary experts. The remaining forces were handled by Yuan Xingdu, leading the 6 sword slaves, and others from Luo Wang. In just a moment, both sides had already exchanged several moves. Not good. Identical thoughts surfaced in the hearts of everyone from the Black Demon cult, especially Elder Li and the 3 extraordinary experts whose hearts were filled with disbelief. These guys not only possessed high cultivation realms, but their strength was unfathomable. Any one of them had the ability to fight against higher realm opponents. Now Elder Li was utterly dumbfounded. This was equivalent to facing 1 Qi-gathering realm expert, 3 Downering realm experts, and so many elusive assassins. How could they possibly fight? However, whether to fight at this point was no longer something they could decide. Several people could only hold on with great effort. Your Highness Lord Dugu is not far from breaking through. Perhaps after this battle, he can attempt to break through to the Qi-gathering realm. Under Zhao Gao's protection, Lin Fan watched the spectacle from afar. Whom after this period of tempering Dugu Qiubai should also break through. Lin Fan was quite satisfied with these experts' talents, as they could still break through even without his direct intervention. This kind of situation was not restricted by Lin Fan's own realm limitations. This was still because Lin Fan could not provide too many resources. After the system upgraded, Lin Fan would see if he could purchase some cultivation resources. He must help them, otherwise their talents would be wasted. In the meantime, a few minutes passed. The battle was already drawing to a close. The first to finish were the Emperor-level warriors led by Yuan Xingdu. For those with heaven-defying talents, the lower the realm, the more obvious the gap became. Several people smoothly took down their enemies first. Next came Zhao Yun and the others. The 3 extraordinary experts were originally at a lower realm than them, with equipment and cultivation methods far inferior. They all smoothly defeated their opponents. Finally, that group of martial venerables was also smoothly resolved. The only ones still fighting in the arena were Elder Li and Dugu Qiubai. Your Highness Lord Dugu is using this opportunity to break through, tempering himself against the enemy. Zhao Gao explained. With Dugu Qiubai's combat power defeating Elder Li would be effortless, yet the two remained in a deadlock throughout. Lin Fan showed understanding. It seemed Dugu Qiubai had reached the critical threshold of breakthrough. As expected, 5 minutes later, with despair in Elder Li's eyes, Dugu Qiubai's aura changed dramatically, and he smoothly broke through to the Qi-gathering realm. Then before Elder Li could react, a casual sword Qi sent him flying backward with blood spurting from his mouth. Ugh! Elder Li spat blood and tried to struggle to his feet, but his body had no strength. At this moment, 2 Luo Wang assassins stepped forward. One drew a blade and struck Elder Li's limbs, completely crippling the man. With not a trace of mercy, they dragged Elder Li like a dead dog before Lin Fan. Lin Fan, don't celebrate yet. You've caused a massive disaster. Elder Li was not hysterical. Perhaps knowing his death was certain, he was actually much calmer than before. I admit your strength caught me off guard, but you need to understand. With people like you, the Black Demon cult could wipe you out with ease. An expert who just broke through to the Qi-gathering realm is far from enough. Even intersect elders and core disciples of the Black Demon cult require, at minimum, the Qi-gathering realm. How can you resist? I was responsible for handling matters in Shangzhou Xiao Kingdom. Now because of you I have failed. The cult will inevitably send more and stronger people to take over. Your victory is only temporary. And you have become a target for the Black Demon cult to eliminate. Your fate is easy to imagine. This guy knew he was doomed. His words seemed like threats, but he had his own calculations. If Lin Fan grew afraid, there might still be a sliver of chance for survival. As long as he could survive, there would still be opportunities. Perhaps he could even use Lin Fan to achieve greater success. But hope is always beautiful. What about reality? Hehe. You're right. The Black Demon cult is indeed powerful. However, Finyang Kingdom is not weak either. If you want to act as you please next time you come to Xiao Kingdom, it won't be people like you. Besides, how do you know this is my strongest ability? I already know about the Black Demon cult situation and still dare to oppose them. I wouldn't have no confidence. Do not use your petty thoughts to judge this king. You are not worthy. By the way, Elder Lu Rong is waiting for you on the road ahead. You won't be lonely. After speaking, Lin Fan turned and left. Before Elder Li could say anything, the Luo Wang assassin beside him struck, directly finishing him off. This guy had low status in the Black Demon cult, and keeping him alive held little value. Better to kill him. Lin Fan could still earn 10 million points. Though this battle seemed small in scale, all who came were experts. For this, Lin Fan earned over 10 million points, bringing him one step closer to upgrading the system mall. Once the Shangzhou turmoil was resolved along with rewards from several completed missions and war settlements, Lin Fan estimated that the points needed for the first system mall upgrade would be almost sufficient. At that time, perhaps the threat from the Black Demon cult would not be so great. Lin Fan never expected these Black Demon cult people to actually come to him. This way, the pressure on Yu Fei and Hua Zubing was significantly reduced. The rebel army without expert support, while not completely defenseless, was certainly no match for the two of them. In this sense, the rebellion in Shangzhou was basically resolved. Only time remained. Next, what Lin Fan needed to consider was how to handle Shangzhou. Lin Fan directly and openly occupying Shangzhou was definitely not an option. Not to mention the royal family, even the neighboring provinces would not agree. Lin Fan was not afraid of war, but he simply did not want to fight on his own territory. This meant finding a compromise solution was necessary, at least to silence these critics. However, there was no rush for now. The warfare in Shangzhou could not be resolved within a month or two, so Lin Fan still had sufficient time to plan this matter. If all else fails, find a way to control Yu Guang, the Shangzhou inspector. Let him manage Shangzhou nominally, while Lin Fan sends people to control the military. That is also an option. Specifically, it would depend on the circumstances. Baohe City was an ordinary stronghold in Shangzhou. Soon after the war broke out, it fell into rebel hands. Countless commoners suffered. Those fortunate enough fled, abandoning their homes and livelihoods, while the rest could only lament the injustice of heaven in their next life. Fortunately, within less than a month, Yu Fei led his forces to recapture the city. Now an army of 100,000 Yu's army was stationed here. The remaining 200,000 troops under the command of Zhao Yun and Guan Yu, who had completed their missions, were stationed in the cities flanking Baohe City, forming a coordinated defensive posture. General Yue, the enemy's million-strong army, is not far from us. How do you plan to fight this battle? Today, Gongsun Zan, Zhao Yun, and Guan Yu received orders from Yu Fei and rushed to Baohe City to discuss the upcoming campaign together. We do not have General Hua Zubing's cavalry advantage. We must rely on the terrain for ambushes, which is the only way to minimize our losses. Yu Fei said. He had already received intelligence that Hua Zubing, exploiting the mobility advantage of the White Horse Loyal Guard, had launched the first strike against the enemy. 300,000 troops at the lowest military commander realm. This was truly no rabble that could be easily resisted. However, after Hua Zubing engaged in battle, he discovered extremely critical intelligence and quickly passed it to Lin Fan and Yu Fei. The ruthless Black Demon cult, using secret arts, could rapidly elevate an individual's cultivation realm, though this applied only to low-level warriors. The price was a drastically shortened lifespan, yet the undeniable rise in combat power was a fact. Thus, within the rebel army, among the million rebels facing Hua Zubing, nearly 200,000 were military commander-level forces. Unaware of this threat, Hua Zubing had even suffered some losses. This was a technique the Black Demon cult had only recently perfected, using secret arts. Even the Eastern Depot had failed to acquire relevant intelligence, catching Hua Zubing completely off guard. Fortunately, the White Horse Loyal Guard was both elite and numerous, preventing greater casualties. Upon learning this intelligence, Yu Fei mainly considered how to deal with these commander-level rebel troops. Yu's army had relatively few cavalry. If handled improperly and surrounded by the enemy, they would face a dire situation. Generals, this is the famous Luoxiao Mountain in Shangzhou. The mountains are high and the forests dense. I believe this is the ideal location for an ambush. Do you have any objections? Luoxiao Mountain was indeed an excellent strategic location, highly suitable for ambush warfare. General Yue, such treacherous terrain. The enemy may not take the bait, sir. Zhao Yun studied the map and raised his concern. Indeed, the enemy's million-strong army is not made of fools. They will not charge blindly into a trap. Once they discover our presence and advance cautiously, we will face considerable trouble reducing this to a conventional confrontation. Gongsun Zan, Guan Yu, and Zhao Yun's military command abilities were not at the absolute pinnacle, but years of warfare were no small feat. They could still identify certain issues. Exactly. This place is so perfectly suited for an ambush that the enemy must be equally aware and may anticipate us striking here and prepare accordingly. My suggestion is to turn the tables, set the ambush right here, while simultaneously leaking the intelligence. Our main force will march into the mountains, creating the appearance of an ambush setup. Then, just as the enemy approaches, our army will divide into several contingents and withdraw from Luoxiao Mountain. While the enemy braces for a potential ambush, we will set fire to the mountain and decide the outcome in one decisive battle. That was Yu Fei's plan. Yu Fei's plan was utterly ruthless. 1 million people. Though enemies, they were still living, breathing human beings. Once they truly entered the mountains, that single fire would allow no escape. Even if some escaped, Yu's army guarding the periphery would cut them down. The fate of this million was practically sealed. Zhao Yun and the others hesitated. Not because they lacked the courage to kill, for death on the battlefield was commonplace. It was simply that Yu Fei's plan struck at the harmony of heaven and earth. As generals, they deeply valued their reputations. In open battle, they would never hesitate to slaughter countless foes. But employing such a sinister stratagem troubled them. This was what people meant when they said renowned generals cherish their feathers, protecting their legacies. While this approach inflicts heavy casualties, it will also end the war in the shortest time. Is this not also a blessing for the people of Shangzhou? Gentlemen, my decision is final. Whatever consequences arise, Yu Fei alone shall bear them. Yu Fei decided without hesitation. General, you speaks too humbly. We all serve the prince together. We share prosperity and hardship alike. What is mere slander in the face of such loyalty? The several men were bold and magnanimous, caring nothing for posthumous infamy. If exchanging 1 million enemy lives could swiftly end the Shangzhou rebellion and secure peace for over 100 million commoners, why not? Moreover, those bewitched by the Black Demon cult were already beyond easy redemption. Unless someone specialized in such work, but Yu Fei and the others knew Lin Fan had no such personnel at his disposal. With the plan finalized, the men ceased their hesitation and immediately began preparations. All 300,000 troops of Yu's army marched out of the city, heading directly for Luoxiao Mountain. As expected, Yu Fei's movements were not concealed from enemy scouts. Or perhaps Yu Fei intended it this way. Lin Fan is nothing more than a mere boy. The men he sends lack competence. Such inadequates dare command an entire army. Leading the rebel forces was a Wu Di Emperor-level powerhouse. This man was insignificant within the Black Demon cult. Rejected and sidelined by his peers, he had been dispatched to this remote corner of Xiao Kingdom. An innate sense of superiority made him look down upon the people of Xiao Kingdom, a feeling he would never have experienced within the Black Demon cult. He had grown arrogant, holding no one in high regard, especially since for reasons unknown the cult's elders had departed with their elite experts, leaving him in command and making him even more reckless. Send word. Deploy the military commander divisions in the front with the rest following behind. Prepare your equipment. If the enemy seeks to ambush us, we shall give them a surprise. Advance the entire army into Luoxiao Mountain, pressing forward step by step. Do not overlook any suspicious position. This battle, I will destroy Lin Fan's main force, then press onward to Huangzhou. The rebels were mostly commoners, members of 8-star and 9-star sects, and nobles from various families. These people were utterly unfamiliar with large-scale warfare. Orders came from above, right or wrong, and they were executed without question, chiefly because they could not discern right from wrong themselves. Thus, the full 1,000,000 troops, leaving no rear guard, all entered Luoxiao Mountain. General 3 Li ahead, we have located the Haifeng City forces. The vanguard has already engaged. Discovering Haifeng City's troops so quickly only reinforced his conviction that his opponents were utterly mediocre, so easily exposed even during an ambush operation. Excellent. Push the entire army forward and crush them in one battle. Afterward, we shall claim our territory and advance upon Huangzhou. Never did this man imagine that each seemingly ordinary command he issued was steadily driving his 1,000,000-strong army, and himself, straight into the abyss. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yu Fei and his men had already completed their preparations. General, the enemy has neared the ambush point. All the brothers have withdrawn and are ready to ignite the blaze at any moment. Shortly thereafter, word reached Yu Fei. Even he had not expected matters to proceed so smoothly. After all, to ensure a clean ignition, Yu Fei had drenched the forest with considerable fire oil. Yet the enemy had not noticed the faintest trace. In truth, what Yu Fei did not know was that the rebels had indeed detected the scent. They simply had not taken it to heart. Without conducting any thorough check, they mistook it for the odor of dying flora and rotting fauna in the woods. They had not even bothered to report it, and the Black Demon cult remained wholly unaware. By the time they realized what was happening, it was already too late. No good. Pull out at once. These bastards are utterly ruthless. Upon reaching the ambush site, the rebel commander caught wind of the scent lingering in the air. Out of caution, he examined the area with care and finally uncovered the fire oil. Alas, by then it was already too late. Loose. At Yu Fei's single command, countless flaming arrows soared into the sky, streaking straight toward the distant forest. After several waves of arrow volleys, the Yu family army immediately fell back. Only when they had reached a sufficiently safe distance did they draw up their battle formation to prevent any enemy from bursting out and fleeing. From the other directions, Guan Yu and his men were likewise standing in vigilant formation, awaiting only this fire. What a monstrous fire it was. With mountains high and forests dense, a blaze once started was already difficult to suppress. And with the fire oil adding fuel, the conflagration once risen defied all control. The 1,000,000-strong rebel army, composed mostly of martial artists, martial masters, and martial generals, was utterly helpless before such a natural cataclysm. After more than 20 minutes, from several directions around Luoxiao Mountain, figures relying on exceptional strength came charging out. Yet before they could catch their breath, another hail of arrows greeted them. In their panicked confusion, they had no means to stop it. Lin Fan, you heaven-cursed wretch. Using such despicable means, this is a victory without honor. Are you not afraid that the whole world will mock you? As a martial emperor, such a great blaze could hardly do him harm. having just charged out the rebel chieftain, was cursing furiously. Humph. This deed was this general's alone. What has the prince to do with it? The battlefield is no child's play. What is required is victory, and who would care about the means? You inhuman wretches are not fit to question us. Yu Fei would not stand for it. This was his own masterpiece. How could he let the prince take the blame? Besides, given the Black Demon cult's record of atrocities, no means of dealing with you could ever be too harsh. How dare you brazenly clamor here? You court death. I'll send you on your way right now. With the dire situation right before him, and still not running, this fellow truly was without equal. Yu Fei did not move at all. The Yu family army was not lacking in martial emperors, the others were more than sufficient to handle the threat. Put out the fire. Before long the rebels who had escaped, Black Demon cult members included, were all eliminated. Seeing that the moment was right, Yu Fei issued the order without delay. The Yu family army had made ample preparations. They swiftly cleared a stretch of bare firebreak around the burning grounds to check the flames spread, and only then set about extinguishing the blaze. Lighting the fire had taken but an instant, yet quenching it took an entire day and night before the conflagration that had incinerated 1 million people was finally put out. Never would I have thought that General Yu Fei, seemingly so honest and sincere, could do something so vicious. When the frontline dispatch reached Lin Fan, he could not help but sigh in admiration. In Lin Fan's mind, Yu Fei was a general who fought out in the open on the battlefield. He had never imagined that once pushed to ruthlessness the man would act with such complete disregard. Every renowned general cherishes his reputation above all. This time it truly exceeded Lin Fan's expectations. Even so, Lin Fan made no further comments, nor did he show the slightest inclination to reproach, for to be lenient toward one's enemies would only be an abdication of responsibility toward one's own soldiers. Your Highness, General Wuzun on his front has likewise reorganized his forces and launched swift lightning attacks specifically against the enemy's martial general legions. After several battles, the enemy's million-strong army is already reduced to a paltry remnant. With this crisis may be deemed resolved. As for the next move, would your Highness consider continuing to retake the other cities? Zhao Gao said these words. To him such tactics still amounted to nothing, and he felt not the slightest stir in his heart. Order Yu Fei and Wuzun to press forward and seize more cities with all haste. Meanwhile, command Guan Yu and Zhao Yun to remain behind, establish a city garrison, and take charge of defending the cities. The Shangzhou rebellion should be ended as quickly as possible. At the same time, the news of the fighting in Shangzhou had already spread abroad. Who was Yu Fei? Since when did Lin Fan gain such a formidable man under his command? And what of Wuzun? He was unheard of before too. These two fellows wiped out 2 million rebels in a single battle. Their strength needs no elaboration. In this campaign, Lin Fan merely deployed 300 White Horse Cavalry and an unknown legion of 300, and he has nearly put down the Shangzhou rebellion. Don't forget, Haifeng City still holds 400 troops that can withstand 5 million elite barbarian warriors. Where did these legions all come from? An army is not like an individual master. Without having been tempered in bloody battle, how could a legion become an elite force? Yet no one had ever heard of Lin Fan's troops before. What hidden power could possess such tremendous strength, while leaving no trace at all to be found? Investigate. Where would they even begin to look? How could the people of this world comprehend the marvel of the system? Without the system, who could ever have pulled off such a feat? At the royal capital, in the grand hall of the palace, Xiao Meier read the Shangzhou war report and remained silent for a long time. Lin Fan's influence had expanded far too swiftly, already beyond the royal family's control. Even if she were to commit the throne's deepest reserve, Xiao Meier could not be certain of defeating the legions that answered to Lin Fan. What agitated Xiao Meier even more was that Lin Fan also commanded no small number of experts, a fact that left her with a nagging sense of having no opening to strike. Lord Wen, by the looks of it, the Shangzhou rebellion has been quelled. Yet Lin Fan's strength is even more troublesome than the rebellion itself. Do you have a strategy for this? Xiao Meier's only remaining hope was this Prime Minister. Your Majesty, your servant currently has no good plan either. What else could Wen Tian say? He was but a civil minister. Although he possessed a modicum of strength, going up against Lin Fan would have been futile. Xiao Meier was disappointed by Wen Tian's answer. Your Majesty, perhaps you could take advantage of Lin Fan's great victory to summon him back to the capital for commendation, and then. Wen Tian deliberated for a moment and offered the proposal anyway. If Lin Fan could be brought back to the royal capital, then by marshalling the combined strength of the royal house and the various noble families, it might not be impossible to detain him there. However, this approach also carried hidden dangers. First was reputation. Once the royal family made its move, its name would be irreparably tainted and true chaos would descend upon the realm. Second, in the event of failure, if Lin Fan managed to escape, the trouble would only multiply. Lin Fan would unquestionably raise his banner in revolt, and when that day came, the common folk would not merely refrain from opposing him. Many would actively rally to his cause. For make no mistake, everything Lin Fan had done of late had been for the sake of the Xiao kingdom. Add to that Lin Wudi's selfless service to the nation. The people had not forgotten these things over the years. In truth, Wen Tian was well aware that this was by no means the optimal moment to act against Lin Fan. But when the Empress inquired, he had to produce some semblance of a plan, lest the Prime Minister appear utterly inept. As for whether Xiao Meier would follow through, that was no longer Wen Tian's concern. Xiao Meier was well aware of Wen Tian's concerns. Lord Wen, what do you think of transferring Lin Fan to Changzhou? Changzhou's offensive against Qinzhou had not ceased. The other prefectures had been ordered to suppress the rebellion, but they were still dawdling in their preparations, clearly unwilling to commit to the battlefield prematurely. Despite her displeasure, Xiao Meier repeatedly issued imperial decrees urging action, but to little effect. The prefectures remained utterly unmoved. Your Majesty, Lin Fan's power base lies in Haifeng City, Huangzhou. The reason he is so attentive to affairs in Changzhou is that Changzhou borders Huangzhou. Once taken, it would be easy for him to govern. But Changzhou and Qinzhou are to the south, while Huangzhou is to the north, far beyond his reach. I suspect Lin Fan will most likely refuse on the grounds that the rebellion in Changzhou has not yet been fully quelled, or that his losses have been too great. Once Lin Fan refuses to send troops, we will have no grounds or excuse to compel him to go. At that point, it would be an even greater loss of face. Wen Tian had indeed considered transferring Lin Fan to Changzhou, but he also knew that Lin Fan would never do anything without benefit. Your Majesty, for now, we must first resolve the matter of Changzhou. After all, Changzhou borders not only Huangzhou, but also our Zhongzhou. If Changzhou falls into Lin Fan's hands, we may find no peace of mind or rest. Wen Tian shifted the topic and brought up Changzhou once more. Indeed, we should first resolve the trouble before us. Xiao Meier suddenly realized that if they became neighbors with Lin Fan, given the strength of his legions, breaching Zhongzhou would be effortless. The royal house would lose its buffer zone and remain in constant peril. What does Lord Wen suggest? Xiao Meier asked. It was at this moment that she realized how crucial it was to have a capable aide. Your Majesty, the selection of the Changzhou governor is the root of solving this problem. Yu Guang is ambitious, but lacks the strength to match his ambition. Over the years, he has drifted further from the royal court. Therefore, I suggest we take this opportunity to replace the governor of Changzhou. In this way, we can legitimately take over Changzhou and remove Yu Guang. This time, he will have nothing to say. At the same time, drive Lin Fan back to Haifeng City and give him no chance to interfere in Changzhou. Wen Tian laid out his plan. Will Lin Fan agree? At this point, most of Changzhou has already fallen into his hands, and the rest will likely be his before long. Lin Fan's goal is Changzhou. Since he's already got it, would he leave? Xiao Meier didn't think this was a good plan. Lin Fan was no fool. He wouldn't easily give up the benefits he had fought desperately to obtain. At the very least, Xiao Meier felt that if it were her, she certainly wouldn't. Your Majesty, unless Lin Fan openly rebels, he will agree. At the very least, he will withdraw his troops from Changzhou. Once our people arrive in Changzhou with royal support, they can quickly take control of the prefecture. Wen Tian was confident, and there was some sense in his words. Once the rebellion was put down and the royal court issued an edict, Lin Fan would have no reason to stay. If he insisted on lingering, the implications would change once word got out. All right, who do you think is suitable for the governor's post? Xiao Meier asked. However, this was not an easy question to answer. The governor of a prefecture was a powerful regional official with real authority, and Xiao Meier was using this opportunity to test Wen Tian. Your Majesty, I believe this person should come from the royal family. It would be best to select a prince from the imperial clan court to take the post. Wen Tian was well aware of Xiao Meier's suspicion and already had a countermeasure. In that case, I will deliberate on the candidates. Xiao Meier thought for a moment and said, leaving the matter to someone from the imperial clan court would put her somewhat at ease. Though the Xiao family was not monolithic, it was still preferable to an outsider. Your Majesty, this must be done quickly. Once Lin Fan completely pacifies Changzhou and pushes Yu Guang back into power or places someone else in charge, he will control Changzhou from behind the scenes. Then it will be troublesome. That possibility, no, not just a possibility. Lin Fan had actually already planned to do exactly that. He simply hadn't settled on a candidate yet. While Xiao Meier was frantic with worry, there was someone even more distressed than her, Meng Qingye, the governor of Yizhou. This man bore a grudge against the Lin family and naturally did not wish to see Lin Fan rise. Tell me, what should we do about the situation in Changzhou? Although Yizhou bordered Changzhou, the Black Demon sect's target was not him, and his Yizhou remained relatively stable. Especially after the Great War with the barbarian tribes, they were now in a period of truce. But Lin Fan's presence in Changzhou and his near success in suppressing the rebellion made Meng Qingye unable to sit still. Everyone knew that Lin Fan was not helping the royal court out of kindness. His goal was naturally Changzhou. But with Lin Fan as a neighbor, how could Meng Qingye feel at ease? Gentlemen, Lin Fan's appearance by our side is an absolute threat. I have decided to march into Changzhou, seize its cities under the banner of suppressing the rebellion, and if conflict with Lin Fan arises, keep the war contained within Changzhou's borders. Meng Qingye had been deliberating over this decision for a long time. On one hand, it would keep the battlefield far from Yizhou. On the other, it would allow him to gain territory while watching how events unfolded. My lord, in doing so, we will not only confront Lin Fan directly, but also have to deal with Yu Guang, the governor of Changzhou. He will never give up Changzhou. His subordinates had no major objections to this decision. In this chaotic era, fighting for territory was a necessity. If you did not contend, you would eventually be eliminated. Yu Guang is not a problem. He only has some battered remnants left. Taking him down won't be difficult. As for Lin Fan, we'll see how things go. If it comes to war, Zhou is not afraid. In fact, if the opportunity arises, we should take the initiative and eliminate this threat of Lin Fan. Rebellion was inevitable sooner or later. At present, all parties harbored some misgivings, but in any case, someone had to make the first move. The reason Meng Qingye made this decision was that he was prepared to be the one to stick his neck out. Zhou's location was very important. If worst came to worst, and he could not withstand attacks from all sides, Meng Qingye could simply abandon Zhou and let the barbarian tribes pour in. Then who would have the energy to trouble Meng Qingye? At this point, Meng Qingye was blinded by hatred, even willing to bear infamy. No matter how much he talked, it was ultimately for his own interests, to avenge his son. Meng Qingye enjoyed great prestige in Zhou, and his decision won widespread support. Soon the troops of the entire Zhou began to mobilize, preparing to enter Shangzhou. Just one day after Meng Qingye made his decision, Lin Fan received word. This Meng Qingye really couldn't sit still. Since he's jumping into the fray, we might as well deal with him as well. Lin Fan knew that Meng Qingye was a venomous snake lurking in the shadows. Since their enmity was irreconcilable, Lin Fan decided to seize this opportunity to take Zhou as well. At the same time, Lin Fan also decided to move against the entire Huangzhou. Chao Zhenshun had already made sufficient preparations in the earlier phase, so taking Huangzhou would not encounter much resistance. In this way, in addition to Shangzhou and Zhou, among the 18 prefectures of the Xiao Kingdom, Lin Fan would have 3 prefectures firmly in his grasp. His power would surge greatly, and naturally the points he earned would skyrocket. Lin Fan made his decision and began making arrangements. Send word to Wang Jian, lead the Great Qin Tiger Army to seize the remaining cities in Huangzhou, then deploy the Wei martial soldiers for defense. After integrating the city guard forces, redirect them toward the Demon Beast Forest. Then station the Great Qin Tiger Army at the border between Huangzhou and Shangzhou. Order Yu Fei and Hua Zubing to intensify their attacks, and quickly subdue the rebels to counter Meng Qingye. Leave Shangzhou under Yu Fei and Hua Zubing's command, while the rest follow me back to Black Wind City. Since Lin Fan had chosen to take action, he would need to return to Black Wind City himself to reorganize the troops and expand his forces. After transforming a portion of the city guards, Yi Xian could then expand his elite forces, the Great Qin Tiger Army, White Horse Cavalry, and White Robe Legion. Orders were dispatched and preparations began across all fronts, while Lin Fan set out on his return journey to Black Wind City. The distance was not great, and he could make the trip in less than a week. 2 days later, Lin Fan arrived at the Huangzhou border. Your Highness, fresh intelligence reports that Changzhou has descended into chaos once again. Zhao Gao brought the latest dispatch. It turned out that Xingzhou, Taizhou, and Xuanzhou had received imperial orders to quell the rebellion, and once their armies were mobilized, they began marching toward Changzhou. Yet no one anticipated that Changzhou would be so thoroughly prepared. They temporarily abandoned their offensive against Qinzhou, and instead concentrated their forces to counterattack Xingzhou, clearly indicating prior knowledge and careful planning, as none of the opposing sides had received intelligence about these preparations. This demonstrated just how formidable Changzhou truly was. Even with nearly half their forces held in reserve, they had still managed to completely shatter Qinzhou's army. To make matters worse, while Changzhou's forces launched a surprise assault on Xingzhou's main army, Taizhou's troops abruptly switched sides and joined the Changzhou forces in their attack on Xingzhou. The sudden betrayal stunned the Xingzhou forces. After a day and night of fighting, Xingzhou suffered devastating losses and was forced to retreat back to their own territory, though Changzhou and Taizhou showed no signs of relenting. Shangzhou's troops rapidly moved northwest to counter the Chuanzhou army's advance, while Taizhou's forces launched a full-scale assault directly at Xingzhou. Meanwhile, Zizhou began mobilizing their forces and moving them toward the Xingzhou border. Their intentions remained unclear, but mounting evidence suggested they might join the assault on Xingzhou. The Black Devil cult's infiltration has clearly grown severe, Lin Fan observed. Changzhou's attack on Qinzhou served 2 purposes. Qinzhou proved the weakest target, and the assault drew the 3 southern states into overextension. Once they committed their forces, Taizhou's sudden strike crippled Xingzhou. With this maneuver, Xingzhou, Taizhou, Changzhou, Qinzhou, and the ambiguous Zizhou have all consolidated into a unified front. Once Chuanzhou and Wenzhou fall, either through conquest or alliance, these provinces could unite their forces for a direct assault on Zhongzhou, something quite plausible given their growing coordination. Though the situation erupted without warning, Lin Fan understood that the Black Devil cult's manipulation lay at the heart of it all. Without their orchestration, these independent provinces would never have coordinated so seamlessly. Each of these regional leaders coveted that ultimate position and would never willingly submit to another's authority. As for what methods the Black Devil cult employed, or what terms they offered, those details remained beyond Lin Fan's knowledge for now. If their scheme succeeds, and these provinces consolidate their power, eliminating the threat will prove far more difficult. With the Black Devil cult now accelerating their plans, we cannot afford to lag behind. We must secure Huangzhou and Shangzhou as swiftly as possible. By the way, what about Mengqingye? Any developments on that front? Lin Fan asked. Your Highness, Meng's E-province forces have reached our border and are currently negotiating with Yuguang. Meng's army needed Yuguang's cooperation to enter Shangzhou legally. Of course, Yuguang could only offer superficial resistance before inevitably surrendering. If Mengqingye committed fully, there was nothing stopping him. What progress have we made? Lin Fan pressed once more. Your Highness, among Shangzhou's holdings, only 10 cities remain under rebel control, while roughly 20 more fall under Yuguang's domain. All other territories are already secured by our forces. During this period, agents of the Eastern Depot have been extraordinarily active, establishing contact with numerous military commanders and city governors. While these figures haven't publicly committed yet, their eventual compliance is merely a matter of time. Zhao Gao felt quite pleased with the efficiency of the Eastern Depot's operations. These operatives were ruthlessly cunning. They not only possessed compromising evidence against various officials, but had also taken certain individuals' family members hostage, leaving their targets paralyzed with fear and unwilling to openly defy authority. With such leverage in place, Zhao Gao reasoned that once Yu Fei and Hua Zubing's armies arrived, many would quickly align with the winning side. How stands the situation with Wang Jian? The Great Qin Tiger Army moved with characteristic swiftness, having already positioned their forces pending orders. Now that the commands had been issued, they advanced alongside Guijia toward Huangzhou's remaining strongholds. Your Highness, only Shuo City remains unclaimed in all of Huangzhou. It houses the province's most powerful clans. Both martial lords and 2 Wu Emperor realm cultivators defend its walls. However, Wang Jian's forces should have arrived by now. Taking it is merely a question of time. Indeed, Huangzhou concealed Wu Emperors after all. Yet 2 mere Wu Emperors held no real significance to the broader conflict. Lin Fan saw no immediate solution for the current predicament. His best path forward was to strengthen his position incrementally. Soon after, Lin Fan and his party made their return to Blackwind City. Within those days, Lin Fan brought all of Huangzhou under his control while quelling the rebellion in Shangzhou. Meanwhile, Mengqingye's E-province forces pushed into Shangzhou and consolidated with Yuguang's troops. They formed a standoff against Yu Fei's army and the White Horse Legion. Now came the waiting game, observing how the royal court would respond. At the capital, Your Majesty, it is evident that Changzhou and Taizhou colluded long ago. Given their coordination, losing Qinzhou and Xingzhou to the enemy was inevitable. Once they unite their forces, that will mark their offensive against Zhongzhou. We cannot afford to give them the time to coordinate. It must be us who strikes first. When Tian faced a mounting crisis, Taizhou, Xingzhou, and Changzhou all lay close to Zhongzhou, and once each secured their rear areas, launching an assault on the central state became unavoidable. Defending against a coalition numbering in the millions would be nearly impossible with Zhongzhou's forces alone. When Tian harbored no illusions about the other regional lords, they would likely stay on the sidelines rather than risk involvement, and counting on them to rescue Zhongzhou was entirely unrealistic. The rebellion across multiple provinces does not yet constitute an existential threat to Zhongzhou. We possess sufficient strength to mount a defense. However, the casualties would be devastating, leaving the state severely weakened for whatever comes next. Minister 1, is there any means to lift this crisis from Zhongzhou? Xiao Meier understood that while the royal house commanded enough military force to suppress the rebellious provinces, the heavy casualties would leave the throne dangerously vulnerable. If other vassals saw this weakness and rose in revolt, the crown would have no means to respond. Your Majesty, might we call upon the 10 Directions Temple to confront the Black Devil cult's elite practitioners? Simultaneously, we could request military support from House Moro. Should both factions commit to this endeavor, our assistance would ensure the rebellion is quelled while minimizing the royal house's losses. When Tian sighed inwardly, the royal house's fundamental weakness was its reliance on outside forces whenever trouble arose, combined with insufficient strength of its own. At this rate, there would come a day when they simply could not hold the line. The Shifeng Hall and the Murong clan were 2 forces that could not be ignored in the Xiao Kingdom. With the Black Demon cult's masters held at bay, only they could put down the rebellion. But would these 2 families be willing to send troops? Xiao Meier had no confidence in that, as neither of them was something she could control. Shifeng Hall had always posed as reclusive experts while exploiting the Xiao Kingdom, yet they prioritized their own interests above all. Unless the Fengyang Kingdom started its campaign against the Black Demon cult, Shifeng Hall might not dare to act. As for the Murong clan, they equally troubled Xiao Meier. The Murong clan had been in the Xiao Kingdom for a long time. Over the years, there had been dozens of rebellions, large and small, yet not once had the Murong clan intervened. They clearly possessed the strength to turn the tide, yet they turned a blind eye to everything and refused to involve themselves. The Murong clan's approach both reassured the Xiao royal family and left them helpless. No ruler would feel at ease having subordinates who heed no summons and obey no orders, especially when their strength was so formidable. Despite the royal family's deep heritage, after so many years they still knew nothing of the Morong clan's true background. This showed how deeply the clan concealed itself and made the royal family wary of provoking them. Send letters to both factions requesting aid and clearly explain the stakes involved. If it truly comes down to it, we must resort to our hidden reserves. The rebels must never be allowed to march into Zhongzhou. Xiao Meier could only make an attempt and see how the two sides would respond, but the necessary preparations still had to be carried out. Your Majesty, the rebellion in Shangzhou has been quelled. Lin Fan has already returned to Blackwind City. As for the selection of the new Shangzhou governor, has Your Majesty made a decision? Now Meng Qingye has also gone to Shangzhou, joining forces with Yu Guang and confronting the Huangzhou army. They are clearly all waiting for the royal decree. With the Shangzhou rebellion at an end, it was time to divide the spoils of victory. Whoever obtained the royal decree then would have the legitimacy to claim the prize. Although the royal family had declined, they still held the mandate of righteousness. If they think they can just take Shangzhou, it won't be that easy. Issue the decree. Prince Su Xiaojun shall be appointed governor of Shangzhou. Order Meng Qingye and the Huangzhou army to withdraw entirely. Yu Guang handled this matter improperly, strip him of his rank and place him under investigation. Xiao Meier issued a series of commands which came as no surprise to Wen Tian. Prince Su Xiaojun was Xiao Meier's elder brother. However, due to his lack of talent and the late emperor's disfavor, he had no claim to the throne. Now sending him to Shangzhou was a rather suitable choice. Soon imperial eunuchs began rushing across the realm to deliver Xiao Meier's orders, and the royal family began its preparations. Within less than half a day, news reached Lin Fan in distant Blackwind City. Prince Su Xiaojun. Lin Fan knew this prince, for they were practically figures of the same era. Have I exhausted my schemes and lost tens of thousands of soldiers to take Changzhou? Do you think I'll just hand it over because of a worthless scrap of paper? It won't be that easy. Zhao Zhenchuan, where are Yan Shisan and Dongfang Bubi? These two had been quietly eliminating the remnants of the Black Demon cult. Your Highness, they are currently in Taizhou investigating the Black Demon cult situation there. As Lin Fan's eyes and ears, Zhao Zhenchuan controlled all intelligence in the Xiao Kingdom. Order both of them to head to Zhongzhou. I don't want to see any member of the royal family set foot in Shangzhou. Lin Fan intended to strike from the shadows. Whether it was Prince Su or anyone else to take up the post of Shangzhou governor, they would first have to pass Dongfang Bubi and Yan Shisan. With one martial emperor and one transcendent reinforced by the Eastern Depot, and the net Prince Su Xiaojun's fate was already sealed. Poor Prince Su, however, had no idea what awaited him ahead. After being shelved for so long, he had finally been given a chance, and as a regional governor at that. He was happily packing his bags ready to set off. Your Highness, now that we have taken Huangzhou and most of Shangzhou, what should we do next? Shall we send troops to eliminate Yu Guang and Meng Qingye? Guijia asked. By now the Xiao Kingdom was already in chaos, so what Lin Fan did on his side no longer carried much weight. No hurry. We will prepare for a while longer. When the time comes, it won't just be Shangzhou and Yizhou that we take. After returning this time, Lin Fan immediately rushed to the Beast Forest and began converting soldiers. This time he chose the White Robe Army, aiming to bring it up to full strength in a short period. Feng Xiao, we've suddenly taken so many cities and gained so many extra mouths to feed. The pressure on you is not light. Don't worry about supplies, I'll handle that. What matters is that you maintain stability in the cities. With a larger territory, naturally came more matters to handle. Not only did they need to feed the population, but they also had to overcome all sorts of difficulties. Your Highness, rest assured, we can manage for now. Guijia did not say much or raise difficulties, but Lin Fan knew that governing so many cities placed considerable pressure on Guijia and the others. Feng Xiao, I have decided to transfer Fang Xianling to Shangzhou. From now on, all matters of Shangzhou will be left to him. Shangzhou still needed a person in charge, and after much deliberation, these few men remained the most suitable choices. In the end, Lin Fan stopped hesitating. As for whether the royal family would acknowledge it, that did not matter. 3 days later, a dazzling procession left the royal capital in full swagger. Congratulations, Your Highness. This journey will surely be one of great achievement. Prince Su Xiaojun was smug and triumphant. Finally, he no longer had to be cooped up in the clan court cultivating. If he did not pursue his ambitions while still young, he would never have another chance. Haha, once I reach Shangzhou, all of you shall be given important positions. In his delight, Xiaojun made grand promises. Thank you, Your Highness. The group left the royal capital in high spirits. What Xiaojun did not know was that their every move was being watched by those with ulterior motives. A day later, Xiaojun and his entourage arrived at the border between Zhongzhou and Shangzhou. Once they crossed this point, it would be open skies and a stage for fulfilling ambition and desire. Speed up the march. We must take over Shangzhou as soon as possible. The Changzhou rebellion is still waiting for me to turn the tide. This prince was far too overconfident. He did not even know his own limitations. Whether he could handle a single Shangzhou was still uncertain, yet he was already worrying about the Changzhou rebellion. Your Highness, be careful. Suddenly, someone noticed 2 figures blocking the road ahead. From the look of it, they meant trouble. Interesting. There are always fools who don't know when to die daring to block my path. Who are you? Have you no regard for your lives? Xiao Jun barked. A flower raised in a greenhouse could hardly comprehend the wickedness of the world. The ones blocking the road were none other than Yin Shisan and Dongfang Bubi. Of course they were not alone. Behind them were several hundred experts from the Eastern Depot and the net. After all, a prince traveling in state would be accompanied not only by elite guards, but also by 10,000 soldiers. To finish this quickly, the two of them alone would not be enough. Attack! Yin Shisan did not even bother to ask. He moved directly. Since there was no need to confirm the target, they had already learned everything about Xiao Jun from their intelligence. At the command, over 1,000 men surged from the surroundings. The weakest among them were War King Realm Masters. How could an ordinary group of soldiers possibly resist them? In the royal capital, Xiao Meier was discussing matters concerning Changzhou with Wen Tian and other ministers. Your Majesty, after receiving our message, the Shifeng Hall has made no response, neither agreeing nor explicitly refusing. However, Moronghan Xue has made her stance clear because they must defend when country. The troops at Nantian Pass cannot be redeployed. She says she is powerless regarding the Changzhou rebellion and asks Your Majesty to find another solution. In truth, when Tian had anticipated such an outcome, Xiao Meier's face turned ugly with fury. Though she had expected it, the Murong family's blatant disregard for her authority still left her deeply humiliated. Issue the decree. The Guardian Army is to begin mustering. I refuse to believe that without those bastards I cannot settle Xiao country's affairs. Xiao Meier ignored all objections and directly issued the order. Your Majesty, you must not. This will only plunge Xiao country into even greater chaos. When Tian, though lacking a better plan, knew that this course of action was unwise. Say no more. I trust the Guardian Army. Xiao Meier spoke with unwavering resolve. Your Majesty. When Tian attempted to dissuade her once more, but at that moment a young eunuch rushed in. Your Majesty, disaster has struck. Prince Su Xiao Jun was ambushed and killed on the road to Shangzhou. The eunuch reported in a trembling voice on the verge of tears. This was hardly a pleasant task. If the Empress flew into a rage, his own head might roll. What? Xiao Meier trembled with fury. Xiao Meier took the report and read it carefully, then handed it to Wen Tian and the others. Your Majesty, Prince Su met his end at the border between Shangzhou and Zhongzhou. The implication is all too clear. Wen Tian sighed, the truth already plain in his heart. Lin Fan. Fine, Lin Fan. You actually dare to make a move. Xiao Meier cared little for the death of a brother, but this was undoubtedly a slap to her own face. More than that, it was a vicious public humiliation delivered before the eyes of the world. When Tian, convey my decree, command Lin Fan to withdraw his troops immediately and come to the capital to discuss the Changzhou rebellion. Xiao Meier had made up her mind. She would find a way to destroy Lin Fan. Your Majesty, Lin Fan will not come, said Wen Tian. Wen Tian felt profound helplessness. A once prosperous Xiao country was now tearing itself apart, all because of jealousy and suspicion, driving out a loyal and invincible minister like Lin Fan. And now a chain of disastrous consequences had been unleashed. Lin Fan's killing of Xiao Jun was his way of declaring plainly Shangzhou was his. The royal family had no recourse. Were they to move against Lin Fan now, he would certainly not sit idle and wait for death. His recent actions made it clear. This young man was fundamentally different from his foolishly loyal father. What worried Wen Tian even more was the power Lin Fan had always kept hidden. If Lin Fan rebelled, Xiao country would lose half its territory. And if multiple enemies joined forces, the royal family would have no hope of resistance. As for ordering Lin Fan to the capital, how could he possibly come? And if he did, that would be even more terrifying, for it would mean he had amassed enough strength to exact his revenge. Then what do you suggest we do? Sending more emissaries would likely be futile. The only option would be to mobilize the Imperial clan court, but Xiao Meier dared not take that risk. If those forces slipped from her control or met with misfortune, the situation would only worsen. Your Majesty, why not issue a decree appointing Lin Fan as Grand General of Pacification, entrusting him with the Changzhou campaign? At the same time, order Yu Guang to temporarily govern Shangzhou. If Lin Fan refuses to go to the front, he will lose the people's support. But if he goes, his forces will be pulled out of Shangzhou and drained in the fires of Changzhou. As for Yu Guang, he is a figurehead. After this affair, he has lost whatever footing he had in Shangzhou. He poses no real threat and can be dealt with later. After thinking for a while, Wen Tian offered his proposal. But if we do this and Lin Fan wins again, his prestige will reach its peak. He will become even more difficult to deal with in the future. Xiao Meier did not want Lin Fan to seize too much glory. Once the people of Xiao country regarded him as their savior, the situation would spiral beyond her control. Your Majesty, at this moment we should actively sing his praises, force him onto the battlefield, and then decide how to deal with him based on the circumstances. This way the royal family preserves its strength. Let Lin Fan and the rebels cripple each other. We reap the spoils from the sidelines. That is the best course of action. Wen Tian truly had no other options. Very well, then we shall follow Lord Wen's. Just as Xiao Meier reluctantly made her decision, another eunuch came rushing in. Your Majesty, dire news. The barbarian tribes have counterattacked and breached Izhou. He presented another intelligence report. Truly these were troubled times. It turned out that during the previous war the barbarians had gained little advantage. Unwilling to accept this, they had not returned to their heartland after withdrawing, but had instead gone into hiding. Meng Qingye, the governor of Izhou, fearing that Lin Fan would seize Shangzhou, had chosen to dispatch his troops toward that province. In ordinary times this might have been fine, but unfortunately the barbarians learned of it. The barbarians, still nursing their grievance, secretly moved their main army toward Izhou. Because of the vast physical differences between humans and barbarians, it was exceedingly difficult for Xiao country to infiltrate them, and equally hard to gather intelligence. This led to disastrous consequences. Seizing the moment when Izhou's army had marched into Shangzhou and left the province undefended, the barbarians launched a sudden assault. In just one night Izhou's borders were torn open and the barbarians poured into the province. That Meng Qingye, death would be too good for him. Xiao Meier, who had just been relieved that Meng Qingye's timely move had blocked Lin Fan from taking Shangzhou, now hated him upon hearing the latest intelligence. Now Xiao country faced troubles from within and without. Internal rebellion, yet to be quelled, and the barbarians stirring up chaos once more. And the barbarians were far more dangerous. They were a race devoid of mercy. One did not need to imagine what Izhou must now look like, a hellish scene of slaughter. Your Majesty, this is an unexpected crisis. Lin Fan's army in Shangzhou cannot be withdrawn now. More importantly, we must issue an urgent decree ordering Lin Fan to march to Izhou and repel the barbarian invasion. At the very least, he must hold Shangzhou and never allow the barbarians to break into the heartland. The barbarian threat was immense, and their numbers were great. If mishandled, they might even destroy Xiao country in one stroke. Conveniently, Lin Fan had nearly 1 million troops in Shangzhou. If he was willing, that force could play a crucial role. The combat prowess of the Black Wind City army was renowned throughout the world. Fine. Issue the decree, order the town-conquering Prince Lin Fan to march on Izhou, assist Governor Meng Qingye, and drive the barbarians out. Once the barbarians were in motion, Izhou would likely not be their only target. At the very least, the defensive forces in other directions could not be lightly redeployed. Therefore, the troops of Wenzhou, Chuanzhou, and Dongyu City all had to remain in place. That bastard Lin Fan is lucky. Shangzhou will have to be given to him. I only hope Meng Qingye is not a name without substance and does not hand Izhou over as well. Xiao Meier spoke with lingering worry, but at this point she could no longer afford to dwell on it. Xiao Meier had made careful calculations, but unfortunately Fan Lin did not follow her plans. Of course, Fan Lin was not entirely indifferent to the lives of the people in Izhou, rather he was acting secretly while pursuing his own objectives. Your Majesty, with the barbarians invading once again, the royal family will surely exploit us. I wonder what plans Your Highness has. Guijia spoke. Since learning of the barbarian invasion, he knew that Black Wind City would need to send troops. Otherwise, relying solely on Meng Qingye, they could never hold against the barbarians. Had Meng Qingye not been so careless, the barbarians would hardly have breached the borders of Izhou so easily. Yet a single moment of negligence had led to such dire consequences. Pay no mind to the royal family. We shall make our own arrangements. In a few days the White Robe Army will reach 5,000 troops. Combined with the 4,000 White Horse Volunteers and the 1,000 Great Han Iron Cavalry, I have decided to mobilize 1 million soldiers to eliminate the barbarians in Izhou. However, our purpose this time extends beyond merely defeating the barbarians. After the cavalry moves, the Great Qin Tiger Division will follow. I intend to bring Izhou under our control. Fan Lin had considered this long ago. Izhou was long overdue for resolution. Nevertheless, we must act in secret. If the royal family wishes for our support, a mere imperial edict will not suffice. Fan Lin shifted his tone, and now was the time to settle scores with Lin Wudi. Guijia understood immediately this was about gaining territory and advantage through military action, while simultaneously negotiating with the royal family behind the scenes. As for whether this could be achieved, it would require Guijia to plan meticulously. Moving an army of 1 million, while leaving no trace, was nearly impossible. However, Huangzhou was already under the control of Wei's elite soldiers, and Shangzhou was held by the Yu family army. Thus, as long as the marching routes of the 5,000 White Robe Army were carefully chosen and kept hidden, the strategic objective could largely be realized. The Great Qin Tiger Division was also positioned at the border between Huangzhou and Shangzhou. As long as the operations were well planned, there would be little issue. Fengxiao, before troops move, provisions must go first. With such a massive army, mobilizing the logistics of grain and supplies will require your coordination. You must ensure this does not attract attention. In truth, as long as Fan Lin accompanied the army, he could simply purchase whatever was needed from the system mall. However, Fan Lin had no intention of personally joining the campaign in Izhou this time. Do not worry, Your Highness. I will make all necessary arrangements. 3 days later, the 5,000 White Robe Army quietly departed Black Wind City under the cover of darkness. Accompanying them were agents from the Eastern Depot whose mission was to handle emergencies along the way and eliminate spies from all factions. At the same time, to guard against sudden appearances by masters of the barbarian temple, Fan Lin had dispatched Guijing. With Guijing and Gong Sunzan both at the entry to Dao realm alongside several transcendent experts on the front lines, he believed they could withstand the barbarian temple. Early the next morning, an imperial eunuch from the capital arrived at Blackwind City. In an unusual change of demeanor, Fan Lin personally received him. How should I address this esteemed eunuch? I am but a humble servant, Lu Quan. I come bearing the emperor's decree. I implore your highness to dispatch troops as soon as possible to aid Yizhou in resisting the barbarians and relieving the kingdom of Xiao from this crisis. This man was a notable figure beside Empress Xiao Meier, not merely a personal attendant eunuch, but also a member of the Xiao kingdom's secret intelligence network. His arrival served to urge Fan Lin to mobilize quickly while also investigating the situation in Blackwind City. Eunuch Lu, I confess to you, sending troops at this time presents considerable difficulties for me. Your highness, you have numerous capable advisors and a mighty army. What problem could be beyond your resolution? From Fan Lin's attitude, Lu Quan discerned that the man desired certain concessions, yet he dared not speak recklessly. Eunuch Lu, you are unaware. The suppression of unrest in Shangzhou has cost me dearly. As you can see, Blackwind City is but a small place with limited resources. The army we can sustain is finite, and if heavily depleted it will be difficult to replenish. Furthermore, I must confess, I have received intelligence that this barbarian invasion was extensively prepared. Moreover, there are traitors within our own kingdom aiding the enemy. Should I lead weakened forces into battle, it will accomplish nothing. I beg you to report to Her Majesty. To avoid unnecessary losses, and to give the kingdom of Xiao time to prepare, perhaps another should be entrusted with this task. This prince is willing to fight, but lacks the strength to turn the tide. Your highness, you speak of traitors within our nation. This cannot be. How could our people have any connection with the barbarians? Lu Quan keenly detected something amiss in Fan Lin's words. Look, would I deceive you? Speaking, Fan Lin produced a bundle of papers containing brief records. Lu Quan glanced at them and nearly spat blood. What kind of evidence was this? Without facts, without dates, without specific details. Nothing but fabrication and speculation. He hadn't even bothered to forge them carefully. Yet as a veteran serving the Empress, Lu Quan quickly grasped the underlying issue and seemed to understand why Fan Lin had done this. Vice Minister of Rights Zhang Mian, Deputy Commander of the Imperial Guards Zhang Yi. These two were the Empress's closest confidants. How could they possibly be traitors? Was there some deep-seated enmity between them and Fan Lin? Lu Quan's mind raced. Suddenly 10 years earlier flashed before him. When Lin Wudi was assassinated a decade ago, these two were among those involved. Cold sweat broke across Lu Quan's face instantly. Had he not been a veteran of the former dynasty with intimate ties to the late emperor and a dual role as a shadow guard, he could never have learned this information. The fact that Lu Quan knew meant Fan Lin had already uncovered exactly who had struck against him all those years ago. This was an opportunity born from great war, forcing the Empress to execute these two in Fan Lin's revenge for Lin Wudi, while branding them with the charge of treason and collaboration with the enemy. Their lifelong reputations would be utterly destroyed. So Fan Lin had not foregone revenge, rather his method of retribution was chilling indeed. Your Highness, could this be mistaken? From my understanding of these two men. Enough? You need not say more. Report this to Her Majesty at once. I would never make such grave accusations lightly. It is for the Emperor to decide. If internal traitors are not purged, how dare I lead the finest sons of the kingdom of Xiao to certain death? Eunuch Lu, please return. We shall await the Emperor's decree. Meanwhile, I will begin raising troops and preparing for the campaign. Fan Lin made his meaning clear and had no further desire to discuss. Lu Quan was trembling with dread. This was forcing the Empress to execute people. Otherwise Fan Lin would not mobilize. And if Yizhou fell to the barbarians, the flames of war would rage within the kingdom of Xiao itself. With each feudal lord harboring their own agendas, the downfall of the kingdom of Xiao seemed inevitable. Lu Quan saw the matter with perfect clarity, but he was utterly helpless. This was not something he could participate in, nor did he dare to. One misstep and his life would be forfeit. The only course for now was to leave immediately and report what had happened to the Empress. As for how Her Majesty would decide, that was not something a mere servant like him should worry about. Your Highness, should we spread this matter to put some pressure on Her Majesty? Xiao Zhengshun spoke up, intending to force Xiao Meier to make a choice through public opinion. No, that would take all the fun out of it. Pressuring her through public opinion would in fact give Xiao Meier an excuse, and Lin Fan would not do that. Xiao Jingchuan, you must ensure that the White Robe Army's movements remain concealed. If they are exposed, our plan will fail. This time the key lay with the White Robe Army. Lin Fan was resolved to address the situation in Yizhou. As such, he had to dispatch a large army there without waiting for the royal court to make a decision. As for the White Horse followers and the Yu family army in Shangzhou, they only needed to rest for now, while seeking opportunities to take the remaining cities of Shangzhou. It was not difficult to achieve this. After the incident in Yizhou, Meng Qingya had led the Yizhou army back to Yizhou quickly and was now already at war with the barbarian tribes. As for Yu Guang, he was nothing but a stray dog that could not stir up any waves. Your Highness, rest assured. General Chen Xingji's operation is foolproof. Moreover, in Shangzhou we have already made preparations. Many of the original Shangzhou army's generals have been secretly controlled by the Eastern Depot. The majority of the strength in the remaining 20-odd cities is also firmly under our control. Once Generals Yu Fei and Hui Tsubing begin their operations, Shangzhou will fall into your Highness's hands in an instant. Chao Jingchuan's information is always so timely. Lin Fan did not ask how Chao Jingchun had accomplished it. The man had a unique talent in this regard. Lin Fan did not need to know as long as the results were satisfactory. For Lin Fan, there was only one thing to do in the coming days: wait. Wait for Xiao Meier to make a decision, to cut off her own right arm and avenge Lin Fan. If Xiao Meier refused, Lin Fan would still send out his troops. However, when that time came, Yin Shisan and others would appear in the royal capital and Lin Fan would claim the lives of those two. This could be considered interest. As for the people who had acted back then, Lin Fan had basically identified them all, yet he chose not to eliminate them directly. He wanted to keep these men living in fear. Additionally, Lin Fan planned to use certain methods to force Xiao Meier's Xiao clan to act themselves, which would be far more gratifying than if he acted directly. Also, the end of the month was fast approaching. In Huangzhou and Shangzhou combined, there were over 200 cities, of which Lin Fan already controlled more than 180. According to the system's previous territory settlement reward rules, this time, he could harvest at least 200 million points. Thus, the timing for the system's first upgrade had arrived. Previously, while resolving the Shangzhou rebellion, Lin Fan had triggered 3 quests plus 1 war mode settlement. He had been holding on to them, waiting for the system upgrade. As long as the points from the territory settlement were in hand, Lin Fan could raise his own cultivation level to the martial emperor realm. After the system upgrade, the summoning cap would be raised. With luck, Lin Fan could summon an expert of the innate realm. As long as such an expert stood by him, Lin Fan would be safe, provided the Black Demon sect did not reveal its true foundation. Using this time to seize more territory would greatly reduce the Black Demon sect's threat. Lin Fan waited patiently, but in the royal capital the atmosphere was fraught with anxiety. The situation in Yizhou was not good. The barbarians had launched a massive offensive and Meng Qingya could only fight and retreat, suffering heavy losses. At the same time, in Wenzhou, Chuanzhou, and Dongyu City, the barbarian hordes indeed appeared. Although the barbarians had not launched an attack, any discerning person knew this was to coordinate with their actions in Yizhou. The border regions could only defend their own areas, not daring to send troops to support Yizhou. As for the other provinces, they were either embroiled in civil war or looking on coldly with no intention of intervening. Xiao Meier wanted to mobilize the royal power, but the imperial clan court opposed it, firmly refusing to send aid. Even if Yizhou fell, they could not dispatch troops, or otherwise the royal house would exhaust its foundations and be in grave danger. It now seemed that the only one they could count on was Lin Fan of Blackwind City. However, Lu Quan, having hurried back travel warned, brought back a result that put Xiao Meier in a difficult position. Lu Quan, are there any problems with Zhang Mian, Vice Minister of Rights, and Zhang Yi, Deputy Commander of the Imperial Guard? Although she did not believe it, Xiao Meier still asked. Your Majesty, according to the intelligence from the Shadow Division, although these two have some minor issues, there is no evidence of colluding with the enemy. Lu Quan replied truthfully. That the two were corrupt Lu Quan would believe, but colluding with the enemy, there was indeed no evidence. Then why is Lin Fan so determined to have these two killed? Xiao Meier asked, puzzled. These two had no connection with Lin Fan, so why would he do this? Your Majesty, forgive this old servant for speaking frankly. These two were involved in the events of that year. With no alternative, Lu Quan could only tell Xiao Meier the truth. When that incident happened back then, Xiao Meier was still a child and did not know the details. What? You mean these two attacked Lin Wudi back then? So Lin Fan has uncovered the truth of that affair. Xiao Meier was somewhat shocked. This was not good news. If Lin Fan could find out about these two, he must have also identified the others, even those from the royal household, who were involved. If so, didn't that mean the enmity with Lin Fan had been brought into the open? Then why would Lin Fan still ask her to do this? Your Majesty, if this old servant's guess is correct, Lin Fan is forcing Your Majesty to take action to avenge him, while also nailing all his enemies to the pillory of history. Moreover, once Your Majesty takes action, those who struck back then would inevitably become estranged from Your Majesty, effectively splitting our forces. Lu Quan saw it clearly and knew this was not the time to play ignorant. If Xiao Meier, lacking the full picture, made a wrong decision, he would be the one to suffer in the future. Bastard, this man is deeply scheming. Xiao Meier was very clever and quickly understood what was going on, as well as Lin Fan's intentions. But what was to be done now? Tell me, what should I do? Xiao Meier was truly at a loss at this moment. To sacrifice her own people in exchange for Lin Fan's military aid was not something she wanted to see, but if she didn't, what would happen to Yizhou? Lu Quan lowered his eyes and did not dare speak recklessly at this moment. No matter what was done, it would not end well. Your Majesty, this servant dare not speak recklessly at this time. This old servant suggests that you visit the Imperial Clan Court. Lu Quan's words reminded Xiao Meier. This matter could not be discussed with officials like Wen Tian. She could only go to the Imperial Clan Court to see her father, the king, and the elders of the Xiao clan. After all, this decision was truly difficult to make, and Xiao Meier did not have the nerve for it. At the clan court of the Xiao Kingdom, Xiao Meier appeared in secret, her first covert visit. A full hour passed before she slipped away. Whom she met, and what was said, no one ever knew. The next morning, Xiao Meier issued a decree. Zhang Mian, Vice Minister of Rights, and Zhan Yi, Deputy Commander of the Imperial Guards, had secretly colluded with the barbarian tribes and were the true culprits behind the invasion. It was now verified, their property was to be confiscated and their clans exterminated. As soon as the decree was issued, several martial emperors emerged from the clan court and together with the royal capital guards eradicated both clans. The two families resisted with all their might, but their strength was limited and the disturbance was soon quelled. For a time the common people were in an uproar. So the Izhou affair had been caused by traitors within. No wonder the barbarians had broken in so easily. The entire royal capital was filled with denunciations and condemnation against the two traitors. The pair became thoroughly infamous. Yet no one knew that they were merely sacrificial pawns in a transaction between Xiao Meier and Lin Fan, and they were not entirely innocent either. At the same time, word spread Lin Fan, Prince of Northern Pacification, had been entrusted with a critical mission to direct the war in Izhou, recover the lost territory, and repel the barbarian invasion. This was engineered by Xiao Meier's people. With those people killed, how could Lin Fan remain indifferent any longer? Yet soon intelligence arrived, and Xiao Meier was thrown into a towering rage once more. Lin Fan, Prince of Northern Pacification, had already taken the lead by dispatching 5,000 cavalry, which joined the White Horse Companions of Shangzhou, plus another 1,000 cavalry of unknown origin, a total of 1 million riders who had already reached the border of Izhou. At the same time, the infantry stationed in Shangzhou also began to move, seizing the remaining 30 cities of the province in one fell swoop. Yu Guang, the former governor of Shangzhou, fled without a fight in the face of rebellion and was executed on the spot by Lin Fan's men. With this, Shangzhou fell into Lin Fan's hands, and his cavalry army began to enter Izhou. Meanwhile, Huangzhou dispatched another 4,000 troops, the same legion that had previously defended Yong'an City against the barbarians, heading straight for Izhou. Bastard! Fine, Lin Fan. How dare you toy with me? Once I am free, I will make sure you die a miserable death. Upon receiving the intelligence, Xiao Meier realized that Lin Fan had long since sent out his troops, but had kept it concealed, all to force her to act, eliminate the two families, and avenge his Lin family. How could Xiao Meier endure such humiliation? Yet for the moment she was powerless. The situation in Izhou was dire, and she still needed Lin Fan to apply his strength. Deliver an edict, order General Huang Meng to lead his 5,000 nation-protecting army troops to Izhou and take over the recaptured cities. At this moment, Xiao Meier stubbornly had her way, consulting no one, and directly dispatched 5,000 troops, simply because she did not want Izhou to fall into Lin Fan's hands either. Lin Fan was still in Blackwind City. After receiving the intelligence, he merely smiled and dismissed it, then issued an order Yu Fei to guard Shangzhou. No army is permitted to enter. She wanted to send people to pick up easy spoils. How could that be? Between Zhongzhou and Izhou there still lay Shangzhou, and anyone who wished to pass through had to gain Lin Fan's consent. On the Izhou front line, General Hua Xiubing, how shall we fight this battle? By then Qin Xingji had arrived with the white-robed army and joined forces with Hua Xiubing. The two were discussing how to advance. At present, Qin Xingji led 5,000 white-robed troops, Hua Xiubing commanded 1,000 great Han Iron cavalry at the Martial King realm, and Gong Sunzan once again directed 4,000 white horse companions. Their forces were strong and well supplied. In the rear, the Yu family army guarded Shangzhou, while Zhao Yun and Guan Yu were urgently selecting city guard troops to secure Shangzhou's safety. The Great Qin Tiger Legion under General Wang Jian also entered Shangzhou and was rushing forward day and night. General Chun, I suggest we divide our forces. General Gong Sun and I will advance into the heart of Izhou while you lead the white-robed army and seize all the cities we pass along the way. Once General Wang Jian arrives, turn everything over to him. By advancing step by step, we will gradually bring Izhou under control. Hua Xiubing put forward his plan, with Gong Sunzan and Gui Jing, two masters of the Daoentry realm, accompanying them and supported by a 1,000 strong Martial King realm army. Their numbers were modest, but more than enough to handle any barbarian tribe they encountered. After the barbarians broke into Izhou, they had divided their forces to seize as much territory as possible. Therefore, there was little chance of encountering a large barbarian host. At least in the short term, they would not gather so quickly. Alright, I agree. Although the white-robed army would not be on the front lines and would miss many opportunities for military merit in the long run, Hua Xiubing's method still greatly served Lin Fan's interests. In that case, I will entrust the rear cities to you, General Chun. We will set out immediately and head straight for the barbarian-occupied area. After the discussion, they sent the battle plan to Lin Fan, then began their operation. At this time, Lin Fan had fully delegated authority, letting them decide how to fight. But they naturally understood their boundaries, and after making decisions, they immediately reported upward. Lin Fan was untroubled, trusting completely in Hua Xiubing and Qin Xingji's abilities. Wuzun in particular had an extraordinary knack for dealing with foreign races. With free time on his hands, Lin Fan was planning the construction of his fief and the development of the newly captured cities, which was crucial to earning points. Feng Xiao distribute these items as quickly as possible. Once they become widespread, the people in every city will be able to support themselves, and their livelihoods will be secured from now on. Lin Fan had purchased large quantities of seeds and advanced farming tools. Only by solving the people's food and clothing could their hearts be settled, and only then would his rule gain their support. In addition, these cultivation arts are relatively basic and suitable for children's enlightenment. Arrange for their distribution as well. In the future, the common people's cultivation must also be put on the agenda. Lin Fan prepared another 100 cultivation techniques. The calculation of faction points depended not only on population, but also to a great extent on the strength of the people. If all the people under Lin Fan's rule could reach the martial artist realm, or even the martial master and martial general realms, the points he earned would multiply many times over. His territory was already vast, so this task had to begin. In this prince's name, appoint Fang Xianling as the new Shangzhou governor. Proclaim it to the world, and send word to Xiao Meier as well. Lin Fan was making the decision directly. Whether Xiao Meier agreed did not matter. Giving her a simple notification was already showing her great courtesy. Lin Fan methodically arranged the affairs of his domain, while keeping watch over the situation throughout the Xiao kingdom. For now, apart from the barbarian invasion and the Changzhou rebellion, the other provinces were sharpening their weapons, yet had made no further move. Your Highness, there is a situation in the Demon Beast Forest. Xiao Jingchun entered. It turned out that on the outskirts of the Demon Beast Forest, the Wolfman clan and the Tigerman clan had broken into a large-scale war, which was on the verge of spilling into the outside world. The races dwelling in the Demon Beast Forest were extremely aggressive, and wars among them had almost never ceased. The Beastman race was not only powerful in its own right, more importantly, its reproductive capacity was even stronger than that of humans. Moreover, the natural talent of the Beastman race far surpassed that of humans. Generally speaking, the weakest adult Beastman could at least reach the warrior realm, while those with a bit of talent could grow into martial masters and martial generals. This was something the human race could not match. At present, only branches of the Wolfman and Tigerman races were at war, but even so, both races still had considerable troops and experts. The two races were located on the edge of the Demon Beast Forest, not far from Blackwind City. The outbreak of war now had a great impact on the surrounding areas. These truly are troubled times. Although no large-scale beast tide has erupted in recent years and the races in the Demon Beast Forest rarely come out, we still have to be on guard. Order Gao Shun to take the Xinjiang forces and Yuan Qingdu to lead the Berserk warriors to the Demon Beast Forest, so as to keep the war between the two races from spilling over to us. At present, Lin Fan did not have many troops available. The only forces of any scale were Gao Shun's 500,000 Xinjiang soldiers and those 3,000 martial sovereigns. To deal with the beastmen in the Demon Beast Forest, he needed no less than elite troops. Lin Fan actually had a completed task he could claim, but in order to wait for the system to upgrade, he still decided to send the Xinjiang forces. Even buying a legion summoning slot now would not be appropriate either. Not to mention the exorbitant price, his available forces were insufficient. Rather than that, it would be better to convert some great Qin Tiger legions and Xinjiang soldiers as soon as possible. The outside world knew nothing of what was happening in the Demon Beast Forest. The various factions were simply puzzled as to where the heavy infantry that had always garrisoned Blackwind City had gone. At this moment, Blackwind City was at its weakest. Other than the Weiwu soldiers guarding the entire Huangzhou, no other legions could be seen openly in Huangzhou. And since the Weiwu soldiers had never been involved in a major battle, the outside world was unaware of their combat power, which naturally made others see an opportunity. Ninglua City was a strategically important city in Huangzhou neighboring Haizhou and regarded as a major stronghold. When Lin Fan pacified Huangzhou, the defenders had not offered resistance, so this stronghold was smoothly seized by the Weiwu soldiers. Afterwards, tens of thousands of city guards were transferred away to the military base in the Demon Beast Forest. Now only 30,000 Weiwu soldiers were stationed here. With 100 cities across Huangzhou, even 1,000,000 Weiwu soldiers could not cover them all. They could only focus on key defensive points. That day, as usual, Ninglua City opened its gates, and the people passed freely. General, look. What is that in the distance? A soldier saw dust flying in the distance, as if a great number of people were charging over. Not good. Enemy attack. Close the gates quickly. It was cavalry, and no small amount of cavalry at that. By now there was no time to care about the civilians coming and going. The Weiwu soldiers moved swiftly, trying to shut the gates. Unfortunately, it was already too late. What was more, among the civilians entering the city, some suddenly rose up and attacked the Weiwu soldiers around them. Clearly this was a premeditated strike. Though the Weiwu soldiers were elite, they were only martial generals at best, while the attackers were at least martial kings, and there were even several martial venerables. The Weiwu soldiers could not withstand it, and the enemy cavalry had already charged to close range. There was no longer any way to close the gates and defend the city, so street fighting began. The Haizhou army had made up its mind this time. It secretly mobilized and assembled 300,000 cavalry for a sudden attack, and they were formidable. Even the weakest among them were elite soldiers at the martial master realm. After half a day of fighting, the 30,000 Weiwu soldiers had all been killed. It was not that they were weak, rather the enemy had dispatched far more high-end combat power than the Weiwu soldiers possessed, and that was what led to this outcome. At the same time, there was another piece of bad news. Hushan City on the border between Huangzhou and Dazhou was attacked by the Dazhou army at the same moment. The Weiwu soldiers responsible for guarding Hushan City detected something wrong in time and closed the city gates. However, the enemy had clearly made thorough preparations, and strong experts at the martial emperor realm had even infiltrated Hushan City. Through coordination from inside and outside, Hushan City was ultimately lost, and tens of thousands of Weiwu soldiers were killed. The news caused an uproar across the world. Lin Fan was currently at the peak of his momentum, and no party wished to offend him lightly. No one expected the usually low-key Daizhou and Haizhou to suddenly attack his Huangzhou. To say there was no conspiracy behind this was impossible. Setting aside everything else, that martial emperor realm expert who had burst onto the battlefield was enough to spark endless wild speculation. Xiao Jingchuan, what on earth have your Eastern Depot people been doing? How could you not have gotten the slightest information about such a large-scale operation by 2 provinces? Lin Fan was furious at the news. How could such a major operation have left no sign at all? Even if he had received just a little information, he would not have been entirely unprepared and lost tens of thousands of Weiwu soldiers. Your Highness, this old servant acknowledges his crime. Nothing he said now would change anything. Since the deed had already been done, the Eastern Depot had indeed accomplished nothing in this matter. Your Highness, Dazhou and Haizhou are ordinarily very low-key. They have had no conflicts or friction with us, let alone enmity. For them to attack suddenly now, I am afraid they were incited by someone else. Guizhou remarked that this had indeed happened abruptly. Fengxiao, which force do you think is responsible? Lin Fan asked. Currently, the only ones capable of doing this were the Black Demon Cult, the Royal House, and the 10 Directions Hall. No one else had that ability. Your Highness, the most likely possibility is that it is retaliation by the Black Demon Cult, but according to analysis of the intelligence sent from the front lines, it does not seem to be them. The techniques used by the experts in the surprise attack are completely incompatible with those of the Black Demon Cult. This distinction is easy to make. The chance that the royal family sent people to participate is also slim. Moreover, if the royal families secretly controlled Dazhou and Haizhou, it would be impossible for them to leave no trace at all. As for the 10 Directions Hall, it would not do this either. Given its strength and objectives, there is no need for such an action. It seems then that an unknown force from outside was involved in this affair. As for their purpose, it may not necessarily be us. It could also be the entire Xiao kingdom. By compiling intelligence from all sides, Guizhou offered his own conjecture. An external force. Could it be the Sea clan? Daizhou and Haizhou were close to the sea and had the best chance to come into contact with the Sea clan. However, the Sea clan's habits did not favor land life. What would be the point of occupying the Xiao kingdom? Your Highness, I have recently looked through quite a few records. In the Great Sea, there are not only the mighty Sea clan, but also many humans and other races living on islands within the ocean. Some of the larger islands are even far larger than the Xiao kingdom. The strength of these powers is uneven. There are even records of powerful sects of 5 stars or higher living in the sea regions. Guizhou's words reminded Lin Fan. Indeed, the sea was not just an endless stretch of ocean. It contained many islands of all sizes, some even comparable to continents, and the forces on them varied in strength as well. With that in view, it was also highly possible that a sea power wanted to attack the land. After weighing and analyzing the situation, Lin Fan agreed with Guizhou's judgment. Xiao Jingchuan, I am giving you a chance to redeem your crimes through meritorious deeds. Find out the enemy's background at once. The sea forces want to return to the mainland. I do not care. But if they set their sights on my territory, they cannot blame me for what happens. The sudden uprising of the 2 provinces had clearly been brewing for a long time. One could only say Lin Fan was unfortunate to run into it. Even without Lin Fan, once the time came, the 2 provinces would have rebelled anyway. It was Lin Fan's recent performance that made the 2 provinces perceive him as a threat, turning him into the key target of their offensive. My lord, the 2 provinces are advancing with overwhelming force. We must treat this with caution. At present, relying solely on the Wei martial soldiers is clearly insufficient in numbers. Should we transfer the main army from the military base? The million Wei martial soldiers were widely dispersed. After the 2 provinces had seized the border in a surprise attack, their follow-up armies would certainly arrive. Thus, counting on the Wei martial soldiers alone was definitely insufficient. At the moment, Lin Fan had another 1,000,000 troops hidden in the military base. Among them, apart from 500 White Horse volunteers, there were also 500 assault camp soldiers. Order Zhao Yun to rush back day and night. He is to command the 500 White Horse volunteers, lead the troops to the border, join Wu Qi, and resist the attacks from the 2 provinces. As for the assault camp, it cannot be deployed yet. The situation at the Demon Beast Forest is still unclear. If anything changes, we will need enough troops. Moreover, the military base also requires sufficient strength to maintain control and defense. As for the attacks from Haizhou and Dazhou, we will take a defensive stance for the time being. In 3 days, I will personally deal with those 2 provinces. 3 days later was the day for the faction point settlement, and the system would also undergo its first upgrade. By then, Lin Fan believed he would definitely be able to resolve the problems with Dazhou and Haizhou. And if possible, Lin Fan would not let the forces scheming behind the scenes off either. Lin Fan had summoned quite a few people one after another by now, but there was a clear shortage of generals who could command troops in battle. As for the native talents, Lin Fan had no interest whatsoever. No matter how one looked at it, these people fell far short in every aspect. Also inform Xiao Meier of this. The goal of those 2 provinces may not necessarily be me. The royal house cannot simply stand aloof. If the sea forces truly intervened, their target was clearly the entire Xiao kingdom, or even beyond it. At a time like this, how could Lin Fan let the royal family watch from the sidelines? At the royal capital, Xiao Meier also received the news of the 2 provinces' rebellion and their attack on Huangzhou. Lin Fan's good luck has finally run out. More than half of his main forces went to Yizhou, and another part is stationed in Shangzhou. Now facing attacks from 2 provinces, how many men can Lin Fan still produce? Xiao Meier did not see what was behind the scenes. From the surface, Lin Fan's situation was indeed bad. However, the court was not without clear-sighted people. Your Majesty, there is something odd about this. Wen Tian thought for a moment and decided to speak his mind. What is your opinion, Chancellor? Though the Xiao kingdom was in turmoil, the royal house's strength had not been affected. Instead, Lin Fan, who bore hatred toward the royal house, was standing at the very front. To Xiao Meier, this was immensely good news. Your Majesty, according to gathered intelligence from all sides, the rebellion of Dazhou and Haizhou must be supported by a powerful force behind the scenes. However, it should not be the Black Demon cult. Does Your Majesty know of the matters in the sea? Wen Tian said. You mean those maritime forces that went into exile overseas? On the Shengshi continent, many factions that could no longer make a living had been compelled by various reasons to leave their homelands and survive in the sea territories. Despite their tattered appearances, these forces must not be underestimated. Even among the formidable 5-star and 4-star and above forces, quite a few dwelled at sea. Among these forces, some extreme factions had always yearned to return to life on land. Your Majesty, if the sea forces truly have a hand in this, then Lin Fan is certainly not their real target. It is simply that Lin Fan took Huangzhou at an unfortunate time, and Huangzhou happens to be their first point of attack. Wen Tian patiently explained the pros and cons. What you mean is that the enemy is most likely aiming at our Xiao kingdom, and the reason they struck Lin Fan first is due to Huangzhou's location. At that point, Xiao Meier came to realize it as well. If this judgment was correct, then the situation was not merely unfavorable, it was extremely precarious. With the Xiao kingdom's strength, it had little capability to resist the sea forces. Your Majesty, at this moment, all we can hope for is that the invading enemy is not a 6-star or higher force otherwise. Though Wen Tian did not finish, the meaning was perfectly clear. If a 5-star force invaded, even the Fengyang kingdom could not withstand it, let alone the Xiao kingdom. However, judging by the current situation, the attackers should not be too strong, though otherwise they would not have instigated Dazhou and Haizhou to rebel. This could be counted as good news for both Xiao Meier and Lin Fan. Chancellor, what do you think we should do? Xiao Meier asked. Your Majesty, at this time you should order General Xingtai to defend with the utmost strictness, and order Qiao Weining, the governor of Qingzhou, to mobilize the full force of Qingzhou and tightly guard against the attacks of the 2 provinces. This matter concerns Qiao Weining's own vital interests. I believe he will do as instructed. If it had been normal times, Qiao Weining would not necessarily have heeded the royal house's orders. But now, unless he was a fool, he would surely obey. As for Huangzhou, we will not intervene. We can also use this opportunity to drain the 2 provinces' strength, probe the enemy's limits, and at the same time, put pressure on Lin Fan. Wen Tian's plan was simple: keep Qingzhou the gateway to Zhongzhou safe, and confine the conflict to Huangzhou. As for how devastated Huangzhou became, it was none of the royal house's concern, or in fact the royal house was happy to see such an outcome. The royal house might ignore it for now, but Lin Fan could not. One day later, Zhao Yun rushed back, joined up with the White Horse volunteers, and immediately marched to the front line, merging with Wu Qi's forces to stop the 2 provinces' offensive. At present, Hangzhou, no more than an unremarkable city in the past, had become the focal point of the struggle between both sides. After taking the border of Huangzhou, Dazhou and Haizhou conquered several cities one after another. In the meantime, their rear legions had arrived, bringing their total strength to 5 million. Not to mention that this time the 2 provinces had gone all out, deploying nothing but elite troops. Their warrior realm legions were not even brought to the front, as they were only responsible for the rear. At Hongqing, Wu Qi had only managed to mobilize 300 Wei martial soldiers from the vicinity to hold the city. Outside the city, Zhao Yun was providing support with 500 White Horse volunteers. It was precisely the threat of the White Horse volunteers that prevented the enemy from boldly attempting to take the city. Yet Hongqiang had to be taken. Once Hongqiang fell, the whole of Huangzhou would lie wide open, and the armies of the two provinces could freely choose their direction of attack. And if Lin Fan suffered heavy losses, it would already be too late to reassign troops. When that happened, there would be only one possible result. He would have to abandon Huangzhou, retreat to Shangzhou, then concentrate his forces to recapture Huangzhou. But if it came to that, the losses would simply be too great. Time passed minute by minute. The situation appeared quite unfavorable to Lin Fan, yet he remained utterly unruffled. Setting aside the affairs of Yizhou, even here in Huangzhou with Wu Qi and Zhao Yun at his command, he could temporarily hold off the enemy's assault. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days slipped by. Rising early that morning, Lin Fan waited expectantly, for today was the day the system calculated the factions' accumulated points. The previous settlements had been disappointing. Even at their best, they had yielded only around 10 million points. Now that he had taken the entirety of Huangzhou and extended his advance toward Yizhou, he wondered how many points this latest conquest would grant. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your faction has expanded, and you have been awarded a total of 230 million points. At long last, the voice Lin Fan had been waiting for resounded. 230 million, not bad at all. Added to his previous balance, Lin Fan now had a disposable total of 250 million points. Yet he neither hastened to claim the rewards nor hurried to upgrade the system mall. Instead, his first priority was to elevate his own strength. His cultivation had previously broken through to the martial venerate realm, and now another breakthrough would cost 100 million points. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Fan immediately commenced his breakthrough to the martial emperor realm. 100 million points brought Lin Fan's power to the very limit of the martial emperor realm, the same level once attained by the former Jinbei king Lin Wudi. In merely a few short months, Lin Fan had finally reached this pinnacle as well. System mall upgrade now. The moment the words left his mouth, before he could even react, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed your first system upgrade and received the following rewards: 1 elementary exclusive boundary, Steely 2 legion summoning slots, 1 special unit summoning slot, 5 character summoning slots, and 5 character cultivation enhancement cards. So upgrading the system brought additional rewards as well, an unexpected but welcome surprise. Lin Fan did not examine the rewards right away, however. The first thing he did was check the system mall. As expected, the items in the system mall had changed. Items for the primordial spirit realm had actually appeared, and the summoning slot limits had refreshed as well. It was only the daunting point costs that made one hesitate. Purchasing was far less cost-effective than completing missions for rewards, especially the summoning slots for high realm characters, which were prohibitively expensive. Moreover, characters above the core formation realm could not be summoned by Lin Fan at the moment. After all, he was only at the martial emperor realm. The absolute limit of his summoning could produce experts of the Xiantian realm. From the mortal martial realm to the Dao entry realm was designated by the warriors of the Shengshi continent as the first heavenly realm. Beginning from the Qi introduction, realm 1 entered the second heavenly realm. The specific stages were Qi introduction, Houtian, Xiantian Grandmaster, core formation, true origin, purple mansion, divine treasury, and primordial spirit. Generally speaking, reaching the core formation realm represented the practical ceiling of a 6-star sect, while higher realms only appeared within forces of 5-star rank and above. In the region where Lin Fan lived, core formation was the absolute ceiling. He closed them all. These items required time to study carefully, and for now he had to resolve the problems at hand. Combine all previously obtained rewards and activate them together with the summoning slots from the upgrade. Lin Fan knew that this summoning was bound to erupt into a spectacular surge of power. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained and deployed the Martial King-grade Legion, the Qihu Army 100 strong, with General Ran Min at the Houtian Limit Realm, 10 deputy generals at the Dao Entry Realm, and 50 at the Transcendent Realm. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained and deployed the Martial King-grade Legion, the Great Qin Rui Shi 100 strong, with General Bai Qi at the Xiantian Limit Realm, 10 deputy generals at the Houtian Realm, and 50 at the Dao Entry Realm. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained and deployed the Martial General-grade Legion, the Guanning Iron Cavalry 100 strong, with General Yuan Chonghuan at the Qi Introduction Limit Realm, 10 deputy generals at the Dao Entry Realm, and 50 at the Transcendent Realm. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained and deployed the special unit, the Genie Wei 100 strong, with Chief Ji Gang at the Dao Entry Peak Realm, and the full ranks of the Genie Wei totaling 100, the lowest among them at the Martial King Realm. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have used a character summoning slot and obtained Xiongba, an expert at the Xiantian Limit Realm. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have used a character summoning slot and obtained Shimen Shueishue, an expert at the Houtian Limit Realm. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have used a character summoning slot and obtained Yi Guqing, an expert at the Houtian Limit Realm. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have used a character summoning slot and obtained Fa Zheng, a Martial Emperor Realm figure. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have used a character summoning slot and obtain Bao Zheng, a martial emperor realm figure. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have used a special mission group summoning slot and obtained 30 martial venerate realm civil officials. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have used special rewards and obtained 10,000 sets of siege defense equipment and 10,000 sets of siege assault equipment. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2 random character cultivation enhancement cards. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 heaven-bestowed town banner Martial King grade. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the special item, the Pill-Forming Furnace Elementary 1. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a quantity of resources such as grain and pills, 100,000 warhorses, and 50 million points. Ding. Host exclusive privilege reward upgraded. You will now receive 1 million points daily. There was also the exclusive boundary steel of unknown purpose obtained from the upgrade, along with 5 character cultivation enhancement cards. With that, the rewards for this occasion were finally concluded. Taking an initial inventory, Lin Fan found 3 legions, 1 special agency, the Genie Way, 5 individually summoned characters, 30 civil officials, 7 character cultivation enhancement cards, a heaven-bestowed formation banner, at the Martial King level, a so-called pill-forming furnace, an exclusive boundary, steely, and various miscellaneous supplies. Moreover, the exclusive privileges daily point reward had risen to 1 million, a 100-fold increase over what it had been before. All in all, Lin Fan was thoroughly satisfied. With 2 Martial King grade legions and so many experts above the Dao entry realm, no one in the entire small state of Xiao could possibly hope to threaten him. Even the Black Demon Cult or Fengyang Kingdom could be easily opposed if Lin Fan were given a few more months. For now, the enemy could not commit all their forces, and Lin Fan was fully capable of defending himself. With so many rewards in hand, Lin Fan finally felt a solid foundation of confidence. He then began to examine each reward one by one. This harvest included legions, civil officials, and experts, along with several special items. As for the miscellaneous supplies and warhorses, Lin Fan cared little for them. Better to have them than not. What delighted Lin Fan most was that he had obtained 7 character cultivation enhancement cards in total. This meant that 7 of his subordinates could each be elevated by 1 to 3 major realms, an immeasurable boon to Lin Fan. The key factor remained points. Given the current situation, enhancing the strength of his faction was one thing, but the more urgent priority was to seize more territory as swiftly as possible. Only then could a virtuous cycle be established. Lin Fan took out the Heaven-Gifted Array banner and examined its attributes. This item had to be deployed at the military base within the Demonic Beast Forest, as no other location would be suitable. The Martial King realm. This was something Lin Fan had wanted to purchase from the System Mall for a long time. The reason he had hesitated was twofold. First, his only legion in the Martial King realm was the Han Iron Cavalry. Second, the item was simply too exorbitant. A Martial General Realm Heaven-Gifted Array banner cost a mere 1 million points, whereas purchasing one for the Martial King realm required a staggering 100 million points. Evidently, the chasm between these 2 tiers of troops was immense. Upon closer inspection, Lin Fan discovered that there were distinct differences between the Heaven-Gifted Array banners of the 2 realms. The one he had previously purchased could directly transform any martial artist into a soldier of the Martial General Realm. However, the Martial King realm banner imposed stricter prerequisites for conversion. The minimum requirement was the Martial Master realm. In other words, only those of the Martial Master level or above could be converted into the Martial King realm legion. Martial Masters were no longer common commodities that could be found anywhere in the state of Xiao. Although the elites under the various lords were all at or above the Martial Master level, this had nearly depleted the entire reserves of the kingdom. Amassing a large-scale Martial King realm legion was somewhat unrealistic. Nonetheless, Lin Fan remained undeterred, for the sheer power of a Martial King legion was far beyond what ordinary experts could ever match. Lin Fan was more or less familiar with the functions of the other rewards. Only the exclusive boundary tablet was entirely foreign to him, and it had never once appeared in the System Mall. Consequently, this mysterious object became the primary focus of Lin Fan's attention. The exclusive boundary tablet could enhance the spiritual energy, innate talent of individuals, and cultivation speed within the host territory. From that brief description alone, Lin Fan instantly realized the profound significance of this item. In a single sentence, he summarized it as a divine tool for universal cultivation. As long as the exclusive boundary tablet was placed within his fiefdom, all forces under his banner would receive cultivation buffs, not only in speed, but also in innate talent. For ordinary citizens, this was a heaven-defying artifact. Furthermore, its effects were uniform across the entire territory, regardless of the distance from the tablet itself. Excellent. With this, the common people can cultivate, and their progress will not be slow. At the same time, it will significantly boost the birth rate of geniuses. Although the effects of this divine artifact might not be immediately apparent in the short term, in the long run, it would undoubtedly become a powerful tool for accumulating points. And this was merely its primary form. This indicated that higher grade versions with even better effects would be available later. However, Lin Fan surmised that barring any surprises, this item would only be rewarded during system upgrades, serving as an encouragement to the host. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Fan decided to place the exclusive boundary tablet in Heifeng City. It had a massive population and ample room for future expansion, making it a far superior choice compared to the secret base in the demonic beast forest. The primary purpose of the forest base remained the conversion of military forces. Once this matter was settled, Lin Fan summoned Guijia. With so many new figures suddenly appearing, Guijia needed to be fully informed about their arrangements. The effects of the exclusive boundary tablet would require time to manifest subtly, and Lin Fan was in no hurry. "My lord." Guijia arrived shortly after. Wasting no time on pleasantries, Lin Fan immediately summoned and released all the newly acquired figures. "General Baiqi, General Ran Min, the two of you will soon lead the army to station in the demonic beast forest. Stay vigilant against any potential chaos arising from the war between the wolf and tiger tribes. Command Gao Shun to leave behind 500,000 troops of the trap camp to assist Ran Min and Baiqi. He is then to head to the military base, retrieve the newly spawned 500,000 trap camp soldiers, and deploy them directly into the campaigns against Daizhou and Haizhou. This time we must not only withstand their onslaught, but also seize the opportunity to crush them, taking Daizhou and Haizhou in the process." With top-tier powerhouses like Baiqi and Ran Min on the field alongside a legion of 200,000 Martial King Realm troops, they would undoubtedly be more than capable of handling any unrest in the demonic beast forest. "General Yuan Chongwan Yu shall lead the Guaning Iron Cavalry to garrison the military base. I will use this period to replenish your forces to 1 million. Furthermore, Feng Xiao, make the necessary arrangements to gather all soldiers who have reached the Martial Master Realm across our cities and dispatch them to the military base in the demonic beast forest." This time Lin Fan only wanted candidates at the Martial Master Realm. As for the few who had reached the Martial General Realm, he was reluctant to deploy them. Should he acquire a Martial Emperor Realm Legion and its corresponding Heaven-Gifted Array banner in the future, the minimum strength requirement would surely rise to the Martial General level. It would be highly awkward if everything was prepared, but no Martial General candidates were available, especially since system-spawn troops could not be converted. "Ji Gang, your Jinui shall have but one duty: disperse throughout our cities and cooperate with the city guards to maintain local security. The Jinui has the authority to deal with any lawbreakers, but you must ensure the evidence is ironclad and refrain from groundless accusations." In Lin Fan's vision, the Jinui served as a security force. They did not need to fight on the front lines, but the peace of the cities was indispensable to them. Compared to the regular city guards, the Jinui were clearly more professional and better suited for this role. "Fa Zheng, you will accompany me to the western battlefield shortly. The strategic planning of the military campaign there, as well as its subsequent governance, will be temporarily entrusted to you." Fa Zheng was exceptional at unorthodox strategies and possessed great expertise in regional administration. Once Daizhou and Haizhou were conquered, a capable talent would be required to govern them, and Fa Zheng was the perfect fit. "Bao Zheng, from this day forth the investigation of all criminal cases within my territory shall be under your purview. I have but one demand: fairness and justice. Do not falsely accuse a single innocent soul, nor let any criminal escape. No matter who they are, if they dare to commit crimes in my domain, you have the authority to prosecute them. Ji Gang, your Jinui must cooperate with Bao Zheng's operations. Should any disagreements arise, Bao Zheng's counsel shall prevail." This was precisely Bao Zheng's greatest strength. Although it seemed minor, the system points accumulated through long-term peace and stability far exceeded those obtained from a single war. As time went on, the immense importance of both Bao Zheng and the Jinui would become increasingly apparent. There were too many rebellious and unyielding figures within the Jinui, and Bao Zheng's presence would serve as their restraining band. Seizing this perfect opportunity, Lin Fan firmly established Bao Zheng's authority. "Xiongba, you will temporarily oversee my personal security. Further arrangements will be made in the future." In Lin Fan's estimation, Xiongba's combat prowess was already sufficient to contend with experts of the Grandmaster realm. As one of his premier fighters, Xiongba needed to remain by his side for the time being. "Yi Guqing Shimin Shueishua, the two of you shall conceal your movements and depart soon for the Fengyang Kingdom. While gathering intelligence, you may also broaden your horizons, which might prove highly beneficial to your cultivation. Prioritize your own safety above all else, and do not recklessly put yourselves in danger." Lin Fan had enough experts by his side, and since these two were accustomed to wandering the martial world, it was the perfect opportunity to send them to the Fengyang Kingdom. If possible, they could also gauge the strength of the experts from both the Fengyang Kingdom and the Black Demon Cult. Feng Xiao, these 30 individuals are all capable of holding their own. Managing a few cities each will not be an issue. Arrange their postings as you see fit. Lin Fan rarely interfered in the appointment of civil officials. Before long, Lin Fan had assigned the newly arrived members their respective duties, and everyone busied themselves with work. Next, he turned his attention to the 7-character Realm Ascension cards. The figures summoned this time were not among Lin Fan's considerations. As for the minifigures summoned previously, now that Lin Fan had raised his realm to Martial Emperor, all of them could make use of the character realm ascension cards. Among them, Gao Shun Dongfang Bubi and Guijia absolutely had to be promoted. As for the remaining choices, Lin Fan could not help but hesitate. In terms of realm and contribution, Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui also deserved promotion, for the two were only at the martial venerable realm. But given the many battles at hand, Lin Fan ultimately decided to use the cards on the generals and experts with greater combat power, with Yuan Qingdu, a martial emperor, that made 4 candidates. For the remaining 3, Lin Fan chose Yan Shisan, Dugu Qiubai, and Yu Huatian. Yan Shisan had appeared early and had secretly protected Lin Fan for a long time, so this opportunity should go to him. Dugu Qiubai was originally one of Lin Fan's top combat forces, and he had already broken through to the Qi initiation realm on his own. With good luck, this sword fanatic might even break through to the Grandmaster realm. Dugu Qiubai had broken through a major realm by himself, and the restriction of the 5 great realms did not apply to him, showing the importance of individual breakthroughs. As for Yu Huatian, that fellow was leading the Western Depot agents and making deployments in the Fengyang Kingdom, so he also needed a certain amount of strength to rely on. Once he had made up his mind, he acted. As for the others, he believed they would soon have their chances. After all, Lin Fan had made quite a few moves, and had already triggered several quests. Gaining control of Yizhou, counterattacking the barbarians, launching offensives against Daizhou and Haizhou, and bringing them under control, plus the war mode. If all these were accomplished, the rewards would surely not be few. In the end, all 7 were successfully elevated. Yan Shisan broke through to the Hodian realm, Gao Shan to the Dao entry realm, Guijia to the transcendent realm, Dongfang Bubi to the Dao entry realm, Yuan Qingdu to the Qi initiation realm, and Yu Huatian to the Hodian realm. As for Dugu Qiubai, he did not let Lin Fan down, and successfully broke through to the Grandmaster realm. Even after the appearance of Bai Qi and Xiongba, both experts at the innate realm, Dugu Qiubai remained the strongest combat force in Lin Fan's hands. Xiao Jingxuan ordered Yan Shisan to cooperate with Dongfang Bubi and bring the sect forces of the Xiao Kingdom under control. As for the 10 Directions Hall, there is no need to act rashly for now. Also have Yan Shisan find time to probe the foundations of the Morong family. An uncontrollable force of this kind is ultimately a hidden danger. With more and more experts under his command, Lin Fan no longer considered the Xiao Kingdom worth worrying about. However, for a steady stream of points, Lin Fan still decided to proceed step by step. There was no need to take reckless risks, for once he left the Xiao Kingdom, there were still many powerful forces outside. Lin Fan might appear formidable, but in the Fengyang Kingdom, he would be nothing special. There were not a few forces that could contend with him. Even the Fengyang Kingdom, if it learned of Lin Fan's situation, might begin to entertain other ideas. Yes, Your Highness. This old servant will notify Yan Shisan at once. Also, Your Highness, Yu Fei just sent word that the legion dispatched by the royal court has arrived at the border of Shangzhou, and has sent people to negotiate with Yu Fei, hoping we will let them pass. They want to go to Yizhou to resist the barbarians. Huang Ming, leading a legion of the nation-protecting army, finally arrived at Shangzhou. But Yu Fei had long been prepared. Without Lin Fan's order, no army was allowed to enter Shangzhou. Huang Ming also felt helpless. The other side was not to be trifled with, and they had plenty of troops. If he forced his way in and caused a misunderstanding whether he could lead the 500 troops under his command out of Shangzhou was hard to say. Left with no choice, Huang Ming could only send someone to contact Yu Fei, but Yu Fei showed him no consideration whatsoever and had no intention of letting him through. Even so, Yu Fei still passed the latest intelligence to Lin Fan, uncertain whether Lin Fan's orders would change. Tell Yu Fei that no one coming from Zhongzhou, whoever they may be, is allowed to enter Shangzhou. Lin Fan saw through Xiao Meier's intention to send troops to Yizhou, so how could he let her have her way? If Xiao Meier was comfortable, Lin Fan would be the one to suffer. 2 days later, Gao Shun finally returned with the Xinjiang camp. Lin Fan also took time to visit the military base, left the martial king-level heaven-bestowed formation banner there, and selected the Great Han Iron Cavalry as the troop type to be converted. All that remained was for Guijia to arrange enough martial masters to go there, and the Great Han Iron Cavalry would be able to replenish its forces. At the same time, Lin Fan set the martial general-level heaven-bestowed formation banner to designate the Guaning Iron Cavalry as its conversion target. This would become another martial general-level cavalry legion in Lin Fan's hands. After all preparations were complete, Lin Fan, together with Fa Zheng and Gao Shun, led the 500-strong Xinjiang camp and set out for the Western Front. Owing to the efforts of Wu Qi and Zhao Yun, the fighting against the joint forces of Daizhou and Haizhou had been kept on a small scale. No major battle had erupted over the past few days. Both sides were preparing. Since the Xinjiang camp was heavily armored infantry and moved slowly, Lin Fan lacked the patience. He took a group of experts and departed ahead, heading straight for Hongqing. The traveling speed of experts was far beyond ordinary people. In less than a day, Lin Fan and his party arrived at Hongqing. Upon seeing Wu Qi and Zhao Yun, Lin Fan wasted no words and immediately began his deployment. This time it was far more than simply defending a city. Lin Fan was determined to cripple the two provinces and take them both. Xiao Jingquan, share the intelligence you have obtained. Although this ambush had been sudden and the losses severe, the enemy's preparations had also been extremely thorough. Yes, Your Highness, honored lords. The opponent we face this time is not so much Haizhou and Daizhou as the Thousand Islands force controlling the two provinces, the Shimin family. This is a family stronger than the Seven-Star sect, but it has not yet reached the level of a Six-Star force. According to intelligence gathered by the Eastern Depot, the Shimin family is located on Lihuang Island in the sea's Thousand Islands, which is the closest to the mainland. Many years ago, the Shimin family offended a powerful force and was forced to flee far into the Thousand Islands to survive. After many years of development, the clan produced many geniuses and encountered continuous strokes of fortune, so it soon gained a firm foothold in the Thousand Islands and grew stronger and stronger. At present, the Shimin family has a Grandmaster Realm ancestor, several innate realm experts, and numerous clan disciples of no small strength. It also has a million-strong clan protection army at the Martial General Realm. With such foundations, the Shimin family was able to launch this campaign. Moreover, many years ago, the upper echelons of Daizhou and Haizhou had already been controlled by Shimin family members. Even the governors of the two provinces were actually sons of the Shimin clan hiding in the Xiao kingdom under assumed names. Clearly, the Shimin family had prepared for this battle for a long time. Moreover, there are signs that its actions are backed by some force. As for who that force is and what strength it has, nothing has been discovered yet. Soon Xiao Jingquan shared all the intelligence he had obtained. In such a short time, the Eastern Depot had managed to clarify so many matters which showed that its capabilities were truly extraordinary. The intelligence Xiao Jingquan had uncovered came as no surprise to Lin Fan, largely corroborating Guijia's earlier assessments. Xiao Jingquan, since Yu Huatian cannot attend to this matter at present, the Eastern Depot shall be under your command for the Qiandao region. I expect you to investigate thoroughly. Everyone, let's discuss how we should fight this battle. After arranging the Eastern Depot, Lin Fan turned his attention to the war ahead. Lord Xiao, how many troops from the Shimin family's million-guarding army have arrived this time? Also, does the Shimin family have a Martial King Realm army? Fa Zheng asked first. Daizhou and Haizhou had already been allocated to Fa Zheng by Lin Fan in advance, so how could he not care? A military general realm army still posed a certain threat to Lin Fan's side. After all, with similar combat strength and troop numbers, this battle would be difficult to fight, and it might result in mutual destruction. According to currently available intelligence, the Shimin family has mobilized 6 guards this time, while the remaining 4 million plus are elite troops cultivated over the years through the two provinces. As for the Martial King Realm army, none has been detected so far. The Eastern Depot is still conducting further investigations. Xiao Jingquan quickly provided an answer. Although unclear, everyone understood. After all, the time was too short. Some intelligence cannot be easily uncovered without long-term accumulation and preparation. Your Majesty, this humble subject recommends entrusting the defense of Hong City to Generals Wu Qi and Gao Shan. As for General Zhao Yun, he can lead the White Horse Riders to break through the enemy's defenses. If this can be accomplished, we can reclaim several border cities occupied by the enemy, cutting off their supply lines and reinforcements. With a two-pronged strike and no enemy reinforcements, especially with supply lines failing, they will likely collapse soon. Given the combat prowess of the White Horse Riders, there is great hope of achieving this. Moreover, part of the 500 White Horse Riders could be deployed to strike and harass border cities in Haizhou or Daizhou. In this way, even the Shimin family cannot disregard the soldiers' feelings. After all, it is the soldiers' families who suffer. After grasping the basic situation, Fa Zheng offered his suggestions. Xiao Jingquan, do you have intelligence on the enemy's top experts? The rest were manageable, but Lin Fan's sole concern was the enemy's top experts. The Shimin family was not weak, with many surpassing the entry path realm and reaching the second heaven realm. If even a few appeared, Zhao Yun, at his peak transcendence, would face considerable danger. Your Majesty, preliminary data shows that most of those arriving are from the Martial Emperor Realm clansmen. There are not many transcendent or entry path figures, likely to avoid drawing attention from others. We have not yet detected experts beyond the entry path realm. Xiao Jingquan's statement was only one possibility. There was another. It was difficult for ordinary Eastern Depot guards to detect the presence of top experts. Among the top experts Lin Fan brought on this journey, few surpassed the entry path realm. This was mainly because the enemy might not commit their full forces. If they provoked the Fengyang kingdom, a single Shimin family would be no match. The more fundamental reason was that Lin Fan had no spare personnel to deploy. By far, Bai Qi's Daqin sharp soldiers possessed the highest concentration of top experts, but given the complexity of the demonic beast forest, it made more sense for Bai Qi to be responsible there. Nowadays, only Dugu Qiubai and Xiong Ba were capable of shouldering such important responsibilities. Your Majesty, allow this subordinate to accompany General Zhao on this mission. Xiong Ba volunteered. Having just arrived with no achievements to his name, and with a sword demon above him, Xiong Ba needed to actively demonstrate his worth. If he didn't stand out, his future power growth would be difficult. In that case, let it be so. You must pay close attention to your safety on this journey. This was also something Lin Fan agreed with. Your Majesty, we have just arrived. The enemy is unlikely to expect a sudden attack. Why not launch our operation tonight? We can catch them off guard. By the time they recover, the White Horse Riders should have already disengaged from the battlefield, giving us time to regroup. The White Horse Riders had been here for several days, engaging in minor skirmishes that posed no real threat. That night, under the dim moonlight, the camp station beside Hong City moved in secret. The distance between the two sides was not far. With the mobility of the White Horse Riders, the enemy simply would not have time to react unless they had prepared in advance. Unfortunately, this operation was led primarily by members of the Xiamen family who had no experience in large-scale warfare and would never have imagined that Lin Fan would launch an attack on the very night of his arrival. In the middle of the night, when people were most drowsy as the garrison troops of the two provinces gradually drifted into dreams, the sound of hooves came from afar. The night watch soldiers quickly detected the anomaly and immediately raised the alarm. The defensive forces responded swiftly, assembling rapidly. However, most of the troops were still resting in their tents, having never expected a large-scale enemy assault. In their haste, they had no time to mount an effective response. The White Horse Riders, the absolute elite among cavalry, would not squander such a perfect opportunity. The 500,000 cavalry split into 5 formations, tearing directly through the enemy's defenses and charging in. Shouts of battle echoed everywhere, and enemies scattered in all directions. The White Horse Riders showed no desire to linger in combat. After breaching the defenses, they advanced, while setting fires, pushing forward with remarkable speed. Only then did the enemy realize what was happening, but by the time they prepared to fight, there was no trace of the attackers. What's going on? Where did the enemies who broke in go? Xiamen Liufeng, the person in charge dispatched by the Xiamen family, this time rushed out of his tent ready for a major battle, but the enemy had vanished. My lord, the enemy broke through the encirclement and headed toward our rear. Soon someone came to report. This is bad. Lin Fan is trying to cut off our retreat. Immediately organize cavalry to pursue. We must not let the enemy capture the city smoothly. Once they have the city as a base and their highly mobile cavalry, our retreat will be completely severed. Although Xiamen Liufeng's abilities were mediocre, such an obvious situation still allowed him to discern the intentions of the Huangzhou army. But having just gone through chaos, it was impossible to catch up now. Nevertheless, action was imperative. Soon afterward, a cavalry force of 300 rapidly pursued toward the rear. Unfortunately, at daybreak, this cavalry scattered and fled back. It turned out that from the beginning of Zhao Yun's operation, Fa Zheng had anticipated this situation and guessed that in the enemy's panic, they would not send too many troops in pursuit. Thus, not long after Zhao Yun led his troops away, he chose a battlefield to halt, waiting for the enemy pursuers to arrive and launching a countercharge. This time, the enemy never expected to fall into a trap. After a night of combat, the Xiamen family's cavalry ultimately suffered nearly half their forces in casualties before managing to break away from the battlefield. They dared not pursue again and could only flee back to camp. Meanwhile, Zhao Yun led the White Horse Riders following the earlier deployment toward the city in the rear. With their strategic objectives swiftly achieved, Zhao Yun led the White Horse Cavalry to reclaim all the previously lost cities of Huangzhou in just a single day. Although the invading armies of the two states had left substantial forces behind to guard the cities, they never anticipated that while the battle still raged fiercely at the front, the enemy would suddenly strike from the rear, catching them utterly off guard. Furthermore, with the assistance of Xiong Ba and operatives from the Eastern Depot, this feat was well within Zhao Yun's grasp, especially since the people of Huangzhou, having embraced Lin Fan's governance, harbored a deep resentment toward the two invading states and aided them extensively in secret. Consequently, the 5 million-strong army that had breached Huangzhou found themselves in a dire predicament. Advancing, they could not breach Hongqing. Retreating, the 500,000 cavalry at their rear and the Huangzhou army before them would never allow a peaceful withdrawal. Once isolated without reinforcements or defensible terrain, a grim fate surely awaited them. After all, throughout their numerous skirmishes and battles with the Huangzhou army during this period, they had gained no advantage whatsoever save for their initial numerical superiority and a brief upper hand secured during the surprise attack. Once an army of 500,000 cavalry fully unleashed its potential, it possessed the power to alter the entire course of the war. Xiamen Liufeng was fraught with anxiety, yet he dared not split his forces lightly. With his retreat cut off, continuing the offensive was clearly not the wisest course. Even if they could capture the city, they would inevitably find themselves encircled. In Xiamen Liufeng's view, only one path remained: to launch a counteroffensive to the rear, reopen the route back to Haizhou and Dezhou, and find a way to eliminate the cavalry behind them. Only then could they resume their invasion of Huangzhou. Should he make the wrong choice and lose this army of 5 million here, the grand designs of the Xiamen clan would be severely compromised. Thus, Xiamen Liufeng left behind over 1.5 million troops to guard against Hongqing, while leading the remaining 3 million in a ferocious counterattack toward their rear. Although Xiamen Liufeng was considered one of the elite of the Xiamen clan's younger generation, his military command was truly nothing to boast of. He split his forces and marched off so blatantly without even a hint of disguise or feint that Yi Xian's side was immediately aware of his movements. Meanwhile, Zhao Yun stood ready with his white horse cavalry. To fully leverage their mobility, he did not stubbornly hold his ground. Instead, he deployed 100,000 troops to guard several key cities, while personally leading the remaining 400,000 to wage a relentless campaign of guerrilla warfare. Nor was Wu Qi idle at the rear. Under Lin Fan's command, Wu Qi led the Wei martial infantry and the Xianjin camp out of Hongqing, using the formidable defensive might of the Xianjin camp as a vanguard to press relentlessly against the enemy's rearguard garrison. 500,000 warriors of the Xianjin camp advanced fearlessly in several columns, with hundreds of thousands of the Wei martial infantry following closely behind, prepared to reinforce them at a moment's notice. The enemy's maneuvering space grew increasingly confined. Though several skirmishes broke out during this time, they found themselves utterly unable to break through the blockade. This was hardly surprising. In the grand tapestry of Huaxia's history, the legendary Xianjin camp had numbered a mere 800 men, yet they occupied an incredibly prominent place in military lore. Now, with a staggering 500,000 Xianjin camp warriors assembled, how could any ordinary legion hope to withstand them? Unaware of the situation at his rear, Shimin Lufeng pressed on with his original plan, leading his 3 million-strong army backward. Recognizing the enemy's superior numbers, Zhao Yun voluntarily yielded several cities, indifferent to the loss of individual territories. This strategy successfully dispersed the enemy's forces while allowing him to focus his strikes on key targets. This placed Shimin Lufeng in an agonizing position. To secure his retreat, he had to leave heavy garrisons in the captured cities, who otherwise, should the Huangzhou army counterattack, he would find himself in even greater distress. With Zhao Yun consuming Shimin Liufeng's focus and energy, Lin Fan was presented with a golden opportunity. General Wu Qi, it is time to utterly crush the enemy before us. After several days of maneuvering, the remaining enemy forces before them had dwindled to less than 1 million, their morale shattered, and their combat effectiveness severely diminished. Your Highness, I shall deploy the troops immediately. Within 3 days, victory will be ours. Wu Qi's immense confidence was not born of blind arrogance, but from having thoroughly deciphered the enemy's tactics over the course of their recent engagements. Your Highness, I suggest we leverage the capabilities of Luo Wang to carry out decapitation strikes against the enemy's key commanders. After all, the armies of the two states are composed of the common folk of Daizhou and Haizhou who enlisted merely to secure a livelihood. Since we are also in dire need of replenishing our ranks, we should seize this opportunity to win over as many of them as possible. Thus proposed Fa Zhang. Slaughtering such a massive army was simply impractical, and doing so would turn Lin Fan into a cold-blooded monster. Unless they were dealing with foreign tribes or facing exceptional circumstances. Throwing the enemy into disarray and stripping them of leadership to win over the masses was indeed the supreme strategy. Indeed, General Wu Qiyu and General Gao Shun must take this into consideration. Lin Fan expressed his wholehearted agreement with Fa Zhang's proposal. Currently, the Great Han Iron Cavalry, the Qihua Army, and Bai Qi's Great Qin elites were all legions of the Martial King realm, desperately requiring warriors of the Martial Master realm or higher to replenish their numbers. The elites before them were the perfect candidates. To slaughter them needlessly would be an egregious waste. That very night, assassins from Luoyang slipped silently into the enemy camp, initiating a series of targeted assassinations against mid-level officers. As for the enemy's commander-in-chief, to guard against the Shimin clan Ji Gang, personally led the Jinyui into action. This was a necessary measure as Lin Fan still lacked a sufficient number of top-tier experts, and those he had were widely dispersed. Operating entirely in the shadows, the formidable capabilities of Luo Wang and the Jinyui allowed them to carry out their assassinations with impunity, even amidst an army of 1 million men. Your Highness, word has arrived from General Huatsubing. Their campaign is progressing smoothly, and they have already captured 1/3 of Yizhou's territory. However, they have run into trouble, realizing the disadvantage of dispersing their forces. The barbarian army has begun to mass. Meng Qingye, the governor of Yizhou, is also consolidating his forces. He intends to watch from the sidelines, hoping we and the barbarians will destroy each other. Meanwhile, he has sent envoys to contact General Wang Jian, demanding to take over the cities we have conquered. These external developments did not disturb Lin Fan. Within Hongqing, his mind remained focused on the grand strategic picture. Meng Qingye has indeed calculated well, wishing for us to bleed on the front lines while he reaps the fruits of our victory in the rear. Wishful thinking. Tell Wang Jian to ignore Meng Qingye. Should the Yizhou army dare to attack or provoke us, annihilate them entirely. What is in our hands shall never be surrendered. Lin Fan instructed Chao Zhengchun to convey his orders, reaffirming his unyielding stance. Furthermore, word has come from General Yu Fei. The royal army remains stationed at the border between Shangzhou and Zhongzhou, seeking passage. A long-standing stalemate had persisted there. Bound by royal decree, Huang Meng dared not retreat, while Yu Fei refused to grant them passage, leaving both sides in endless bickering. Tell Yu Fei that as long as the royal army does not attempt to force their way through, he may ignore them. But if they dare to strike, he must show no hesitation, crush them completely. Though Lin Fan and the royal family had not yet completely severed ties, the true nature of their relationship was an open secret to both. Now the Xiao nation was engulfed in turmoil. Though Hua Tsubing, Chen Qingji, and Wang Jian had led their troops to Yi province and temporarily stemmed the barbarian assault, the barbarians' follow-up forces could arrive at any moment. The barbarian tribes were a power on par with a nation. The moment they resolved to launch a full-scale invasion, the situation would hang by a thread. With the covert backing of the Black Demon sect, Shang province and Tai province had risen together in revolt. Their offensive now surged like a tidal wave, forcing the other three provinces into a desperate, isolated defense. The province and High province enjoyed the support of maritime powers, so no one could say how far the flames of war would spread. As for the remaining provinces, they were each busy keeping their own houses in order, biding their time, and not daring to rush into battle. Only Lin Fan appeared to be pulling the people from fire and water and rescuing Xiao nation from peril. In truth, however, he was no less scheming and had his own calculations. Your Highness, we must settle the and High provinces as soon as possible. On the barbarian front, in Yi province, a drastic change is likely. The barbarians will not easily abandon a chance bought at such cost, and Governor Meng Qingya has already been battered, half-crippled. He urgently needs our reinforcements. Fa Zheng's thinking was simple: take the two provinces quickly, then support Yi province. But the difficulty involved was no less considerable. In Fa Zheng's view, although the maritime forces were not to be underestimated, they would not dispatch their entire strength for now. Lin Fan still had a very good chance. Your Highness, General Wu Qi has already begun his move. At that moment, the latest intelligence arrived. Were any experts detected? Lin Fan asked. None. The strongest enemy was in the transcendent realm and was slain by Lord Ji Gang. Evidently this was another probing attack by the Shiman family. They had not sent too many experts. According to earlier intelligence, the Shiman family had dispatched a 6,000-strong martial general realm army, but those troops had not appeared at the front, so they were likely waiting in the rear for news. It was unknown what the Shiman family was worried about. Since they had already made a move, why not commit all their strength? Still, that was a good thing for Lin Fan. With Wu Qi there, we need not worry. We only have to wait patiently. Lin Fan was not concerned about this battle. There was almost no gap in numbers between the two sides, and with the way martial soldiers and the daring battalion all at the martial general realm, defeat was impossible. Meanwhile, report General. The rear camp has been attacked by surprise and is now in the midst of a chaotic battle. The situation is extremely disadvantageous. Please send troops to support us. Shiman Liufeng, who had been deliberating on how to take Zhaoyun, finally received word of the assault on the rear. Quick! Order the whole army to assemble and return for support. The rear army accounted for a third of the total forces. Under such a disadvantage, Shiman Liufeng could not afford to let the rear collapse. Order Generals Zhang and Li to lead the cavalry and cover the retreat. At the same time, order General Shiman Jin to lead 550 troops into an ambush. The enemy cavalry will not simply watch us go to the rescue. Thinking of how troublesome Zhao Yun was, Shiman Liufeng made further arrangements, even hoping to seize Zhao Yun's white horse companions in one fell swoop. Although he had no precise intelligence, the movements of the two province army could hardly be concealed from Zhao Yun. It seems His Highness has started his move. From Shiman Liufeng's actions, His Highness should be about to win. This is no time to let the enemy reinforce. Send word for the army to prepare. Split into 5 detachments, each guarding one direction, and do not let the enemy slip away. But we must also remain alert against enemy traps. Send scouts out at once. With several hundred men moving about, it was indeed hard to keep it secret. As Shiman Liufeng prepared to lead reinforcements, Zhao Yun noticed the unusual activity and made corresponding arrangements. At this moment, both sides were racing for time. Whoever acted faster would prevail. No sooner had Shiman Liufeng begun to move than he received terrible news. General, the enemy cavalry has charged us. Generals Zhang and Li could not stop them and have fallen in battle. Our cavalry has been scattered. The enemy discovered the site of General Shiman Jin's ambush. They circumvented the encirclement and countercharged. Our ambush failed as well, and General Shiman Jin has been killed in action. The reports coming one after another tormented Shiman Liufeng and even drove him to despair. Both fronts were slipping away. He had arrived so confidently with 5 million troops, yet with the battle now in this state, how could he justify it back home? Moreover, with his retreat blocked, whether he could even return was still an open question. Quick! Order everyone to charge toward the province. We must open a path back. Given the sudden drastic shift in the situation, Shiman Liufeng soon decided to abandon the rear corps and retreat toward the province, with only some 2 million troops left in hand. General, what about the million and more men in the rear? Shiman Liufeng's order stirred resentment among many. These were generals from Da and High provinces. If they carried out the order, the two provinces would suffer another million casualties. There is no time to care about that. If we hesitate any longer, we won't be able to leave either. Do you still not understand? The enemy cavalry ahead is extremely powerful. We must concentrate our forces in order to break out. If we are too late and the Huang province army comes up from behind, we won't have the slightest chance. Shimin Lufeng was only an ordinary member of the Shimin family, and being timid by nature, had no wish to be buried here. But Shimin Lufeng knew that he had to soothe the generals. Only by staying united could they hope to retreat to the province. If internal disorder broke out, there would be no need to fight any longer. They might as well surrender and perhaps save their lives. Hearing Shimin Liufeng's words, everyone fell silent. It was a well-posed multiple-choice question. Someone was destined to be sacrificed. Then who was it to be? It certainly would not be themselves. General, let us go back at once and prepare. The armies of the two provinces reached agreement, and with unprecedented unity prepared to withdraw. General, the enemy is about to flee. They have assembled and are charging toward us. Zhao Yun's side learned this intelligence very quickly. Flee. It won't be that easy. The army will remain in 5 detachments, harassing them relentlessly until the enemy cannot take another step. Once the enemy scatters, immediately encircle and destroy them with superior force. As long as they run, we charge. We absolutely cannot let them leave in peace. The battle situation, having shifted Zhao Yun's side, made corresponding adjustments. Fortunately, his men were all cavalry with superb mobility, and they had nearly crippled the cavalry of the two provinces. How could the remaining infantry on foot outrun horses, especially since their soldiers were all low-ranking martial artists? As for the so-called experts, letting a few escape would not affect the overall situation. In the rear, the Wei martial soldiers and the daring battalion had already destroyed the enemy force left behind. Without anyone commanding it effectively, that army soon collapsed. Especially after such a protracted battle, with no reinforcements appearing at all, everyone realized they had been abandoned. Who would still resist? Saving their own skins was the only thing that mattered. Gao Shun leave 100,000 men behind to guard the prisoners. The rest of you will head straight for Dezhou. After careful consideration, Lin Fan decided to strike back at Dezhou first. Once Dezhou was taken, the remaining Haizhou would be isolated, hemmed in between Dezhou and Huangzhou against the coast. After that, the problem of Haizhou would be much easier to resolve. The attack was launched with astonishing speed. Though the enemy had made preparations, they were no match at all. In the end, Lin Fan's side captured 600,000 elite martial warriors from the two prefectures. These men were a precious asset to Lin Fan. The future martial king realm legions would be built from their ranks. Wu Qi, take all the troops and reinforce Zhao Yun at once. The enemy has received no reinforcements for so long, they must be getting ready to run. With Zhao Yun's limited numbers, it will be difficult to keep all of them from escaping. At the same time, another worry troubled Lin Fan: cavalry warfare. Especially when Zhao Yun was short on troops, he could very well annihilate the enemy to the last man. That was not what Lin Fan wanted. Wu Qi's reinforcements had to arrive as quickly as possible. General, what are we supposed to do? The enemy cavalry is simply too troublesome. The moment we retreat, they swarm over us, and by the time we set up our battle formation, they vanish without a trace. Infantry against cavalry could hope to win only by holding fast in defense. In a war of maneuver, they could never outlast the horsemen. This was exactly the dilemma Shimin Lufeng now faced. General, why not seize a few cities and hold them while waiting for aid? Our reinforcements are sure to come. The speaker knew some of the inner workings of those two prefectures. He knew that in Dezhou and Haizhou there were still ace legions, and if the two prefectures joined forces, raising another 5 or 6 million troops would not be difficult. No. The governor has no idea how the battle is going for us, and we cannot send anyone back. By the time he realizes something is wrong and sends support, it will be too late. You have all seen for yourselves how powerful the Huangzhou legions are. Every one of them is an ace legion. How could we possibly hold out? Besides, supplies and grain are another major problem. This was reality. Feeding so many men was absolutely a huge problem. Plundering the land could never supply them. There is no other way now. We have no choice but to break out at any cost. Stop worrying about losses. If we delay any longer, we will never get out. Shimin Lufeng spoke in a low, grave voice. The high-spirited air he had arrived with was long gone. All he wanted now was to retreat as soon as possible. Shimin Lufeng could not understand why the weak little Xiao kingdom had so many ace legions. Had he known this beforehand, the Shimin family would never have acted so recklessly. Then there is no other choice. A brave man must be willing to cut off his own wrist. These so-called generals no longer gave thought to anything else. What were losses compared to their own lives? Issue the order. The whole army is to retreat. Order General Wang to lead 500,000 troops as the rearguard and do everything possible to block the enemy cavalry. Should there be the slightest mistake, he will be punished according to military law. When General Wang, standing among the crowd, heard Shimin Liufeng's command, his face turned deathly pale. This was sending him to his death. Yes, General. But at this moment he had no choice. If he dared to disobey, he would be dead before the Huangzhou army ever arrived. Soon the entire allied army was on the move again, and Shimin Lufeng led his men away. General, what should we do? The officers left behind with General Wang questioned him one after another. No one wanted to die in vain. What should we do? What else can we do? Abandon our families. General Wang said helplessly. These men were all from Dazhou, and many of them had large families at home. If they dared to make any rash move, their entire clans would suffer. Gentlemen, might I say one thing? At this moment, a man dressed as a bodyguard soldier spoke up. You, General Wang, eyed the unfamiliar fellow with puzzlement. General Wang, to tell you the truth, I am a man of the Eastern Depot under Lin Fan, Prince of Jinbei, and I have been ordered to deliver a few words to you. What? To think he was one of Lin Fan's people and had hidden himself right by their side. General Wang had never seen this coming. General Wang, Shiman Lufeng has already abandoned you. I am certain you have no wish to die for nothing. I have come on the orders of Director Chao to give you all a chance to live. As for the worries weighing on your minds, if you are willing to surrender and join our Huangzhou army, none of those concerns will remain. Before the governor of Dazhou can learn what has happened, the Eastern Depot will take it upon itself to move all your family members to Hushan City. I stake my life on that. And I must tell you, all His Highness already knows everything about Dazhou. As for the Shiman family behind you, His Highness has more than enough means to deal with them. You need not fear revenge. Besides, His Highness did not send out troops merely to suppress a rebellion. I believe the recapture of Dazhou is close at hand. The messenger swiftly conveyed Chao Jingquan's intentions. Whether his words were accepted was no longer his concern. At that moment, more than a dozen generals present all stared fixedly at him, yet none of them made a move. How can you guarantee that? General Wang was somewhat swayed. Who would choose death when living was still an option? General Wang, you marched out with an enormous force of 5 million. In such a short time you are fleeing in disgrace, and it is uncertain whether you can even escape. Isn't that proof enough? Until this whole matter is resolved, I will remain by your side. If even one word I have said turns out to be false, you may take my life, whenever you please. The men of the Eastern Depot were all reckless fanatics, unafraid of death. The command tent fell silent, as everyone weighed the decision. Fine. For the sake of the 500,000 brothers of Dazhou, I will trust you once. In that case, General Wang, please issue the order for all troops to stay where they are and await the arrival of the Huangzhou army to take them over. The surrender of these men merely saved time and avoided trouble. There was no need for them to join the coming battle. Very well, I understand. You have all heard him. From now on we live and die together. Go and make preparations. Since the decision had been made, preparations had to begin at once, so as to leave a favorable impression on their new master. Little did Shiman Lufeng know that the 500,000 cannon fodder troops he had left behind had not served the slightest purpose before being persuaded to surrender by an obscure nobody, truly beyond anyone's expectations. Meanwhile, Shiman Lufeng led the main army on a forced march, hauling along its grain and supplies. He no longer cared about the cities. He did not try to retake those captured by the enemy. As for those still in his hands, he immediately rallied his troops, stripped the cities of all their grain, and then quickly withdrew. Ahead lay Hushan City, where tens of thousands of white horse volunteers were stationed. As long as he could take this city, he would be able to leave. Hushan City was in a state of panic, having already endured 2 major upheavals. The common people had yet to settle, and now Shiman Lufeng arrived with reinforcements. Hushan City had already lost 30,000 Wei Wuzhu soldiers. The White Horse Cavalry had reclaimed them, but there were no stationed troops from Huangzhou, so the White Horse Riders had to temporarily defend the city walls. However, cavalry thrived on mobility. If they abandoned that advantage to man the walls, their combat effectiveness would fall far short of the Wei Wuzhu. But in such a desperate hour, luxury like that could not be afforded. Every member of the White Horse Cavalry scrambled to set up defensive positions. General, the enemy is less than 10 li from Hushan City. The city is preparing to resist. Zhao Yun did not concern himself with the surrendered 500,000 strong army, but raced forward at full speed toward Hushan City. Order everyone to abandon their baggage and advance as fast as possible. Time was everything. A single moment's delay could lead to irreversible losses. Zhao Yun's goal was simple: hold the enemy in place. He knew Wu Qi had already set out with reinforcements. If Zhao Yun could delay them for one day, the entire force would be unable to escape. His plan was straightforward. Use Hushan City as an anchor, employ the cavalry's mobility to annihilate scattered enemies, and force both provincial armies to fight without retreat. General, Hushan City is ahead, but enemy cavalry has already arrived. What are your orders? Shiman Lufeng knew this was the final test. If he failed to seize Hushan City and lost the army while fleeing alone, his family would not spare him. Everyone charge. Seizing Hushan City means victory. Nothing boosted morale quite like the hope of survival. The 2 provincial armies were exhausted and demoralized, hanging on by a thread. Spotting the great city ahead, they threw themselves into a reckless charge, disregarding the White Horse Cavalry entirely. Zhao Yun was taken aback. How could commanders of 2 provinces be so incompetent? At this rate, how many would die? Yet compassion had no place here. Zhao Yun immediately split his forces and charged straight into the enemy's main formation. Once the infantry lines broke, they would be easy prey. At equal strength, infantry could never match cavalry. Though outnumbered, the enemy's sheer numbers only made them more disorganized without unified command. The battle raged endlessly. Zhao Yun was shrewd. He avoided direct confrontation, striking only when the enemy attempted to scale the walls. At other times his attacks were measured and calculated. Shimin Lufeng understood they were waiting for reinforcements, but he had no better options. Even his personal guards had been sent out, and still the tide would not turn. In desperation, Shimin Lufeng committed every expert from his family who had come to assist him, hoping to carve a single opening in the defenses. Experts were unlike ordinary soldiers. As soon as they engaged, they succeeded in breaking through a section of the city wall. Quick, everyone charge and hold the breach. A flicker of hope ignited in Shimin Liufeng's heart. If they could widen the gap, Hushan City might fall. But soon something shocked Shimin Lufeng to his core. A single figure suddenly appeared on the wall, dispatching the Shimin family experts with impossible speed and dazzling footwork. Lin Fan actually has an expert of such caliber. His strength rivals even our ancestral master. Though uncertain of the man's exact martial realm, Shimin Lufeng could judge well enough. No, I must return alive. Otherwise the family will remain ignorant of the true intelligence and underestimate Lin Fan's strength, bringing catastrophe upon us all. Whatever excuse he found, Shimin Lufeng steeled his resolve. He would survive. Shimin Lufeng surveyed the chaotic battlefield and knew clearly that leading the entire army to safety was impossible. Half a day later, general enemies appear on our tail, hundreds of thousands strong. The last thing Shimin Lufeng wanted to hear was news of reinforcements arriving. His fate was sealed. Escape was the only option. He could no longer care for the common soldiers. My lord, General Zhao Yun has wearied the enemy. Wu Qi studied several reports and spoke. My lord, the Shimin family members may excel in personal combat, but in commanding armies they are severely lacking. 5 million elite troops destroyed by their own incompetence. Any commander with basic acumen would not have lost so quickly and so catastrophically. Wu Qi held Shimin Lufeng in utter contempt. The man possessed not a single grain of military talent. How could someone like him command such massive forces? The battlefield was no game. Without skill, one should not recklessly involve oneself with human lives. That was irresponsibility. Fortunately, these were enemies. Their folly only made things easier for everyone. Since they are in chaos, let us add fuel to the fire. Wu Qi, the remainder is yours to handle. The rear guard had fallen, and the vanguard was already in disarray without effective command. 1 million troops were worthless. Only now did Lin Fan fully understand the meaning of the saying, one incompetent general can doom 1,000 soldiers. Yes, my lord. I shall organize the final decisive battle. Wu Qi accepted. If not for the captured martial masters, Wu Qi would have annihilated the enemy entirely to avenge the fallen Wei Wuzhu soldiers. But now was not the time. Wu Qi dared not act without authorization. The pincer attack commenced. With the arrival of the Wei Wuzhu, the battlefield grew even more chaotic. This was only the beginning. As the heavy infantry of the falling formation were deployed, the enemy collapsed entirely, losing all will to resist. Hundreds of thousands of heavy infantry advanced step by step. No matter what tactics or weapons the enemy used, they could not break through the defense, let alone kill anyone. What was the point of fighting? If there was any chance of escape, every soldier who encountered the falling formation would have chosen flight. But Hong Chung blocked the rear, and the White Horse cavalry patrolled all around. Anyone who dared approach would die faster. The battlefield compressed to nothing. The enemy's space of movement dwindled, and their morale was utterly shattered. General, we must go. Where there is life, there is hope. We shall regroup and avenge this blood debt. Shimin Lufeng knew all was lost. Only those above the martial venerable realm might escape. The rest faced certain death. Go retreat. Return directly to Li Huang Island. Shimin Lufeng had to report every detail of this battle to his family, especially the fact that Lin Fan possessed a heavenly realm expert. Chaos reigned over the battlefield, yet Lin Fan seemed to possess the very eye of God. Every subtle shift upon the field was relayed to him in the blink of an eye. Your Highness, the enemy commander-in-chief, means to abandon the main army and escape alone. Combined with the rest of the intelligence, Fa Zheng reached the verdict without difficulty. Shimin Lufeng was about to bolt. That fellow is certain to have experts at his side. I shall go in person. After butchering more than 100,000 of my soldiers, he still fancies he can get away unscathed. How could that ever be possible? Vengeance was one of Lin Fan's motives, but he also wished to use Shimin Lufeng to look into the situation of the Thousand Islands. With so many experts now at his disposal, and since he had already come in person, why continue to stand by as a mere spectator? The fringes of Hongcheng were ringed by a broad stretch of mountains penetrable only by a single narrow trail. Common folk trotted on ordinary days, but for an army to pass through, that was utterly impossible. This trail was now Shimin Liufeng's only road to survival. Casting aside his main army, he had come straight here accompanied by the experts under his command, a portion of his generals, and his personal guard. General, as long as we charge through this place, we will be safe. Beware of an ambush. Once the trail is sealed off, we shall have to smash through by sheer force. In this world, even ordinary legions possessed certain means to oppose experts. Heavy crossbows, for example. But they had to be amassed in sufficient numbers, for the speed of a true master was terrifyingly fast. Just as the entrance to the trail came into view, a man beside Shimin Lufeng abruptly stopped him. Halt! Danger lies ahead. Everyone ground to a halt at once. This man was the expert at Shimin Liufeng's side and trusted with his protection. He had not taken part even in the fighting earlier. Not bad. Your senses are keen. Truly worthy of a Hotian realm master. It was then that Lin Fan walked out from the trail's entrance accompanied by Jianwei, the Yinyun 18 riders Duga Xiaobai, and a number of men from both Luoyang and the Eastern Depot. Through the formidable capabilities of the Eastern Depot, the terrain surrounding Hongcheng had long since been scouted to the last detail. Lin Fan knew that if Shimin Lufeng wanted to run, this was the only path he could take. What was more, Eastern Depot agents had been keeping constant watch over Shimin Lufeng and his experts. They would not find it easy to vanish without a sound. Who are you? Why do you bar our way? Shimin Lufeng had no intention of wasting time once they were trapped by the great army. None besides that Hotian realm expert possessed any skill in running away. How amusing. You run riot on this prince's soil, slaughter over 100,000 of my soldiers, and yet you do not know me. Lin Fan had imagined himself something of a celebrity in the Xiao kingdom. Any sizable power should surely have kept his portrait on file. Unexpectedly, Shimin Lufeng had no idea who he was. This was hardly odd, in fact. In the Shimin family's eyes, the affairs Lin Fan had stirred up were nothing more than children playing house. They had simply never taken him seriously. So you are Lin Fan. You've a bold nerve, boy, daring to wreck the Shimin family's business. Have you grown tired of living? Nor had Shimin Lufeng expected to encounter Lin Fan at the very moment of his escape from death. What could this mean? To leave now, he feared, was all but impossible. Your Shimin family is nothing but a fart. Since you dared to lay hands on my men, don't blame this prince for what follows. Strike. Kill them all. Spare no one but Shimin Lufeng. Shimin Lufeng was a direct descendant of the Shimin family, and in such clans the chasm between the main line and the concubine-born branches was immense. With Shimin Lufeng in his hands, Lin Fan was confident of gleaning much about the Shimin family, as well as the state of things on Lihuang Island and in the Thousand Islands. Kill. Cut them all down. Seize Lin Fan, and we shall have our chance to turn defeat into victory. Lin Fan's sudden appearance also showed Shimin Lufeng a sliver of opportunity. If he could seize Lin Fan at this moment, would Huangzhou not be within easy reach? And would this expedition not be redeemed from failure? He had no time to spare for anything else. After all, the expert he had seen on the city wall a moment before was not here. He might as well throw off all restraint and gamble with everything on the line. Even if he failed, he could still hack out a path and flee at top speed. Seized with the same fury and desperate to preserve their own necks, the whole party surged forward with fierce howls. Pressed for time, Shimin Lufeng charged in, as well the expert at his side, staying close all along. The two sides clashed as equals. Indeed, Lin Fan's faction was at a slight disadvantage. After all, the only ones who could truly stand their ground were Jianwei, the Yinyun 18 riders, and the other Luoyang assassins. As for Zhao Gao and Duga Xiaobai, they had been guarding Lin Fan, all the while their attention fixed squarely on the Hotian realm master beside Shimin Lufeng. More than 10 minutes into the melee, Shimin Lufeng understood that taking Lin Fan with these men was beyond them. His only hope now lay in the family's expert. Uncle Lin, finish it quickly. With that, he ordered the master beside him to make his move. As you command. The so-called Uncle Lin did not hesitate in the least. He cast out his aura, unfolded his movement technique, and pounced straight at Dianwei. Excellent. Come. That blockhead Dianwei, caring not a whit for the immense gulf between the transcendent and Hotian realms, bounded joyfully toward Uncle Lin. A shattering clang rang out, and Dianwei was smashed back like a kite torn from its string, landing at Lin Fan's feet. You reckless brute, are you all right? Fortunately, the weapon in Dianwei's hand was out of the ordinary and had met the fatal blow. I'm fine, Your Highness. This general can still fight. With that, Dianwei staggered to his feet. Enough. Duga Xiaobai in this. The enemy had no one else left. A Lin Fan no longer needed to wait. At this, Duga Xiaobai flickered once and appeared in the midst of the field. Along the very line of his passing, several men in general's attire, whatever their cultivation or realm, collapsed clutching their throats. A true master. Shimin Lufeng knew that this was the strongest figure beside Lin Fan. Until this man was disposed of, he and his followers could hold scant hope of escape. Uncle Lin. The so-called Uncle Lin was now staring fixedly at Duga Xiaobai, afraid to move even half a step, as though the very next instant a thunderbolt might come crashing down. The Grandmaster realm. Impossible. How could such a one appear in a tiny place like the Xiao kingdom, and willingly lower himself to serve a waste? Lin Fan's cultivation had long since reached the martial emperor realm, but he had always kept it hidden. Apart from a few trusted companions, no outsider knew the truth. Hearing Uncle Lin's outcry, Shimin Lufeng was equally appalled. Xiong Ba, whom he had spotted on the city wall a short while ago, was already no weaker than a grandmaster, and now yet another grandmaster-level master had appeared. Grandmasters. Even within the Shimin family itself, Shimin Lufeng had no notion of how many there truly were. That was the family's greatest secret. Yet a single trip to Xiao, to this insignificant Huangzhou, had not only crippled his army of 5 million, but also placed him before two experts suspected of the Grandmaster realm. What Shimin Lufeng could not stomach even more was that a master of such magnitude, one whom even he had to revere, should be serving under a man renowned across Xiao as a martial arts waste. The blow to Shimin Lufeng was simply too great. Dugu Qiubai paid him not the slightest attention. A few flickering steps later, everyone on the field lay dead save for Uncle Lin and Shimin Lufeng himself. Young Master Shimin, I must ask you to grace my Haifeng city as a guest. I trust you will not refuse. It was at this point that Lin Fan spoke. So long as Shimin Lufeng was kept in his grasp, it would be of some help to the operations that lay ahead. Shimin Lufeng offered no resistance, and that Uncle Lin, though at the postnatal realm, lacked the courage to fight to the death. Both ended up as captives. Zhao Gao, I leave these prisoners to you. With a eunuch like Zhao Gao present, how could Shimin Lufeng possibly keep his silence? Once in the hands of the Luo Wang network, death itself became a luxury few could afford. By the time Lin Fan had dealt with Shimin Lufeng and his group, the battle at Hushan City was also drawing to a close. Lacking coherent command, the enemy forces fought fragmented battles. Not only were they vastly inferior in strength, but constant cavalry raids from behind the fortified city eventually broke their resistance. The combined armies of the two provinces could not hold out much longer. Following the policy of capturing as many prisoners as possible, the Xinjiang camp and Wei Wuzu divisions slowed their advance while broadcasting declarations. In the resulting confusion, the enemy ranks grew even more chaotic. Gradually, more and more soldiers chose to lay down their arms and accept their fate. Half an hour later, the conflict ended completely, and the gates of Hushan City finally swung open. Your Highness, this engagement alone yielded 60,000 prisoners. Combined with the 50,000 who surrendered earlier and another 60,000 captured at Hong City, we have taken a total of 170,000 captives. Every prisoner here is at least at the Martial Master realm. I urge Your Highness to arrange their custody promptly to prevent any disturbances. Of the original 5 million souls, only 1,700,000 remained, a grim testament to war's brutality. This was especially staggering given that Lin Fan had deliberately restrained his forces to maximize captures rather than slaughter indiscriminately. And what of our own casualties? Lin Fan inquired. Your Highness, the Bema Yizong light cavalry has lost nearly 50,000 men in combat. The Wei Wuzu heavy infantry reports total casualties of 110,000. The Xinjiang camp has suffered the fewest losses, under 10,000. Though these numbers seemed modest compared to the enemy's colossal losses of over 160 to 70,000, every soldier here belonged to the military general realm, troops whose combat effectiveness far surpassed their opponents. Fortunately, with the heaven-bestowed formation flag providing protection, such casualties were acceptable. Gao Shun, you will remain with 200,000 Xinjiang camp troops to escort all prisoners back. General Zhao Yun, deploy 50,000 Bema Yizong cavalry to accompany Gao Shun. The journey ahead was long, and with so many captives, Lin Fan had no choice but to send additional forces back. Wu Qi, Zhao Yun, prepare your troops immediately. Restock supplies, regroup, and in 3 days' time we march on Dezhou. This campaign was never merely about repelling the enemy. Lin Fan's true objective was to seize Dezhou and Haizhou in the ensuing momentum. Fa Zheng, I entrust the counteroffensive against Dezhou to you. Consult with General Wu Qi on all matters. From this day forward, Dezhou and Haizhou would fall under Fa Zheng's jurisdiction. Your Highness, you are departing. Fa Zheng sensed from Lin Fan's words that he intended to leave. Correct. I must return to organize these prisoners. Additionally, I am concerned about the beast spirit forest. If the beast tribe breaks through, it could severely impact our operations. Furthermore, we must address the barbarian tribes. Our forces are currently insufficient. Do not rush expansion. Proceed steadily, and before long, I will reinforce you with additional troops. Having repelled the invading armies from Dezhou and Haizhou, Lin Fan delegated the remaining counteroffensive operations to Fa Zheng and his team. Now with 1,700,000 Martial Master Realm prisoners at his disposal, Lin Fan could substantially reinforce the Great Han Iron Cavalry, the Chihua Army, and the Great Qin Sharp Soldiers, several Martial King Realm formations, significantly boosting overall military strength. Meanwhile, the city guard units deployed across various provinces were also prepared. The next step would be to select capable individuals from these ranks to fill vacancies in other military general realm formations. There was another matter. Throughout these intense battles, he had neglected the profits from war mode. Now it was time to settle accounts and complete several minor missions requiring comprehensive coordination. Given Xiao Kingdom's current situation, Lin Fan saw an opportunity to expand his territories. This would require sufficient military forces. Xiongba, I leave this sector in your hands. The Eastern Depot will assist you. If any formidable experts from the Shimin family appear, eliminate them immediately. They must not disrupt the overall campaign. The remaining commanders were too weak. Should the Shimin family dispatch experts at or above the Qi sensing realm, they would stand no chance. With no alternative, Lin Fan decided to keep Xiongba behind. At his innate ultimate cultivation level, any ordinary envoy from the Shiman family would pose no threat. As for the Shiman family's ancestral Grandmaster Lin Fan did not expect him to appear, at least not in the immediate future. Your Highness need not worry. Given the current heavenly changes and increasingly dense spiritual energy, this subject will break through to the Grandmaster realm shortly. Xiongba declared with absolute conviction. Indeed, reminded by Xiongba, Lin Fan recalled that the exclusive boundary stone had been activated for several days now, yet no effects had manifested. It seemed he needed to thoroughly assess his fiefdom upon returning. The following morning, Lin Fan and his entourage set forth on the road back to Blackwind City. Your Highness, Qingzhou is currently on high alert, fearing a sudden Dezhou offensive. Both Xingtai and the Qingzhou governor have formed a temporary alliance for mutual defense. As they passed through the Qingzhou border, Qiao Zhengchun reported on the regional situation. Qingzhou serves as the gateway to Central Province. How could Xiao Meier neglect its importance? However, without complete control, relying on others is ultimately but a reflection in water, a mirage. This was precisely the dilemma facing Xiao Kingdom. The royal house possessed considerable resources and strength, yet consistently concealed them rather than risk commitment. The regional lords, wary of the royal family's hidden reserves, felt compelled to unite. Yet each harbored ulterior motives, making genuine unity impossible. This created a precarious equilibrium. Lin Fan's emergence would gradually disrupt this balance. However, his strategy was to strengthen himself, while simultaneously weakening both factions, thereby prolonging the fragile stalemate. Until the day Lin Fan's influence eclipsed both sides. Xingtai harbors no grand ambitions. His alliance with the royalties stems solely from seeking revenge. Your Highness, might we exploit this motivation? Qiao Zhengchun possessed thorough knowledge of the rivalries among regional powers. What exactly is the enmity between Xingtai and Xiao Weining, the Qingzhou governor? Lin Fan inquired curiously. The man's sole guiding principle was vengeance. That much straightforwardness was noteworthy. Your Highness, intelligence indicates that Xiao Weining's son forcibly abducted Xingtai's only daughter, albeit without prior knowledge of her identity. After the incident, Xingtai's daughter perished. His wife, unable to bear the tragedy, took her own life. When Xingtai confronted Xiao Weining for justice, the governor struck him with such force that he nearly died. Had a royal expert not happened to pass through Qingzhou at that moment, there would be no subsequent events. Following this incident, whether driven by gratitude or vengeance, Xingtai devoted himself entirely to the royal cause. This alliance represented his only remaining hope for retribution. Xingtai's fate was indeed tragic. A martial, venerable realm expert and commander of a million-strong army, yet utterly powerless to protect his own family. To Lin Fan, people like Xingtai were easy to control. A man obsessed with vengeance had little room for other loyalties. However, at this moment, Lin Fan had made enemies on 3 fronts, and if he stirred up Qingzhou, his forces might prove insufficient. Your Highness, we could take control of Qingzhou in secret. Taking advantage of Xingtai's hatred for Qiao Weining, if we assassinate Qiao Weining and avenge Xingtai, there is a high chance he will side with us. Even if Xingtai refuses to betray the royal family, Qingzhou will fall into chaos without a leader. Then a single elite force would be enough to seize Qingzhou. Qiao Zhengchun was still trying to persuade Lin Fan. Lin Fan was naturally aware of all this, but his concerns lay with the sea forces, the barbarian invasion, and the potential beast horde uprising, which would cause far more trouble. By comparison, Qingzhou seemed easier to resolve. Very well, since we are already here, let us go meet Xingtai. Tianyan City was the place where Lin Fan had fought his final battle months ago, when fleeing the royal capital. Back then, Xingtai had not gone all out, unwilling to suffer heavy losses. Now Lin Fan had returned to Tianyan City once more. This time he did not travel with the main army, but brought only about 20 elites, traveling light and swift. Having learned that the Huangzhou army had driven back the rebel forces of 2 provinces, Tianyan City had lost its earlier tense atmosphere. Lin Fan's party entered the city smoothly. Your Highness, shall we go directly to see Xingtai? Qiao Zhengchun asked. No, find a place to stay first. We will visit Xingtai at night. This trip required secrecy. Lin Fan did not want his arrival known to everyone. Deep in the night at the general's residence, Xingtai sat alone in the courtyard, drinking gloomily. Years had passed since his wife and daughter left him, yet Xingtai's strength had not improved at all, perhaps shackled by inner demons, and his revenge remained elusive. Regarding his cooperation with the royal family, Xingtai knew full well that the royal house merely needed a nail to watch over Qingzhou. Xiao Meier had no intention of helping him take revenge. But Xingtai had no choice. He had no one else to rely on. If he were to oppose Qiao Weining with his million-strong army, it would be like throwing an egg against a rock, utterly hopeless. Xingtai had also thought of defecting to others, but the other feudal lords were equally scheming and would only end up using him. Sienna, rest assured, no matter what, I will avenge you and our daughter. Xingtai's heart bled. He knew exactly who his enemy was, yet he was powerless to do anything. General Xingtai, might this king trouble you for a drink? A sudden unfamiliar voice startled Xingtai. This was the inner courtyard of the general's residence, not somewhere just anyone could enter freely. Xingtai tensed up, drew the sword at his side, and went on high alert. Amidst his shocked and astonished gaze, Lin Fan strolled over and sat down across from him. General Xing, there is no need to be so tense. Won't you offer this king a drink? Lin Fan paid no heed to Xing Tai's reaction. After all, Xing Tai was merely a martial venerable. Not to mention the others, even Lin Fan alone was far beyond Xing Tai's ability to contend with. Prince of Jinbei, I truly did not expect your sudden visit. Lin Fan's arrival surely meant he came fully prepared. Xing Tai held no real grudge against him, so there was no need for a major confrontation. Xing Tai put away his weapon, sat down, and poured a glass of wine for Lin Fan himself. May I ask your highness, why have you suddenly come to Tianyuan City? The Huangzhou army had just concluded a great battle. At such a time, they should be either regrouping or preparing to counterattack Dezhou and Haizhou, so why would they have the leisure to come all the way to Tianyuan City? General Xing Tai, let us speak frankly. My purpose in coming here is you. I will ask you only one question. If I help you take revenge, even allowing you to kill Xiao Weining and his son with your own hands, what can you offer me? Lin Fan stated his purpose, directly leaving it to Xing Tai to decide what he could give in return. Your Highness, it seems you already know about my affairs. Indeed, I think of revenge every moment. Those 3 words, Xiao Weining, have almost become my inner demon. If I do not kill them, father and son, I will never find peace in this life. I will not mince words. As long as your Highness avenges my blood grudge, I will give you anything you ask without hesitation. Even if you want my life, you need not lift a finger. I will end it on the spot. Xing Tai was refreshingly straightforward. He cared nothing about Lin Fan's aims or politics, only about his hatred. To others, Xing Tai might seem a man bereft of loyalty, yet only he knew that vengeance had consumed his every thought, and this life was worse than death. Good General Xing is a man of plain speech. Then I shall not waste words. I want Qingzhou. Lin Fan stated his terms directly. Xing Tai was not surprised. For a man like Lin Fan, only the territory of Qingzhou was likely worth his attention. All right, as long as your Highness avenges me, the 1,000,000 troops of Tianyuan City are at your command. I am willing to be your vanguard and take Qingzhou for you. Xing Tai directly sold off his 1,000,000-strong army. That was his only capital. Over the years, it was precisely with this army that he had managed to gain the royal family's ear. List those in Qingzhou who are troublesome for you, hard to win over, or obstacles to our plan. I will send someone to deal with them. I will remain here for 3 days. Within 3 days, you will see Xiao Weining and his son. What you do then is up to you. I have only one demand: do not reveal our relationship for now. You work in the open while I control all of Qingzhou from the shadows. At the same time, I will dispatch a legion that has never appeared before to cooperate with your actions. Lin Fan planned to transfer the Guaning Iron Cavalry, the only mobile force he currently had at his disposal. He had not used the task reward because its numbers were too few. A newly appeared legion was nowhere near enough to control the whole of Qingzhou. Seeing how confident Lin Fan spoke, Xing Tai regained some hope. Who owned Qingzhou did not matter to him. He had no attachment to it and knew his own limits well. Soon Xing Tai listed all the people he deemed uncontrollable. Zhao Gao, I leave these to you. Lin Fan gave the list a casual glance and handed it to Zhao Gao. With the net strength, dealing with a bunch of people whose strongest were only at the martial emperor realm was no problem at all. Xiao Jingchuan, take the 18 yen Cloud Riders and head to the prefectural city immediately. Do not cause a great commotion. Eliminate all those above martial venerable who belong to Prefect Xiao Weining's faction, then bring Xiao Weining and his son back here alive. One transcendent and 18 martial emperors, when fighting together, could contend with a Dao integration cultivator. Handling a prefect's residence was more than manageable. Looking at the eager Dianwei, Lin Fan stuck to his arrangement and did not let him go. If this fellow went, the entirety of Qingzhou would instantly know that Lin Fan was the one behind the attack on Xiao Weining. The insidious Xiao Zhengshun was far better suited for this mission. General Xing Tai, wait patiently for 3 days, and everything shall be revealed. Although Xing Tai did not know the true strength of Lin Fan's subordinates, the mere fact that they could appear before him so silently proved they were certainly no weaker than himself. For the vengeance-hungry Xing Tai, this was undoubtedly a shot in the arm. My lord, this general will arrange your accommodations immediately. Having decided to pledge allegiance to a new master, Xing Tai dared not show any negligence. There is no need. I will stay at an inn in the city. You should also make preparations. Once my grand army arrives, we shall seize the entirety of Qingzhou in your name. It is just that you will have to suffer some grievance for a time, General Xing Tai, and bear this infamy. Lin Fan said. Using Xing Tai as a breakthrough point was undoubtedly the finest choice. It matters not. Almost all the high-ranking officials of the Xiao Kingdom are aware of the enmity between Xiao Weining and me. The hatred of having my wife and son murdered is irreconcilable under the heavens. No one shall stop me. Infamy meant absolutely nothing to Xing Tai. As long as he could exact his revenge, what did it matter, even if he truly rebelled? While the outside world remained entirely oblivious, a quiet upheaval began to unfold within Qingzhou. Li Dayton, a martial venerable realm expert of the Qingzhou governor's mansion, had always relied on his powerful backing to run rampant and act willfully across the lands of Qingzhou. Today, as was his custom, Li Dayden went to a brothel to indulge himself. The establishment's proprietor naturally went to great lengths to curry favor with and flatter a figure like Li Dayden. Everything appeared to be no different from any other day. Just as Li Dayden was drinking with several young maidens in the room, a blinding cold gleam suddenly flashed. Before this martial venerable realm expert from the governor's mansion could even react, his head rolled onto the floor. Simultaneously, everyone else in the room perished alongside Li Dayden without even uttering a single scream. This fellow was rather fortunate to depart this world accompanied by so many beauties could be considered a life not lived in vain. On this day, similar scenes unfolded across various cities within Qingzhou. Several long-renowned experts met their sudden demise entirely unawares. Since these incidents occurred in different cities, the common folk noticed nothing amiss. However, once the governor's mansion compiled the intelligence, they quickly realized something was terribly wrong. My lord, in just a single day, 17 people have been assassinated. The killers acted with extreme precision, delivering fatal blows in one strike, without a trace of hesitation or leaving behind any clues. Furthermore, those who were slain share a common thread regardless of their cultivation level. They were all affiliated with our governor's mansion. As the local tyrant of Qingzhou, how could Xiao Weining not receive reports of such a major disturbance in his territory? Could someone be plotting against us? Who could it be? Is it the royal family? No, that is impossible. The royal family is currently overwhelmed with their own troubles. They have no reason to strike at us. For a moment, Xiao Weining was utterly bewildered as to whom he had offended. My lord, could it be people sent by Dezhou? Their offensive against Huangzhou has faltered, so perhaps they want to shift their direction of attack. Someone conjectured. Unlikely. Right now, the grand army of Huangzhou is stationed right on the border of Dezhou. That brat Lin Fan is not one to be trifled with. Dezhou launched a sudden strike this time, causing significant losses to the Huangzhou army. There is no way Lin Fan would not retaliate. They should be preparing for the upcoming campaign right now and would not provoke us for no reason. Xiao Weining did not believe that either Lin Fan or Dezhou, his two neighbors, were behind this. They had yet to resolve their own predicaments, so there was no need for them to open a new front. My lord, our only neighbors are Lin Fan, Dezhou, and the royal family. If it is not them, then others have even less reason to act. The crowd was equally perplexed. Geographically speaking, Qingzhou only bordered these few factions. Any other force wishing to interfere in Qingzhou would find it far beyond their reach. My lord, could it be Xingtai? After a long silence, someone finally could not help but tentatively suggest. They were all aware of the grudge between Xiao Weining and Xingtai, though mentioning this was hardly a pleasant matter for Xiao Weining. Thus, this person had hesitated for a long time before voicing his suspicion. If one were to speak of who desired Xiao Weining's death the most, Xingtai would undoubtedly top the list. As expected, upon hearing this, Xiao Weining's expression turned quite unsightly. This matter was considered a major scandal in Qingzhou. The governor's son had forcibly abducted the daughter of his subordinate general and tormented her to death. No matter how one looked at it, this was entirely indefensible. Yet Xiao Weining was helpless. Having only this one son, he could not under any circumstance allow Xingtai to kill him. He could only double down on his mistake, taking it to the very end by eliminating Xingtai, and then fabricating a crime to pin on him afterward. Unfortunately, heaven does not always yield to human wishes. Just as Xiao Weining was on the verge of succeeding, several martial emperors from the royal family happened to pass by and intervened to stop the matter. The royal family harbored no good intentions either. They merely sought to use Xingtai to constrain Xiao Weining, ensuring that whatever he wished to accomplish in Qingzhou would not go smoothly, thereby achieving their own ends. Furthermore, the royal family had directly bestowed a generalship upon Xingtai, commanding a 1,000,000-strong army to garrison Tianjin City. Now Xiao Weining had far too many misgivings to take action. Impossible. We all know exactly what Xingtai is capable of. Even if he has broken through to the martial emperor realm, he would not possess such immense capability. Despite his embarrassment, Xiao Weining dismissed the notion. Xingtai was merely in the martial venerable realm, showing no signs of a breakthrough for so many years. Furthermore, his only backing was the royal family that was merely exploiting him. They would never expend such immense effort to aid him, nor would the royal family have such boldness at this time. Forget it, let us not speculate further. Order our men to be exceptionally vigilant and ensure their own safety over the next few days. At the same time, dispatch scouts to investigate what strangers have entered Qingzhou. This was a last resort. As for the outcome, they could only leave it to fate. But soon Xiao Weining could no longer sit still, as the severity of the situation far exceeded his imagination. Over the second and third days, more than 50 individuals loyal to the governor's mansion were assassinated. When they were discovered, the killers had left absolutely no trace behind except for the corpses. Moreover, these homicides had similarly occurred across various regions of Qingzhou during these 2 days. This fully demonstrated that the enemy was not only formidable in strength, but also substantial in number. More crucially, these unknown adversaries were highly familiar with the situation in Qingzhou. My lord, we must find a way to stop this. If the enemy continues to slaughter us like this, we will have no one left to employ. This is no longer just a matter of public anxiety. A great chaos is about to erupt. That very afternoon, a group of core figures from the governor's mansion sought out Xiao Weining together. Things could not be allowed to continue this way, otherwise they would be the next to be eliminated. Over the past few days, more than 5 martial emperors had been eliminated, severely crippling Qingzhou's strength. Those present certainly did not believe they could escape the assassinations by mere luck. 3 consecutive days of assassinations had thrown the higher-ups of Qingzhou into a state of panic. They had gathered at the city lord's mansion, hoping Xiao Weining could find a solution as soon as possible. However, among the various warlords, Xiao Weining was merely an ordinary one, lacking support from any stronger faction behind him. Faced with such circumstances, he was also powerless. Everyone at this moment, we must unite as one and weather this storm together. I believe that as long as we stand united, the enemy's schemes will never succeed. Xiao Weining could only attempt to pacify the crowd with words. In these chaotic times, internal discord was something they could ill afford. A bitter necessity, given the circumstances. Ha ha ha, how amusing. What can a rabble like you possibly accomplish? Just then a grating voice rang out. Xiao Zhengchun strode into the governor's mansion, flanked by 18 hooded figures in black robes. Who are you? Their sudden appearance carried unmistakable ill intent, and everyone present realized the disaster had finally arrived. An eunuch? May I ask, sir, whether you serve the royal family? Xiao Weining didn't recognize Xiao Zhengchun, but the man's appearance was unmistakable of a castrated court official. Xiao Weining naturally assumed the royal house had sent them, yet he couldn't fathom why they would target him when the royal family was barely surviving itself. For Xingtai, impossible. Xingtai held no such value. Lord Xiao, why burden yourself with unnecessary trouble? What would knowing change? Gentlemen, prepare to depart in peace. Xiao Zhengchun spared them further words and simply raised his hand, and the 18 riders of Yenyuan moved swiftly. Someone. Assassins. These pampered officials had never imagined they'd face attackers personally, and chaos erupted among them. Yet the assault commenced without reinforcements arriving. When the operation began, the 18 riders of Yenyuan, coordinating with the Eastern Depot, had systematically eliminated all defensive forces within the governor's mansion. Now they stood entirely alone. The battle proved brief and decisive. Though several martial emperors and martial venerables remained among them, the 18 riders of Yenyuan far surpassed their combat prowess, with Xiao Zhengchun himself anchoring the rear at the peak of transcendent cultivation. In under 10 minutes, every soul perished except Xiao Weining. Who are you and why have you targeted Qingzhou? Blood spattered from his lips after Xiao Zhengchun's palm strikes, yet he clung to answers about his downfall. Lord Xiao will learn shortly. Seize him. Xiao Zhengchun's mission focused solely on eliminating Qingzhou's leadership. Once complete, he departed with Xiao Weining and his son, leaving the rest to their fate. As they traveled, Xiao Weining glimpsed his son and noticed their course pointed toward Tianyan City, allowing him to piece together what would become of him. By dusk, Xiao Zhengchun reached Tianyan City and delivered the captive father and son to Xingtai at the general's mansion, then withdrew from the matter and returned to Lin Fan's inn. General Yuan Chongwan, your Guanming cavalry has been reinforced. I entrust Qingzhou to your command. Secure it swiftly with Xingtai's assistance. Yuan Chongwan had led his million-strong Guanming cavalry through day-long concealment and nighttime marches, evading detection from rival factions, and now arrived, just as he encountered Lin Fan outside Tianyan City. Your Highness need not worry. I shall expend every ounce of strength to seize Qingzhou without delay. As Lin Fan's faction expanded, internal competition became inevitable. Seizing opportunities for merit was essential. If squandered now, future prospects would be severely limited. Your Highness, the Xiao Weining matter has been resolved. Xiao Zhengchun arrived simultaneously. Good. Make preparations. We depart tonight. Also consolidate all intelligence reports. I have assignments ready once we return to Heifeng City. With Yuan Songhuan commanding Qingzhou, Lin Fan needed not worry further. Though the Guanming Iron Cavalry consisted of martial generals, Yuan Songhuan's qi-gathering cultivation level and 10 downering officers ensured success against Qingzhou's unprotected leadership. Your Highness, I pledge my life in unwavering service. Should I ever betray you, may heaven strike me down. As Lin Fan prepared to depart, Xingtai rushed forward and knelt, immediately offering his loyalty. At last he could ease his burdens. Noting the blood still on Xingtai's hands, Lin Fan sidestepped questions about Xiao Weining and his son, instead helping him rise. General Xingtai, Qingzhou is yours to secure. Act without hesitation. With Xingtai positioned as the front figure, no one would yet connect Lin Fan to these events. With Qingzhou secured, Lin Fan departed in confidence. One day later, before Lin Fan had even returned to Heifeng City, word of the rebellion spread across Xiao Kingdom. In the capital's palace hall, the royal throne room erupted with fury. That bastard. What is Xingtai attempting? Rebellion. Does he possess the capability? Xiao Meier received reports that Xingtai had risen in open rebellion, not only slaughtering Governor Xiao Weining and his household, but also massacring the entire official residence, and now mobilizing forces to seize Qingzhou's territory. Your Majesty, though an irreconcilable feud separates Qiao Weining and Xingtai, a single martial venerable, like Xingtai, could never defeat Qiao Weining alone. Someone else must be pulling the strings behind this. Wen Tian found himself equally perplexed by this sudden uprising. After all these years, everyone knew Xingtai's motives, yet he lacked the capacity for such an endeavor. Moreover, and more significantly, Xingtai harbored only vengeance, never ambition. It was understandable he sought to murder Qiao Weining, but seizing Qingzhou made no sense. Where did Xingtai's cavalry come from? Has this been investigated? Recently, Xiao Kingdom had faced Lin Fan, followed by the Black Magic Sect and maritime powers, and now this supposedly controlled Xingtai had turned traitor. Where were all these unknown factions emerging from? Your Majesty, all informants planted within Xingtai's camp lost contact simultaneously within 3 days, likely eliminated at once by Xingtai. The origin of this cavalry force remains undetermined. Among the Xiao royal court, the Dark Division had become the greatest source of frustration, utterly ineffective across multiple incidents, costing them all credibility. Investigate. I refuse to believe these forces appeared from nowhere. With so many troops, there must be some trace. Empress Xiao Meier had lost all faith in the Dark Division, repeatedly replacing its leadership in attempts to reform it, yet nothing had changed. Your Majesty, might this be Lin Fan's doing? His forces frequently deploy unfamiliar troops, and with Qingzhou bordering the wilderness region, he possesses both the opportunity and capability to orchestrate this. Wen Tian quickly recognized the connection to Lin Fan. Hasn't that bastard already launched a counteroffensive in Dezhou? He's garrisoned across the wilderness Shangzhou and Yizhou regions where over 1 million troops have appeared. Does he still have the resources to disrupt Qingzhou? Xiao Meier herself couldn't determine the answer. Lin Fan was simply too unpredictable. The relentless emergence of fresh armies was infuriating. In the royal palace of the Xiao Kingdom, Xiao Meier and several core ministers had been puzzled as to why Qingzhou had suddenly fallen into chaos once again. Your Majesty, no matter where these people came from, we must find ways to stop them, for Qingzhou connects to Zhongzhou. Now the turmoil in Taizhou has already drawn most of the royal capital's troops into defense, and Shangzhou has fallen into Lin Fan's hands. Now that Qingzhou is occupied by Xingtai, we will be even more disadvantaged. This was precisely what Wen Tian worried most about. The royal family's strength was limited, the troops they commanded numbered only a few million. To resist the pressure from the Black Demon cult in Taizhou, most had already been sent out and deployed along the Zhongzhou border. If the north also fell into chaos, then when an attack came upon Zhongzhou, the royal family's days would become even harder. The urgent task is to find out what exactly is happening in Xingtai, and who is supporting him, so that I can decide how to deploy. I have already sent an envoy to see Xingtai. If this is purely a private vendetta, it is easy to handle. What I fear is someone backing and instigating him. If Xingtai truly rebels, that will be real trouble. After learning of the Qingzhou matter, Xiao Meier had immediately sent people to meet Xingtai, clinging to a sliver of hope. After all, in Xiao Meier's view, Xingtai lacked both the ability and the credentials to contend for the realm. Your Majesty, this old minister has a concern. I beg your Majesty's forgiveness. Wen Tian pondered for a long time before deciding to speak the thoughts in his heart. Lord Chancellor, you are a veteran minister who has served 3 reigns. Speak your concerns without hesitation, or I absolve you of all guilt. Wen Tian was normally very cautious and would never speak recklessly. For him to say this now, the worry in his heart must have reached the point of being inescapable and had to be voiced. Your Majesty, please look. Wen Tian brought out a map of the Xiao Kingdom. Then he began to explain. Your Majesty, to the south of Zhongzhou, Changzhou and Taizhou have joined forces to attack Quanzhou and Qinzhou, while Xingzhou and Zizhou remain uncommitted. Behind all of this is the Black Demon cult orchestrating it. The Black Demon cult's goal is chaos, not territory. The conflicts among the states, so long as the cult has not thrown in large numbers of experts, are locked in a stalemate and cannot be concluded anytime soon. Thus this can be considered attrition among the feudal lords, and it is not entirely a bad thing for us. Those states were warring with great fanfare, but what the Black Demon cult wanted was for the fighting to continue. In the short term, the overall situation of the Xiao Kingdom would not be greatly affected. Your Majesty, the concern your minister wishes to raise lies here. Wen Tian pointed directly at Haifeng City on the map. Lin Fan. Although Xiao Meier also found Lin Fan a headache, she had not expected Wen Tian to regard him with such importance. Your Majesty, on the surface, Lin Fan is under immense pressure. He must not only fend off the barbarian invasions, but also resist forces from the sea, especially the maritime forces. We have already detected the power of the Shimin family. And this is exactly what is more terrifying. Before such a powerful Shimin family, the Xiao Kingdom, even including the 10-direction hall, has no chance of resistance. Yet Lin Fan went ahead and did it, and even held them off for now. Lin Fan cannot possibly be unaware of the Shimin family's might. Yet why did he still go, not only successfully defending, but even launching a counterattack? This can only mean that Lin Fan has the confidence to face the Shimin family's experts. After all this time, the royal family had more or less investigated the Dezhou affair. They knew who was stirring the pot behind the scenes, and had also basically learned of the Ximen family's strength. Honestly, the royal Xiao family had not the slightest ability to resist the Ximen family. Your Majesty, look at Lin Fan's overall military deployment. He counterattacks Dezhou. Once Dezhou falls, Haizhou will be isolated and helpless. He sends troops to Yizhou to resist the barbarians. Once victorious, Yizhou will likely fall into Lin Fan's hands. By then, Xiaozhou will be as isolated as Haizhou. If this comes to pass, Lin Fan will have ample time to lay his plans for Haizhou and Xiaozhou. Sooner or later, these two states will likely fall into his hands as well. At the same time, if this Qingzhou incident was engineered by Lin Fan, then Qingzhou, Shangzhou, and Yizhou could join forces and attack Wenzhou at any moment, using Wenzhou as a springboard to strike the 5 southwestern states of the Xiao Kingdom, contending for those 5 states under the pretext of suppressing rebellion. Or they could simply combine their forces and attack our Zhongzhou. With the royal army tied down in the southwest, how could we defend ourselves? Recently, when Tian had been studying Heifeng City, investigating Lin Fan's troop distribution and the actions he might take in the future. As for the claim that Lin Fan would obediently withdraw his troops after putting down the rebellion, when Tian would not believe it even if he were beaten to death. Not to mention the Lin family's deep grudge with the power Lin Fan now held, he could not possibly obey the commands of a royal house on its last legs. Staring at the map and listening to Tian's account, Xiao Meier was unable to snap back to reality for a long time. What exactly had happened? In just a few months, according to Tian's words, it seemed the end of the Xiao Kingdom had already arrived. Does Lin Fan really have such great capability? The north has 7 states and Lin Fan actually controls only Huangzhou and Shangzhou. Lord, when are you overthinking this? Not only Xiao Meier found it hard to believe, the other ministers also did not quite agree with Tian's words. Lin Fan had merely occupied Huangzhou and Shangzhou. How and when Tian's projection had half of the Xiao Kingdom's territory ended up in Lin Fan's hands? Your Majesty, your minister is absolutely not crying wolf. Honored ministers, the disturbances in Yizhou, Dezhou, and Haizhou. Besides Lin Fan, is there anyone else who can resolve them? When Tian posed the most critical question, the rebellions in 2 states and the barbarian invasion, should this matter be resolved or not? If it were resolved, Lin Fan would have to handle it, but once resolved, those territories would be lost anyway. If not resolved, not to mention whether the people would consent, the royal family could not stop Lin Fan from dispatching troops, and it would only create more trouble later. Lord, when do you think Lin Fan has the ability to go that far? Xiao Meier asked. At this point, she had little confidence left. Your Majesty, Lin Fan was a good-for-nothing young prince who left the royal capital merely a few months ago. Now the military strength we have detected already exceeds 3 million, and these troops are suspected to be elite legions. Is that not frightening enough? And this is only the main battle legions Lin Fan has revealed. Once he consolidates the forces of several states, he can easily raise a 10 million strong army. By then, how can Haizhou, Xiaozhou, and Wenzhou isolated and without support be opponents for Lin Fan? Losing them would only be a matter of time. By that time, Lin Fan will lead a mighty army bearing the enormous merit of suppressing rebellions and repelling foreign invaders and dispatch troops under the banner of pacifying the Southwest. What will the people of the world think? This is what worries your minister the most. Every move Lin Fan makes appears to be compromise, accepting the royal family's orders, but in reality the benefits all go to him. Before the people of the world, Lin Fan becomes their savior. Even if the royal family were to expose his schemes, no one would believe or support them. The people will only remember that when they were in peril, Lin Fan saved them. As for who rules this country, it does not matter to the people. When Tian's words were indeed not alarmist for the people, it really was so. After hearing the words spoken, Xiao Meier slumped weakly upon the dragon throne. Could it truly be that all of this was but the consequence of one erroneous decision leading to such irreparable ruin? If only she had not allowed Lin Fan to depart back then, perhaps none of this turmoil would have unfolded and she would not be burdened with such torment. No, surely not. Judging by the power Lin Fan has revealed, he could have left the royal capital at any moment. In such a sudden crisis, the city's garrison forces certainly could not have detained him. Then why did Lin Fan stage such a sorrowful drama? Was he looking down on her, making her regret? Xiao Meier could not fathom it. She absolutely refused to believe that the power Lin Fan possessed had been amassed in merely a few months. Yet if that were the case, there had been no need for him to previously humble himself and endure humiliation. He could have simply left the royal capital outright. Xiao Meier, of course, had no knowledge of the miraculous system, and even if she were told, no one in this world could possibly comprehend it. Your Majesty, Xiao Meier said, Lin Fan's greatest strength lies in the fact that everything he does is open and aboveboard, deserving of praise. Even if we detect something amiss, we cannot say so openly, nor could we ever accuse or penalize him. When Tian spoke wearily, this was far more difficult to resolve than any conspiracy. Conspiracies lie hidden in darkness where all parties rely on their own cunning. But Lin Fan was precisely the opposite. Everything he did served the Xiao Kingdom and its people. Could anyone truly disregard the lives and deaths of the kingdom's subjects? Lord Wen, since you have identified these problems, what do you suggest I do? Although matters had not yet escalated to that point, as when Tian had warned if no measures were taken soon, the day when Lin Fan completely slipped beyond control would not be far off. Your Majesty, the best solution would be to eliminate Lin Fan directly. However, I fear we would find it extremely difficult unless we call upon external forces. This was the most thorough solution, yet when Tian had no confidence that the royal family could achieve it alone. Especially considering the recent incident in Qingzhou where over a dozen martial emperors throughout the entire province were quietly eliminated without stirring a single ripple. If that power truly belonged to Lin Fan, even the royal house might not be his match. External forces. We shall discuss that matter later. Do you have any other proposals? Xiao Meier seemed to have thought of something, but said nothing more, instead continuing her inquiry. Your Majesty, our only option now is to reach out to Xia Province and Wen Province, urging them to remain vigilant against Lin Fan, and even if the opportunity arises to join forces and attack Shang Province, any province, thereby halting Lin Fan's expansion. Meanwhile, regarding Haizhou, we could dispatch envoys to contact the Shimin family, testing their boundaries and true intentions. Depending on the circumstances, I dare not speak too definitively at present, as I am uncertain of the Shimin family's ultimate objectives. If the Shimin family is resolved to return to the mainland, this matter should be reported to the Fengyang Kingdom. With the Xiao Kingdom's strength alone, there is absolutely no possibility of resistance. But if the Shimin family merely seeks a foothold as a stepping stone for trade between sea and land, then temporarily entrusting Haizhou to them is not impossible. We might even leverage the Shimin family's power against Lin Fan. When Tian was indeed quick-witted, faced with what seemed an almost insurmountable dilemma, he had still managed to discern two viable paths. Additionally, there remains one final option, which may be considered a form of external force. No matter how formidable Lin Fan is, his actions are confined to our Xiao Kingdom. I am confident that in the Fengyang Kingdom, and even in more distant lands, Lin Fan's strength would be trivial. There are countless individuals and factions capable of disposing of him with ease. Your Majesty, we need only offer sufficient reward to recruit some skilled experts or hire several assassins, which would be enough to deal with Lin Fan. Of course, such experts would demand a considerably higher price. When Tian laid out all his thoughts without reservation. As for how to execute the plan, that was Xiao Meier's concern. Observing when Tian, Xiao Meier felt deeply satisfied. This was precisely how a kingdom's pillar minister should behave. Although the Xiao Kingdom's situation was far from optimistic, its foundations remained intact. As long as everyone stood united, she believed they would surely weather this crisis. Xiao Meier still had confidence that she could resolve the deep-rooted ailments of the Xiao Kingdom. She merely needed time. And time. This was precisely the fundamental reason the Xiao Kingdom lacked the power to turn things around. Dispatch messengers to contact the various provinces and warn the governors. Do not allow Lin Fan to gain advantage in the future. To resolve the Lin Fan problem, we must temporarily make concessions to these scoundrels. As for relying on external forces, we will wait and see. The current situation has not yet reached that point. It is easy to invite gods in, but difficult to send them away. The Xiao Kingdom can hardly afford further turmoil. Xiao Meier ultimately made her decision. The Taiyang rebellion in Qingzhou had drawn intense concern from the royal family, but the other feudal lords paid little attention to it, showing outright disdain for Taiyang as a person. As for who stood behind Taiyang, everyone had their own guesses. Apart from a few lords who were carefree to the point of arrogance, who among them did not harbor certain secrets. Especially, given Qingzhou's geographical location, it was difficult to establish any connection with them at present. Taiyang himself had not anticipated that such a dramatic rebellion would provoke so little reaction. Regardless of external affairs, Lin Fan had already returned to Blackwind City. Fengxiao, how has our preliminary cultural outreach and martial cultivation promotion been progressing? Lin Fan paid close attention to the grassroots development of his territories, for this determined the number of points they would earn. Even a minor mistake could affect Lin Fan's overall development. Your Highness, the infrastructure work in Huangzhou is proceeding relatively smoothly. The common people are willing to accept it, and no family faction dares to cause trouble, with the embroidered uniform guard keeping watch. There are no significant issues. As for the progress in Shangzhou, it has been considerably slower. Fang Xianling is making earnest efforts to promote our initiatives, but we have only just taken control of Shangzhou, and public sentiment remains unstable. We will need a period of transition. Overall, there are no major problems. We simply need to proceed step by step. Guojia was not only outstanding in strategic cunning, but also exceptional in the management of domestic affairs, standing out prominently throughout Chinese history. Put your hearts into this matter. The end of the month is approaching. It is time once again to evaluate our results. This day was what Lin Fan looked forward to most. With sufficient points, he could continue advancing at a rapid pace. Xiao Jingquan, have you prepared all the intelligence reports I asked for? Tell me the current overall situation of the Xiao Kingdom. Since internal affairs required no further concern, he needed to invest more effort in external matters. Your Highness, everything is prepared. Currently, the most noteworthy matters in the Xiao Kingdom revolved around 3 battlefields. Taizhou and Changzhou had joined forces and Qinzhou had been nearly shattered, having already lost more than half of its territory. Qinzhou, due to Taizhou's betrayal, has also suffered significant blows and losses and can now only barely maintain its situation. The relatively better-off Chuanzhou has not suffered too heavily since the main battlefield was not located there. Moreover, regarding the rebellion in the southwest, the 10 Directions Hall remains hesitant and undecided. However, the Murong family of South Heaven Pass has explicitly stated they will not intervene, though their true intentions remain unclear. Xiao Jingshan began to provide a comprehensive overview of the Xiao Kingdom's current situation. Of the 3 major battlefields, Lin Fan was naturally most concerned about the unrest in the southwestern provinces. After all, that region lay far from Huangzhou. Developments there could not be controlled, and its future course was uncertain. The 10 Directions Hall feared the Black Demon cult and dared not intervene casually. That was expected. Presumably, it was also waiting to see how the situation in the Fengyang Kingdom would turn. However, this Murong family is indeed quite mysterious. They reside in the Xiao Kingdom, yet take no interest whatsoever in Zhao's affairs. How intriguing. Oh, by the way, what about that task I gave you? Informing Yin Shisan to sound out the Murong family. How has it gone? Lin Fan had long been curious about the Murong family. The reason for his hesitation was his lack of strength. Now with Dugu Qiubai and Xiongbai at his side, he found himself with considerably more confidence. Your Highness, this Murong family is truly not to be underestimated. Following your orders, Yin Shisan infiltrated the Murong residence on 2 separate occasions. The first time, Yin Shisan found nothing unusual. The strongest strength the Murong family displayed was at most the martial emperor level. However, Yin Shisan believed the family was hiding its true strength. Perhaps that was the sensitivity of a master. Therefore, a day later, Yin Shisan went in a second time. This time, however, something went wrong. An old servant of the Murong family suddenly revealed himself as a martial arts luminary and drove Yin Shisan back with a single palm. The man stated plainly that the Murong family only wished for a peaceful haven and would not participate in any disputes. This time was but a minor lesson. Next time there would be no mercy. At present, Yin Shisan was in the Hotian realm. Given his talent and combat power, someone who could defeat him with a single palm strike had to be at least a peak Xiantian expert. Yet such a figure was merely hidden among the servants of the Murong family. This was somewhat frightening. Moreover, even more astonishing was the person's ability to conceal his cultivation realm. True, those experts could not, as Lin Fan, could use the system to inspect another's exact realm. Yet among experts there naturally existed a method of mutual perception. Under ordinary circumstances, hiding one's cultivation realm was no easy feat. The fact that Lin Fan's people could conceal themselves so well was also because Lin Fan had purchased special items from the system mall. This at least demonstrated one thing: the cultivation arts practiced by the Murong family were by no means ordinary. If not for Yin Shisan making provocations at their door twice, the other party might not have made a move at all. It appeared that the royal court, and even the 10 Directions Hall, knew something about the Murong family, though otherwise such an anomalous presence would never have been allowed to exist in the Xiao Kingdom. Enough. For now, the Murong family has nothing to do with us. Send Yin Shisan to Daizhou and Haizhou. Tell him to keep an eye on the Shimin family and the forces in the other sea regions. Should any experts come, respond in a timely manner. Relying on Xiongba alone would likely be too much to handle. Now that Yin Shisan had been sent there, it would provide exactly the assistance needed. Yes, Your Highness. Your Highness, as things stand, the unrest in Changzhou cannot be concluded anytime soon. Neither side possesses overwhelming superiority, so they can only remain locked in stalemate. This is precisely the outcome the Black Demon cult desires. The Net's men have recently made considerable gains around Changzhou, having successively eliminated a number of low-level Black Demon cult disciples. As for the higher-level experts, given the Net's strength, they cannot yet be touched lightly. The Black Demon cult was a 6-star sect-level power. Even its low-level disciples mostly possessed at least the strength of the martial general realm. With its current strength, the Net could only deal with the lowest-ranking disciples of the Black Demon cult. No matter. If there is no quality, quantity will do. Though the gains were not significant, it was better than nothing. What about Zizhou? It has prepared for so long. Why has it not yet made a move? As for Zizhou, it had begun mobilizing troops shortly after the Changzhou unrest began, deploying most of its forces along the border of Xingzhou. Lin Fan had assumed that Zizhou had come to an agreement with Taizhou and Changzhou, yet so much time had passed, and Zizhou still had not acted. Your Highness, Zizhou has yet to make any move. However, our people discovered a piece of intelligence. Since it has not yet been verified, this old servant did not report it. Please forgive me, Your Highness. Qiao Jingchun said, tell me, what have you discovered? That fellow Qiao Jingchun's words immediately drew Lin Fan's attention. Your Highness, our people discovered members of the royal family in Zizhou. A martial emperor from the clan court who had gone there in secret and gone directly into the residence of the governor of Zizhou. This was done with great secrecy. Our people came across it by pure coincidence. The details still require further investigation. A royal personage, a martial emperor of the clan court, had secretly appeared in Zizhou and received great attention from the governor's residence. Could there be some hidden secret between the two? Your Highness, previously we were caught in a wrong line of thinking, assuming that Zizhou wanted to exploit the chaos. What if we look at it from another angle? At that, after the suggestion, Guijia immediately thought of a possibility and took out a map of the Xiao kingdom. Your Highness, if Zizhou has always been secretly controlled by the royal family, then after Xingzhou was attacked, Zizhou's troop mobilization might very well have been intended on the one hand to reinforce Xingzhou, and on the other to divert hostile attention, so as to prevent the rebellion from spreading toward Zhongzhou. The possibility Guijia raised was entirely plausible. Zhongzhou was adjacent to Zizhou, and it was very possible that it was secretly under the royal family's control. That Zizhou's actions were meant to cover for Zhongzhou also made sense. At the very least, when war broke out, Zhongzhou would not be caught unprepared. It seems the royal family is also actively making preparations. The situation in Zizhou requires further reconnaissance. We must ascertain the relationship between the two. If Zizhou truly belongs to the royal family, we can make targeted plans. This could be considered an unexpected discovery. How is our own progress? Lin Fan knew that as long as the Southwestern Rebellion did not expand, the overall situation remained controllable, so there was no rush to deal with it. Your Highness, on the Daizhou front, General Wu Qi and General Zhao Yun have already begun their counterattack. They have entered Daizhou and successfully captured 2 cities. In Yizhou, General Chen Qingji and General Huatsubing are also progressing smoothly. However, the barbarian forces are numerous and their reinforcements are continuous, so finishing them off in a few battles is not possible for now. The governor of Yizhou, Meng Qingye, has gathered his troops, clinging to some cities in Yizhou and shrinking back without venturing out. He has practically handed the battlefield over to us and the barbarians waiting to act once the fighting is over. Leading the Great Qin Tiger Division, General Wang Jian has already secured the captured cities and is gradually drawing closer to Huatsubing and Chen Qingji, preparing to launch a counterattack against the barbarians. The situation in Yizhou could be considered under control. Although progress was limited, the barbarians' offensive had been halted. To resolve matters quickly, the two sides would need to engage in a decisive war. Your Highness, in Xingzhou, General Yuan Songwan's progress has been smooth. With Qingzhou having lost Chao waning, the remaining forces are each fighting on their own and can hardly form any effective resistance. As long as we advance steadily, we will soon take full control of Qingzhou. All in all, the situation across the entire Xiao kingdom was under Lin Fan's control. Lin Fan had never expected that within just a few months he would have controlled so much territory, opened multiple battlefronts, and achieved promising progress on all of them. How is the situation in the Demon Beast Forest? This was another unpredictable and formidable adversary. The demon beasts that might appear could be inconsequential, or they could include a powerful race. Your Highness, regarding the Demon Beast Forest, General Bai Qi and General Ran Min are stationed there with over 1 million troops at the Martial King realm. The Wolf Tribe and Tiger Tribe pose no threat to us, so Your Highness need not worry. Currently, the war between the two tribes is still ongoing, but there are no signs of it spreading outward. As for the military base, it is currently guarded by the Qin Dynasty elite soldiers, the Qihua Army, the Han Dynasty Iron Cavalry, and other uncommitted legions. General Bai Qi has also left half of his 2 legions to defend the base. The formation flags you left last time have all been fully utilized. Now all our legions, the Qin Dynasty elite soldiers, Han Dynasty Iron Cavalry, Qihua Army, White Robe Army, White Horse Archers, Wei Warrior Formation, Qin Tiger Division, and others, are at full strength. This last piece of news surprised Lin Fan considerably. He had not anticipated that all the legions would be fully staffed. Feng Xiao, it seems your work over this period has been substantial. This was undeniably tied to the efforts of Guijia and the others. Before departing, Lin Fan had purchased 3 heavenly bestowed formation flags of the general tier to accelerate troop formation, and nearly a month later the results were remarkably significant. Now a fully staffed legion numbered 1 million soldiers. This meant Lin Fan's main combat legions had reached a total of 10 million. All were at minimum the ace legions of the general realm, accompanied by 3 million troops at the Martial King realm, a military force impossible for Xiao Kingdom or the surrounding regions to match. This demonstrated the importance of the heavenly formation flags. However, Lin Fan still needed to develop high-end combat power, for when an individual grew strong enough, sheer numbers would almost become irrelevant unless special weapons were employed. Has Yuanshan sent any good news? After Yuanshan emerged, he went directly to Fengyang Kingdom and deployed operations across the surrounding territories. Your Highness, Yuanshan has maintained uninterrupted contact with us, with new reports arriving almost every 2 days. He is currently still in Fengyang Kingdom, secretly investigating the Black Demon cult, while simultaneously establishing an intelligence network across the kingdom. Under the disruption of the Black Demon cult, Fengyang Kingdom has not yet erupted into open war, but the signs suggest conflict is imminent. The Black Demon cult, a 6-star sect, lost many Foundation establishment experts when it was previously crushed, but its core strength was largely preserved. After years of recuperation, it has basically recovered to its former power. However, after the Black Demon cult was destroyed, the contradictions between Fengyang Kingdom and the other six-star sects within the country erupted. The subsequent conflicts never ceased. Now that the Black Demon cult has risen again, those sects can no longer cooperate, giving the Black Demon cult a significant opportunity. Awakens has attempted to infiltrate members of the West Factory into various factions, but progress is not very smooth. Each faction maintains strong vigilance against newcomers, making it difficult for our people to penetrate their inner circles in the short term. As for the other nations under Fengyang Kingdom's jurisdiction, they are equally on edge, mainly due to their own internal contradictions and the sudden appearance of the Black Demon cult, which has further destabilized the situation. Awakens' West Factory, while not yielding remarkable results, so far had at least opened up a situation. Gathering more intelligence would indeed require extensive time to lay the groundwork. Moreover, the strength of the West Factory members was relatively weak. A group of martial kings and martial emperors would find it difficult to reach the upper echelons of a six-star faction. Are Shimin Shueishue and Yi Guqing still in Fengyang Kingdom? Lin Fan thought of these two sword gods. Since emerging, Lin Fan had arranged for them to wander and make their mark, though their movements had always been under the watchful control of the Eastern and Western factories. Your Highness, the two lords are indeed still in Fengyang Kingdom. In the name of challenges, they are testing the strength of the kingdom's experts and have already begun to establish a reputation. These two were outstanding figures in any world and were certain to shine brightly. Have Awakens make plans. If a suitable opportunity arises, send the two of them into the halls of Fengyang Kingdom or other six-star sects. Perhaps on some future day they could play an unexpected role. Given their strength, they were bound to receive favor. Achieving this was far easier than for the other West Factory members. For now, everything seems to be proceeding smoothly. The only aspect beyond our control is Changzhou. Feng Xiao, do you have any suggestions on this matter? If Lin Fan secured the northern region of Xiao Kingdom, advancing into the south was only a matter of time. It was also time to make advance plans. Your Highness, we could send people to assist Xingzhou or Qinzhou in resisting attacks from both provinces striving to seize military authority. Once we intervene, the matter would be far easier to resolve. However, we currently lack suitable personnel. As for sending troops directly, the timing is not yet appropriate. First, without royal orders, our deployment would lack legitimacy. Second, our various legions currently have many tasks and cannot spare forces. Unless we redeploy the Martial King Legion guarding the Demon Beast Forest. However, I do not recommend this at present. We must focus on defending against the Demon Beast Forest. At the same time, we should avoid exposing our Martial King legions. Otherwise, our enemies might directly become Fengyang Kingdom and the Black Demon cult and other six-star sects. This was precisely Lin Fan's reason for using the Martial King legions cautiously. If so many Martial King legions appeared, it would inevitably alert Fengyang Kingdom. After all, the vast Fengyang Kingdom itself might not possess as many Martial King legions as Lin Fan commanded. Very well, I will think further about Changzhou before making arrangements. Now we need to redeploy. Some legions are still fighting dispersed battles, which is disadvantageous and must be changed. Order Bai Qi and Ran Min to lead their respective legions to defend the Demon Beast Forest alongside Yuan Qingdu. Order Zhao Yun to take the White Horse Archers to Yizhou, hand over all White Horse Archers to Gongsun Zan, and coordinate with Hua Xiubing Qinqingji and Wang Jin, leading their respective legions, to deal with the barbarian invasion. Order Gao Shun to return the prisoners from this campaign to the Demon Beast Forest, then lead the Dark Formation camp to Dezhou, coordinating with Wu Qi to launch a counteroffensive on Dezhou. As for Qingzhou, leave it to Yuan Songwan. Yizhou remains under Yu Fei's responsibility. Lin Fan's reason for these arrangements was to keep the strongest Martial King legions at the Demon Beast Forest to counter the beast tribes while preparing for a future assault on the forest. Yizhou was assigned 4 legions, including 3 cavalry legions, one of which was a Martial King legion, to prepare for offensive operations against the barbarians. As for Dezhou, siege warfare would be handled sufficiently by the Wei Warrior Formation and the Dark Formation camp, 2 super infantry legions. The remainder would handle regional defense with 1 legion sufficient for each province. As for Huangzhou, there was no need for main combat legions. City guards coordinated with the embroidered uniform guard would suffice. Lin Fan's deployment of the entire military forces could be said to be the most reasonable arrangement possible at present. In the Yizhou direction, especially the barbarian tribes lived mainly by tribal customs and had almost no towering city walls. Since they were a bloodthirsty alien race, Lin Fan slew them without the slightest psychological burden. This being the case, the 3 cavalry legions were the most suitable force for launching a counteroffensive against the barbarians. For this operation, except for the Demon Beast Forest, Lin Fan dispatched troops from every other legion. Each legion numbered 1 million men. Once other powers learned of this, they would be stunned beyond words. Only a rational distribution of military power could maximize its effectiveness. Order Yan Shisan and Xiong Ba to be responsible for the experts in the sea region. Let Guijing and Xiao Feng go out for some air as well, and deal with the masters of the barbarian god hall. Order Guan Yu and Zhao Yun to return to Blackwind City and put Shangzhou under Yu Fei's governance. These two were rare talents among military commanders. Lin Fan also intended to nurture them as key figures. Though their ability to lead troops was slightly weaker, their combat strength was formidable, and they held great potential for development. Before long, as orders were issued one after another, Lin Fan's military forces were finally coordinated and settled. Feng Xiao, how have the people in the fiefdom been progressing in their cultivation recently? The exclusive boundary steels were set down some time ago. It is time for some results to show. Your Highness, cultivation among the common people has indeed improved markedly. Many young people in particular have gone from being unable to cultivate at all to initially becoming martial artists. However, there has been no noticeable change in the number of those at or above the martial master level. This will require a long period of accumulation. This was only natural. The lower ranked martial artist was the easier the breakthrough. He believed that as the effects of the exclusive boundary steels continued to manifest, changes would soon appear. Good. Everyone should attend to their own duties and continue carrying out the plans, striving to develop the cities that belong to us. By this return, almost everything that needed to be arranged had been arranged. The remaining time was for everyone to set to work, while Lin Fan only needed to wait for the next settlement of faction points. A few days later, intelligence regarding Lin Fan's military operations landed on the desks of all the major powers. Impossible. I refuse to believe Lin Fan has such enormous power. The formation-breaking camp, the Wei martial soldiers, the Yu family army, the Great Han Iron Cavalry, the White-Robed Army, the White Horse Volunteers, and the Great Qin Tiger Division, 7 full million-strong legions in all, appeared before everyone's eyes. And this was not even counting the Guaning Iron Cavalry, which had yet to be linked with Lin Fan. The Chihua army and the Great Qin's elite warriors were hidden in the Demon Beast Forest and had not been discovered. Your Majesty, your old servant does not believe it either. I have had the matter confirmed repeatedly. Lin Fan now truly commands 7 million main battle soldiers, and that does not include the city garrison troops of Huangzhou and Shangzhou. Moreover, I have always suspected that the million cavalry in Qingzhou are also Lin Fan's people, though there is no evidence. When Tian was helpless as well. Who could have imagined that Lin Fan could raise so many great armies in such a short time? What was even more obvious was that the legions under Lin Fan were not ordinary city guards. They were all main battle legions. Has the envoy sent to Xing Tai returned? Xiao Meier asked. Xing Tai's sudden rebellion puzzled her, so she had sent someone to demand an explanation. Your Majesty, the envoy did manage to see him, but Xing Tai said nothing. He simply ordered the envoy beheaded and had a servant bring the head back. From this, it can be seen that Xing Tai is determined to rebel. No matter who is behind him, that cannot be changed. Wen Tian said. He never expected that Xing Tai, who had always relied on the royal house for survival, would make such a determined move this time, refusing to show any consideration for their past relationship and beheading the envoy outright. This was a slap in the face to the royal family, and there was no possibility of reconciliation between the two sides. Xing Tai actually dares to forget the life-saving favor from back then and publicly kill a court envoy. Such despicable behavior means he cannot be spared. Dark Division draw up a plan and have someone quietly eliminate Xing Tai. I refuse to believe that once Xing Tai dies, the people behind him will still refuse to show themselves. This was also a way to find out who was behind Xing Tai, and a fairly effective one at that, provided Xing Tai was killed smoothly. When Tian did not object, the move was reasonable. Your Majesty, Xing Tai is not such an important figure. The key is still Lin Fan. He has reached the point where he must be removed. If Lin Fan is allowed to keep developing, the northern provinces will eventually be lost. Once half of the realm is gone, the days of the Xiao Kingdom will become even harder. When Tian had been studying Lin Fan's situation so obsessively that his hair had turned white, yet he still had no good solution. I understand. I will arrange for experts to be hired. It seems Lin Fan's threat is even greater than that of the barbarian tribes and the sea forces. Xiao Meier said. Lin Fan had also become a deep worry in her heart. Indeed, Your Majesty. When the barbarians invade, we can still rally the strength of the whole nation to resist. Whether the feudal lords are willing or not, whether for justice or private interest, they will inevitably send troops. As for the sea forces, though their strength is great, we do not lack backing. The Fengyang Kingdom will not ignore an invasion by foreign forces. The barbarian tribes and the sea forces were in fact both external powers outside the Fengyang Kingdom's domain. However, the barbarian strength was limited, and the Xiao Kingdom was able to deal with them on its own, especially with the help of the Ten Directions Hall. The sea forces, however, were different. They exceeded the Xiao Kingdom's capacity. Once the matter was reported, the Fengyang Kingdom would certainly send someone. This would definitely involve the territory of the Fengyang Kingdom, so it could not simply ignore the situation. As for Lin Fan, it was much more troublesome. After all, this was an internal affair of the Xiao Kingdom, and the Fengyang Kingdom would not intervene. Even if Lin Fan rebelled and succeeded, he would still be within the Fengyang Kingdom's sphere of influence. Unless Lin Fan was bold enough to rebel against the Fengyang Kingdom as well, that would be a completely different story. But by that time, the Xiao Kingdom would have nothing to do with Xiao Meier and Wen Tian. Your Majesty, this old servant volunteers to go to the Fengyang Kingdom in person and find the right person to deal with Lin Fan. After thinking it over, Wen Tian still submitted his request. The matter was of paramount importance, and the man did not trust anyone else to handle it. If more time was wasted and Lin Fan was given the opportunity to develop further, it would probably become even harder to deal with. Moreover, the royal house knew nothing about what kind of power Lin Fan truly controlled by now. That was another thing troubling Wen Tian. If the people sent were unreliable or the experts hired were not capable, Lin Fan would become wary, and if the forces supporting him sent even more people, would that not cause even greater trouble? No need. I have my own plans for this matter. Xiao Meier refused without a second thought. A high-ranking minister like Wen Tian could not casually make contact with external forces. If any problem arose, the harm caused would be no less than that caused by Lin Fan. Xiao Meier was clear about this. Wen Tian saw the harsh tone in Xiao Meier's voice, understood, and did not dare to continue. Yi Xin never expected that a routine military deployment would leave so many people unable to sleep in peace. In just a few short months, a 7 million strong army had marched openly toward various battlefields. Who would have dared to imagine such a thing? Especially the royal family, already pushed to the brink by the feudal lords, now had to watch another Lin Fan emerge. It was only later that word spread the former Jinghua army generals who had once spoken for Lin Fan and proposed infecting him were under various pretexts imprisoned or beheaded by Xiao Meier. Those fellows never imagined that the retribution for betraying Lin Wudi and the Jinghua army would eventually catch up with them. At last, regardless of the outside disputes, the month's end arrived and Lin Fan reaped his harvest. Last month's territory settlement earned Lin Fan 200 million points. This month, although there was an increase, it was still only just over 300 million, less than 400 million. The gap was mainly in Qingzhou and Yizhou, where control was incomplete and morale unstable. The main sources of points remained Huangzhou and Shangzhou. Lin Fan was not satisfied with this. He had to quicken his pace. After a whole month, the accumulated points weren't even enough to break through his cultivation realm. Lin Fan was also helpless. After all, earning points wasn't easy and his territory was still too small. To have this many points flowing in within a month was already considered decent. Realizing that leveling up couldn't happen overnight, Lin Fan stopped dwelling on it and decided to claim the rewards for the tasks he had completed, the better to plan his next moves. Ding. Host, would you like to claim all task rewards together? Claim and use. The tasks: counterattacking Daizhou and Haizhou, taking control of Shangzhou, and repelling the barbarian invasion, had all been completed. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained and deployed a martial general level legion, 100 yellow turban warriors, along with the innate limit realm General Zhang Jiao, 10 acquired realm deputy generals, and 50 Qi refining realm soldiers. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained and used a character summoning slot acquiring Chunsheng of the acquired limit realm. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained and used a character summoning slot acquiring Wu Guang of the acquired limit realm. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained and used a character summoning slot acquiring Wei Zhongxian of the innate limit realm. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained and used a character summoning slot acquiring Qin Hui of the martial emperor limit realm. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 5 random character realm ascension cards. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 random special unit realm ascension card. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained and used a special character group summoning slot acquiring 30 martial venerable realm civil officials. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained and used a special character group summoning slot acquiring 30 martial emperor realm military officers. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a quantity of resources including grain and pills, 100 warhorses, and 50 million points. Lin Fan examined the rewards carefully and was not very satisfied with this batch. A martial general level legion and 4 summoned figures. A veritable gathering of rebels. And Wei Zhongxian and Qin Hui were both infamous figures in the history of his past life. The only slight surprise was the 5 character realm ascension cards and 1 special unit realm ascension card. These were what Lin Fan urgently needed at the moment. In addition, there were 30 civil officials and 30 military officers. Although these people weren't the top-tier figures of his past life in this world, they were more than enough to guard a region. With the appearance of these great villains, a plan quickly took shape in Lin Fan's mind. In particular, an idea he had previously conceived could now be put into action. Therefore, Lin Fan summoned these important figures forth. We pay our respects to your highness. Dozens of people appeared at once, each with formidable strength, a truly awe-inspiring sight. Rise, all of you. You have just arrived and your identities have not been exposed. It happens that I have tasks for you to undertake. Zhang Jiao, later, you will lead the yellow turban warriors quietly to Shangzhou. General Yu Fei will arrange for you to infiltrate Wenzhou in secret. Seize the opportunity to take Wenzhou. I'm giving you 1 month. Afterward, I will send you reinforcements one after another. Chunsheng, Wu Guang, the 2 of you will set out immediately for the Fengyang Kingdom. I have no specific requirements for you. How far you can go will depend on your abilities. However, when I arrive at the Fengyang Kingdom, I hope to find a secure foothold. Wei Zhongxian, I have no need of attendance by my side for now. Find a way into the Xiao royal palace, earn Xiao Meier's trust, and keep a close watch on her. Qin Hui, your talent lies in the imperial court. Originally, I would have sent you to the Fengyang kingdom, but your strength is somewhat lacking. Go first to the Xiao court to gain experience. I don't need to teach you how to operate. My requirement is that the court becomes a help to our actions, not a hindrance. Can you do it? Under specific circumstances, these people could play a role no less significant than a main combat legion. Although Lin Fan didn't particularly like them as individuals in this world, where they had no memories of their past lives, there was no harm in entrusting them with important tasks. Rest assured, Your Highness, we will do our utmost. The assembled figures had no objections to Lin Fan's arrangements. Indeed, such assignments were exactly what they desired. Chao Jingchuan, the Eastern Depot, must get moving. Assist them in completing their respective missions. The Yellow Turban forces infiltrating Wenzhou must act with extreme secrecy. Do not expose their connection to us. Along the way, the Eastern Depot must devote itself wholeheartedly. Wei Zhongxian and Qin Hui are both unfamiliar faces. Their sudden appearance in the Xiao Kingdom, especially in the royal palace and court, will certainly attract attention. The Eastern Depot must assist them while perfect their identities and ensure no one uncovers any problems. Future communications will also be handled by you. Whatever they need, you should try your best to help. Within a short time, you must establish their position at Xiao Meier's side. The Xiao royal family cannot be destroyed yet, but we must gradually bring them under our control. It will suffice to leave them a nominal throne. Lin Fan made further arrangements. With so many operations underway, covertness and identity management indeed required the Eastern Depot's efforts. And in this area, the Eastern Depot was the most professional, giving Lin Fan no cause for worry. Yes, Your Highness. This old servant will prepare at once and guarantee the flawless completion of this mission. For Chao Jingchuan, as long as Lin Fan issued a mission regardless of what it was, he had to devote himself wholeheartedly and complete it. Only by doing so would the Eastern Depot's standing in Lin Fan's eyes remain unchanged. The man dared not relax for even a moment. Not to mention Yu Huatian and the Western Depot in the distant Fengyang Kingdom. Right before him, a single Zhao Gao already gave him an immense sense of crisis. Now there was also Wei Zhongxian. Although he had been sent to the Xiao royal palace, he would eventually return to His Highness's side. These fellows were all potential future enemies, or rather future rivals for favor. Chao Jingchun dared not slacken in the slightest. Only by steadfastly and flawlessly completing the tasks assigned by Lin Fan could he secure his own position and the Eastern Depot's status. None of these individuals are easy to manage. It is far better to dispatch them to the enemy's side to stir up trouble there, which would also provide considerable assistance to Lin Fan. Although Lin Fan was short of manpower, such an arrangement was clearly more reasonable. Very well, you may depart now. I hope that by our next meeting you will have achieved some measure of success. This could be considered a minor strategic layout for future developments. Nonetheless, Lin Fan believed in them and was certain they would achieve surprisingly remarkable results. Feng Xiao, as for these 30 civil ministers, arrange them as you see fit. You may decide which cities require manpower. The importance of civil ministers might seem inferior to that of martial generals, especially in a world where martial might is supreme. However, to Lin Fan their role was not to be overlooked. A stable rear area represented a steady income of points. These 30 are all generals of the martial emperor realm. Currently, the army does not lack commanders, but we also need to station generals in the cities under our control to lead the city guards. Plan accordingly and dispatch them. With civil ministers governing and martial experts assisting and leading the city guards for defense, coupled with the aid of the Jinui, the security of the cities would only become more steadfast. Indeed, Your Highness. Currently, the captured cities in Daizhou and Yizhou are in dire need of manpower. We can dispatch a portion of them there. Furthermore, the Qingzhou region requires even more manpower. Since we cannot openly dispatch people there for the time being, their arrival is most opportune. Guojia quickly formulated a plan. The wars in Daizhou and Yizhou were still ongoing, and the captured territories indeed required personnel. However, they could also transfer people from Huangzhou. It did not matter if they were discovered, as Lin Fan had never concealed his intentions regarding these provinces. As for Qingzhou, apart from Yuan Chonghuan and his Guaning Iron Cavalry, Lin Fan had not dispatched anyone else. The arrival of this batch of civil ministers and martial generals was perfect for being covertly sent over. It was not that Lin Fan feared others knowing he had occupied Qingzhou, but rather that he wished to avoid provoking an overreaction from the royal court, which might dispatch armies to attack and disrupt the defense of the southwestern provinces. It was best to keep the rebellion in the southwest contained within that region. Conveniently, Zhang Jiao had emerged. Once he resolved the situation in Wenzhou, he could march his troops into Taizhou, allowing Lin Fan to intervene in the southwestern theater of war. Just as Lin Fan and Guojia were continuing their arrangements, Chao Jingchuan, who had just departed, suddenly returned. Your Highness, trouble has arisen in the demonic beast forest. The werewolf clan launched a surprise attack on the Wertiger clan, resulting in a crushing defeat for the latter. Their routed forces fled in panic toward the outer periphery of the forest, where they were intercepted by General Baiqi's army. The War Tiger clan's reinforcements arrived swiftly. Once they stabilized the situation, they directed their wrath over the defeat toward us, actually intending to dispatch an army to attack us. They have even threatened to march out of the demonic beast forest, instigate a beast tide, and use the corpses of countless humans to make up for their losses. Currently, the War Tiger clan is still mobilizing troops. General Baichi is on high alert and has hastily sent back this intelligence. Lin Fan was highly surprised. Why had he suddenly been dragged into the demonic beast forest conflict, which had been relatively stable? Could there be some conspiracy at play? How did the werewolf clan react? Yi Xian inquired, finding the matter rather unusual. Your Highness, the werewolf clan has ceased their attacks on the War Tiger clan, seemingly content to play the role of onlookers. Moreover, they have publicly declared that they will neither participate in nor disrupt the War Tiger clan's war against the humans. They claim this is an interracial conflict, and during the war they will not attack their fellow beastmen, the War Tigers. Furthermore, to a certain extent, the werewolf clan is even willing to offer assistance. This reaction from the werewolf clan also seemed rather suspicious. Assisting one's own kin against another race was understandable, yet they had just been engaged in a life-and-death struggle. Such a swift shift in stance was far too abrupt. Besides, at its core, this matter had nothing to do with the human race. It was the War Tiger clan that had crossed the boundary, and Baichi's interception was entirely justified. For the War Tiger clan to use this as a pretext was utterly unreasonable. Even if they sought an excuse for their own failure and incompetence, wishing to vent their fury upon the human race, they should not have chosen this moment. After all, the werewolf clan was still watching them like hawks, and the war between the two clans was far from over. Feng Xiao, what is your take on this matter? Unable to make sense of it, Lin Fan wished to hear Guijia's thoughts. Your Highness, there are only a few possibilities regarding this matter. First, someone has mediated the conflict between the two clans and redirected their aggression toward us. Second, the beastmen are simple-minded and act without regard for the consequences, so a conflict with us is not entirely implausible. Third, the werewolf clan and the War Tiger clan are evenly matched, with neither able to overcome the other. Thus, driven by mutual interest, they have decided to join forces to attack us to recoup the losses incurred from their own war. As for the final possibility, one that none of us wish to see, is that this entire affair has been a conspiracy from the very beginning, designed to launch an assault on the human race, and we just happen to be at the wrong place at the wrong time. If that is indeed the case, I fear this matter will become highly troublesome. It is very likely a command from the depths of the demonic beast forest. Perhaps the great war between humans and beasts, which has not erupted for many years, is drawing near. Guojia quickly laid out his deductions one by one. Lin Fan listened patiently, silently weighing which possibility was more likely. It could only be said that all were possible, but Lin Fan leaned more toward the third scenario, that the two clans had covertly reached some agreement, intending to exploit the human race for their own gain. As for the most severe fourth scenario, Lin Fan felt it was unlikely to occur. If the Beastman race truly wished to launch an assault on humanity, they would not go through such trouble. They would simply coordinate all the tribes and press forward with a massive army. Resorting to such petty schemes would be quite meaningless. After all, a war between the two sides requires no justification or pretext, nor any consideration of so-called righteousness. They would simply fight. Moreover, the Beastmen had always been straightforward, making the likelihood of them orchestrating such conspiracies virtually non-existent. Lin Fan also found the first and second scenarios highly improbable. Lin Fan's enemies were all within the Xiao Kingdom, with the sole exception of the Black Demon sect. However, these were all humans. How could a human possibly redirect the attention of two Beastman clans toward him? To accomplish such a feat, one would need to possess a certain status within the Beastman race. Although these two clans were merely branches, their own strength was by no means weak. How could they allow themselves to be manipulated by others? As for the notion that the War Tiger clan was mindless and recklessly attacking humans, that was also impossible. The Beastmen had already evolved, and were not ignorant wild beasts. Their intellect was not inferior to that of humans. Even if they were somewhat reckless, they were not so foolish as to reach such a level of stupidity. Yet even so, if the two clans had reached an agreement to recoup their losses from the human race, it would still pose a considerable trouble for Lin Fan. If handled poorly and the Beastmen marched out of the demonic beast forest, the entire Xiao Kingdom, and even the Fengyang Kingdom, would suffer a devastating catastrophe. The incident in the Yaoshou forest came all of a sudden, but fortunately Lin Fan had made preparations beforehand. With two Martial King Realm Legions and a 3000 strong Martial Emperor Realm Legion stationed there, no major problem could arise. However, in Lin Fan's view, the danger of the Yaoshou forest far exceeded the invasions of the barbarian tribes and the sea forces. After all, these were the brutal beastmen whose strength was not something the barbarians could match. Should they break out of the Yaoshou forest, they would become a great trouble. Feng Xiao, I will personally go there to take command. The fief is entrusted to you. Also send orders to Hui Tsubing, Chen Xingji, and Wang Jian to drive out the barbarians as soon as possible and bring Yizhou under control. Tell Wu Qi and Gao Shun to speed up their progress as well, and take Dazhou under control as quickly as possible. Also order Zhang Jiao not to have any scruples. Take Wenzhou, and the follow-up legions must keep up. We must expand the territory under our control within a short period. Lin Fan could wait no longer. He had to hasten his pace. The enemies he faced were growing stronger, and if his own cultivation realm could not be raised quickly, it would drag down the entire force's progress. To break through quickly, he had to obtain enough contribution points as soon as possible, and expanding his territory was imperative. Order Guan Yu and Zhao Yun to bring the 18 Yin Cloud Riders and follow me to the Yaoshou Forest. After making these arrangements, Lin Fan did not set out immediately. Several rewards from this mission had yet to be dealt with, and he had to settle them properly before leaving. There were 5 character realm enhancement cards and 1 special unit realm enhancement card. Lin Fan pondered over who should receive them. Lin Fan was currently at the martial sovereign realm, so the enhancement limit was the innate realm. The chosen characters also had to be at least 3 major realms below him. In other words, anyone below the Dao entry realm could use the card. This time Lin Fan still excluded the civil officials of the martial venerable realm for the moment. In the end, he chose a Qing Dian Wei Chao Zhengchuan Zhao Gao and 1 more candidate, Dongfang Bubi. These people had followed Lin Fan for a longer time, and except for Dongfang Bubi, all the others were at the transcendent realm, making them relatively more cost-effective. In the end, the 5 lived up to expectations, all advancing 3 major realms. Except for Dongfang Bubi, who reached the peak of the innate realm, the other 4 all reached the peak of the postnatal realm. That was not all. There was still a special unit realm enhancement card. This card could only be used on the Eastern Depot, the Western Depot Luo, Wang the Brocade Guard, and the 18 Yin Cloud Riders. Lin Fan had been considering giving it to the 18 Yin Cloud Riders, as that would allow all 18 of them to rise by at least 1 major realm. However, considering that they were about to enter the Yaoshou Forest where the Beastmen were relatively powerful, the 18 Yin Cloud Riders were still too few in number. Moreover, Lin Fan had another plan, and the time had come to put it into action. Therefore, Lin Fan directly used this precious special unit realm enhancement card on Luo Wang. If Luo Wang could deliver, the day of taking down the entire Shao Kingdom would not be far off. After making up his mind, Lin Fan immediately used the special unit realm enhancement card. Ding! Congratulations, host. The special unit Luo Wang's strength has been promoted. Please check the specific improvements yourself. Soon the notification chime sounded and Luo Wang's promotion was complete. Lin Fan immediately began inspecting the improved strength of everyone in Luo Wang. The ordinary assassins were at the martial emperor realm, the human grade assassins at the martial sovereign realm, the earth grade assassins at the Dao entry realm, and the heaven grade assassins at the postnatal realm, with everyone at different stages within their respective major realms. Excellent. Lin Fan was extremely satisfied with Luo Wang's improvement. In particular, the 10 heaven grade assassins had leapt straight from the martial sovereign realm to become postnatal realm experts. Moreover, Luo Wang had as many as 10,000 assassins. If used properly, this force could prove even more effective than a fully manned martial king realm legion. Zhao Gao, you will not accompany me to the Yaoshou Forest this time. Order Yin Ri and the others to speed up the operation in the Wen Kingdom and send more people to assist. In addition, arrange some people to go to Shangzhou. Although we cannot occupy the southwestern prefectures for now, we cannot let them rest easy. Find and eliminate all the infiltrators the Black Demon cult has sent in. At the same time, coordinate with the Eastern Depot to investigate the high-level situation in the various prefectures. Await my order, and when the order comes, act at once. Let no one escape. Lin Fan had always been rather conservative, but the recent settlement of faction contribution points made him realize he could not go on like this. He had to accelerate his pace and acquire territory. By taking multiple approaches at once and seizing the Shao and Wen kingdoms as quickly as possible, they could then use the 2 kingdoms as a foundation to march into the Fengyang kingdom. Only in this way could he obtain enough points to raise his cultivation realm in a short time. Remaining conservative might ensure safety, but the pace of development would be far too slow. Yes, Your Highness. This old servant understands. I will make arrangements immediately and seize the southwestern prefectures as soon as possible, taking control of the Wen kingdom's high-ranking officials. Zhao Gao was very excited. This was a major operation, striking at several prefectures at once plus a kingdom no weaker than Shao. Once this was accomplished, Zhao Gao believed His Highness would not forget his contributions. Also send an order to Dongfang Bubi, find an opportunity to visit Qiandao. If possible, control a portion of the forces there for our use. After this enhancement, Dongfang Bubi had reached the peak of the innate realm. With talent like that, even facing a Grandmaster realm expert was not a problem. This trip to Qiandao should allow him to achieve something. As for core formation realm experts, whether Qiandao had them or not, they would not appear casually. Alright, all of you go attend to your duties. Chao Xingchuan, have Zhao Yun and the others prepare immediately to come with us to the Yaoshou Forest. Lin Fan had never seen the Beastmen before, and he knew very little about their living habits, strength, and so on. This trip was not only for the mission, but also for his future strategic plans regarding the Yaoshou Forest. Lin Fan vanished from everyone's sight. Agents of various forces searched unceasingly, yet they could not find where he had gone. However, with Lin Fan's disappearance, the army of Huangzhou began large-scale operations. Previously, whether in Dazhou or Yizhou, the Huangzhou army had acted methodically and had not been eager to attack. But with Lin Fan gone, Huizubing and Wu Qi launched simultaneous attacks from two directions. Moreover, this offensive was far fiercer than before, leaving the various forces completely bewildered. What exactly was Lin Fan trying to do? He had seemed unhurried before, so why had he suddenly begun fighting with such reckless abandon? Furthermore, Wenzhou was in chaos once more. A group of people shouting, "The blue heaven is dead, the yellow heaven shall rise," had raised troops in rebellion. At the same time, after Xingtai took control of Qingzhou, he stationed 1,000,000 troops on the border of Zhongzhou to defend against it, while also transferring 1,000,000 main cavalry troops to the border of Taizhou, their intentions unclear. Yizhou City. This was the frontline command post where the Huangzhou army resisted the barbarian invasion. General Chun, General Wang, you have both seen the latest command from the prince. He is quite dissatisfied with our progress here. Gentlemen, let us consider how we can turn the tide. Huizubing, Wang Jian, and Chen Qingji were all in Hu City at this moment. In the previous battles, Yizhou Governor Meng Qingya had stayed holed up and refused to fight the barbarians head-on. Therefore, Huizubing and the others had not intensified their attacks on the barbarians, unwilling to let Meng Qingya take advantage. For the time being, the two sides were locked in a standoff. The prince's intention is clear: we must drive the barbarians out as soon as possible and at the same time seize control of Yizhou. That is precisely why His Highness sent me here. Moreover, General Hua, the prince has sent all the newly recruited soldiers to your great Han Iron Cavalry. This shows that after taking Yizhou, the two generals are expected to launch a counteroffensive against the barbarians. The two heroes Guijing and Xiao Feng have already arrived ahead of us. This is the prince's contingency measure against the top experts of the barbarian god temple. Given the current situation, I suggest that the Great Qin Tiger Division guard the city while pressuring Meng Qingya, finding an opportunity to eliminate him outright and seize the dozen or so cities under his control. The cavalry advantage of mobility possessed by you two generals should be fully utilized. The barbarians have no cavalry, but they are also not skilled at defending cities. When fighting us, they mostly prefer head-on confrontations. That is where your opportunities lie. As long as we repel the invading barbarians, the counteroffensive will be left to you two. With Yizhou defended by the Great Qin Tiger Division, it will not be so easy for the barbarians to break in again. The prudent and seasoned Wang Jian not only saw through Lin Fan's intentions, but also made deployments based on the actual situation. Indeed, this should be the prince's intention. Huizubing and Chen Qingji were likewise extraordinary military commanders, and they had no trouble grasping the situation. In that case, I suggest that the invading barbarians be dealt with by my white-robed army, while General Huizubing leads the great Han Iron Cavalry straight into the barbarian territory. This approach has several advantages. First, when Meng Qingya sees us dividing our forces, he may seize the opportunity to act, whether against us or the barbarians, which would give us a chance to deal with him and save us considerable trouble. Second, when the invading barbarians see 1,000,000 cavalry crossing into their territory, they will most likely retreat to defend. In that way, we can annihilate the barbarians in motion and avoid considerable losses. Third, if the barbarians do not move, General Wang and I will join forces and storm their positions. We can still wipe them out completely, though the losses would be heavier. However, by then General Hua would have entered the barbarian lands unhindered, and it would be far less easy for the barbarians to stop him. Chen Qingji quickly offered his own suggestion. I think it works. No matter what, once we make our move, every party will inevitably react. Huizubing agreed. The man had been holding back his strength lately, commanding 1,000,000-strong Martial King Realm army, yet unable to unleash its full power. Huizubing was also simmering with frustration. As for Lin Fan's strategy, the others also felt it was overly conservative. Opportunity and risk go hand in hand. Without taking some risks, how could one reap enormous rewards? However, none of them dared to say more, unsure whether Lin Fan had other considerations. In fact, Lin Fan did not have too many considerations. It was merely his cautious nature. In his previous life, he had been an ordinary man with no particular skills or abilities, let alone any so-called military acumen. After arriving on the Shengshi continent, he suffered a family upheaval and was trapped in the royal capital for as long as 10 years. Whether due to his upbringing or the environment around him, Lin Fan dared not act rashly in any way. When the system awakened and he suddenly gained power, the temperament shaped by 2 lifetimes was not something that could change in an instant. Fortunately, after several months of development, Lin Fan had begun to adapt and change from the depths of his heart. Especially the slow rate of accumulating points recently made him realize his shortcomings. Only then did he reflect deeply and resolve to stop worrying too much and simply charge headlong. At worst, he would die, and it was not as if he had never died before. The change in Lin Fan's mindset determined his subsequent course of action. He would no longer be as conservative as before. When the time came to draw his sword, he would not hesitate. Lin Fan believed in his system. Let it be a contest between the strength of the enemies he faced and the system's ability to rapidly boost his own power and influence. With so many exceptional talents under his command, if he failed to make full use of them and quickly improve his strength, he would surely regret it in the future. Hua Zubing, Qin Qingji, and Wang Jian were all outstanding military strategists. After a brief discussion, they quickly devised a battle plan. The next day, Hua Zubing led the Great Han Iron Cavalry out of Hu City in mighty procession, heading straight for the barbarians. Afterward, the white-robed army under Qin Qingji also left Hu City, following behind the Great Han Iron Cavalry, both to support them and to protect Hu City from the flank. After the cavalry set out, Wang Jian's Great Qin Tiger Division also began to move. In the previous battles, more than half of Yizhou's cities had fallen into the hands of the Huangzhou army. More than 50 cities were now garrisoned by detachments of the Great Qin Tiger Division. On that day, while the cavalry was on the move, the Great Qin Tiger Division troops stationed in various cities handed over defense to the city guard forces, then gathered and marched toward Hu City one after another. From every perspective, the Huangzhou army appeared to be preparing for a decisive battle. At the same time, Meng Qingye, who had been lying low, received news of the Huangzhou army's movements. Lin Fan's people have finally made their move. I have decided that while the Huangzhou army is bogged down in battle with the barbarians, we will immediately send out troops to retake the cities occupied by the Huangzhou army. I believe that even if Lin Fan is displeased, he will not dare to move against us openly. Earlier, the Huangzhou army had seized some cities from the barbarians, while others had been abandoned by Yizhou itself. In truth, very few cities had actually been taken by Wang Jian. At this critical moment of the barbarian invasion, Meng Qingye did not dare to say much, nor did he dare to demand the cities back. If internal discord led to open war, Yizhou would truly be finished. Meng Qingye had always regarded Yizhou as his own territory. He was unwilling to let it go, and at the same time, he did not want it to be destroyed. My lord, if we do this, we will completely break with Lin Fan. What if after the barbarians are driven back, the Huangzhou army refuses to leave? Lin Fan's intentions were clear to everyone. While helping Meng Qingye fight the barbarians, he also had his eyes on Yizhou's territory. That should not happen. If Lin Fan stays without a proper title or justification, it would not stand up in law. Unless he intends to rebel, he would never be the one to start a war. If it had been before, Lin Fan might indeed have done as Meng Qingye said. But after this, nothing could restrain Lin Fan anymore. Unless, of course, someone was powerful enough to kill him directly. Meng Qingye, acting with stubborn persistence, cared little for the consequences as he sought to reclaim his lost territories, unaware that his maneuvers played precisely into Wang Jian's hands. Shortly after Hua Zubing led his forces into campaign, the barbarians retaliated. A horde numbering over 2 million surged forth from their cities, barring the path ahead of Hua Zubing's advance. Though the barbarians had dispatched their elite Wushi realm legions, none of those soldiers could have imagined, even in their wildest dreams, that they would face the full might of a Wu Wang realm force. In prior engagements, the Great Han Iron Cavalry had withheld their full strength. Now that Lin Fan no longer held back, Hua Zubing naturally felt no need to conceal his power either. To swiftly secure Yizhou and launch a counteroffensive against the barbarians, the Huangzhou army finally unleashed its fury. General, the barbarian forces have emerged from their city and blocked our advance. They seek a decisive confrontation. Hua Zubing's forces consisted entirely of mobile cavalry, granting them precise intelligence on barbarian movements. Furthermore, operatives from the Eastern Depot had been covertly supplying critical information all along. The barbarians choosing open field combat suits my purposes perfectly. I order the army divided into 5 detachments. Launch a direct charge and shatter their formation. Once the barbarian lines are broken, immediately divide and encircle them. After crippling their forces, General Qin Qingji will arrive to handle the remnants while we press onward with the charge. Hua Zubing promptly adjusted his strategy to counter the enemy's movements. The Great Han Iron Cavalry quickly set into motion. On the barbarian front, troops stood at full alert, utterly unaware that death itself was about to descend upon them. Several li of open ground represented the ideal charge distance for cavalry. Before long, the Great Han Iron Cavalry came into view of the barbarians. This was no siege warfare. The cavalry's advantages were brought to full bearing. Like predators spotting prey, the soldiers accelerated their charge with renewed ferocity. Hand-to-hand combat erupted within moments. 10 minutes later. This is bad. Run. The enemies are all at the Wu Wang realm. Ah, devils. They are all devils. The battlefield descended into utter carnage. Countless barbarian warriors fell beneath the blades of the Great Han Iron Cavalry, who harbored not an ounce of mercy toward these man-eating beasts. Such creatures deserved no compassion whatsoever. For every soldier of the Huangzhou army, this was the perfect moment for vengeance, each desperate to claim more kills. Thanks to Hua Zubing's strategy of dividing forces, the engagement spanned a vast front, allowing the Great Han Iron Cavalry's full might to be unleashed. Half an hour later, the barbarian formation had completely shattered. Survivors fled in every direction, yet such flight only sealed their quicker deaths. Issue the order to split and encircle the barbarians for annihilation. After one more wave of destruction, we press forward. Wuzun had no interest in a lopsided slaughter. The enemy was already in disarray, the White Robe Army could handle the remainder. Wuzun had other objectives to pursue. The mandate required not merely retaking cities seized by the barbarians, but also striking deep into barbarian territory as swiftly as possible. Having satisfied his bloodlust and achieved his strategic aims, Wuzun led the great Han Iron Cavalry onward without hesitation, charging deeper into barbarian lands. The surviving barbarians nearly wept with relief as the killers finally moved on. Ignoring their wounds, the barbarians could only seek shelter and pray never to encounter these humans again. They proved even more savage than the barbarians themselves. Alas, before they could celebrate their survival, another contingent of human cavalry arrived. As before, they offered no warnings before unleashing their attack. Though the arriving cavalry proved less terrifying than their predecessors, the barbarians had just survived a death match and were inherently weaker than their human opponents. Their fate was sealed. Qin Qingji certainly would not let such a gift pass him by. Deploy 300,000 troops around the battlefield perimeter. Kill any barbarian who attempts to flee. Not a single one is to escape this battle. Qin Qingji began the final sweep. These barbarians who had invaded Zhao's territory were destined never to return to barbarian lands. The entire 2 million strong barbarian army was annihilated by the successive strikes of Wuzun and Qin Qingji. A barbaric people such as this deserved no mercy and no place in submission. After securing the battlefield, Qin Qingji pressed forward with his forces. Meanwhile, Wuzun had already begun siege operations. With the overwhelming strength of the great Han Iron Cavalry, 2 cities occupied by the barbarians were retaken in swift succession. The barbarians' brutality and the suffering endured by the people within the captured cities ignited righteous fury among all forces, inadvertently strengthening the combat effectiveness of the Huangzhou army. Ahead, unwilling to let the great Han Iron Cavalry claim all glory, Qin Qingji launched his own campaign of conquest, determined to eliminate the invading barbarians once and for all. Behind the front lines, Wang Jian also set his plans in motion. As early as when Lin Fan first arrived at Black Wind City and dealt with the Black Wind bandits, he had recruited a strategist from Meng Qingye's inner circle. Throughout this period, Master Ma had closely monitored Lin Fan's every move, showing nothing but outward compliance without a hint of secret sabotage. When Meng Qingye had decided to strike and seize cities from the Huangzhou army, Master Ma promptly relayed the intelligence to Wang Jian through the Eastern Depot. Armed with Meng Qingye's detailed operational plans, Wang Jian swiftly arranged his counters. Superficially, Wang Jian dispatched his forces to support the operations of Wuzun and Qin Qingji. In reality, under the cover of the Eastern Depot, his entire army had assembled an ambush formation, lying in wait for Meng Qingye's arrival. Jun City, currently held by the Great Qin Tiger Division, appeared vulnerable. Intelligence indicated only 10,000 Tiger Division troops stationed there, reinforced by the city guard. Meng Qingye set his sights on this as his first target. My lord, the Huangzhou forces have neutralized the 2 million strong barbarian army and continue their offensive ahead. The barbarian reinforcements have already mobilized and will reach Yizhou shortly. Meng Qingye had only dared to act after confirming Wuzun's forces were still engaged. The intelligence regarding barbarian reinforcements gave him the confidence to move, otherwise the Huangzhou cavalry would have been a threat he could not ignore. Having suffered heavy losses in the prior conflict with the barbarians, Yizhou's forces numbered barely over 2 million with varying combat readiness. Meng Qingye was reluctant to risk his core troops prematurely. Excellent. Let Lin Fan deal with the barbarian reinforcements. We shall retake what belongs to us immediately. Meng Qingye had lost the composure he once prided himself on. His assessment of the situation was fundamentally flawed. He never considered what would happen if Lin Fan's forces resisted or struck back. He assumed with unfounded confidence that Lin Fan would avoid internal conflict with the barbarians as the primary threat loomed ahead. He failed to grasp that once he had attacked the Huangzhou forces, any pretense of honor between them had evaporated. Before Jun City, Meng Qingye arrived with a 1 million-strong army. Those upon the walls evacuate immediately. This city will be taken into custody by the Yizhou forces. Even now, Meng Qingye persisted with his formal warnings before resorting to force. Alas, no one on the city walls responded to his demands. Junsheng appeared calm on the surface, but within the city, troops had long been arrayed in full battle readiness. The intelligence Meng Qingye had received was that Junsheng held only 10,000 men of the Great Qin Tiger Legion. What he did not know, however, was that there were now fully 200,000 soldiers waiting for him inside Junsheng. Since he is so shameless, using the pretext of resisting the barbarians to seize my cities, in Yizhou, Lin Fan's actions have lost all sense of righteousness. Pass my order, the entire army is to attack the city. An ordinary city like Junsheng was hardly worthy of Meng Qingye's regard. How could a 1 million-strong army fail to take an ordinary stronghold? As the order was issued, the Yizhou army deployed in formation. The vanguard corps set out, and the attack on Junsheng began. In Meng Qingye's view, a vanguard corps of 200,000 men was more than enough to take Junsheng. But it was not long before Meng Qingye was proven wrong. Only by personally fighting the Huangzhou army could one understand just how terrifying its combat power was. Those fellows had easily driven back the barbarian tribes, and that was no empty boast. The Great Qin Tiger Legion's greatest strength lay in its arrow formations. Meng Qingye's army charged again and again, suffering tens of thousands of casualties without even touching the city walls. Damn it! Charge! The first man to set foot on the city wall will receive 100 taels of gold, and anyone who retreats in fear will be executed without mercy. Meng Qingye was furious. He had never expected his own legions to perform so disgracefully. Left with no other choice, he resorted to this desperate expedient, swaying men's hearts with rewards. Men die for wealth. Lured by the enormous reward, the Yizhou army's morale was stirred, and they launched another death charge. Though countless soldiers fell, they finally managed to withstand the arrow formation, giving Meng Qingye a glimmer of hope. What Meng Qingye did not know was that while he was throwing his full strength against Juanqing, Wang Jian had already completed the encirclement of the Yizhou army, with 500,000 soldiers of the Great Qin Tiger Legion. General, the Yizhou army is assaulting Juanqing fiercely. All is well for now. Meng Qingye's main force was pinned down, and the opportunity Wang Jian had been waiting for had arrived. Order the entire army to press forward and suppress the enemy from afar with arrow formations. In this battle, we must eliminate Meng Qingye once and for all. Wang Jian made his move. The rest of the Yizhou army did not matter, but Meng Qingye had to be eliminated in this battle. The Yizhou army had been the one to provoke the conflict, so killing Meng Qingye amid the chaos of war was entirely justified. Once Yizhou lost Meng Qingye, everything else would be easy to deal with. The Yizhou army attacking Juanqing with all their might had already endured immense hardship. Just as they were bogged down and barely making progress, chaos broke out in the rear formations as countless arrows flew toward the unprepared Yizhou soldiers. My lord, this is terrible. The Huangzhou army has surrounded us and is attacking the rear formation. Meng Qingye was stunned. What was going on? Were not all of Huangzhou's legions supposed to be attacking the barbarians? Even the infantry led by Wang Jian had already gone to take over the newly recovered cities and prepare a counterattack against the barbarians. Where then had this Huangzhou army suddenly come from? What exactly is going on? How could Huangzhou troops possibly appear at our rear? Where are the scouts? Why is there no intelligence at all? The scouts, when faced with the Eastern Depot, were no better than ordinary men and accomplished nothing whatsoever. My lord, the situation remains unclear, but it is a fact that several 100,000 Huangzhou troops are attacking us. Please make your decision as soon as possible. This was no time to overthink matters. Generals Zhang Maqin and Yang, lead your men at once to hold off the Huangzhou army. You must block them, determine the enemy's strength, and report back to me. Order the forward forces to take Juanqing in the shortest possible time. Send the execution squad forward. Anyone who dares to fall back will be put to death on the spot. No matter what, they could not allow themselves to be completely surrounded now. With the situation in the rear unclear, the only way forward was to seize Juanqing as quickly as possible. Once they could hold the city and defend it, they would still have room to maneuver. Meng Qingye's deployment had no major flaws except that the two sides were not evenly matched, which made it difficult to carry out. On the battlefield, the Great Qin Tiger Legion's arrow formation was a lethal weapon, and the enemy's forces, being far weaker, were utterly unable to resist. The rear army was broken before it could accomplish anything, with soldiers fleeing everywhere. Pay no attention to the fugitives. Let them go. Keep charging the main Yizhou army. Wang Jian issued the order in time. These men were all subjects of the Xiao kingdom, as sooner or later they would be citizens under Lin Fan's rule, so there was no need to exterminate them. The most urgent task was to shatter the Yizhou army completely. Aided by arrow formations, the 500,000 soldiers of the Great Qin Tiger Legion pressed forward step by step. The Yizhou army held on desperately, but to little effect. After 5 hours, the Yizhou legions were on the verge of total collapse. Because the Great Qin Tiger Legion did not pursue those who fled, their tactics caused more and more Yizhou soldiers to join the ranks of the runaways. To halt the tide of defeat, Meng Qingye dispatched his personal guards to serve as military overseers, monitoring the Yizhou legions across the entire battlefield. Yet this measure did not achieve its intended effect. When the overseers struck at their own soldiers, they showed not a trace of mercy, whereas the enemy offered a way out. No one was a fool, and countless soldiers witnessed this difference. As a result, discontent swelled, and the already unfavorable situation was made even more untenable by Meng Qingye's own actions. At last, someone laid down his weapon and surrendered, and the Great Qin Tiger Legion chose to spare those who laid down their arms. This made more and more people see hope of staying alive. My lord, we must find a way to break out. It has been so long, and Juanqing still has not fallen. We must break through and retreat. Juanqing had only 10,000 apparent defenders, but in truth it held 200,000 troops. Against the combat power of the Great Qin Tiger Legion, how could the Yizhou legions possibly take it? Very well, concentrate our forces and break out. Meng Qingye gave up. The defeat was now certain. If he did not find a way to break out soon, he would probably never leave this place alive. And if he could not escape, he was sure Lin Fan would not give up this chance to kill him. The siege came to a halt, and Meng Qingye's trusted troops began to gather, preparing to break out. Wang Jian soon learned of this change. Meng Qingye is about to flee. Order the army to launch a general assault. We must keep the Yizhou legions pinned down and give them no chance to escape. Also send the signal at once and order the Junxing garrison to leave the city and attack Meng Qingye. He wants to run. Not a chance. Meng Qingye had to be eliminated in this battle. Once that was accomplished, all of Yizhou would be as good as in their grasp. How could Wang Jian let such a fine opportunity slip away? Sure enough, Meng Qingye began his breakout. But the moment he moved, the gates of Junsheng were flung wide open and countless Huangzhou soldiers surged out. Only then did Meng Qingye fully realize that he had been a fool from the very beginning. The Huangzhou army had long prepared all of this and had very likely devised the scheme against him in advance. How laughable that Meng Qingye had considered himself a powerful regional lord only to be toyed with like a fool. Lin Fan, you bastard. So you really did covet my Yizhou. You deliberately set a trap for me in order to seize it. Meng Qingye now understood everything, including the purpose behind the Huangzhou army's actions all this time. Striking the barbarians was one objective, but more importantly, it was to lull him into complacency and seize Yizhou. While a breakthrough was being made, Yizhou operations on the Dazhou front had also begun. Wu Qi and Gao Shun, each commanding their million-strong legions, had already captured 2 cities in Dazhou. General Gao the prince's order has arrived. It seems His Highness has resolved to take the Xiao kingdom. We cannot afford to move slowly. Now that Lord Guo's logistical supplies have arrived, it is time for us to act. If I am not mistaken, the Yizhou front should have received the same order from the prince. We must not fall behind. Wu Qi sensed the shift in Lin Fan's mindset as well. Lin Fan's order was implicitly a declaration that the entire Xiao kingdom was to be taken. If so, every front had to accelerate its operations. General Wu, I will follow your lead in this battle. Tell me how we should fight. Gao Shun was well aware of his own abilities. Through their time working together, he had come to hold Wu Qi in the highest esteem and was willing to obey orders, all for the sake of completing the prince's mission quickly and without mishap. You flatter me, General Gao. Since both of our legions are infantry and the keynote of this campaign is pacification, we are bound to take every city. For us, that actually plays to our strengths. If it had been the barbarian front, our greatest achievement would have been no more than retaking Yizhou. A counteroffensive deep into their territory would have been extremely difficult. General Gao, look here. This is the distribution of cities in Dazhou. If we send one main army straight toward the coast, taking every city along the way, the cities on the 2 flanks will be unable to support each other. After we divide our forces, seizing them will be far easier. Wu Qi took out a map and drew a line across it. Gao Shun understood at once. This was meant to slice Dazhou apart and then devour it step by step. The enemy's main army was almost entirely on that line. As long as it was crippled, the remaining cities of Dazhou would be easy to deal with. Very well, I defer to you, General. How do you think we should deploy? Gao Shun voiced his agreement. My proposal is this: we join forces to take Qingyun City, where the enemy's main strength lies ahead. After that, leave the enemies along the route to my Wei Martial Corps. General Gao split the Xianjin battalion into 2 parts and deploy them along the line. By doing so, the enemy will have no way to send reinforcements. Then along the route we have taken, the Xianjin battalion will push outward on both sides and capture the remaining cities. What do you think, General Gao? Wu Qi's strategy was not complicated. Smash through a single line. If the enemy tried to reinforce, the Xianjin battalion would deal with them. If they did not, the Xianjin battalion would roll outward on both sides and take every city. With the Xianjin battalion's combat power, none of this posed a problem. Especially in siege warfare, the Wei Martial Corps was stronger overall than the Xianjin battalion. By giving them the hardest bones to crack, the 2 generals could complete their mission as soon as possible without being tied down by the enemy. As for credit, the 2 could be said to share it equally. Wu Qi's plan did not favor one side over the other. I have no objections. I will follow General Wu's command in everything. The 2 reached an agreement. Afterward, they found Fa Zheng and discussed the battle plan with him. Fa Zheng held no explicit official post, but Wu Qi and Gao Shun knew his status and ability well and were willing to seek his opinion. Fa Zheng had no objections to their ideas. In the present situation, it was also the best way to resolve Dazhou, so he approved wholeheartedly. Soon afterward, Dazhou, which had lain quiet for days, began to stir. Leaving a small contingent of the Xianjin battalion to guard the city, Wu Qi and Gao Shun led nearly 2 million troops out through the city gates. The Huangzhou army had barely begun to move when Dazhou received word. My lord, the Huangzhou army has come. 2 million troops have poured out in full force. We must proceed with caution. Ever since Shimin Lufeng had fallen in battle, his elder brother Shimin Liyun had been ordered to take command of Dazhou's military and political affairs. This time, Shimin Liyun intended not only to fulfill his clan's mission, but also to avenge his younger brother. Accordingly, after taking office, Shimin Liyun consolidated Dazhou's main army. He also transferred 1 million troops from Haizhou, and together with the Shimin clan's elite martial general realm legion of 500, assembled a total of 4 million elite soldiers stationed at Qingyun City, not far from Wuqi and Gaoshan. This was also the main direction of attack Wuqi had advocated. As for the other cities, they were defended only by Daizhou's ordinary city guards whose combat power was far inferior to such elite troops. The Huangzhou army has finally acted. If the clan had not repeatedly instructed us not to dispatch troops at will, I would have wiped out these bastards long ago. The Shimin clan had sent several groups of experts to reinforce Daizhou in succession. Unfortunately, no sooner had these people set foot on land than they were cut down by unknown masters. Hence the Shimin clan did not dare be careless and adopted a conservative defensive stance. This was also where Yin Shisan and the agents of the net had played a tremendous role. With his Hotian realm cultivation, Yin Shisan could kill even early Xiantian realm experts of the Shimin clan. And a Xiantian realm master was already an absolute apex expert in the Shimin clan, not someone to be lost lightly. After the death of one such expert, the Shimin clan no longer dared to press forward recklessly. They sent many people to scout the situation in Daizhou, yet they never found the one who had been striking from the shadows. Leave 500 troops behind to guard the city, how everyone else will march out to fight. I want to see for myself whether the Huangzhou army's combat power is as formidable as the rumors claim. It was unrealistic for 4 million troops to fully exert their strength inside a city. There was simply not enough space. Thus, fighting outside the city was imperative. Wuqi had considered this as well. Qingyun City was the first battle in the seizure of Daizhou, and he naturally knew that the enemy's main force was concentrated there. Therefore, the first battle was certain to be a joint effort between the Wei Martial Corps and the Xinjiang Battalion. Only by crippling Daizhou's main force could they then split their armies. The Xinjiang Battalion in particular was heavy armored infantry that could play a role no less vital than cavalry in a pitched battle of such enormous scale. Wuqi had to admit that in this regard the Xinjiang Battalion was superior to the Wei Martial Corps. A day later, Shimin Luyan completed his deployment. A full 5 million troops were arrayed in several phalanxes. Under Shimin Luyan's command, there was even a cavalry force of 500, the legion on which he had placed his highest hopes. In the distance, the Xinjiang Battalion advanced step by step in battle formation. Farther behind came the Wei Martial Corps. This battle had clearly been entrusted to the Xinjiang Battalion. Heavy infantry advance, cavalry circle around, and strike the enemy's flanks. Shimin Luyan issued the order, and the Daizhou army swung into motion. Shimin Luyan's deployment was sound and made full use of his side's advantages. Unfortunately, what he did not know was that the Xinjiang Battalion before him was the nightmare of all cavalry. Moreover, under equal conditions, no heavy infantry would dare to face the Xinjiang Battalion head-on. All of this Shimin Luyan did not yet know, but before long, paid for with countless lives in Daizhou, he would come to understand. Before the head-on clash began, the enemy cavalry launched its charge. However, faced with the Xinjiang Battalion's ironclad formation, the enemy cavalry achieved no notable results, and because of the gap in individual strength suffered heavy losses. And this was only the beginning. The great battle commenced. The Xinjiang Battalion, worthy of its reputation as a top-tier legion renowned across the land, stood in perfect order, with soaring morale, completely repelling wave after wave of enemy charges. In head-on clashes, the enemy's heavy armor troops were even less of a match, mainly due to the disparity in strength. The warrior realm legions trained by the Shimin family were all conventional infantry, and they were not dispatched at the start of the battle. As for the cavalry and infantry that were deployed, whether in personal strength or weaponry, they were far inferior to the Xinjiang Battalion, and the outcome was self-evident. At minimal cost, the Xinjiang Battalion completely withstood the enemy's assault, instantly tying down nearly 2 million enemy troops. And it did not end there. The Xinjiang Battalion maintained a steady pace, advancing step by step. Along the way, countless corpses were left behind, over 90% of them belonging to Daizhou's soldiers. The enemy has barely 1 million men. How can they be so powerful? Shimin Luyan found it utterly unbelievable. This was completely different from what he had expected. My lord, reports from the front line say that the enemy's heavy infantry are all at the warrior realm. Our heavy troops are no match for them. Just as Shimin Luyan was puzzled, the latest frontline intelligence arrived. What? Impossible. 1 million warrior realm soldiers. How could the Xiao kingdom possibly have trained them? Shimin Luyan's first reaction was that it was impossible. Not to mention a small Xiao kingdom, even the Shimin family after countless years had only just managed to train a 6,000-strong warrior realm legion. In Shimin Luyan's understanding, no force on Lihuang Island could possibly have trained such a massive warrior realm legion. Even among the many high-ranking powers in Xindao, it was uncommon to possess 1 million-strong warrior realm legion. Yet a remote kingdom like Xiao, whose strongest forces were at most the martial emperor realm, could actually cultivate so many warrior realm soldiers. These were not geniuses nurtured by sects. They were ordinary soldiers. Scout again. We must ascertain the enemy's strength to the fullest. Also send men to investigate the subsequent Huangzhou Legion. Shimin Luyan suddenly realized that this battle might not be as he had imagined. If the heavy infantry ahead were so uniformly powerful, what about the Huangzhou Legion behind them? and a force capable of training so many warrior realm legions. Could it possibly lack experts at the second heaven realm? How could it not? From this, Shimin Luyuan also recalled how the experts dispatched by his family had been ambushed by mysterious figures. Could it be that all of this was the work of the Huangzhou Legion? If that were the case, the Shimin family's plan for this campaign would be nearly impossible to realize. No wonder his younger brother Shimin Liufeng had fallen in Huangzhou. The battle remained relatively balanced. Although Dezhou's forces suffered heavy losses, the Xianjin battalion was not unscathed either. The Dezhou army managed to barely hold the Xianjin battalion at bay. At that moment, the Weiwu soldiers in the rear began to move. General Gao has held the enemy in check. We cannot just stand by. Past the order, the army advances bypass the main battlefield and strike directly at the enemy's center army. Gao Shun had already tied down 2 million enemies, which would be hard to deal with in a short time. The remaining foes would have to be handled by the Weiwu soldiers. The Weiwu soldiers began to maneuver, yet Shimin Luyuan still made no response. How is this possible? Could the family's plan have been leaked? Has the Fengyang kingdom dispatched its main battle legion? Shimin Luyuan fell into deep bewilderment. He had just received intelligence that the Huangzhou Legion in the rear was likewise entirely at the warrior realm. This news was like a bolt from the blue. A full 2 million warrior realm soldiers. What could Shimin Luyuan use to resist? With only 5,000 warrior realm troops in hand, he could hardly stop the enemy. As for his other legions, they could at best serve as a delaying force. By throwing lives into the fray, they might barely hold the line, but victory was out of the question. Yet even in a war of attrition, Shimin Luyuan could not afford it. If these troops were all lost, what would he do? Could the battle even continue from here? My lord, the rear forces of the Huangzhou army have already moved. Judging by their direction, they are coming straight for us. We must send troops to block them. If the two legions join forces, our position will be even worse. Seeing Shimin Luyuan falter at this critical moment, his subordinates grew anxious and quickly urged him. Oh, right. Immediately deploy everyone we have left and order the cavalry to abandon their attacks on the enemy's heavy infantry and turn to strike the enemy's trailing infantry. Shimin Luyuan's arrangement did indeed cause some trouble for Wu Qi. The cavalry could do little against the heavy infantry, but they could still have some effect against Wu Qi's Weiwu soldiers. Though their individual strength was somewhat inferior, with the aid of warhorses and high-speed charges, they could inflict considerable casualties on the Weiwu soldiers. Fortunately, Wu Qi had the repeating crossbows provided by Lin Fan, which minimized his losses. Wu Qi, of course, would not wait idly for the enemy to attack. While Shimin Luyuan was maneuvering his troops, the Weiwu soldiers had already fully deployed their formation and prepared to strike. As the enemy cavalry charged forward, they were greeted by fierce volleys of arrows. After several rounds, the enemy cavalry suffered heavy losses. Nevertheless, they finally broke through the arrow formation's blockade and made direct contact with the Weiwu soldiers. Though the Weiwu soldiers lacked the formidable defense of the Xianjin battalion, they managed to halt the enemy cavalry's charge after losing some of their own men. As everyone knows, once cavalry lose their speed advantage, their combat effectiveness can be even lower than that of ordinary infantry. Thus, after several rounds of charges, the cavalry, already badly mauled by the Xianjin battalion, gained no advantage against the Weiwu soldiers either. With over half their number lost, the survivors could no longer fight effectively and were forced to withdraw from the battlefield for the time being. After the cavalry fled in disarray, the infantry under Shimin Luyuan's command began their assault on the Weiwu soldiers. Shimin Luyuan knew that his legions were no match for the Weiwu soldiers, but once the arrow was knocked, it had to be loosed. At this point, he could no longer care about the consequences. He could only treat the two legions as equal in strength and launch a wave of charges to boost his side's morale. Otherwise, the situation would spiral out of control. However, strength was not something that could be substituted by sheer momentary fervor. After the initial surge, signs of decline emerged. The battle lasted for several hours. In the end, Shimin Luyuan could only retreat with his remaining troops. Now Shimin Luyuan still had one hope: Qingyun City. If he could hold the city, perhaps he could force the Huangzhou army to withdraw. As for victory, Shimin Luyuan had no confidence at all at this point unless the family sent reinforcements. However, even if that happened, he did not believe he could get through this ordeal. The number of experts in the family was limited. Regardless of whether Huangzhou had comparable experts, so few people could hardly play a decisive role in a battle of this scale. Oh, in fact, they might all end up perishing there. Those at the Qi Induction, Hotian, and Xiantian realms were still far from being invincible against a million-strong army. The tactic of overwhelming numbers remained effective, unless one possessed special skills like the Luowang assassins who specialized in decapitation and covert killing. Otherwise, directly confronting a million-strong army head-on would be suicide. Qingyun City was now gripped by a tense, paranoid atmosphere. Shimin Luyuan returned to the city with his defeated remnant troops. Defend with all your might. I will report to the clan. Our reinforcements will arrive shortly. Reinforcements. Shimin Luyuan knew all too well that no more reinforcements would come. Yet the situation here had to be reported to the clan. Without their explicit orders, he dared not abandon Dezhou and flee back on his own. Otherwise, a miserable end would surely await him. Under the current circumstances, he could only stabilize the army's morale first before seeking other alternatives. Shimin Liuyun's choice was born of sheer helplessness, but Wu Qi and Gao Shun would not grant him such luxury of time. General Gao, you shall clear the battlefield while I immediately lead our forces to launch an assault on Qingyun City. In this battle, the Daizhou Legion had been utterly defeated, leaving behind hundreds of thousands of captives and countless corpses on the battlefield, all of which required processing. General Wu, how heavy were the casualties of your Wei Wu infantry in this battle? Do you need to rest and reorganize before besieging the city? Gao Shun inquired. The defensive capabilities of the Wei Wu infantry were inferior to those of the camp-crushing regiment, making a certain degree of loss inevitable. It is manageable, though a loss of only tens of thousands has not impacted the army's overall combat effectiveness. Though we are exhausted, the Daizhou army is even more weary and panicked. We cannot grant the enemy any breathing room. We must seize Qingyun City in one decisive strike. Only then can we utterly crush the Daizhou army. Timing is of the essence on the battlefield. Who once missed, the sacrifices required later will only be greater. Very well, let us proceed as planned. I will follow shortly with my forces. Both being legendary generals, they understood that speed is the soul of war. After a brief consultation, they parted to execute their tasks. General, the enemy is marching to besiege the city. 2 hours later, Shimin Liuyun, who was still resting, received the report. What? Are those bastards made of iron? They have just survived a massive battle, yet they rush to besiege us without a moment's rest. Do they truly think I, Shimin Liuyun, am an easy target? Order the army to defend to the death. Deploy every available siege defense mechanism. I refuse to believe that with a fortified city protecting us, the enemy can remain so arrogant. Though unable to defeat them in a head-on clash, Shimin Liuyun refused to believe he could not hold the city. After all, he still commanded nearly 2 million troops and held the geographical advantage. If they failed to defend under these conditions, they would be utterly incompetent. The Wei Wu infantry arrived at Qingyun City. Although not a strategic border fortress, its walls towered over 10 meters high, making any attempt to capture it far from easy. Wu Qi gazed at Qingyun City, quietly contemplating how to seize it in the shortest time possible while minimizing their casualties. Situated on a vast plain, Qingyun City lacked any surrounding natural barriers, leaving the Wei Wu infantry with no terrain advantages to exploit. Furthermore, due to the war, a massive garrison was stationed within Qingyun City, making it difficult to dismantle them from the inside. Had time permitted, they could have resorted to a prolonged siege to starve them out. But time was the one thing Wu Qi lacked most. Under the current circumstances, a frontal assault was the only option. Order the Vanguard Legion to assault the city. Whether it succeeded or not, they had to test the waters, gauge the strength of the enemy's defenses, and see if an opportunity would present itself. Upon Wu Qi's command, the Vanguard Legion launched their charge. Half an hour later, they retreated. The results were disappointing. The enemy was well prepared, and a brute force assault would only incur devastating losses. To make matters worse, Wu Qi possessed few siege engines, and simple scaling ladders offered little advantage. For a moment, even Wu Qi found himself beset by worry. General agents from the Dongchang have arrived. Oh, hearing this, Wu Qi's eyes lit up. Could these elusive figures have brought him some favorable news? Bring them in at once. A moment later, an operative from the Dongchang stepped forward. General Wu, Lord Yan Shisan has commanded me to deliver this intelligence. Leading a faction of elite experts from the Luang, he has already infiltrated Qingyun City. They are prepared to coordinate with you to seize the city, awaiting your command on when to strike. Indeed, a silver lining emerged in the darkest hour. The news that Yan Shisan and his operatives were already inside Qingyun City was spectacular tidings for Wu Qi. With such a formidable group of masters launching a sudden inside attack, they could easily seize a city gate. Once the main army breached the gates, victory would be within their grasp. Do you have the layout of the city's defenses? Wu Qi inquired. Yes, here is the defense deployment map. As expected, the Dongchang did not disappoint, and the operative promptly produced a map. Wu Qi studied it intently. Very well. Go and inform Yan Shisan that at the hour of the rat tonight they are to launch a surprise attack on the northern gate. I will lead our forces to assault the eastern gate as a diversion. Wu Qi swiftly formulated the operational plan, feign an attack on the eastern gate, while laying an ambush outside the northern gate. Once Yan Shisan struck, coordinating their forces from both inside and outside would grant them an excellent chance of capturing the northern gate. Order the Vanguard Legion to maintain their relentless assault on the eastern gate. Wu Qi intended to mislead Shimin Lufeng into believing the eastern gate was the primary objective, while covertly redeploying troops to the northern gate. 3 hours later, Gao Shun arrived with the camp-crushing regiment. General Gao, I have established contact with Yan Shisan. He will lead his men to help us capture the northern gate. Now that you have arrived, I shall entrust the northern gate to you. As the night deepened, the enemy remained oblivious to the arrival of the camp-crushing regiment, making them the perfect trump card. Excellent, this plan is superb. After hearing the detailed strategy, Gao Shun thoroughly agreed. Only by catching the enemy off guard could they secure a swift victory. Gao Shun immediately departed with his men. Under the cover of darkness, they stealthily advanced to the outskirts of Qingyun City's northern gate, quietly awaiting the signal for Yin Shisan's operation to begin. The battle at the eastern gate of Qingyun City raged on. To thoroughly deceive Shimin, Liufeng the Wei Wu infantry even launched several genuine high-intensity assaults during the diversion. Consequently, Shimin Liyun's attention was indeed drawn entirely to the eastern gate, prompting him to redeploy a portion of his main forces within the city to reinforce it. At the northern gate, the defending soldiers had been on high alert all afternoon and through half the night. As the hour of the rat approached, they were thoroughly exhausted and could barely keep their eyes open. Right at that moment, a band of phantoms emerged from the shadows. This group numbered only about 100, yet they were exceptionally elite, possessing immense strength, swift movements, and flawless coordination. The moment they appeared, they lunged directly at their targets, slaying the enemies before they could even register the threat. However, with so many soldiers guarding the gate, a few vigilant sentries managed to spot them. Enemy attack. A sharp panic cry pierced the air, jolting every sleeping soldier awake. Seeing their cover blown, the black-clad figures abandoned all stealth and launched a ferocious direct assault. At this moment, the disparity in strength became painfully clear. A mere rabble of the martial master realm was no match for these elite experts, and they were instantly mowed down in droves. Open the gates. The primary objective of this operation was the city gate itself. The enemy understood this all too well, and a desperate life-and-death struggle ensued around the massive gateway. Yet it was blatantly obvious that ordinary soldiers stood no chance against these elite masters, while Qingyun City's own top experts were still far away. In the end, the defending soldiers could only watch in utter despair as the massive gates were slowly forced open. Charge. Secure the gate and establish a defensive perimeter on the spot. We must keep this gate under our control. Outside the city, the camp-crushing regiment had already launched their assault the very moment the commotion broke out at the gate. Whatever the fortress, no matter how stout, once a single gap is opened, it can never be fully repaired. The Xinjiang camp with its overwhelming might utterly subdued the enemy, and Qingyun City fell. Leave 200,000 to clear the north gate. I will personally lead 500,000 to attack the east gate, and the remaining 300,000 will deal with the south gate. Having just secured the north gate, Gao Shun immediately began a split deployment. The emphasis was on the east gate. Once the east gate is breached, the Weiwu troops can push into the city, while the west gate would serve as a route out for the Dezhou Legion. We encircle from 3 sides and release one flank, and the Dezhou Legion will not fight to the death. General, bad news, the north gate has fallen. Now the enemy's heavy armored infantry have entered the city and are pressing toward the east gate. The Xinjiang camp moved with astonishing speed. The gates were taken, and only then did Shimin Liyun learn of it. How could this be possible? Could the foe fly? Shimin Liyun believed that when it came to defending the city, he did not fear the Huangzhou Legion. Little did he know that night would not be held, and the enemy had already breached. General, with Master's aid, we are truly at our limit. The heavy armored infantry are now heading for the east gate. If the east gate falls again, and the two armies unite, we will be in trouble. Time is running out for Shimin Liyun. It is to fight or to flee, and a quick choice must be made. Command the east gate commander to defend with all his might. Everyone else follow me as we withdraw from Qingyun City. Shimin Liyun knew that Qingyun City was breached. Holding out was impossible. Now only a portion of the forces could be sacrificed to preserve the rest. Shimin Liyun acted swiftly, leading hundreds of thousands of troops to flee from the west gate. Those left behind, aware of abandonment, had their morale crushed under the overwhelming deterrence of the Weiwu troops, and the Xinjiang camp, most chose to surrender. By dawn, Qingyun City had fallen completely into the hands of the Huangzhou Legion. General Gao, Shimin Liyun has been utterly crushed. Now proceed with our plan. I will march west, and the cities on both flanks will be entrusted to you. The enemy's main force had been effectively decimated. Now is the time to reap. The remaining hundreds of thousands of battered veterans would not be able to withstand the Weiwu troops. Moreover, Yin Shisan and the others, after completing their task, did not show themselves. They followed Shimin Liufeng's great army and departed Qingyun City, and the forthcoming siege might still need their aid. Very well, proceed as planned. We must completely seize Dezhou in the shortest possible time. The two reached an agreement and began to part ways. In the following days, as Wu Qi predicted, the war progressed smoothly. Shimin Liyun was left with only tens of thousands of battered troops, utterly unable to stop the Weiwu troops. He retreated again and again, losing more than 10 cities. Meanwhile, Gao Shun led the Xinjiang camp to strike at Dezhou's other cities. The main forces in these cities had already been drawn away by Shimin Liyun, or what remained were the old, weak, and sick. Seeing the formidable Xinjiang camp, they dared not resist, and most cities surrendered. In less than a week, Shimin Liyun was pressed to the sea. Have there been any commands from the clan? Shimin Liyun was anxious. This war cannot continue. With the current situation, if they pressed on, all would die. Not yet. Without clan orders, Liyun must persevere and dare not withdraw from Lihuang Island. Liyun deployed defenses for the remaining cities while sending envoys back to report awaiting clan orders. The Weiwu troops pressed forward. Once the last major cities fell, Dezhou would be fully reconquered. General Gao Yanshirsen sent word that the Shimin clan dispatched a batch of masters to aid, but he blocked them. Moreover, Du Guqiubai has gone to Li Huang Island to challenge the Shimin family, preventing them from distraction. This is the moment to utterly resolve Dezhou. After Du Guqiubai was dispatched by Lin Fan, his first target was Li Huang Island, and his focus was the Shimin family. In the ensuing days, the Shimin family was unsettled by Dongfang Bubi's machinations. Even the Shimin ancestor stepped in, but could not subdue Du Guqiubai. Du Guqiubai's uproar drew the Shimin family away from Dezhou. If so, we shall concentrate our forces, strike in one rush, and end this war once and for all. Gao Shun knew this was a superb opportunity and would not waste it. A day later, 1 million Weiwu troops plus 500,000 Shenzhen camp headed toward the last city in a mighty march. General, the enemy has gathered a vast force and is coming for us. Shimin Luyun quickly received the intelligence. Continuing to fight would yield the obvious outcome. Luyun grew anxious. His mindset now was completely different from when he first arrived. Luyun, the clan's messenger, has arrived. This is the clan's latest command. Just as Luyun arrived, people from the Shimin clan arrived. Luyun hurriedly took it and studied it. Soon a plan formed. Command me to assemble all Wuxi realm troops board ships and withdraw from Li Huang Island. Luyun then began to deploy. The Shimin clan had already ordered his retreat and to take Dazhou's elite forces for posterity. Luyun then began to deploy. The Shimin clan had ordered him to retreat and take Dazhou's elite power for future use. My lord, most of our subordinates are Dazhou natives. They will not be willing to follow us. Home is hard to leave. In any world it is the same. If we go, when will we return, and will we return alive? No one can say. Under such circumstances, how could the rank-and-file soldiers be willing to go? Do not tell them the truth. Say this is a normal military operation. What is the purpose? We will shift to Haizhou, join Haizhou's elites, and strike back at Dezhou. Luyun can only take this course first, lure the people away, and once at sea there will be no turning back. The anticipated great battle did not occur. Luyun led his people in a hurried flight, leaving several cities to the Weiwu troops. Over a little more than 10 days, Dezhou was recaptured. This was largely due to the battle at Qinyun City, which crippled the Dazhou Legion, plus the aid of Yanshirsan and Du Guqiubai, whose help greatly benefited Wu Qi and Gao Shan. With Dazhou resolved, Wu Qi sent the battle report to Lin Fan. At that moment, Lin Fan was in the Beast Forest, having fought a small-scale engagement with the Tiger people. The Tiger people retreated and were already brewing the next assault. Not bad. Dazhou and Yizhou have both fallen into our hands. Next, order Gao Shun to garrison Dezhou while Wu Qi leads the army to Haizhou. For Yizhou, order Wang Jian to guard Yizhou, Hua Tsubing to lead the Han cavalry to strike back the barbarians, with Guijing and Xiao Feng coordinating. Additionally, order Qin Qingji to find an opportunity to provoke a war with Xiazhou and Si Xiazhou. With both states in hand, the next tasks for each corps begin. Lin Fan's ambition extended far beyond merely acquiring 2 provinces. Order General Yu Fei in Shang province to find an opportunity to eliminate the royal court's protectorate army of 500,000. Having them linger at the border is an eyesore. Previously, when Yi province was breached by the barbarians, Xiao Meier had dispatched those 500,000 troops of the protectorate army to seize territory in Yi province, only to be thwarted by Yu Fei. Yet these forces had not retreated. Instead, they remained stationed at the border of Shang province and Zhong province, serving as a covert precaution against Yu Fei in Shang province. Now that Lin Fan was gearing up to seize the Xiao kingdom, the elite forces of the royal court had to be dealt with, synchronized with the operations unfolding across the other provinces. How is Zhang Jiao's progress in Wen province? Zhang Jiao was famously known as a historic instigator. With him in Wen province, the region would certainly know no peace. My lord, Zhang Jiao is advancing rapidly. He already possessed 1 million yellow turban lictors of the martial general realm. Under his zealous propaganda, the populace of Wen province rose in response, rallying to form a new army of 2 million. Though their strength is uneven, they can still serve a purpose. With a single rallying cry, Zhang Jiao has sent the forces of Wen province into a rout. They desperately seek reinforcements, yet none are willing to aid them. Even Xiao Wuhan of Dongyu City remains a mere spectator. At present, half of Wen province has fallen into Zhang Jiao's hands. It is estimated that before long, Wenzhong will also succumb to his control. Lin Fan expressed his satisfaction. With Zhang Jiao's capabilities, achieving this was hardly difficult. More importantly, the prowess of the generals under Zhang Jiao's command far surpassed that of the Wen province military. Excellent. Once Zhang Jiao is freed up, he should prioritize neutralizing Dongyu City. Securing Dongyu City will not only allow us to better defend against the barbarians, but also position us to launch campaigns into their territory. Consequently, Zhang Jiao will have to temporarily put the matters of Tai province on hold. In that case, order Yuan Songhuan to march his troops into Tai province. Lin Fan intended to intervene in the rebellions of Chang province and Tai province immediately. The longer the chaos persisted there, the more difficult future governance would be, which would subsequently hinder his acquisition of points. Although relying solely on Yuan Tsunghuan to handle multiple provinces was challenging, harassing Tai province from the rear, or even capturing it remained entirely feasible. So long as he held out for a time, once Zhang Jiao concluded his campaign, they could coordinate their forces. Furthermore, Yufei and Shang province could provide reinforcement at any moment. However, matters had not yet reached that critical stage. Yufei's primary focus remained on guarding against the royal court's legions. As for the direction of Qing province, with Xing Tai's Qing province army stationed there, it would not be easy for the royal court to make a move. Worst case scenario, once the alliance between Xing Tai and Lin Fan was exposed, Lin Fan could simply dispatch reinforcements directly. The time was ripe and operations commenced across all regions. By Qi, have you gauged the strength of the Tigerkin? During this recent period, the sole reason Lin Fan's faction maintained a defensive posture instead of launching an offensive was to investigate the capabilities of the Tigerkin and the Wolfkin. My lord, it has been largely ascertained. The Tigerkin and Wolfkin we face are merely branches of their respective races. Their main combat legions are at the martial general realm, with no martial king realm forces among them. In our previous skirmishes, we also held back, keeping our true strength concealed. The strongest individuals of these two branch tribes have only just broken through to the Qi condensation realm, making them easy to deal with. However, the main clans of these two races possess formidable strength. According to our scouts, these two races command at least 10 million troops in the martial general realm and 1 million in the martial king realm. The strongest within their clans have reached the Grandmaster realm. As for whether they possess core formation realm powerhouses, we have yet to confirm. Despite residing on the periphery of the demonic beast forest, the overall strength of the Wolfkin and Tigerkin was by no means weak. A full-scale war would undoubtedly pose a significant threat to Lin Fan. How far are we from their main clans? If we obliterate these branches, will it trigger an immediate large-scale war? The immediate adversaries were of no concern. The uncertainty lay in whether their parent clans would intervene. My lord, this is difficult to predict. Although we are quite far from their main clans, the Beastkin have always been highly protective of their own. If we annihilate their branches, there is a high probability of drawing retaliation from both races. However, even if war does break out, it will likely be delayed. Preparing for a large-scale conflict takes time. Furthermore, these two races are not without enemies of their own within the demonic beast forest, so they cannot afford to deploy their entire strength against us. Bai Qi's words served as a reminder to Lin Fan. Even if they eliminated the two branches, a massive war might not necessarily erupt immediately. Every faction would weigh the costs and benefits before rushing blindly into conflict. With the Tigerkin constantly provoking us, we cannot afford to continuously yield. Doing so would only invite misunderstanding from the Beastkin, leading to even greater insolence. Therefore, I have decided to eliminate the Tigerkin branch. As for the Wolfkin, we shall act according to the situation. Bai Qi, I entrust this battle to you. Ran Min will dispatch half of his forces to support you, while the remainder will defend against the Wolfkin. We must cripple the Tigerkin in the shortest time possible. Lin Fan made up his mind. Since a large-scale war was unlikely to erupt in the short term, there was nothing to fear. The immediate priority remained gathering points, completing missions, and securing rewards. This would provide ample security even if a major conflict arose in the future. Consequently, the Qin elite warriors and the Qihua army stationed in the demonic beast forest began to mobilize. Chief, the human forces have begun to mobilize. It seems they are preparing to counterattack. Hu Shan was the chief of this particular Tigerkin branch. Do they think a single victory makes our Tigerkin easy prey? In the demonic beast forest, it is always our Beastkin who launch the offensives. Since when do we suffer attacks from humans? Order the entire army to prepare. The humans are delivering themselves as rations. We must not miss this splendid opportunity. At the same time, relay this news to the Wolfkin. Those cunning bastards think they can reap the benefits without lifting a finger. Do they truly believe I, Hu Shan, am brainless? Upon receiving the report of the impending human counteroffensive, Hu Shan immediately made the necessary military arrangements. From his tone, it was evident that Hu Shan held the human race in utter contempt. This was hardly surprising, as they were already well aware of the true strength of the Xiao kingdom outside the demonic beast forest. Hu Shan attributed their previous defeat to his own underestimation of the enemy, believing that the Xiao kingdom had deployed all the elite forces nurtured by the entire nation to the demonic beast forest. Caught off guard, the Tigerkin had suffered a careless defeat. In this upcoming battle, they would surely teach the humans a profound lesson. Moreover, his words revealed that some form of cooperation had indeed been established between the Tigerkin and the Wolfkin. The Tigerkin swung into action with various legions beginning to reorganize and assemble, preparing to repel the human assault. Simultaneously, the Wolfkin received the news. Beyond the notification from the Tigerkin, they possessed their own intelligence network. After all, changes within the demonic beast forest could hardly be concealed from these native beastkin. However, regarding the impending war, differing opinions arose within the ranks of the Wolfkin. The beastmen are largely a reckless race, prone to acting on impulse with little regard for the consequences. Yet there are some among them of a far more cunning nature, and the werewolves are one such tribe. Chief, the humans do not seem to have designs on us yet. I suggest we must carefully choose the opportune moment to join this battle. Over the years our warfare with the tiger men has never ceased. Those fellows are thick-skinned and flesh-hardy. Were it not for our tribe's advantage in speed, we would certainly be no match for them. Even so, we have suffered no small losses over the years. And yet the humans have actually managed to defeat the tiger men. No matter what means they employed, it is an undeniable fact that the tiger men have suffered heavy losses. We should seize this opportunity to dispatch our troops when both sides are exhausted, eliminating them both in one fell swoop. Someone proposed this opportunistic idea. I disagree. Our conflict with the tiger men is an internal matter of the beast men. Now that the human army has invaded the demonic beast forest, it is a direct challenge to all beast men. This is a racial conflict. At this moment we should cast aside past grudges and work together to annihilate the humans, safeguarding the collective interests of our demonic beast forest. As for the tigermen, I believe the young warriors of our werewolf tribe do not fear them. With our strength, we are fully capable of contending with them. The speaker was a relatively young werewolf, a rising star of the werewolf tribe, whose considerations went beyond mere self-interest. Subsequently, a debate ensued between the two sides. However, the younger werewolves were in the minority, after all, possessing little authority within the tribe, and were quickly overwhelmed in the discussion. Enough, let it be so. We need not concern ourselves with the tigermen. We shall wait and see. However, we cannot remain idle either. Have all legions assemble in secret. As for the direction of our assault, we shall observe first. Langya, the chief of the werewolf tribe, made the final decision. While the werewolves held their ground, the tigermen cast aside all reservations and marched their troops directly toward Lin Fan. My lord, the werewolves have not moved. It seems they intend to reap the spoils of our conflict. Bai Qi quickly received the intelligence. No matter. With Ranmin present, the werewolves will gain no advantage even if they attempt a surprise attack. It is for the best if they do not come. We shall deal with the tigermen first. Lin Fan was not surprised. Under these circumstances, considering things from the perspective of the werewolf tribe, making such a decision was only natural. Half a day later, Lin Fan sighted the army of the tigermen. The tigermen possessed the heads of tigers and the bodies of men. Standing over 2 meters tall, they exuded immense power, and the massive battle axes they wielded were a fearsome sight to behold. Had both sides been of equal strength and number, even the elite Daqin elites would have had to pay a devastating price to defeat the tigermen. Unfortunately, the overall strength of this werewolf branch's army was still primarily at the martial master realm. Those who had reached the martial general realm to form a proper army were far too few, making them no match for the Daqin elites. Bai Qi, I leave this to you. In large-scale army operations, Lin Fan conceded that his commanding abilities were inferior to Bai Qi's. The Daqin elites advanced in battle formation. Upon sighting the tigermen, they did not halt their march and launched a direct assault. After several volleys of arrows, hand-to-hand combat commenced. The tigermen possessed strong individual combat capabilities, but their battle formations were chaotic, far inferior to the collective coordination of the humans. Consequently, they suffered greatly in large-scale warfare. This was especially true given the vast disparity in their overall strength. Upon the very first clash, the tigermen felt the crushing pressure. Something is wrong, Chief. The strength of these humans is far greater than ours. Could it be that the enemy's reinforcements have arrived? The tigermen quickly realized the grim reality of the battlefield. No, the enemy must have concealed their true strength before. These are the exact same people we encountered in our previous battle. Hushan came to his senses. Those cunning humans had actually laid a trap for him. Chief, our losses are catastrophic. If this continues, we will surely lose this battle. What should we do now? The tigermen began to panic. Although the beastmen looked down on humans in their hearts, once they encountered a powerful human force, they had no choice but to submit. In the end, strength was the only thing that truly mattered. Is there any sign of the werewolves deploying their troops? At this point, Hushan could only pin his hopes on his old rival. As fellow beastmen, Hushan did not believe Langya would dare to stand by and watch them perish. If Langya truly dared to ignore the collective interests of the beastmen, the powerful clans deep within the demonic beast forest would never forgive him. Chief, the werewolves are still holding their ground. As the battle had just commenced, the werewolves were still observing the situation. Send someone immediately to inform Langya of our situation. He will deploy his troops. Left with no choice, Hushan had to dispatch messengers once more. Regardless of the panic among the tigermen leadership, the war raged on, and the tigermen continued to suffer massive casualties. Standing at the rear, Lin Fan gazed upon the blood-soaked battlefield where flesh and blood flew. He sighed inwardly. This was indeed what the Shengshi continent ought to be. He had indeed been wrong before. Without sufficient strength, his future would undoubtedly be far more miserable than that of the tigermen. Bai Qi, the tigermen are on the verge of collapse. We must guard against a surprise attack from the werewolves. Tell Ranmin that the moment the werewolves appear, he must hold them off. We must also finish off the tigermen as quickly as possible here. The critical moment was approaching. They could not allow the werewolves to disrupt this battlefield. Soon Lin Fan received news that the werewolves had deployed their forces. Lang Ye had never expected the humans to be so incredibly powerful, pushing Wuzun to his limits right at the start of the battle. Lang Ye knew his old rival, Wuzun, very well. Unless driven to the brink of absolute crisis, Wuzun would never send messengers to beg for aid. This indicated that the Tiger Men were truly unable to hold on any longer. Thus Lang Ye began to mobilize his troops to launch an attack against the humans, casting aside his previous thoughts of reaping the spoils. If this continued, the fall of the Tiger Men would inevitably lead to their own demise. Once the Tiger Men were annihilated, Lang Ye alone would certainly not be able to withstand the onslaught, unless they relied on the werewolves' speed to abandon this territory entirely. But how could Lang Ye possibly do such a thing? Aside from the sheer humiliation, where would the werewolf tribe go if they left this place? Would they even have a future? After all, the cruelty of the demonic beast forest was not a single bit less than that of the human world. Beastmen possessed a fanatical obsession with territory, and any outsider wishing to survive had to possess formidable strength. Yet if they were to venture deep into the demonic beast forest, the strength of the werewolf tribe was simply not worth mentioning. Therefore Lang Ye decisively deployed his troops to launch a surprise attack on the human army. However, Lin Fan had long been prepared. The moment the werewolves appeared, they were met by 500,000 soldiers of the Qihua army, all at the martial king realm. This legion, renowned for its fearless disregard for death, taught the werewolf tribe a profound lesson. The werewolf's superior speed was useless. After all, the disparity in strength was immense, and the humans were no slower than the werewolves. Furthermore, the werewolves' objective was to rescue the Tigermen, not to flee, rendering their advantage in speed virtually useless. Resting and waiting at their leisure, the Qihua army firmly held their ground. No matter how fiercely the werewolves charged, they could not breach the defensive line. At this, Lang Ye became even more acutely aware of his opponent's formidable power. Daring not hold anything back, he mobilized all of his forces. They had to rescue the Tigermen. Only by joining forces could the two tribes hope to withstand the human onslaught, otherwise all would be lost. Wolf Fang had resolved himself with great determination. He had to protect his old adversary Wuzun, or the Wolf Clan, risked following the same fate as the Tiger tribe. General, the prince has issued orders. You must block the Wolf tribe. Once the prince deals with the Tiger tribe, he will dispatch reinforcements immediately. The engagements on this front were under Ran Min's command, and at this moment, he too received orders from Lin Fan. Please convey to the prince that with my Qihua army standing guard here, not a single wolfman shall appear on that battlefield. Ran Min understood the critical importance of this battle. Though the Qihua army was not numerous, he possessed unwavering confidence that they could hold back the wolf tribe's assault, and even achieve greater accomplishments if conditions permitted. The wolf tribe appeared with alarming speed. Wolf heads upon human bodies endowed with powerful legs and evolved hands capable of wielding conventional weapons. Notably, in moments of necessity, the wolf tribe could drop to all fours and bound forward with extraordinary speed, a unique ability among the beast tribes. This made individual wolfmen remarkably swift, advantageous in combat, yet their weakness was equally obvious. They were ill-suited for large-scale group engagements. The Qihua army's formation was impenetrable, while the wolf tribe lacked any real tactics, charging forward in a mindless swarm. Clearly an ineffective approach. Though the wolf tribe had not committed their full strength, over 2 million warriors still pressed forward. Confronted by 5,000 Qihua soldiers blocking the path, they could not break through, driving Wolf Fang to relieve several frontline commanders in frustration. Elder, these humans are formidable and excel at tactical formations. Breaching their lines will not be easy. Might we not use our speed advantage to maneuver around them and reach the Tiger tribe first? Someone proposed the suggestion, which was in fact the most prudent course of action at present. Once joined with the Tiger tribe, their strategic options would expand considerably, making a futile confrontation here entirely unnecessary. However, Wolf Fang fell into his old patterns again. A man perpetually proud and arrogant, he could never tolerate such a humiliating retreat. Enough talk. How could insignificant humans possibly halt the great wolf tribe? All who oppose us shall pay with their lives. Order the army forward. Crush our enemies. These humans are worthy only to become our prey. Wolf Fang persisted in his stubborn course. If they bypassed the enemy, would they not become a laughingstock before the Tiger tribe? Moreover, war with humanity was inevitable regardless. If they fled around a mere handful of human soldiers, now how could they wage war in the future? In truth, Wolf Fang's thinking was not entirely flawed. Even if they rescued the Tiger tribe, the war would not end, it would continue regardless. So what difference would it make? Better then to exploit their numerical advantage while the enemy was comparatively few and eliminate a portion of them first. Thus the wolf tribe's forces surged forward, and an even more brutal battle commenced. General, the wolf tribe has thrown their entire army into the assault. The pressure on us is immense and casualties will mount. Shall we order our soldiers to fight at full capacity? During the earlier engagements, Ran Min had been cautious, fearing the wolf tribe might retreat without fighting. He had ordered his troops to hold back their strength. If they had revealed the full power of the martial king realm from the start, the wolf tribe might well have fled without a fight. Now that the entire army was engaged, retreat would no longer be so easily accomplished. Order the army forth without further restraint. Eradicate the wolf tribe completely. 2 million against 5,000 seemed to favor the wolf tribe, but the gap in actual combat power between the two sides was vast. When the Chihua army unleashed its full might, the wolf tribe stood dumbfounded. Moreover, the Chihua army no longer confined themselves to pure defense, but launched a direct countercharge. Under such circumstances, the wolf tribe found themselves even less capable of holding firm. Elderal tidings. We have been deceived. These are no ordinary soldiers of the Xiao kingdom. They are the absolute elite of the Fengyang kingdom. Every one of them commands the martial king realm. We stand no conceivable chance against them. From what we see, the Tiger tribe's opponents must likewise be martial king cultivators. There is no way we can win this war. The Chihua army's devastating blow made the wolf tribe realize that this battle could not be sustained. Far from rescuing the Tiger tribe, they feared for their own survival. Yet changing strategy at this point was no simple matter. Battles raged everywhere, making it difficult to relay orders. Their only remaining course was to fight desperately and seek an opportunity to withdraw. However, the Chihua army had already exposed their true strength. Could they simply allow the wolf tribe to retreat? Ran Min had originally expected the wolf tribe to commit their full strength, bringing over 5 million warriors. To discover they had brought only 2 million, he resolved to destroy them all. The wolf tribe soldiers were not fools either. Seeing they could not prevail, they began fighting their way backward, even without orders, though breaking free from the battlefield remained beyond their reach. The Chihua army clung to the wolf tribe like iron chains. Meanwhile, on another front, Lin Fan's battle against the Tiger tribe was also drawing to a close. The Tiger tribe had been noticeably more cautious than the wolf tribe, committing substantial forces, but they too faced overwhelming numbers. Lin Fan commanded a full 1.5 million strong army of martial king cultivators. Your Grace, to prevent the Tiger tribe from scattering en route, I suggest dispatching a detachment to maneuver behind their lines before they fully collapse, cutting off their retreat. The Tiger tribe's defeat was sealed. Bai Qi put forward his suggestion, hoping to trap and eliminate the entire Tiger tribe. Agreed. Since they are our enemies, let none escape. Lin Fan supported the proposal wholeheartedly. This campaign aimed to utterly dismantle the Tiger tribe. With Lin Fan's authorization, Bai Qi secretly detached a force of 300 troops from the main battlefield, executing a concealed flanking maneuver toward the Tiger tribe's rear. Amid the chaos of war, none of this was detected by the Tiger tribe. Chief, the wolf tribe's reinforcements have been blocked by human forces who were well prepared. We are now isolated and without aid. We must rely on ourselves. The wolf tribe's reinforcements never arrived. Hushan needed no intelligence report to understand that humanity had struck. Chief, we must sever the limb to save the body and preserve our main force. If we do not retreat now, there will be no opportunity. Someone fearful for their lives proposed the suggestion. Retreat. Retreat where? Once we withdraw, our enemies will surge upon us. What of the clansmen in our territory? Shall we abandon them and watch them die? Hushan's voice thundered with indignation. The demonic beast forest was vast, and the Tiger tribe could run. But apart from encroaching on other tribes' lands and igniting further wars with the humans before them, simply allow them to flee. Hushan understood clearly the conflict had escalated to such a point that even with humanity's superior strength, they had suffered considerable losses. Would the enemy let matters rest? Once the main force withdrew, the remaining clansmen would surely perish. Worse still, if human forces penetrated their territory, the crisis would deepen exponentially. The entire Tiger tribe branch faced the risk of annihilation. Should such a calamity befall them, he, Hushan, would be forever branded the gravedigger of his entire tribe. The great battle in the demon beast forest remained unknown to the outside world. Ever since Lin Fan occupied Haifeng City, he imposed strict controls on those who went deep into the forest. No longer could anyone enter or leave at will as in the past, all for the sake of protecting his secret. Now it was showing results. Millions were locked in battle here, yet not a word had reached the outside world. Especially before the war began, Lin Fan had ordered Xiao Zhengchun to tighten the blockade. This was also to prevent the Xiao royal house and the other feudal lords from learning about Lin Fan's affairs. Once they knew, they were bound to panic and might even unite against him, which would be detrimental to Lin Fan's overall strategy. Although Lin Fan had already begun to realize his strategic vision, even crushing royal power and sending troops to the southwest to suppress rebellion, the other parties had not yet grown alert or formed an alliance. What Lin Fan needed was precisely this gap in time. In the royal capital, in the main hall of the royal palace, Xiao Meier sat limply on the royal throne, listening to Wen Tian's report. Your Majesty, Dazhou has already fallen into Lin Fan's hands. One of his million-strong corps has left Dazhou and is heading for Haizhou. If the Shiman family does not increase its strength, it will not be long before Haizhou falls to Lin Fan as well. In Yizhou, the barbarian tribes suffered heavy losses and have now fully withdrawn. In order to recover, Yizhou Mengqingye attempted a surprise attack while the Huangzhou army was on the move, but the Huangzhou troops were already prepared. Mengqingye fell into a trap and was killed on the spot. With Mengqingye gone from Yizhou, the Huangzhou army then drove out the barbarians, avenging countless sons and daughters of Huangzhou and winning popular support. Now the Huangzhou army has taken full control of Yizhou. In addition, according to reliable intelligence, after securing Yizhou, the Huangzhou army sent a 1,000,000-strong legion straight into barbarian territory and has already fought 2 small-scale battles. More importantly, scouts report that of the 2 cavalry forces that defeated the barbarian tribes, one has gone into the barbarian lands while the other is advancing toward the border of Xiaozhou with unclear intentions. I suspect, Your Majesty, that Lin Fan is about to strike at Xiaozhou. Isolated and without support, Xiaozhou is probably no match for the Huangzhou army. Even though he knew Xiao Meier's expression was grim and that the last thing she wanted to hear was news of the Huangzhou army and Lin Fan, when Tian forced himself to continue the report, this was after all a matter of life and death for the Xiao kingdom. Before Xiao Meier could ask, when Tian went on with the report. Your Majesty, in the southwest, the conflict between the provincial governors and the Black Demon sect has remained fixed in balance. Various signs and pieces of intelligence show that experts from an unidentified force have stepped in to block the Black Demon sect's masters, keeping the war at a stalemate so that the Black Demon sect cannot make any headway. A few days ago, Xingtai, who had just seized Qingzhou, sent the 1,000,000-strong cavalry under his command into Changzhou to intervene in the Southwest Rebellion. From this, I deduced that the person behind Qingzhou is also Lin Fan, though it was a deduction when Tian had great faith in his own judgment. Who else but Lin Fan could command 1,000,000 unknown cavalrymen? How many armies had already appeared in Lin Fan's hands without a clear origin? One more cavalry force now was hardly surprising. Moreover, when Tian knew something about Xingtai, he believed that once someone stepped forward to help Xingtai take revenge, that man would very likely switch sides. It was not such a difficult choice, and Lin Fan was exactly the person with such ability. It was only natural for the 2 of them to come to an instant agreement. Moreover, this could be inferred from some of the changes in Qingzhou. The people of the Xiao kingdom now all knew that the policies implemented by Lin Fan's forces in Huangzhou were the best, whether in people's livelihood, the economy, or other fields. The common people all wished such policies could be promoted throughout the entire kingdom, but the policies practiced by the various feudal lords were different. However, since Xingtai had occupied Qingzhou, the policies it implemented were exactly the same as those of Huangzhou, which naturally invited speculation. Is there any more bad news? Xiao Meier did not say much. Seeing that when Tian seemed to be holding back, she asked. Lin Fan had already become so powerful that one more piece of bad news or 2 no longer mattered. Your Majesty, there is indeed bad news. General Huang Ming has been killed in battle. The 500 Kingdom Protecting Army was ambushed by Yu Fei stationed in Changzhou. Nearly half were killed or wounded, and the rest surrendered. When Tian did not dare conceal such a major matter, so he could only speak the truth. What? Impossible. How dare Yu Fei attack the royal army without authorization? Xiao Meier, who had appeared like a sickly weakling just a moment before, instantly flew into a rage. No matter how Lin Fan had caused trouble in the past, he had always done so against foreign enemies. Why had he suddenly turned on the royal family? Your Majesty, this matter is absolutely true. Yu Fei's move was certainly carried out under Lin Fan's orders. This is a very ominous sign. What troubled when Tian was not the loss of the 500 army, but Lin Fan's stance. Your Majesty, the fact that Lin Fan dares to move at this time means he is fully prepared. Considering the overall situation of the kingdom, it is enough to show that Lin Fan is extremely ambitious. Your Majesty, the regions Lin Fan actually controls now include Huangzhou, Shangzhou, Yizhou, Qingzhou, and Dezhou. As for Haizhou and Xiaozhou, it will probably not be long before they are also under his control. At this point, when Tian was already certain that Qingzhou had fallen into Lin Fan's hands. Moreover, Your Majesty, I even suspect that the one behind the Yellow Turban Rebellion in Wuzhou is Lin Fan. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that the rebellion broke out in Wuzhou? Your Majesty, look here. If Lin Fan wants to intervene in the southwest, Wuzhou and Dongyu City will be obstacles. Once they are broken through, even if the Black Demon sect remains in the southwestern provinces, it may not be able to stop Lin Fan. Looking at the map and listening to Tian's analysis, it was as if everything had already come true, all so logical. If that was the case, did it not mean that half of the Xiao kingdom would soon be lost? Your Majesty, what truly worries me is that Lin Fan has attacked the royal army. This is enough to show that he is about to rebel and has already made thorough preparations. All of this prompted Tian to reach his final conclusion. After hearing all this, Xiao Meier was shocked as well. She had always paid close attention to Lin Fan's every move and had been investigating who was secretly helping him. She also wanted to resolve this matter as soon as possible, but events had become ever harder to control. In less than half a year, Lin Fan had already amassed over 10 million troops, and they formed an extremely powerful military force. In real strength, he had already left the royal house far behind. At the level of elite masters, the strongest the royal house possessed were no more than martial emperor or transcendent. But Lin Fan had been able to force the Ximen family to retreat into silence. Without sufficient strength, how could he have done it? In terms of territory, the royal house now actually controlled only Zhongzhou and Zizhou, while the territory Lin Fan actually controlled had already surpassed 5 provinces. No matter how one looked at it, the royal house had fallen into a disadvantage. Xiao Meier could not understand how in such a short period of time the situation had reached this point. This was hard for her, proud and arrogant as she was, to accept. The political situation in Xiao Kingdom had become quite clear, and no one could remain ignorant of Fan Lin's movements and intentions. Lord, when we have reached a critical juncture for the survival of Xiao Kingdom, what do you believe we should do? Xiao Meier had not anticipated the rapid shift in circumstances. Previously, she had harbored murderous intent toward Fan Lin, but that stemmed from other reasons, simply because he bore the surname Lin. Now, however, the stakes had escalated to the national level. The swift transformation of the situation caught Xiao Meier off guard, throwing her composure into disarray. Your Majesty, we must set aside our grievances with the various feudal lords and present the merits and dangers before them. Only through unity can we hope to withstand the ferocious forces of Huangzhou. Moreover, what we must prioritize is finding a way to eliminate Fan Lin. Only then can we ease the current predicament. I wonder how the arrangements fare for sending someone to the Fengyang Kingdom to hire assassins. Wen Tian remarked, you need not trouble yourself with this matter. I shall handle it. However, merely killing Fan Lin would not ensure our security. If there truly are forces backing him behind the scenes, his death would only prompt them to install a new proxy, and the situation in Huangzhou would hardly change. Xiao Meier believed she understood Fan Lin well. She did not trust that a ruined family like the Lin could orchestrate so much trouble on their own. There must be some other powerful faction involved. Indeed. However, Your Majesty, we can pursue both avenues simultaneously. Removing Fan Lin would at least buy us time to lay our plans in an unhurried manner. Wen Tian held no personal vendetta against Fan Lin, yet deep in his subconscious, he always felt that Fan Lin's existence would bring disaster upon Xiao Kingdom. Your Majesty, though I do not know the origins of Fan Lin's subordinates, all men have their weaknesses. I suggest we send agents to make contact with those under Fan Lin's command, particularly the generals who command entire armies. With sufficient gold we may achieve unexpected results. Wen Tian pondered and put forth his idea. It was hardly brilliant, but it could work in certain situations, though Wen Tian was unaware that none of Fan Lin's subordinates could ever be bought. Very well. I leave this matter to you. You may use the resources of the Imperial Treasury as you see fit. Xiao Meier agreed. Just as she had dealt with Lin Wudi back in the day, she still could not believe that everyone in Huangzhou would stand as one impenetrable wall. If successful, this would not only dismantle the power of Huangzhou from within, but also bring enormous benefit to herself, especially regarding those generals, each of whom commanded elite troops numbering in the millions. For a royal family already in its twilight, this was of paramount importance. Your Majesty need not worry. This old minister shall prepare at once. Wen Tian was uncertain whether this approach would succeed, but it was worth a try. Your Majesty, for the other feudal lords, as well, you should send envoys to make contact. Inform them of the threat posed by Fan Lin. If they continue to act independently at this moment, it shall be a calamity for all. Currently, there were few regions within Xiao Kingdom that had not yet descended into chaos. The remaining factions must unite. Very well. I shall issue an edict and lay out the dire circumstances. Xiao Meier gave her consent. The current state of Xiao Kingdom was in truth beyond redemption. For the royal family, merely maintaining firm control over Zhongzhou and Zizhou already represented their utmost effort. They could no longer interfere in affairs of the other provinces. But until the very last moment, the royal family would never willingly concede. Even if it meant preserving only the appearance of unity, the royal house had to strive for it. As long as Xiao Kingdom endured, there remained a glimmer of hope. Once Fan Lin grew too powerful, overthrowing the royal family would rest entirely upon his whim. Your Majesty, at this point we can no longer conceal our strength. We must mobilize our armies, not only to guard the southwest, but also to defend Shangzhou and Qingzhou. Without sufficient power, Fan Lin's forces may well grow restless and strike. These two directions had not originally been the royal family's primary defensive focus, but after the death of Huang Meng the situation had changed. Faced with the possibility of an attack from the Huangzhou forces at any moment, the royal household had to prepare accordingly. I understand. I shall arrange for the armies to move shortly. Wen Tian knew little of the royal family's reserves, nor did Xiao Meier wish to elaborate further. Action had begun on the royal side, but Fan Lin paid it no mind. Regardless of what the royal family did, it was already too late. My lord, the Tiger tribe has been routed. Shall we press our advantage and pursue them? The battle against the Tiger tribe had proceeded remarkably smoothly, achieving complete victory, with minimal losses on their own part. Order all beggar armies to assist Ran Min in counterattacking the Wolf tribe. General Baiqi lead the Qin elite soldiers and continue the assault on the Tiger tribe. Strive to eliminate this threat entirely. Since they were enemies, it was only right to uproot them completely. My lord, if we attack the Tiger tribe, we risk drawing out their main lineage. This was currently the only concern on Fan Lin's mind. No matter. Proceed without restraint. The time for the next territorial assessment was drawing near. Moreover, through the continuous campaigns large and small over this period, Fan Lin had accumulated considerable points. With several missions also completed, his confidence had grown even stronger. Hu Shan led the remnants of the Tiger tribe back to his territory. Chieftain, the human race is regrouping their forces and advancing in our direction. This was the last intelligence Hu Shan wished to receive. And how fares the wolf tribe? Hu Shan asked. He already knew that the wolf tribe had dispatched reinforcements, but had been halted by the humans. Chieftain, the wolf tribe has also suffered defeat and is now retreating. Yet the human army has not relented. They are still in pursuit. The situation is grim. The failure of the wolf tribe was to be expected. Their strength was roughly equal, and given the tiger tribe's crushing defeat, how could the wolf tribe possibly escape the same fate? At this point, the humans will certainly not let us go. It seems we have no choice but to seek aid from the main lineage. Hu Shan sighed and spoke helplessly. Yet within his heart, Hu Shan did not harbor great hopes. Though the beast tribes were relatively united, the disparity in status between the main lineage and the branch families was unmistakably pronounced. Whether the main lineage would willingly offer substantial assistance for the sake of a single branch family remained uncertain to Hu Shan. But regardless, he had to try, otherwise they were truly finished. Send envoys to the main lineage. Meanwhile, mobilize all available forces and hold our defenses with everything we have. We must hold out until the main lineage's reinforcements arrive. This was the only course of action available to Hu Shan at present. Additionally, assemble the promising young members of our tribe. If all efforts prove futile, they must be sent away. They may well be our hope for the future. After some thought, Hu Shan issued these orders. If the main lineage's aid failed to arrive, or did not come at all, they faced grave peril. Preserving a spark of their people was a precaution against such misfortune. Though they no longer held direct relevance to him, the continuity of their race remained deeply important to Hu Shan. The Tiger tribe, having committed a substantial force, managed to withdraw some troops back to their territory when they could no longer hold the line, but the Wolf tribe was not so fortunate. After the Tiger tribe's defeat, 500 soldiers from the Chihua army rushed to reinforce Ran Min. After consultation between Bai Qi and Lin Fan, it was decided that this massive army would not directly join the battlefield, but instead take a detour to the Wolf tribe's territory. Just as they were about to approach Wolf tribe territory, the Chihua army halted their advance and established defensive positions on the spot. Meanwhile, during the forced march, 200 troops had silently detached from the main force and laid ambushes along the way. Thus, a pocket ambush was formed, waiting for Langia to retreat straight into the trap. The Chihua army did not make them wait long. Upon learning of the Tiger tribe's defeat, Langia immediately began his retreat. With cruel resolve, Langia left the majority of his people behind to resist to the death, while he led approximately 500 elite troops toward their territory, hoping to use their homeland as a defensive advantage against the human assault. Not even 100 li from their stronghold, the Wolf tribe found themselves surrounded once again. What in the world is happening? Where have all these human armies come from? Has heaven abandoned our clan? Langia had gone mad. Having barely sacrificed a vast army to break free from enemy pursuit, just as he was about to reach home, they were encircled once more. Worse still, there would be no chance to break out this time. A full 500,000 strong army, far more powerful than their own. Though the numbers were roughly equal, the disparity in combat effectiveness was staggering. The Chihua army gave the Wolf tribe no time to prepare. Once the encirclement was complete, they launched their attack without delay. At the same time, Ran Min, operating from the rear, was swiftly eliminating the remaining enemies. Half a day later, Ran Min arrived with his reinforcements, and Langia's last hope of survival vanished entirely. General, on the opposing side, which faction do you serve? We are merely a branch of the Wolf tribe. If you seek our extermination, you will make an enemy of the entire Wolf clan. I implore you to reconsider. Langia had no other recourse. His only hope was that these humans would hesitate out of fear of the Wolf tribe's main lineage. Otherwise, he and his people would surely die this day. The Wolf tribe. So what? Those who cross us shall be uprooted entirely. Enough of this nonsense. Come, let this general see the strength of your Wolf tribe. Ran Min mocked them without mercy, showing zero respect for the so-called Wolf tribe. These words drove Langia into a trembling rage, yet he was utterly powerless to respond. At this moment, Langia filled with regret. That conflict with the Tiger tribe had been little more than a struggle for resources and territory. The battles between them had hardly ceased for years. Unfortunately, neither side could overcome the other, and both suffered enormous losses, a situation that served neither party's interests. It was then that humanity appeared. Unlike the sporadic human groups they had encountered before, this time humanity had dispatched an army exceeding 1 million strong, presenting Langia and Hu Shan with an opportunity. As long as they annihilated these humans, they could recover their losses and secure ample provisions, all without worrying about mutual attrition. Whether humanity was truly powerful or whether they might lose, that was never once considered. Though they dwelt at the periphery of the demon beast forest, they were quite familiar with the territories governed by the Fengyang kingdom. Unless the kingdom dispatched its main battle legion accompanied by peak experts, no other nation could possibly stop them. Had they not feared humanity's overall strength, they would long ago have broken free of the demon beast forest instead of remaining trapped within it. After a brief consultation, the two reached an agreement to launch a joint attack against humanity. Even worse, to deceive the humans, they resorted to deception. The tiger tribe feigned defeat and charged into the human formation, deliberately provoking the conflict. Everything had gone according to plan, but the humans they faced were nothing like what they had anticipated. These creatures were far too powerful. They were completely outmatched. Now the main lineage they had placed all their hopes on was being disregarded by the enemy. Langia had no choice but to fight to the death. Charge. If we break through this encirclement, we still have a chance to survive. At this point, empty words were useless. Only awakening the wolf tribe's primal desire to live could rally them effectively. The wolves attacked with feral desperation, unflinching in the face of death, while the Chihua army met them with equal fearless resolve. When it came to life and death combat, whom had the Chihua army ever feared? Moreover, the gap in strength between the two sides was stark. Differences in cultivation realm translated directly into differences in combat power, an abyss that morale alone could never bridge. Among the wolf tribe high-level experts, those at the martial emperor realm and beyond began to enter the fray. Without them, their soldiers would never have been able to hold back the human martial king realm legions. Yet as soon as these experts emerged, the Chihua army's own masters leapt into battle. Soldier against soldier, commander against commander. The crushing advantage remained entirely with the humans. After a night of slaughter, the battlefield gradually fell silent. The 2 million-strong wolf tribe reinforcement army, including Langia and all their senior leadership, perished to the last man. Not a single soul escaped. Showing no mercy toward these alien races, the Chihua army harbored no intention of taking prisoners. With the wolf tribe's main force annihilated, Ran Min did not pause. He led his army directly toward the branch territory of the wolf tribe, resolved to eradicate them completely. At the same time, Lin Fan and Bai Qi, leading the elite Qin soldiers, appeared within the tiger tribe's territory. Elder, the envoy sent to the main lineage cannot arrive in time, yet humanity has already appeared. It seems they intend to exterminate us. What are we to do? There was no telling whether reinforcement would come, and in terms of timing, it was entirely too late. The tiger tribe was still unaware of the wolf tribe's fate. With no choice but to confront their own predicament, Hushan could only focus on how to survive. Have the tribe's young been sent out? Hushan had not considered escape. He knew he could not flee. His sole remaining wish was to preserve the seed of his people, hoping for a day when they might rise again. Elder, they have all been sent away. Then notify the entire tribe to prepare for battle. Even if we die, we will not let humanity off easily. With no lingering worries, Hushan steeled his resolve to fight to the last breath. My lord, the tiger tribe's territory lies just ahead. Shall we launch the attack immediately? The tiger tribe's stronghold was little more than a crude mountain fortress lacking solid walls. To the elite Qin soldiers, such defenses were meaningless. Go and end this swiftly. Though the tiger tribe's fortress still held many warriors, their elite troops were few and could offer no real resistance against the Qin soldiers. My lord, the tiger tribe sent away a group of promising young members, but they were intercepted by agents of the Eastern Depot and the Luo network, and some have been brought back. Just then news reached Lin Fan. The seeds of hope that Hushan had placed his trust in, the young tribe members, were intercepted mere moments after leaving the territory by the elusive agents of the Eastern Depot. With the coordinated efforts of the Luo network, these people never stood a chance of escape. Send them to the front lines. Let the tiger tribe despair completely. Lin Fan harbored no concern that this act would ignite the tiger tribe's hatred. Against such an overwhelming disparity in power, any act of vengeance would be utterly futile. 2 days later, the upheaval within the Yaosho forest had completely subsided. The Tigerman and Wolfman branch clans that had once dominated the region had vanished without a trace. As for whether the main lineages of the two clans would seek vengeance upon learning of this, Lin Fan was not worried. With the Eastern Depot mounting a full-force blockade, the news that the two branch clans had been annihilated had not managed to spread. By the time the main lineages of the two clans learned the truth, who could say how long it would be? By then, the power under Lin Fan's command would face their challenge without the slightest fear. Bai Qi, Ran Min, the two of you shall lead the legions to garrison the Yaosho forest while strengthening our exploration of it. We must take control of the situation here as quickly as possible. You and Qingdu, you stay as well. In time, I will find a way to increase the strength of the Berserker warriors. Lin Fan was planning to leave. The day for the month-end settlement of merit points was fast approaching. After this elevation, Lin Fan would launch attacks upon the other prefectures of the Xiao Kingdom, which required him to return and lay careful plans. After everything was arranged, Lin Fan immediately set out on the road back to Haifeng City. Before long, the party had left the Yaosho forest behind and could see Haifeng City in the distance. Suddenly, Dugu Qiubai appeared at Lin Fan's side. Your Highness, there is killing intent. At the same moment, the assembled generals also realized that enemies were approaching and by the look of it they were by no means weak. They did not even deign to conceal themselves. Lin Fan stopped and looked ahead. A crowd of people appeared heading straight toward him. Is the one ahead Lin Fan, the pacifying prince of the north of the Xiao kingdom? One of them stepped forward and shouted, his tone showing not the slightest regard for a prince. Who might you all be? Xiao Jingxuan, seeing that the newcomers meant trouble, asked directly. Who we are is of no importance. Since we have run into the very man we came for, that makes things easy. Brothers, make your move. The newcomers spoke not a single unnecessary word more and moved to attack at once. Your Highness, these people are not weak. Even their leader is at the innate realm. They should not be from the Xiao kingdom, Dugu Qiubai said, having formed a rough assessment of the enemy. Lin Fan knew that none of the many powers of the Xiao kingdom could produce such strength. Moreover, their bearing was not an act. They looked down upon the people of the Xiao kingdom from the marrow of their bones, including this very pacifying prince of the north. If that was so, the origins and purposes of these people became truly intriguing. In a flash, through the intelligence relayed by Wei Zhongxian, Lin Fan confirmed their origins. They had to be forces from some faction of the Fengyang kingdom hired by the Xiao royal house to come and kill Lin Fan. Earlier, Lin Fan had already received intelligence that Xiao Meier had sent people to the Fengyang kingdom, but he had taken no action. The forces of the Fengyang kingdom were still no match for him. Your Highness, this old servant is guilty. Xiao Jingxuan quickly understood as well and hastened to confess his fault. For these people to appear openly and boldly in Heifeng City, even smoothly intercepting Lin Fan, without the Eastern Depot sending any intelligence at all, this was a severe dereliction of duty. Had it been any other region of the Xiao kingdom, an oversight by the Eastern Depot would have been understandable. But in Heifeng City, it was utterly impermissible. In truth, the Eastern Depot could not be entirely blamed for lax performance. These people of the Fengyang kingdom utterly despised the Xiao kingdom. They only wished to complete their mission as quickly as possible and collect the bounty, and therefore had never exposed their tracks. Let us deal with the enemy first. With Dugu Qiubai present, Lin Fan was not worried about his own safety. The strength of the Fengyang kingdom as a whole indeed far surpassed that of the Xiao kingdom. Those who had come this time to assassinate Lin Fan numbered several dozen, and among them fully 5 had attained the second heaven realm. The rest were all at the transcendent and Dao entry realms. Not a single one was at the martial emperor realm or below. Dugu Qiubai, the enemy's experts are yours to handle. Of those currently accompanying Lin Fan, Guan Yu and Zhao Yun were at the first heaven realm. Even erupting with their full strength, they could only match experts at the Dao entry realm. Xiao Jingxuan and Jian Wei were at the acquired realm, also sufficient to deal with the enemy's experts. But Lin Fan still needed people at his side, and at such a moment no carelessness could be permitted. After all, no one knew whether other masters might appear. As for the others, they were not yet qualified to participate in this battle, unless they were prepared to pay any cost. These people were not from a single faction, each one eager to seize the greatest share of the bounty, charged forward without yielding to anyone. Dugu Qiubai drew his sword and vanished in an instant. He intercepted the dozen or so strongest of the enemy, and in the moment of his strike casually disposed of 5 or 6 of them. This sudden turn of events so startled the enemy that no one dared to act rashly. They had long been perfectly clear about the ordinary strength of the people of the Xiao kingdom, not to mention an ordinary prince. Even the Qixing sect and the Shifang Hall of the Xiao kingdom were beneath their notice. They did indeed have the right to be arrogant. Yet the moment a master makes his move, one knows at once whether he is genuine. The instant Dugu Qiubai moved, they knew they had struck an iron wall. This was absolutely not power the Xiao kingdom should possess. Either the Xiao royal house had deliberately deceived them, or something had gone unexpectedly wrong. Only then did the group finally understand why the Xiao royal house had paid a handsome price to hire them to deal with a pacifying prince of the north. It truly was not the other party making a mountain out of a molehill. He was genuinely worth the price. It was only that this money would no longer be easy to earn. The group stood frozen, and Dugu Qiubai did not attack either, for he had full confidence in his own strength. However, Guan Yu, Zhao Yun, and Jian Wei, these fellows could not be bothered with such concerns. They charged straight forward, and catching the enemy unprepared, hacked down several of them. With the balance broken, no one dared to think further, and in an instant both sides were locked in combat. Dugu Qiubai was the most relaxed of all. Although he faced a dozen or more enemies, their strength was far inferior to his. Jian Wei was the one who slaughtered with the greatest relish. With Xiao Jingxuan at Lin Fan's side, Jian Wei had no concern for the prince's safety. Such a perfect chance to let loose filled Jian Wei with excitement. Relying on his strength at the acquired realm, slaughtering a group whose strongest were no more than Dao entry was like a tiger among a flock of sheep. But Zhao Yun and Guan Yu were not so relaxed. Not only did they face enemies several times their number, but they were also somewhat inferior in strength. Fortunately, relying on their remarkable talent and combat power, they would not be defeated for the time being. Xiao Jingxuan, find out the origins of these people and inform Yu Huatian. Courtesy demands that we return the favor. This matter must have been the doing of the royal house. Confirm it, and once it is confirmed, have Zhao Gao send someone to the royal capital to wipe out the Xiao Kingdom's imperial clan court for me. Leave the former emperor for me. The imperial clan court was the pillar of the Xiao Kingdom. Since he was going to take the Xiao Kingdom, he might as well seize this opportunity to destroy it. As for the mastermind who caused Lin Wudi's death, the former emperor could not die yet. If he were not forced to watch with his own eyes as his erroneous decisions drove the Xiao Kingdom to its end, how could Lin Fan ever be satisfied? This was to kill both body and spirit. Lin Fan would never allow the Xiao father and daughter to die a painless death. He was determined to make them watch as the Xiao Kingdom vanished bit by bit, while they could do absolutely nothing. And the ones who had brought about this very outcome were none other than themselves. The assassination attempt on Lin Fan did not last long. The hidden enemy he had anticipated did not appear. After Ji Gang arrived with a large contingent of embroidered uniform guards, not a single assassin escaped. All perished on the spot. Of course, before dying they divulged the intelligence Lin Fan sought. For these men it was sheer misfortune. Conventional thinking had deceived them, and a momentary lapse led to their doom. Qiao Jingxuan notified Zhao Gao in the royal clan court. Eliminate every martial emperor realm expert, and above except the late emperor. Furthermore, order Gong Sun Zan, who has infiltrated Qingzhou, and Yu Fei and Shangzhou to capture Yubi Mountain and Zhongzhou on my behalf. This time Lin Fan intended to retaliate. Since the royal family had set their sights on the Fengyang Kingdom, variables would arise. Lin Fan could not allow them to act at will. He had to take measures. As for that so-called Yubi Mountain, it was precisely where the royal family secretly stationed troops. Hidden there were millions of elite martial master realm legions, the force the royal family used to guard against upheaval and protect Zhongzhou. Order Wei Zhongxian to hasten his operations, seize control of the royal family's covert forces, and shroud Xiao Meier's vision. As for Qin Hui, let him climb to high office quickly and command the court. This had been arranged by Lin Fan long before. Once Xiao Meier lost her intelligence apparatus, she would no longer understand the situation in the world. Indeed, what she knew would depend entirely on what Lin Fan wished her to know. As for court influence, Qin Hui's greatest obstacle was Wen Tian. That man still harbored hopes for the Xiao Kingdom, and had thoroughly hitched himself to the Xiao family's war chariot. Qin Hui, that fellow, had indeed spared no expense, recently successfully securing a place in the Xiao court. But advancing further to become one of Xiao Meier's confidants would not be so easy. In particular, Wen Tian possessed exceptionally sharp judgment and posed the greatest obstacle to Qin Hui's promotion. The two had not yet declared open enmity, yet a latent rivalry had already taken shape. However, Lin Fan would not interfere too much in these matters. He trusted that with Wei Zhongxian and Qin Hui's abilities they would soon achieve their objectives. Afterward, Lin Fan remained in Haifeng City, patiently waiting for the merit settlement. Meanwhile, with each successive order from Lin Fan, the Huangzhou army once again bustled into action. In the west, the Shimin family had abandoned their landing plans, channeling all their strength into countering Dongfang Bubi's harassment. As a result, without the formidable support of the Shimin family, and especially since their high-ranking officers knew full well the might of the Huangzhou army, no one was willing to throw away their lives once abandoned by the Shimin family. Thus Wu Qi led the way, martial soldiers deep into Haizhou with remarkable smoothness. Many city lords simply surrendered upon seeing the Huangzhou army arrive. Some of the more astute ones had even sent envoys to Wu Qi long before. Give Wu Qi a few more days, and the entire Haizhou would be taken with ease. Time was spent solely on marching. Large-scale battles barely occurred. Any who tried to take advantage of the chaos proved no match, and were casually disposed of by Wu Qi. In the east, Chen Qingji, citing the assassination of a white-robed army soldier, issued an ultimatum to Xiazhou demanding that they hand over the murderer. Since the deed was not committed by anyone from Xiazhou, they naturally could not produce the culprit. Using this as a pretext, Chen Qingji led his troops straight into Xiazhou. Despite Xiazhou's repeated attempts to explain, Chen Qingji had made up his mind, vowing to avenge his men and refusing to halt hostilities. Left with no choice, Xiazhou had to fight back. Fortunately, when Yizhou had been invaded by barbarians earlier, Xiazhou, fearing the impact, had prepositioned a large army along the border, so they were not caught off guard. Yet the course of the war defied Xiazhou's expectations. True to the reputation of an army that had defeated the barbarians, the Huangzhou cavalry's combat prowess far surpassed that of Xiazhou's forces. Thus, since the two sides clashed, Xiazhou's army had suffered one defeat after another. With the white-robed army's morale soaring, the fall of Xiazhou was only a matter of time. In Wenzhou, after this period of ferment, the Yellow Turban Rebellion had spread across the entire prefecture. Even in Yong'an City, where Lin Fan had once been stationed, Yellow Turban troops were now active. Among all the legions Lin Fan commanded in the Xiao Kingdom, Zhang Jiao's forces could be said to be the most formidable. Though the common soldiers were only at the martial general realm, the Yellow Turban commanders were all at the Qi introduction or postnatal realm. Given such strength, how could the Wenzhou army possibly withstand it? Frequently, the moment battle was joined, their commanders would be slain by Yellow Turban masters. With the army left leaderless, defeat and destruction were inevitable. As with Haizhou give Zhang Jiao a few more days, and Wenzhou would also fall into his grasp. Even to support Yuan Chongwan's attack on Taizhou, Zhang Jiao had begun to divide his forces. A Yellow Turban army of 5,000 plus nearly 2 million ordinary Yellow Turban soldiers had already advanced into Taizhou from another direction. Moreover, Zhang Jiao was exceedingly cunning. Those he dispatched this time did not target only Taizhou in the guise of rebels. They split off half their forces and struck Quanzhou as well. In this way, both warring parties in the southwest came under Yellow Turban attack simultaneously. As for Dongyu City, Zhang Jiao would handle it personally. Once these areas were resolved, the matter of Wenzhou could be declared settled. On Yuan Chongwan's front, he had been advancing into Taizhou for quite some time, achieving considerable results. The main force of the Taizhou army was still oriented toward Qingzhou, never imagining an attack would come from the Qingzhou direction. Caught off guard, Taizhou could only withdraw its troops, but that inevitably took time. Seizing the opportunity, Yuan Chongwan captured more than 20 cities in Taizhou. Only then did he begin to face off against the Taizhou army. The two sides were no longer on equal footing in combat strength, but Yuan Chongwan, wary of the Quanzhou army coming to aid, did not rush to strike. It was only when Zhang Jiao's men entered Taizhou that Yuan Chongwan began to exert his full force, aiming to eliminate Taizhou in one decisive stroke before marching on Quanzhou. All of this had been planned beforehand, and each unit carried out its tasks methodically. Only Yu Fei and Gong Sunzan truly began to mobilize now. Earlier, Yu Fei had launched a surprise attack on Huangming's Guardian army, capturing the entire 5,000 strong force. Since then, the royal army had remained entrenched within their cities, not daring to engage Yu Fei lightly. This time, Yu Fei received orders from Lin Fan to seize Yubi Mountain, the royal army's secret garrison base. Yubi Mountain lay deep within Zhongzhou. To reach it, Yu Fei would have to pass through over a dozen cities. For him, the key was how to capture those cities without alarming the forces at Yubi Mountain. Just as Yu Fei was formulating his battle plan, Gong Sunzan also began his own preparations. Rather than attacking cities, Gong Sunzan, with the cooperation of the Eastern Depot, located a route that bypassed the cities and led directly to Yubi Mountain. Gong Sunzan's challenge was how to use this narrow path to move his cavalry through as quickly as possible. The two men shared almost the same thinking: avoid disturbing Yubi Mountain. After all, the royal family had most of its military strength concentrated there. If the enemy were given time to prepare, even if Yu Fei and Gong Sunzan ultimately emerged victorious, their losses would be devastating. Indeed, with even the slightest negligence, defeat remained a possibility. The Beima Ezong remain. The cavalry swift, and yet even a narrow path would waste a great deal of time. But Yu Fei's corps are all infantry. This Yujiao army is wholly composed of foot soldiers, the most ordinary of its ranks. The famed Beiwei army, the essence of the Yujiao army, and a renowned cavalry unit, is not included in this lineup. If all goes as expected, the Beiwei army should appear as an independent cavalry force, not folded into the Yujia army's order of battle. At present, Yu Fei faces the difficulty of taking the dozen-odd cities blocking the road without alerting the royal Yubishan army. If the Yubishan Legion were to swarm out in force coordinated with the cities, the Yujiao army would suffer heavy losses, gravely impacting the plan. Just as Yu Fei was racking his brains for a solution, men from the Eastern Depot appeared suddenly. General Yu Fei, this is a letter for you from General Gong Sunzan. The Eastern Depot handed Yu Fei a letter and departed. Yu Fei promptly opened the letter and read, "Very well, since that is the case, this also solves my problem. I shall cooperate with General Gong Sunzan." Thus, General Gong Sunzan had informed Yu Fei of his discovery and had devised an action plan. Yu Fei approved it, finding it helpful to the undertaking and the plan's execution. The next day, Yu Fei's million-strong army withdrew from Shangzhou and openly launched an assault on Zhongzhou. This move by Yu Fei actually ran counter to Lin Fan's plan. Lin Fan did not intend to strike the royal house in an overt manner. Yet Yu Fei, weighing Lin Fan's schemes, understood Lin Fan's meaning to seize Xiaogua swiftly, thus advancing on Zhongzhou at this moment would not derail the larger plan. To hasten the mission, Yu Fei resolved to light the first spark himself. Half a day later, the Yujia army encountered the first city along the road, a small town with 50,000 garrison troops newly reassigned by the royal family after Huang Ming's death to replace the former city guards. The defending general stared bewildered at the million-strong host outside the walls. With only 50,000 at hand, how could he stand against such a force beyond the gates? "General Yu Fei, without the emperor's decree, you have led troops into Zhongzhou of your own accord. This is treason. Withdraw at once. Is the Jinbei Wang planning rebellion?" Helpless, the garrison commander could only speak to Yu Fei, begging him to withdraw. He knew it was futile, yet he had no other option. He could not retreat without a battle, or his own life would be lost. "Attention, fortress lords, I, acting under the command of the Jinbei Wang, am proceeding to Yubishan to exterminate the bandits. Open the gates, or we shall treat you as accomplices to banditry and annihilate you." Yubishan is the royal family's secret military base, known to outsiders by few. Yu Fei happened to frame this as a matter of Yubishan, where a million-strong force of unknown identity posed a grave threat to the royal family, and to Xiaogua, The Jinbei Wang Lin Fan bears the responsibility to safeguard Xiaogua and root out the bandits. General Yufei, there are no bandits at Yubishan. This is nonsense. Please report to the Jinbei Wang. This is a misunderstanding. This man hails from Yubishan. Naturally, he knows that Yubishan's great army belongs to the royal forces, and there are no bandits. This general, the prince, has received word that Yubishan hides 1,000,000 bandits, a grave threat to the royal capital's safety that must be eradicated. If you continue to block us, are you not part of the bandit gang? As for Yubishan, a single garrison commander has no right to discuss it and dares not reveal it. Though he knows the truth, he cannot speak it aloud. Such is his grievance. And Yufei sees this very point. All troops heed my order. If the gates do not open within a quarter of an hour, assault the city and seize the garrison. You do not harass the townspeople. Yufei paid no heed to such concerns. Time was pressing, so he issued the order. With the command issued, the army began siege preparations, and all siege engines were brought forth. If Yufei rebels, all listen to me, seal the gates, and do not let them in. Hurry, immediately relay this to Yubishan and dispatch someone to the capital to report to His Majesty. The garrison commander did not dare flee. He steeled himself and began to deploy. He knew they could not win, but they must fight even if it buys a little time, so that when the city fell he could seek a way to escape. A quarter of an hour passed in a flash, but the gates showed no sign of opening. The soldiers on the walls were in strict formation, loyal to the royal family and rigorously carrying out orders. Siege. Yufei issued the order. The vanguard of 200,000 began the assault, while he marshaled 100,000 to strike the two side gates. The enemy is only 50,000. It is impossible to guard a city so tightly, and they will be stretched thin. If the Yujia army presses the siege with full force, it won't be long before they break. As the siege on this side began, a handful of warhorses burst from the last remaining gate and charged toward the depths of Zhongzhou. Not long after, these riders slipped away, cut off from those behind. A group suddenly appeared and blocked their way ahead. Move aside, army messengers. You dare block us? Do you want to die? These men showed no intention of stopping, shouting as they rushed forward. Know your place. On cue, the leader waved, and all drew weapons, charging the messengers. These messengers were only generals, rank elite within the army, but faced with the Eastern Depot, they could only falter. These fellows were at least in the Wu Wang realm. How could they resist? In an instant, all of them fell to the blades. Keep the surroundings tightly sealed. Yufei's actions must be kept as secret as possible. The leader immediately began to arrange. Yufei's actions could not be hidden for long. After all, there are many channels for information to travel, even among civilians. Yet the Eastern Depot men would still strive to obstruct the transmission of news. As long as the royal side receives the news one day later, Yufei's actions will be a touch smoother. Regarding Yubishan, it does not matter. Even if they do not know, they must be made to know. Only in this way can Yubishan's troops be drawn into motion, using Yufei as bait to lure the Yubishan army, thereby giving General Gongsun Zan a chance. If all goes smoothly, Gongsun Zan and Yufei together could in the shortest possible time utterly quell Yubishan's millions. If this force is lost, the royal family will have no chance to turn the tide, especially since that fellow Zhao Gao has personally led a cadre of assassins to the capital. 1,000,000-strong Yu family army attacked the city. The 50,000 defenders could not hold out for long, and the city's fall was imminent. 3 days later, the royal capital. Your Majesty, terrible news. The Huangzhou army entrenched in Shangzhou, led by Yufei, has launched an attack on Zhongzhou, and 4 cities have already fallen. That day was the Xiao Kingdom's Grand Court Assembly, held once every 7 days. Just as it was about to begin, Wei Zhongxian, who had already managed to get close to Xiao Meier, hurried over to report. The Huangzhou army's strategic plans were complete. By now, Xiao Meier needed to be informed and to begin mobilizing troops. Only in this way could Gongsun Zan be given his opportunity. And this was also an opportunity for Wei Zhongxian to prove himself. What? Impossible. It has been 3 days. Why is the intelligence only now being delivered? What in the world is the Shadow Division doing? Xiao Meier could hardly believe it, as she had not received any relevant intelligence at all. Your Majesty, this is absolutely true. This old servant learned of it only through friends among the common people. The Huangzhou army moved swiftly, and someone had been secretly blocking the transmission of intelligence. Our agents simply could not get the information out. Wei Zhongxian wore an extremely grave expression, making Xiao Meier believe it a little. Absolutely outrageous. The front has been fighting for 3 days and 4 cities have fallen, yet we knew nothing. If this continues, will we only learn when the Huangzhou army reaches the royal capital? I have you to thank for this, I will remember it. Convene the court immediately. I will discuss countermeasures with my ministers. Xiao Meier believed Wei Zhongxian would not dare deceive her over such a major matter, so this was indeed quite troublesome. Yufei would only dare attack Zhongzhou on Lin Fan's orders. And once Lin Fan made such a decision, it meant he already possessed the strength to swallow the entire realm. Hardly good news for the royal family. A short while later, the court assembly began, and the ministers took their seats. My lords, I have just received word that Yufei of Shangzhou, at the instigation of Lin Fan, the prince who pacifies the north, has attacked our Zhongzhou. 4 cities have already been captured. Tell me, how should this be handled? Xiao Meier dropped a bombshell right away. In recent years, the fragmentation of the Xiao kingdom had been obvious to any keen eye. But given the royal family's strength, the feudal lords of the various provinces would find it very difficult to defeat it unless they joined forces. Thus, although the Xiao kingdom was riddled with contradictions, it could still barely maintain the situation. Yet ever since Lin Fan left the royal capital and rose to prominence, the situation had grown increasingly grave. Now Lin Fan had finally lost patience and made his move against the royal family. This meant the great chaos of the Xiao kingdom had arrived. If the matter were not handled properly, and the royal family failed to eradicate the hidden danger once and for all, the other feudal lords would inevitably become even more brazen. However, everyone was also aware that given Lin Fan's current strength, it was nearly impossible for the royal family to eliminate him. The best outcome would be nothing more than repelling the Huangzhou army and restoring the previous balance. Xiao Meier was certainly not content with that, but there was nothing she could do to change it. The experts she had previously sent people to hire had remained silent. As long as Lin Fan was not eliminated, Xiao Meier would have no peace. Your Majesty, is this intelligence true? Why has the imperial court received no news at all? When Tian raised doubts, the matter was of the utmost importance. If any single link went wrong, the consequences would be unimaginable. Xiao Meier glanced at Wei Zhongxian and in the end chose to believe him. My lords, you need not question it. I have my own channels for obtaining intelligence. Yu Fei's army is now advancing deep into Zhongzhou. You had better think of countermeasures at once. The Huangzhou army entrenched in Shangzhou numbered a full 1,000,000. Once battle began, it would be a major war, and the impact on Zhongzhou would be enormous. Your Majesty, the Huangzhou army has 1,000,000 troops. The cities on the front line cannot possibly hold them off. The most urgent task is to mobilize a large army and send reinforcements immediately. The Huangzhou army must be stopped and kept away from the royal capital. When Tian said that if this was true, a large army had to be dispatched, only then could there be any hope of blocking or repelling the Huangzhou army. Relying on local defenders with each city's handful of garrison troops would never be enough. At present, the forces openly controlled by the royal family included 2,000,000 National Protectorate troops near the capital, 1,000,000 royal capital guards, and the remaining city garrisons throughout the realm, which could still amount to several million. As for the forces secretly controlled by the royal family, the ministers only knew that they existed, not their details. I have already issued an edict to dispatch the National Protectorate Army. The National Protectorate Army Xiao Meier referred to was the force stationed at Yubi Mountain, not the one near the capital. These legions were collectively called the National Protectorate Army. Their exact numbers and strength were known only to a very few within the royal family. This was also meant to lull the various parties, leaving the feudal lords unable to discern the royal family's true hand. Your Majesty, I am afraid that merely sending legions will not be enough. Huangzhou's top-tier combat strength is formidable. We need masters to take command. When Tian again proposed that the reason Huangzhou was difficult to deal with was not only its inexhaustible armies, but also the unfathomable strength of its experts. In legion warfare, although individual martial power could not decide the outcome, one still needed capable experts to fight the enemy's masters, otherwise the blow to morale would be severe. Xiao Meier knew this very well, but she hesitated. At present, the only force the royal family could mobilize was the imperial clan court. As for the martial emperor powerhouses of the other houses, they could hardly be mobilized unless the kingdom was at a life-or-death juncture. Very well. I will order the imperial clan court to provide support. However, this concerns the safety of the royal capital, so you must not stand by. I command that all high officials of the first rank and above, the 3 dukes and 9 ministers, each dispatch 1 martial emperor and 5 martial venerables to reinforce the front. As for the others, each shall also send a portion of their forces to jointly defend Zhongzhou. Xiao Meier's arrangement was what could be called the art of balance. The Huangzhou army's might was well known to all. Once royal forces were committed, considerable losses would be inevitable. The royal family could not bear this burden alone, the other houses had to share it. Moreover, this justification was quite sound. If a crisis struck the royal capital, every house's interests would surely be harmed. In this way, the capital could field at least 30 or 40 martial emperors, an immense help to the frontline battlefield. Seeing Xiao Meier's grim expression, the ministers, though reluctant, had no choice but to fall silent and nod in acquiescence. If Xiao Meier turned hostile, none of them would have an easy time. Rest assured, Your Majesty, this matter concerns everyone. Your ministers will do their utmost. At this moment, it was when Tian who stepped forward again. With someone taking the lead, the rest found it even harder to object. They could only silently accept while pondering countermeasures in their minds. Just then a thunderous boom suddenly sounded in the distance. What is going on? Xiao Meier was startled. Judging by the sound, it seemed to come from the royal clan court. Your Majesty, terrible news. The imperial clan court has come under attack. It turned out that Zhao Gao and his men had arrived. With the cooperation of the Eastern Depot, they had brazenly launched an attack on the royal clansmen. Half an hour earlier, Zhao Gao, along with the 6 sword slaves and assassins of every rank from the net, finally arrived at the royal capital. Lord Zhao Gao, we have essentially mapped out the imperial clan court. How do you think we should proceed? An Eastern Depot operative responsible for intelligence in the royal capital appeared. Just take us there directly. There is no need for trouble. Zhao Gao had ample confidence. At this moment, the net was the absolute top-tier combat force in the kingdom of Xiao. Even if the royal house's imperial clan court had hidden assets, it would be to no avail. Unless besieged by the main army of the kingdom of Xiao. But Zhao Gao was no fool. How could he give them ample time to prepare? Led by the Eastern Depot operative, the group headed toward a row of residences beside the royal palace. Who are you looking for? This is private property. Please do not linger. No sooner had they reached the entrance than Zhao Gao's party was stopped. There were guards not only at the gate, but also people on the surrounding streets and rooftops. Even the petty vendors and passers-by on the street now looked tense. Not bad. The defenses are quite tight. Too bad they are useless. Zhao Gao gave a smile and sneered in his raspy crow-like voice. It seems you have come with a clear purpose. May I ask where you are from? The situation could not have been more obvious. They had plainly come to the imperial clan court to stir up trouble. What was more, they must have had some understanding of this place, who otherwise ordinary people could never have found it. Even the vast majority of high court ministers did not know where the imperial clan court of the royal house was located. Even when Tian only had a suspicion, never a confirmation. The visitors meant ill. The guards immediately sent a covert signal inside calling for reinforcements. Zhao Gao watched their little moves without stopping them. He had not brought only these people here, some of his forces had already set out ahead and surrounded the entire imperial clan court. The former emperor is here, is he not? The prince of Jinbei, Lin Fan, has sent this old servant to pay his respects to the former emperor. Zhao Gao revealed his identity outright. Otherwise, even if they destroyed the imperial clan court, the royal house would find it difficult to learn who they were. And would that not be far too dull? Lin Fan's strike against the royal Xiao family had officially begun. Lin Fan. This is bad. At the name Lin Fan, the guard knew everything had gone wrong. How could they not know of the enmity between the royal house and Lin Fan? In the past, they had paid him no heed. Without Lin Wudi present, Lin Fan was nothing. If the royal house wanted him dead, it could be done as casually as lifting a hand. But now all that had changed. Lin Fan's rise was unstoppable. He had already taken at least a third of the kingdom of Zhao's territory and was at the very peak of his momentum. His people had come today, clearly for revenge. Calling it paying respects. More like seeing them off on their final journey. Whoosh. A bright red signal arrow shot up into the sky. This was the highest grade signal arrow of the royal house, signifying that an immensely important member of the royal family was under mortal threat. Once this arrow appeared, every person who witnessed it had to rush to aid, otherwise they would be guilty of a crime punishable by the slaughter of their entire household and clan. Begin. Zhao Gao knew there was no more time to wait. Even if reinforcements from the royal capital could not threaten them, too many people would only jeopardize the mission. Once some managed to escape, Zhao Gao would have a difficult time accounting for it. The 6 sword slaves shifted their bodies and struck together, shattering the row of pavilions in front of them. The entire imperial clan court was now completely exposed to the world's eyes. The thunderous crash alarmed many people, Xiao Meier among them. From within the imperial clan court, figures kept darting out, joining the guards outside and attacking the net's assassins. The imperial clan court of the kingdom of Xiao could be called the most important place in the kingdom. Its defenses were the tightest, even exceeding those of the royal palace. Naturally, it housed no few experts. For the most part, these defenders were only at the martial king or martial venerable realm. They could still put up a fight against the net's ordinary assassins, but once some human rank assassins struck, they were completely outmatched. If not for their numbers, they would already have been routed. Stop! A harsh shout rang out. From within the imperial clan court walked a group of some 50-odd people, each radiating a magnificent aura. All of them were figures in the martial emperor realm. Who are you to dare come here and run wild? The former emperor of the kingdom of Xiao Wudao spoke. This former emperor was not very old, and his talent was also decent. After breaking through to the martial emperor realm, he had passed the throne to Xiao Meier and devoted himself to peaceful cultivation in the imperial clan court. He had long stopped paying attention to the outside world, and he certainly did not recognize Zhao Gao or any of his men. Even so, Xiao Wudao's heart was somewhat uneasy at this moment. It was bad enough that these people had found this place, but from the look of it, their strength was far from weak. Your Majesty, the former emperor, I never imagined we would meet under such circumstances. Had the prince not shown consideration, this old servant would have sent your Majesty to heaven long ago. Lin Fan's enemies were naturally Zhao Gao's mortal enemies. If Lin Fan had not preferred to play it safe before, Zhao Gao would have stirred up chaos in the royal capital long ago. How could they have been left to cultivate in peace for so long? Prince. Xiao Wudao caught that word acutely. Yet he could not immediately think of which prince had such strength. Could it be one of the princes of the Fengyang kingdom? But with the kingdom of Zhao's size, how could it have offended such a power? Your Majesty, it is Lin Fan, the prince of Jinbei, the son of Lin Wudi. Seeing that Xiao Wudao had not figured it out, a subordinate swiftly spoke up. What? You are Lin Fan's people. How is that possible? Recently, Lin Fan had stirred up a great deal of trouble, and naturally Xiao Wudao was aware of it. In fact, many schemes, and matters Xiao Meier could not decide, had been personally settled by Xiao Wudao. Even this latest assassination attempt on Lin Fan had been planned by Xiao Wudao, who sent people to the Fengyang Kingdom. It seems your majesty is quite surprised. Those people you arranged to assassinate the prince have all gone on ahead. Today, by the prince's command, this old servant has come especially to pay respects and thank your majesty for the special care you have shown. It is discourteous not to reciprocate. Gentlemen of the imperial clan court, please take the road. Zhao Gao spoke these cruel facts with a broad smile. Xiao Wudao knew that those hired assassins had failed, but that was not necessarily a problem. They could simply try again another time. Yet would the royal house still have another chance? Xiao Wudao knew all too well the strength of the people before him. A group like this could destroy the royal house of Xiao with ease. Had the kingdom of Xiao not been so remote that true experts looked down on it, and had not the Fengyang kingdom imposed its restraints, how could the Xiao family have sat so securely on their local imperial throne? To put it bluntly, their strength was lacking. And yet Lin Fan had survived an assassination by these very people, and, from what that eunuch said, all the assassins were dead. No matter what means Lin Fan had used, it was something the kingdom of Xiao could neither accomplish nor handle. Trouble. That single misjudgment, all those years ago sparing Lin Fan, had finally become a disaster. Perhaps the kingdom of Xiao would perish because of it. For an instant Xiao Wudao thought of many things, but regret was not among them. If he had not made a move against Lin Wudi in those days, perhaps none of this would have happened. The past was smoke, and thinking about it was useless now. The most pressing matter was how to get through the crisis before him. Xiao Wudao quickly gathered his composure and confronted the predicament before him. As the leading figure of the Xiao clan with several ancestral elders away, these troubles still demanded his intervention. Troubles he had personally provoked, no less. Gentlemen, I do not know where you hail from, but what right does an immature boy such as Lin Fan have to negotiate with you? Whatever your purposes may be, I believe the Xiao kingdom ought to be your most suitable ally. Might we rather sit down and talk, turning weapons into treaties? The Xiao kingdom is willing to accommodate your demands to the best of its ability. Sensing defeat was inevitable, Xiao Wudao shifted tactics toward co-optation. He also feared that heavy losses at the royal clan office would plunge the situation into even greater chaos. Without the deterrent of the royal clan office, not only would Lin Fan stir rebellion, but the other feudal lords would surely descend into disorder as well. How ignorant and foolish. What could your Xiao kingdom possibly offer that warrants our regard? The sheer magnitude of the prince's power is beyond the comprehension of insignificant beings like yourselves. Idle words are useless. Farewell. Zhao Gao sneered, then waved his hand. The Luo Wang assassins moved again, and from every quarter of the royal clan office came the clamor of battle. The full-scale slaughter had begun. To be so belittled by a eunuch. Even a clay figure retains some spark of temper, let alone a sovereign of his stature. Whether he wished to or not, this battle was now unavoidable. Both sides clashed rapidly. Royal Palace. Who dares attack the royal clan office? Xiao Meier was utterly shocked. The royal clan office was the Xiao kingdom's strongest force, who possessed such audacity as to court certain death. Your Majesty, if the enemy dares strike, they must be well prepared. The situation is dire. Implore you to dispatch the imperial guards immediately. Wen Tian responded with the swiftest reflexes. The enemy had already breached their gates. What good was deliberation now? Safeguarding the royal clan office took absolute priority above all else. Should the royal clan office fall, the Xiao kingdom would be lost. Send word to the imperial guards. Reinforce them without delay. All of you mobilize your clan's forces to reinforce the royal clan office. Anyone who falters will face execution without mercy. Xiao Meier acted swiftly. Not only military forces were dispatched, each clan's elite fighters were summoned as well. A sovereign's true nature was on full display. Even now she considered the balance of power. My lords, accompany me to the royal clan office. After issuing her commands, Xiao Meier could no longer remain seated. She intended to witness the conflict firsthand. Your Majesty, you must not. The enemy comes prepared. You cannot endanger yourself. When Tian stepped forward resolutely. If the Xiao kingdom's sovereign perished in battle, the consequences would be catastrophic. Xiao Meier halted and grasped the crux of the matter. Lord Wen, lead reinforcements to assess the situation. The royal clan office must not fall. Whether for her own survival or the stability of the Xiao kingdom, Xiao Meier understood she could not leave the palace. She had no choice but to place her trust in Wen Tian. Reinforcements from all sides were mobilizing, and time was running thin for Zhao Gao. The Luo Wang assassins were formidable, yet their numbers remained limited. Surrounded by overwhelming forces, completing their mission successfully was nearly impossible, and they would suffer devastating casualties. Consequently, while Zhao Gao kept watch over the late emperor, the others engaged in combat. Yet among the fighting figures, the 6 sword slaves were nowhere to be seen. Having struck once, they vanished without a trace. At that moment, the 6 sword slaves had already penetrated the heart of the royal clan office. Their objective was clear: eliminate the Xiao kingdom's ancient elders. The reason the royal clan office commanded such fear across the land, keeping all feudal lords from reckless aggression, was precisely because of these imperishable elders. While outsiders speculated these elders had reached the transcendent realm, the Eastern Depot's relentless intelligence network had already provided Lin Fan with precise information. There were 5 of them in total, all at the transcendent realm, with one having reached its absolute limit. This was precisely why they had struck against Lin Wuti back then, fearing his extraordinary talent and overwhelming combat prowess. The Xiao clan also worried that once the elders passed, their descendants would lack the strength to contain Lin Wuti. Moreover, Lin Wuti's combat ability was too formidable. The Xiao elders feared that even after he broke through to the transcendent realm, he would retain his overwhelmingly potent talents, making him virtually impossible to deal with. Only then did they choose to strike with lethal intent. Now that the royal clan office was under attack, the elders could hardly cultivate in peace. Though they had not appeared publicly, they were monitoring the situation and ready to intervene at any moment. Who's there? Trouble. The 6 sword slaves showed no honor in combat. Despite possessing the numerical advantage and facing elders at the transcendent realm while operating at the post-heaven stage themselves, they opted for assassination tactics. A flash of sword light erupted, startling the elders, but it came too late for them to react. The pillars holding the Xiao kingdom together, those whom Xiao Meier had relied upon, fell before they could even fully manifest their power, slain by the 6 sword slaves. The pillars of the Xiao kingdom crumbled. Then figures materialized, callously severing the elders' heads before vanishing into nothingness. All while the battles raging outside remained oblivious to the horror unfolding within. At the gates, 2 forces continued to clash. Yet calling it a battle was generous. It was merely the royal clan office throwing bodies at the enemy in a one-sided slaughter. Even experts at the martial emperor realm stood no chance against tier heaven assassins, defeated within mere exchanges. Hurry, informed the elders. We need reinforcements. The enemy is far too powerful. Though Xiao Wudao had anticipated the enemy's strength, he couldn't fathom such a staggering disparity. His mind raced with confusion. How could individuals this formidable submit to Lin Fan's command? Lin Fan had always been under the royal family's watchful control, every move monitored by Lin Fu. There should have been no opportunity for outside contact. When exactly had he become entangled with these elite fighters? But now was not the time for such reflections. Survival depended on weathering the immediate crisis. Xiao Wudao had witnessed the guards firing signal arrows earlier, signaling that Xiao Kingdom forces and allied powers were mobilizing, but reinforcement would take time. All that remained to buy time was hoping the elders could hold the line. And just then the 6 sword slaves appeared. Everyone's attention snapped to them instantly, not merely because of the oppressive aura radiating from them, but because of the blood-soaked heads they carried. The elders? No. Damn it all, I'll fight you to the death. Members of the Xiao clan at the royal office recognized those heads instantly. Their ancestral elders had fallen. The sky of Xiao Kingdom had collapsed. Fury swept through their ranks, driving them to fight without regard for their lives. Yet it was all for nothing. Elders? Why? Xiao Wudao stood frozen in disbelief. How could the pillar holding their world together fall so swiftly? Lin Fan, I will kill you. Xiao Wudao roared, placing all blame upon him. And perhaps it wasn't entirely unfounded, for these atrocities were carried out under Lin Fan's orders. But karma turned in cruel circles. The despair Lin Fan had felt when Lin Wuti was ambushed and slain echoed this very moment, a mirror of suffering reflected across time. The 5 patriarchs of the Xiao family died before they could even display their remaining might, their heads cruelly severed and cast to the ground without the slightest dignity. It was a naked humiliation. Outside the clan court of the Xiao kingdom, chaos exploded. Whether or not they were of Xiao blood, nearly everyone who had appeared there was a death-sworn warrior raised by the Xiao family. There were many who would die in loyalty to the Xiao clan. The deaths of the patriarchs inflamed everyone. One after another, they launched desperate suicidal attacks, asking only to drag an enemy down with them before they themselves fell. Unfortunately, without strength, everything was futile. The mightiest martial emperors under the Xiao family's banner fell in battle one after another, and the Xiao family could no longer turn the tide. No matter how unwilling he was, Xiao Wudao could see it clearly: both the Xiao family and the Xiao kingdom were doomed. Without these mighty warriors to guard them, how could the Xiao family survive with wolves and tigers crouching on every side? At that moment, a crowd of figures appeared in the distance. The first wave of reinforcements had arrived. These masters were far faster than the Imperial guards. My lad, spare no one who dares to raise a hand today. Let us see exactly how many in the royal capital stand on the side of the royal family. Seeing this, Xiao Gao was pleased rather than alarmed. The more people who came, the better. Once they were all wiped out, Xiao Meier would have even fewer people left to depend on. Xiao Gao did not care what intentions these people had, or whether they had chosen to oppose Lin Fan of their own free will. Since they had come, there was no need for courtesy. He would simply see them all to their graves. Nearly everyone in the clan court was dead. A large part of the net assassins began cutting their way outward to intercept the masters arriving to reinforce the other side. These masters never imagined that merely because they were stronger and faster than ordinary soldiers they would bring disaster upon themselves. 6 sword slaves follow this list and exterminate every one of these households for me. Zhao Gao then produced another piece of paper on which were recorded the names and addresses of several powerful figures in the royal capital. These were all people who had once made a move against Lin Wuti, and they too had to be eliminated this time. With the sole exception of Xiao Wudao, who was meant to continue living in agony, the time had come for the rest to atone. After accepting the list, the 6 sword slaves vanished in a flash. With their strength wiping out a few families whose strongest members were at most martial emperors was far too easy. They required no help from anyone else. Former emperor, how was this spectacle today? Zhao Gao had not tried to hide his many arrangements from Xiao Wudao. Amid the fierce fighting, Zhao Gao was still in the mood for conversation. This too was a way of torturing Xiao Wudao psychologically. Eunuch, you are all utterly ruthless at heart. The grand inheritance of my Xiao kingdom is being ruined at the hands of you beasts. Who exactly are you people? Xiao Wudao absolutely refused to believe that Lin Fan had such ability to win over so many experts. Even if he was to die, Xiao Wudao still wanted to die knowing the truth. Why, we are the prince's servants. You may not understand, but that does not matter. The prince's power is not something you common folk can hope to grasp. And do not blame us. If you had not moved against the old prince, confined the prince for 10 years, and even tried to assassinate him, the Xiao kingdom would never have come to this. Every bit of this is your own doing. Zhao Gao spoke the truth, only the truth was so cruel and so effective at striking Xiao Wudao's heart. Impossible. Lin Fan was always under my watch. There is no way he could have such power. Xiao Wudao would not believe it. A ruined prisoner who had been locked away, suddenly producing a legion of powerful masters and an elite army of over 10 million. No matter how he looked at it, it was a fantasy. Unless that man had a system, how could he possibly have done it? But how could Xiao Wudao, who had seen so little of the world, ever understand? By now the slaughter on the battlefield was almost over. Everyone on the clan court side except Xiao Wudao had died in battle. The clan court, which had once been regarded as the guardian god of the Xiao kingdom, was completely gone. The family masters who had rushed to provide support were mostly dead as well. Seeing that things had gone wrong, many had already begun to flee, refusing to be buried alongside the Xiao family. From afar came the sound of a great army marching. The Imperial Guard of the royal capital was about to arrive. It was time for Zhao Gao and his people to leave. Once surrounded by the Imperial Guard, even the net would suffer no small losses. Former Emperor, the prince has ordered that your life be spared for now. You should be grateful for the prince's mercy and repent your sins properly. Do not try to provoke the prince again. If you do, your Xiao family, father and daughter, may still have a chance to cling to a miserable existence. Otherwise, the next time this old servant returns, it will be the day your entire Xiao family is wiped out. Conduct yourself well. Everyone withdraw from the royal capital. With all his words said and the purpose of this visit fulfilled, Zhao Gao gave the order to retreat. In short order, the net masters vanished without a trace. With their abilities, it was impossible for the Imperial Guard to find them, especially with the cooperation of the Eastern Depot. Xiao Wudao stared blankly at the tragic ruins of the clan court, a boundless fury raging in his heart. One single person, Lin Fan, had forced the Xiao family to such a desperate end. With the clan court gone, the royal family's rule had basically reached its end. To say nothing of the feudal lords, even the unruly families in the royal capital, and the ministers who had long since joined forces with those lords were more than the royal family could handle. Xiao Wudao was far from a match for them. Your Majesty, your servants came late to your rescue. Please forgive us. Under Wen Tian's lead, the Imperial Guard arrived. Without even pausing to examine the carnage, Wen Tian saw Xiao Wudao and rushed to pay his respects. Xiao Wudao was already in despair. Now that he and Xiao Meier had no one else to lean on, what right did he have to claim sovereignty? A tiger without fangs, who would care about it? Minister, when the clan court is lost, the Xiao kingdom is lost. Xiao Wudao still trusted Wen Tian's relationship with the Xiao family. Besides, the news that the clan court had been destroyed could not be kept hidden anyway. Your Majesty, who did this? Wen Tian was filled with agitation. He had struggled for this long, yet someone had pulled the rug from under him, reducing all his efforts to nothing. Lin Fan. Xiao Wudao was in an extremely bad state. This blow was too heavy. Even mentioning Lin Fan no longer stirred much emotion in him. It really is him. In the end, that cursed scourge has gone this far. I truly regret how I handled things back then. Wen Tian was not surprised. Now that Lin Fan had strength, how could he not avenge the grievances of the past? The fact that he had waited until now was already surprising enough to Wen Tian. Wen Tian regretted it too. Not what the royal family had done back then, but the failure to eliminate the roots and completely destroy the Lin family. When they moved against Lin Wuti, Wen Tian had only learned of it afterward. He had originally opposed such a self-crippling move, because from what he knew of Lin Wuti, this grand general, like himself, held a heart that belonged to the Xiao kingdom and would never take the road of rebellion. But the royal family had its own concerns. Who could guarantee that a man's loyalty would never change? What if one day something did change? Preparing in advance was not wrong. The mistake was that having already struck the royal family still hesitated over so many things, and in the end left that scourge Lin Fan alive. More than 10 years had passed since those events. Saying anything more now would change nothing. Your Majesty, we must deal with the aftermath as quickly as possible and stop the impact from spreading any further. Wen Tian quickly composed himself. Since the matter had already happened, it had to be faced. One could not simply wait for death. Do you have any suggestions, Lord Wen? You should be well aware that without the clan court, the unstable elements at court will surely erupt. The royal house now had only Xiao Wudao as a martial emperor. Such strength could no longer hold the situation together. Your Majesty, there are still many in the royal capital who are loyal to the royal house. We must gather these people together to stand against the others. Moreover, those who struck against Lin Wudi back then must also be won over. Lin Fan's revenge has already begun. Relying on themselves, they cannot possibly stop Lin Fan's vengeance. Only by banding together will they have a chance. In addition, keep a tight grip on the Imperial Guard and the National Protection Army. As long as we have enough troops in hand, no one will dare act rashly. After that, we must contact the feudal lords of every province as soon as possible. If we cannot unite and send troops to destroy Lin Fan, it will become a nightmare for everyone. I believe by now the other lords already understand this logic. Finally, Your Majesty, can we ask the Murong family at Nantian Pass to step in? Judging by the power Lin Fan now controls, the 10 Directions Hall is no match for him. We have no foothold in the Fengyan Kingdom and only meager treasury funds. The only ones we can rely on are the Murong family. Wen Tian lived up to his reputation as the strategist of the Xiao Kingdom. In a short span of time, he had conceived a temporary solution. As long as it could be carried out, the situation could at least be barely maintained, and the royal capital would not immediately be plunged into war. Looking at Wen Tian, Xiao Wudao was reminded of Lin Wudi from years past. Back then the Xiao Kingdom had also been unstable. Rebellions erupted frequently across the land, along with challenges from the Wen Kingdom and the barbarian tribes. Lin Wudi hardly knew a moment of peace, spending his days rushing from place to place and waging war on every front. That was how in just a few short years he kept the Xiao Kingdom stable. In particular, after Lin Wudi broke through to the pinnacle of the martial emperor realm, his overwhelming strength caused feudal lords everywhere to lower their banners and silence their drums, daring not to make a move. That was what gave the Xiao Kingdom a chance to catch its breath and vigorously expand its strength. Yet all of this had been destroyed by Xiao Wudao's own hands. If Lin Wudi were still here, the Xiao Kingdom would never have come to such a pass. Even Lin Fan would not have done this. With Lin Wudi's character, he would never have allowed his own son to commit rebellion. Moreover, in those days Lin Fan had shared a close relationship with Xiao Meier. With that bond in place, Lin Fan probably would not have acted this way either. But thinking about such things now was meaningless. Xiao Wudao shook his head, casting aside these unrealistic thoughts. I will leave the task of contacting the other forces to you, Lord One. As for the Murong family, I will go in person. However, the result may not be very satisfactory. The Murong family was quite unique. If anyone else went, they would not even have a chance to speak. Only Xiao Wudao could make the journey himself. Yet he knew very well that in their presence he probably carried little weight. But this was still something that had to be done. By the way, the forces that tried to assassinate Lin Fan this time all came from the Fengyan Kingdom. They still have some foundation there. If the news that these people were killed by Lin Fan is spread to the Fengyan Kingdom, I believe someone will step forward. Even if they cannot kill Lin Fan, they can at least put pressure on him and divert his attention, making it impossible for him to concentrate fully on dealing with us. Xiao Wudao suddenly said, a failed assassination is not what matters. By killing them, Lin Fan will only attract even more powerful experts. Come, let us return to the palace. I still need to explain this matter to Meier. Xiao Wudao was indeed worthy of the title of a great king. When the Xiao family suffered such a catastrophic disaster, he was still able to calm down quickly. No easy feat. What Xiao Wudao and Wen Tian failed to realize at this moment was that no matter how hard they tried, it would ultimately be futile. A short while later, the group appeared in the great hall of the royal palace. Your Majesty, what exactly happened at the clan court? The news that the clan court had been exterminated could not be hidden. Sure enough, no sooner had Xiao Wudao arrived than someone raised a challenge. It went without saying that they had already received word. They simply wanted confirmation. Judging from his tone, this person no longer showed the respect he once had. This was unavoidable. Honored lords, the clan court has suffered a devastating surprise attack from Lin Fan, the prince who pacifies the north. Our losses are severe. From now on, the Xiao Kingdom must be jointly safeguarded by all of us. Xiao Wudao did not conceal the truth. He could not conceal it, so he simply laid out the facts. Then he solemnly emphasized the gravity of the matter, trying to rally everyone together. The clan court has been destroyed. Lin Fan's strength is truly that formidable. What are we supposed to do? What else can we do? At this point, we can only look after ourselves. The Xiao Kingdom is finished. Your Majesty, you acted foolishly back then. The root of all chaos in the Xiao Kingdom lies in that very affair, and you bear an inescapable responsibility. Why not go personally to Haifeng City and resolve this trouble? Sure enough, the backlash appeared. On ordinary days, these people were completely obedient only because they feared the clan court's power. Now that only Xiao Wudao was left, what use was he? It was not as if the various families lacked martial emperors of their own. There were even quite a few martial emperors stronger than Xiao Wudao. Strength was the sole standard of status. Now that the royal house had declined, who would still show it any respect? Insolence. Do you all take me for a nonentity? Before Xiao Wudao could speak, Xiao Meier flew into a rage. At this moment, she still had not realized how serious the situation truly was. Your Majesty, as a woman, it is only natural that you cannot control a matter of this magnitude. The trouble caused by the late emperor should be left to the late emperor to settle. A martial king without the Xiao family backing her. Who among those present would care? The ugly faces of this crowd made Xiao Meier tremble with rage. What audacity! Lord Zhang, do not forget your place. Wen Tian spoke, but it clearly did no good. Wen Tian's status in the Xiao kingdom had all been granted by the Xiao family. Without them he was nothing. Whether in personal strength or political influence, he was far inferior to the families present. Wen Tian, this is none of your business. We are discussing Lin Fan. If the late emperor will not go, then how is this problem to be solved? Are we supposed to take action ourselves? We do not have that ability. Lord Zhang retorted without the slightest courtesy. Honored lords, the Xiao kingdom is now in peril. We ought to unite and resist Lin Fan together. Otherwise none of us will come to a good end. Is this simple truth still not clear to you? While the few of them were arguing, a voice from the corner spoke exactly what Wen Tian and Xiao Wudao had in mind. It belonged to a shifty-eyed, unremarkable-looking man, none other than Qin Hui. When the net made its move, Qin Hui knew that the opportunity he had been waiting for had finally arrived. As long as he seized this chance, he would carve out a place for himself in the court of the Xiao kingdom. With Wei Zhongxin cooperating as well, the day when they could control the court was not far off. Xiao Meier and Wen Tian were somewhat surprised to see Qin Hui step forward to support the royal family. Qin Hui's sudden appearance naturally caught Xiao Meier's attention, as she had never previously given him a prominent position out of concern for his origins. After all, it was hardly prudent for a powerhouse of the martial emperor realm to suddenly appear in the state of Xiao, and then take a place within the imperial court. If such a person harbored ulterior motives, it would pose a grave threat to the state of Xiao. During this period, investigations and probing into Qin Hui had never ceased. However, with the cooperation of agents from the Eastern Depot, Qin Hui's identity as an outsider had been constructed with remarkable thoroughness. Qin Hui's fabricated identity claimed he was a disgraced scion of a distant kingdom whose family had been annihilated after offending a powerful clan, forcing him to flee far away to the state of Xiao. According to Qin Hui's own account, he only wished to remain in hiding within the state of Xiao for the rest of his days, and would never return or his life would be in danger. The kingdom Qin Hui mentioned was so far from the state of Xiao that even if the royal family sent investigators, they could not reasonably expect a return within a short time frame. What Xiao Meier did not know was that those people would never return at all. The Eastern Depot's plans were meticulously crafted. How could they possibly allow anyone to escape? As for the future, there was little to worry about. Sooner or later, Qin Hui's true origins would cease to matter. Moreover, Qin Hui's demonstrated strength had reached the peak of the martial emperor realm. With such combat power, Xiao Meier both dared not provoke him lightly and was unwilling to let him go. If Qin Hui were truly a destitute fugitive, he could still prove highly useful to the state of Xiao. What right does a mere low-ranking official have to meddle in matters between us and the sovereign? Truly reckless with your life. The faction led by Lord Zhang actually consisted of individuals planted by various feudal lords within the court. They had already assessed the current situation of the Xiao family. Without the imperial clan authority, what could the royal house rely on to resist them? This emboldened their brazen insubordination. You serve as ministers of the realm, yet you disregard the hierarchy between ruler and subject. Do you dare address the sovereign with such insolence? Are you contemplating rebellion? The state of Xiao faces catastrophe, and instead of uniting against the common foe, you scatter reckless words among yourselves. Does any remnant of loyalty to the sovereign or the nation still flicker within your hearts? Qin Hui thundered his reprimand with genuine indignation, as though the fate of Xiao were his own. Yet the stratagem proved effective. At the very least, Xiao Meier, Wen Tian, and other loyalists to the state of Xiao had quietly shifted their views of Qin Hui, seeking death. While Lord Zhang remained silent, another minister could tolerate the provocation no longer and struck at Qin Hui. Qin Hui usually kept a low profile, and others were unaware of his true strength, making this man recklessly overreach. To strike within the imperial court in the sovereign's presence constitutes capital offense. Qin Hui spoke with righteous indignation, though privately he was elated. After delivering his moral rebuke, Qin Hui counterattacked without hesitation, driving his palm back with full force. The attacker, merely at the martial venerable realm, was sent hurtling backward by Qin Hui's strike and embedded himself into the wall, thrashing briefly before falling still. Your Majesty, I overstepped my bounds. I beg your pardon. Without a shred of hesitation, Qin Hui dropped to his knees immediately after dispatching his opponent. The maneuver was executed with remarkable finesse. Qin Hui had struck to defend the royal family's interests, yet fighting within the court was nonetheless a serious transgression that could warrant punishment if pursued. Nevertheless, at this moment Xiao Meier had no intention of pressing charges. Instead, she believed Qin Hui had acted rightly. His immediate submission and self-abasement before the sovereign deeply satisfied both the late emperor and Xiao Meier. Only when Tian frowned slightly, growing ever more convinced that Qin Hui was far more complex than he appeared. The capacity to yield and rise was the mark of someone destined for great deeds. In truth, when Tian's suspicion that Qin Hui's motives were impure lacked any concrete evidence, it was merely intuition. From when Tian's understanding those hailing from prestigious powers invariably carried themselves with arrogance and contempt, yet Qin Hui's behavior had been excessively humble. Even an exile whose family had been destroyed would not have demeaned himself so thoroughly. Such conduct seemed inconsistent with Qin Hui's supposed identity. Yet at this moment when Tian would certainly not speak further, the turmoil facing Xiao demanded more people stand together, and regardless of Qin Hui's true purposes, his public defense of the royal house only benefited the current situation. Lord Qin, pray rise at once. Xiao Meier feigned composure. Your Majesty, this individual has displayed such ruthlessness, daring to kill a high minister in open court. Will you not take action? Although surprised by Qin Hui's strength, Lord Zhang felt no fear. A single martial emperor could not alter the balance. Lord Qin serves me in quelling this unrest. What wrong has he committed? Lord Zhang, speak plainly. What is your true purpose? Xiao Meier pressed the question, knowing certain matters could not be evaded. Your Majesty, my lords, we are all well aware that the root of all chaos within the state of Xiao lies in the late sovereign's decisions of years past. If he had not targeted Lin Wuti, would the state of Xiao have fallen to this state? Lin Fan now rises to prominence and will inevitably seek vengeance. As the saying goes, cause and effect are inextricably linked. The seed sown by the late sovereign must bear fruit, and only the sovereign can resolve it. For the sake of Zhao's countless subjects, we beg the sovereign to personally journey to Black Wind City and bring this grievance to its end. Lord Zhang was pushing the royal house into a corner with no escape. Without the imperial clan authority, and with the sovereign sent to Black Wind City, what could Xiao Meier alone accomplish? My lords concur. Those aligned with Lord Zhang immediately voiced their support. As for the others, treating the matter as none of their concern, they remained silent, watching the drama unfold. Your Majesty, this course must never be taken. Qin Hui stepped forward once more. This time he had to establish his position within the court. Time was running short. Your Majesty, how will the people of the realm view the sovereign house if such measures are pursued? Though I am unclear of the events of years past, there is one phrase I ask all distinguished lords to bear in mind. Everywhere beneath the heavens belongs to the sovereign. All who dwell upon it are his subjects. Whatever the causes and effects of old, when the ruler commands death, the minister must obey without question. Good heavens, Qin Hui was unconditionally taking the royal house's side, and yet those words struck a deep chord with his Majesty. Both Xiao Meier and Xiao Wudao found themselves in complete agreement. However, the other ministers did not share this sentiment. What right did he have to demand their deaths while forbidding them from resisting? Should they meekly accept their fate? Such logic might hold in other worlds, but on this era's continent where martial prowess reigned supreme, it was sheer absurdity. Without sufficient strength, what worth did royal lineage or imperial mandate truly hold? The assembly bristled at Qin Hui's words, yet for now none dared to step forward. Your Majesty, Lord Zhang's actions undoubtedly constitute treason. I beg your Majesty to issue a decree for their execution. To deter further treachery, I request that the imperial guards carry out collective punishment against their clans. Qin Hui's ruthless proposal drew gasps throughout the court. At a time when internal stability was already precarious, calling for the execution of so many ministers and their entire clans would only drive these people toward open rebellion. If the capital were to descend into chaos, could the royal house, with its current strength, maintain control? As the ministers stood in shock, all turned their gaze toward Xiao Wudao and Xiao Meier, seeking to discern whether they possessed the resolve and conviction to follow through. Xiao Meier fell silent. Unable to easily make a decision on such a momentous matter, she kept casting her gaze toward Xiao Wudao and Wen Tian. Meanwhile, Xiao Wudao and Wen Tian were also looking at each other, their eyes locked in constant silent communication. Your Majesty, this man Qin Hui is of unknown origin, and his actions are clearly meant to sow discord. I request the execution of this traitor to eliminate future troubles for our kingdom of Xiao. Guards, apprehend Qin Hui. If he dares to resist, execute him on the spot. Before Xiao Wudao could even reach a decision, Minister Zhang spoke up. At this point, the royal family was of little consequence in his eyes. The current royal family no longer possessed the power to execute them. Thus, Minister Zhang decided to strike first to gain the upper hand, by killing Qin Hui to intimidate everyone and thereby seizing complete control of the imperial court. From this day forward, the ruler of the kingdom of Xiao had to change. Backed by a large and powerful crowd, someone from Minister Zhang's faction quickly stepped forward prepared to strike down Qin Hui. Presumptuous. Minister Zhang, Her Majesty has not yet made a decision. Who gave you the authority to lay hands on a court minister? Wen Tian spoke up. At this moment he not only had to protect Qin Hui, but also needed to make his own stance clear. Do it. Minister Zhang could not care less at this point. Having already offended the royal family, if he did not establish his authority and suppress them now, they would surely seek retribution in the future. Although the royal clan court had been annihilated, Minister Zhang remained uncertain if that represented the entirety of the royal family's strength. After all, they still held some hidden forces in the shadows, and no one knew the true extent of their power. This was the perfect opportunity to test them. Since his side had the advantage in numbers, the worst-case scenario would merely be a stalemate. Instantly, several martial emperor and martial venerable experts launched their attacks toward Qin Hui. To conceal his true strength, Qin Hui refrained from dealing lethal blows, choosing instead to parry and maneuver. In truth, he also harbored the intention of forcing the royal family's hand to see if they possessed any other hidden forces. How utterly insolent. Minister Zhang, you are courting death. Do you truly believe I have no temper? Qin Hui's display had already won Xiao Meier's approval. She could not allow such a loyal minister to be persecuted by these treacherous villains. Imperial attendants, hidden department, apprehend these rebels. Xiao Meier commanded directly. Moments later, a group of black-clad experts and a band of eunuchs materialized, launching an assault on the ministers led by Minister Zhang. Among them was Wei Zhongxian, who had already risen to become the third most powerful figure among the imperial attendants. The majority of these suddenly appearing experts were in the martial venerable realm, along with over a dozen martial emperors. This was the final reserve of elite forces controlled by the royal family. Almost all of them had been secretly nurtured by the royal family since childhood, while others had their personal interests completely bound to the royal house. Sharing the same interests, they were the ones who least desired the downfall of the Xiao royal family, and thus they enjoyed the utmost trust of the throne. However, with the infiltration of Wei Zhongxian, it remained to be seen how much longer this force could truly be controlled by the royal family. With their intervention, Qin Hui cleverly slowed his attacks, feigning exhaustion, and even deliberately taking 2 blows to sustain some minor injuries. Qin Hui knew all too well that revealing too much strength would inevitably arouse the royal family's suspicion, especially from Wen Tian, whom Qin Hui knew had never fully trusted him. Now that his loyalty was demonstrated, sustaining some injuries and appearing weak would put others at ease, thereby securing Xiao Meier's high regard. Sure enough, seeing Qin Hui wounded, Xiao Meier immediately ordered others to step in and relieve him. His objective achieved, Qin Hui could now sit back and watch the show unfold. 10 minutes later, everyone on Minister Zhang's side, save for the martial emperors, lay dead. With an equal number of martial emperors on both sides, neither could gain the upper hand in the short term. Retreat. At Minister Zhang's command, the remaining forces began to withdraw. Self-preservation was now their only option. They had to escape the palace first. Moreover, since they could not defeat the royal family's martial emperors, they had to plan their escape, especially with their entire families still residing in the royal capital. Your Majesty, evil must be eradicated completely. We cannot allow these people to escape the capital. Otherwise, regardless of which faction they turn to, it will spell trouble for your Majesty. At this moment, Qin Hui stepped forward once again to show his devotion. Indeed. Issue an imperial decree, order the Imperial Guard to mobilize and annihilate these dozen-odd families. Imperial attendants and the hidden department assist them in this operation. At this juncture, Xiao Meier truly exhibited the resolve of a reigning empress, understanding the peril of leaving loose ends. Xiao Wudao and Wen Tian remained silent throughout. All of this was within their expectations. The only unforeseen variable was Qin Hui's sudden outburst. However, they had been observing Qin Hui from start to finish. Having witnessed his strength, they deemed him incapable of posing a significant threat to the royal family. If he remained loyal, he would be a great asset. If he harbored other intentions, eliminating him would not require much effort. At this moment, both were preoccupied with how to counter the threat posed by Lin Fan. They were facing not only the loss of their top-tier powerhouses, but also the looming danger of the Huangzhou army. After all, Yufei stationed in Shangzhou had already invaded Zhongzhou. These signs unmistakably signaled that Lin Fan's vengeance had begun, which was their greatest headache. Report to your Majesty. The family of the Grand General of the Protector Army has been annihilated. Except for the Grand General, who was away, all 300 members of his household have been slaughtered. Report to your Majesty. The wealthy Jin family in the south of the city has been completely wiped out, with not a single survivor. Just as the court situation was beginning to stabilize, a young eunuch rushed in, breathlessly reporting the destruction of over a dozen prominent families. Oh no, we overlooked this. Xiao Wudao suddenly cried out in alarm. During his confrontation with Zhao Gao, he had clearly heard Zhao Gao ordering the annihilation of several families, even providing a list. These were obviously the very families that had targeted Lin Wudi in the past. The eunuch's report had now confirmed this. Initially, Xiao Wudao had intended to contact these families to band together for mutual protection, But in the wake of the sudden crisis, he had completely forgotten about it. Lin Fan's agents had acted with astonishing speed, wiping out over a dozen families in such a short span of time. Meanwhile, the royal family, preoccupied with the court's internal strife, had failed to anticipate this entirely. Your Majesty, the situation has grown far more critical. We must not fall into disarray at this moment. I implore Your Majesty to issue an imperial decree to dispatch the army to intercept Yu Fei's legion. At the same time, order the Imperial Guard to mobilize and maintain stability in the capital. Furthermore, post public notices declaring all the annihilated families as rebels to pacify the common people. When Tian advised, with a major source of support gone, they had to defuse the situation as quickly as possible. Above all, the public must not learn the truth, or the consequences would be far more troublesome. If the populace discovered that Lin Fan, the king of Jinbei, had rebelled to avenge Lin Wuti, it would likely lead to an even worse catastrophe. The father and son of the Lin family had always held a high place in the hearts of the common people. This was especially true for Lin Fan, whose recent actions had all been for the public good, elevating his prestige even above that of the royal family. Should Lin Fan rise in rebellion, when Tian truly could not say whom the people would support. After all, over the past decade, the performance of the Xiao family had been deeply disappointing. At Yubi Mountain, the royal family had stationed an elite army of 3 million Martial Master Realm soldiers. Another 2 million Martial Master Realm soldiers were currently deployed along the border between Taizhou and Zhongzhou, guarding against rebellion in Taizhou. Except for those with special authorization, anyone who appeared would be met with a severe and merciless strike. Grand General Li Yi was one of the few loyalists of the royal family. Years ago, the Li family had incurred a feud with someone only to discover to their horror that their enemy belonged to the Ten Directions Hall. Although that person's status within the Ten Directions Hall was not high, merely an ordinary inner disciple, he was still not someone a mere small family like the Li's could afford to offend. Just when the Li family was at the end of its rope, it was Xiao Wudao who stepped forward, negotiated with the Ten Directions Hall, and saved the lives of the entire Li clan. From then on, Li Yi followed the Xiao family with unwavering devotion, placing the interests of the royal family above all else. When he had struck against Lin Wuti back, then Li Yi had just broken through to the martial emperor realm, yet he had acted without the slightest hesitation. The reason Xiao Wudao had saved Li Yi was that he recognized Li Ye's talent. He intended to use this debt of gratitude to bind Li Yi to the Xiao family's war chariot, grooming him to replace Lin Wuti. Li Yi lived up to expectations. After Lin Wuti's death and the dissolution of the kingdom-securing army, he was ordered to establish the Guardian Army. In barely 10 years, he trained 5 million elite Martial Master Realm soldiers loyal to the royal family. This carried profound significance for the royal family. On this day, Li Yi was gathering his generals to discuss the Huangzhou army's invasion of Zhongzhou. Grand General Yu Fei is advancing with overwhelming ferocity and has already breached nearly 10 cities. We cannot sit idle and wait for death. We must slay Yu Fei and drive out the Huangzhou army, or the royal family will lose all its dignity and authority. Indeed, since the founding of the Guardian Army, we have yet to engage in a true large-scale battle. Outsiders regard us with caution, but not with fear. Now is the perfect opportunity to display the true might of the Guardian Army. Grand General, has His Majesty issued any decree? The generals had long resented the Huangzhou army's actions, believing they were stealing their limelight. They had repeatedly urged Li Yi to hand the task of pacifying the rebellion to the Guardian Army. But Xiao Meier had other plans and remained unwilling to deploy the royal family's trump cards. Now at last the opportunity had arrived. The Huangzhou army with nearly 1 million soldiers dared to attack Zhongzhou, utterly reckless and oblivious to death. Lin Fan had to be taught a resounding lesson. Gentlemen, I understand your eagerness to fight and distinguish yourselves. However, the Guardian Army is the very foundation of the Xiao Kingdom and the pillar upon which His Majesty relies. Every move we make must follow His Majesty's command. No one is permitted to act on their own. Though Li Yi was not exactly a man of blind loyalty, his heart remained essentially aligned with the royal family. Since being ordered to establish the Guardian Army, he had gained a clear understanding of the royal family's strength and possessed an accurate assessment of his own capabilities. Report. Grand General, urgent intelligence from the royal capital. Suddenly a messenger rushed in holding a letter. Grand General, it seems His Majesty has learned of Yu Fei's actions. A decree has been issued. Upon hearing of the arrival of a dispatch from the royal capital, the assembled officers rubbed their hands in anticipation, ready to make their move. Ignoring the others, Li Yi picked up the intelligence and examined it carefully. Moments later, Li Yi flew into a frenzy. Lin Fan, you little brat. I, Li Yi, will never stand under the same sky as you. Transmit my orders to the army. Assemble everyone and prepare to depart. I will annihilate the Huangzhou army and march all the way to Haifeng City. Lin Fan, this general swears to grind your bones to dust and scatter your ashes. Ugh! A mouthful of blood burst forth. Li Ye's frenzy subsided, and he collapsed limply into his chair. Grand General, what has happened? Li Ye's sudden transformation startled the assembled generals, who hurried over to support him. Only after he recovered somewhat did they dare to ask what had occurred. Gentlemen, my Li family is gone. Exterminated by Lin Fan, Li Yi said mournfully. That bastard Lin Fan is utterly ruthless. Over a dozen families in the royal capital, thousands of people were wiped out by his men in a single day. Not only that, but the imperial clan court is gone as well. Lin Fan's people have destroyed the very foundation of our Xiao kingdom. Having calmed down somewhat, Li Yi revealed the full truth. The generals present were all loyal to the royal family, so there was no need to conceal anything. And with a matter of such magnitude, it could not be hidden anyway. Better to speak plainly and stoke the flames of shared resolve against the enemy. What? The imperial clan court is gone. Impossible. How could Lin Fan possess such power? If that is true, then what do we have left to fight with? Their first reaction was disbelief, but seeing Li Ye's expression, it was clear he could not be deceiving them. Such a lie would serve no purpose. That meant it was all too real. Lin Fan had the strength to storm the royal capital, destroy the imperial clan court, and casually wipe out a dozen families along the way. Just how powerful was Lin Fan? Could they possibly be a match for him? While all present were shaken to the core, a question mark inevitably arose in each of their hearts. Gentlemen, it is true that Lin Fan commands a number of experts, but on the battlefield, victory is determined by armies. There is no need for despair. So long as we defeat the Huangzhou army, anything is possible. Ignoring his own grief, Li Yi spoke to steady his officers. With such a sudden upheaval, the Guardian army absolutely could not afford to fall into chaos. Otherwise, not only would the Xiao kingdom be doomed, but he would lose his final refuge, and revenge would become impossible. In fact, Li Yi understood precisely why his family had been destroyed. By examining the list of exterminated families, he realized that Lin Fan had already found out everyone who had made a move back then. Though Li Yi had narrowly escaped for the time being, would Lin Fan spare him? Certainly not. The Guardian army was his only remaining hope for both vengeance and survival. Gentlemen, His Majesty has issued a decree. The Guardian army is to march out from Yubi Mountain to repel Yufei's advance. We must destroy the Huangzhou army. Li Yi appeared to be boosting morale, but in truth he feared unforeseen complications. Once the royal family's hidden reserves were exhausted and no swift action was taken, trouble could easily arise, for the hearts of men are the hardest to control. Yubi Mountain sent out its forces this time, leaving in full strength. Apart from a small number left behind to guard, nearly all troops were deployed to the front lines. With nearly 3 million troops on the move, it was impossible to keep it hidden from the Eastern Depot's spies. No sooner had they set out than Yufei received word. Good. The Yubi Mountain army has moved. We have essentially achieved our goal. Now we simply need to choose a battlefield. Judging by the Guardian army's marching speed, Liaowang City is the ideal battlefield. Send word to General Gongsun Zan. We will settle the Guardian army at Liaowang City. Order the army to march out of the city and seize Qian City and Liaowang City ahead. We will wait there for the Guardian army. Previously, Yufei had meticulously studied the cities of Zhongzhou and selected several ideal battlegrounds. Now, in response to the Guardian army's movements, he had to prepare as quickly as possible. 2 days later, Yufei led the Yu family army and captured Qian City and Liaowang City without much effort. The defending generals of both cities had already received word of the Guardian army's mobilization and naturally had no intention of acting as mantises blocking a chariot. When the Yu family army arrived, they voluntarily withdrew. At this moment, Fan Lin remained in Haifeng City awaiting the settlement of integration points. Meanwhile, he kept a close watch on the overall situation of Xiao Kingdom. Your Highness, after Zhao Gao eliminated the royal clan authority, he led the personnel of the Luo network to Taizhou to rendezvous with General Yuan Chongwan. By now they should have arrived. The assassins of the Luo network were of little use staying by his side. After settling matters in the royal capital, Fan Lin ordered them to proceed to Taizhou. Yuan Chongwan's position still needed to be vigilant against potential experts from the Black Demon sect. Should any appear with the Luo network operatives present, Fan Lin need not worry. They could at least hold their ground against the enemy. According to intelligence reports transmitted by Yu Huaiyan, the conflict between the Black Demon sect and the Fengyang Kingdom was imminent. During this critical period, the Black Demon sect would hardly deploy its top-tier combat forces to interfere with Xiao Kingdom. Xiao Kingdom was not yet worth the Black Demon sect's full-scale campaign. Yuan Chongwan must intensify his offensive and seize Taizhou within a short time. Zhang Jiao's forces have already arrived there. We must take the 5 provinces of the southwest as soon as possible. Wenzhou had already fallen into Zhang Jiao's hands. At present, Zhang Jiao was leading the Yellow Turban warriors toward Dongyu City. Moreover, Zhang Jiao had sent a 1,000,000-strong army into Chuan province. Although only a portion of the Yellow Turban main forces had entered, their elite commanders more than compensated for the shortfall. Having endured chaos, Chuan province's combat strength had significantly declined. Handling the situation should pose no serious difficulty. The key lay in accelerating Yuan Chongwan's advance. After capturing Taizhou, they would strike Chang province. That was where the Black Demon sect established its stronghold in this campaign against Xiao Kingdom. Fan Lin also planned to join Yuan Chongwan once the current integration point settlement was complete. How are Haizhou and Xiazhou? Fan Lin asked. Those were the only 2 provinces in the north still beyond his control. Your Highness, the battles in Haizhou will soon conclude. The Shiman family has temporarily abandoned their amphibious assault plan. With no formidable forces remaining in Haizhou, General Wu Qi should be able to secure it in the near term. As for Xiaozhou, General Qin Qingji is also accelerating his advance, though the resistance there has been fierce. Xiaozhou has long bordered the monster beast forest and barbarian territories. Though neither has been the primary theater, these factors have forged a fierce and resilient local culture. Far from the royal capital and severed from Xiao Kingdom's control for an extended period, the region remains internally cohesive. It will likely take General Qin Qingji additional time to subdue Xiaozhou. There was another factor: the White Robe Army consisted entirely of cavalry, making them ill-suited for siege warfare. The Xiaozhou forces had clearly recognized this, and many cities adopted scorched earth tactics, fortifying their defenses and holding firm rather than engaging the White Robe Army in open combat. Consequently, every city Qin Qingji encountered forced him to devise siege strategies, significantly slowing his advance. It does not matter. With Yizhou in our hands and Huatsubing already operating in barbarian territory, Xiaozhou stands isolated and unsupported. Its fall is only a matter of time. The situation was now overwhelmingly favorable. According to Fan Lin's estimates, the war in the north would be conclusively ended within a month. The next focus would shift to the southwestern provinces. As for the other provinces of Xiao Kingdom, Fan Lin paid them little mind. Zhongzhou and Zizhou, controlled by the royal family, were unquestionably targets to be seized. Yizhou hosted both the Ten Directions Palace and the Murong clan, and Fan Lin was still deliberating how to handle them. He would address that last. The remaining Yangzhou and Xuanzhou, situated in remote and isolated regions, were too weak to mount any significant resistance. Thus, Fan Lin's grand strategy was finally beginning to unfold step by step. The only thing lacking was time. Order Yu Fei and Gongsun Zan, after eliminating the Royal Protector Army, seized the Zhongzhou cities west of the capital. Yu Fei will sever the connection between the 2 million-strong Border Protector Army at Taizhou and the royal capital, while Gongsun Zan leads the White Horse Yizhong cavalry to assault Zizhou. The next phase of the plan was also beginning. Fan Lin was confident that with 2 major legions coordinating infantry and cavalry operations, eliminating the royal family's 3 million Protector Army would pose no problem. Once the 5 million Protector Army was destroyed, the royal family would be left with only their 1 million Imperial Guards. Such a pitifully small force would leave the royal house utterly powerless. One day later, the faction integration point settlement finally arrived. Currently under Fan Lin's direct control were Daizhou, Qingzhou, Huangzhou, Shangzhou, Yizhou, and Wenzhou, along with portions of Haizhou, Xiaozhou, Zhongzhou, Taizhou, and Chuanzhou, equivalent to 2 provinces. In total, this amounted to 8 provinces of territory, generating 1 billion integration points for Fan Lin. Combined with his previously accumulated points and the gains from 4 simultaneous campaigns, Fan Lin's total reached 3 billion integration points. 3 billion points were sufficient for Fan Lin to advance to the Dao attainment realm. Without hesitation, he immediately underwent the breakthrough. Only by raising his cultivation level could he increase his summoning limit and maximize the returns from mission rewards. Moments later, Fan Lin's realm broke through, reaching the peak of Dao attainment. With such power, he stood at the absolute pinnacle of Xiao Kingdom, above even the Murong clan and his own subordinates. Not even the 7-star sect Ten Directions Palace possessed a cultivator at this level. Feeling the surging power coursing through his body, Fan Lin felt a wave of excitement. From being known throughout Xiao Kingdom as a waste, he had risen to stand at the kingdom's zenith, all within a mere few months. All of this was bestowed by the system. Integration points were the foundation of Fan Lin's survival. Moving forward, he needed to conquer Xiao Kingdom as swiftly as possible and expand outward. For greater power, Fan Lin had to accelerate his pace, not to dominate the continent, but simply to attain overwhelming strength. With his cultivation advanced, Fan Lin began to reap the rewards, settle the mission bonuses, and use them. During this period, he had completed several missions, seizing Daizhou, Qingzhou, and Yizhou, attacking into barbarian territory, eliminating the royal clan authority, and more. The phased war mode rewards also needed to be claimed. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained and activated the Martial King Tier Legion, Bingzhou Iron Cavalry, 100,000 troops. Commander Lu Bu, Grandmaster Peak level. Deputy Generals 10 at Post Heaven level 50 at Chi Attraction level. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained and activated a character summon slot. Reward Zhang Liang at Dao attainment level. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained and activated a character summon slot. Reward Li Shanchong at Dao attainment level. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained and activated a character summon slot. Reward Ma Chao at Grandmaster Peak level. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained and activated a character summon slot. Reward Huang Zhong at Grandmaster Peak level. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained and activated a character summon slot. Reward Nameless at Core Formation Peak level. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained and activated a special group summon slot for missions. Reward 100 civil officials at martial venerable level. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained and activated a special group summon slot for missions. Reward 100 military generals at martial emperor level. Lingering dissatisfaction with the task settlement rewards. Fan Lin felt that after completing so many missions, receiving merely a Wu Wang realm legion was rather underwhelming. Yet as he pondered it over, Fan Lin came to his senses. His greed had simply run ahead of reason, as such rewards were indeed quite generous. Though appearing modest, the actual number was considerable, but more importantly, their cultivation levels were high. Not merely 3 Zhongshe realm military generals, but also a nameless expert at the pinnacle of Jian realm. Simply having that one nameless expert was already an exceptional gain, for he represented the pinnacle of strength within the Fengyang Kingdom's domain. Furthermore, there were 100 Wuzun realm civil officials and 100 Wu Di realm ordinary military officers accompanying him. 100 Wu Di experts, all at once. Beyond any other considerations, this single reward alone would likely rival the accumulated resources of the Xiao Kingdom spanning countless years. What more could one desire? Even more remarkable were the 3 types of realm advancement cards, tools that would undoubtedly provide tremendous assistance in elevating the entire faction's power. A new generation of formidable experts was about to emerge. For now, Fan Lin held back from summoning the rewarded figures, instead focusing his thoughts on how best to utilize those 3 realm advancement cards. The group realm advancement cards could only elevate cultivators by a single realm. These cards were specifically designed for use with the Eastern Depot, Western Depot Luo network, and embroidered uniform guard. Regarding the current state of the Xiao Kingdom, the Eastern Depot's strength was already sufficient to handle intelligence operations effectively. The Luo network had already received enhancements during the previous round, so favoritism could not be shown toward any one organization. As for the embroidered uniform guard, with Fan Lin's ever-expanding territory and growing number of domains under his control, troublesome matters naturally multiplied. These couldn't simply be left to the city guard. The main battle legions lacked the capacity to handle them either, so the embroidered uniform guard would need to take charge. Therefore, the embroidered uniform guard's strength couldn't be too inadequate. However, after careful consideration, Fan Lin ultimately decided to allocate this enhancement opportunity to the Western Depot. With the Xiao Kingdom now secured without difficulty, it was time to strategize across the entire Fengyang Kingdom's sphere of influence. This required the Western Depot's intelligence support, and without sufficient strength, accomplishing many things would prove exceedingly difficult, particularly concerning the Fengyang Kingdom, whose overall strength far exceeded that of the Xiao Kingdom. As for the Xiao Kingdom itself, with the Eastern Depot and embroidered uniform guard coordinating routine matters could be managed adequately. Even if uncontrollable situations arose, Fan Lin still had numerous powerful experts at his disposal. Consequently, Fan Lin directly employed the Group Realm Advancement card to boost the Western Depot's overall capabilities. This card would only elevate them by 1 realm, pushing their cultivation levels to somewhere between Wu Huang and the Qi Guidance stage. Though modest, it would suffice for their needs. Thereafter, Yi Xian produced the Character Group Realm Advancement card. Fan Lin had long planned for this moment, intending to grant it to the Yin Yun 18 riders, who had missed out last time and now deserved it most. Each of the Yin Yun 18 riders had already reached the Wu Di realm, capable of slaying transcendent experts through coordinated strikes and engaging those at the Dao integration level. Such combat prowess warranted deployment. As Fan Lin activated the card, their realms broke through rapidly, soon reaching the Qi Guidance stage. Judging by their combat effectiveness, they could certainly contend with experts at the postnatal realm without difficulty. Moreover, the true value of the Yin Yun 18 riders lay not in confronting individual enemy experts, but in operating as a cohesive legion. Their domain was the battlefield itself, not solo combat. In this manner, the Yin Yun 18 riders would fulfill an exceptionally crucial role. Finally, there remained those 10 character realm advancement cards, the first time Fan Lin had acquired so many. All 10 required careful consideration regarding their allocation. First among his thoughts were Guan Yu and Zhao Yun, both currently at the Transcendent Realm. Given the card's maximum capacity, each could elevate a cultivator by up to 3 heavenly ranks per use. Since Fan Lin himself had reached the Dao integration realm, his subordinates could theoretically advance to the Foundation Establishment realm, a gap of 6 heavenly ranks. This meant both could be enhanced twice over. Yet Fan Lin had to consider others as well, so he first needed to narrow down the candidate list. Among them were several generals commanding forces in the field: Gao Shunhui, Xubing Wang Jin, and Qin Xingji, all currently below the Dao integration realm and requiring urgent enhancement this time. Additionally, Qiao Feng and Guijing, who accompanied the military campaigns, remained at the Dao integration realm and could no longer effectively command from the front. Their enhancement was equally pressing. This brought 6 names to consider. Should Zhao Yun and Guan Yu each receive 2 upgrades, there would be no cards remaining for the others. Fan Lin quickly ran through a mental inventory of who else in his domain truly needed strengthening. Among the civil ministers like Guijia and Fang Xuanling, he decided to defer enhancements. For now, their strength sufficed within the territory, presenting no immediate threats. Once more opportunities arose, he would revisit them. The mass-recruited civil and military officials also fell outside his immediate priorities. They were adequate for maintaining order across the cities, at least for the time being. This narrowed the field considerably to those at the Qi guidance and postnatal realms. Figures like a Qin Yin Shursan, Chao, Xunchuan Dianwei, and Yuan Qingdu. Wait, Fan Lin suddenly remembered. Yu Fei was also at the transcendent realm Gongsun, Zan merely at Dao integration. He had completely overlooked Ji Gang, who similarly lagged at the Dao integration stage. Their capabilities demanded attention as well. More critically, Wu Qi stood at merely the Wu Di realm, far behind where he ought to be. Suddenly what had seemed like an abundance of realm advancement cards felt woefully insufficient. Enough deliberation. He'd proceed as originally planned. First went Wang Jian, Qin Xingji, and Hui Tsubing, whose confrontation with the barbarian threat made their enhancement a priority. Next came Wu Qi and Gao Shun, tasked with defending against maritime factions. Their strength could not lag further. Additionally, to bolster his elite combat capability, Fan Lin chose to enhance Wu Qi twice. The remaining 4 slots would go to Guojing, Xiao Feng, Zhao Yun, and Guan Yu. While not the ideal arrangement, Fan Lin recognized the necessity of balance over personal preference. In the end, everyone received a 3 heaven rank elevation, with Wu Qi leaping directly to the Zhongshe realm. Guan Yu and Zhao Yun advanced to the postnatal stage, while Guojing and Xiao Feng reached the Xiantian realm. Yu Fei and Gongsun Zan would have to wait. Their engagements within Xiao Kingdom's borders posed minimal risk from formidable opponents, so future opportunities would suffice. Ji Gang faced the same circumstance. With the Eastern Depot and Luo network present to handle complications, his enhancement could be deferred as well. Upon careful accounting, what had appeared plentiful proved wholly inadequate. Fan Lin could do nothing but accept the reality. Demand outstripped supply, so he would need to complete more missions to secure additional resources. With these enhancements, Fan Lin's domain now boasted a considerable concentration of powerful experts, rivaling the strength of a 6-star sect or kingdom-level power, with the sole caveat of having fewer numbers. Having spent several days in Black Wind City attending to the task rewards, Fan Lin's impatience had grown mounting. Now that the newly summoned personnel were settled, he too was ready to depart. Summon Guojia and the others, he instructed. I have matters to arrange. Before departing, he needed to thoroughly secure the safety of his base. Fan Lin had confidence that with Guojia's presence, the newly arrived strategist Zhang Liang and Li Shanchang, whose expertise lay in internal governance, they would manage all affairs within his territory effectively. Soon after everyone had gathered, and Lin Fan first summoned the newly acquired figures. Feng Xiao, these are Zhang Liang and Li Shanchang. Both are men of extraordinary talent. In the days to come, you must cooperate with one another. I leave all matters of the territory in your hands. Lin Fan trusted both of these men's abilities completely. They had been trendsetters of their respective eras, and even in this new world they would undoubtedly showcase their full capabilities. Your Highness is too kind, they replied humbly. We will certainly assist Lord Gua and share your burdens. The two dared not grow arrogant with their talents, for they had just arrived without any foundation and would need Guojia's help in the future. Enough, do not stand on ceremony. I am fully aware of your abilities. Here I shall ensure that everyone makes full use of their talents. You need only attend to your own duties. Lin Fan had no patience for scholars' affectations and cut them off directly. Lubu, tomorrow you will lead the Bingzhou cavalry and depart with me. We shall deal with the 5 southwestern provinces of the Xiao Kingdom. Ma Chao Huangzhong, you too shall accompany me as well. Additionally, Guan Yu, Zhao Yun, and Jian Wei will join this expedition. Feng Xiao, since no major combat forces currently remain in Huangzhou, order by Qi to return with his troops to garrison the region. If any disturbances arise from the demonic beast forest, you may deliberate among yourselves whether to deploy forces. Lin Fan could not bear to remain idle in Black Wind City awaiting news. With his forces now strong and numerous, the time had come to seize the Xiao Kingdom. On this campaign, he would resolve all matters decisively. By his next return, the entire Xiao Kingdom would be in his hands. Furthermore, here are 100 civil officials and 100 military commanders. They can manage the fortresses without issue. Arrange their deployment as you see fit. This cadre of civil and military personnel was best suited for suppressing local disturbances. With them in place, local warlords and aristocratic families would remain obedient, and anyone daring to rebel would be swiftly dealt with. It was precisely because of these personnel that virtually no unrest occurred within Lin Fan's territories. Without sufficient strength, who would dare court death? Wu Ming along with Dugu Qiubai, you two shall accompany me on this journey. Lin Fan still needed to keep his elite forces close at hand. After all, his own safety was paramount. Without it, all else was meaningless. Moreover, Lin Fan harbored another plan, though he was unsure whether it could be executed. Your Highness need not worry. We shall manage all affairs within the territory. We wish you a triumphant return. Guojia understood what Lin Fan's departure signified and eagerly anticipated that day's arrival. Just then Chao Zhengchun arrived in haste. Your Highness, the old king of one has passed away. None of the princes acknowledges the authority of the others, and civil strife has already erupted. troop movements in the state of Wen have intensified, and all-out civil war could break out at any moment. Xiao Zhenchun had actually brought news from the state of Wen. Fortunately, arrangements had been made beforehand, and now Lin Fan intended to intervene in Wen's affairs as well. How is Wen Tianlu faring? This 8th prince was the person Lin Fan supported. Whether matters in the state of Wen could proceed smoothly depended on him. Your Highness, when the old king of Wen passed away, he unexpectedly bequeathed the throne to the 10th prince, provoking dissatisfaction among the other princes. They will undoubtedly clash violently over the succession. When Tianlu had made preparations in advance, knowing he stood little chance of winning the succession struggle, he had been accumulating strength. With our assistance, Wen Tianlu now commands over 5 million troops across the state of Wen. He has already fled the royal capital and is preparing to raise his banner in rebellion. With our people in place, Wen Tianlu's safety is assured. As for the final outcome, we will need to intervene, otherwise Wen Tianlu would hardly emerge victorious. Intelligence indicates that the figure behind the 10th prince of Wen is none other than the black magic cult. As for the other princes in the state of Wen, their forces should not be underestimated. Signs suggest that other factions have also entered the fray. As expected, the black magic cult had indeed intervened in the state of Wen. This was within Lin Fan's expectations. If agents had already come to the Xiao kingdom, how could the state of Wen be without disciples of the black magic cult? Excellent. This is our opportunity. However, there is no rush. The civil war in Wen cannot be resolved in the short term, for none of the princes will easily give up. We still have time. But we must ensure Wen Tianlu's safety at all costs. Wen Tianlu could not come to harm, otherwise Lin Fan would have no opportunity to intervene and would be forced to break in by force. While that would not pose serious problems, either avoiding such complications would still be preferable. Your Highness need not worry. With our Luo network operatives in place, the other princes cannot harm Wen Tianlu, for now. The earlier arrangements had proven effective. Taking advantage of Wen's civil war would provide the perfect pretext for intervention. However, that would essentially have to wait until the matters in the Xiao kingdom were resolved. With this in mind, Lin Fan's actions needed to be accelerated. Early the next morning, Lin Fan departed Black Wind City at the head of 100,000 Bingzhou cavalry, escorted by a retinue of top-tier experts. Meanwhile, the battle at Watchtower City had already been raging for several days. Li Yi led 3 million Imperial Guards in a full-scale assault, reaching Watchtower City, where Yu Fei had been awaiting them. Yu Fei showed no haste to sally forth and engage in open battle. Instead, he relied on the advantage of the city walls to wage a defensive campaign. Over the past few days, both sides had suffered losses, but the situation had seen little progress. Yu Fei's purpose was clear. He was simply waiting for Gong Sunzan to arrive before emerging from the city to deal with the Imperial Guards. General Yu Fei is extremely cautious and refuses entirely to come out of the city to fight us. Over the past 2 days, we have employed every tactic at our disposal, yet the results have been far from satisfactory. After consecutive days of attacking, exhaustion tactics, harassment, surprise raids, and full-scale assaults, Yu Fei simply did not fall for any of it. Moreover, the city held no fewer than 1 million Yu family troops. Far more than needed for defense, Yu Fei handled the situation with effortless ease. Li Yi was equally troubled. Yu Fei, as the invading force, could afford to bide his time. Li Yi, however, was compelled to engage in direct confrontation. Driving back Yu Fei was impossible, and bypassing the city entirely was out of the question. Even if Yu Fei took no action, advancing into Huangzhou would be extremely difficult with the constant danger of being surrounded. What are our casualties? The besieging side would inevitably suffer greater losses, especially given the noticeable gap in military strength. Generally, each day of assault costs us roughly 100,000 men. To date, we have already suffered nearly 400,000 in combat losses. Prolonged warfare on this scale was normal, but continuing to sustain such losses was untenable, particularly since Li Yi had virtually no reinforcements. Send word of the situation at this location to His Majesty and request that garrison troops from the other cities be dispatched here. The royal family's elite forces were limited, and every soldier lost was one less available. Using them as cannon fodder in this siege pained Li Yi deeply. Their only option now was to deploy ordinary garrison troops to attrit the enemy's fighting strength. Yes, General. I shall send the message immediately. Regardless of how anxious Li Yi grew, Yu Fei remained entirely unfazed. As long as the Yu family army did not retreat, Li Yi would not dare withdraw, giving Gong Sunzan ample time to make the journey. Once they arrived, the strategic situation would shift instantaneously. By then, at least half of the royal family's remaining forces would have been eliminated. In Watchtower City, the news Yu Fei had been waiting for finally arrived. General Gong Sunzan has reached the designated position and is ready to act at any moment. He sent word inquiring about our situation, suggesting we coordinate action simultaneously. Gong Sunzan took the lesser paths, having to evade the spies from Zhongzhou. Though it took longer than planned, he had made it in time. Send word to General Gong Sunzan. We shall strike at dawn tomorrow. I will lead our forces out of the city to engage the enemy. Once the battle begins, General Gong Sunzan should launch a surprise attack, ensuring the enemy has no means of escape. Yu Fei decided to set the operation for early morning the following day, thereby granting the White Horse Brigade ample rest. These past few days of marching along hidden trails had been arduous for them. Once his arrangements were complete, Yu Fei began his own preparations. After all, a battle involving millions of soldiers was no trivial matter. Even with overwhelming superiority in strength, he sought to minimize unnecessary losses. The following morning, before the Guardian army had begun their siege, Yu Fei's forces opened the city gates and marched out. Great General Yu Fei has led his army out of the city. He asked. Could Yu Fei be unable to hold out? Was he sending troops out to harass? But Yu's army consisted of infantry. What significant impact could they have outside the walls? Great General, it appears all of Yu Fei's forces have emerged. Our scouts report a minimum of 700 soldiers. Such a massive force gave Li Yi pause. Despite skepticism among his own troops toward the Wuzun Legion, Li Yi understood that this reputation had been earned through battle. With the royal family's power waning and his army unable to sustain heavy losses, caution was essential. Great General, the enemy has deployed a million-strong force outside the city and is forming battle array. Reports came swiftly. Has Yu Fei grown impatient? Is he seeking decisive battle against us? Though they hold the advantage, prolonged attrition would prove unbearable for us. Yu Fei would be foolish to risk this. Yu Fei's unconventional maneuvers worried Li Yi. Could Lin Fan have ordered an immediate assault on Zhongzhou, or even the royal capital? It seemed the only explanation. Otherwise, Yu Fei would have no reason to take such risks. Li Yi himself would never have done so. But dwelling on it was pointless. Yu Fei's forces had emerged, and now there was only one option: fight. Order the army to assemble and form battle array to meet the enemy. Li Yi had no ground to retreat. Whether driven by hatred or duty, the chasm between him and the Wuzun army was irreconcilable. Half an hour later, both armies closed the distance and faced each other. Li Yi rode to the forefront at the head of his forces. I seek Yu Fei. Let him come forward. Li Yi intended to speak further, unaware of the danger. Though Yu Fei's cultivation hadn't advanced, he still stood at the pinnacle of the transcendent realm, easily capable of handling a lone martial emperor. Does General Li consider surrender? Yu Fei posed the question, knowing full well it was impossible, yet the very suggestion carried its own insult. Yu Fei, Lin Fan perverts the righteous path. Why assist tyranny? Surrender to the court, and I guarantee you a life of prosperity. The emperor would not only forgive your transgressions, but entrust you with significant responsibility. A general should protect his honor. Why ruin your reputation for some wet behind-the-ears child? After several days of reflection, Li Yi no longer desired this conflict. Though hatred for Lin Fan burned within him, wishing death upon all connected to him, Li Yi understood that impulsiveness would serve him poorly in this moment. Even if successful, even if Yu Fei and his million-strong army were annihilated, what then? Lin Fan commanded nearly 10 million troops. The royal forces numbered merely 5 million. Should they suffer heavy losses, what would become of the kingdom? Over these past 2 days of combat, Li Yi had witnessed the formidable strength of the Wuzun army. Continuing this battle would not only bring staggering casualties, he had lost confidence in victory, a prospect he dreaded most. General Li speaks of a general's integrity, yet when you participated in the matter of the king of Zhenbei back then, did you consider the honor expected of a renowned commander? Yu Fei retorted with sarcasm. If you, Li Yi, so value your reputation, why did you partake in such disgraceful deeds? This was not the conduct of a legendary general. Li Yi fell silent at a loss for words. Years ago, Lin Wudi stood at the zenith of power as the entire Xiao kingdom's protector. He had never betrayed the state, yet the royal family out of fear destroyed the kingdom's future. Though Li Yi had merely followed orders back, then jealousy had played its part. Everyone desired to supplant Lin Wudi. Now his son had risen to strength and returned for vengeance. Such was the cycle of karma. Had those events never occurred, Xiao kingdom's present circumstances might have been entirely different. If Lin Fan could have united with Xiao Meier, perhaps the Wuzun army would now serve the royal house. Yet Li Yi soon snapped out of his reverie. That scenario would never come to pass. Even if the royals had not killed Lin Wudi, it remained impossible. With Lin Fan's formidable power, vast army, and countless experts, how could he ever submit to others? Never. Thus, eliminating Lin Wudi was not the error. The true mistake lay in failing to eradicate him completely. Yu Fei, the hierarchy between sovereign and subject is paramount. Some choices are made from necessity. I trust the general understands. Li Yi argued from duty, knowing reason held no sway. Lin Fan's rebellion cannot stand. The people of Xiao would never accept it, nor would Lord Lin Wudi in death. I urge General Yu to choose wisely. Look at what you've reduced Xiao kingdom to. Continue down this path, and the kingdom is lost. Indeed, my lord would disapprove of this course, but as you say, some matters leave no choice. Had the royal house not broken their oath, there would be no war today. A son who fails to avenge his father disgraces his ancestors. The general knows the full truth of what transpired. Tell me, what would you have done in my place? Enough. Further words are futile. There can be no reconciliation between us. Strength alone will decide this matter. Yu Fei had appeared earnest in his counsel, but upon receiving a signal from an aide, he dismissed further talk and declared war outright. Unbeknownst to the enemy, Gongsun Zan had led the White Cavalry Division to encircle the 3 million-strong Guardian Army within mere hours, poised to strike at any moment. Yu Fei's lengthy discourse served a purpose: to buy Gongsun Zan the time needed to complete the encirclement, thereby sparing his own forces from unnecessary casualties. Yu Fei, do you truly refuse to submit, choosing instead to bear eternal infamy? Li Yi, the ones destined for eternal disgrace are you? Without regret, to this final moment, I shall exact justice on behalf of my lord and seize you, wretched traitor. Li Yi had not expected Yu Fei to turn hostile so abruptly. There was no point in saying more, when the other side had already drawn their blades. What room was there for reason? Thus the Protectorate army also sprang into action. As the two sides drew near, the Yu family army unleashed the first ranged assault. A rain of arrows descended in an instant, leaving swathes of the Protectorate army dead and wounded. Refusing to be outdone, they immediately answered in kind. After several exchanges, the two armies clashed, and the great battle formally began. General Yu's forces have already engaged. Gongsun Zan have been waiting on the periphery for news. Order both flanks to begin the penetration tactic against the enemy first. Quickly, everyone prepare. Once the enemy is in chaos, we charge immediately and reap the harvest. Such was the strategy Gongsun Zan had arranged. With the Yu family army holding the front, the enemy could not break through. After the two flanks cut into their ranks, the enemy would inevitably suffer heavy losses and then temporarily withdraw to regroup. This way, Gongsun Zan in the rear would seize his opportunity. Under a joint encirclement from several directions, the Protectorate army would have no hope of a good outcome. In the plans of Yu Fei and Gongsun Zan, this battle was meant to cripple the Protectorate army in a single blow. These people had been controlled by the royal family for years, and their thinking would be difficult to change. To avoid future trouble, they had to be thoroughly crippled and utterly terrified. Only then would those who survive by luck dare not stir up trouble again. In but a few moments, the battlefield descended into melee, the two sides locked together in slaughter. At such a time, individual martial prowess, formation, discipline, and tactical skill became starkly apparent. Even though the Protectorate army was elite enough, it was clearly no match for the Yu family army. A gap of a single cultivation realm might not seem enormous, but before such vast numbers it became especially conspicuous. The Yu family army is actually all at the martial general realm. No wonder these days of attacks have had no effect. How could this city possibly be taken? It was only then that Li Yi realized how terrifying the enemy he faced truly was. With such strength, they could have held their ground head-on and even defeated the Protectorate army. Yet Yu Fei chose to assume a defensive posture. Why? Li Yi could not understand it. With such a powerful army at his disposal, why had Yu Fei cowered inside the city? Was it simply to avoid casualties? No, that didn't make sense either. If he feared losses, why, after holding the city for days, did he now march out with such force? General, bad news. Large numbers of cavalry have appeared on both our left and right flanks, charging our formations. The front is suffering heavy losses. Great General, please send reinforcements. Before Li Yi could make sense of it, more dire news arrived. Cavalry. Where did cavalry come from? How many are there? The Yu family army was all infantry. Since entering Zhongzhou, they had never fielded a single horseman. Great General, there are about 300,000 on each side. The front truly cannot hold on much longer. 300,000 on each side. 600,000 in total. 600,000 cavalry could easily handle 2 to 3 times that number of infantry. Even if they could not win, they could withdraw at any time. But how had so much cavalry suddenly appeared? Could Yu Fei have prepared this? This is bad. We've fallen into his trap. Suddenly a flash of insight struck Li Yi. Yu Fei had been stalling for time, waiting for the follow-up cavalry from Huangzhou. Yu Fei had not been afraid, nor had he been worried about casualties. He had simply wanted to buy time. Once the cavalry arrived, how could the Protectorate army, infantry to the last man, withstand the enemy's mounted charge, especially with 1 million Yu family soldiers also on the field? Order every unit to break contact with the enemy, withdraw, and reform the battle lines. At this point, there was no other choice. When infantry faced cavalry, if their formations were tight and aided by certain war machines, they still had a chance to resist. But on a chaotic battlefield with cavalry charging, infantry could only await death. Crisis was at hand, and Li Yi immediately made his arrangements. Once the other Huangzhou legions arrived, this battle would become far more difficult. Someone, send scouts to our rear immediately and see if enemy cavalry have appeared. The rear route was also their only route to survival. Li Yi did not dare neglect it and immediately sent men to investigate. At this moment, all he could hope was that the Huangzhou army had not yet moved. Order all units to tighten their ranks and prepare to withdraw. This battle could not continue on like this, or the outcome would surely be total annihilation. For now, they could only retreat to the nearest city and rely on its walls to make up for the disparity between the two sides. Cavalry were not suited to besieging cities. Even though the Yu family army was stronger, storming the city would cost them dearly. Li Yi reacted quickly enough and had not let down the royal family's nurturing. However, from the moment the Yu family army had marched out of the city, the Protectorate army was destined to fail. Moreover, the White Horse volunteers had not come from Taizhou. They had taken a shortcut from the direction of Qingzhou. Their main force was now directly behind the Protectorate army. Where then could the army still flee? Great General, bad news. There is cavalry in the rear as well, and in greater numbers. They are already charging toward us. The scout had not needed to investigate as he hurried toward the rear. Force battle had already erupted behind them. After a rough survey, he quickly hurried back to report. It's over. No wonder the Yu family army had sat still at Liaoan City for days waiting for us to attack. This was all prepared long ago. Yu Fei, you are truly ruthless enough, worthy of the man who once burned 1,000,000 troops to death with a single fire. Li Yi was naturally aware of Yu Fei's feat from a few months earlier. At the time, he had deeply scorned Yu Fei's methods. Now he too had fallen into Yu Fei's scheme. Order the army to contract at all costs and hold in place. Li Yi once again made a countermove. Though it would not accomplish much, it was still the best option available at the moment. Yet as Li Ye's order was issued, the soldiers, unaware of the full picture, fell into panic. The enemy was overwhelming in strength, and now, with cavalry backing them, it was impossible for the soldiers to be completely unafraid. And so what were formations, what were comrades compared to one's own life? Nearly every Protectorate army soldier fled toward the rear. The Yu family army gave chase while the White Horse volunteers continuously cut the fleeing masses apart and slaughtered them. The more this happened, the more chaotic morale became, and the more the situation slipped out of control. To make matters worse, Gongsun Zan finally led his 400,000 cavalry in wiping out the small contingent at the rear of the Protectorate army and struck from behind. In every direction, there were Protectorate army soldiers fleeing. No matter which way they ran, enemies blocked their path. Even if some generals still tried to rally the remnants, it was to no avail. The entire battlefield was covered with panicked Protectorate soldiers. In the end, Li Yi had to send men to suppress the panic, brutally cutting down several thousand of their own troops before the battlefield slowly calmed. At this moment, the Protectorate army still had around 2,000,000 men. They gathered together, completely bracing against attacks from the Yu family army and the White Horse volunteers. Yu Fei and Gongsun Zan did not rush to attack. Instead, they encircled the Protectorate army, intending to starve it into submission. The Protectorate army was not small in number, but the supplies they carried were limited. After the White Horse volunteers' charges, nearly all their provisions had been lost. Though the situation was temporarily stabilized, the hardships facing the Protectorate army had only just begun. At that very moment, Lin Fan arrived at Liaoan City. Lin Fan did not head directly to Taizhou, but stopped when passing through Zhongzhou. Your Highness, you have come. Yu Fei had not expected Lin Fan to visit at such a time. General Yue, how does the battle proceed? Lin Fan came not only to assess the situation, but also to make post-battle arrangements. Your Highness, Li Yi currently leads the remaining Imperial Guard, numbering less than 2,000,000, and we have them surrounded. With General Gongsun present, the Imperial Guard cannot escape. Indeed, escape was impossible. A force of infantry could never outrun cavalry, especially when the White Horse Knightly Guards numbered over 1,000,000. The Imperial Guard could not stand against them in open battle. Should they attempt a desperate breakout in disarray, it would only seal their fate. Find a way to resolve this quickly. Zhongzhou is then entrusted to you. Your minimum objective is to cut off the 2,000,000-strong army on the border between the royal capital and Taizhou, creating conditions for Gongsun Zan to attack Zizhou. The royal family's remaining 2,000,000 Imperial Guard and the 1,000,000 Imperial Guards in the capital are your responsibility as well. Even if you cannot defeat them, you must prevent them from interfering with our operations. Additionally, do not attack the royal capital. The Xiao royal family still has use for us. We cannot destroy them yet. Lin Fan had come personally to assist in order to resolve the Zhongzhou conflict swiftly, after which he would reroute to Taizhou to join forces with Yuan Chongwan. The Xiao royal family's other potential uses had only occurred to Lin Fan in recent days. Your Highness, Li Ye's supply lines have been completely severed by our forces. Today's engagements further saw General Gongsun destroy the enemy's grain stores. With so many troops trapped here, food has become their greatest vulnerability. Even without attacking, they cannot hold out much longer. If we wish to resolve this swiftly, we can launch coordinated feint attacks in waves to erode the enemy's morale and stamina. Within 3 days, we should be able to take them. However, we must also guard against Li Yi making a desperate last stand, leading his army in a reckless breakout attempt. An organized breakout was impossible, yet Lin Fan feared Li Yi would resort to burning his boats and breaking through at all costs, taking the entire 2,000,000 army with him into death. That would bring significant trouble and losses to Lin Fan's side. Deploy all long-range tactics. Do not worry about supplies, minimize our casualties. Furthermore, send a handwritten letter from me to Li Yi tomorrow. Lin Fan agreed with Yu Fei's assessment. Your Highness, this subordinate requests permission to lead the charge. The combat effectiveness of the Bingzhou Iron Cavalry is sufficient to shred the enemy's defenses. Combined with General Gongsun's forces, not a single enemy soldier will escape. At that moment, Lu Bu stepped forward. The Bingzhou Iron Cavalry was not merely a warrior king realm legion. They were more than capable of overwhelming ordinary martial masters. Even if both sides were at the same cultivation level, Lu Bu was confident he could tear through enemy defenses. Moreover, they possessed the Yu family army and the White Horse Knightly Guard's forces far superior to the enemy's. There was no need to waste time. Not so fast. First apply pressure on Li Yi until he is completely cornered. Tomorrow I will send a letter to observe his response. If there is no change, you will launch a surprise attack tomorrow night coordinated with the White Horse Knightly Guards and deal with the Imperial Guard in one decisive strike. Lin Fan's arrangement stemmed not only from his desire to avoid unnecessary casualties, but also from his hope to offer the Imperial Guard a chance at redemption. In the future, when he obtained legion quotas, he could directly incorporate them into his forces. Even the royal family's diehard loyalists once sent to the Demon Beast Forest would obediently become his soldiers. This was not out of softness on Lin Fan's part, but rather strategic foresight for future expansion. Though they were royal loyalists, losing them in battle would be a considerable waste. The next day, Great General, the envoys sent to request reinforcements from your majesty have all been returned by the enemy. They are dead without exception. Recognizing the dire situation the day before, Li Yi had dispatched several groups to the royal capital for aid. Though he knew Xiao Meier herself was in a difficult position, he had no choice but to seek reinforcement. Facing the ferocious million-strong iron cavalry, the Imperial Guard had no chance of escape. Yu Fei, this bastard, is determined to annihilate us. Send more runners and try every possible means. We must get word to the royal capital, we cannot hold out much longer. Li Yi immediately issued the order. No matter the difficulty, it had to be done. Great General, after careful calculation, the provisions we carry can sustain us only through breakfast. At that moment, a general entered. In their current circumstances, food was far more critical than reinforcements. Without provisions and water, they would perish before the enemy even attacked. What has happened? Where are the officers in charge of the granaries? Li Fu erupted in fury. Though he had anticipated that logistics would suffer after defeat, he had not expected it to be this severe. He had believed they could hold out for a week until the royal family's reinforcements arrived. Victory was unlikely, but at the very least he hoped to save these 2 million people. Great General, the officers guarding the granaries have all been killed in battle. Yesterday they encountered enemy cavalry, and all the grain was looted. His subordinates could only sigh in helplessness. The attack had come so suddenly that no one had secured the grain stores the day before, and none had anticipated the severity of the situation. Li Yi now understood the true meaning of despair. Unable to send messages for help with food and water gone, and surrounded by enemies numbering no fewer than his own forces. Unable to fight them, unable to outrun their horses. What was he to do? Was he to risk a desperate breakout, determined to carve flesh from Huangzhou even at the cost of total annihilation? Li Yi was at a complete loss. The current situation was indistinguishable from certain doom, a dead end with no visible path forward. Thinking back to just days ago when he had led 3 million troops out of the closed mountains with overwhelming momentum, swearing to avenge his family and capture Black Wind City, and now within mere days he found himself on the brink of ruin. How laughable. The royal capital could offer no salvation. Even if reinforcements came, they could not arrive within days. Meanwhile, his army, deprived of water and food, could not wait. Within 1 or 2 days, the 2 million-strong force would lose all combat effectiveness, becoming lambs awaiting slaughter. Just as Li Yi suffered in his torment, a messenger sprinted into the camp. Great General, the enemy has delivered a letter stating it is a personal correspondence from Lord Jinbei Lin Fan. He requests that you read it. Li Yi was taken aback, yet simultaneously alarmed. Had Lin Fan arrived at the front lines, or had he foreseen this outcome all along? Either way, it did not bode well. Li Yi took Lin Fan's letter and read it carefully. Perhaps the fate of the Imperial Guard was closely tied to its contents. After a moment, Li Yi set down the letter, but said nothing, his expression shifting between hope and despair as he pondered. Great General, what did Lin Fan say? Judging by Li Yi's countenance, everyone knew it was not good news. Yet with the destruction of their army imminent, they cared little for propriety and asked directly. At this point, life and death hung in the balance. Who cared about protocol? After today, none of them would fare well anyway. Li Yi remained silent, gripping Lin Fan's letter tightly in his hand, his mind racing with thoughts. Great General, what is happening? Please speak. Whatever the matter, we will face it together. Seeing Li Yi's troubled demeanor only intensified their anxiety. Their words echoed through the tense camp, each officer desperate for any glimmer of hope amid the encroaching darkness. Li Yi knew with absolute clarity in his heart that ever since he received Lin Fan's letter, he had no other choice left. This was far more vicious than killing a man and destroying his spirit. Everyone, this is indeed Lin Fan's personal letter. At this moment, Lin Fan is right across from us. Now Lin Fan has come leading a great army once more. It is aimed not just at us, it is aimed at Zhongzhou. No, I should say at the royal capital and the entire Xiao kingdom. Lin Fan has put forward several conditions under which he will spare our guardian army. Every person in the command tent listened with absolute attention, for this concerned the life and death of every single one of them. Judging from Li Yi's expression, however, everyone could tell that these conditions were extremely difficult, perhaps impossible to fulfill. But each of them still wanted to know what exactly Lin Fan had demanded that he would be willing to spare this army of 2 million. Lin Fan's conditions are simple. First, I must atone for my crimes with death. In those days I took part in the ambush of Lin Wudi. Now my clan has been annihilated, and I have fallen to such a state. It is what I deserve. However, Lin Fan demands that I issue a proclamation to the entire Xiao Kingdom setting forth the truth about Lin Wudi's death. If that happens, the Xiao Kingdom will be completely finished, and the royal house will never have a chance to turn things around. Second, the 2 million strong Guardian army must pledge allegiance to Huangzhou and become Lin Fan's legions. Lin Fan promises that he will never use you as cannon fodder, nor have you take part in Xiao Kingdom's affairs. He has other arrangements for you. I suspect he plans to have you defend the sea frontier or the barbarian border. This condition does show Lin Fan's sincerity. We have come this far only because of the royal house's nurture. Not becoming his enemy is the best choice we can make. Li Yi did not hide any of the conditions Lin Fan had raised. This was in a way giving the Guardian army a chance. For 10 years Li Yi had spent every day and night with the officers and men of the Guardian army, even longer than the time he had spent at his family's side. With such ties, Li Yi naturally could not bear to see the Guardian army perish. He had followed the royal house with one heart, but neither was he a man without feeling or loyalty. As for how to choose, that would be up to each of them. Li Yi knew that no matter what, there was certainly no path for him to survive. Besides, he had no desire to live on alone. It was time to go and be with his family. As the saying goes, one false step brings endless regret. That was precisely Li Yi's situation now. It had nothing to do with whether he was good or bad. What is done must ultimately bear its consequences. After hearing Lin Fan's conditions, the officers fell silent, each weighing them in their hearts. Great General, reaching this point is not your fault alone. We cannot trade your sacrifice for our survival. I would rather die on the battlefield than live on in such disgrace. Exactly. At worst it means death. If we yield now, we will never be able to hold our heads high again. Several of the more impassioned young officers opposed surrender. They were even less willing to see Li Yi sacrifice himself. Great General, let us fight. We will fall back to Yubi Mountain. As long as we stand united, we can certainly fight our way back. A few of them clamored for a fight to the death, but more of the officers remained silent. Fight? With what? Not to mention Yu Fei's army. The newly arrived million cavalry alone would be enough to bury every one of us. At this point, there is no way out for us. If we fight, it will end in the annihilation of our entire force. Are you willing to watch so many soldiers die for nothing? Li Yi spoke. He understood how these officers felt, but doing so would serve no purpose other than adding 2 million needless deaths. Even if they managed to break through by a stroke of luck, how many people could escape? And if they escaped this time, what about the next time? Lin Fan had mobilized so many troops, so this war would certainly not end here. The entire Xiao Kingdom would be plunged into war. When the skin is gone, where can the hair remain? Li Yi understood such a simple truth well. Li Yi was not the only one who understood it. The silent officers understood it too. No officer was willing to surrender in humiliation unless the situation was utterly beyond redemption. And now, was this not precisely such a time when there was no turning back? Let us surrender. If my head can be traded for the lives of all our soldiers, it is worth it. You all know the current state of the Xiao Kingdom. Even without Lin Fan, there are so many ravenous wolves and tigers. The Xiao Kingdom can no longer hold on. With the Guardian army alone, how long could we resist? This day was only a matter of arriving sooner or later. Lin Fan is now at the zenith of his power and has already become a force in his own right. Unless some powerful external force steps in, the outcome is already decided. Compared with the other feudal lords, perhaps handing the Xiao Kingdom to Lin Fan is actually the better choice. You all know what Lin Fan has done. In the eyes of the common people, his prestige has indeed surpassed that of the royal house. No one was willing to die resignedly, and Li Yi was no different. But he knew perfectly well that he no longer had any control over the situation left. Lin Fan had done all this not merely to kill a man and destroy his soul, and to avenge Li Ye's ambush of Lin Wudi back, then more importantly, it was to strike at the royal house, to take revenge on the Xiao clan, and to gain 2 million elite soldiers without shedding a drop of blood. As for Li Yi himself, he was merely atoning for the wrongs he had done. General Zhang Lin, after I die, I entrust the brothers to you. I believe Lin Fan will not make things difficult for you. You must stay united, and the brothers of the Guardian army will still have hope. In addition, as Lin Fan requires, proclaim this to the entire realm. Since his clan had been annihilated, and he had now reached such a dead end, Li Yi knew that revenge was beyond hope. Disheartened and weary, he resolved to exchange his own life for a chance for the brothers of the Guardian army to live. Great General. General Zhang began to speak, but he did not know how to dissuade him. The Guardian army was loyal to the royal house, but theirs was not blind loyalty. They could still tell right from wrong, and they did not hold much resentment toward Lin Fan. Say no more. My mind is made up. Li Yi waved his hand, firmly drew the sword at his waist, and looked at all the officers. Everyone, all of this is my fault. The Xiao clan's fault. It has nothing to do with you. The future of the Guardian army's brothers is entrusted to you. After giving his final words, Li Yi cut his own throat on the spot. The officers present all knelt down to see him off on his final journey. With Li Ye's death, 2 more officers chose to take their own lives rather than live in disgrace. The rest silently accepted reality. Everyone, since we have made our choice, do not hesitate. Pass the word down. We surrender, and I will go to see Lin Fan myself. Zhang Lin stepped forward. No matter what, for so many people sake, he had to take a gamble. After giving orders to prepare a truce and surrender, he also ordered Li Ye's head to be taken. Zhang Lin then led a few men out of the tent. As soon as Zhang Lin and his party appeared, they were stopped by the White Horse Companions. After stating their purpose, the White Horse Companions did not attack, but escorted them all the way to the rear. At last, Zhang Lin met Lin Fan. Your subordinate Zhang Lin is willing to lead the Guardian Army in surrendering to the prince. This is General Li Ye's head. He has already taken his own life to atone. There was no avoiding it after all. At this point, Zhang Lin actually felt relieved. Good. I accept the Guardian Army's surrender. Go back and have the troops remain where they are. I will send people to take charge of all Guardian Army matters. Lin Fan was not surprised by this outcome. Li Yi was not the kind of utterly selfish man who would rather drag everyone down to the grave with him. A monumental battle at the scale of 1,000,000 troops came to an end because of a single letter from Lin Fan. Li Yi took his own life, and the Guardian Army surrendered. Yu Fei, I leave the matters of the Guardian Army to you. Immediately notify the nearby cities to prepare provisions. Notify the Qingtai general to transfer 500 elite troops from Qingzhou. The Yu family army will dispatch 200 men to escort them under guard the entire way. Take the Guardian Army troops to the Demon Beast Forest. I have already set the next troop type for conversion to be Lu Bu's Bingzhou Iron Cavalry. These men are all at the Martial Master realm, which spares us exactly the trouble. The Bingzhou Iron Cavalry only numbers 100 men. The minimum strength required for soldiers to be converted is the Martial Master realm, and the Guardian Army's surrender just fills the gap. The 2,000,000-strong army going from Zhongzhou to the Demon Beast Forest would pass through Qingzhou along the way and take at least half a month to arrive. To avoid unnecessary trouble, in addition to sending men from Qingtai, the Yu family army must also send men to accompany them the entire way, ensuring that the Guardian Army troops do not cause any disturbances. Originally, it would have been more suitable to arrange the White Horse Volunteers as escorts, but Gongsun Zan was about to take Zizhou and could not split his forces. The Yu family army's mission was to cut off the royal capital and hold back the remaining 2,000,000 Guardian Army troops. Even after detaching 200 men, it could still manage the task. Moreover, with Lin Fan still present and Lu Bu assisting, the problem was not serious. The entire army will rest for 3 days, and then we will carry out the next phase of action. Lin Fan needed to give Yu Fei some time. 2,000,000 troops were not so easy to arrange. Generally speaking, whether the Guardian Army surrendered willingly or was forced into surrender, no major problems would occur in the short term. Lin Fan could even assign them combat missions directly. However, Lin Fan still trusted the system-generated troops. He could not feel at ease using anyone else. The Battle of Liaowang City came to an end with the surrender of the Guardian Army. As soon as the news broke, all sides were thrown into an uproar. No one had expected that the great army secretly nurtured by the royal house would actually surrender. Royal capital. Xiao Meier no longer knew what to say. Gazing at the detailed battle report from the front, she remained speechless for a long time. The ministers standing below the palace hall, besides shock and terror, likewise knew not what to say. Of the 3,000,000 elite troops, 1,000,000 had been wiped out in a single battle, and the remaining 2,000,000 had actually surrendered. Even the commanding general had died, by taking his own life to atone, no less. How utterly absurd. Moreover, before dying, Li Yi had also exposed the old matter of secretly harming Lin Wudi. As a result, the common people of the entire Xiao kingdom lost their trust in the royal house. As for Li Yi's actions, the one who hated them most was certainly Xiao Meier. This was the royal house's foundation, and yet it had simply vanished like that. Xiao Meier even felt the urge to dig the Li family members out of their graves and flog their corpses. Now that the Li family was completely destroyed, she no longer had even a target to vent her anger on. Your Majesty, the remaining Guardian Army must be transferred back to the royal capital as soon as possible. Send men to take over command, and let there be no further mishaps. Wen Tian stepped forward. They were now at a desperate juncture, but they could not simply wait to die. They had to devise a response. At present, the only forces the royal house could still rely on were the 2,000,000 troops on the Taizhou border and the 1,000,000-strong Imperial Guard in the capital. This was almost the last strength the royal house held in its hands. But with Li Ye's death and the Guardian Army's surrender, the Guardian Army on the Taizhou border might likewise turn mutinous, so it had to be handled in time. Moreover, the southwest could no longer be tended to at this time. Once Lin Fan came to attack the royal capital, the capital's defensive strength would clearly be insufficient. Your Majesty, in addition to recalling the Guardian Army, I beg you to issue a decree to recruit common folk and form a new army as soon as possible. At this point, Qin Hui also stepped forward. Since the previous incident, Qin Hui's status had clearly risen a great deal. He now stood behind Wen Tian. Indeed, Your Majesty. The crisis in the royal capital concerns the life and death of everyone. I beg you to issue a decree summoning the private armies of the various clans and forming a new legion. The royal capital surely contained the most nobles in the Xiao kingdom. These people in both open and secret ways commanded no small number of private soldiers. Once assembled, their numbers would be very considerable. The ministers present were highly displeased with Wen Tian's proposal. Private armies were the foundation of their survival. Who would be willing to give them up? Especially when the Xiao kingdom was in desperate straits, who would not think of himself? However, they also knew this was not the time to argue. If Lin Fan arrived while the royal capital remained a heap of loose sand, there would be no chance at all. Wen Tian had seen this clearly, which was why he made such a proposal. This way the royal capital could gather at least 5 to 6 million troops and still have some ability to defend itself. Very well. I shall issue the decree at once. Honored ministers, this crisis must be overcome by everyone working together. I do not wish to see anyone feigning compliance while acting otherwise. Xiao Meier had no other remedies at this moment. Ever since Zhao Gao had wreaked havoc in the royal capital, the Xiao family's strength had indeed suffered heavy losses. Fortunately, there were still over a dozen martial emperors concealed in the shadows, and after allying with several families, she could barely hold the situation together. With these people supporting her, the others did not dare act rashly and risk a mutually destructive struggle. Although arrangements had been made, Xiao Meier knew very well in her heart that these methods treated the symptoms rather than the root cause. Lin Fan's threat was always present. Even if this crisis were survived, the royal house no longer had the capital to turn the tables. After dismissing everyone to prepare, Xiao Meier kept Wen Tian and Qin Hui behind. Minister Qin, Minister Wen, what exactly should be done about Lin Fan? At this moment, Xiao Meier no longer had the majesty of a female emperor. She was more like a helpless little girl. The pressure Lin Fan exerted was too great for Xiao Meier to withstand. Your Majesty, for now, we can only seek self-preservation and slowly search for an opportunity to break the deadlock. As things stand, no one in the entire Xiao kingdom is a match for Lin Fan. We have to admit this. If we want to break the deadlock, we can only place our hopes on external powers. Wen Tian was helpless as well. Several attempts had all failed. Now, with inferior strength and such deep hatred between them, there was simply no opening to exploit. Xiao Wudao had already set out for the Murong family, but the outcome was hard to foresee. Wen Tian did not hold much hope. Your Majesty, the martial strength of the Fengyang kingdom far surpasses that of our Xiao kingdom. As long as we can win over a few clan forces from the Fengyang kingdom, we will still have a chance. In addition, your minister suggests contacting the Fengyang kingdom. At present, the Fengyang kingdom is facing the challenge of the Black Demon cult and would not want to see trouble arise among its subordinate forces, so it might well send troops to support us. Qin Hui immediately tried to distinguish himself. This was also the most likely way to break the deadlock. They could only rely on other forces. Your Majesty, your minister is willing to make a personal trip to the Fengyang kingdom, lobby the king of Fengyang, and persuade him to send support. Even if that fails, I will contact other forces and will surely bring your Majesty powerful reinforcements. Qin Hui volunteered for the mission. This assignment was one Qin Hui was determined to secure. If he did, Lin Fan would be completely rid of worries at his rear. If someone else were sent, Yu Huayan's men would need to be troubled to intercept and kill him. At this critical moment, all contact between the Xiao kingdom and the outside world had to be severed. Not the slightest mishap could be permitted. Therefore, Qin Hui was the most suitable one to act. Qin Hui had long awaited this opportunity. Of late, he had acquired a degree of significance in Xiao Meier's regard, otherwise she would never have retained him to deliberate on a matter of such monumental importance. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Meier made her decision. To alter the current state of the Xiao kingdom, the only power they could rely on was the Fengyang kingdom. Furthermore, the envoy dispatched had to be someone Xiao Meier trusted implicitly, and Qin Hui happened to fit the bill. Had Lin Fan known of Xiao Meier's thoughts, he would have marveled at how Qin Hui, truly living up to his reputation as a legendary treacherous official, had managed to win her trust so swiftly. Very well. I shall entrust this journey to the Fengyang kingdom to Lord Qin. You may draw freely from the national treasury, but this expedition must yield fruitful results. Ignoring Wen Tian's repeated urgent glances, Xiao Meier remained steadfast in her decision. Blinded by her poor judgment of character, this single act completely exhausted what little heritage the Xiao kingdom had left. Thank you for your Majesty's trust. Upon this journey, I shall surely secure powerful allies to alleviate the crisis of our Xiao kingdom, Qin Hui immediately guaranteed, assuming a posture of absolute loyalty. Good. Go and prepare and set out as soon as possible. Xiao Meier dismissed Qin Hui with a wave of her hand. Your Majesty, Qin Hui's origins remain suspicious. He must not be entrusted with such a heavy responsibility. Seeing Qin Hui depart, Wen Tian spoke up immediately, hoping to dissuade Xiao Meier from her course of action. Minister Wen, say no more. The state is in dire need of capable men. Unity must remain your primary focus. I believe Qin Hui will successfully accomplish his mission. Compared to Qin Hui, Xiao Meier was even more apprehensive about sending Wen Tian to the Fengyang kingdom. Should Wen Tian prove untrustworthy as well, the Xiao kingdom would be utterly ruined from within. Consequently, Xiao Meier preferred to dispatch Qin Hui, who had only recently joined the imperial court rather than allow Wen Tian to escape her control. Helpless, Wen Tian knew how awkward his position was. Over the years, as the Xiao kingdom descended further into chaos, the royal family's suspicions of him had only intensified. While they entrusted him with grave responsibilities, they simultaneously guarded against him at every turn. This left Wen Tian utterly exhausted, allowing him to truly empathize with what Lin Wudi had felt years ago. Meanwhile, having resolved the matter of the Protectorate Army, Lin Fan continued to dispatch the Yu family army and the White Horse Volunteers to assault the cities in eastern Zhongzhou. Their advance proceeded with immense fluidity. Stripped of the Protectorate Army, and with the capital's forces too terrified to deploy, how could the peripheral cities possibly withstand the onslaught of such ferocious tiger-like forces? City after city fell into Yu Fei's grasp. My lord, the royal capital lies just ahead. The remaining forces of the Xiao kingdom have amassed within. Shall we seize it as well? In Yu Fei's eyes, whether the royal family of the Xiao kingdom existed was no longer of any consequence. The moment Lin Fan openly mobilized his forces to assault Zhongzhou, the heavens of the Xiao kingdom had already shifted. No. Your next objective is first to deal with those 2 million Protectorate Army soldiers, and then secure the remaining cities of Zhongzhou. As for the royal capital, let us leave it to Xiao Meier for now. Lin Fan said. In truth, he also wished to directly conquer the royal capital, resolve these ancient grudges, and establish a prosperous golden dynasty. However, he had his own compelling and unavoidable difficulties. At present, Lin Fan had not yet decided how to handle the royal family of the Xiao kingdom, and he required further verification. Thus, he could only temporarily spare the royal capital. Nonetheless, this did not significantly impact Lin Fan's overall plan. The campaigns across the various provinces would proceed as scheduled. Understood, my lord, I understand. Having grasped his next assignment, Yu Fei began making arrangements to resolve the affairs of Zhongzhou in short order. How far is it to Zizhou from here? Lin Fan inquired. My lord, only 2 cities block the path to Zizhou. Excellent. Order Gong Sun Zan to lead the White Horse Volunteers ahead. Once they capture those remaining cities, they are to launch an immediate offensive on Zizhou. General Yue, keep an eye on General Gongsuan's flank. I shall head directly to Taizhou shortly. The 5 southwest provinces have been in chaos for too long. It is time to bring this to an end. Once the 5 southwest provinces were pacified and Gong Sun Zan's advance proceeded smoothly, the Xiao kingdom would essentially be secured. The remaining 2 provinces possessed no strength to resist. A single imperial decree would suffice to bring them to heel. Once the affairs of the Xiao kingdom were settled, Lin Fan could focus his efforts on the Fengyang kingdom. Particularly since the Wen kingdom was on the verge of civil strife, Lin Fan intended to intervene and gradually carve out a path to the Fengyang kingdom, which was crucial for his future expansion. Looking at the geographical position of the Xiao kingdom, where Lin Fan was situated, expanding toward the Wen kingdom and the Fengyang kingdom seemed the most appropriate direction. As for the demonic beast forest and the sea region, with Lin Fan's current strength, he could only conduct preliminary exploration. Large-scale development was still beyond his reach. Nor was the territory of the barbarians an ideal direction for development. Most of the nations and sects to the east of the Xiao kingdom were established by alien races. There were fundamental differences between these alien races and humans, and deep-seated hatred made integration highly difficult. To Lin Fan, who was solely focused on acquiring territory, population, and accumulating points, these lands held little value. If he were to slaughter them all to exchange for point rewards in war mode, Lin Fan felt a degree of reluctance. Even if they were of alien races, they were still living beings. In the absence of deep animosity, committing such a massive slaughter solely for points was something Lin Fan could not bring himself to do. Half a day later, Lin Fan's army of over 1 million marched past the royal capital. At this moment, the capital was united as never before, with every faction pooling their utmost strength to guard the city walls. Judging by the route of the Huangzhou army, they seemed intent on bypassing the city. Yet no one could guarantee that Lin Fan would not launch a sudden assault on the royal capital. If the Huangzhou army truly attacked, the loyalists of the capital had absolutely no confidence in holding the line, especially considering that Huangzhou had only deployed 2 of its armies. Numerous other troops were still stationed in other provinces. Once war erupted, Lin Fan would have ample time to mobilize reinforcements. Facing the endless tide of the Huangzhou army, the isolated royal capital devoid of external aid would fall sooner or later. Everyone could clearly perceive this disadvantageous situation. The various factions and clans were watching intently, wondering if Lin Fan was about to overthrow the dynasty, displace the Xiao family, and become the new ruler of this land. Currently, the other lords of the Xiao kingdom had practically become laughingstocks. Having schemed for half their lives, they were now overtaken by a mere youth. More ludicrous still, none of them were a match for Lin Fan anymore. Furthermore, there was not even a single voice of public opposition. Although Lin Fan's recent actions amounted to open rebellion, none of the provincial lords or heads of the great families echoed the royal family's continuous condemnations. Indeed, Lin Fan's momentum was unstoppable, and everyone feared a future reckoning. This young man had never been soft-hearted when it came to killing, especially toward his enemies. To avoid misunderstandings and to secure a path of retreat for themselves and their families, there were barely any individuals left in the entire Xiao kingdom who dared to stand up in public opposition to Lin Fan. A million-strong army crossed, and the capital stood on tenterhooks with vigilance everywhere. City walls Xiao Meier, accompanied by one other senior, appeared and watching the vast host marching beyond the gates. The Huangzhou army's direction seems to be aimed at Zizhou and Xingzhou. It appears they have no intention of attacking the capital. The Huangzhou army is merely marching, not preparing to besiege. This is evident at a glance. Well, what exactly does Lin Fan intend? Xiao Meier asked in confusion. Logically, given the enmity between the royal house and Lin Fan should not spare the capital, so why does he not strike? Mercy from Lin Fan is unthinkable. After all, the royal Zhongren Fu has already fallen to him, and half of the royal might has been crushed by Lin Fan as well. If Lin Fan acts, the capital would surely be unable to resist. Your Majesty, I, the old minister, am not completely clear about Lin Fan's intentions either. When Tian clearly cannot understand, yet he will, given the current situation, ponder more carefully. Your Majesty, at present there seems to be only one possibility. Lin Fan intends to seize the other states of Xiaoguo first, and only then deal with the capital. But such a move seems to have little point. Lin Fan's actions seem to be explainable only in this way. But what is the purpose? If he first takes the capital and destroys Xiaoguo's rule, would that not be more beneficial for Lin Fan? No matter what, as long as Lin Fan does not come to attack, I still have a chance. Xiao Meier clenched her fists, a glimmer of hope once again lighting her heart. For Xiao Meier, the fate of Xiaoguo had become a personal matter. The other people mattered little. Still, at this moment, such talk was futile. She did not wish to be a queen who let her country fall. Where there is even the faintest opportunity, one must strive to change the tide. Your Majesty, Lin Fan is coming. At that moment, a sharp-eyed minister spotted hundreds of warhorses racing from afar, with Lin Fan at the lead. Xiao Meier glared at Lin Fan with fierce hatred, not knowing what Lin Fan had come for. Your Majesty, lords, why are you so idle, coming to the city walls to enjoy the scenery? Lin Fan smiled a cheerful smile, neither dismounting nor bowing. Lin Fan, what exactly are you trying to do? Without the Emperor's order to advance, are you really intent on rebellion? Do not forget your father Lin Wudi. Oh, do not ruin his lifetime reputation. When Tian stepped forward again. In the Xiaoguo court, only when Tian would dare speak, so others would not wish to offend Lin Fan at this moment. When can't you see? My 2 million-strong army is marching to pacify the southwest. If you cannot do it, I, Lin Fan, will. The people of Xiaoguo cannot endure further suffering. You actually continue to slander me here with ill intent, Your Majesty, should you not punish them? Lin Fan's unruly taunts, whether as provocation or stubborn masking, were nothing more than a deliberate attempt to rile Xiao Meier, indeed a form of retaliation. Though the Xiao family's rule cannot yet be ending, at least they would not be let off easy. Lin Fan, you did the Zhongren Fu matters, didn't you? And what of the Yubi Mountains' 3 million Huguo army? What is going on? This is the Xiao clan's foundation, Xiao Meier's greatest reliance. Now crushed by Lin Fan, she has long nursed a grudge. This is what prompted the challenge. Your Majesty, you are wronging me. There is no Huguo army at Yubi Mountain. I have never heard of it. That was clearly a band of mountain bandits. I am going to pacify the southwest. Oh, I cannot let these bandits threaten the capital's safety, so I sent troops to eliminate them. Your Majesty, I am indeed acting for your sake. As for the matter you mentioned about Zhongren Fu, I do not know. Over the years, the strength of Zhongren Fu has been well known as the foundation of Xiaoguo. I do not possess the power to wipe out Zhongren Fu. Moreover, there is no enmity between me and Zhongren Fu. Why strike? Could it be that Your Majesty knows Zhongren Fu means to harm me? In this era, there are no definitive proofs. Right and wrong are decided by who speaks the loudest. Lin Fan's words left Xiao Meier at a loss as to how to respond. Wavering was useless, while pressing on wrist, provoking Lin Fan into a more troublesome outcome. Very well, Your Majesty, esteemed lords, you may rest assured and govern the capital. I am but a hard-working man, and I shall personally resolve the wars across the Xiaoguo provinces. Not long now I will end the war, and then I will return to the capital to personally inquire after your toils. All of you must be one-hearted for the country. That final line reveals Lin Fan's true aim, a naked threat. Any rhetoric of consolation is clearly a pretext for settling scores later. Lin Fan spurred his horse and rode away, leaving behind a group of minds with differing schemes, standing atop the city walls, powerless to act. Your Majesty, Lin Fan is truly brazen. I, an old slave, am willing to take men to assassinate him. All were speechless when Wei Zhongxian, the old schemer, quietly spoke up, willing to go and assassinate Lin Fan. Qin Hui has already been ordered to depart the capital. Wei Zhongxian must hurry to seize control of Xiaoguo's clandestine forces as soon as possible. Thus Xiaoguo will lose its last high-end power. Wei Gonggong, do you have confidence? The clandestine operation had faced obstacles which left Xiao Meier extremely disappointed, and this opened the door for Wei Zhongxian to enter the clandestine ranks. But to step further or achieve greater deeds, something still falls short. An opportunity to seize power must be found. Your Majesty, killing is not determined solely by prowess or cultivation. There are many other ways. I, your loyal servant, am willing to risk my life to have a try. Wei Zhongxian nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, this world values martial prowess, but not all matters can be solved by force. Sometimes a few inconspicuous tricks can yield striking results. Everyone knows this, yet the difficulty of implementing it is enormous, for every master's defenses are tightly guarded. Especially someone like Lin Fan, who for others to approach is like climbing to the heavens. Very well, I trust you. Xiao Guo now stands at a life-and-death juncture. I hope Wei Gonggong can turn the tide. Do not leak this operation. Do not tell anyone. The Dark Department will coordinate with you. This is exactly what Wei Zhongxian wishes to see. The fewer people who know, the more space he can command. Wei Zhongxian withdrew contentedly, already pondering how to seize control of the Dark Department in the shortest possible time and how to deepen his importance in Xiao Meier's heart. Once the moment arrives, he would utterly blind Xiao Meier. Lin Fan, leading his army, quickly departed the capital. The eastern part of Zhongzhou had already fallen under Lin Fan's control, and Lin Fan could deploy forces to Zizhou, Xingzhou, and Taizhou at any moment. Zizhou was entrusted to Gongsun Zan. Yu Fei would deal with the Hugua army. Toward Xingzhou, Lin Fan would move toward Taizhou to rendezvous with Yuan Chonghuan and pacify the 5 southwestern states. In Taizhou, the prefect Yu Wenjiang was extremely irritated. He had been cooperating smoothly with the Black Demon sect, aiming to seize 5 prefectures in the southwest, only to have Qingzhou unexpectedly intervene. My lord, this Yuan Chonghuan has never appeared before, and the 1,000,000 cavalry under his command are exceptionally formidable. Had we not held fast behind our city walls, we would have long been overwhelmed. Now Yuan Chonghuan has already nearly occupied half of Taizhou. Furthermore, there are the Yellow Turban troops from Wenzhou, a force that has risen abruptly. Since its appearance, it has swept all before it, not only seizing Wenzhou and attacking us, but also sending its main army toward Lichuan Prefecture. This force's ambitions are no less grand. Judging by the current situation, they have surely struck some agreement with Xingtai of Qingzhou and Yuan Chonghuan, each leaving the other alone with their sights set on us feudal lords of the Xiao Kingdom. Yu Wenjiang's prefectural mansion was still in his hands for the moment. Over this period, as Taizhou came under attack from Yuan Chonghuan and Zhang Jiao, meetings large and small were held here without end, yet no effective solution was ever produced. Where on earth did all these people spring from? Like Lin Fan's subordinates, they each appeared out of nowhere, and with such formidable strength that it catches one completely unprepared. What do you think? Could these people have any connection to Lin Fan? Lin Fan has now moved directly against Zhongzhou. Nearly all the states to the north are already under his control. If these people are also linked to him, the coming battles will be even harder to fight. Enemies are not what terrify us. What terrifies us are unknown and powerful enemies springing up one after another, leaving the feudal lords with little power to resist. At this moment, the feudal lords of the Xiao Kingdom were undoubtedly focused on Lin Fan. Even Taizhou, which was already on the path of rebellion, dared not overlook any news about him, especially after the Imperial Clan Court and the National Protection Army, the kingdom's hidden Ace Legion, were defeated and surrendered. The feudal lords of every state knew in their hearts that time was running out. The future of the Xiao Kingdom would be decided by Lin Fan. This was clear to everyone. Nevertheless, as long as disaster had not yet arrived at their doorstep, they all still harbored a shred of luck and unwillingness. Lin Fan had only risen to prominence for a few months and was barely 20 years old, a mere wet behind the ears brat. Which of those cunning old foxes would willingly accept defeat at the hands of such a youth? Seizing the window of opportunity before Lin Fan could completely take the Xiao Kingdom, the various feudal lords were still making their final desperate struggles. My lord, regardless of whether Yuan Chonghuan and Zhang Jiao are connected to Prince Xinbei, we must find a way to repel their offensive and stabilize the situation. A counselor of the prefectural mansion offered this advice, whose men they were hardly mattered. The first priority was to preserve their lives and hold off the enemy's assault. Yu Wenjiang listened, his brows knitted tightly, apparently greatly displeased with his subordinate's words. Indeed, Yu Wenjiang was angry, not because the suggestion was wrong, but because the man had used the wrong term. Prince Xinbei. Everyone knew Lin Fan was Prince Xinbei, but which of the feudal lords had ever taken that title seriously? Who would ever utter that title? Yet now, at the very meeting he himself had convened, his own subordinate had referred to Lin Fan as Prince Xinbei in a tone of reverence. What did that signify? The assembly was afraid. Subconsciously, they had already acknowledged Lin Fan's strength and status. This was the truest voice their hearts could produce. To Yu Wenjiang, this was the truly terrifying part. If things continued this way, the war would have no necessity or meaning left to fight. But for now, Yu Wenjiang could only hide his displeasure in his heart. As for the man who had just spoken and thus incurred his hatred, the poor wretch still had no idea that because of that single sentence he would never see the light of another day. The assembly was afraid. Subconsciously, they had already acknowledged Lin Fan's strength and status. This was the truest voice their hearts could produce. Yet as the war broke out, the Black Demon sect's involvement actually dwindled. Not to mention troop reinforcements, even the masters they sent became fewer and fewer. At this point it seemed that even catching sight of a single Black Demon sect member had become difficult. This was a fundamental reason why Taizhou and Changzhou had fared so poorly in raising their banners. Coupled with the resistance from several other states, even their thorough preparations failed to yield the desired results. After Yuan Chonghuan and his fellow commanders sent out their troops, Yu Wenjiang had no choice but to withdraw a large portion of his main army to defend his own stronghold at all costs. After losing the support of the Taizhou army, Changzhou's offensive was also checked and could barely make headway. At this critical juncture, the Black Demon sect's reinforcements were still nowhere to be seen. Even those who had come earlier had vanished. Gentlemen, the Black Demon sect's people cannot come for now. We must find our own way. We don't need great strides, simply maintaining the current situation is enough. When their masters arrive, that will be our moment to counterattack. What was going on with the Black Demon sect? Others might not know, but how could Yu Wenjiang be unaware? Since the rebellion began, the Black Demon sect members had been targeted by a hidden force before they could play much of a role. From martial kings and martial generals on the low end to transcendents and Dao entrants on the high end, the Black Demon sect in the Xiao Kingdom now had no one daring to operate openly, except for a few rats trembling in the dark. As for the Black Demon sect's reinforcements, from the very beginning to now, Yu Wenjiang had not seen a single one. Yu Wenjiang knew all this clearly, but he could not say it aloud. If those proud, fierce troops under his command were to learn that there were no damn reinforcements at all, then the situation would truly become unmanageable. Therefore, Yu Wenjiang could only seek stability while hoping the Black Demon sect's higher-ups would notice something amiss here and dispatch greater forces soon. This was Yu Wenjiang's sole hope of holding on and turning the tables. Order the front lines, whether against Yuan Chonghuan or Zhang Jiao's Yellow Turban army, we shall adopt a defensive posture. As long as they do not take the initiative to attack our cities, we must not easily open hostilities. In addition, send people to keep contacting the two, revealing some of our details appropriately in hopes of persuading them to withdraw their troops. Yu Wenjiang's so-called strategy was nothing more than a stalling tactic. Yet without reinforcements behind him, continuing like this could only lead to self-destruction. While Yu Wenjiang was consumed by anxiety, Lin Fan, accompanied by Lu Bu and others, arrived in Taizhou. Your Highness, more than half of Taizhou has already been taken by us. It is time to end this. Chao Jingshun had accompanied Lin Fan this time. The net operatives have done splendidly. They have eliminated nearly all the Black Demon sect disciples who infiltrated. Your Eastern Depot has also played an indispensable role. The Black Demon sect are masters of concealment, yet you still rooted them out. The smooth course of the situation here indeed owed much to the intelligence of the Eastern Depot and the covert strikes of the net. Lin Fan was thoroughly pleased and did not stint his praise. Your Highness, as long as the Net brothers are powerful, we merely run errands. Chao Zhengshun felt elation inside, but his words remained modest. Lin Fan traveled secretly all the way, avoiding the eyes and ears of the Royal Guardian Army and the scouts from Taizhou, and arrived in Taizhou. Therefore, for now, no one knows that Yixian has already reached the southwest. The situation of the 5 southwestern provinces is bound to change with Lin Fan's arrival. General Yuan, how is the situation in Taizhou? I intend to take Taizhou within a short period. Can you do it? This time Lin Fan had no intention of wasting time. He had to resolve the southwest as quickly as possible and then take the entire Xiao Kingdom. Your Highness, Taizhou now seems half under Yu Wenjiang's control, but in fact through this period of infiltration, mainly by Zhang Jiao's Yellow Turban army, their infiltration capability is too strong. At this moment, at least half of the remaining cities have been secretly controlled by us and can defect at any moment. As for the rest, they absolutely cannot withstand the joint siege by me and the Yellow Turban army. After the assassinations by the Net, the Black Demon cult's experts in Taizhou no longer dare to appear in public. Moreover, among those remaining, there are no real experts. Relying on Yu Wenjiang's Taizhou army alone, there is no way to turn the tide. Your Highness, regarding the remaining cities, we have prepared action plans and can move at any time. If all goes smoothly, within at most 10 days, Taizhou will be successfully recovered. Though Yuan Chonghuan had not fought continuous battles recently, his pre-war preparations had long been perfected, and he could reap the fruits at any moment. Then Yuan Chonghuan introduced his preparations and the Yellow Turban army's infiltration operations to Lin Fan. Good, execute immediately. I want you to capture Taizhou as quickly as possible, then march straight to Shangzhou. For this battle, I will remain here waiting. If necessary, General Lu Bu can come to assist. Lu Bu's Bingzhou Iron Cavalry was a martial king realm legion. If they intervened, it would greatly aid the war effort. However, this would depend on Yuan Chonghuan's wishes, after all this front had always been under his command. In principle, Lin Fan had no intention of replacing him. Thank you, Your Highness, and thank you, General Lu Bu. Our Guaning Iron Cavalry can handle this battle. If we need help, I will immediately request your instructions, Your Highness. Naturally, Yuan Chonghuan did not want others to interfere then, but he also did not dare to speak too absolutely, as that would be both overconfident and irresponsible. If he left Lin Fan with the impression that he was only seeking credit without regard for the overall situation, there would be trouble. Everything was ready. Early the next morning, the Guaning Iron Cavalry left their garrison city and launched attacks from multiple routes against the remaining cities of Taizhou. At the same time, the Yellow Turban Elite Warriors and the Yellow Turban Army, organized by Zhang Jiao, also began their operations attacking multiple cities in Taizhou simultaneously. Soon after the Huangzhou Army began their operations, more than half of the remaining cities in Taizhou fell into chaos. Some directly changed their banners and welcomed the Huangzhou Army, and some erupted in riots, storming the city lords' mansions and the city's garrison troops coordinating with the Huangzhou Army's actions. In short, for a time Taizhou fell into complete chaos. My Lord Yuan Chonghuan and the Yellow Turban Army are acting simultaneously, attacking us. It looks like they are going for a final decisive battle. Moreover, many cities under our control have rebelled, welcoming their attacks. Yu Wenjiang received the intelligence at the first moment. So they moved simultaneously. I had planned to send someone to persuade the two to stop, but it seems that is no longer possible. This battle is unavoidable. However, with Taizhou's meager strength, it is difficult to resist their attack. Yu Wenjiang had been suffering greatly recently, defeated time and again by the two. Moreover, the Black Demon Cult reinforcements had not arrived, and the situation in Shangzhou was also bad. Hidden assassins had thrown Shangzhou into panic, making it impossible to seek support from there. Now it seemed he could only rely on himself. My Lord, latest intelligence Lin Fan has appeared in Taizhou, and is currently in Yuan Chonghuan's military camp. Just then another intelligence officer ran in to report the newest intelligence. After arriving in Taizhou, Lin Fan no longer concealed his whereabouts, and Yu Wenjiang's men learned of the news. What? So it really is Lin Fan. It seems Xing Tai of Qingzhou has indeed defected to Lin Fan. Looking at this, Zhang Jiao of Wenzhou must also be Lin Fan's man. This is troublesome now. Yu Wenjiang immediately thought of Qingzhou and Wenzhou. These two places seemed to be where Lin Fan had secretly deployed his forces. Yuan Chonghuan and Zhang Jiao were indeed both Lin Fan's men. Yu Wenjiang quickly went to the map and examined it carefully. Lin Fan's great task is already accomplished. After a long while he uttered this sentence. According to the latest intelligence, Haizhou has been occupied by Wu Qi. The Shiman family from Lihuang Island has withdrawn to avoid further conflict with Lin Fan. In Xiaozhou there are already very few cities not yet captured by the Huangzhou army. Xiaozhou is barely hanging on, and this intelligence was from a few days ago. Since Xiaozhou is far from Taizhou, transmitting intelligence takes time. Yu Wenjiang even guessed that when Lin Fan launched his full-scale offensive, Xiaozhou had probably already been lost. Now Lin Fan had come to Taizhou, and after Zhang Jiao under his command captured Wenzhou, he was simultaneously attacking Quanzhou and besieging Dongyu City. It would not be long before the results of these two battlefields became clear. Moreover, Yu Wenjiang knew that the White Horse Cavalry that had recently appeared beside Lin Fan, known as the White Horse Righteous Followers, had already reached Zizhou and launched an attack. From this perspective, nearly two-thirds of the provinces of the entire Xiao Kingdom had fallen into Lin Fan's hands. As for the rest, either they were fighting each other or were too remote to play a significant role. The overall situation of the Xiao Kingdom was now clear at a glance. If no powerful force intervened, Lin Fan's rise would be unstoppable. The only thing Yu Wenjiang could rely on was the Black Demon Cult. Many years ago, Yu Wenjiang had secretly joined the Black Demon Cult. Though he was not a high-ranking member, he held considerable power in the mortal world. This was also one of the reasons Yu Wenjiang raised troops in rebellion. Originally, Yu Wenjiang had another alliance, Xiao Wuhan of Dongyu City. Although Xiao Wuhan had not formally joined the Black Demon Cult, he had some relationship with it. To put it plainly, he was controlled by the cult's high-ranking members. With Xiao Wuhan's strength, it was absolutely impossible for him to escape the Black Demon Cult's control. But at this moment, Zhang Jiao had led a large army to besiege Dongyu City. If Xiao Wuhan could defend himself, it would be good enough. Supporting Wenzhou was utterly impossible. Lin Fan's appearance in Taizhou not only made Yu Wenjiang nervous, but any force that received the news became tense, especially Xiao Meier, Xing Tai, Yuan Chonghuan, Zhang Jiao. All of them are actually Lin Fan's men. Who else is there? How on earth did that bastard Lin Fan accomplish this? At this moment, Xiao Meier was utterly despairing. All her support was gone, and her enemy's strength was so formidable. As a woman, how could she cope with the complex situation of the Xiao Kingdom? In the royal capital within the Grand Palace Hall, Xiao Meier's face was etched with deep worry. Lin Fan's sudden emergence had stunned all. He had already seized control of nearly half of the Xiao Kingdom, and what was even more terrifying was that in such a short time Lin Fan had already achieved such remarkable results. Xiao Meier could scarcely fathom the catastrophic consequences if Lin Fan were permitted to grow unchecked. In the Great Hall, only one Tian remained. The previous Emperor Xiao Wudao had departed for the Southern Heaven Pass to court the support of the Morong family. The Morong family's enigmatic influence appeared to be the only force capable of stabilizing the Xiao Kingdom's dire situation. Even the 10 Directions Hall, a prestigious sect among the 7-star sects, had withdrawn behind closed doors after assessing Lin Fan's formidable power, afraid to provoke him. Your Majesty, the late Emperor should have reached the Murong residence by now. Have any messages returned? Wen Tian asked anxiously. A profound sense of dread and foreboding weighed heavily upon him. Wen Tian was acutely aware that the Xiao kingdom stood at the precipice of an unprecedented crisis. Without the Murong family's timely intervention and support, the kingdom might well be doomed to fall. Xiao Meier sighed and shook her head. Still no word from them. Frankly, I see little hope. The Murong family has spent decades keeping themselves aloof from worldly entanglements. Wen Tian's complexion drained further as the weight of reality settled upon him. He understood the Murong family's formidable power and their deliberate isolation from mortal affairs. If they chose not to intervene, the Xiao kingdom would be left without recourse. Perhaps we must turn to Qin Hui and Wei Zhongxian for answers, Xiao Meier said. Qin Hui had already arrived at the Fengyang kingdom, working to cultivate alliances among those who might prove useful. Wei Zhongxian was equally engaged in plotting Lin Fan's assassination. Should either succeed, it might yet halt Lin Fan's relentless ascent. Wen Tian's heart grew heavy with sorrow and resignation. He recognized the peril inherent in this course of action, yet he understood with painful clarity that inaction would spell the kingdom's destruction. Your Majesty, you must exercise extreme caution. These two are ruthless men. If they harbor ulterior schemes, the Xiao kingdom will be undone. Wen Tian cautioned. Yet a darker suspicion gnawed at his mind, one he feared to utter aloud. Everyone knew that formidable warriors and mysterious armies frequently surrounded Lin Fan. The sudden appearance of Qin Hui and Wei Zhongxian bore an uncanny resemblance to those enigmatic forces, but Wen Tian dared not voice such thoughts. Xiao Meier nodded at Wen Tian. I understand. Both men are driven by ambition and will stop at nothing to achieve their ends. Yet we have no alternative. If we fail to halt Lin Fan's rise, the Xiao kingdom is truly finished. Xiao Meier fell silent. The gravity of their situation was undeniable, and all she could do was pray silently that heaven would grant them salvation and carry them through this trial. For Xiao Meier, every other concern had faded into irrelevance. As long as it could preserve the Xiao kingdom, she was willing to entertain anyone, no matter their motives or allegiances. She gazed at Lord Wen, her eyes gleaming with steely resolve, her voice carrying an edge of finality. Lord Wen, is it truly impossible to recall the 2 million soldiers of the Imperial Guard to the capital? Lord Wen furrowed his brow. He understood the weight of her desperation, yet the circumstances beyond their control made even cautious optimism impossible. He sighed with resignation. Your Majesty, it would be wiser to keep the Imperial Guard deployed against Yufei at present. As for recalling them to the capital, we must wait for the right moment. Xiao Meier felt a cold dread settle in her chest. She understood the implications fully. That 2 million soldiers, the kingdom's last line of defense, remained trapped beyond their borders, unable to return. Anxiety and helplessness flooded through her, as though the world itself were crumbling around her. Her fingers dug desperately into her palms and tears threatened to spill, but she held them back with fierce determination. Lord Wen regarded Xiao Meier with profound sympathy and concern. He knew she was a ruler of unwavering strength, yet the present crisis had spiraled beyond any mortal's capacity to control. All Wen Tian could do was pour every ounce of his capability into securing even a sliver of hope for their nation. Your Majesty, have faith. We shall find our opening. Lord Wen added, right now our priority must be stabilizing the situation and safeguarding both the capital and its people. We need patience to identify where the path forward lies. Xiao Meier gave a slow nod, understanding that Lord Wen was now their sole anchor. She turned toward the window, her mind clouded with anxiety and uncertainty about what lay ahead. Yet she knew regardless of what obstacles or terrors awaited, she had no choice but to press forward with unyielding resolve for the sake of the Xiao kingdom's survival. Only now in this moment did Xiao Meier begin to recognize that the true source of all their suffering lay not with external enemies, but within her own family, the very bloodline she represented. Without the royal house's selfishness, perhaps the Xiao kingdom would never have been brought to this desperate pass. Unfortunately, there were no second chances. In this world, morality meant nothing. Only power held true weight, the kind that trampled over all else without restraint. The news of Lin Fan's arrival in Taizhou detonated like a bomb across the entire Xiao kingdom, sending shockwaves through every province. That Xingtai, Yuan Chonghuan, and Zhangjiao, all pledged to Lin Fan, shook the realm to its foundations. Everyone came to a grim understanding of Lin Fan's terrifying reach. His influence had already seeped into every corner of the kingdom, leaving no one untouched. Even the provinces of Xuanzhou, Yizhou, and Yunzhou, which had long stayed aloof from the Xiao kingdom's conflicts, now watched Lin Fan's every move with bated breath. The southwestern provinces understood all too well Lin Fan's arrival would shatter the delicate balance of the 5 southern states, unleashing chaos unlike anything seen before. Every regional warlord sank into deep despair, realizing they could no longer remain on the sidelines. They had to confront the menace posed by this ferocious tiger. The situation in the 5 southern states grew increasingly tangled. They saw clearly what Lin Fan truly sought: His pacification campaign was merely performative, a calculated move to build his reputation among the common people. His real objective was nothing less than control over the 5 southern states themselves. And yet they understood that breaking free from this trap would not come easily. Both factions in the southwest had lost crucial backing. One stripped of royal support, the other abandoned by the black magic sect. Faced with Lin Fan's overwhelming force, the regional lords found themselves utterly powerless. At this critical juncture, what the warlords needed most was clear-headedness and strategic wisdom. They had to set aside their differences and unite against the threat Lin Fan posed. However, deep-seated rivalries and conflicting interests divided the regional lords, making cooperation nearly impossible. Years of open hostility and secret sabotage had already poisoned relations between them. Now, with months of war staining the southwestern provinces in blood, no mere words could erase what had been spilled. Expecting them to set aside their grievances and join forces was nothing short of impossible. In Taizhou, at Lin Fan's temporary residence, Lin Fan was still quite at ease since the battlefield required little of his attention and left him ample time for other matters. Your Highness, everything is ready. The elusive Qiao Zhongshan appeared without warning. This time we must help Wei Zhongxian secure his position and eliminate all unstable elements in one stroke. Wei Zhongxian had previously volunteered to assassinate Lin Fan, and now the time had come to settle the matter. Since Zhao Gao and the net had not yet returned, this task could only be entrusted to Qiao Jingxuan's Eastern Depot. However, the strength of the Eastern Depot was more than adequate. The obstacles in Wei Zhongxian's path to further advancement could simply be removed by Qiao Jingxuan's hand. Lin Fan only needed to cooperate and make an appearance. There was nothing for him to do. That night, a group of masked figures appeared outside Lin Fan's residence. Lord Wei, everything is ready. Shall we move at once? This was Wei Zhongxian's first field operation, and for such an important task, he had brought nearly all the elite agents of the Xiao Kingdom's Shadow Division. Move now. As long as this succeeds, every brother will have a bright future. Wei Zhongxian smiled, darkly, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. He raised his hand lightly and gave the order. The Shadow Division members concealed their forms and slipped quietly into the courtyard ahead. Wei Zhongxian watched the Shadow Division members, each one thinking they were perfectly hidden and could not help but find it amusing. These people were assassins carefully trained by the Xiao Kingdom, well versed in all kinds of ways to infiltrate a target location for assassination and intelligence gathering. However, they did not know that the entire operation had been under the Eastern Depot's control from beginning to end. Wei Zhongxian secretly gloated. He knew that the purpose of this operation was to wipe them all out in one stroke, to destroy in a single blow the last high-end combat force loyal to the royal family. These people had always been a thorn in the side of the Eastern Depot. If they were not eliminated, they would inevitably threaten the Eastern Depot's rule in the future. Although the Eastern Depot was strong, the Shadow Division's people were equally skilled at hiding. If they stirred up trouble in secret, they would be a lingering nuisance. Moreover, this operation would also allow Wei Zhongxian to be removed from suspicion, letting him continue to lie low and provide Lin Fan with more intelligence and support. In fact, Wei Zhongxian had long since reported to Lin Fan, wanting to use overwhelming strength to directly seize control of the Xiao royal family, especially Xiao Meier. But Lin Fan disagreed. He told Wei Zhongxian that his revenge against the Xiao family was not meant to simply destroy them. He wanted Xiao Meier to live in endless suffering. He wanted Xiao Meier to lose everything, her family, her loved ones, and her power. He wanted her to struggle in despair and die in torment. Therefore, Lin Fan did not approve Wei Zhongxian's plan, but instead let him continue lying low and waiting for a better opportunity. Although Wei Zhongxian had reservations, he also knew that Lin Fan's plan was more thorough and more effective. He believed that as long as he followed Lin Fan's plan, they would ultimately achieve their goal. Thus, he chose to obey and continue his cover, providing Lin Fan with further help. In truth, Lin Fan had no choice. Some things could never be understood by others. After all, he was the system's host, and no one else knew that the system existed. In the silent black night, countless figures appeared and charged toward Lin Fan's dwelling. Enemy attack. A sharp shout suddenly tore across the night sky. Go! Kill Lin Fan at all costs. Wei Zhongxian took the lead. Realizing that something was wrong, he stopped concealing his cultivation and burst forward. At that moment, Wei Zhongxian revealed not the peak of the innate realm, but merely the peak of the martial emperor realm. Following beside him were over a dozen martial emperor realm experts and nearly 100 martial venerables. This represented the Shadow Division's strongest battle strength. This made it clear how much importance Xiao Meier placed on the operation, and it also carried an all-or-nothing implication. She had used nearly every force she could mobilize. What petty scoundrels dare to come here? You have no idea how close to death you are. Guan Yu, Zhao Yun, Dian Wei, and the others appeared ahead. They had been waiting for a long time. The Shadow Division members knew their movements had been exposed. Words were useless now. Whether for their mission or for their own lives, the only option was to fight desperately. The two sides clashed at once. Guan Yu, Zhao Yun, and the others also revealed only martial emperor realm strength, so the two sides traded blows evenly, neither gaining the upper hand. Hold them off. I'll go kill Lin Fan. Wei Zhongxian looked around and immediately issued the order. The Shadow Division members had no time to think. They simply clung to their opponents at all costs. Taking advantage of the opening, Wei Zhongxian charged through the encirclement and rushed into Lin Fan's residence. Immediately afterwards, the sound of fierce fighting came from within. The people outside had no idea what was happening inside. The Shadow Division members wanted to charge in and help, but they could not break through Guan Yu and the others. Just as the standoff reached a deadlock, the army outside moved at the news and began to surround the place. At the same time, even more experts appeared, including dozens of martial emperor realm powerhouses. As the balance turned against them, the Shadow Division members were no match. They looked anxiously toward the inner room one after another, hoping Wei Zhongxian would finish his task quickly so everyone could find a chance to break out. What they did not know was that at that very moment Wei Zhongxian was kneeling on the ground reporting the situation in the royal capital to Lin Fan. As for the so-called fierce fight, it had merely been casually staged by Chao Jingchun. Good. After you return, intensify your efforts and take complete control of the Xiao Kingdom's remaining forces. As for the royal family, Lin Fan no longer cared much. They were already a toothless tiger. However, a lean camel is larger than a horse. The Xiao Kingdom might be weak, but it was still uncertain whether it had connections with powerful forces beyond its borders. All Wei Zhongxian had to do was sever those ties. As soon as he discovered anything, he should report it immediately so Lin Fan could make preparations early. Rest assured, Your Highness. In the royal capital, only Wen Tian remains an obstacle. This old servant has already begun planning to remove Wen Tian soon. At this moment, Xiao Meier could rely only on Wen Tian, but even that was merely superficial. In her heart, Xiao Meier would never fully trust any minister. There had once been a Lin Wudi, and the Xiao royal family absolutely did not want to see another Lin Wudi appear. Even though Lin Fan had already risen and the survival of the Xiao Kingdom was at stake, Xiao Meier had no intention of promoting anyone from within to oppose Lin Fan. Good. Go back, Chao Jingxuan, and end this farce as soon as possible. This whole incident had been nothing more than a staged play. The moment was almost right, and Lin Fan no longer had any interest in watching it. What appeared to be a chaotic and intense battlefield was in truth nothing more than child's play. In particular, Guan Yu and the others were suppressing their true power, making the battle feel incredibly stifling and frustrating. This is bad. Retreat quickly. Suddenly, Wei Zhongxian's voice echoed from within, followed by a figure being sent flying backward out of the house. Spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood as he hit the ground, Wei Zhongxian quickly forced himself up and retreated at high speed. Retreat. Lin Fan was prepared for us. Scatter and run. With those words, Wei Zhongxian fled without once looking back. This sudden turn of events left the members of the Dark Department utterly bewildered, but they quickly regained their composure, forcing back their opponents to make their own escape. However, fleeing at this point was already too late. Even though Lin Fan's men had been suppressing their strength, their sheer numbers combined with the countless troops surrounding the area made escape nearly impossible. With Wei Zhongxian's flight, Lin Fan's forces ceased their restraint. Unleashing their full cultivation, they swiftly subdued and captured every member of the Dark Department who had failed to escape in time. As for the fortunate few who managed to flee alongside Wei Zhongxian, they were the very men he had handpicked beforehand. Not only would they serve to testify on his behalf upon their return, but they would also form the core of his personal faction. Had Wei Zhongxian returned alone, Xiao Meier would never have trusted him again. Damn it, this is a trap. The enemy's strength far exceeds the martial emperor realm. We've been deceived. With over a dozen experts of the second heavenly realm inside the courtyard and a massive army surrounding the perimeter, the members of the Dark Department finally realized they had been lured into a snare. Regrettably, it was far too late. Even at this final hour, they remained utterly oblivious as to who had betrayed them. Brothers fight to the death to hold them back. We must buy time for eunuch Wei to escape. Our vengeance rests entirely on his shoulders. How tragic. They had been sold out, yet they were still willing to lay down their lives to help their betrayer escape. Since the remaining foes were all on the absolute elimination list, Zhao Yun and the others stopped holding back, swiftly and decisively wiping out the remnants of the Dark Department. As for those who escaped, Zhao Yun and his men had already been instructed to let them go. My lord, the invading enemies have been entirely annihilated. To this, Lin Fan offered no comment, merely instructing everyone to clean up the battlefield. Meanwhile, having escaped the jaws of death, Wei Zhongxian gathered the surviving remnants of the Dark Department. Eunuch Wei, you are severely wounded, and our mission has failed. What should we do now? His subordinates asked in sheer panic. Everything had seemed to be going smoothly, yet they never expected Lin Fan to be so well prepared. Brothers, we were too careless this time. I did not expect that bastard Lin Fan to be prepared, which suggests that our operation may have been compromised from the very beginning. Wei Zhongxian spoke in a pitiful tone, appearing gravely injured. In reality, it was all an act. With his profound cultivation, Chao Jingxuan's single strike could not have truly harmed him, but for the sake of his subsequent schemes, he had to keep up the charade. My lord, the operations of our dark department have always been known only to Her Majesty. How could the information possibly have leaked? Since someone was raising doubts, it played perfectly into Wei Zhongxian's hands, allowing him to guide their suspicion. No, this time is different. When I first proposed the assassination plan to Her Majesty, there was another person present. No, that can't be right. It couldn't possibly be him. Wei Zhongxian muttered to himself, seemingly struck by a sudden realization before quickly dismissing his own words. Yet this only deepened the confusion of his men. Who on earth could it be? Could the failure of this mission and the devastating losses of the Dark Department truly be linked to that person? Eunuch Wei, who is that person? The seeds of doubt had been planted, the rest would be easy. Enough, there is no need to speak further on this. It is impossible for him to be involved. While Wei Zhongxian seemingly tried to soothe their anxieties, his hesitant and uncertain tone only served to intensify their suspicions. A day later, the battered remnants of the Dark Department finally fled back to the royal capital. What happened? Why did the mission fail, and how could the casualties be so catastrophic? Xiao Meier was utterly furious. This was the royal family's last remaining force, yet before they could achieve anything, 90% of them had been wiped out by Lin Fan's men. Wei Zhongxian, speak. What exactly happened? Xiao Meier directed her wrath toward Wei Zhongxian, which was only to be expected. Not only was this assassination plan proposed by Wei Zhongxian, but he was also the one in charge of its execution. Even Xiao Meier was not fully privy to the intricate details of the entire plan. Now that it had failed, Wei Zhongxian was naturally the first to be held accountable. At this moment, Xiao Meier was not only deeply disappointed, but also grew suspicious of him, considering this old eunuch had only recently aligned himself with her. Your Majesty, this is entirely the fault of this old servant. I am willing to pay with my life to appease the souls of our fallen brothers. Wei Zhongxian made no attempt to defend himself or explain the failure, instead presenting a posture of humble submission, ready to accept death. Xiao Meier stared at Wei Zhongxian, contemplating how to handle the situation and whether she should seize this opportunity to eliminate this volatile element. But she quickly came to her senses. Now was not the time to strike at Wei Zhongxian. With the Dark Department suffering such heavy losses, she simply lacked the military might to eliminate him, even if she wanted to. Wei Zhongxian was at the peak of the martial emperor realm. Without overwhelming power, it would be impossible to subdue him easily. Should he be provoked to anger, Xiao Meier herself would be in grave danger. Xiao Meier dared not act rashly, yet the matter still demanded a resolution, giving her an immense headache. Your Majesty, this matter is not Eunuch Wei's fault. The moment we arrived at Lin Fan's camp, we discovered that he had long known of our assassination attempt and had already stationed his experts in advance. However, it was clear that Lin Fan did not know the exact timing of our raid. He had only prepared a small group of experts initially, and his massive army only mobilized to surround us after we revealed ourselves. Thus, the failure of this mission does not lie with the Dark Department. Someone else must have leaked the information. Someone who only knew of our intent to assassinate Lin Fan, but remained ignorant of the exact time and location. Wei Zhongxian's prior arrangements had borne fruit. The surviving experts of the Dark Department, including 2 martial emperors, now stood firmly by his side. Your Majesty, Eunuch Wei led the charge in this battle. He was the first to breach the defenses and strike at Lin Fan. Regrettably, Lin Fan was surrounded by numerous experts, and Eunuch Wei was simply overwhelmed, leading to our defeat and his severe injuries. We only managed to escape under the cover of our brothers who fought to the death, and we return now to beg Your Majesty's punishment. We do not ask for forgiveness, but only implore Your Majesty to unmask the true culprit behind the scenes and avenge our fallen brothers of the Dark Department. The group wept bitterly as they pleaded, recounting the rough sequence of events. By bringing up the mysterious individual whom Wei Zhongxian refused to name, they hoped to draw Xiao Meier's serious attention to the potential traitor. Everything was unfolding almost exactly according to Wei Zhongxian's design. In the grand hall of the royal palace, a crowd knelt upon the ground, awaiting Xiao Meier's decision. Wei Zhongxian, what they said is all true. As for Wei Zhongxian, Xiao Meier could not bring herself to trust him fully, but the other members of the Shadow Division had been raised by the royal family since childhood, and their loyalty was unwavering. Even though the royal clan court had been annihilated and most of the kingdom's top experts were lost, Xiao Meier could still command these martial emperors of the Shadow Division with imperious authority precisely because she trusted them. Otherwise, a martial king realm cultivator who had lost her family's backing would be courting death to make several martial emperors kneel before her. Had it not been for this last bit of foundation, Xiao Meier might have lost her life even without Lin Fan making a move. After all, the royal capital was riddled with instability. During Zhao Gao's previous operation, he had eradicated not only the royal clan court, but also the martial emperor powerhouses from the great families, once again restoring balance to the royal capital's situation. This was in a sense an indirect favor to Xiao Meier. It was also because Lin Fan had a plan that Zhao Gao acted this way. Otherwise, with Zhao Gao's sinister nature, how could he have allowed Xiao Meier an easy time? Your Majesty, this old servant cannot be entirely certain, but there is no doubt that Lin Fan obtained the intelligence in advance. Otherwise, we would not have suffered such heavy losses. At this moment Wei Zhongxian had no intention of exposing himself. The atmosphere had been perfectly set, and the rest was left for Xiao Meier to decide. Who else knows of this matter besides the Shadow Division? Xiao Meier appeared to be asking, but in her heart, she was quietly deliberating. Your Majesty, there is indeed one more person who knows, but this old servant believes that it is impossible for him to be involved. Wei Zhongxian hesitated for a moment, then spoke the truth, and he very firmly dismissed any suspicion toward that person. Who? Xiao Meier demanded sharply. She was furious. Matters like this had always been the sole responsibility of the Shadow Division, and apart from her no one else should have known the intelligence. Moreover, it was most likely precisely because of this lapse that someone else had learned of the assassination plan, which led to its failure. This was no longer merely a matter of the Shadow Division sustaining catastrophic losses. It had completely severed the final hope of the Xiao Kingdom. If this person was connected to it, he would be guilty of the most heinous crimes, and death 10,000 times over could not atone for his sins. Your Majesty, do you recall? When this old servant first presented this plan to you, there was another person present. That person was Wen Tian, Lord Wen. But this old servant dares to stake his life on it. It absolutely cannot have been Lord Wen who leaked the secret. There must be a misunderstanding, or there are hidden circumstances. This old servant needs time to investigate. Finally, that name Wen Tian had surfaced. Wei Zhongxian had not originally intended to use this matter to remove Wen Tian, but it so happened that Wen Tian had been present at the time. Now that the mission had failed and a scapegoat was exactly what was needed, Wen Tian could not have been more suitable. Even if Xiao Meier did not believe the matter was connected to Wen Tian, it would still plant a seed of doubt in her heart. After that, with a little more scheming by Wei Zhongxian, even if he could not directly destroy Wen Tian, he could still strip Wen Tian of his current standing and of Xiao Meier's trust. Achieving this step would be sufficient for the time being. Wen Tian. Xiao Meier was quite surprised. She had not expected it to be Wen Tian. Xiao Meier said nothing, silently recalling the scene on the day Wei Zhongxian had proposed the plan. Indeed, Wen Tian had been present. At that time, he had not fully agreed with Wei Zhongxian's plan, and he had also harbored a suspicious attitude toward Wei Zhongxian himself. These events were not far in the past. After a brief thought, Xiao Meier remembered, and she could even clearly recall such details as the words and expressions of the two at the time. Your Majesty, Lord, one has devoted his every thought to the Xiao Kingdom for years. It is impossible that he would leak a secret. Wei Zhongxian seemed to hold Wen Tian in high regard and kept defending him. What do you two think? Xiao Meier turned her gaze to the two remaining martial emperor realm powerhouses. These two ordinarily insignificant figures were now people upon whom Xiao Meier had no choice but to rely. Flattered by Xiao Meier's inquiry, the two composed their thoughts and then began to report. Your Majesty, Lord Wen has been under the surveillance of our Shadow Division all these years. By all reason, there should be no problem. However, Lord Wen is after all a martial emperor realm powerhouse. Over the years, he has won over quite a few experts and officials. Your subject cannot be certain whether under their influence and assistance Wen Tian has other secrets. Under normal circumstances, Lord Wen wields overwhelming power in the Xiao Kingdom and enjoys a resounding reputation. He would seem to have no reason to do anything detrimental to your Majesty. Especially given that the Wen family is already bound together with the royal house, Lord Wen has no possibility of betrayal. But perhaps it is precisely because of Lord Wen's position in the Xiao Kingdom that thoughts of another kind have grown in his heart. Your Majesty, with the Xiao Kingdom now in peril, it is quite possible that Lord Wen is seeking another path. Having gone through what had happened before and infused with Wei Zhongxian's preconceptions, the two no longer trusted Wen Tian in their hearts. But for such a grave matter, unless they had absolute proof, they certainly would not speak recklessly. Thus their words were ambiguous, yet their inclination was already all too obvious. After hearing them, Xiao Meier fell into deep thought. Everyone knew Wen Tian's status, but that status was founded upon the existence of the Xiao Kingdom. If the Xiao Kingdom no longer existed, Wen Tian would simply be the head of a family with some strength. That would be an immeasurable difference from Wen Tian's current circumstances. And that was saying it on the bright side. What if someone chose to settle scores after the fact? Lin Fan in particular. Could he possibly spare this foremost minister of the Xiao Kingdom? If it were she, Xiao Meier, for the sake of the days ahead, she would surely eradicate him root and branch. Under such circumstances, it was only natural for Wen Tian to want to protect himself and seek another way out. Wen Tian naturally understood the current situation of the Xiao Kingdom with perfect clarity. Lin Fan already possessed a momentum as sweeping as a whale devouring the world. If Wen Tian defected to Lin Fan early, perhaps Lin Fan would spare his life. After all, more than a decade ago, the relationship between Wen Tian and Lin Wudi, one the civil pillar, the other the martial pillar, had been fairly amicable. It was precisely their joint efforts back then that had allowed the Xiao Kingdom to endure. Now that Lin Fan had risen to power, if Wen Tian surrendered, appealing to past friendship and presenting sufficient achievements, it was not impossible for Lin Fan to grant him a way to live. Xiao Meier understood this clearly, so Wen Tian, as the party directly involved, obviously saw it even more clearly. If so, the failure this time could be easily explained. Enough. You may withdraw. I need time to think this over carefully. Everything was mere inference. No matter whether when Tian had truly turned against her, this was not the moment to deal with him. Xiao Meier could only suppress the matter for the time being. Your subjects take their leave. Wei Zhongxian performed a full ceremonial bow, then led the others away. Xiao Meier simply did not see the complacent look on Wei Zhongxian's face as he departed. Lin Fan need not concern himself with affairs in the royal capital. He trusted that Wei Zhongxian would handle them properly. For now, Lin Fan's primary focus had shifted to the military matters of the 5 southwestern prefectures, including Taizhou. Xiao Jingquan, give me a detailed account of the current situation in the 5 southwestern prefectures. Lin Fan was resolved to pacify the 5 southwestern prefectures in the short term, then launch an expedition against the Wen Kingdom under the banner of Prince Wen Tianlu, the 8th son of the Wen royal house, to intervene in the kingdom's internal strife. At that opportune moment, he would seize the entire Wen Kingdom and use it as a springboard to march on Fengyang Kingdom. Your Highness, Li Juandao, the governor of Changzhou, has lost his initial momentum. His army in Changzhou has split into 2 forces holding the line against the counterattacks from Qinzhou and Xingzhou. Because of our intervention, nearly all the Black Demon Sect's masters were wiped out, and even a number of experts in the Changzhou army were eliminated. That is what gave Xingzhou and Qinzhou a chance to catch their breath, and now that they have recovered, they have begun to strike back. At the moment, Lord Zhao Gao's net is still hunting down remnants of the Black Demon Sect, so the overall situation should remain stable for the time being. Ever since General Yuan Chonghuan entered Taizhou, Yuan Jiang of Taizhou has also recalled the troops he had sent to reinforce Changzhou in order to defend Taizhou. Under these circumstances, Changzhou's position will become even more difficult. However, thanks to the Black Demon Sect's earlier support, Changzhou still has considerable reserves. Moreover, Qinzhou and Xingzhou do not dare to push Changzhou too hard for fear of provoking decapitation strikes from the Black Demon Sect's masters. The Eastern Depot had always done excellent intelligence work, rapidly expanding and consolidating its network throughout the territory of the Xiao Kingdom. Have you found out the true relationship between Li Juandao and Yuan Jiang? This was something Lin Fan had never been able to understand. Logically speaking, both men were regional warlords and both coveted the land of the Xiao Kingdom, so why would they suddenly join forces? Moreover, both of them had simultaneously developed ties with the Black Demon Sect. Behind this entire chain of events, the Black Demon Sect must have been the mastermind. Your Highness, the identities of these 2 men have always been extremely mysterious. Our people have conducted extensive investigations, but with little success. At present, we can only speculate that both of them are members of the Black Demon Sect. The Black Demon Sect has been plotting against Fengyang Kingdom for many years, planting agents in various countries and sects. This is entirely consistent with their usual methods. I beg your Highness's forgiveness, but the Eastern Depot has been unable to fully uncover the backgrounds of these 2 men. Xiao Jingshun quickly reported everything he knew. It is of no consequence. The Black Demon Sect operates with extreme secrecy, so it is only natural that nothing has been found in such a short time. Lin Fan understood. Hidden agents of this kind were never easy to unearth, especially those of a heretical cult like the Black Demon Sect, which was hunted and reviled by all. Thank you, Your Highness. Your Highness, according to intelligence, Xiao Wuhan of Dongyu City seems to have some kind of connection with Yuan Jiang. This old servant suspects that Xiao Wuhan has already been won over by the Black Demon Sect. In fact, he may well be the figure the Black Demon Sect has chosen to rule the Xiao Kingdom in the future. Xiao Jingshun spoke up suddenly. Lin Fan pondered this, silently finding it highly plausible. From his contact with Xiao Wuhan several months earlier, Lin Fan had already formed some suspicions about the relationship between Xiao Wuhan and Yuan Jiang. The matter of Lin Fan's wager with the Taizhou generals had likely been engineered by Xiao Wuhan behind the scenes, and the fact that Xiao Wuhan could freely command the Taizhou generals clearly meant he had Yuan Jiang's backing. This suggested their relationship was far from ordinary. Xiao Wuhan was a member of the royal Xiao family and possessed considerable strength in his own right. If the Black Demon Sect succeeded, pushing Xiao Wuhan forward would indeed make him the most suitable candidate. It seemed that the internal strife within the Xiao family had already reached a life-or-death stage. Unfortunately for them, all of it had been disrupted by Lin Fan. How is Zhang Jiao's operation progressing? Zhang Jiao had gone to deal with Xiao Wuhan, yet in the past 2 days Lin Fan had received no word from him. Your Highness, General Zhang has already laid siege to Dongyu City. The city is utterly isolated with no hope of relief. With millions of people inside, its supplies are running out at an alarming rate. General Zhang is awaiting the right moment to strike. If Your Highness so desires, General Zhang could also launch a direct assault. This old servant can relay the order at any time. Zhang Jiao had indeed slowed down recently, but that was to minimize casualties. As a major military stronghold built to defend against the barbarians, Dongyu City possessed formidable soldiers, profound cultivation among its defenders, and extremely sophisticated defensive measures. Otherwise, it could never have held off the barbarian assaults. Zhang Jiao's decision to besiege the city in order to reduce losses was entirely reasonable. No need. There is no pressing demand for Zhang Jiao elsewhere at the moment. Let him take his time resolving Dongyu City. In truth, if Zhang Jiao could take Dongyu City quickly, he could then march into Quanzhou and seize the entire prefecture. However, half of the Yellow Turban elite troops and 2 million Yellow Turban soldiers had already been ordered by Lin Fan into Quanzhou, which should be sufficient. As for Taizhou Yuan Chonghuan and the Bingzhou Iron Cavalry under Lu Bu, which Lin Fan had brought along, would be more than enough to handle matters. General Yuan Chonghuan, what is your plan for Taizhou? Lin Fan set aside his concerns about other regions and focused once more on the immediate task at hand. Your Highness, if you look here, this is an open plain that leads straight to Yu Wenjiang's stronghold. If we break through from this direction, his prefectural seat will be directly exposed to our attack. Therefore, I speculate that Yu Wenjiang will not abandon this position. Moreover, according to our intelligence, Yu Wenjiang has already made thorough preparations. Around this plain, 2 million troops of his are stationed across 6 surrounding cities, likely as a precaution against our sudden assault. The Eastern Depot has also reported that beyond this plain lies a forest where a cavalry force of several 100,000 has been concealed. It has been confirmed that these troops belong to Yu Wenjiang, though the exact number is unknown. Based on appearances, the cavalry force numbers roughly 500,000. My plan is to dispatch our troops directly, feigning a sudden strike at the Taizhou prefectural seat, forcing Yu Wenjiang to send out his army in defense. Then on this plain we will crush the Taizhou forces in a single decisive battle. These Taizhou troops are almost the last forces Yu Wenjiang controls. Once they are defeated, his prefectural seat will lose all ability to resist. Lin Fan did not consider this a particularly profound strategy. It was simply an overt offensive. If Yuan Chonghuan wanted to take Taizhou, he had to deal with the prefectural seat, Yu Wenjiang himself, and the army under his command. And if Yu Wenjiang wanted to preserve his territory and his life, he certainly could not allow Yuan Chonghuan to attack freely. Therefore, Yu Wenjiang had no choice but to defend. That made the plain the decisive point. Whether Yu Wenjiang liked it or not, he would have to fight this battle. Fighting on open plains gave cavalry a tremendous advantage, but one could not afford to be careless. If the infantry were sufficiently numerous and made preparations in advance, supported by the appropriate equipment, they could pose a serious threat to cavalry as well. The key to this battle lay in the timing of the advance. The Taizhou army could not be given enough time to prepare. As for the cavalry hidden behind the plain, that could be left to Lu Bu. That man was absolutely starving for war. The Qinghua Plain was a vast lowland within Taizhou, ringed by 6 great cities and serving as the only route to the prefectural capital. Once Lin Fan made his decision, he immediately set his troops in motion. Yuan Chonghuan's army was not advancing quickly, leaving Yu Wenjiang time to prepare, but not enough. Mobilizing armies numbering in the millions was no simple matter, and this time gap was exactly what Yuan Chonghuan intended to exploit. My lord, bad news. Yuan Chonghuan's army has abandoned its attacks on the other cities and driven straight toward Qinghua Plain. The intention is obvious. He is coming straight for our prefectural capital. Yuan Chonghuan's every move had always been a matter of utmost concern for the Taizhou army. The moment he began to act, accurate intelligence reached Yu Wenjiang. What is destined to come will come sooner or later. Yu Wenjiang sighed. Many years ago, before he had risen to power, he had joined the Black Demon sect. At that time, the Black Demon sect had not yet recovered its strength. It could do nothing but hide in the shadows, clinging to survival, yet its ambitions were unyielding, but searched throughout the Fengyang kingdom for promising disciples to recruit. At the same time, it was laying plans across the entire Fengyang kingdom, including the neighboring nations and sects. Yu Wenjiang was the one chosen by the Black Demon sect to develop influence in Xiao and support the sect's future operations. Over the years, with the covert support of the Black Demon sect, Yu Wenjiang had risen step by step to the position of governor of Taizhou. With years of development and deep resources, the Taizhou army was far stronger than those of the other prefectures. But since the Black Demon sect's overall plan had not yet begun, Yu Wenjiang bided his time and refrained from acting rashly. Only recently, as the Black Demon sect's preparations matured and hidden agents throughout the land began to play their part, did Yu Wenjiang finally rise in rebellion against Xiao, hoping to throw the entire situation into chaos. It was only at that time that Yu Wenjiang learned that Li Jiundao, the governor of neighboring Changzhou, was like himself a member of the Black Demon sect. After their discussion, the subsequent series of actions was set in motion. They had never expected, however, that in the remote and impoverished Xiao kingdom, a man named Lin Fan would appear and completely derail the Black Demon sect's plans. Yu Wenjiang knew that with his and Li Jiundao's strength, killing Lin Fan was nearly impossible. The Black Demon sect would have to send someone to do it. But a group of mysterious assassins was active throughout Taizhou and Changzhou, targeting the Black Demon sect and preventing its members from interfering in the war. Yu Wenjiang suspected that this hidden force likely belonged to Lin Fan or to those backing him, but he had no proof. Nor could Yu Wenjiang solve the problem. Those assassins concealed themselves too well. Even the power structure that he and Li Jiundao had painstakingly built over many years could not uncover the slightest trace. Thus arose a rather awkward situation. Most of the people the Black Demon sect had previously sent were already dead, and those who remained had gone into hiding. Any attempt to send word back to headquarters was completely blocked. Not only within Xiao Kingdom, but all along the road to the Black Demon Sect's headquarters, people were intercepted and killed who no message could get through. This left Yu Wenjiang utterly distressed and dejected, yet he could do nothing. When he learned that Lin Fan had arrived in Taizhou, he knew there was no turning back. Lin Fan had not come to watch the excitement. When he further learned that Xingtai Yuan Chonghuan and Zhang Jiao were all Lin Fan's men, Yu Wenjiang was left speechless. Gazing at the map, he knew that Xiao Kingdom's cause was lost. Even if the Black Demon Sect sent people now, it would be almost impossible to change the situation. My lord, how should we respond? Yuan Chonghuan's cavalry moves swiftly. It will reach the prefectural capital before long. Seeing Yu Wenjiang still lost in silent contemplation, his subordinates grew anxious. This crucial moment was not a matter for Yu Wenjiang alone. It involved everyone present. After all, Taizhou had openly rebelled and Lin Fan had come under the banner of suppressing the rebellion. If they lost this battle, would not everyone present be branded rebels by Lin Fan and beheaded? We already suspected Yuan Chonghuan's movements and prepared accordingly. Now we are simply carrying out the plan. Yu Wenjiang was not by nature an ambitious man who all his actions had merely been carried out under orders. He had assumed that even if he failed, he could simply leave Xiao Kingdom and head to the Black Demon Sect's headquarters to cultivate, perhaps gaining even greater strength. But now that seemed impossible. Lin Fan would never allow him to leave. He could not flee, and he had no confidence in fighting. Although Lin Fan had brought only 1,000,000 cavalry, the Huangzhou army's combat power was renowned throughout Xiao Kingdom. No matter how confident Yu Wenjiang was, facing the Huangzhou army inevitably filled him with dread. My lord, Yuan Chonghuan is advancing too quickly. There is no time to concentrate our forces. For now, we can only send out cannon fodder to delay him. If we can hold off Yuan Chonghuan for 2 days, we will have ample opportunity to deploy our formations on Qinghua Plain. In addition, my lord, please give the order. The cavalry we trained in secret should also make its debut. Unlike Yu Wenjiang's disheartened resignation, many of the generals in Taizhou were rubbing their hands in eagerness, itching for a showdown with the Huangzhou army. In letters, no one is the undisputed first. In arms, no one accepts being second. The Taizhou generals had heard too many legends of the Huangzhou army and had long refused to acknowledge its supremacy. They were all battlefield commanders. Why should others bask in glory while they were made out to be rebels? To settle the matter in a single decisive battle. That was the intention of Taizhou's high-ranking officers. For Yu Wenjiang, this was all for the better. What he feared was fear itself before battle, for then there would be no need to fight at all. My lord, those who accomplish great things are not constrained by minor details. Necessary sacrifices are acceptable. Yu Wenjiang said nothing. Everyone thought he was reluctant to waste troops, but in truth he did not care in the least about the lives of ordinary people. At that moment, Yu Wenjiang was considering how to take advantage of the opportunity to kill Lin Fan. That was the matter of greatest importance. If Lin Fan could be eliminated in this battle, all his troubles would vanish. Unfortunately, though the idea was sound, he currently lacked the means and the capability to carry it out. Yu Wenjiang did not have to think twice to know that Lin Fan would be guarded by the strongest forces possible. Now, with no reliable men at his disposal, he was utterly powerless to assassinate Lin Fan. That left only the opportunity of a major battle. If he could successfully separate Lin Fan from his army, pin down the main force, and dispatch enough troops, there was a chance of success. Lin Fan was merely a worthless early-stage martial artist. So long as one could get close to him, killing him was not difficult at all. Lin Fan's cultivation level had never been disclosed. He had always kept that tightly controlled, which led Yu Wenjiang into a serious misjudgment and made him decide to strike from that angle. From Yu Wenjiang's point of view, it was indeed a once-and-for-all solution, but carrying it out smoothly would be far more difficult than having assassins take Lin Fan by stealth. Yu Wenjiang had much to consider. Having lurked in the shadows for so many years, with the harvest season finally in sight, he was hardly willing to accept failure now. Yet changing the situation would certainly not be easy. Just as Yu Wenjiang was glancing around, he suddenly spotted a person, and an idea took shape in an instant. All right, all of you go back and prepare. First, muster the army from the city closest to Yuan Chonghuan to intercept his march. Tell the city lord and the commanding generals, if they can delay Yuan Chonghuan for 2 days, I will record it as a great merit, and there will be endless rewards in the days to come. But if they fail, do not blame me for being ruthless. All chief officers involved in this battle will be severely punished without mercy. Yu Wenjiang began to deploy his next moves. Deeply influenced by the Black Demon cult, he had no feelings whatsoever for his subordinates. As long as they were useful, they were treated as important ministers, otherwise he killed them as easily as cutting weeds. Everyone depended on Taizhou for survival, so naturally no one dared to object. At this moment, the others were all rejoicing that they were not the cannon fodder. As for those unlucky ones, no one cared whether they lived or died. Each person was thinking about what to do next, and no one was willing to become a sacrifice for nothing. Such was the overall atmosphere of Taizhou's officialdom. After arranging the upcoming battles, Yu Wenjiang waved his hand and dismissed the crowd. Before long, Zhang Wujin, led by a servant, returned once again to Yu Wenjiang's presence. My lord, may I ask what orders you have for summoning this humble general? Zhang Wujin's words were nothing but empty pleasantries. The meeting had just ended, and before he could even reach home he had been secretly called back. Yuan Zhang must have something important to discuss with him. General Zhang, I have a task for you. Would you be willing to undertake it? Yuan Zhang looked at Zhang Wujin with a smile, but in Zhang Wujin's eyes the current Yuan Zhang was the most terrifying. Previously Zhang Wujin had respected Yuan Zhang, but had not yet reached the point of fear. However, ever since Taizhou raised troops in rebellion, Zhang Wujin had seen even more unfamiliar powerhouses. Among them were even powerhouses who surpassed the martial emperor realm. This greatly shocked Zhang Wujin, making him increasingly unfamiliar with the forces under Yuan Zhang's control, and thus he began to fear the man himself. My lord, please give your orders. This general will do his utmost to complete them. Could Zhang Wujin refuse? Obviously not. Given Yuan Zhang's current attitude, if Zhang Wujin dared to make any false move, he would likely never leave again. Good. General Zhang truly is the commander I value most. For this task you are the most suitable. Come sit down. Let's talk slowly. Then Yuan Zhang laid out the plan he had conceived in full. Indeed, this task was most suitable for Zhang Wujin, though no one else could accomplish it. It turned out that Yuan Zhang wanted to assassinate Lin Fan, but he had no suitable candidates at hand. The experts of the Black Demon cult were all acting cowardly at this moment and could not be relied upon at all. As for the Taizhou experts trained by Yuan Zhang himself, they were even less reliable. Their strength was simply insufficient to get close to Lin Fan. Yuan Zhang even speculated that the people he had trained were probably all on Lin Fan's blacklist. If any of them disappeared or appeared in other areas of Taizhou, they would likely be killed on sight. Just as Yuan Zhang was racking his brains, he inadvertently caught sight of Zhang Wujin, which instantly invigorated him. A few months earlier, Zhang Wujin had made a bet with Lin Fan and lost 1 million martial artists to him. It was Lin Fan himself who had come to Taizhou to seize them by attacking the city. At the time, Yuan Zhang had been utterly humiliated. But now looking at it, this matter might not be an opportunity after all. Theoretically, after Zhang Wujin's defeat, he should have submitted to Lin Fan and become a general of Huangzhou. But at that time both sides had tacitly ignored Zhang Wujin. Now that the situation in Taizhou was unfavorable, if Zhang Wujin used the bet as an excuse to join Huangzhou, it would seem to be a good breakthrough point. As long as Zhang Wujin had the opportunity to get close to Lin Fan, and when the occasion was right, a martial emperor realm powerhouse could kill a martial artist all too easily. This was Yuan Zhang's overall plan. However, if this were done, Zhang Wujin would certainly die. Regardless of success or failure, the moment Zhang Wujin appeared here, his fate was already sealed. The only difference lay in whose hands he would die. Yuan Zhang remained silent, quietly watching Zhang Wujin, giving him time to consider. At this moment, Zhang Wujin was the most distressed. He thought to himself, when a man is doomed to bad luck, there's simply no escaping it. Last time I barely escaped with my life from Lin Fan, and I thought I would never have anything to do with him again in this lifetime. But it had only been so long, and that relentless specter had come to Taizhou again, this time as an avenger. Zhang Wujin had expected Taizhou's rebellion. From his understanding, civil strife in Xiao Kingdom was only a matter of time. He just hadn't expected Taizhou to become the leader. Even less had he expected that an obscure nobody like Lin Fan would grow so quickly to a level that no one could match. Now that Lin Fan had arrived at Taizhou, life in Taizhou would certainly become difficult. Zhang Wujin had originally planned to just go with the flow, and if the situation turned bad, leave Taizhou and live in another country. But he still couldn't dodge it. Yuan Zhang's proposal was clearly not a discussion with Zhang Wujin, it was something he had to do. If he didn't do it, not to mention, he couldn't leave this place, his family and relatives back home would surely not escape death. My lord, this general is willing to go. No matter what the future held, Zhang Wujin had to agree at this moment. I knew General Zhang would not disappoint me. Rest assured, I will send others to assist you on this mission, and I will do my utmost to ensure your safety. In addition, to relieve you of any worries and to prevent Lin Fan's people from retaliating, I have already arranged for your family to be taken away from the prefectural seat. You can be completely at ease. At ease, my ass, Zhang Wujin cursed inwardly. This bastard was afraid that he would not go or even betray him, which would ruin Yuan Zhang's plan. Thank you, my lord. I will prepare now and then find a way to see Lin Fan. Beneath the eaves, one must lower one's head. Zhang Wujin had no choice but to agree for now and think of a way out later. If it really came to the worst, for the sake of his entire family, he would have to go see Lin Fan. He had no other options left. Go ahead, Yuan Zhang said with satisfaction, dismissing Zhang Wujin. Someone come. After Zhang Wujin left, Yuan Zhang spoke again. General Zhang's trip will surely be a one-way journey. To put General Zhang at ease, send his family ahead of him to wait for General Zhang on the road. Yuan Zhang was actually going to kill them directly. In his view, no matter the outcome of Zhang Wujin's mission, the general was doomed to die. Rather than let his family harbor resentment against him, it was better to settle it all in one stroke. For a general who had followed him for many years, sending his family to accompany him in his final moments could be considered an act of ultimate kindness and loyalty. On Xinhua plain the usual tranquility was absent today, replaced by throngs of surging soldiers. Chief word has it the attackers are under Prince Junbei Lin Fan's banner. Those fellows slaughter without a second thought. Do we truly stand a chance? From the nearest garrison to Yuan Chongwan, a full force of 3,500 troops was urgently mobilized to intercept his advance. As commanders and corps officers, they understood all too well that these hundreds of thousands were merely cannon fodder. Survival upon deployment was nearly impossible, and halting the Huangzhou Legion was little short of a fantasy. Yet the rank-and-file soldiers knew nothing of such grim realities. "Denyo, does your skin itch? Orders from above explicitly forbid excessive questioning, yet you persist like a broken record." The man addressed as chief scolded him with a laugh, though clearly he himself paid little mind to upper command directives. For soldiers far from home, the primary motivation was almost always securing a better life for their families. Those who truly sought distinction through martial merit remained a rare few. Still, you lads had best exercise caution. Prince Jinbei's forces are not only numerous, but individually formidable. If you cross paths with them, watch each other's backs. A moment's carelessness could cost you your lives. The self-styled chief, seemingly possessing some knowledge of the Huangzhou army, felt compelled to offer these words of warning. "Rest easy, chief. With so many of us deployed this time, what is there to fear? This is a golden opportunity for military merit. Finish this battle, and we might never worry about food or drink again." The men dismissed the warning, having already braced themselves for death before marching out. Even falling in battle held little terror, at least they would no longer be forced to roam desperately just to survive. For men of such humble standing, death was hardly an unmitigated misfortune. General Yuan Chongwan's cavalry is closing in. They will reach the battlefield within 15 minutes. Even commanding a doomed campaign, a lead general must maintain constant awareness of the battlefield. Send out more scouts. The commander dispatched by Yuan Jiang was named Yu Hong, who had served as liege for many years. Yu Hong understood all too well that he had been deliberately abandoned. The main force in the rear was simply unprepared and incapable of rendering aid. His sole mandate was to delay Yuan Chongwan's advance, to harry not to halt. Yu Hong's family resided in the provincial capital, leaving him no right to refuse this engagement. Though his awareness exceeded that of ordinary soldiers, it was precisely this foresight that rendered his plight all the more tragic. How could one willingly march to death at another's command, knowing oneself forsaken? Yet what choice remained? Deploy the army in formation. The enemy rides in position, all defensive implements at the forefront. Stand ready for combat. Yu Hong issued his orders without delay. Within less than a quarter hour, Yuan Chongwan's cavalry arrived. Every moment of preparation counted. Delaying the enemy by even a fraction of an hour would constitute a victory in Yu Hong's eyes. As for anything beyond that, Yu Hong dared not hope. The combat prowess of the Huangzhou Legion, reluctant as he might be to admit it, was undeniably formidable. Nevertheless, Yu Hong harbored a measure of confidence. With 3,500 elite martial troops at his command, he was certain he could hold the line for at least a day or two. At the far edge of the boundless grassland, a dark ribbon emerged faintly within the dying sunlight. As the dark line drew nearer, the earth began to tremble, and waves of cavalry swept across the horizon like a roaring tempest. Clad in black war robes and wielding sharp lances, their hooves thundered into the firmament, sounding like a symphony between earth and sky. Their gazes were resolute, betraying an insatiable hunger for battle and an unshakable conviction in victory. Behind them billowed clouds of swirling dust, a testament to their boundless courage and resolve. The Guaning Iron Cavalry had arrived. Loose arrows. The Guaning Iron Cavalry showed no intention of halting nor engaging in parley. The moment they sighted the enemy, an officer barked the command. Arrow volleys represented one of the most conventional yet devastating tactics in heavy cavalry charges. As the sky darkened beneath a barrage of incoming arrows, the Thai army soldiers plunged into chaos and panic. Their eyes widened in terror, staring at the dense forest of projectiles raining down like a celestial waterfall from which there was no escape. The bolts came at blinding speed, swift as lightning. Their tips gleamed with a chilling light, resembling the fangs of a ravenous pack of wolves eager to devour the Thai army whole. The soldiers could only watch helplessly as death closed in their hearts, swelling with dread and despair. Such was the tragedy of the insignificant. The powerless possess no right to choose, no right to survive, and not even the authority to dictate how they meet their end. Following the initial hail of arrows, the Guaning Iron Cavalry launched their formal charge, prepared to crush all opposition without mercy. War is merciless, Lin Fan observed from the rear, gazing upon the grim tableau unfolding before him. Of the soldiers drenched in blood upon this field, how many truly harbor ambition? Most are innocent souls fighting merely to survive. Though Lin Fan himself was ambitious, he harbored no desire to drag so many innocents, particularly the weak, into slaughter. Once ensnared by war, their fate was almost invariably death. War was but a game played by the powerful, yet it was countless common lives that bore the price. "My lord," Chao Zhengshan interposed, "there are no such things as innocent parties in this world. Having chosen the path of a soldier, one must steal their heart. Should we be the ones defeated, rest assured those so-called innocents would show us none whatsoever. Xiao Zhengchun offered his counsel. For Lin Fan, confronting such a brutal battlefield still stirred a measure of discomfort. Despite repeatedly convincing himself otherwise, the visceral weight of the scene was difficult to dispel. Precisely. Weakness is itself a transgression. Yet when we possess the strength to do so, we must extend greater protection to fragile lives and tilt our policies accordingly in every dimension. Lin Fan perceived the world with utter clarity. His current reflections were mere philosophical sighs devoid of any soft-hearted sentimentality. These very civilians would eventually become the foundation of Lin Fan's survival. He required them to generate a steady stream of points, enabling him to summon ever stronger allies and shatter one limit after another. Only through such means could he endure and thrive. Consequently, Lin Fan would by no means abandon those deemed weak. Rather, he would prioritize their welfare even more heavily. After all, across all ages, the multitude of the humble have always constituted the bedrock of this world. Lin Fan kept his gaze fixed on the distant horizon, consciously maintaining his clarity of mind. Only in this way could he remain sharply focused and relentlessly driven. Should he ever wish to spare the subjects of his Huangzhou dominion, and even the people of the Xiao kingdom, from witnessing the horrors of war, Lin Fan needed to persevere tirelessly. He had to vanquish one formidable adversary after another, pushing the battles far beyond his own borders. Only then could Lin Fan's ruled populace live in lasting peace, and only then could they yield the abundant points he so desperately required. As Lin Fan launched his final assault on Taizhou, the war in Haizhou was also drawing to a close. General, the remaining enemies in Haizhou have all retreated into Haiqing. Once we seize this city, Haizhou will fall entirely under our control. Wu Qi oversaw the military campaigns in Haizhou, and progress had been relatively smooth during this period. The headquarters of the Shimin clan on Lihuang Island had been constantly harassed by Dongfang Bubi's forces, leaving them too preoccupied to look elsewhere. They had temporarily abandoned their plans to return to the mainland. Through the battles of this period, Wu Qi had already reclaimed the vast majority of cities in Haizhou. The remaining factions refusing to surrender had all retreated into Haiqing. Haiqing had originally been built as a military stronghold specifically to repel enemies invading from the seas. Now, however, it served as the last bulwark against the Huangzhou army's assault. Haiqing is a sprawling city with abundant supplies within. After the recent defeats, the Haizhou forces also carried away considerable provisions. If we merely besiege it, we may not be able to take the city in the short term, which would not align with His Grace's plan. We must find a way to capture the city quickly and cannot delay His Grace's grand design. The smooth progress of the Haizhou campaign was partly due to the Haizhou forces' policy of non-confrontation. These people refused to engage the Wei Wuzhu soldiers in direct combat. Instead, they retreated in advance, carrying away supplies and military equipment from every city they abandoned. Haiqing was now their last stronghold. Haizhou clearly intended to use it as a bastion to hold off the Wei Wuzhu offensive while awaiting reinforcements from the sea powers. If the Wei Wuzhu could not capture Haiqing in the short term, and the Shimin clan recovered their strength to strike back, Haiqing would pose a significant threat to the Wei Wuzhu forces. Therefore, Haiqing had to be taken by any means necessary to prevent the Shimin clan's counterattack. Especially according to intelligence from the Eastern Depot, the Shimin clan also planned to ally with others for a joint counteroffensive. If this was not disrupted, the subsequent warfare would become far more difficult. Though the Wei Wuzhu were formidable, their numbers barely reached 1 million. Haizhou had only recently been secured, and loyalty remained uncertain. Should another major battle erupt, the situation could spiral beyond control. General Haiqing's walls are towering, the garrison is numerous, and supplies are ample. A direct assault would exact a heavy price from us. Do you have another strategy, General? For the current situation, it seemed there was little alternative but to attempt a full-scale attack. Over the past several months, the elusive Eastern Depot had become known to all major factions. Though no one knew exactly who these agents were, every faction maintained extraordinarily rigorous precautions against them. Relying on Eastern Depot operatives to secretly infiltrate and seize the city gates was now virtually impossible. Moreover, top experts such as Yen Shisan were currently not in Haizhou, leaving Wu Qi to find his own way to breach the city. Haiqing lies by the sea and appears impregnable, yet it does possess weaknesses. If we exploit those vulnerabilities to their fullest, there is still hope of taking the city. For the past few days, Wu Qi had been contemplating methods to breach the city and had begun to form a plan, though it still required verification. That day, Wu Qi led his men to the outskirts of Haiqing for a field reconnaissance. Order the soldiers to dig at this position. We will carve out a tunnel beneath the walls. Indeed, this was the method Wu Qi had devised. Haiqing sat near the sea, and the ground beneath was mostly sandy soil, extremely loose and ideally suited for tunneling. Soon after Wu Qi's hypothesis was confirmed, the plan was viable. However, the Haiqing defenders had already become aware of Wu Qi's movements and would surely take precautions. Very well, halt for now. Let us return. With his scheme settled in mind, Wu Qi led his men back after verifying his hypothesis. That night a force departed the camp and began tunneling operations accompanied by a substantial contingent of shield bearers for protection. General, the Huangzhou forces appear to be digging tunnels to breach Haiqing. We must prepare accordingly. The Wei Wuzu's conspicuous operations could not go unnoticed by Haiqing. Let them dig. Deploy archers. If the enemy enters our range, rain arrows upon them endlessly. Let us see how far their tunneling gets them. On the Shengshi continent, there had been precedents for tunneling to breach fortifications, but success was rarely achieved, for the garrison on the ramparts would never stand idly by. Even if the tunnelers managed to advance under arrow fire, the narrow passages would severely limit the number of troops that could pass through at once. Should they breach the walls, they would still face annihilation within the city. Moreover, the Wei Wuzu were conducting these operations so openly. Did the defenders truly believe them fools? Of course not. Wu Qi had other plans. The garrison meanwhile watched the activity below with keen interest, almost disappointed that the enemy seemed this easy to handle. If foes were truly this simple to defeat, they would not have been forced into such a humiliating retreat in the first place. Wu Qi showed no reaction to the defenders' behavior, as though everything proceeded exactly according to his design. He then quietly summoned a general and whispered his instructions before dismissing him. Outside the walls, over 100,000 men labored on the tunnels, while the garrison above watched the spectacle, occasionally loosing stray arrows. Thus a full day passed. The Wei Wuzu seemed resolute in this approach, continuing their operations even after dusk. Both sides remained locked in stalemate until midnight, when exhaustion finally drove the Wei Wuzu to withdraw for rest. The garrison on the walls also relaxed their vigilance, thoroughly drained from a day of tense defense. The commanding general, feeling secure, retired to his quarters to sleep. Wu Qi is nothing more than this. To think he could breach Haiqing with such tricks is sheer fantasy. Muttering to himself, the general dismissed the matter and rested, preparing for the battles of the next day. In the latter half of the night, drums and gongs suddenly rang out in rapid succession. Damn it! What is going on? Can a man not even sleep in peace? The commanding general woke in irritation. General, disaster. The Huangzhou army has breached the city. A blood-soaked figure appeared moments later, reporting the sudden crisis. Impossible. Wu Qi's troops are all digging tunnels outside the walls. How could they have suddenly attacked from within? The commanding general refused to believe it, but by then the streets of Haiqing echoed with the clamor of battle, and flames roared skyward in multiple locations. The general was not foolish. He understood that this was no small raiding party. Such chaos could only be caused by a substantial force that had already penetrated deep into the city. He could not fathom how Wu Qi had achieved this, but now was hardly the time to seek answers. His immediate priority was to drive the Wei Wuzu back and hold Haiqing at all costs. Order the army to assemble, kill every enemy, and discover how Wu Qi's forces entered the city. The general remained comparatively composed, yet he did not yet realize that all was already lost. The Huangzhou army suddenly stormed into Haiqing, catching its defenders completely off guard. How did Wu Qi manage to do it? In truth, it was quite simple. Wu Qi had once again resorted to tunneling tactics. Only this time the digging had already been set in motion secretly days before. As for yesterday's actions by the Weiwu warriors, they were merely a feint to distract the defenders and lull them into complacency. In another direction, a large army had already begun digging from within the Weiwu camp. To ensure the plan succeeded, Wu Qi had also specially arranged for craftsmen to help reinforce the tunnels. Shortly before midnight that day, the tunnel was finally dug through. Fortunately, the exit opened into a grand mansion whose owner had long since fled Haiqing to escape the war. Wu Qi's original plan had been to send elite experts ahead to escort the advance and buy time for the main army to enter the city. But once he held the advantage of position, he swiftly adjusted his strategy. Some experts monitored the situation within the city, while others seized control of the residences and streets near the tunnel exit, enabling more and more troops to enter Haiqing without obstruction. Not until the dead of night, when the weary defenders began to rest, did anyone notice that a substantial number of Weiwu warriors had already made their way into the city. While most of the defenders slept, the Weiwu warriors launched their operation. At the same time, a considerable number of troops were still hastening into the city through the tunnel. Outside the city, the moment the raiding force moved, a fierce assault on the walls also began. With the attackers coordinating from inside and outside, the defenders had no chance to mount an effective response. Even worse, some officers, believing the night would be uneventful, had slipped away from camp on their own to enjoy themselves inside the city. As a result, the defenders could neither respond in time nor act effectively, and the lack of command threw them into confusion, handing the Weiwu warriors even more opportunities. The Grand General defending the city knew little about the Weiwu warriors. By now, how they had gotten into the city no longer mattered. The key was to wipe out the enemies inside before Haiqing was lost. Once Haiqing was taken, the entire Haizhou would change hands. As the most famous general in Haizhou, the city's commander still carried some authority. Under his organization, the Haiqing defenders began to counterattack, intent on destroying the Weiwu warriors who had entered the city. Unfortunately, the results were far from satisfactory. A million Weiwu warriors were all at the martial general realm, and not a few were senior officers, truly not something the Haizhou army could handle. With city walls and defensive equipment, to aid them matters might have been better, at least enough to slow the Weiwu assault. But now in close combat their inadequacy and strength was exposed to the full. It often required several men to block a single enemy's attack. The hastily gathered formations already had no numerical edge, making things all the more difficult. This was already the largest force the defending commander could assemble in such a short time. As for the other great armies, the general did not dare move them rashly. With the enemy outside already attacking the city and much of the situation unknown, he could not make blind decisions. The result was that no effective counterattack could be mounted, and Haiqing was plunged into a desperate plight. Quick, go to the city walls on all sides and see what is happening right now. If the enemy's attack is not too fierce, and we can hold them, immediately transfer the main force over to wipe out the enemies inside the city. Tell those idiots in the intelligence department to find out how the enemy got in. The commanding general issued these orders even as he directed the fighting. Little did he know that in that very moment he had already caught someone's eye. When the Weiwu warriors first came into being, aside from Wu Qi, who was at the martial emperor realm, there were also 10 deputy generals at the martial venerable realm. Now, after Lin Fan used a character realm boost card, Wu Qi's cultivation had been raised to the Grandmaster realm, making him a formidable expert in his own right. However, Lin Fan's character realm boost cards were extremely precious and scarce, which meant the deputy generals and other leaders in each legion could not have their realms elevated. But ever since Lin Fan used the elementary boundary steel to raise the spiritual energy level across his domain, the realms of these people had begun to show breakthroughs as well. Though the progress was not great, at least they could cultivate, sparing the precious character realm boost cards. Now this group of Weiwu deputy generals had already advanced from the martial venerable realm to the martial emperor realm. To ensure the operation went smoothly, Wu Qi directly dispatched 5 of them. While the defending commander was arranging his forces, his behavior revealed his rank, and he was locked onto by several martial emperor deputy generals. Several figures shot out, heading straight for the commander's position. Protect the general. A sharp-eyed officer spotted the enemy approaching and shouted for men to surge forward, warning the commanding general at the same time. The battlefield changed in an instant, but the Weiwu warriors did not panic. Instead, they advanced in orderly ranks, steadily clearing out the defenders, while more men cut off soldiers rushing from other reinforcement points. Moments later, several martial emperor experts appeared before the commander of the city's defenders. Kill. Without wasting words, they struck. Though the commander's personal guards rushed forward to resist with fearless valor, the gap in strength was too vast, and their limited numbers could never make up for it. In a few short moments, they were all slaughtered, leaving only the commander to struggle in desperate resistance. The situation was hopeless. A single martial emperor, and an early stage one at that. How could he possibly hold off several opponents? The enemy general is dead. Surrender, and you shall live. After killing the city's commanding general, together the deputy generals held up his head and began calling for surrender. The result was just as smooth. The soldiers who had never truly wanted to fight to the death lost all will to resist when they saw their commander slain. Once someone took the lead, followers were easy to find, and soon more than 1 million Haizhou troops abandoned resistance entirely and surrendered. General Haiqing has been taken successfully. The enemy commander fell in battle, and the Haizhou governor took his own life. Wu Qi was very pleased with the outcome. All troops are to take over Haiqing. Leave half the army behind to garrison the city and guard against counterattacks from maritime forces. The rest are to spread across Haizhou and carry out city defense duties. Immediately have someone report the situation in Haizhou to the prince and request instructions for the Weiwu warriors' next move. At last, Wu Qi could breathe a sigh of relief and enjoy a brief respite. However, Wu Qi's mission remained formidable. The maritime forces were still quite powerful, and among the current Weiwu warriors, aside from Wu Qi as a Grandmaster-level expert, there was really no one else worthy of the task. Thus, Wu Qi did not dare delay. He had to report the exact situation here to Lin Fan, and hope that Lin Fan would send some experts to reinforce him. For now, the situation could still be maintained. With Dongfang Bubi stirring up trouble on Lihuang Island, Haizhou was temporarily safe. But this would not last long. Once the clans of Lihuang Island united, even Dongfang Bubi would not be their match. When that day came, a new crisis might well strike Haizhou once more. Wu Qi had to plan ahead. Haizhou would most likely become the Weiwu warriors' defensive base. With this, the Haizhou war came to a temporary end. Xiao Prefecture, situated in the northeasternmost corner of the Xiao Kingdom and bordering the monster beast forest, as well as the barbarian tribes, was considered a rather remote region. Although the ties between Xiao Prefecture and the Xiao Kingdom were not particularly close, the geographical significance of Xiao Prefecture was undeniably important. Countless bizarre races dwelled within the monster beast forest. Over the years, due to their inherent nature, these races rarely appeared within the Xiao Kingdom, but whenever they did, it spelled disaster. Therefore, for a nation like the Xiao Kingdom, vigilance against the monster beast forest had never been relaxed. Though of limited practical value as the Xiao kingdom's strength was insufficient to withstand a beast tide, it at least allowed for advanced preparation and enabled warnings to be sent to other factions. Zhou Guangming, the regional governor of Xiao Prefecture, was one of the most deeply entrenched among the Xiao kingdom's various lords, and his Zhou family ranked among the most formidable clan powers within the kingdom. This was entirely tied to the monster beast forest and the barbarian tribes. Years of constant warfare had made the military and civilian combat effectiveness of Xiao Prefecture generally superior to that of other regions. Moreover, the resources yielded by the monster beast forest represented a massive source of wealth, enabling the Zhou family to develop rapidly. As early as a century ago, the Zhou family had already become one of the most powerful forces in the Xiao kingdom, maintaining a permanent garrison in Xiao Prefecture. Even the royal family was unwilling to interfere in Xiao Prefecture's affairs lightly, which was precisely one reason for Xiao Prefecture's ascendancy. However, the Xiao Prefecture of today no longer enjoyed the tranquility of the past. Tension gripped the land and numerous battles had already erupted. Chen Qingji and his White Robe army had arrived at Xiao Prefecture half a month prior. This time, Chen Qingji's attack on Xiao Prefecture was purely driven by the desire to seize its territory, and the pretext for war was so absurdly transparent that everyone understood it clearly. My lord, Chen Qingji's arrival must be under Lin Fan's direct orders. I suggest we dispatch an envoy to make contact with Lin Fan and strive to bring this war to a close. Any discerning person can see that Lin Fan has already achieved his goals, and his ultimate objective must be the entirety of the Xiao kingdom. We in Xiao Prefecture harbor no ambitions to swallow the realm. We only wish to preserve our own territory, which will not disrupt Lin Fan's grand design. We could offer him our support. In that case, Lin Fan would have no need to station 1,000,000 troops in Xiao Prefecture, which would bring considerable benefit to us. Otherwise, should the two sides go to war, both will suffer devastating losses. Lord Yang, your thinking is far too idealistic. Tell me, given Lin Fan's current strength, would he ever tolerate an uncontrollable force existing within the Xiao kingdom? Even if we pledged our support to Lin Fan, we still desire a degree of autonomy. I believe Lin Fan would not agree to that. If we cannot achieve that, what purpose does supporting Lin Fan serve? Could we possibly accept becoming his vassals? Clearly not. Then what use is negotiation? War remains inevitable either way. My lord, I propose that we commit our greatest strength and attempt to destroy Chen Qingji's 1,000,000-strong army. While this would thoroughly offend Lin Fan, we must demonstrate our strength and show our resolve. Only then will Lin Fan hesitate and refrain from attacking us lightly. In every faction throughout history, there were always the conciliatory and the radical alike. My lord, we must not. Even if we succeeded in eliminating Chen Qingji and his 1,000,000 cavalry, as everyone has witnessed, the Huangzhou army's combat prowess is formidable. Even should we succeed, the losses would be unbearable. Current intelligence indicates that Lin Fan commands no fewer than 10 army legions comparable to the one controlled by Chen Qingji. Should we alienate him, and he dispatches 2 or 3 additional legions to Xiao Prefecture, how would we possibly resist? The radical faction's proposal carried an air of desperation. Many ministers held differing opinions on the matter. Zhou Guangming sat at the head of the table, listening quietly to their counsel. Meanwhile, Zhou Guangming was also weighing the potential gains and losses. The Zhou family had originally been a prominent local power in Xiao Prefecture, harboring little ambition for dominion. But for survival, especially in the pursuit of strength, they had been compelled to forge this path. Though the journey had been relatively smooth, and the Zhou family had indeed grown stronger, the challenges they faced grew increasingly perilous with each passing trial. Currently, the situation across the entirety of Xiao Prefecture was hardly optimistic. As some had noted, Lin Fan had deployed merely a single army legion, yet it had already forced Xiao Prefecture to commit its full strength. Should this war stagnate or Lin Fan lose patience, and the armies from Shangzhou and Yizhou join to fray, Xiao Prefecture would certainly be no match. But if they did not fight, what of the Zhou family itself? What of all those who had followed the Zhou family to build their livelihoods in Xiao Prefecture? At this juncture, many matters could no longer be decided arbitrarily by personal will. Every dimension had to be considered along with the collective interests of all involved. Father Lord Jinbei Lin Fan is currently in Taizhou, and his intentions are unmistakable. He not only seeks to quell the turmoil in the southern 5 provinces, but also intends to seize them in the process. As for the royal family's current predicament, everyone is well aware. Yu Fei lured the Imperial Guard stationed at Taizhou's borders into a trap and annihilated hundreds of thousands of enemy troops in a single battle. The Imperial Guard has been so severely defeated that it dares not leave its garrison. This gave Yu Fei sufficient time. According to the latest reports, over half of the dozens of cities west of the Zhongzhou capital have already fallen into Yu Fei's hands. I trust that before long Zhongzhou will be reduced to a single besieged capital. When Lin Fan chooses to eliminate the royal family depends entirely on his whims. Beyond these developments, the only regions in the Xiao kingdom that remain relatively stable are Yunzhou Xuanzhou and Yizhou, home to the Murong clan and the Ten Directions Hall. The rest of the provinces falling into Lin Fan's hands is merely a question of time. I dare not predict Yizhou's future, but Yunzhou and Xianzhou, I believe there is a high probability they will surrender. Both regions have always been mediocre, and militarily they are no match for Lin Fan. The situation in the Xiao Kingdom has become exceedingly clear. Our stubborn resistance and suicidal defiance will only multiply unnecessary casualties. Therefore, I respectfully urge you, Father, that this war serves neither necessity nor purpose. If we demonstrate sufficient sincerity, I believe Lin Fan will grant the Zhou family and all of you honorable attendees a path to survival. At any rate, our conflict with Lin Fan concerns only competing interests, not irreconcilable enmity. There is still time to withdraw. Once full-scale war erupts and both sides are consumed by fury, escaping unscathed will be far more difficult. A handsome young man with refined features stepped forward to voice his thoughts. This was Zhou Guangming's favorite son. Zhou Ji spoke eloquently, expressing what was indeed the sentiment of many, especially since Xia Prefecture had already been drawn into conflict. Though the campaign was still in its infancy, and the White Robe Army's advances had been modest, the combat prowess they displayed was equally striking. As leading figures of Xia Prefecture, how could they fail to recognize the White Robe Army's formidable strength? From the Huangzhou Army's reputation, one could infer the White Robe Army's true power. Consequently, there were plenty who had no desire for war. Zhou Ji's words already represented many people, but not everyone agreed. Father, I cannot endorse my second brother's argument. Zhou Guangming's eldest son Zhou Tian immediately stepped forward to voice his opposition. The onlookers shook their heads in dismay. This young master was notoriously ambitious, yet lacking in capability, fixated solely on the position of prefect, while possessing none of the requisite ability to wield it. Because Zhou Ji had performed increasingly outstandingly, he naturally became a thorn in this young master's side. Had Xiaozhou still adhered to the tradition of primogeniture, the situation there might well have deteriorated even further. Yet whenever Zhou Ji advocated a position, this young master would inevitably rise to oppose it. Share your thoughts. Zhou Guangming betrayed no change in expression. Regarding his two sons, he was also deeply troubled, but what could he do? After all, they were his own flesh and blood. Father, the tide of the realm has already shifted. It clearly points toward the rise of a new sovereign. But is Lin Fan truly the next king? I find that far from certain. At present, Lin Fan may appear dominant, but this is merely the surface reality of Xiao Kingdom. Behind the 5 southwest provinces stands the Black Demon Cult, a sect of terrifying power that I am certain everyone here comprehends well. How could we simply allow Lin Fan to prevail? Even if Lin Fan enjoys temporary advantage, he may not ultimately secure victory. His relentless military campaigns across multiple fronts will only exacerbate his internal vulnerabilities. We are all aware that Lin Fan has dispatched a substantial army into barbarian territory. How naive he is. The barbarian tribes are not so easily provoked, are they? Is there truly only one barbarian temple? I suspect Lin Fan is unaware that the temple within barbarian lands is merely a modest branch. Lin Fan's arrogance will sooner or later provoke the forces lurking behind the barbarians. His downfall is a matter of time. These powers beyond Xiao Kingdom possess strength far beyond what Lin Fan, a provincial upstart, could ever match. Transient triumphs count for nothing. The final outcome may well diverge from everyone's expectations. Zhou Tian spoke with eloquent confidence, his tone betraying utter contempt for Lin Fan. As another scion of Xiao Kingdom's elite, Zhou Tian's circumstances had been vastly superior to Lin Fan's from the start. Yet the gap between their ultimate achievements was nothing short of staggering. Zhou Tian despised Lin Fan down to his bones. How dared a forsaken outcast stripped of his clan's protection rise to such prominence? How could someone so base command the very power to conquer Xiao Kingdom? This filled Zhou Tian with profound resentment. Xiao Kingdom belonged to all its people. Why should he not dare to claim that throne? Yet he understood that achieving this through his own efforts alone was impossible. He required the Zhou family and Xiaozhou as his foundation. Now the entire Xiaozhou, battered by General Chen Qingji's relentless assaults under Lin Fan's command, was showing signs of yielding. This Zhou Tian could never accept. Could he, Zhou Tian, bow before Lin Fan and swear fealty? Absolutely not. Therefore he must intervene. Xiaozhou must not fall into Lin Fan's hands. The logic Zhou Tian presented was hardly obscure. Any idle young scion could grasp such obvious truths, so surely the assembled officials saw it as well. However, Zhou Tian deliberately omitted one crucial factor, or perhaps chose not to mention it: the formidable strength Lin Fan commanded and the powerful forces supporting him. This mysterious power was certainly no ordinary sect-level organization. Who had ever seen a sect nurture so vast an army or cultivate so many exceptionally gifted commanders? These individuals clearly did not originate from within a sect. So where did they come from? It certainly was not Fengyang Kingdom, for there was no logical reason for them to act on its behalf. They must be outsiders. And if they dared to meddle within Fengyang Kingdom's territories while remaining so concealed, it indicated at minimum that their strength rivaled that of both Fengyang Kingdom and the Black Demon Cult. That was the basic deduction. As for exactly how formidable they were, no one could venture a reliable estimate. With this understood, Zhou Tian's arguments amounted to nothing of substance. Even if the superpowers eventually clashed, it would not prevent Lin Fan from unifying Xiao Kingdom. Tell me, would Fengyang Kingdom risk total war against a pure power merely over a small kingdom like Xiao? It was unthinkable, utterly contrary to Fengyang's interests. The same logic applied to the barbarian tribes. No faction would launch a massive campaign over a single branch temple. Under these circumstances, Lin Fan at minimum possessed the capability for self-preservation. Such considerations pertained only to the distant future and held little bearing on Xiaozhou. Speaking of the present, Chen Xingji's offensives were intensifying, clearly coordinated with Lin Fan's operations in Taizhou, aiming to seize control of Xiao Kingdom as swiftly as possible. This meant conflict between Xiaozhou and Lin Fan's forces was unavoidable. The critical question was how to respond to this coming battle. Whether to fight or not was the decision that had to be made now. Rather than speculating about Lin Fan's future trajectory, they must confront reality. By the time such scenarios materialized, Xiaozhou and the Zhou family would long have been annihilated, rendering them irrelevant. It was precisely this understanding that led Zhou Ji to advise against resistance. The assembled officials remained silent not from ignorance, but because they saw the situation with perfect clarity. Zhou Guangming's disappointment in his eldest son deepened. In strategy and character and in every other regard, the youth was manifestly unfit to inherit Xiaozhou and the Zhou family. In contrast, Zhou Ji consistently demonstrated decisiveness and sound judgment on major matters, winning both Zhou Guangming's favor and the heartfelt support of Xiaozhou's ministers. Zhou Tian failed to perceive the shifting atmosphere in the hall. The assembled veterans, seasoned and shrewd, were not about to reveal their true stances so readily. Father, what we must do now is resist. We cannot let Chen Xingji achieve his aims. Simultaneously, we should conscript troops and prepare for the future. As long as we stand united and endure until the major powers arrive, Father, you need not abandon hope of claiming Xiao Kingdom's throne. Zhou Tian grew increasingly audacious, even envisioning himself seated upon the royal throne directing the affairs of the realm. Silence. Speak such treason again, and I shall break your legs. Seeing his son's excesses, Zhou Guangming intervened sharply. Could such words be uttered so carelessly? Had he not considered the gravity of the occasion? Setting aside whether Zhou Guangming harbored any such ambition himself, there was no place for such proclamations in a public assembly. Deep within his heart, Zhou Guangming felt nothing but utter despair toward his eldest son. My lord, whether to wage war or seek peace, a decision must be reached without delay. Chen Xingji has already intensified his attacks, and we must prepare accordingly. This was a matter of utmost urgency, requiring immediate resolution, otherwise the expenditure of military force would be entirely futile. Zhou Ji, I command you to seek out Chen Xingji immediately and convey to Lin Fan that Xiaozhou has no desire for conflict. Provided Lin Fan guarantees the safety of my Zhou clan and all serving ministers, I am prepared to relinquish my post as prefect of Xiaozhou. Zhou Guangming had made his decision. If they could not prevail in battle, what purpose did continued resistance serve? At worst, the entire Zhou family faced annihilation. Yes, father. I shall depart at once to meet General Chen Xingji. Zhou Ji promptly accepted the order. Father, this cannot be done. If we proceed thus, we shall. Zhou Tian interjected in desperation. Enough. Zhou Guangming cut off his eldest son coldly. At such a critical moment, the interests of the entire Zhou family could not be sacrificed for the whims of one individual. That very night, having packed his belongings, Zhou Ji immediately departed from the Xiaozhou provincial capital with his subordinates to seek an audience with Chen Xingji. 3 days later, he successfully arrived in Chen Xingji's presence. General Chen, this is my father's intent. I request that you report this to the king of Jinbei. Zhou Ji spoke straightforwardly, wasting no words and avoiding any unnecessary complications. Very well. Lord Zhou has made the correct choice, and I believe the prince will not make things difficult for the Zhou family. I shall report this to the prince immediately. Young master Zhou, you may return and wait patiently for the news. To show our sincerity, we shall temporarily cease all military operations until the prince reaches a decision. Chen Xingji said. For Huangzhou and Lin Fan, they merely required the territory and citizens of Xiaozhou. If the Zhou family remained obedient, there was truly no need to exterminate them entirely. With the continuous growth of Lin Fan's strength, such a family had become utterly inconsequential. If they complied, they would be spared, but if they resisted, they could be annihilated at a whim. Having obtained a satisfactory response, Zhou Ji did not linger. That very night, he embarked on his return journey to report back to Zhou Guangming. However, upon his return to the Zhou residence, he found the family enveloped in a solemn and tense atmosphere. Father, I have returned. General Chen Xingji has agreed to report the matter to the king of Jinbei and has temporarily halted their advance. Upon seeing Zhou Guangming, Zhou Ji immediately informed him of the outcome. Good, you have worked hard. Go and rest. Zhou Guangming appeared somewhat distracted, waving his hand to dismiss Zhou Ji. Father, has something occurred at home? And where is elder brother? Zhou Ji voiced the doubt lingering in his heart, as it seemed some major event had transpired within the clan. "Do not mention him to me. Leave." Zhou Guangming flared up in anger, driving the utterly bewildered Zhou Ji out of the room. Perplexed, Zhou Ji quickly sought out other family members to ascertain the truth, only to be left in utter shock by what he discovered. It turned out that during his days of absence, his elder brother Zhou Tian had actually conspired with several others to stage a rebellion and seize military power. They had even sent assassins to poison Zhou Guangming. Unfortunately, Zhou Tian possessed little competence, and those gathered around him were likewise a mere rabble, making success an absolute impossibility. With a band whose strongest members were merely at the martial venerable realm attempting to assassinate Zhou Guangming, who was in the martial emperor realm, left them with no choice but to resort to poison. Yet Zhou Guangming had been cautious throughout his life and was well prepared against such schemes. After the plot was exposed, far from showing any remorse, Zhou Tian clamored that the Zhou family was doomed, having lost their chance to contend for the world. He claimed that living was pointless and he would never deign to become a dog for Lin Fan. In a fit of overwhelming agitation, he actually died of sheer rage. Zhou Guangming resented his son's failure to live up to the expectations, but as the flesh and blood son he had raised for a lifetime, his heart was inevitably filled with grief. Zhou Ji understood that his elder brother's demise could be blamed on no one but himself. When one's strength did not match their ambitions, such an end was merely a matter of time. Perhaps this was for the best, sparing the Zhou family from even greater catastrophes in the future. The two brothers had never shared a deep bond, and the matter was soon put to rest. A few days later, Qin Xingji delivered Lin Fan's decree accepting Xiaozhou's surrender and permitting the Zhou family to continue residing there. Aside from losing their gubernatorial authority as regional inspector, not much changed for the Zhou family. As for the others in Xiaozhou, those with talent were retained and employed, while the rest were not made to suffer and were simply disbanded to go their separate ways. Lin Fan paid no heed to the Zhou family, nor did he even harbor the intention of forcing them to leave Xiaozhou. In his view, rather than going through such trouble, it was far simpler to keep them under surveillance right where they were. Should the Zhou family harbor treacherous designs, it would be all the better. He could simply annihilate them. Upon receiving Lin Fan's command, the Zhou family made no transgressive moves, much to the disappointment of those hoping for a spectacle. The Zhou family readily surrendered their military and political authority. Qin Xingji led the white-robed army to take control of all Xiaozhou, restructuring the city guards and the border defense forces. Given Xiaozhou's unique geographical position, the white-robed army alone would likely be insufficient to defend it. Consequently, Lin Fan granted Qin Xingji greater authority and responsibility to establish a border defense force provisionally set at 1 million soldiers to guard against the demonic beast forest and the barbarians. With this, the conflict in Xiaozhou concluded and the region began to recuperate and rebuild. Meanwhile, Qin Xingji initiated intense training and preparation for any potential emergencies. Deep within the barbarian territory, Huaizubing had already led the great Han cavalry far into the wilderness. Throughout this period, Huaizubing consistently employed blitzkrieg tactics, carrying minimal supplies and sustaining his forces entirely through plunder and warfare. Numerous barbarian tribes, both large and small, had been dismantled by Huaizubing. This had finally drawn the serious attention of the barbarian leadership, who began mobilizing massive forces to crush the great Han cavalry and launch a counteroffensive against the Xiao kingdom. The barbarians neither knew nor cared about the political situation in the Xiao kingdom. They merely assumed the great Han cavalry was an army dispatched by Xiao, believing that once they eliminated this threat, they would exact their revenge upon the kingdom. Though the Xiao kingdom had become a scapegoat, it mattered little for the barbarians to exact revenge. They first had to possess the capability to do so. General barbarian forces are appearing from multiple directions. It seems they are playing for keeps this time. Huaizubing and his men had spent these past days either engaged in combat or searching for the barbarians with scarcely a moment's rest. Yet for the powerful Great Han cavalry, this was of little consequence. After all, they were the very first martial King Realm Legion under Yi Xian's command. Furthermore, their numbers had already reached 1 million, bolstered by numerous formidable commanders. How could the mere barbarians possibly stand as their match? Despite the massive commotion stirred up by the barbarians, who seemed to have mobilized their entire nation's military forces to put up a grand display, Huaizubing did not view this as any significant concern. The barbarians' counterattack would merely save the Great Han cavalry the trouble of searching for them. The ultimate outcome would remain unchanged. It is well that they all gather. Our purpose on this expedition is slaughter. We shall slay as many barbarians as we lay eyes upon. Huaizubing spoke, his voice dripping with murderous intent. Seizing the barbarian territory held no significance, nor could the Great Han cavalry hope to occupy it permanently. More importantly, Lin Fan regarded the barbarians as a foreign race that had no bearing on the settlement of faction points, and thus paid them no heed. The only reason for this campaign was to spare the provinces bordering the barbarian lands from future troubles. However, we cannot allow the barbarians to dictate the terms of engagement. In this battle, they must dance to our tune. Huaizubing declared. The Great Han cavalry was a mounted force. Though their individual strength was formidable, it was an undeniable fact that they were not suited for defensive warfare. Offense was the finest defense. This was the enduring philosophy of the Great Han cavalry and all other mounted legions. Dispatch scouts to meticulously track the barbarians' movements. We must prepare a proper reception for them. The barbarians' disorganized attempt to encircle them would inevitably expose numerous vulnerabilities, especially since they lacked coordination in large-scale warfare, relying instead on a chaotic swarming charge. The individual strength of the human race was far inferior to that of the barbarians. The sole reason humanity could withstand their onslaughts lay in this tactical coordination. This was also one of the reasons why the barbarians were deemed an uncivilized savage race. In their past conflicts with the Xiao kingdom, the barbarians' superior strength masked their tactical deficiencies. Now facing the far more formidable Great Han cavalry, Wuzun was determined to teach them a lesson they would never forget. The barbarians deployed their troops and generals aiming to eliminate Wuzun in a single strike, while launching a counteroffensive against the Xiao kingdom. However, this was certainly not something that could be achieved in the short term, as it required ample time to mobilize forces and prepare provisions for the campaign. Suffering from their previous defeat, the barbarians were still silently licking their wounds with no plans to launch a major war anytime soon. Yet Wuzun's provocative actions had utterly enraged them, forcing them to rise and meet the challenge. This delay provided Wuzun with an opportunity to defeat them piece by piece. After all, the Great Han cavalry under his command excelled at rapid raids and guerrilla warfare. Even though the barbarians had implemented some countermeasures, the results were meager, unless they could completely encircle the Great Han cavalry. Inflicting any effective damage upon them was virtually impossible. This was not only a disparity in strength, but also a fundamental difference in military branches. After all, the barbarians relied primarily on infantry, making it inherently difficult for them to counter swift cavalry. However, relying on Wuzun alone to completely eradicate the barbarians was clearly unrealistic. The barbarian territories were vast and expansive. Wuzun could only continuously whittle away their active forces, which was indeed his primary objective. As for the barbarian threat, it could be managed through relentless continuous harassment. There was no need to capture cities or conquer lands. Having Wuzun disrupt their ranks was more than sufficient. Before dealing with Wuzun, it would be no easy feat for the barbarians to invade the Xiao kingdom. Furthermore, at this very moment, the borders of the Xiao kingdom would soon fall under the control of Lin Fan. Dongyu City. During this period, Xiao Wuhan was plagued by a severe headache. Dongyu City was now tightly besieged by Zhang Jiao's forces, who had completely severed all of the city's communications with the outside world. Consequently, Xiao Wuhan remained entirely unaware that Zhang Jiao was actually one of Lin Fan's subordinates. How on earth did this band of rebels emerge, and why is their strength so formidable? Xiao Wuhan had nearly grown white-haired from worry lately. Ever since Zhang Jiao besieged the city, Xiao Wuhan had devised numerous strategies to break through the blockade, but unfortunately all had ended in failure. Knowing that he could not alter the course of the battle alone, Xiao Wuhan had dispatched his secret agents to slip out of the city and seek reinforcements from Taizhou. However, while men were seen leaving the gates, not a single one ever returned. Reinforcements were nowhere to be found. Xiao Wuhan knew that these scouts had likely perished. Not only did Zhang Jiao possess immense military might, but his intelligence network also far surpassed his own, causing the plan to summon aid to die in its infancy. Consequently, Xiao Wuhan organized a massive breakout attempt, dispatching several experts of the martial emperor realm to act as a sharp spearhead. If even a single one succeeded, there would be hope of bringing back reinforcements. However, the moment the army marched out, they were intercepted by Zhang Jiao's forces. Even the great generals upon whom he had pinned his highest hopes were effortlessly slain by the enemy commanders. This filled Xiao Wuhan with a sense of impending doom. The enemy's experts were far more powerful than those on his side, potentially even reaching the transcendent or downering realms. With such formidable figures commanding the field, any open field clash of armies would only end in disaster. Thus, Xiao Wuhan could only rely on the city walls and defensive siege engines to hold Dongyu City, desperately daring not to send another army outside. Doing so was nothing short of offering lives to the enemy on a silver platter. General, we cannot afford to wait any longer. We must break through. The food supplies in the city are running low, and we still have tens of millions of people to feed. For Xiao Wuhan, nothing was more agonizing than this dilemma. Although Dongyu City was a key border stronghold with vast stockpiles of supplies, it could not withstand the consumption of tens of millions of people, especially since the primary granaries supporting Dongyu City were located in Wenzhou and Taizhou, leaving the city's internal reserves severely limited. Under the siege, provisions had become their greatest crisis. How much longer can our food reserves last? Asked Xiao Wuhan. If they ran completely out of food, there would be no battle left to fight. My lord, if we supply the entire city, it will last less than 3 days. If we disregard the survival of the commoners and only feed the army, we can hold out for 10 days, the official in charge of provisions hastily reported. This was truly not their fault. They had already done everything in their power. We must not cut off food to the commoners. The majority of our defenders in Dongyu City are locals or hail from Wenzhou and Taizhou. These soldiers share deep bonds with the citizens of Dongyu City. If we leave the people to starve, it will inevitably spark a mutiny. Xiao Wuhan knew that doing so would only accelerate the downfall of Dongyu City. The commoners were the foundation and the soldiers were the main force. Their sentiments could not be ignored at this critical juncture. Once chaos erupted, it would likely escalate into a full-scale citywide riot. When that time came, suppressing it would be an impossible task. How could anyone expect the soldiers to raise their weapons against their own parents and kin? The outcome was obvious. Without even thinking, mutiny would break out, spiraling completely out of control. Furthermore, Zhang Jiao's followers were masters of demagoguery and swaying public sentiment. If they were handed such an opportunity, the consequences would be catastrophic. Reduce the food rations. Change the meals from 3 times a day to twice a day and conserve as much food as possible. At the same time, confiscate and consolidate the grain reserves of the prominent clans within the city for unified distribution. In this world, the prominent influential clans still belonged to the nobility, commanding the vast majority of resources. Doing this will inevitably provoke resentment from the great clans. If they refuse to comply, sabotage our efforts, or even resort to rebellion, the ensuing trouble will be immense. The power of these aristocratic clans was never to be underestimated. Even in a border city like Dongyu, their influence was second only to the official government. Once their interests were threatened, and their ire provoked, the unrest they could stir up would likely be far more severe than any commoner's riot. We have no choice but to disregard that. Tell them this is for the survival of the entire Dongyu City. At this moment, we must unite as one to resist the Yellow Turban Army. I believe they are well aware of the Yellow Turban Army's hostile stance toward the great clans. Once the Yellow Turbans breach the city, what they stand to lose will be far more than just a bit of grain. I trust they can weigh the pros and cons. But if they still fail to recognize what is good for them and dare to sabotage our plans, then execute a few to warn the rest. Desperate times call for desperate measures. This was a move born of sheer desperation on Xiao Wuhan's part. Unless absolutely necessary, he had no wish to offend these people, for their collective influence remained formidable. Moreover, the safety of Dongyu City and any future military campaigns relied heavily on the support of these great clans. Yet at this critical juncture, such concerns had to be cast aside. Once provisions ran dry and panic set in, the city would collapse from within before the Yellow Turban Army even launched an assault. When that time came, what use would it be for the great clans to hoard their grain? It would only turn them into targets of the starving commoner's wrath. In moments of life and death, do not contemplate human nature, and certainly do not test a person's resolve. Nothing can suppress a desperate soul's will to survive. Xiao Wuhan understood this all too well. His association with the Black Demon sect was merely a means to seize the throne of the Xiao kingdom. He was fundamentally different from the ruthless, inhumane disciples of that cult. Go and execute this immediately. All supplies within the city must be under our control and distributed uniformly. Whoever dares to obstruct or cause trouble, execute them on the spot. I would like to see who dares to stand against me. Xiao Wuhan exuded the fierce aura of a seasoned battlefield commander. Once a decision was made, it had to be executed swiftly and without compromise. In Dongyu City, Xiao Wuhan's orders triggered numerous small-scale disturbances, but they were swiftly crushed under his ruthless methods. However, such measures merely addressed symptoms rather than the root cause. Even with centralized grain distribution, the total supply remained limited. Unless the Yellow Turban Army besieging the city was dealt with, Xiao Wuhan's predicament would only worsen. Defeat was but a matter of time. Xiao Wuhan understood this all too well and continued to seek solutions. Outside the city walls in Zhang Jiao's grand encampment, Commander, the grain supplies within the city are nearing depletion. Latest intelligence reveals that Xiao Wuhan has begun consolidating all food reserves for unified distribution. This affront has alienated numerous prominent families, yet none dare openly resist, given his formidable power. Several clans who covertly undermined him have already been annihilated by his hand. Based on the current situation, the city can hold out for no more than 10 days before starvation sets in. By then, there will be no fighting strength remaining within these walls. We can seize it without the slightest effort. Zhang Jiao had maintained constant awareness of developments within the city. Had he not feared that a direct assault would incur excessive casualties, jeopardizing their subsequent mission to defend against the barbarians, there would have been no need to prolong this wait. Do not grow complacent. Should the situation reach its final extremity, Xiao Wuhan will undoubtedly abandon the civilian population and concentrate all combat-capable forces for a breakout attempt. We must remain prepared. If that came to pass, the city's inhabitants would suffer terribly. Moreover, we cannot permit such an outcome. It would tarnish the prince's reputation and prove detrimental to our future endeavors. Therefore, the siege is merely one instrument to strike at Xiao Wuhan, not the ultimate method for capturing the city. Zhang Jiao's intent was unmistakable. Encirclement was acceptable, but they must not truly starve the city to death. If tens of millions perished from famine, it would deal a devastating blow to Lin Fan's renown in the years to come. For the common people, the identity of their ruler mattered little. What truly concerned them was whether their leader valued their lives. Should Lin Fan sacrifice tens of millions to seize Dongyu City, how could the subjects of the Xiao kingdom ever accept him? This would have profound implications for faction point calculations. Though Zhang Jiao remained unaware of such scoring systems, he intuitively understood the hearts of the people, a matter that demanded careful consideration. Commander, when shall we lay siege to the city, and by what means? If they intended to fight, a proper plan was essential. Order the Eastern Depot agents who have infiltrated the city to turn as many of Dongyu's prominent families as possible. Those who submit shall be retained to cooperate with our operations. Those who refuse will be eliminated outright, with the blame shifted onto Xiao Wuhan to further destabilize the situation. Meanwhile, have the Eastern Depot locate Xiao Wuhan's grain stores. Since he has consolidated the supplies, this only benefits us. We now have a clear target. Burn these provisions, and the people of Dongyu City will surely plunge into panic. At that juncture, spread rumors to incite the populace into revolt, and if possible stir the military as well. Only then will the moment for our action arrive. Zhang Jiao had long anticipated the possible scenarios in Dongyu City, and now executed his arrangements with practiced ease. Once chaos erupted within the city, the common people fighting for survival would not hesitate to seize every opportunity. These tens of millions of souls would prove to be the final straw that toppled Xiao Wuhan. Over the ensuing 3 days, Dongyu City descended into ever greater turmoil. When Lin Fan had first come to Dongyu City, he had taken a special interest in the region and left behind numerous Eastern Depot operatives upon his departure. Through months of cultivation, the Eastern Depot's presence here had grown considerably, developing a substantial network of peripheral members. Their operations now proceeded with remarkable smoothness. Under the Eastern Depot's instigation, several noble families with wavering loyalties chose to defect upon learning that Zhang Jiao served under Lin Fan. Only a handful of contacted families refused the Eastern Depot's demands. Little did they know that after their refusal, they never even had the chance to send word to Xiao Wuhan before being ruthlessly exterminated. They even staged the scenes to frame Xiao Wuhan, inciting widespread dissatisfaction. 1 or 2 killings might have gone unremarked, but repeated murders inevitably sparked panic. During this critical period, no one could predict what a desperate dying Xiao Wuhan might do. Given his cornered position, resolving to drag everyone down with him in a final act of recklessness was entirely plausible. Consequently, more families began connecting with one another, exchanging intelligence, and standing vigilant against Xiao Wuhan's sudden strikes. None wished to perish without understanding the cause. What in heaven's name is happening? Who authorized you to act? Upon receiving the report, Xiao Wuhan was furious. His subordinates had acted with such carelessness. Even if certain families needed elimination for their defiance, they could not have sown such pervasive dread. They should have known when to stop, letting the killings serve merely as a deterrent. Should they kill too many, backlash was inevitable. General, we are wronged. It was not our people who did this. Of the families that were wiped out, fewer than 1/5 fell by my hand. As for why the others were destroyed, we know not. Soldiers, after all, were not intelligence operatives. Beyond completing their assigned missions, they possessed little knowledge of other affairs. They themselves could not fathom why others had struck while they were already in motion. Moreover, those unseen killers were clearly far more ruthless, murdering even more than they had. Not your people, eh? This is dire. Zhang Jiao's men must have infiltrated the city. That bastard seeks to plunge Dongyu into chaos. Men, seal off the entire city at once. Search everywhere. Arrest anyone whose origins cannot be verified. Those who resist will be executed on the spot. Though this hidden force might not be particularly powerful, if left unaddressed, the harm it could inflict would be immense. Xiao Wuhan understood this clearly. What terrified him most was the possibility that these agents might manipulate public opinion and spread rumors among the common folk. That would prove truly catastrophic. Dongyu City descended into another round of chaos, yet the results were clearly far from favorable. The Eastern Depot personnel embedded within Dongyu City had been operating there for months. As seasoned intelligence officers, they had long since resolved their identity issues. Not only did each individual possess verifiable credentials, but some had even married local women, rendering their backgrounds entirely untraceable. If trained investigators had conducted the search, they might have uncovered something unusual. But relying on ordinary soldiers, what could they possibly discover in such a brief interval? Consequently, Xiao Wuhan's plan achieved absolutely nothing. And yet the very problem Xiao Wuhan dreaded had materialized. Is there truly no grain left in the city? What shall we do? Could this be fabricated? Don't you see the grain has been uniformly distributed? 2 meals a day, and this is only the beginning. In a few days, even 1 meal may prove impossible. Not to mention us commoners, but even the great families have had their grain confiscated. Look at how many patriarchs have perished these past 2 days. I hear they all refuse to surrender their stores. Alas, what are we to do now? Panic spread everywhere. Gradually, tension and dread permeated all of Dongyu City, as though a single spark could ignite the entire fortress. And that spark came swiftly. The citizens of Dongyu City were gripped by unprecedented panic. In the years prior, even when barbarian tribes had launched attacks, the region had never faced a food shortage thanks to the support of Wenzhou and Taizhou. Food was heaven itself to the common people. No matter how fierce the warfare, as long as there was enough to eat, there was hope to survive. But without grain, that would be the true catastrophe. General rumors are indeed spreading among the people. We have arrested many suspects, but none belong to Zhang Jiao's faction. The citizens already know our grain reserves are insufficient. What should we do? The crisis of Dongyu City would ultimately fall to Xiao Wuhan to resolve, though at this moment, even he was at a loss. Deploy personnel to control the rumors. Anyone who incites unrest is to be seized immediately. If that fails, execute the ringleaders. Though far from an ideal solution, it was the only option Xiao Wuhan could resort to at present, suppression through force. Yet this approach would inevitably intensify tensions and conflict. The pressing matter is still to find a way to break through the siege. That was the fundamental question. Break through. Where would we even go? Wenzhou has already fallen to Zhang Jiao, and Taizhou is under attack as well. Both provinces behind us are unsafe. Where can we retreat? Who would take us in? What filled Xiao Wuhan with the deepest despair was precisely this. Over 10 million soldiers and civilians were trapped in Dongyu City. Evacuation was an impossibility, and even if they broke Zhang Jiao's encirclement, where could they possibly go? Even though Xiao Wuhan did not fully understand the current situation across Xiao Kingdom, he knew Lin Fan had risen violently and seized numerous provinces. The remaining regions were equally engulfed in turmoil. The few remaining stable provinces were too distant from Dongyu City, beyond their reach, no matter how hard they tried. Not to mention Xiao Wuhan's current estrangement from the royal family. Even if relations had been harmonious, he would never have chosen Zhongzhou. Returning there would jeopardize both his authority and position, leaving his army at the mercy of the royalty. Moreover, whether they could even break through the enemies along the way remained uncertain. Aside from Xiao Kingdom, there was only the barbarian territory. If they fled there, they would undoubtedly be devoured entirely by the savage tribes. With no grain and no escape route, Xiao Wuhan himself did not know how much longer they could endure. But soon circumstances forced Xiao Wuhan to make a decision. Report, Great General. Bad news. Our grain reserves have been burned. Suddenly a soldier staggered into the command tent, bringing a message that plunged everyone into absolute despair. With the grain supplies gone, Dongyu City was finished. It turned out that moments ago, undercover agents from the East Factory launched a surprise attack, destroying the last stockpiled grain of Dongyu City. Per Xiao Wuhan's orders, all provisions had been centralized in a single location. The East Factory's covert operatives were few in number, but they excelled in intelligence and clandestine operations. Locating the grain depot was hardly difficult for them. A direct assault on the heavily guarded grain stores was impossible for the East Factory, but they had their own methods. After neutralizing the guards, they set fire to the supplies before the main army could react. Although everyone understood the critical importance of grain, fire and water are merciless forces of nature, and in such catastrophes human power is often futile. The result was that Dongyu City's last hope was extinguished. Assemble the entire army. We break through. Xiao Wuhan made his decision without hesitation. General, where are we heading? What of the civilians? An officer asked. To Taizhou. It is the only place we can go. If we join forces with you, Wenjiang, we may yet defend ourselves. Moreover, Taizhou is nearest to us, making it the most advantageous option. As for the civilians, we must abandon them. As you know, Zhang Jiao's rebellion does not extend to wanton slaughter of innocents. This had been a calculation Xiao Wuhan had considered before, though he had hesitated to commit. Life under another's patronage was not what he desired, but this fire compelled him to act immediately. Once news of the destroyed grain spread, the civilians might panic and rebel, and the army itself might prove impossible to control, potentially erupting into mutiny. Therefore, Xiao Wuhan could no longer afford to wait. He had to act at once. General, all of this was orchestrated by Zhang Jiao. He must have anticipated our intentions. This journey is fraught with danger. Zhang Jiao had done far too much not to foresee Xiao Wuhan's plans. We have no choice but to proceed. If we do not leave now, we will never escape. Move out immediately. Xiao Wuhan was gambling everything, for sitting idle meant certain doom. That night, the west gate of Dongyu City opened, and over 2 million soldiers from the city marched hastily toward Taizhou. When the army first exited the city, it encountered no resistance from Zhang Jiao's forces. An hour later, the yellow turban troops appeared. Commander, the Dongyu City army has arrived. By now, our forces should have taken control of the city. Zhang Jiao had been closely monitoring Dongyu City's movements and had dispatched troops to seize the city after his operations began. At this point, retreat was no longer an option for Xiao Wuhan. The yellow turban forces closed in from 3 sides. Zhang Jiao's army outnumbered those of Dongyu City, but in terms of individual combat prowess, the comparison was less favorable. Apart from his elite yellow turban guards, the remaining soldiers lacked significant fighting capability. Both armies faced each other, each fully aware that this battle was inevitable. Zhang Jiao, who exactly are you? Why did you launch this rebellion? Xiao Wuhan spurred his horse forward, voicing the question that had long puzzled him. General Xiao, it seems your intelligence network leaves much to be desired. The entire Xiao kingdom already knows that I, along with Xingtai and General Yuan Chonghuan, all serve under King Xiaobei. And yet you remain ignorant. How laughable. There was no further need for concealment. Revealing the truth to Xiao Wuhan would deal him a severe blow. Furthermore, the reputation of King Xiaobei throughout Xiao kingdom carried considerable weight and would serve as a deterrent to the Dongyu city troops. What? It truly was Lin Fan. Xiao Wuhan had long suspected this. Among all figures in Xiao kingdom, only Lin Fan possessed the capability to orchestrate such events. The mysterious experts who often appeared beside Lin Fan had also fueled his suspicions. Xiao Wuhan had nothing left to say. Lin Fan's actions all carried moral legitimacy. It was Xiao kingdom that had wronged the Lin family first. A revenge was entirely justified. Xiao Wuhan, don't you understand? The greater part of Xiao kingdom has already submitted to my Huangzhou. The remainder will fall in due time. Do you still wish to resist? Zhang Jiao's words made it clear Xiao kingdom was finished, and even breaking through now would change nothing. Xiao Wuhan also recognized that the tide had turned. Even commanding 2 million soldiers proved useless against the inevitable. Xiao Wuhan had always been an ambitious man, otherwise he would never have formed ties with the Black Demon cult. But at this point, all his dreams of imperial supremacy had turned to nothing. With Lin Fan around, there was no place in the Xiao nation for Xiao Wuhan. Since his grand undertaking had failed, the only thing now was to think of how to keep himself alive. Whether he would ever have a chance to rise again would be left to fate. Zhang Jiao, don't be too smug. The Dongyu City army has sacrificed far too much for the Xiao nation over the years. This is the moment for us to restore order and set things right. Xiao Wuhan shouted at the top of his voice. He first lauded the contributions the Dongyu City army had made over the years, evoking the soldiers' resonance, and then roused their patriotic fervor. Only thus was there still a chance to fight. As long as the main army could hold Zhang Jiao at bay, Xiao Wuhan could slip away with his core followers. As for the main army, there was no way he could bring it along. On this point, Xiao Wuhan was perfectly clear. Since he already knew Zhang Jiao's background, Xiao Wuhan understood the situation completely. He was now surrounded by Lin Fan's men, and he had to find a way to keep the main army in place. At this moment, Xiao Wuhan only wanted to save himself, to escape beyond the borders of the Xiao nation as soon as possible. Only then could he have any chance of surviving. Xiao Wuhan, it is true that Dongyu City has made many contributions over these years, but they were earned by the blood and battle of countless soldiers, not by an ambitious schemer like you. Now, do you really think we haven't learned that you colluded with the Black Demon cult and schemed to usurp the throne? One stone stirs 1,000 ripples. Zhang Jiao directly revealed what kind of man Xiao Wuhan truly was. Everyone knew the Xiao nation was still plagued by the Black Demon cult's rebellion. Even ordinary commoners knew the cult's origins and misdeeds, let alone these soldiers. Zhang Jiao, you are spouting slander. As a scion of the royal house, how could I ever betray the Xiao nation? This was not a charge he could admit to, so Xiao Wuhan swiftly retorted. Enough, General Xiao. What is the use of saying such things now? No matter who you are, you cannot escape death. Be sensible and immediately take your own life in atonement. That will at least preserve some final dignity for you. Zhang Jiao indeed had no concrete evidence, so he did not dwell on the subject. Instead, he merely touched upon it and pressed Xiao Wuhan to commit suicide. But Xiao Wuhan was hardly willing to accept such a fate. Bastard! How dare you look down on this grand general? Men attack. Xiao Wuhan had obtained what he wanted. All that remained was to break out of the encirclement as quickly as possible. Seeing Xiao Wuhan's move, Zhang Jiao could not help but shake his head in disappointment. He had thought Xiao Wuhan was a figure of some substance, but now it seemed he was only this, a man who would not hesitate to sacrifice his soldiers' lives for himself. Order the yellow turban warriors forward, have the rest of the troops encircle them. To catch the rebels, one must first catch their leader. Send Xiao Wuhan on his way. Zhang Jiao's goal was not to annihilate the 2 million strong Dongyu City army completely, as that would be disadvantageous for him to take over Dongyu City and carry out the missions that followed. Therefore, Zhang Jiao sent the experts under his command to focus on finishing off Xiao Wuhan. Among the yellow turban warriors, there was not only Zhang Jiao, a Xiantian expert, but also 10 Hodian realm and 50 Qi introduction realm experts. Their combined strength far surpassed Xiao Wuhan's martial emperor realm. The two sides simply could not be compared in high-end combat strength. The gap was too vast. Now that Xiao Wuhan had left Dongyu City and lost its defensive system, he truly was a lamb to the slaughter. With hundreds of thousands of yellow turban warriors supporting them, the generals charged toward Xiao Wuhan, each striving to claim the merit and none willing to yield. Xiao Wuhan naturally saw what was happening. He immediately ordered the experts around him to lead the personal guards and work with the main army to block the yellow turban army's advance. Unfortunately, given the enormous disparity in strength, the results were very poor. Just then, more than a dozen deputy generals, each with over 10,000 men, burst through the Dongyu City army's intercepting line and appeared before Xiao Wuhan. General, flee quickly. The sight terrified everyone. They had all known that Lin Fan's men were strong, but they had never imagined such men could break through the army's blockade this fast. This was a battlefield of millions, not a contest between individual masters. Anyone who could charge through the massed ranks this quickly was clearly not someone they could handle, and there was more than one such person at that. Xiao Wuhan turned and ran, hoping to hide within the main army. But his position had been exposed, and he was locked onto immediately. The pursuers chased him relentlessly. Within only a few minutes, he and his elite guards were cut off. No one spoke. They struck at once. This was the time to seize credit for the kill, and each feared that if he wasted words, another would steal the lead. And so Xiao Wuhan suffered his doom. When so many experts whose strength far exceeded his struck together, the man did not even have a chance to retaliate. He perished in a single move. To intimidate the Dongyu City army, Xiao Wuhan's head still had its uses. That man could count himself lucky not to have ended up with his body shattered into pieces. Xiao Wuhan is dead. If the troops surrender, they will be spared. They were, after all, people of the Xiao nation, and Zhang Jiao did not want to kill too savagely and damage the nation's foundations. After taking Xiao Wuhan down, the Yellow Turban Army at once began urging the defenders to lay down their arms. Through the Yellow Turban Army's declarations, the Dongyu City army learned that the enemy they faced was Lin Fan, the Prince of Northern Pacification, and that Dongyu City had already fallen into the Yellow Turban Army's hands. Zhang Jiao's orders were also passed around. Once the Dongyu City defenders surrendered, they would be incorporated into the Huangzhou army, treated equally, and stay alongside the Yellow Turban Army to guard Dongyu City. As these facts were proclaimed, more and more Dongyu City defenders chose to surrender. For them, it did not matter in whose name they served as long as they could survive. Now that the tide had turned and Xiao Wuhan was dead, they still had to find a way to live. Moreover, Dongyu City had fallen too, and their families were still inside the city, so they were uneasy and naturally unwilling to fight to the death. Zhang Jiao quickly settled the surrendered troops, distributed them into the Yellow Turban Army, and then led them back to Dongyu City. At this moment, Dongyu City had not only come under Zhang Jiao's control, the provisions he had prepared in advance were also being continuously transported into the city. He also specifically arranged for grain to be distributed to the common people, a move that undoubtedly calmed the people's hearts. With food to eat, they had hope of staying alive, so naturally, no one rose up to resist. Thus, Zhang Jiao's operations proceeded very smoothly. Order the troops not to disturb the people. Rest for one day. The main force of the Yellow Turban warriors, together with 1 million Yellow Turban soldiers, will set out immediately to support Chuanzhou. We must take Chuanzhou in the shortest possible time. Chuanzhou was also Zhang Jiao's responsibility. With a smaller force, their progress had naturally been slower. Now that Dongyu City had been taken care of, Zhang Jiao had to seize Chuanzhou as soon as possible. Send someone to report the situation to His Highness the Prince, and also inform His Highness of our next plan of action. When it came time to report his achievements, Zhang Jiao did not stand on ceremony, and he promptly reported to Lin Fan. Afterwards, Zhang Jiao began handling the affairs of Dongyu City and preparing for the campaign against Chuanzhou. Ever since the war erupted in the 5 southwestern provinces, Zizhou had also been forced into a state of combat readiness in order to safeguard Zhongzhou, where the royal house held its seat. Zhang Wu, the governor of Zizhou, was a man secretly cultivated by the royal family, and this fact had been concealed so well that even the provincial lords remained unaware of it. Had it not been for a stroke of chance, when the Eastern Depot discovered someone from the royal clan court appearing in secret and used that as a clue, Lin Fan would have found it extremely difficult to uncover Zhang Wu's connection to the royal family. In order to completely destroy the hopes of the Xiao family, Lin Fan ordered Gongsun Zan to lead the White Horse Volunteers in an assault on Zizhou. This struck at the royal house, while also seizing Zizhou's territory. My lord, Lin Fan's forces are attacking ferociously. Their cavalry is extremely formidable. For now, we can only hold fast behind our sturdy city walls and dare not go out to fight. Nevertheless, cities have continued to fall one after another. The forces Lin Fan secretly nurtured have infiltrated deeply. Some cities surrendered on their own initiative, while in others riots broke out the moment fighting began, leading to their loss. If we do not find a way soon, Zizhou will face an increasingly perilous situation. The combat prowess of the White Horse Volunteers needed no elaboration, and with the covert cooperation of the Eastern Depot, dealing with the ordinary cities of Zizhou was hardly a problem. Zizhou's main army had already fully assembled, numbering over 2 million in total, but Zhang Wu, wary of the White Horse Volunteers' combat strength, had temporarily refrained from leading his army out for a pitched confrontation. How is the situation in Zhongzhou? Zhang Wu, unable to hold on alone, thought first of the royal family when facing the Huangzhou army's assault. Unfortunately, the royal family at that moment was like meat on a chopping block with no strength left to support Zizhou. My lord, the men we sent to Zhongzhou, Yunzhou, and Yizhou have all returned. Zhongzhou has been sealed off by Yu Fei, one of Lin Fan's commanders. Our people cannot get in at all, and we have no way of knowing the exact situation. Only that the royal capital is still in Her Majesty's hands. As for Yunzhou, it explicitly stated that it could barely protect itself and could not provide aid. Yizhou would depend on the Morong family's attitude, but the Morong family clearly had no desire to involve itself in the Xiao Kingdom's civil war. Likely support from Yizhou would also come to nothing. These were the only provinces Zizhou could rely on, but they either wished only to protect themselves or lacked even the strength to do so. They they simply could not be counted on. It seems we can only rely on ourselves. But with our strength, a head-on clash with Lin Fan is simply unrealistic. Even if we defeat Gongsun, Lin Fan has other forces to send as reinforcements. Once we draw Lin Fan's attention, and he dispatches another great army, even if we exhaust everything we have, we still will not be able to match him. Zhang Wu was deeply distressed. No matter how he looked at it, this war seemed utterly hopeless. But Gongsun was advancing with overwhelming momentum, and this battle had to be fought. As for surrendering, Zhang Wu could not bring himself to do it. Not only were his family members completely under the royal family's control, even the status he had earned through years of servile bowing and scraping was something he was unwilling to give up. My lord, as things stand, it seems we have only a few paths open to us. First, fight Lin Fan at all costs, strive to defeat his million-strong cavalry, and only then decide what to do next. Second, abandon Zizhou, bypass the White Horse Cavalry, lead the main army through Yu-Fei's blockade, and return to the royal capital. In that way we would have fulfilled our loyalty, but we would become cornered beasts with little hope for the future. The last option is also to abandon Zizhou, but to go to Yizhou and seek refuge with the Murong family. Lin Fan surely knows the Murong family situation, so he might give up the pursuit, allowing us to wait quietly for changes to come. Zhang Wu's subordinates all viewed this war with pessimism and saw no possibility of victory. Even if they won a single battle, it would accomplish nothing and would only invite even more troops to besiege them. As for going to Zhongzhou, that was merely a choice born of desperation and fear of the royal family's retribution. It was clearly not a wise move. The best course was to enter Yizhou and seek refuge with the Murong family. If they did so, Lin Fan would very likely take Zizhou and then halt his operations. Moreover, once the royal family learned that they had taken refuge with the Murong family, it would not pursue the matter too harshly. This way they could protect both their families and the Zizhou army, and perhaps even accomplish something in the future. In chaotic times, what mattered most was not only one's personal strength, but also the power one commanded, including wealth, grain, and military might. Facing such choices, Zhang Wu did not know what to do. Could he truly abandon his family and seek a way out alone? If so, what meaning had all his perseverance over these years? Moreover, Xiao Meier had planted no few agents in Zizhou. If he fled without fighting, and even turned his back on the royal capital's fate, Xiao Meier would certainly not let Zhang Wu go. Zhang Wu had no idea at all which of them were Xiao Meier's people, or perhaps all of them were. He could not possibly keep his guard so tight. Every day, with one careless moment, he could very easily be killed. Going to Yizhou and seeking refuge with the Murong family was at this point nothing more than their own wishful thinking. Whether the Murong family would be willing to accept them was still uncertain. In short, no matter which direction he turned, Zhang Wu found himself in a difficult bind. If not for the thought of his family, Zhang Wu would simply surrender outright and spare himself this worry. As a puppet governor, his days had not been easy. He had been chosen because of the Zhang family's prestige in Zizhou, and most importantly, because Zhang Wu was obedient. Gentlemen, we had better send someone to the royal capital. Our next moves must await Her Majesty's decree. Zhang Wu looked at his subordinates and could not tell at all who were Xiao Meier's people, or whether all of them were. In the end, he gave up on caution and thought, if I am to suffer, then none of you will get off easy. Aren't all of you Her Majesty's people? Then let Her Majesty decide. I won't handle it anymore. No matter what we do, it will be wrong anyway. It was likely that the Zhang family would be destroyed by none other than Zhang Wu himself. My lord, all this time we have been trying to send men to the royal capital, but Yu-Fei's blockade is extremely tight, and unknown experts have been aiding him in secret. All our attempts have failed. The situation is critical now. I fear we no longer have time to wait for Her Majesty's orders. Zhang Wu naturally knew this very well, but in order to avoid shouldering responsibility, he insisted on doing exactly that. After all, those closest to him were all in the royal capital. No matter what happened to Zizhou, it did not matter. If not for so many restraints, Zhang Wu would rather surrender to Lin Fan than face all this hypocrisy and deception. Over the years, he had truly had enough. Especially in the past 2 years, those bastards had repeatedly used Xiao Meier to pressure him and secure benefits for themselves. Therefore, none of them wanted to lose Zizhou, but at this moment the decision was no longer theirs to make. It doesn't matter. Send more men. We must find a way to see Her Majesty. Without Her Majesty's decree, how could we possibly act on our own? Once he had grasped the crucial point, Zhang Wu hardened his stance. No matter what was said, he refused to make the decision himself and insisted that Xiao Meier be consulted. In a sense, this was turning the tables. Zhang Wu was nothing more than a puppet cultivated by the Xiao family. At decisive moments, he had no autonomy. Of that he was fully aware. Ordinarily, Zhang Wu loathed his embarrassing identity. But now at this moment of crisis, he found that being unable to make decisions also had its benefits. At least he no longer had to worry. As for his own safety, Zhang Wu was not worried. The royal house was unlikely to abandon him lightly, and the foundation he had built in Zizhou over the years could protect him as well. The question now was where to go. Holding Zizhou was almost out of the question. Zhang Wu began to abdicate responsibility, throwing the thorny problem to his subordinates, each of whom had his own hidden agenda, and telling them to contact Xiao Meier. My lord, waiting for His Majesty's decree now will truly be too late. More than half of Zizhou's cities have already fallen and Gongsun is leading a great army straight for our provincial capital. It will not be long before he reaches our gates. But if we hope to receive His Majesty's decree under these circumstances, it will take at least half a month. By then I fear Zizhou will already be in Lin Fan's hands. Zhang Wu wanted to shrink back, but that would never do. Regardless of how the war turned out, when accountability was demanded later, someone had to stand at the very front and take the blame. No one was more suited to that role than Zhang Wu. He was well aware of it too. This was the source of his confidence, and the reason he was not afraid of these men deserting him. The first thing we must do is send word to His Majesty and see what he intends. If that truly cannot be done, then we prepare to withdraw to Yizhou. However, we should immediately send someone to the Murong family to inform them of our plan in advance, so as to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. In Zhang Wu's view, Yizhou was the best choice. With the Murong family there, Lin Fan would hesitate, and Xiao Meier likewise, neither would lightly punish him. As you command, my lord. No matter where they went, the first thing was to leave Zizhou. Once someone had made the decision, naturally, no one raised any objection. In a city of Zizhou, Gongsun's forces were stationed. Lord Gongsun, this servant has come by the prince's order to offer assistance. Rest assured, word will arrive by tonight at the latest. Zhao Gao, who had been missing for some time, suddenly appeared in Gongsun's camp at the head of a group of net experts. Eunuch Zhao, I naturally trust the net's abilities. I am also deeply grateful for your assistance. When the matter is accomplished, I will report it to the prince. The net now possessed formidable strength, and its usefulness in certain areas was steadily becoming prominent. Thank you for the high praise, General Gongsun. We all work for the prince. As long as His Highness is satisfied, that is enough. That old man had always understood the need for restraint. But Eunuch Zhao, can you reveal what you are really up to? If my great army remains idle the whole time, it will be difficult to explain to the prince. It turned out that a few days earlier Zhao Gao had come to him claiming to be sent by Lin Fan to assist, and asking Gongsun to hold off for the time being, which left Gongsun utterly perplexed. Enough. The time is nearly right. Let me clear up the mystery for you, General. According to the Eastern Depot's detailed intelligence, His Highness has concluded that Zhang Wu, the governor of Zizhou, is nothing more than a puppet cultivated by the Xiao royal clan. He is governor in name only. In truth, Zizhou's high-ranking officials are secretly controlled by the royal clan with no autonomy over any action. More importantly, those high-ranking officials, including Zhang Wu's close relatives, are all in the royal capital, held by the royal clan as leverage to keep Zizhou's leadership obedient. Upon learning this, His Highness deemed it exploitable. If everything goes smoothly, Zizhou can be taken over intact, and the lives of its people will not be disturbed. Therefore, I ordered the net's people to slip secretly into the royal capital and rescue the families of those officials. With the Eastern Depot cooperating, and that fellow Wei Zhongxian serving as an insider, this was not difficult to accomplish. By my calculations, they should be arriving soon. Zhao Gao was very confident. With so many people coordinating, it would be quite easy to extract some people from the royal capital. If even that could not be accomplished, the Eastern Depot and the net alike would be nothing more than empty names. I see. If this succeeds, the high-ranking officials of Zizhou released from their chains will most likely surrender directly, and we will save ourselves a great deal of trouble. Gongsun understood. They intended to persuade the enemy to surrender. Exactly. Once the people arrive, I will take some tokens of proof and go to the provincial capital in person. If those officials are sensible, everything can be settled amiably. If not, killing every last one of Zizhou's high-ranking officials would also be a great help to your campaign. With the net's assassins, killing Zizhou's high-ranking officials would present almost no difficulty. Having been controlled by the royal clan for years, Zizhou had long lost all ambition and become complacent. In terms of strength, it could be said to be the weakest among the Xiao kingdom's more than 10 provinces. Report, General. Men from the Eastern Depot have arrived with several dozen people and wish to see you. As the two were speaking, the party arrived. Good. Bring them into the city. Eunuch Zhao, it seems the net's plan has succeeded. The next step is up to you. If you need anything, just say the word. I will give my full cooperation. With the matter accomplished, action was bound to follow. General Gongsun, I suspect Zizhou will most likely surrender after this affair. Please make preparations to take over Zizhou. In addition, the prince has ordered, if this goes smoothly and Zizhou is taken, General Gongsun should stabilize Zizhou as soon as possible, screen a city garrison to protect it, and set his next focus on Yunzhou. In the prince's judgment, Yunzhou and Xianzhou are even more likely to surrender without a fight, but sufficient pressure is still required. I trust General Gongsun will prepare well in advance. A new mission had arrived for the White Horse Volunteers. Zizhou was unlikely to erupt into large-scale battle. Moreover, with the net's people here, the high-ranking officials of Zizhou would never dare to break their word. If given the chance, those gods of death would slaughter every single one of them. With Lin Fan overseeing the 5 southwestern provinces, Gongsun's next targets were naturally Yunzhou and Yizhou. But clearly, because of the Murong family, Lin Fan had other plans for Yizhou. Hence, it was only logical for Gongsun to attack Yunzhou. Very well, I understand. Gongsun knew that the White Horse Volunteers would have their hands full from then on. After taking Yunzhou, there was still Xianzhou. Even if both provinces surrendered without a major battle, the task of taking them over alone would be troublesome. Military commanders were almost never skilled at matters of local governance. They preferred to devote their energy to the battlefield. Moreover, beyond Xianzhou lay the Wen Kingdom, and the White Horse Volunteers would shoulder the weighty responsibility of defending against foreign enemies. At this point, Gongsun Zan still did not know that their true mission had not yet begun. The operations of this period were nothing more than a transitional phase. That very day, Zhao Gao and his group vanished mysteriously. When they appeared again, they had already arrived at the governor's mansion of Zizhou. Zizhou, the provincial capital, the governor's mansion. Zhang Wu and the senior officials of Zizhou were still embroiled in indecisive deliberations. My lords, we must make a decision. The route to the royal capital has been cut off, and now we stand entirely on our own. With Yu Fei and the Eastern Depot securing the borders alongside certain experts from the Luo network, keeping watch over those in Zizhou, conveying messages to the royal capital was hardly an easy task. Even if they managed to send word through, it would be of no avail. They would not pass Wei Zhongxin's scrutiny. Though Wei Zhongxin was currently preoccupied with gathering compromising material on Wen Tian, aiming to topple the last pillars supporting the Xiao kingdom, handling such minor affairs remained well within his capabilities. Lordly Lord Qin, for years you have maintained ties with the royal family. In these critical times, must you not consider finding a way? After all, Zizhou is the very foundation upon which your survival rests. You cannot simply turn a blind eye. Zhang Wu turned his gaze toward the two leading figures among the assembled. Over the years, he had endured no little indignity from them, their every move constrained by the backing of the royal family. Even when Zhang Wu harbored certain ambitions under the constant surveillance of these individuals, nothing could come to fruition, leaving Zizhou stagnant. A regional warlord, even one like Zhang Wu who had been installed as a puppet by the royal family, had tasted the benefits of power and status. It was only natural that he should not wish to surrender them easily, nor abandon his private schemes. Yet it was precisely because the assembled lacked unity, each nursing their own designs, in truth each craving that seat of authority, that they checked and balanced one another. Such was exactly the royal family's design. My lords, we have no entanglements with the royal family. You give us too much credit. A knowing silence was one matter, but to lay it bare was another. The two men hastened to deny it. Do not fear, I harbor no intention of pressing the matter. At a time like this, we must look forward. Finding a solution to Zizhou's predicament is what matters most. Zhang Wu brought this up to remind them that he was aware of their maneuvers, that the royal family was now itself in peril, and that they should restrain themselves and recognize the reality of the situation. Secondly, he sought to compel them to employ their own means to resolve Zizhou's crisis. These families were deeply rooted in Zizhou, and when facing danger, they each had contingency plans laid. My lord, in truth, there is but one path remaining. If the Morong family refuses us sanctuary, we have no choice but to surrender. Though we may lose much, most of us will likely survive. On the situation in Zizhou, the ministers had long discussed matters in secret, arriving at the same conclusion. Only thus could they all be preserved. Yet if they took this course, and word reached the royal family their relatives held hostage in the royal capital would stand no chance. Had they not been driven to such desperation, they would never have considered this path. The assembly fell silent. Though hesitation lingered in their hearts, none were so simple as to fail to weigh the consequences. My lords are all present. This humble one brings glad tidings. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice rang out, and the speaker was clearly a eunuch. The stunned assembly froze. Had the royal family sent someone? At this pivotal moment, when they were on the verge of abandoning the royal family for a new master, the arrival of a royal envoy promised nothing good. Indeed, those present might never again need to worry about Zizhou's fate. Who is this eunuch? The sudden appearance of Zhao Gao had genuinely startled them. Regardless of his identity, the mere fact that he could enter and exit the governor's mansion at will was enough to strike fear into their hearts. The governor's mansion was surely heavily fortified, yet this man had appeared before them without alerting a single soul, a clear indication that his prowess far exceeded their imagination. Moreover, he had not come alone, a considerable contingent of powerful individuals accompanied him. My lords need not fear. This humble one has come to deliver you from distress. Let me introduce myself. I am neither of the royal family as you might assume, but serve under the Northern Pacification King. Zhao Gao revealed his identity, first making further conversation possible. What? Lin, no, the Northern Pacification King's man. They had never expected the envoy to be someone from Lin Fan's camp. In their intelligence networks, not a single trace of a figure like Zhao Gao existed. If he truly served Lin Fan, then utmost caution was warranted. Today's outcome could prove most unpredictable. Might we ask what His Majesty's commands are? Though adversaries, none dared show disrespect. None were so foolish as to believe that clever words alone would serve them. My lords, this humble one brings gifts from the king. Let us examine them first, and then we shall speak. With that, Zhao Gao signaled his men to present several items which were distributed to Zhang Wu, Lord Qin, and the others. Is that my son's jade pendant? Qing'er's hairpin. Upon seeing these items, the assembly quickly understood. These were personal belongings of their relatives currently held hostage in the royal capital. What is the king's intention? They understood full well Lin Fan's people could obtain such items only if they had control over their families, and thus could kill them at any moment. Was this a threat to force their compliance? If so, they were truly in a dire bind. My lords misunderstand. The king knows you have relatives in the royal capital long separated from them, and surely yearning to see them. Therefore he ordered me to bring your families out of the capital. They are currently at General Gongsuan's military camp. These tokens are merely to assure you. This gesture is only to remove your concerns, making it easier to resolve Zizhou's predicament. How you choose to proceed is entirely up to you. Furthermore, rest assured, the king has declared that regardless of your decision, your families will be kept safe and delivered to wherever you designate. Zhao Gao offered no threats. Indeed, he appeared almost considerate, even offering to escort their families away. Yet how could they believe such words? Lin Fan's people had gone to such great lengths to extract their families from the royal capital. There was surely an agenda behind it all. Lin Fan's desire for Zizhou was beyond question. They were well aware of their ultimate value. If they failed to satisfy Lin Fan's men, then not only their families, but all present would likely not leave with their lives intact. Zhao Gao wore an amiable countenance, but none were so naive as to be deceived by appearances. What eunuch was ever truly benevolent? My lords, now that the king has removed your worries, what remains for us to hesitate over? It was at this moment that Zhang Wu stepped forward. To him, this was an opportunity to break free from the royal family. Even if he joined Lin Fan's camp, he would remain a marginal figure. Lin Fan might well overlook him. This meant Zhang Wu's fortune was about to change. As long as he did not remain a puppet on strings, the loss of power mattered little. Moreover, since they had chosen to ally with Lin Fan, there was no time to waste. Taking the lead and demonstrating loyalty would serve him well in the days ahead. Seeing Zhang Wu's eagerness, the others grasped his intentions. Had it not been for their families and the formidable strength of the Huangzhou army, they too would never have abandoned Zizhou, the land they had called home their entire lives. Granted, they would never reclaim their former standing. Yet Lin Fan would not discard them entirely. In truth, their losses would not be great, certainly preferable to fleeing Zizhou altogether. And so their gazes gradually hardened with resolve. Under the leadership of Inspector Zhang Wu, Zizhou ultimately chose to surrender to the Huangzhou army and became a subordinate of Lin Fan. Zhao Gao's other preparations went unused, which left him somewhat disappointed. A massacre was averted and the matters of Zizhou were resolved smoothly. One day later, escorted by members of the Luo Wang, the families of Zizhou's high-ranking officials who had been held by the royal family were brought to the prefectural capital to reunite with their relatives. Zhao Gao and the others raised no objections. For them, such underhanded tactics were unnecessary. Also accompanying them was the main army of Gongsun Zan. After the army arrived, it quickly took over the defense of the prefectural capital and simultaneously reorganized the city guard. Gongsun Zan assigned some officers from Bema Yizong to manage and train the city guard. At the same time, matters in the other cities of Zizhou were also handed over to the city guard for handling. With the cooperation of top officials like Zhang Wu, everything proceeded smoothly. Additionally, the civil and military officials dispatched from Huangzhou by Lin Fan were already en route. In the future, this region would still fall under their governance, while Bema Yizong would remain intact as they prepared for their subsequent missions. The high-ranking officials of Zizhou were spared and showed considerable tact, actively cooperating throughout the process in an effort to impress their new overlords. Neither Gongsun Zan nor Zhao Gao made things difficult for them. Some were retained in their positions while the rest resigned and retired to live out their days as wealthy landowners. As for Zhang Wu, though he no longer held the position of inspector and had surrendered his authority, his assistance remained temporarily necessary for Zizhou's affairs, so he stayed on at the inspector's residence. Once the transition was complete, Zhang Wu's future would depend on how Lin Fan chose to arrange matters. With that, the military campaigns in Zizhou came to an end. Zhao Gao and the Luo Wang personnel remained in Zizhou for now to assist with follow-up operations, while Gongsun Zan led Bema Yizong toward the border of Yunzhou. In the royal capital's palace hall, those gathered represented Xiao Meier's last remaining support. Among them stood Wei Zhongxian and Qin Hui in conspicuous attendance. Qin Hui had rushed back from the Fengyang kingdom and brought with him a contingent of skilled experts. While they might not make a significant difference in large-scale battles, they were certainly capable of ensuring Xiao Meier's protection. Your Majesty, all the experts have been properly arranged. This humble minister regrets to report that among those recruited, most are only martial venerables or martial emperors. Only 4 have attained the transcendent realm, and 1 has reached the Dao integration stage. No one from the second heaven realm has expressed willingness to serve our Xiao kingdom. The Xiao kingdom lay in a remote region with sparse spiritual energy, making cultivation difficult. Naturally, many experts were unwilling to squander their time here. Thus, those Qin Hui had recruited were mostly at the first heaven realm, with some martial venerables filling out the numbers. Nevertheless, Xiao Meier was quite satisfied with this outcome. It is of no consequence. Lord Qin has done his utmost, and I am gratified. The reality is that the Xiao kingdom simply cannot sustain exceptionally powerful experts. These individuals did not come without conditions. Beyond the substantial fees required, the kingdom must also supply vast quantities of cultivation resources, a tremendous financial burden for the current state of Xiao Kingdom. Yet there was no alternative. Fearing a repeat of the previous incident where the Luo Wang stormed the capital, Xiao Meier knew she must bear this expense despite the strain. Though these individuals were not considered particularly formidable in the Fengyang Kingdom, within Xiao Kingdom's limited territory, they represented the pinnacle of martial prowess, certainly superior to the former royal clan department. However, these individuals could never truly align themselves with Xiao Kingdom's interests. Employing them required payment, a measure of necessity. Lord Qin ensure these individuals are properly entertained and assigned. Xiao Kingdom will need their assistance in days to come. Since Qin Hui was the one who recruited them, he was the most suitable person to manage them. Moreover, his calculating nature and shrewd disposition meant he would get along well with these individuals. These men hailed from the superior Fengyang Kingdom. They possessed lofty perspectives and considerable strength. Xiao Kingdom needed to handle them with care or risk inviting trouble upon itself. Qin Hui's ability to adapt and accommodate made him well suited for the task. Wen Tian had remained silent throughout. Recently his position had grown precarious. Xiao Meier seemed to harbor prejudices against him and was reluctant to consult him on many matters. Furthermore, Wen Tian sensed a threat emanating from the Shadow Division. Their recent actions appeared deliberately targeted at him. Though he did not understand why, he recognized the need to protect himself lest he become their next victim. Therefore, Wen Tian kept silent about Qin Hui's machinations. However, relying on instincts honed over years, he felt certain that the situation was more complicated than it appeared. Qin Hui's arrival had been abrupt, and his strength was no trivial matter. Although investigations into his background had been conducted, Wen Tian understood that given Xiao Kingdom's limited capabilities, unraveling the true origins of a martial emperor would prove exceedingly difficult. Recalling the mysterious powerhouses who frequently appeared beside Lin Fan, Wen Tian felt a wave of unease. The backgrounds of both Qin Hui and Wei Zhongxian appeared unremarkable on the surface, yet this very fact struck him as the greatest suspicion of all. What reason did Xiao Kingdom, already in its twilight, have for them to remain and bind themselves to the royal house? They could not possibly be unaware of what awaited them in the future. A martial emperor was not someone who lacked wisdom, yet they chose to stay and appeared fully devoted. Such behavior defied all logic. Previously, Wen Tian had privately discussed these concerns with Xiao Meier, but she had insisted on her own course. Particularly after the destruction of the royal clan department, her desperation for capable individuals had only strengthened her resolve, making her even less inclined to listen to him. Wen Tian understood that the issue transcended mere personnel. Balance was what truly mattered. Consequently, he chose to remain silent on the matter. Now that so many uncontrollable experts had been brought back, Wen Tian's anxieties only intensified. What justification did Xiao Kingdom have for retaining so many individuals? Benefits and favors could only be distributed for so long before they were exhausted. When that day arrived, the dangers these individuals posed would likely prove just as severe. Qin Hui was no fool. Wen Tian doubted he was unaware of the consequences, yet he proceeded anyway. What was his true objective? Wen Tian posed the question to himself, but kept it unspoken. At this juncture, offering any opposition would be futile and might even provoke the individuals from Fengyang Kingdom, leading to far greater complications. Your Majesty, has the former emperor returned? What did the Morong family say? Wen Tian shifted away from the matter at hand to inquire about the former emperor instead. The former emperor Xiao Wudao had departed for Ezhou following the destruction of the clan department, seeking protection from the Morong family. After all, no one understood the Morong family's situation better than he. He has returned. As expected, the Morong family continues to refuse involvement in Xiao Kingdom's affairs. At the mention of the Morong family, Xiao Meier felt a pang of discomfort. These people resided within Xiao Kingdom, yet took no interest in its affairs, and their formidable strength left the kingdom powerless to compel them. While the rejection came as no surprise, it hardly boded well for Xiao Kingdom's prospects. Within the Xiao Kingdom, the Morong family held a special position. Aside from the royal house, the various feudal lords and powerful clans all had a general understanding of the Morong family's circumstances. However, their knowledge was far less than what the royal house possessed. By the time the throne had passed to the present Xiao Kingdom, even Xiao Wudao and Xiao Meier knew very little about the Morong family. Yet of one thing they were thoroughly certain: the Morong family's strength was far greater than that of the Xiao family. Exactly how much greater that superiority was, the two of them could not say. Your Majesty, if the Morong family is unwilling to intervene, then as things stand, we barely have enough strength to defend ourselves. The problems of the Xiao Kingdom will still be very difficult to solve. Wen Tian understood very well that to break the current deadlock, the Xiao Kingdom needed a powerful force to intervene. Hiring a few experts would not be enough to resolve it. Although individual strength was important, it had its limitations after all. The Xiao Kingdom's problems still required a large number of troops. Without a sufficient army, such a vast territory would be very difficult to deal with. Especially at this moment, Lin Fan was the one who made Wen Tian feel most helpless. Minister Wen, what is the situation with Lin Fan now? The person Xiao Meier least wished to mention at this moment was undoubtedly Lin Fan. Almost every time she heard news of Lin Fan, it was bad news. Still, she had no choice but to learn it. Given her position, there were some things she could not avoid even if she wanted to. Your Majesty, the situation is very bad. Wen Tian sighed. If Xiao Meier was unwilling to mention Lin Fan, Wen Tian was no more willing. Moreover, saying one piece of bad news after another with his own mouth was also a torment. Your Majesty, Haizhou has been breached, and the Zhou family of Xiazhou has surrendered. Together with Qingzhou, Wenzhou, and Dongyu City, half of the Xiao Kingdom's territory is now entirely under Lin Fan's control. Lin Fan has now reached Haizhou. The war in the 5 southwestern prefectures will probably be over soon. Unless reinforcements from the Black Demon sect arrive, Yu Wenjiang and the others cannot possibly be a match for Lin Fan, especially since they are still fighting among themselves. The latest intelligence is that Zhang Wu, the prefect of Zizhou, has also surrendered. Wen Tian recounted the current situation of the Xiao Kingdom one by one. Zizhou, Zhang Wu. How dare he? What about the hostages from Zizhou? Wei Zhongxian sends someone at once to execute the Zizhou hostages and teach them a lesson. Zizhou was a prefecture secretly controlled by the royal house. To Xiao Meier, Zhang Wu was nothing more than an obedient dog. How dared he bite the hand that fed him? Your Majesty, it is too late. Before Zizhou could act, a hidden force had already rescued everyone. I suspect that Lin Fan's people have entered the royal capital. Your Majesty, now is not the time to deal with these hostages. They are of no importance. What we must pay close attention to now is the security of the royal capital. The capital is riddled with leaks. Lin Fan's people can come and go at any time. That is an enormous threat to us. Moreover, Your Majesty, in Zhongzhou, only the royal capital remains under our control. Every other city has been taken by Yufei. Although he has not attacked us yet, this threat cannot be ignored. If Yufei moves against us, the royal capital's strength should be enough for the time being to defend itself. But this is by no means a long-term solution. Lin Fan's armies can reinforce him at any moment, and we have no retreat. Wen Tian judged the current situation very accurately. It was meaningless to waste manpower on hostages who had already lost their value. The greatest threat at this moment was Yufei entrenched in Zhongzhou. Over this period, Yufei had successfully taken all the cities in Zhongzhou except the royal capital, tightly encircling it. Although he had not completely sealed it off, nor had he restricted the movement of the people or the flow of commerce, this threat would not vanish. If Yufei completely blockaded the royal capital, the tens of millions of people in the capital would be unable to secure even the basic necessities of life. When that happened, chaos would be inevitable. By then, Lin Fan's people would not even need to make a move. The royal capital would destroy itself. Wen Tian did not believe that Xiao Meier could fail to see such a huge hidden threat. Minister Wen, what suggestions do you have in this regard? Xiao Meier was naturally well aware of it, but she had no solution. Asking Yufei to withdraw was obviously impossible. Send troops to attack. Forget it. The royal capital's army could barely defend itself, and repelling Yufei's army was completely out of the question. Your Majesty, the only ones I can think of are the Murong family and the Fengyang kingdom. Wen Tian could not solve this difficult problem either. He could not conjure up an army of millions. Minister Qin, on this trip to the Fengyang kingdom, did the royal house make any response? Qin Hui had gone this time not only to hire a group of experts, but also to contact the Fengyang royal house, hoping that the Fengyang kingdom would send troops to support them. Your Majesty, the Fengyang kingdom has been thrown into utter chaos by the Black Demon sect. Not only the Fengyang kingdom, but also its vassal states are in great turmoil. The royal house clearly stated that they cannot aid us until the Black Demon sect is completely resolved. I successively met the king, and the kingdom's high-ranking officials explained the Xiao kingdom's current situation and its loyalty to the kingdom, and hoped that the kingdom would provide some aid, but all were refused. Qin Hui said helplessly. On this trip to the kingdom, he had indeed met many people and expressed his determination to seek aid. This was also a test of the Fengyang kingdom. Qin Hui trusted his own judgment. In these turbulent times, the kingdom would not easily enter the fray, but this also allowed him to observe the Fengyang kingdom's situation. The result confirmed Qin Hui's speculation. In its struggle against the Black Demon sect, the Fengyang kingdom did not hold much of an advantage. The Fengyang kingdom's refusal to send troops was surely to protect itself first, which was very helpful to Lin Fan in taking the Xiao kingdom. Your Majesty, now that neither the Fengyang kingdom nor the Murong family can be counted on, we must find a way out on our own. No matter how the war unfolds in the future, we must first accomplish two things: grain and troops. From now on, we must requisition enough grain for the royal capital to use for 1 to 2 years. Only then can we wait and see how things change. Next is conscription. Without enough troops, even if something unexpected happens later, it will be difficult for us to accomplish anything. Wen Tian proposed. These 2 points were also the most important in times of war, especially given the current state of the royal capital. Once Yufei trapped the city and cut off grain supplies, the royal house would be utterly finished. Leave this matter to you, Minister Wen. No matter what methods you use, you must secure enough grain. Mobilize the strength of the various families and contact the merchant associations. If you encounter obstruction, you may use forceful means. As for military strength, one is to recruit from the common people, and the other is for the various families to contribute their strength. Form a large army as soon as possible and give them generous treatment. At this time, do not fear expenditure. Even if resources are exhausted, it must be done. Otherwise, these things will only be left for Lin Fan. Xiao Meier had made up her mind. Keeping a gold mountain and used would only benefit Lin Fan. It was better to expand their strength as much as possible. Xiao Meier's resolute decision would inevitably place an even heavier burden on the royal family, which was already teetering on the brink of collapse, a blow to a house of cards. Yet Xiao Meier saw things clearly. If she did not act now, she would never have another chance. If they waited for reinforcements from the Fengyang Kingdom, there were simply too many uncertainties. Should the Fengyang Kingdom deal with the Black Demon cult before sending aid, the delay would be considerable. By then the Xiao Kingdom might well have fallen into other hands. To preserve stability, the Fengyang Kingdom would surely not press the issue. The situation in the Xiao Kingdom was already a fait accompli, and no sensible ruler would risk open conflict over a declining royal house. Fengyang was not foolish enough to do so. In such circumstances, how could the Xiao family protect itself? This was in essence a final desperate gamble. Yet Xiao Meier was fully aware that unless some great upheaval occurred, the fate of the Xiao Kingdom was beyond redemption. But one must still make the effort, is that not so? Wei Zhongxian, you must reorganize the Shadow Division as swiftly as possible. If this blade can be made sharp enough, it may yet relieve some of the burden upon me. After several incidents, the elite agents of the Shadow Division had been killed or wounded to the last man. Those who remained were effectively under Wei Zhongxian's control, a fact of which Xiao Meier remained entirely unaware. The Shadow Division, if utilized properly, could still serve a purpose. At the very least, they would prevent the royal family from being blind to incoming threats. Moreover, Xiao Meier placed great hope in their assassination capabilities. At any time against any adversary, assassination could achieve results through sheer surprise. Yet Xiao Meier had no idea that the Shadow Division had already become Lin Fan's eyes and ears. Your Majesty, this old servant will certainly not fail you. I shall consolidate our strength without delay and forge the Shadow Division into the sharpest blade at your Majesty's command. There was something remarkably persuasive about Wei Zhongxian's manner of speaking, capable of winning even the most skeptical hearts. Watching events unfold, Wen Tian's heart grew heavy with anxiety. The Xiao Kingdom was now beyond saving, yet at such a critical juncture the Queen placed her trust in two strangers of unknown origin, a matter that troubled Wen Tian deeply. But Xiao Meier had already lost faith in Wen Tian. Following the previous incident, she had even secretly investigated him behind the scenes. Yet Wen Tian was a man of caution by nature and remained fiercely loyal to the royal house. Finding any flaw in his conduct was no easy task. Even if Wei Zhongxian had deployed certain methods against him, they would have been of little consequence. Bringing him down would require more than subtle schemes. Unless Wei Zhongxian acted directly and eliminated Wen Tian himself. Wei Zhongxian had not lacked such thoughts, nor lacked the ability to carry them out. However, Lin Fan sought only to control the royal house, not to destroy it outright at this stage. He had no desire to plunge the capital into chaos. It was for this reason that Wei Zhongxian had held back. Moreover, a single man like Wen Tian could hardly alter the course of events. Whether he lived or died was of little significance, and that was precisely why Wen Tian had survived thus far. Wen Tian sensed something amiss, but had not yet grasped the crucial truth. Had he understood, the present situation would have been altogether different. Lord, when it falls to you to persuade the various noble houses, when the nest is overturned, can any egg remain intact? These families ought to understand this principle. If they wish to preserve their current status and privileges, they must stand with the royal house. Should they choose otherwise, consider not only what I will do, but also the principles by which Lin Fan operates. They need not be told twice. Wen Tian was the most suitable person for this unpleasant task. Xiao Meier's words carried equal parts truth and threat. It was for each family to decide whether to resist or submit. What else could Wen Tian say but reluctantly accept this hateful duty? Your Majesty, this matter concerns the very survival of the Xiao Kingdom. You must make a resolute decision and show no mercy. Any family that dares to defy your command must be crushed with overwhelming force. Qin Hui once again stepped forward to pour oil upon the flames. Wen Tian felt his heart skip a beat. Further turmoil in the capital at this moment would be disastrous. Yet Qin Hui's words held a measure of reason. If the kingdom had reached such a state, suppressing dissenters was hardly unjustifiable. But the problem remained. Qin Hui seemed to delight in chaos. More importantly, it was always Wen Tian who had to carry out these thankless tasks. Lord, when you will manage this as you see fit. I require only results. As expected, the burden once again fell upon Wen Tian's shoulders. As Chancellor of the Xiao Kingdom and a master of the Emperor realm, Wen Tian ought not to have suffered such humiliation in the kingdom's current state. Yet the man was possessed of an almost foolish loyalty. He believed that every measure of his strength and status had been granted by the royal house. Even though he knew deep within his heart that the Xiao kingdom was lost, he continued to serve with all his devotion. Such was human nature, it seemed, unrelated to one's level of cultivation. Every person, regardless of their martial prowess, clung to their own principles and convictions. Within the capital, disorder intensified under Xiao Meier's orders, with Qin Hui and Wei Zhongxian fanning the flames. In such circumstances, survival itself was a struggle, let alone any hope of reclaiming the Xiao kingdom. At Qinghua Plain in Taizhou, Yu Wenjiang's final reservoir of confidence was shattered. The Guaning Iron Cavalry, led by Yuan Chonghuan, fought upon the flat plains most suited to mounted warfare, and subduing the Taizhou forces proved no great difficulty. Following this battle, Taizhou lost all capacity for resistance. My lord, intelligence from the Eastern Depot reports that Yu Wenjiang is mobilizing his remaining forces and seizing all available resources. It appears he intends to flee. Xiao Zhengchun brought the latest report, which came as no surprise. Yu Wenjiang is no fool, and as a member of the Black Demon cult, he has no reason to fight to the death against us. Moreover, we will not attack Changzhou in the immediate future. Once he reaches Changzhou, Yu Wenjiang will have time to regroup. As fellow members of the Black Demon cult, Changzhou would hardly refuse him. In Changzhou, Yu Wenjiang could attempt one final stand. If all else failed, Changzhou lay close to the border of the Wen Kingdom, allowing Yu Wenjiang to abandon everything in the Xiao Kingdom and flee across the border. Should the Black Demon cult's main forces arrive in reinforcement, Yu Wenjiang could easily reclaim what had been lost. To remain and fight to the death would be the act of a fool. Lin Fan understood Yu Wenjiang's reaction perfectly well. But now that things had come to this, there would be no escape. Yuan Chonghuan seized the remaining cities as swiftly as possible. This task is yours. Lu Bu, lead the Bingzhou Iron Cavalry with me. We will strike directly for the Taizhou capital to intercept Yu Wenjiang. Xiao Jingchuan, ensure your people keep close watch on Yu Wenjiang. He must not slip away unnoticed. Lin Fan issued 3 orders in succession. Proving that Yu Wenjiang was a disciple of the Black Demon cult and making the revelation public would greatly assist Lin Fan in directly occupying Taizhou and bringing it under firm control. Furthermore, in the forthcoming campaign against Changzhou, exposing Yu Wenjiang and his allies as members of the Black Demon cult would win the support of the people in both Changzhou and Taizhou, accelerating Lin Fan's campaign to reclaim the southwestern territories. As for the remaining regions of Xingzhou and Qinzhou, they had been nearly destroyed. These lingering factions, breathing their last gasps, had lost the right to speak. The Taizhou Inspector General's manor was now plunged into utter chaos, a wretched scene of frantic turmoil. Ever since the disastrous outcome of the Battle of Qinghua Plains arrived, Yu Wenjiang had begun preparing for their evacuation. My lord, the forces under our control have fully assembled, and all resources have been secured. We are ready to evacuate at any moment. Unable to defeat the Huangzhou army, Taizhou's only option was to retreat to Changzhou, the sole territory still under the control of the Black Demon sect. Yet unless absolutely forced, Yu Wenjiang was loath to arrive there in the ignominious guise of a defeated loser. After all, no matter where one went, vanquished souls were never afforded decent treatment, let alone within a ruthless faction like the Black Demon sect. However, the final hour had struck, leaving Yu Wenjiang with no room for choice. Excellent. We must take everything of value from the provincial manor that can be moved. While the Huangzhou army has yet to arrive, we still have a chance. These resources are the very foundation for our future resurgence. We cannot afford to lose them. Handing over the stronghold he had painstakingly cultivated for so many years on a silver platter was out of the question. Yu Wenjiang naturally refused to leave anything of value for Lin Fan. Order the local clans that they must carry their resources and evacuate with us. Anyone who dares to disobey shall be executed on the spot. If these people cannot be of use to me, they must never be left for Lin Fan to turn into our enemies in the future. Yu Wenjiang had grown ruthless. He intended to seize not only the resources, but the people as well. As long as he preserved the core foundation of his faction, he would not be reduced to living under another's roof, without a shred of status upon arriving in Changzhou. My lord, the clans have been notified. However, they seem highly reluctant to leave, showing deep resistance, both openly and covertly. Just like Yu Wenjiang, the clans of Taizhou had established their roots here for countless generations, and how could they willingly abandon everything? At this critical juncture, they have no say in the matter. Order the army to prepare. Anyone who disobeys is to be executed immediately. Furthermore, how is Zhang Wujin's progress? Has he met Lin Fan yet? Zhang Wujin had been dispatched to seek an opportunity to assassinate Lin Fan, but he had been procrastinating for days and had yet to even lay eyes on him. My lord, General Zhang Wujin can no longer be relied upon. He was eliminated shortly after leaving the provincial manor before he could even meet Lin Fan. Although there is no concrete proof, it is glaringly obvious that this was the handiwork of Lin Fan's covert operatives lurking within Taizhou. Dying before his mission could even bear fruit. Zhang Wujin, though coerced into the task, harbored his own hidden agenda to surrender if things went awry. Unfortunately, the operatives of the Luoyang gave him no such chance. The Luoyang and the Dongchang maintained incredibly tight surveillance over the upper echelons of Taizhou, their intelligence network operating flawlessly. The moment Zhang Wujin departed, they correctly anticipated that his target was Lin Fan. How could the Luoyang possibly allow him to succeed? Regardless of what Zhang Wujin's ultimate choice would have been, adhering to their principle of rather kill an innocent than let a threat slip through, they swiftly moved in and eliminated him. Useless trash. He couldn't even handle a simple task like this. Yu Wenjiang was utterly infuriated. His meticulously prepared plan had been thwarted before it could even be set in motion. Had Zhang Wujin's family not already perished, Yu Wenjiang would have gladly dragged them out to execute them all over again. No matter. Let all factions prepare immediately. Once ready, we depart at once. Upon our exit, burn all the grain reserves in Taizhou to keep Lin Fan too occupied to pursue us. True to his identity as a disciple of the Black Demon sect, Yu Wenjiang cared nothing for the lives of the common people as long as he could secure his own escape. Understood, my lord. Yu Wenjiang's subordinates had not expected him to be so ruthless. This was a matter concerning the survival of tens of millions of people, yet he was prepared to reduce it all to ashes with a single spark. Yet at this moment no one dared to voice any objection. Enraged and cornered like a stray dog, Yu Wenjiang was in no mood to show mercy to anyone. Consequently, the remaining cities of Taizhou, especially the provincial capital, fell into absolute chaos. That very night, Yu Wenjiang prepared to depart, while simultaneously dispatching men to handle the military provisions and grain reserves of Taizhou. However, Yu Wenjiang's wishful thinking was destined to fail. My lord, disaster. Our grain depots have come under attack by unidentified assailants. Their cultivation bases are immensely powerful, and the forces we sent were utterly matchless. Lin Fan's men must have anticipated this and prepared beforehand. If we wish to carry out the plan, we must either dispatch the main army or deploy the elite experts from the Inspector General's manor. As the grim report arrived, Yu Wenjiang was stunned. He had not expected Lin Fan's operatives to be so meticulous, anticipating even this move and taking preemptive action. My lord, sending the army now might be too late, and it will severely delay our departure. As for deploying our experts to reinforce them, I strongly advise against it. Lin Fan's agents have infiltrated us deeply. Your safety, my lord, must remain our absolute priority. Several advisors quickly raised objections. At this juncture, the army was fully prepared to evacuate. Turning back to engage in battle risked getting them bogged down. Furthermore, no one knew what other preparations the Huangzhou army had made. Especially since the Huangzhou army excelled at cavalry raids, if Yuan Chonghuan was already on his way, they would be in dire straits. Yu Wenjiang also understood the inherent dangers. He was absolutely unwilling to deploy the experts by his side. Whether he could safely reach Changzhou depended entirely on the protection of these elite guards. Under the recent relentless onslaught of the Luoyang, Taizhou's experts had suffered heavy casualties. Should any more mishaps occur, Yu Wenjiang feared he might not survive the journey to Changzhou. More importantly, fleeing to Changzhou was not merely for asylum. He would likely have to engage in power struggles and prepare for a future counteroffensive. These experts were his sole leverage. There was no way Yu Wenjiang would risk them now. My lord, destroying a mere portion of the grain reserves would only serve to annoy Lin Fan, but it will have little impact on the grand scheme of things. We must not lose the greater picture for such a trivial matter. His subordinates continued to urge him. On one hand, these men were indeed considering the current situation. On the other hand, having lived in Taizhou for so long, they felt a twinge of guilt about carrying out such a ruthless act, and thus seized this opportunity to persuade Yu Wenjiang. Very well, the entire army shall retreat and head straight for Changzhou. Yu Wenjiang had no time to ponder further. Since it could not be done, he would let it go. The absolute priority was to leave Taizhou as quickly as possible. While Yu Wenjiang led his army away, on the other side Lin Fan and Lu Bu had already arrived at the Taizhou provincial capital with the Bingzhou cavalry. Supported and concealed by the Dongchang's intelligence network, coupled with the rapid mobility of the Martial King Realm Legion, and the fact that Yu Wenjiang's men were preoccupied with fleeing, Yu Wenjiang remained completely oblivious to Lin Fan's arrival. My lord, Yu Wenjiang has already departed the provincial manor. At our current speed, we will overtake them in an hour at most. By then the Taizhou army will have no stronghold to defend and no path of retreat. They will have absolutely nowhere to run. Having received the latest intelligence, Lu Bu was brimming with absolute confidence for the impending battle. Lin Fan's forces moved with remarkable speed, and the main army swiftly closed in behind Yu Wenjiang. Lu Bu have the Taizhou army's spies eliminated. We shall circle around and await him on his escape route. Lin Fan issued the order. Determined to leave Yu Wenjiang trapped with no way out, he planned to wheel around and strike from the rear, denying the man any chance to flee. Yes, your highness. Rest assured. Once battle begins, this general will locate Yu Wenjiang at once. There is no way I will let him escape. Lu Bu indeed possessed that much confidence. A mere martial emperor. How could he possibly overturn heaven and earth? As long as Lu Bu laid eyes on him, escape would be impossible. Good. Remember to take him alive. Yu Wenjiang was still useful and could not be permitted to die so easily. The 100,000 elite cavalry of Bingzhou moved swiftly and before long they appeared before the Taizhou army. "My lord, this is grave news. A cavalry force of roughly 100,000 has appeared ahead, and their identity is unknown." The retreating Taizhou army remained fairly at ease, for they were in the rear far from the Huangzhou army, and they had no fear of being attacked. The sudden appearance of unidentified cavalry, however, unsettled them. "Cavalry? Could Changzhou have dispatched men to receive us?" Yu Wenjiang said in confusion. Word of their retreat to Changzhou had already been sent ahead, otherwise the arrival of such a large force might indeed lead to misunderstandings. Yet Yu Wenjiang could not believe the Black Demon sect members of Changzhou would be so thoughtful as to arrange in advance welcoming party. That did not accord with the sect's customary conduct. Moreover, the bond between the two sides had never reached such a degree. Quickly send men to investigate thoroughly. Are they actually Changzhou troops? Regardless, to avoid any misunderstanding, they still had to determine the other party's identity. "My lord, for the sake of caution, we should prepare for combat." Someone warned that these men were of unknown origin, and should they attack, the damage could be considerable. The Taizhou army had already suffered severe losses. If it were harmed again, there would not even be a place left to weep. "Right. Halt the army, draw up ranks, and prepare for contingencies." Yu Wenjiang dared not be careless. This was the last foundation he had left. But it was already too late. "My lord, terrible news. The cavalry across from us has attacked, giving us no chance to explain ourselves." Within a brief moment after the cavalry was spotted, the enemy had already launched an attack without hesitation. What is happening? Who are these enemies that have appeared so suddenly? Yu Wenjiang did not suspect these men were Lin Fan's. After all, their position was in the rear. If Lin Fan's forces had mobilized, they could not have remained entirely unaware. Send men to the front at once to organize resistance and simultaneously find out who these people are. Yu Wenjiang issued commands. The sudden appearance of 100,000 cavalry left him deeply unsettled. The number of people fleeing with Yu Wenjiang was substantial, exceeding 2 million. Yet among them, the truly battle-capable soldiers were not many, only about half that number. Most were Taizhou nobles and commoners, bringing along their entire families. Whether willingly or under coercion, they all wished to leave Taizhou, a place so fraught with strife. Consequently, the entire procession was thrown into chaos. Numbers alone meant little once disorder took hold, and that disorder proved fatal. Thus, though the Bingzhou Iron Cavalry numbered only 100,000, they made extraordinarily rapid headway. "Lu Bu, do not prolong the fighting. Spare the civilians and ordinary soldiers. Our targets are the high-ranking leaders of Taizhou and Yu Wenjiang." Lin Fan, accompanying the army, immediately adjusted his tactics in light of the battlefield situation. Killing more soldiers served no purpose, for those men were merely obeying orders. Once Taizhou's high command was dealt with, all these people would become subjects under his governance. There was no need to cause them hardship. Orders came down and were obeyed without fail. The Bingzhou Iron Cavalry promptly changed their deployment, no longer pursuing the fleeing remnants, but focusing on Taizhou's main army. After crippling it, they swiftly sought out the enemy leaders. "My lord, the situation is growing dire. Your servant urges you to make preparations without delay." The battlefield scouts' reports arrived ceaselessly, giving those on Yu Wenjiang's side a clear grasp of the overall battle. "Exactly, my lord. If my judgment is correct, these men are most likely Lin Fan's. Apart from them, no one gives the slightest thought to the lives of commoners. Had these been Changzhou troops, they would not have hesitated in the least. Though their identities had yet to be verified, every sign had already made the truth apparent. How could the bloodthirsty members of the Black Demon sect be expected to abandon slaughter? Throughout the entire Xiao kingdom, apart from Lin Fan, no one else cared at all about the well-being of the people. Although it was unclear why Lin Fan acted this way, Huangzhou indeed laid great emphasis on its subjects. This was one of the reasons Lin Fan had conquered most of the Xiao kingdom while barely encountering popular resistance. Lin Fan's men truly are like a lingering specter that refuses to fade. Yu Wenjiang sighed in emotion. Though they were enemies, he could not deny Huangzhou's might. "My lord, to guard against all contingencies, please immediately take your elite protectors and travel light in secret to Changzhou. We will hold them off here." Yu Wenjiang wasted no words. Although he still enjoyed numerical superiority, his side was at a disadvantage on the battlefield, and he had no intention of staying. Soon, under the protection of a cohort of experts, Yu Wenjiang left the main force behind. "Your Highness, Yu Wenjiang has slipped away with his men." The moment they acted, Xiao Zhengshun received word and reported to Lin Fan. "Lu Bu, I leave matters here to you. I will deal with Yu Wenjiang." With Lu Bu in command of the battlefield, nothing untoward would happen. It would simply take time to finish. Moreover, all of Lin Fan's experts were at his side, so handling Yu Wenjiang presented no difficulty whatsoever and posed no real danger. Therefore, Lu Bu made no objection and directly led his troops to clear up the remnants. In a small town far from Taizhou's prefectural seat and close to the Changzhou border, Lin Fan and his party were drinking tea in a tea house. In the distance, a group of travelers arrived, worn and dust-covered. "Your Highness, they are here." Having received the news, Xiao Zhengshun said at once. Lin Fan raised his head and looked into the distance. Yu Wenjiang and his dozen or so companions disguised entered the city. Hidden followers also trailed them. A security measure. Just as Yu Wenjiang's party passed by the tea house, Lin Fan spoke. Gentlemen, having come a long way, you must be tired. Why not stop and have a cup of tea before continuing? Lin Fan said calmly. Yu Wenjiang's party, highly alert, halted at once and braced themselves for danger. Because Lin Fan's back was turned to them, they had not seen his face and did not realize that their greatest enemy had already appeared. In a small city near Changzhou, Lin Fan and his party easily cornered the fleeing Yu Wenjiang. Do you know us, friend? Yu Wenjiang asked warily while his accompanying experts immediately assumed defensive postures ready for any contingency. The esteemed governor of Taizhou. How could we not recognize you? Please, governor, you rest your feet for a while. Lin Fan's words directly exposed Yu Wenjiang's identity. There was no point in hiding any longer. Yu Wenjiang's heart jolted inwardly, crying out in alarm. This trip had been spontaneous, fleeing in disguise while the battle turned against him, leaving no trace. How could the other party have known? Moreover, they had been detected the moment they entered the city, and judging by the other party's demeanor, they had clearly been waiting here for some time. Friend, since you've come for me, may I ask who you are? Yu Wenjiang dared not act rashly. The other's presence here was certainly no coincidence, nor could he have come unprepared. Perhaps they were already surrounded. Although Yu Wenjiang was confident in his own strength, the recent string of defeats had made him wary of making even the slightest mistake. Governor, you no need to be nervous. Please come sit. Lin Fan spoke while casting a glance ostensibly inviting him, but in truth letting Yu Wenjiang see his face clearly. Although the two had never met, people at their level were already familiar with one another. It's you. I never expected you to come personally and to appear here. Yu Wenjiang easily recognized Lin Fan. Shocked and increasingly tense, he wondered Lin Fan appearing here. Could this be a coincidence? Impossible. The war between them was not yet over. Lin Fan's leaving the protection of his main army naturally had a purpose. Clearly Lin Fan's target was none other than himself. I never expected to meet your highness here. Yu Wenjiang knew that once Lin Fan revealed his identity, there would be no chance of escape. This unremarkable small city must already be filled with Lin Fan's people. Moreover, the experts around Lin Fan, especially those at the neighboring tables, made Yu Wenjiang even less daring to act rashly. These men were far stronger than the ones he had brought. It could be said that at this moment Yu Wenjiang's life was no longer in his own hands. Perhaps having come to this realization, he relaxed instead and walked directly to sit across from Lin Fan. After Chao Zhengshun poured Yu Wenjiang a cup of tea, he kept a close watch on Yu Wenjiang's movements. Governor, you in such a hurry. You must be headed for Changzhou, but I advise you to give up. Even if you reach Changzhou, it won't change reality. Rather than exhausting yourself, you might as well stay and lead an easier life. Running is impossible. Even struggling desperately would be meaningless. Your Highness, are you truly determined to exterminate me? In essence, there is no great enmity between us, and I have been merely acting against my will. Your enemy should be the royal Xiao family. Why trouble a small figure like me? It was not pleading. Yu Wenjiang was merely stating a fact. Between him and Lin Fan there indeed was no great hatred. You're right. What you and I contend for is merely the territory of the Xiao state. There is indeed no personal grievance. However, I am different from you. While I want the Xiao state, I also want to ensure the livelihood of its people. Unlike you, who would stop at nothing to achieve your ends. Especially since you are a disciple of the Black Demon sect, you should know that there can be no coexistence between me and the Black Demon sect. Moreover, you must have guessed that the disappearance of Black Demon sect members in the 5 southwestern prefectures was all my doing. Therefore, how can you and I part on amicable terms? There was no deep-seated enmity between Lin Fan and Yu Wenjiang, nor between Lin Fan and the Black Demon sect, but their differing convictions destined them to become enemies. What the Black Demon sect members had done was unacceptable to Lin Fan. A sect like that in Lin Fan's view had to be eradicated. Lin Fan, what you have achieved today is truly no small feat. Yu Wenjiang did not deny it flatly because there was no point. Once Lin Fan had made up his mind, he couldn't get away, and once in Lin Fan's hands he would have to speak sooner or later anyway. There are many ways in this world to make a person talk, and Yu Wenjiang was well aware that years of ease and comfort had long made him unable to bear certain punishments. Rather than suffer, he might as well be straightforward. Your Highness, who exactly is behind you? What power supports you? Given my situation, I suppose there is no chance of leaving. Would your Highness be willing to clear up my confusion? This was not only what Yu Wenjiang was curious about, it was also what everyone watching the situation in Xiao State cared about and kept investigating. A declining Lin family and the deceased Grand General Lin Wudi could never have given Lin Fan such a foundation. What support of any kind? It's merely a figment of your imagination. However, what I control is indeed difficult for you to comprehend. Of course, even if you knew, it would be useless, for the gap in strength is far too vast. Not to mention you, Governor Yu, and the feudal lords of Xiao State. Even if the Black Demon sect behind you were to come in person, it would be the same. As long as I wish, I can wipe everything out at any time. The reason I haven't made too much noise, even sparing the royal family of Xiao, is solely for the sake of the people of Xiao State. Lin Fan's words were all true, but how could Yu Wenjiang believe them? Without help, could one achieve such results in such a short time? Who did he think he was fooling? Forget it. Since your highness is unwilling to say more, so be it. I am a man about to die. Even if I knew, what difference would it make? Yu Wenjiang said self-deprecatingly, as if foreseeing the impending end. Indeed, although Yu Wenjiang still had some value for use, it was only for use. Once used up, he naturally would not be kept. All right, please escort Governor Yu back. With that, Lin Fan turned and left. The rest would naturally be handled by Chao Zhengchun and the men of the Eastern Depot. Just as Lin Fan left, several figures leaped out from both sides of the street, engaging Yu Wenjiang's men in battle. Yu Wenjiang sat there calmly watching, offering no resistance because he knew it was useless. Moments later, all of Yu Wenjiang's men were dead. Except for Yu Wenjiang himself, who was taken away by Chao Zhengchun, not one was left. That very night, the news spread widely that Yu Wenjiang, governor of Taizhou, was a disciple of the Black Demon sect who had colluded in the Changzhou rebellion to throw Xiao state into chaos and plunge its people into the flames of war. Not only that, but some evidence was also exhibited, such as tokens, letters, and so on. And some people from the governor's residence in Taizhou came forward publicly to testify to all this. In an instant, Yu Wenjiang's reputation was completely ruined and Lin Fan's initial goal had been achieved. Yu Wenjiang's fate was sealed, a calculated outcome within Lin Fan's grand design. Indeed, this was Yu Wenjiang's final utility. Command Yuan Chonghuan to accelerate his operations and seize absolute control over the entire territory of Taizhou as swiftly as possible. Lu Bu, accompany me to Changzhou. Once we eradicate the forces of the Black Demon cult entrenched there, the remaining provinces will pose no significant threat. Lin Fan was unwilling to delay any longer. Although the Bingzhou Iron Cavalry numbered a mere 100,000, their profound cultivation ensured that even if besieged by an army of millions, Lin Fan harbored no fear for his personal safety. Even in the unlikely event of defeat, breaking through the encirclement would be effortless. Moreover, it was utterly impossible for Changzhou to muster an army of millions at this juncture. They possessed neither the capacity nor the time to prepare such a force. On this expedition, Lin Fan's objective remained the provincial capital of Changzhou, where almost all key members of the Black Demon cult were concentrated. Once the capital was neutralized and their leadership severed, the subjugation of Changzhou would become a simple matter, leaving only the gradual deployment of troops to pacify the rest. After securing Changzhou, Lin Fan would stand face to face with the Wen Kingdom. At that point, whether he chose to intervene in Wen's civil war under the banner of the 8th Prince Wen Tianlu or proceed to deal with the remaining provinces of the Xiao Kingdom, his path would be significantly smoother. After delegating the tasks to Yuan Chonghuan, Lin Fan's army of 100,000 immediately set forth, marching directly toward Changzhou. Along the way, Lin Fan received an envoy dispatched by Gongsun Zan. Your Highness, envoys from both Yunzhou and Xianzhou have arrived at General Gongsun's encampment. Both provinces seek to surrender and implore your Highness to accept their submission. The messenger explained the situation concisely before presenting the official letters. Your Highness, the envoys from the two provinces are currently on their way here, hoping to be granted an audience with you. Regarding the state of Xianzhou and Yunzhou, Lin Fan had already obtained comprehensive intelligence through the Eastern Depot. Gongsun Zan's messenger was merely paving the way. The approaching envoys of the two provinces were the true focal point. In that case, Lu Bu command the army to pitch camp. I shall grant them an audience. Chao Jingxuan compile and integrate the intelligence regarding Changzhou, Xingzhou, and Qinzhou. Xingzhou and Qinzhou were virtually crippled and Changzhou fared little better. All would have to be resolved together on this campaign. If Yunzhou and Xianzhou surrendered, then within the entire Xiao Kingdom, only Yizhou would remain to occupy Lin Fan's attention. Yizhou was under the control of the Shifang Hall and the Murong clan. The Shifang Hall was of little concern, crippled by their diminished strength, they no longer held any sway. However, even with the formidable capabilities of the Eastern Depot, the true depth of the Murong clan remained shrouded in mystery. Lin Fan was still uncertain about the number of hidden masters they possessed and the extent of their power. Furthermore, there was no prior enmity between Lin Fan and the Murong clan. It would be ideal if they could reach an amicable understanding to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. Nevertheless, the specifics would have to wait until the Xiao Kingdom was fully secured. Shortly after, the envoys from Xianzhou and Yunzhou arrived. Your humble servants pay respects to your Highness. The two were highly tactful, immediately performing a formal deep bow upon meeting him. Rise. I am already well aware of your intentions. What I must convey to you is that aside from relinquishing military and political authority, the high-ranking officials of your two provinces will retain their current status. As long as you serve me with unwavering loyalty, strive for the welfare of your citizens, and abide by the law, I shall not pursue any of your past transgressions. Right from the outset, Lin Fan offered them a reassuring guarantee. The two provinces were the weakest within the Xiao Kingdom. While conquering them would be straightforward, it would nonetheless deplete military strength and resources. Since they were willing to capitulate, Lin Fan was more than happy to accept their surrender and spare himself the unnecessary trouble. As long as the people of the two provinces remained obedient, Lin Fan had no intention of making things difficult for them. It all depended on whether they knew their place. Rest assured, your Highness, we have come with the utmost sincerity. All affairs of Yunzhou and Xianzhou shall be left entirely to your discretion, and we shall obey your every command without fail. Tactful indeed, the two provinces dared not utter a single word of dissent against Lin Fan's decrees. For them, they had never harbored ambitions of supremacy, nor did they possess the strength to compete. The best possible outcome was simply to align themselves with whoever emerged victorious in the end. By now anyone with a discerning eye could see that Lin Fan, the newly appointed Prince of Jinbei, did not merely hold a slight advantage. Unless a massive upheaval occurred in Changzhou which was backed by the Black Demon cult, or the Moron clan chose to intervene, the overall fate of the Xiao kingdom was already sealed. If they waited until they were forcibly subjugated, they would receive no favorable treatment whatsoever. The leadership of the two provinces understood this, clearly choosing to surrender proactively to leave a favorable impression on Lin Fan, which might even preserve their official positions and prosperity. Their demands were modest, and Lin Fan was amenable to satisfying them, leading to an immediate and seamless agreement. That very day, the envoys of the two provinces dispatched word back home, detailing their meeting with Lin Fan along with his demands and promises. Everything proceeded exactly as anticipated. Without any hesitation, both provinces declared that very day that they would submit to the command of the Prince of Jinbei. This was an unequivocal announcement to the rest of the world. They were withdrawing from the game and surrendering, leaving others to face whatever fate awaited them. At this point, the warlords of the Xiao kingdom were virtually depleted, with very few figures of any real consequence remaining. Consequently, the surrender of the two provinces failed to generate any significant stir. By now, let alone the high-ranking officials and nobility, even the common citizens in the streets of the Xiao kingdom knew that the tides of power had shifted. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of the royal palace in the capital, Xiao Meier stared blankly at the intelligence report in her hands. The rapid deterioration of the situation in the Xiao kingdom had caught Xiao Meier completely off guard. Although everything had seemingly been under control and the royal family had been constantly seeking ways to turn the tide, she had never expected that a single individual Lin Fan would entirely alter the course of events. I was wrong. Oh, how I regret my past decisions. Xiao Meier fell into a state of profound despair. The current state of the Xiao kingdom was beyond redemption. No matter how hard she struggled, she could no longer alter the outcome. At this point, even if external forces were to intervene, the state of the Xiao kingdom could hardly be salvaged. And even if some change did occur, it would no longer have anything to do with her. Xiao Meier. What power would ever take Xiao Meier seriously? Even if they offered assistance, she would merely be reduced to a puppet, and that was the best-case scenario. The most likely outcome was that they would usurp her throne, the only question being who would replace her. Your Majesty, now is not the time for despair. I implore your Majesty to take heart and seek a resolution to our predicament. Wen Tian offered words of counsel, but it was merely empty consolation. At this juncture, Wen Tian himself was utterly powerless. Minister Wen, at this stage, do you still have any strategy left? Xiao Meier looked at Wen Tian with a glimmer of hope in her eyes, as if grasping at the very last straw. Your Majesty, your servant currently has no viable plan. Wen Tian replied with great distress. What could he possibly do? Relying solely on his prowess as a martial emperor, he was powerless to change the grand scheme of things. Your Majesty, the only course of action left to us is to steel our resolve and persevere. Once the conflict between the Fengyang kingdom and the Black Demon cult is resolved, we might still have a chance. Perhaps. How agonizingly uncertain. Yet both of them knew that even if the Fengyang kingdom emerged victorious, would they bother to look after them? Unlikely. Moreover, whether the Fengyang kingdom could secure the final victory remained entirely unknown. Driving away a wolf only to invite a tiger would most likely result in escaping the wolf's den only to fall into the tiger's lair. For the royal family of the Xiao kingdom, the most probable outcome was that nothing would change in the end. Fan Lin was unaware of Xiao Meier's distress, and even if he had been, he would have merely smiled it off. There was no way for the situation in Xiao state to change, and Fan Lin would never agree to such a course. No matter how meticulously Xiao Meier pondered strategies, Fan Lin continued to act according to his own plans. Leading Lu Bu's Bingzhou Iron Cavalry, he charged straight into Changzhou. By this time, Changzhou had lost the strength to attack Xingzhou and Qinzhou. Under the counteroffensives of those two states, it could only focus on its own defense. The Black Demon cult could offer no support whatsoever. Worse still, the cult's headquarters remained entirely ignorant of the situation in Xiao state. Fan Lin's blockade had proven highly effective, preventing any intelligence from escaping. The Western Depot under Yu Huatian and agents from the Luo network had rendered significant contributions. My lord, we have entered Changzhou. How shall we proceed? We await your orders. At last, the moment for Lu Bu to showcase his prowess had arrived. Upon entering Changzhou, he eagerly requested to lead the attack. War rages endlessly throughout Changzhou. We need not join every skirmish. Our target is the provincial capital. Capture their leaders, strike at their king. Once this last batch of Black Demon cult forces is eliminated, the remainder will pose little threat. We can deal with them methodically. A single proclamation will see numerous cities choose to surrender. Those who stubbornly resist will be struck decisively. The chaos in Changzhou can be quelled swiftly. Under the current circumstances, there was no need for gradual advancement. Had Changzhou not been under the control of the Black Demon cult, they would hardly have dared to continue fighting. Xingzhou and Qinzhou faced similar situations. Once news of Fan Lin's arrival spread, it was believed that few among those two states would dare to resist. Whether willing or resigned with the situation now laid bare, there would be little room for unexpected developments. Lu Bu, ever eager for battle, felt some disappointment at being unable to engage in a major fight for the time being. Yet he dared not object and immediately issued orders for the army to bypass each city and head straight for the provincial capital. Fan Lin's advance was conspicuous by design, meant to send a clear message to the three states: Fan Lin has arrived. It is time for you to make your choice. Thus, not only did Changzhou learn of Fan Lin's arrival, the other two states were equally informed. Everyone understood his purpose. The choice between submission and resistance lay plainly before them, and each state was compelled to make a decision. In Changzhou, there was no room to decide independently. Regardless of how dire the situation became, they had no choice but to hold firm. It was unavoidable. They did not wish to fight Fan Lin, nor did they desire death. Yet they feared the Black Demon cult's retribution far more so. They gritted their teeth and endured in silence. Meanwhile, the other two states, while still clashing with Changzhou, were also weighing their future. However, voices of resistance grew faint while those calling for peace prevailed. Even the governors of both states were powerless to alter this trend. The might of the Huangzhou army had been forged through combat. Though Xingzhou and Qinzhou lay far from Huangzhou, all were well aware of their formidable fighting capability. To fight meant near certain defeat. To yield offered a slim chance of survival. Moreover, with Xianzhou and Yunzhou serving as precedents, all could see clearly what awaited those who resisted. Under such circumstances, who would willingly sacrifice themselves for nothing? Days passed in restless anxiety as all parties closely monitored the movements of the Bingzhou Iron Cavalry. Soon Fan Lin and his party arrived at Changzhou's provincial capital. Along the way, they encountered no resistance whatsoever. Cities under Changzhou's jurisdiction did not dare to obstruct the Bingzhou cavalry and could only watch helplessly as the army advanced into Changzhou's heartland. Lu Bu made no attempt to besiege any city, emboldening the defenders further. They dared not sally out to provoke him, merely standing by as the army marched deeper into Changzhou's territory. As for what would come after the war, there would be time enough to settle then. Better to endure hardship than to perish, a thought shared by nearly every garrison. My lord, ahead lies the provincial capital. At last they had arrived. For days Lu Bu had been stifling his eagerness. Order the army to establish camp. We shall assault the city tomorrow. The Changzhou forces dared not sally out to meet them, leaving Fan Lin with no choice but to launch a direct assault. Nevertheless, he harbored full confidence in taking the provincial capital. Xiao Zhengchuan ordered agents from the Luo network and the Eastern Depot to begin their operations tonight. Conduct decapitation strikes against the principal generals of Changzhou. Tomorrow, coordinate with the main army for the assault. It was merely a large city. Even if the Bingzhou Iron Cavalry lacked expertise in siege warfare, with so many supporting forces at his disposal, capturing it would pose little difficulty. That night, tremendous turmoil erupted within Changzhou's city walls. Key military commanders and even mid-ranking officers alike fell victim to sudden attacks, many caught completely off guard and dispatched on the spot. It was not limited to the military. Local magnates and certain civil officials also came under assassination. Nearly all of them were members of the Black Demon cult or staunch sympathizers. Left alive, they would prove a lasting menace, so Fan Lin chose this opportunity to eliminate them entirely. The chaos resembled the onset of the apocalypse. The army descended into disorder, and the city itself lost control. By dawn, the unrest within the walls had not subsided, and an even greater riot broke out at the city gates. Agents of the Eastern Depot and the Luo network had launched a surprise assault on the gates. Even under normal circumstances, they could not have been held back. Now, with the garrison in disarray, resistance was hopeless. The gates fell swiftly and were thrown open. The Bingzhou Iron Cavalry waiting outside immediately surged into the city. Under Lu Bu's command, they carried out a thorough purge of those who offered desperate resistance. At the same time, the Eastern Depot and Luo network launched a final purge against those who had aligned themselves with the Black Demon cult. This was a ruthless operation. Unlike the earlier decapitation strikes, this time the action was nothing short of extermination, wiping out entire families. Having made their choice, they would bear its consequences. As for these traitors to the state, Fan Lin showed no mercy, eliminating them without hesitation. My lord, let us proceed to the governor's mansion. It has already been secured. Xiao Zhengchuan brought fresh intelligence. The enemy's most critical stronghold, the governor's mansion, had fallen successfully. This was hardly surprising. The disparity in strength was enormous, and with the main army in support, how could a scattered rabble hope to resist? Very well, let us go. Fan Lin harbored no concerns regarding Changzhou. He needed a quiet moment to contemplate how to deal with Yizhou next. Apart from Yizhou, all 17 states of Xiao State were already within his grasp. No surprises were expected. My lord, all hostiles have been neutralized. The surrendered soldiers are corralled and under guard. No resistance remains in the provincial capital. After a day of fierce combat, a thoroughly satisfied Lu Bu finally appeared bearing this welcome news. Excellent. Order the army to rest and ensure no disruption to the civilians. Tomorrow issue a proclamation across all of Changzhou demanding unconditional surrender and acceptance of our administration. Lu Bu, you shall oversee the army's arrangements here. In a few days, should anyone dare to refuse, the matter shall be left to your discretion. Most cities within Changzhou would choose to surrender, but there were bound to be a few obstinate, ambitious minds too blind to recognize the situation. For such cases, Fan Lin would not interfere. Lu Bu would handle them accordingly. After dealing with the remnants of the Black Demon cult entrenched in Changzhou, Lin Fan sent notices to Xingzhou and Qinzhou informing them of the successful suppression of the rebellion and the end of the war. At the same time, he invited the governors of both Xingzhou and Qinzhou to Changzhou to jointly discuss post-war affairs. The other requests were fine, but this last point about inviting people over was not so simple. Lin Fan's intention was clear. He had issued an ultimatum to the two provinces whether they were willing to submit to him. If yes, come in person; if not, simply ignore it. However, the consequences needed careful consideration. This was a difficult dilemma for the two provinces that required them to make a decision. But Lin Fan did not care about any of this. Whatever choice the two provinces made was irrelevant. The territory of Xiao Kingdom must be taken. To break through his current limits, Lin Fan had been accumulating strength, waiting for the day when he could unleash it all at once. Your Highness, news has arrived from the state of One. The 8th Prince Wen Tianlu lacks sufficient backing. Even with our people secretly assisting him, he cannot achieve absolute dominance. Moreover, under the strikes of the other princes, he has suffered considerable losses. Among the dozen princes of the state of One, Wen Tianlu was hardly outstanding. Otherwise, he would not have been so easy to control. Furthermore, neither his age nor his mother's faction held any advantage. Acting hastily, it was indeed difficult for him to establish a foothold. Had it not been for the covert assistance of experts from the Luo network, this fellow would not have survived until now. It does not matter. Wen Tianlu is merely an excuse for us to intervene in the affairs of the state of One. As long as he lives, the rest is irrelevant. Once we free our hands, everything will be resolved with ease. However, we cannot allow the situation to deteriorate unchecked. It would become troublesome to clean up later. How about this? Guan Yu, Zhao Yun, you two will enter the state of One secretly and join Wen Tianlu. Zhao Xinchuan, have our people make the arrangements. Let Generals Guan Yu and Zhao Yun take command of Wen Tianlu's forces as soon as possible. Win a few decisive battles and stabilize the situation. The affairs of Xiao Kingdom are drawing to a close, but we must not grow careless. There is still the Morong family to deal with. Once I settle these matters, it will be time for us to step out of Xiao Kingdom and move toward a broader world. Lin Fan made arrangements regarding the situation in the state of One. Wen Tianlu's continuous defeats would eventually bring considerable trouble. With Zhao Yun and Guan Yu arriving, winning a few battles would be straightforward given their capabilities and military expertise. The circumstances in the state of One were naturally different. Your Highness, at present only Yizhou is difficult to handle among Xiao Kingdom. The remaining provinces will not be a problem. Even if Xingzhou and Qinzhou refuse to submit, they can still be dealt with. Xiao Zhenshun remarked. Regarding Yizhou, I must make a personal visit and confront the Morong family. The matter involving the Morong family required Lin Fan's own presence. Sending someone else might not suffice. Lin Fan had not yet clarified the exact strength of the Morong family, so he could not resort to coercive measures for the time being. Moreover, Lin Fan had no particular grudge against the Morong family. If negotiations were possible, they could still be pursued. As for the outcome, Lin Fan could not say for certain. Nevertheless, with several powerful experts at his side, Lin Fan was not concerned about his own safety. The Morong family was strong, but only to a certain extent. Otherwise, they would not have confined themselves to a corner. Still, Lin Fan was in no hurry to address the matter of Yizhou. He would first deal with the affairs of the other provinces. Your Highness, General Huatsubing is still engaged in battle against the barbarians. He has already scattered their encirclement. What do you think he should do next? The purpose of the barbarians' troop assembly was not merely to counter Huatsubing's million-strong cavalry, but also to plan a counterattack against Xiao Kingdom. However, the barbarians had severely underestimated the combat effectiveness of the Great Han Iron Cavalry. Far from launching a counteroffensive against Xiao Kingdom, they could not even achieve their goal of repelling the Han cavalry before being utterly shattered. An entire million-strong army was routed, and they would be incapable of threatening Xiao Kingdom in the short term. There is no value in continuing the fight. Let Huatsubing hold the border. If the barbarians invade, that will be the time for them to display their power. If they cower, then let it remain as is. Lin Fan pondered for a moment and decided to temporarily halt attacks against the barbarians. Relying solely on the Great Han Iron Cavalry to completely conquer the barbarians was beyond their current capability, and Lin Fan did not yet have sufficient forces at his disposal. Moreover, the barbarians were not Lin Fan's primary target. As alien races, they held little value for future governance and could not yield system points. Therefore, Lin Fan's near-term objectives remained focused on human nations such as the state of Wuzun and the kingdom of Fengyang. Has there been any anomaly in the demon beast forest? With Bai Qi and Ran Min stationed there along with the 3,000 martial emperors led by Yuan Qingdu, the situation was more than sufficient for self-defense barring any major catastrophe. Your Highness, there are no abnormalities at present. The demon beast forest has been quiet recently. Our men from the Eastern Depot are gradually exploring the forest, and there are no signs of large-scale battles. Xiao Jingchun provided a definite answer. Lin Fan's next target was the state of Wuzun, but relying solely on Lu Bu's 100,000 martial king cavalry was insufficient in number. In other regions, Lin Fan's forces were in a defensive posture and could not be redeployed at will. Furthermore, Xuanzhou, Yunzhou, Xingzhou, Qinzhou, and Changzhou all required garrison troops, and these matters had yet to be resolved. Lin Fan had completed multiple missions, but had refrained from using them, hoping to wait until the faction points were settled before making a decision. Although troop reinforcements were needed now, it was not yet the most urgent moment. Lin Fan decided to wait a little longer. Your Highness, how should we handle the royal capital? Currently, General Yu Fei has controlled all of Zhongzhou except for the capital itself. The royal capital was the symbol of Xiao Kingdom. Once it fell, Xiao Kingdom would cease to exist. However, due to system constraints and Lin Fan's desire for vengeance, he did not wish to deal with the royal capital, the Xiao family, and Xiao Meier so easily. Take your time. I will settle the matter of the royal capital when I have a chance to return. The Xiao family was Lin Fan's greatest enemy. They would never be allowed to die so easily. This debt would not be resolved so simply. Issue orders to Guijia to arrange sufficient personnel to prepare for taking control of the approaching provinces. Conquering the provinces was easy, but the existing administrative personnel and garrison commanders would undoubtedly need to be replaced with their own people. Moreover, the ordinary civilian officials and military generals under Lin Fan's command had all reached the martial venerable or martial emperor realm, making them fully capable of safeguarding various cities. Order Zhang Liang to set out and come here. He will accompany me to the Morong family. Afterward, he will also be responsible for operations targeting the state of Wuzun. Regarding many strategic planning matters, Lin Fan might not have foreseen everything, so it was better to leave them to Zhang Liang. Furthermore, although Xiao Kingdom currently had many matters to attend to, Guijia and Li Shanzhong, along with so many outstanding civil officials, could handle things without Lin Fan needing to worry. This way, Lin Fan could focus on expanding his sphere of influence. In the days that followed, Lin Fan did not rush to set out for the Morong residence. Instead, he waited for Zhang Liang's arrival and kept watch over the final decisions from Qinzhou and Xingzhou. A week later came the day of territorial settlement. Lin Fan had accumulated billions of points, yet he made no haste to put them to use. With the Xiao Kingdom now entirely under his control, Lin Fan faced no opposition. He had neither urgency to spend his points nor to collect his mission rewards. Lin Fan knew that once the final few provinces were fully absorbed, he would deal with both. After that, it would be time to push beyond the borders of Xiao Kingdom. Soon Zhang Liang arrived. My lord, aside from Yizhou and the royal capital, all other regions of Xiao Kingdom have been brought under our control. Should you will it, the kingdom can be completely transformed at any moment. Though Zhang Liang had joined later, he was well aware of Lin Fan's rise. Judging by the timeline, it had indeed been remarkably swift. There is no rush to dismantle Xiao Kingdom just yet. Aside from dealing with Yizhou, we must first settle the affairs of all other provinces. Only then will our gaze turn outward beyond Xiao Kingdom's borders. There is no rush to dismantle Xiao Kingdom just yet. Aside from dealing with Yizhou, we must first settle the affairs of all other provinces. Only then will our gaze turn outward beyond Xiao Kingdom's borders. He sat at his desk, gazing thoughtfully out the window, his fingers tapping lightly against the surface, producing a quickened rhythm. Zhang Liang stood nearby, head bowed in silence, awaiting Lin Fan's instructions. Zhang Liang, accompany me to Yizhou tomorrow to meet with the Morong family. Lin Fan broke the silence, suddenly his voice low, yet resolute, radiating an unyielding determination. Zhang Liang lifted his head, slightly a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes before he regained his composure. He nodded and spoke softly, "Yes, my lord." Lin Fan rose and walked slowly toward Zhang Liang, placing a hand on his shoulder. Their gazes met, each reflecting unwavering resolve and trust. The Morong family's influence is not to be underestimated. They have held Yizhou for years with unknown intentions. We cannot afford to grow careless. We must bring them under our control. Lin Fan's voice carried a touch of coldness, as if declaring his unshakable resolve. Zhang Liang furrowed his brow, slightly concern evident. My lord, the Morong family's strength is formidable. We must proceed with caution, lest we provoke their counterattack. Lin Fan smiled, a glint of confidence flashing in his eyes. I understand, but we cannot allow them to threaten our rule. We must ascertain their true capabilities before formulating our strategy. Zhang Liang nodded and said no more. He knew Lin Fan had made his decision, and his duty was simply to assist Lin Fan in achieving those goals. Next, Lin Fan and Zhang Liang discussed the personnel arrangements for each province. Lin Fan had never been particularly concerned about such matters as Guijia handled those arrangements without needing his input. Zhang Liang was far more familiar with these affairs, and his reports were largely routine. My lord, the personnel arrangements for all provinces have been essentially finalized. The governors of each province were personally appointed by you, and they are all your trusted confidants with reliable loyalty. Zhang Liang reported. Excellent, Lin Fan nodded with satisfaction. These were almost entirely summoned officials, and naturally Lin Fan felt at ease. What about the military forces in each province? Lin Fan continued. The troops across all provinces have also been arranged. Each province maintains a garrison commanded by its respective governor. Additionally, we have appointed inspectors in every province to oversee both the military and civil officials, Zhang Liang replied. Regarding military affairs, Lin Fan had restructured the local ranks and responsibilities, introducing finer divisions to prevent any single individual from accumulating excessive power. Good, then I am reassured, Lin Fan said. By the way, how has the arrangement concerning the Morong family progressed? My lord, everything has been arranged. Tomorrow we will travel to Yizhou to meet with the Morong family, Zhang Liang reported. Since Lin Fan was making an official visit, it was only proper to notify the Morong family in advance. Very well. Tomorrow settle the matter with the Morong family once and for all, Lin Fan said. I do not wish to see them stirring up trouble on Xiao Kingdom's soil in the future. Although the possibility was nearly zero, Lin Fan did not wish to take risks. In the days ahead, his ambitions would extend beyond Xiao Kingdom, and his base must remain secure. Yes, my lord, Zhang Liang said. I will spare no effort to resolve the Morong situation. Their gazes met once more, each seeing unwavering resolve in the other's eyes. They knew this meeting would be a life-and-death confrontation, yet both believed they would emerge victorious. Xiao Jingxuan, where is Zhao Gao currently? Lin Fan asked. He fully understood the dangers of this journey and knew he needed to prepare thoroughly, bringing along his most powerful fighters. Dugu Qiubai, a powerhouse at the Grandmaster realm, stood beside Lin Fan like an iron tower, steadfast and immovable. His gaze was deep and composed, as though constantly contemplating responses to any potential crisis. Nearby, Wu Ming, a master at the nascent soul stage, stood quietly, his expression cold, his eyes revealing a trace of unyielding determination. Beyond these two top-tier fighters, Lin Fan did not have many more exceptional warriors at his disposal. Therefore, he had to rely on Zhao Gao's Luo Wang operatives to provide covert protection. As for the others, they would suffice against the people of Xiao Kingdom, but against the Morong family, they fell somewhat short. Fear not, my lord. Zhao Gonggong has, as you commanded, entered the South Heaven Pass with the core members of the Luo Wang. They will closely monitor the Morong family's every move. Should the slightest disturbance arise, we will receive timely intelligence. The coordination between the Luo Wang and the Dongchang had grown increasingly seamless. Their presence was like a reassuring anchor in Lin Fan's heart, granting him a measure of peace of mind. Do not expose yourselves. The Morong family's people are not ordinary. Lin Fan could not help but feel concerned. He fully understood the Morong family's strength. They commanded vast influence and possessed formidable cultivation. Should they discover the intrusion, the consequences would be dire. Yet the Luo Wang operatives were assassins who lived in the shadows, skilled in covert strikes and intelligence gathering rarely ever detected. They were like ghosts hidden in darkness, silently guarding Lin Fan's safety. Rest assured, my lord, Xiao Jingxuan reassured him. The Luo Wang members are all rigorously trained elites who know how to protect themselves. Moreover, Zhao Gonggong will personally direct operations, ensuring everything remains under control. Lin Fan nodded slightly, though his anxiety had not entirely dissipated. He knew this journey concerned not only his own life and death, but also the fate of the entire Xiao Kingdom. Lin Fan had to be meticulous, allowing for no oversight. He turned to the warriors at his side, a glint of resolve flashing in his eyes. Gentlemen, this journey may face dangers unprecedented, but I believe we will overcome every obstacle and achieve final victory, Lin Fan declared. The warriors present responded in unison, their voices low yet resolute, expressing their determination and courage. Lin Fan quickly finished arranging the affairs of the various prefectures. The newly incorporated prefectures naturally had people to handle them. He then set out for Nantian Pass with confidence, accompanied by a host of experts and Zhang Liang. Nantian Pass, a vital military fortress bordering Wen Kingdom, was completely in the hands of the Morong clan. The pillar of this generation of the Morong family was none other than Morong Hanxue, the nominal Grand General of Xiao Kingdom. General intelligence has arrived that Lin Fan is already leading his men toward our Nantian Pass. The Morong clan had entrenched itself in Xiao Kingdom for years, so it naturally had its own intelligence network. This day has finally come, though I did not expect it so soon. Have you ascertained the strength of the people around Lin Fan? Have you found out which force is truly backing him? The sudden appearance of Lin Fan naturally drew the full attention of the Morong clan. Although they bore no ill will and had no intention of killing him, they still needed to have a firm grasp of his situation. This was the Morong clan's way of survival. Forgive me, General. As for who is supporting Lin Fan behind the scenes, our people have found not a trace. It is as if these people simply materialized out of thin air. Over 10 million troops suddenly appeared in Xiao Kingdom, powerful legions, and even a martial king realm legion among them. Yet the strangest part is that no clue whatsoever can be found as to where these people came from. As for the strength of the experts beside Lin Fan, we can only make rough judgments since we have not actually fought them. Still, these people are by no means weak. From observing them over this period and their rare displays of force, a large portion of them are experts of the second heaven realm. As for exactly what stage they have reached, that is difficult to determine. However, among the few people at Lin Fan's side, at least 2 possess strength at the Grandmaster realm, or even stronger. General, if this subordinate's deductions are correct, then this visit by Lin Fan will not be easy for the Murong clan to handle. If the two sides fail to come to terms and come to blows, I fear we will not be a match for them. The subordinate relayed everything he had learned to Murong Hanshua in one breath. Towards someone like Lin Fan, the Murong clan had originally paid no mind. No matter how much turmoil he stirred up in their eyes, it was no more than a minor disturbance. Even if he toppled the Xiao family and replaced the Xiao kingdom, it would make no difference. It could not affect them. But Lin Fan had become an exception. This man's conduct after leaving the royal capital was truly astonishing. Those who wanted to deal with Lin Fan not only met bad ends, but some never even had the chance to act before the forces behind them were wiped out. What about the Black Demon sect? Strong enough, wasn't it? Even the Murong clan was unwilling to provoke it, for if the sect's main force descended, the Murong clan would fare no better. Yet this powerful sect found every one of its operations in Xiao Kingdom dismantled by Lin Fan. To claim that Lin Fan did not know of the Black Demon sect would be impossible. Even if he had not known at first, he certainly knew later. According to the Murong clan's intelligence network, Lin Fan's men had clearly targeted the Black Demon sect deliberately. Time after time, they struck at the sect's operations and nearly wiped out every agent the sect had sent to Xiao Kingdom. What did this prove? Lin Fan simply did not care about the mighty Black Demon sect. This was also why the Murong clan dared not act rashly. They had never intended to be Lin Fan's enemy, and a misunderstanding would be most troublesome. Especially after Duga Qiubai and Wu Ming appeared by Lin Fan's side, the Murong clan became extremely fearful and dared not act casually. Fortunately, Lin Fan seemed to bear no particular malice toward the Murong clan. He took no measures against them, and even adopted a suitably tolerant attitude toward their secret agents. This also gave Murong Hanshua confidence when facing Lin Fan. More importantly, Murong Hanshua had great faith in the clan's own strength. No matter how powerful Lin Fan was, he had ultimately never personally crossed swords with them or been truly tested. Everything was mere speculation. Yet Murong Hanshua would not be careless, and the Murong clan had made preparations for Lin Fan's arrival. Your Highness, ahead is Yizhou. Shall we proceed first to the prefectural seat of Yizhou? Strictly speaking, Nantian Pass was subordinate to Yizhou, but every power in Xiao Kingdom knew of its special status. Moreover, because Nantian Pass was located there, Yizhou was almost entirely under the Murong clan's command. Although the Murong clan did not interfere in Yizhou's affairs, the prefect of Yizhou was a sensible fellow. He consulted the Murong clan on everything, even bypassing the royal family, and brought every matter, great or small, to them. This created an established reality. Yizhou was controlled by the Murong clan. No need. He is a weathervane. Once the Murong clan is dealt with, Yizhou will be no problem at all. Lin Fan saw clearly the inner workings. Your Highness, there is also the Shifang Hall in Yizhou. How should we handle it? Sect powers had always stood above Xiao Kingdom. If not for the Murong clan, Shifang Hall would not have been so obedient. Every year it merely recruited disciples and took its due offerings without involving itself in anything else. In any case, Lin Fan would never permit the existence of sects who would be willing to have an overlord hovering above their head. Shifang Hall has been sensible enough. It has not made enemies of us, has not brought calamity to Xiao Kingdom, and once even lent a hand when Xiao Kingdom was in trouble. In that case, let us give them a chance. Once this matter is concluded, have Zhao Gao make a trip and bring Shifang Hall under our command. Let Luowang arrange things. If Shifang Hall had not been sensible and had not stood against Lin Fan sect, forces of this kind would certainly not have been allowed to remain. Besides, Shifang Hall truly had done nothing wrong, so it would be unjustifiable for Lin Fan to strike it down. Better to subdue it and hand it over to Zhao Gao, thereby adding a little strength to Luowang, even if it was not strictly necessary. Yes, Your Highness. This old servant will inform eunuch Zhao right away to make preparations. Xiao Zhengchun smiled a sinister smile. Once those fellows from Shifang Hall fell into Zhao Gao's hands, they would probably suffer a terrible fate. They might not lose their lives, but Zhao Gao's methods of tormenting people were no fewer than Xiao Zhengchun's own. However, that had nothing whatsoever to do with Xiao Zhengchun. A day later, a majestic giant pass appeared before Lin Fan's eyes. A few months earlier, before Lin Fan had risen, he had passed through this place on his way to Wen Kingdom. At that time, he had already been in theft as the Junbei king, yet, when he passed by, the Murong clan had not taken him seriously at all. Not even a single Murong clan member appeared. Only a few servants sent Lin Fan on his way. Now as he arrived once more, Lin Fan saw countless figures standing outside the city gate of Nantian Pass in the distance. Clearly they were all there for him. Lin Fan had made no attempt to conceal his movements along the way. If the Morong clan could not even manage to notice that, then Lin Fan would have to think less of a family that had made countless forces in Xiao Kingdom tremble with fear. Only when one's strength reached that level would one realize that in truth, it was nothing much after all. The 10 Directions Hall, once a force that had shaken Xiao Kingdom, was now beneath Lin Fan's notice. The disparity in strength had become irreconcilable, so he handed the matter over to Zhao Gao to deal with as he pleased. With affairs at hand settled, Lin Fan hastened to Nantian Pass. Nantian Pass was unusually bustling nowadays, all owing to Lin Fan's transformed status. Various factions dispatched envoys to welcome him, and even members of the Morong clan made an appearance. This was a stark contrast to the past. Yet General Morong Hanshua herself did not appear in person. Lin Fan took no offense. Amidst the entourage, he was directly escorted to the general's residence. After a brief rest, Lin Fan finally met the main figure of this journey, Morong Hanshua. "Forgive me, Your Highness. I have been overwhelmed with trivial matters and could not greet you in person." Morong Hanshua behaved with notable courtesy, but Lin Fan understood well that these were merely polite conventions. "No matter, General Morong. This prince has never cared for beating around the bush. I trust you understand the purpose of this visit. How does the Morong clan intend to respond to the situation in Xiao Kingdom?" Lin Fan unprecedentedly laid his question bare, unwilling to dance around the Morong family or waste a single moment on pretense. "Your Highness, Xiao Kingdom is virtually already in your grasp. Even the remaining Izhou region amounts to nothing more than a mere word away. Is this not sufficient? Our Morong clan resides at Nantian Pass both as a refuge and as a bulwark defending Xiao Kingdom from external threats. We have never interfered in internal affairs. Surely this alone cannot be unacceptable." What Morong Hanshua said was not entirely without merit. It held true when Xiao Kingdom was weak. But now that Lin Fan had risen to power, he would certainly not tolerate instability within his domain. This was beyond dispute. "General Morong, this prince is neither Xiao Meier nor Xiao Wudao. Our understanding of national unity differs fundamentally. To speak plainly, the Morong clan faces only two paths. First, surrender your military authority and accept unified arrangements. Naturally, this prince will treat all equally, showing no favoritism nor willful oppression toward your clan. The second path, leave Xiao Kingdom. I understand your clan remains here under compulsion, yet I cannot entertain such excuses. The unity and stability of Xiao Kingdom must be preserved." Lin Fan directly stated his bottom line: either join his cause, each member assigned according to their abilities across various positions, effectively dividing the Morong clan, or depart entirely regardless of whatever hardships or secrets they harbored. These mattered not to Lin Fan. He only sought results with no interest in the Morong family's past. Hearing Lin Fan's resolute words, Morong Hanshua pondered how to decide. For the Morong clan there existed a third option: to overthrow Lin Fan, entirely annihilate him, and seize control of Xiao Kingdom, a tempting prospect. Yet Morong Hanshua lacked full confidence. Setting aside the disparity in troop numbers, while the Morong clan possessed formidable elite warriors, Lin Fan's ranks teemed with ever-emerging masters whose true capabilities no one could accurately gauge. Moreover, the Morong clan wished not to reveal excessive strength. After all, their presence in Xiao Kingdom stemmed from circumstances beyond their control. Displaying too much power risked inviting strikes from hidden enemies. Under such constraints, the Morong clan found themselves in a difficult position. Submitting to Lin Fan was utterly impossible. Regardless of his future prospects, or whether he could shield the Morong clan from disaster, they would never make such a choice. To them, honor mattered profoundly. Even if forced to leave, they would not bow to Lin Fan. As for leaving, it was not so simple either. The vast Morong clan, with its numerous members and substantial assets, could not simply pack up and depart overnight. "Your Highness, our Morong clan situation is rather special. Submission is impossible. Let us not discuss further. As for departing, that is beyond my authority to decide. I must consult with our elders." Morong Hanshua was merely the leading figure of this generation. Many senior elders still lived, and such a momentous matter truly required their deliberation. "I understand. However, this prince's time is limited. I would prefer to speak with the Morong clan's elders directly." Lin Fan's purpose was to resolve this matter completely. He would not depart based on a few words from Morong Hanshua. If she lacked authority, then produce someone who did. "Very well, Your Highness, please wait." Morong Hanshua understood that attempting to brush him off with empty words would prove futile, and stalling was equally impossible. Xiao Kingdom now harbored only this single destabilizing factor, and Lin Fan valued it immensely. Reluctantly, Morong Hanshua departed. Approximately half an hour later, she returned accompanied by several individuals. One appeared ancient and frail, the pillar upon whom the Morong clan rested. 3 others were somewhat younger, though barely so. These 4 represented the true foundation of the Morong clan. Each possessed considerable strength, 1 at the early stage of core formation and 3 at varying realms of Grandmaster. No wonder the Morong clan inspired such apprehension. with strength like there's no faction in Xiao Kingdom could hope to compete. Even mobilizing a full army would prove useless. Once such individuals set their sights on someone, given Xiao Kingdom's existing elite combatant's death was virtually certain. It was precisely this power that granted the Murong clan their extraordinary standing within Xiao Kingdom. Your Highness, this is our clan's ancestor Murong Shanha. Clearly all matters within the Murong clan answered to this old man. Murong Hanshue introduced only him. Lin Fan remained silent, merely nodding slightly, a perfunctory acknowledgement at best. This behavior bordered on impolite, and several members of the Murong clan harbored discontent. Yet with Lin Fan's strength unknown, they dared not act on such a minor provocation. Your Highness, the Murong clan understands your intentions. However, we find your proposal difficult to accept. We respectfully request some time for deliberation. This amounted to a tactful rejection of Lin Fan's offer. Ancestor Murong, this prince has come in person to show you respect. I have no desire to burn bridges or strip you of choices. Yet I ask that you recognize the situation. I, Lin Fan, am not one to be trifled with. You must give me an answer today. I have little time to spare. Lin Fan remained unbending, clearly dissatisfied with the Murong clan's evasive tactics. How about this, Ancestor Murong? I believe certain matters are best settled through strength. Why not let us settle this with a contest? Lin Fan proposed directly. The Murong clan was indeed formidable, but only to a limited extent. Lin Fan's gathered masters were sufficient to suppress them. Moreover, this matter could not drag on indefinitely. Without displaying his strength, the Murong clan might entertain false hopes. Only through demonstrated supremacy could he dispel their unreasonable ambitions and bring this matter to a swift conclusion. Only then could Lin Fan consider his affairs in Xiao Kingdom substantially settled. For Lin Fan, martial supremacy formed the very foundation of survival in this world. He understood deeply that in an era rife with warfare and conspiracy, only formidable strength could safeguard both himself and those closest to his heart. Yet for others, circumstances differed considerably. They may have weathered countless battles throughout their lives, yet still clung to a dangerous sense of complacency, harboring the illusion that words alone could resolve their conflicts. Lin Fan grasped this truth profoundly. When the Murong family spurned his proposal, he chose not to yield. Instead, he proposed a trial of combat, to let strength speak where words had failed. He believed that only through genuine battle could he force the Murong family to recognize his true might, dissolving their lingering doubts once and for all. Murong Shanha received Lin Fan's proposal with quiet approval. He recognized it as a valuable opportunity, one that would allow his younger generation to demonstrate their capabilities while gaining a deeper understanding of Lin Fan's prowess. At the very least, it represented the most effective means of resolving the present crisis. He nodded and replied, "Since your grace has chosen to intervene, let my younger kin serve as your opponents." His voice resonated with confidence and unwavering resolve, as though he had already glimpsed the dawn of victory. With Murong Shanha's words lingering in the air and palpable tension seized the gathering. The warriors accompanying Murong Shanha were all figures of high standing within the Murong family, their strength by no means to be underestimated. Each had attained the Grandmaster realm. Should Lin Fan wish to counter them, he could only dispatch Dugu Qiubai or Wu Ming. "Your grace, allow me." Dugu Qiubai stepped forward and volunteered. Given Lin Fan's intention to conceal Wu Ming as his ultimate trump card, there was indeed none more fitting than Dugu Qiubai to face them. At this moment, Lin Fan's heart remained serene and composed. He knew this was a battle he must win, that only by displaying his full strength could he make the Murong family truly submit. And Lin Fan harbored complete trust in Dugu Qiubai's abilities. "Go forth, but show restraint. Do not cause injury," Lin Fan instructed. Having not yet completely severed ties with the Murong family, Lin Fan was unwilling to push matters to an irreparable extreme. Dugu Qiubai drew a deep breath and steadied his composure, then turned his gaze toward the Murong warriors. Though their strength paled in comparison to his own, they shared the same grand realm, and Dugu Qiubai approached the confrontation with due caution. The Murong warriors also felt the weight of pressure emanating from Dugu Qiubai. They understood that this was not merely a contest of family honor, but one that would determine the very future of the Murong clan. They must devote themselves without reservation and retreat not an inch. Thus they too steadied themselves and fixed their gaze upon Dugu Qiubai. As the two sides locked eyes, the atmosphere grew increasingly taut, as though a great battle were about to erupt. All present awaited the coming moment with bated breath. Just then Dugu Qiubai struck. His figure moved like a phantom, vanishing in an instant from where he stood. The next moment he appeared before the Murong warriors, his longsword gleaming with chilling light as it descended upon them in a lethal strike. The younger Murong warriors refused to show weakness. They unleashed their signature techniques, charging at Dugu Qiubai in unison. For a moment the arena became a maelstrom of flashing blades and soaring blood, a scene straight out of a living nightmare. Dugu Qiubai demonstrated his formidable prowess throughout the combat. His longsword darted like a venomous serpent, relentlessly thrusting toward the Murong warriors and catching them off guard time and again. Meanwhile, the Murong warriors displayed extraordinary resilience. They continued launching fierce attacks against Dugu Xiaobai, striving to halt his offensive advance. Both sides exchanged blows in a fierce back-and-forth struggle, neither gaining a decisive advantage. However, as the battle wore on, Dugu Xiaobai's superiority gradually became apparent. His sword grew faster and sharper, making it increasingly difficult for the Murong youths to defend themselves. Finally, after an intense and grueling battle, Dugu Xiaobai emerged victorious over the Murong family warriors. The Murong warriors lay wounded upon the ground. Silence fell over the arena as all eyes awaited Lin Fan's decision. They understood that the outcome of this battle had already sealed everything, and Lin Fan's next move would determine the fate of the entire situation. Lin Fan gazed at Murong Shanha, his eyes gleaming with quiet triumph. He knew he had won this battle, yet he chose not to kill. He understood that slaying Murong Shanha would solve nothing and only invite greater trouble. He lowered his long sword and declared, "Murong Shanha, you have lost. From this day forward your Murong family shall obey my commands. Otherwise bear the consequences yourselves." Murong Shanha stared at Lin Fan, his eyes clouded with complex emotions. He knew he had been defeated, yet he chose not to yield. "You expect the Murong family to follow your orders. Keep dreaming. The Murong clan will never bow to anyone." Lin Fan regarded Murong Shanha, a hint of coldness flashing across his eyes. He recognized that Murong Shanha was a man of unwavering pride, yet he also understood that he could not afford to let the Murong family become his enemy. Lin Fan replied, "Murong Shanha, do not refuse a toast only to be forced into drinking. I have already granted the Murong family one chance. If you fail to cherish it, then there will be no reason for your clan to continue existing." Murong Shanha looked at Lin Fan, a profound sense of helplessness filling his heart. He knew he no longer possessed the luxury of making choices, and the sheer strength of the experts surrounding Lin Fan left him visibly shaken. "Submit and depart from Xiao Kingdom. You must make your choice today." Lin Fan pressed Murong Shanha with uncompromising firmness. "Elder, let us leave." It was then that Murong Hanxue, who had remained silent throughout, finally spoke. "Elder, the situation in Xiao Kingdom has already been decided. If we remain, Lord Lin Fan will never rest easy. Meanwhile, the pride and honor of our Murong family forbid us from swearing allegiance to another. Therefore our best course lies in departure. Even if leaving brings tremendous losses, even the legions we have carefully cultivated cannot be taken with us. We still live, and as long as the Murong family endures, there remains hope." In truth, the Murong family originated from a kingdom distant from the Fengyang kingdom. Due to internal strife, they had been forced to seek refuge far from their homeland. The Murong family's stay in Xiao Kingdom was never born of indifference. They simply viewed Xiao Kingdom as insignificant. They had been continuously preparing resources and strength, training loyal forces with the natural hope of one day returning to their ancestral lands. Though this prospect was exceedingly remote, it remained the driving aspiration of every Murong clan member. Now both their refuge and their hope of return had been shattered by Lin Fan. How could this fail to fill the Murong family with resentment toward him? None of them had ever imagined such a day would come. The Murong clan driven out by a native power of Xiao Kingdom itself. Murong Shanha was deeply unwilling, but under Murong Hanxue's persuasion, he had no choice but to accept the fact of departure. Compared with siding with Lin Fan and letting the Murong clan lose its autonomy, leaving was perhaps the easier alternative to accept. "Lin Fan, you win. The Murong clan will leave Xiao Kingdom within 1 week." Murong Shanha looked forlorn. Were it not for his fear that his kinsmen might suffer casualties, he would truly have wanted to gamble on a fight. But the Murong clan was extremely wary of the strength of those around Lin Fan. "Good. 1 week. I hope the Murong clan will keep its word and avoid creating any unnecessary misunderstandings." With the matter resolved, Lin Fan had no reason to remain. After giving that instruction, he left. He believed the Murong clan would not dare to feign compliance. "Xiao Jingchuan, have your people watch the Murong clan." This was merely an extra precaution. "Order Ma Chao and Huang Zhong to take over the defense of Nantian Pass, train the troops, and be ready to attack when Kingdom at any moment. The rest of you will accompany me to the royal capital to see Xiao Meier and settle the final affairs of Xiao Kingdom." With the business at Nantian Pass concluded, Lin Fan intended to return first to the royal capital. The matters of the royal Xiao family also had to be resolved. A few days later, Lin Fan arrived at Yufei's headquarters. "Your Highness, with the cooperation of Wei Zhongxian and Qin Hui, our people have been placed into the Imperial Guard and are gradually taking hold of military command. If your Highness wishes, we can set things right at any moment." During this period, although the Yu family army had not attacked the royal capital, Yufei had not been idle. Lin Fan's forces were never short of martial emperor experts. With Wei Zhongxian and Qin Hui cooperating, and with the ubiquitous Eastern Depot, inserting people into the Imperial Guard was not difficult. The Imperial Guard was the last force still controlled by the royal family. Once Lin Fan controlled the Imperial Guard, the royal family would have no support left at all. "Excellent. We will set out for the royal capital immediately." With the Imperial Guard no longer an obstacle, Lin Fan could go to the royal capital whenever he wished. Early the next morning, as the first light of dawn appeared, Lin Fan arrived at the royal capital with a host of generals and the Yu family army. At the same time, command of the Royal Imperial Guard was seized by Lin Fan's people. Subsequently, the Yu family army took over the defense of the royal capital, while the Imperial Guard was led out of the royal city for retraining. All of this happened very quickly and very covertly. Deep inside the royal palace, Xiao Meier had no idea that Lin Fan had already entered the royal capital. She was still holding court. The court assembly of Xiao Kingdom had long since lost its former dignity. Were it not for Qin Hui and Wen Tian keeping order, and for Wei Zhongxian and others of the Shadow Division lurking in the dark, which of the Xiao court officials would still take Xiao Meier seriously? Xiao Meier knew all of this very well, but she had no remedy. She could only struggle on. Lord, when Lin Fan has gone to Nantian Pass. What choice did the Morong clan ultimately make? Lin Fan's trip to Nantian Pass was no secret, and Xiao Meier knew it. She understood his purpose only too well. Now, aside from the royal capital, the only other place of consequence was Nantian Pass. If the Morong clan suddenly rose up and killed Lin Fan, it would be good news for Xiao Meier. Your Majesty, no word has come yet. I wonder what choice the Morong clan will make. Wen Tian said helplessly. The Xiao Kingdom of today was no longer what it had been before. Obtaining accurate intelligence in a timely manner was no longer so easy. Moreover, with Wei Zhongxian around, Lin Fan had already entered the royal capital, without Xiao Meier or Wen Tian knowing. Your Majesty, the Morong clan has made its decision. The entire clan is about to leave Xiao Kingdom. Suddenly Wei Zhongxian's voice rang out, and it sounded extremely abrupt. In the court, no matter how favored Wei Zhongxian might be, he was still nothing but a eunuch. Without Her Majesty's order, how could he speak out of turn? This blatant violation of court protocol immediately aroused Wen Tian's vigilance and Xiao Meier's attention. Eunuch Wei, when did you receive the news? Is it accurate? Why did you only now report it? Xiao Meier's displeasure was written across her face. Of course it is accurate. Another voice rang out. Everyone looked toward the voice. It was Qin Hui who had spoken. The man wore a smug expression and even strode forward to stand in the middle of the hall, as if he were the leading figure at this very moment. At that moment, Wen Tian understood completely in his heart something major was definitely going to happen today. Wen Tian had long harbored great doubts about the origins of Qin Hui and Wei Zhongxian. Now that both spoke up at the same moment, it was obvious that these two were in league. All their previous behavior had been meant to deceive Xiao Meier. Xiao Meier was no fool, so she naturally sensed the abnormality and felt that disaster was imminent. One was a minister she valued highly, and the other was the grand eunuch responsible for the royal family's last remaining force. If these two had joined together, the Xiao royal family and court would likely be left without the strength to fight back. Lord Qin, Eunuch Wei, what exactly do you two intend to do? Wen Tian no longer cared what was about to happen. He only wanted to know who they really were and what they were after. Your Majesty, your subject is merely telling you the truth. In Xiao Kingdom today, apart from the royal capital, all other territories are no longer under your control. The Morong clan, on whom you pinned such high hopes, is about to flee Xiao Kingdom like homeless dogs. As for the 10 Directions Hall, it has already vanished. At such a glorious moment, Qin Hui naturally did not want Wei Zhongxian to take the spotlight, so he quickly laid out the current situation. Indeed, Your Majesty, such is the present state of Xiao Kingdom. For fear that Your Majesty would worry, this old servant had kept the news hidden. Only now do I report the full details. I hope Your Majesty will not blame me. Wei Zhongxian added in a sinister tone. Xiao Meier understood by now. The two had joined hands to turn her into a blind and deaf fool. Now that their aim was achieved, they finally chose to tell her. Who exactly are the two of you? Xiao Meier had long suspected the state of Xiao Kingdom. Even though Wei Zhongxian had kept it from her, she had faintly sensed it. She was not stupid. Lin Fan's rise was unstoppable. It was impossible that he had made no move for so long. Now everything was clear, yet Xiao Meier refused to give up, as she still wanted to probe the identities of the two. Though she had some guesses, they had to speak the truth themselves. This was perhaps the final obsession in Xiao Meier's heart. The two men she had trusted so deeply had each come to her side with his own hidden purpose. Or rather, they were simply carrying out someone else's orders. As for who that someone was, it was not difficult to guess. The fact that they now revealed the truth so brazenly meant their purpose had likely been accomplished. Xiao Meier could guess the consequence by now. The royal capital itself had probably fallen out of her control. Your Majesty, it has been months since we last met. This prince has missed you dearly. Another voice came, this time from outside the great hall. As the voice faded, a striking and dignified figure escorted by a crowd of attendants walked into the hall. Lin Fan, so it really is you. Lin Fan had finally arrived. At the moment they saw him, Xiao Meier, Wen Tian, and all the court officials of Xiao Kingdom knew that the final hour of Xiao Kingdom had come. In the great hall of the Xiao Royal Palace, Lin Fan walked in as if no one else were present, striding straight in without a hint of concern. The instant she saw Lin Fan, recalling the recent transformations of Wei Zhongxian and Qin Hui, even Xiao Meier dull, as she was understood clearly that these two were planted by Lin Fan at her side. She had been foolish enough to trust them, even entrusting them with all matters of the Xiao Kingdom, including decisions of life and death. How utterly ridiculous. Looking at the stunned Xiao Meier, Lin Fan said nothing, merely gazing at her quietly. This little girl who once followed behind him had abandoned him without hesitation for power, and there was even a blood feud between him and the Xiao family. Now it seemed the time for revenge had come. Lin Fan, how dare you come to court without an edict? What do you intend? It was Wen Tian who stepped forward once again. Though the situation was already quite clear, Wen Tian still stood up, giving no thought to his own life or death. Guards, arrest this treacherous rebel. Wen Tian was still making his final effort, wanting to see if anyone was still willing to stand with the royal family. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. Qin Hui and Wei Zhongxian had long since taken control of the royal family's last remaining forces. On the surface, they still followed the royal command, but in reality, they had long slipped beyond its control. At this point, who else would step forward? Lord, when there's no need for all this fuss. I, the king, am here to see his majesty. No need to make such a grand display. As for Wen Tian, Lin Fan held neither fondness nor much animosity. There was no deep hatred between him and Lin Fan, but what he had done was merely what a loyal subject ought to do, so Lin Fan would not take it to heart at all. Lin Fan, go ahead and say it. What is it you want? Xiao Meier knew there was no escape from this trial. She steeled herself and confronted Lin Fan directly, no longer caring about the outcome. After all, the situation had spiraled out of control and was no longer hers to decide. Your Majesty, I have come today for two matters. First, I have already resolved the internal strife and external threats facing the Xiao kingdom. Even the destabilizing element of the Morong family has been eliminated by me. Please rest assured, Your Majesty. As for the second matter, it is of course to seek vengeance. I request Your Majesty to issue an edict to severely punish all those who once framed my father Lin Wudi and to exterminate their entire families. So said Lin Fan. This was the purpose of his return, and of course revenge was the foremost goal. Matters from so long ago, I know nothing of them. Moreover, there is still no conclusion to the investigation into Lin Wudi's murder. If you want revenge, how am I to know whom you should seek? Revenge. The greatest enemy of the Lin family was her own Xiao family. Could Xiao Meier possibly issue an edict to exterminate her own clan? Besides, at this moment, the Xiao family had lost all its high-level power, destroyed by the bastard before her. The remaining clansmen were nothing but a bunch of incompetents, and apart from them, only she and the late Emperor Xiao Wudao were left. Was she supposed to atone with both their lives? As for the investigation, I would not trouble Your Majesty. I have already looked into it thoroughly. All that is needed is Your Majesty's decree. Your Majesty, you wouldn't refuse me such a trivial favor, would you? If so, the entire Xiao kingdom would be disheartened. As he spoke, Lin Fan produced an imperial edict. Its surface was already filled with writing, all that remained was to affix the royal seal. Wei Zhongxian scurried over, obsequiously took the edict with both hands, and walked straight to Xiao Meier. Before everyone, he pressed the royal seal onto the edict, without even asking Xiao Meier's permission, nor caring about the stares of the crowd. Your Highness, it is done. Wei Zhongxian returned the edict. Zhao Gao, in accordance with His Majesty's decree, exterminate every family listed above. Do not spare a single soul. Lin Fan's main purpose in this trip was extermination of entire families. He would not spare anyone who had been involved in the Lin Wudi affair. Duga Qiubai, go and bring the late emperor out. Everything in the royal capital was already under the control of the Eastern Depot. The whereabouts of Xiao Wudao naturally could not be hidden from them, especially with Wei Zhongxian among them. The action had begun, but Lin Fan paid no heed to the sea of blood outside remaining in the grand hall of the royal palace. Lin Fan, you have won. From this day on, the Xiao kingdom is yours. Xiao Meier felt a sense of desolation. After all her struggles, she still could not overcome Lin Fan. How she regretted her initial decision. If only she had not let him go, no, if only she had killed him when he was still no threat, perhaps the Xiao kingdom could have been saved. But what use were such thoughts now? Everything was already decided. The Xiao kingdom bears the surname Xiao, so it naturally belongs to Your Majesty. What does it have to do with me? After I take my revenge, I will campaign against the Wen kingdom and the Fengyang kingdom, expanding the territory of my Xiao kingdom. So said Lin Fan. The Xiao kingdom was not yet something he could take. Why? Given how things stood, if Lin Fan wanted the kingdom, he could simply slaughter every member of the Xiao family. In truth, this was related to Lin Fan's system. The system was called the enfeefment system. The host could only exist in the identity of a royal vassal. Only then would the system continue to exist. Otherwise, the system would leave and Lin Fan would lose his greatest asset. As things stood, Lin Fan could not do without the system. Therefore, no matter how powerful Lin Fan became within the Xiao kingdom, he simply could not sit on that throne, unless he was confident enough to face everything without the system's aid. Otherwise, he had to abide by the rules. In fact, this requirement was not much of a burden. For Lin Fan, it had no real impact. It was merely a matter of lacking a nominal title. Moreover, Lin Fan had already decided not to kill Xiao Meier. He would let her remain as her female emperor, watching the Xiao kingdom grow ever stronger, its territories and subjects ever more numerous. Yet none of it would have anything to do with her. Even the common people would not acknowledge her status. Was this not a better form of revenge than simply killing her? As he was pondering, Duga Qiubai returned, dragging the former Emperor Xiao Wudao like a dead dog. Lin Fan, so it was you, you little beast. I truly regret not uprooting you entirely back then. By now Xiao Wudao was fully aware that not only was he finished, the Xiao family was finished as well, and the Xiao kingdom had nothing more to do with him. Xiao Wudao, you are right. All of this is your doing. Back then you had my father killed, and that you did nothing wrong. Although my father was always loyal to you with not a trace of betrayal in his heart for you, killing a loyal minister whose merit overshadowed the sovereign was a display of imperial ruthlessness. But your irresolute and indecisive nature is what doomed the Xiao kingdom. All the troubles of the kingdom today are your fault. Now the time has come for you to atone. The foundation of an emperor is the state. Eliminating all destabilizing elements is not a grave error. Unfortunately, Xiao Wudao's mistake lay precisely in sparing Lin Fan. This was indeed karma. The cycle of retribution never fails. To safeguard the royal power is to bear a burden far too great. There are times when it is no longer a simple matter of hatred or personal enmity. You are right. I should never have spared you back then, and there would be no today. How could Xiao Wudao not rue it? From the moment Lin Fan left the royal capital and began his ascent, Xiao Wudao had been rueing his past hesitation. Had he only known this day would come, why had he dallied then? A single moment of indecision had bred the present outcome, and it was beyond all remedy. What point is there in these words? The victor is king, the vanquished is outlaw. Enough. The bond of karma between us is plain. You have no grievance left. Guards see the former emperor on his final journey. Xiao Meier might be spared, but Xiao Wudao had to die. The sole reason his life had been preserved earlier was that Lin Fan wished to behold with his own eyes the former emperor's departure from this world. Lin Fan, no. I will give you the throne. I beg you to spare my father's life. With Xiao Wudao being her only remaining kin, Xiao Meier could not bear to watch him die. She spoke at once, heedless of what Lin Fan might do to her. Xiao Meier understood this all too well. Persuading Lin Fan to stop was nearly impossible. The only bargaining chip she could offer was the throne, though even that lay already within his grasp. The throne. What use has this prince for it? Lin Fan heaved a long sigh as if trying to exhale every shred of helplessness within him. A faint haze of uncertainty flickered in his eyes, as if he were questioning both himself and the heavens. The throne you prize as your very lives is to this prince and my royal father nothing more than a shackle. Never have we harbored the slightest ambition for it. A trace of melancholy lingered in Lin Fan's voice. He recalled all that his father had endured for the throne, the endless struggles and machinations, and the memory left him weary and sickened. This prince's greatest wish is to be a carefree dandy, complete with family backing and support. Freedom, pleasure, and absolute lack of restraint, that is the life I truly crave. His tone carried a hint of resignation, as if he were lamenting the injustice of fate. Why could he not live such a life? This lifetime had once offered him that chance, but destiny decreed otherwise. Alas, you destroyed all of it. You forced this prince onto this path. To stay alive, I had no choice. In truth, this kind of existence is profoundly tedious. Lin Fan sighed. In both his previous and present lives, the life he yearned for most was that of a pampered scion. He longed to shed every shackle and savor life's beauty rather than be worn down in endless contention. To hell with the throne, that was not what he wanted. And it was not merely because of the system. But now Lin Fan could no longer free himself. He was no longer a single man. Behind him stood countless commoners and followers. He had to consider their future as well. Impossible. You are spouting nonsense. Supreme royal power is the most worthy ambition of all. Xiao Meier did not believe a single word of Lin Fan's. Royal power is paramount. It can command the life and death of multitudes. Shouldn't that be what everyone pursues? To preserve the throne, the Xiao family had sacrificed far too much. Every loss, every offering was for that solitary seat of kingship. Enough. Speaking further with you is futile. Xiao Zhengshuan escort the former emperor on his final journey. Since their paths diverged, more words served no purpose. Lin Fan said no more. After all, he was the victor now, and he directly ordered Xiao Zhengshun to act. Yes, Prince. Xiao Meier, merely a low-ranked martial king, was no match for Xiao Zhengshun and his cohort. She could only watch helplessly as those executioners advanced on Xiao Wudao step by step. By now Xiao Wudao was critically wounded. Even shifting his body took great effort, let alone putting up a fight. No, don't. Xiao Wudao was the final pillar Xiao Meier had left. To watch her father being put to death with her own eyes was utterly unbearable to her. At this moment, those courtiers who had once boasted of being the kingdom's pillars and loyal subjects stood utterly indifferent. Even when Tian remained silent, no one could fathom what was going through his mind. A few minutes later, Xiao Zhengshun personally saw Xiao Wudao off on his final journey. No matter how Xiao Meier wept and clamored, it was in vain. Qin Hui, the affairs of the court, I leave to you. Wei Zhongxin, look after Her Majesty well. The future of the Xiao kingdom still requires Her Majesty to preside over it. Lin Fan was ruthless indeed. He had just killed her father, and yet he ordered people to watch over Xiao Meier. His real concern was that she might meet with some accident. He was unsure whether a change of sovereign in the Xiao kingdom would affect the system, so he had to be cautious. When Tian, the affairs of the Xiao kingdom still require your dedication. This prince knows you will not swear allegiance to me, and this prince does not need a man like you. Remain in the capital and faithfully assist Her Majesty. Lin Fan began arranging court affairs. When Tian said nothing, whether he had softened or was harboring other plans, Lin Fan did not care. Prince, all families in the capital connected to the matter of the old prince have been annihilated. Zhao Gao had returned. With the Eastern Depot, the net, and Yu Fei's men coordinating, there was no difficulty whatsoever in this task. Lin Fan, you brought about the downfall of the Xiao family and the subjugation of the Xiao kingdom. I will never let you off. If you have the guts, kill me now. Xiao Meier's hatred now blazed like a towering inferno. Lin Fan had destroyed everything she had. She gave no thought to cause and effect, nor did she ever believe the Xiao family had done anything wrong. She laid all blame solely on Lin Fan. Enough. Further words are useless. Rule well, and watch how my Xiao kingdom rises in strength step by step. Take her away. Wei Zhongxian, I leave her in your care. Lin Fan had nothing more to say to Xiao Meier. Though many of these matters had nothing to do with her, she was still a member of the Xiao family, and her heart would naturally side with them. Order by Qi Wuqi and Zhang Jiao to return to Blackwind City. Order Gao Shun to guard the coastal seas, Huat Xubing to defend against the barbarians, and Ran Min to protect the demonic beast forest. We too must discuss our next course of action. The campaign in the Xiao kingdom was complete. What remained was recovery and steady development. Lin Fan needed to contemplate how to expand next. With all 18 prefectures of the Xiao kingdom taken, the points he accrued each month were ample to fuel many undertakings. Yet this was still far from enough. To grow stronger, Lin Fan could not afford to halt. As for the capital, Lin Fan had no intention of remaining. He still planned to return to Blackwind City. After settling on the next moves, he would not linger there either. The Shengshi continent was vast, with far too many lands waiting for Lin Fan to explore. Moreover, he was not one to endure tedium. Now that he had strength, he naturally wished to roam the boundless continent. Even if he desired a life of freedom, now was not the time. At least he needed enough power to protect himself and ensure his own safety. Only then could he be truly without restraint. Nevertheless, many things do not bend to human will. Upheaval often strikes without warning. Lin Fan left, walking away with a light heart. Upon receiving his orders, the men under his command likewise began making their way toward Heifeng City. All of them understood the situation in the state of Xiao, and all of them knew that Lin Fan's summons could only mean one thing: they were about to step beyond Zhao's borders. A few days later, Lin Fan had already entered the territory of Huangzhou and was rapidly approaching Heifeng City when a sudden system notification rang out, one he could never have anticipated. Ding! Xiao Meier, the ruler of the state of Xiao, is dead. The state has in fact changed hands. The system has completed its fiefdom mission and is about to depart. Since this outcome was not brought about by the host, the system shall grant the host appropriate compensation. Please check the details on your own. The sound of that voice brought Lin Fan to an abrupt halt. What was going on? How had Xiao Meier died? Lin Fan was utterly taken aback, and what surprised him even more was that her death had caused the system to complete its mission ahead of time. This was hardly good news for Lin Fan. A de facto change of rulership meant that Lin Fan had effectively taken control of the state of Xiao. With Xiao Meier dead and no one else able to inherit the throne, an irreversible fait accompli had been created, and it violated the rules of the fiefdom system. My prince, terrible news. The Eastern Depot has just reported that Her Majesty has passed away. Please return to the royal capital at once to take command. No sooner had the system notification ended than Xiao Zhanshan arrived with the latest news. What exactly happened? How could Wei Zhongxian have handled things so poorly? Lin Fan was furious. Xiao Meier's death did not matter, but the departure of the system was a very serious matter. Soon Xiao Zhanshan reported the full details to Lin Fan. At best, this could be attributed to Lin Fan's own oversight. It turned out that Xiao Meier's death was not a suicide when Tian had done it. Lin Fan had spared when Tian's life, never expecting it to bring about such disastrous consequences. Right after Lin Fan left, when Tian went to see Xiao Meier under the pretext of consoling her, Wei Zhongxian paid it no mind, finding it hard to believe that a martial sovereign could pull off any trick right under his nose. But once when Tian was before Xiao Meier, he wept and lamented without pause, saying that he bore enormous responsibility for bringing the state of Xiao to its current predicament. He also urged Xiao Meier to take comfort, insisting that nothing was more important than living well, and that under Lin Fan's leadership Xiao would only grow stronger step by step, which was after all a fortunate thing for the state. When Tian wept as he spoke, his emotions pouring out, the display deeply affected Xiao Meier. Without the slightest wariness, she stepped forward to help him up. Wei Zhongxian too thought nothing of it, completely taken in by Tian's performance. When the two drew close, Tian suddenly leapt up and struck a killing blow. How could a martial king like Xiao Meier be a match for a martial sovereign like Tian? She had not even registered the attack, let alone thought of defending herself. And so tragedy struck. Xiao Meier died at Tian's hands. Wei Zhongxian watched it happen, powerless and utterly unable to stop it. The only thing he could do was unleash his hatred on Wen Tian, beating him into critical condition. Only then did Wen Tian reveal why he had done such a thing. The state of Xiao was already finished. Wen Tian had watched Xiao Meier grow up, and he knew very well that Lin Fan had spared her life only to make her live in endless torment, a fate far too cruel for her. Unable to bear it, Wen Tian chose to end Xiao Meier's suffering himself, partly as repayment for the Xiao family's kindness in recognizing his worth. After voicing everything in his heart, he ended his own life without hesitation and followed Xiao Meier in death. The deaths of those two could be said to have inadvertently brought Lin Fan enormous trouble. Having learned the full story, Lin Fan set aside everything else and hurriedly examined the compensation the system had left him before departing. All mission rewards have been forcibly settled and issued at once. Concurrently, the fiefdom points have been completely settled in one lump sum, with additional rewards granted. To compensate for the corresponding losses, the host is hereby endowed with 3 innate gifts: freedom from illness and misfortune, freedom from all fetters, and the ability to turn danger into safety. Just like that, 2 notifications arrived. That the system would put an end to all missions and points upon fulfilling its mission was within Lin Fan's expectations. What he had not expected was to receive 3 innate gifts as well. The first 2 were fine, but the third was nothing short of heaven-defying. On the Shengshi continent, experts were as numerous as clouds, and fellows who flouted martial virtue were everywhere to be seen. With the power to turn danger into safety came personal safety. His very life was now guaranteed. As long as Lin Fan did not court death himself, he could at least live out his natural span and pass away peacefully. That alone was enough. Moreover, the rewards were still there, including the bonus rewards, and these would be Lin Fan's support in the days ahead. Lin Fan hurriedly put all the rewards to use at once. This was a now or never moment. Once the opportunity passed, it would never return. Whether he could move freely across the Shengshi continent in the future all came down to this final roll of the dice. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained and deployed the Martial King level Legion, the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry, 1-0 strong. Commander Yuan's Wuzun at the peak of core formation. Deputy Generals 10 at the acquired realm and 50 at the Qi introduction realm. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained and deployed the Martial King level Legion, the Black Armor Legion, 1-0 strong. Commander Li Jing at the peak of core formation. Deputy Generals 10 at the acquired realm and 50 at the Qi introduction realm. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have used the special unit summon slot and obtained the special organization Wudong Mountain. Sect Leader Zhang Sanfeng at the peak of core formation. Disciples and elders of all ranks, 1-0 with a minimum cultivation of Martial Emperor. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained and deployed the special unit Buliang Ren, 1-0 strong. Leader Yuan Tiangong at the peak of core formation. Personnel of all ranks, 1-0 with a minimum cultivation of Martial Emperor. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have used a character summon slot and obtained Fu Hongxue figure at the peak of core formation. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have used a character summon slot and obtained Sure Potion of figure at the peak of core formation. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have used a character summon slot and obtained Li Xuanhuan a figure at the peak of core formation. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have used a character summon slot and obtained Jia Su a figure at the Martial Sovereign Realm. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have used a character summon slot and obtained Zhuge Liang a figure at the Martial Sovereign Realm. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have used a special group summon slot and obtained 300 civil officials at the Martial Venerable Realm. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have used a special reward and obtained a Guardian Grand Formation. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 200 unrestricted character realm ascension cards. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a quantity of resources including grain seeds, spirit plant seeds, and pill formulas. Please inspect them yourself. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a total of 100 billion points. Since the system is leaving and the points are no longer of use, the reward is a spiritual energy infusion. The points have been cleared and the host's cultivation has reached the peak of core formation. All reward items obtained by the host may continue to be used without restriction. The loyalty of all summoned figures shall never change. Rest assured, host. Ding. The innate talents of all summoned figures have been raised to their utmost limits, accelerating their cultivation speed and lending the host a mighty helping hand. The above are all the rewards. Please use them within 1 day. Once they have been fully used, the system will depart. May the host live joyously on the Shengshi continent, carve out a world of your own, and roam free with unbridled ease. Thus all rewards had been distributed, and this also meant that Lin Fan was about to lose the system. Xiao Meier's unexpected death caused the system to leave. Although Lin Fan felt quite helpless about this, there was nothing he could do. Fortunately, the system still had a conscience and left so many rewards behind before departing. With these rewards, Lin Fan believed that he could still live very well on the Shengshi continent in the days ahead. Although he might never be able to contend for supremacy and seize the entire world, Lin Fan did not care. This was precisely the kind of life he loved. Without sickness or calamity, he could live a healthy, worry-free life until the end of his natural span. Without constraints or entanglements, he could avoid many troubles and live as he pleased. Moreover, with the influence he now wielded, at least within the Fengyang kingdom, he was free to come and go as he wished. And with so many rewards, especially the 200 Realm Ascension cards, he had ample power to elevate the strength of his existing core subordinates. This, too, was an immense safeguard. Even if he simply piled them on, he could forge several supreme experts, granting Lin Fan tremendous security. The last one, turning peril into safety, was a life-preserving talent. Even if Lin Fan encountered certain threats, he could survive them safely. Though he did not know exactly how effective it would be, Lin Fan was not someone who stirred up trouble for no reason or courted death by provoking the powers that dominated the continent. As for the rewards the system left him in the end, they included legions, experts, and civil officials, all of whose talents had been elevated to the pinnacle. He believed that relying on themselves, they would soon be able to raise their realms as well. There were also the seeds and pill formulas which formed the deep foundation of any power. With such support, Lin Fan was confident that his subordinates would quickly grow to the point where each could hold his own. The arrival of Mount Wudong and the Buliang Ren, along with the two martial King Realm legions, the Xuanjiao army, and the great Snow Dragon Riders, provided Lin Fan with ample security. These were all mere foundations. What thrilled Lin Fan most was the Great Guardian Formation. It was a grand formation that could cover the entire Xiao Kingdom and could only be activated by Lin Fan alone. Once activated, Lin Fan, while within the formation, would be invincible. No matter who came, or how many, he could destroy them with a turn of his palm. This was the greatest guarantee of safety the system had given Lin Fan. As long as he stood within the Xiao Kingdom, he was invincible and absolutely safe. With all this, Lin Fan no longer minded even if the system had left. As for the 200 Realm Ascension cards, Lin Fan was in no hurry to use them. Their effect was simply too great. Though there were only 200, if used wisely, they might even secure a place for him across the entire Shengshi continent. Still, now that he was in the Xiao Kingdom and had no need to face those powerful forces, there was no reason to waste them. It would not be too late to use them when needed. With the system's departure, many of Lin Fan's plans had to be changed. Lin Fan no longer needed to worry about contending for supremacy. He only needed to do his own things and live the life he wanted. As for those under him, apart from the legions that had to remain in the Xiao Kingdom, the others could follow their own wishes and journey across the world. The Shengshi continent was vast, and the world beyond the Xiao Kingdom was bound to be remarkably exciting. Lin Fan looked forward to it, but this was not yet the time to go out roaming. He had to establish a solid foundation before leaving. Even with the 3 talents as his foundation, Lin Fan had to make full preparations. Xiao Jingshuan ordered Hui Zubing to lead the army back to the Xiao Kingdom. Order Dongfang Bubi and the others to return and cultivate in peace. I will make other arrangements later. Order Zhao Gao's men to abandon Wen Tianlu, the 8th prince of the Wen Kingdom. We will no longer handle the Wen Kingdom's affairs. Have Zhao Yun and the others come back as well. Order everyone outside the Xiao Kingdom except the Western Depot to return and cultivate in peace. Order Yu Huatian to lead the Western Depot to explore the Shengshi continent first. My only requirement for him is to ascertain all the spheres of influence on the Shengshi continent and the strength of each. By then, continuing to attack the Wen Kingdom was meaningless. Since it would neither earn points nor be included in the Grand Formation's range, what was the point of taking it only to have to manage it as well? Lin Fan simply recalled his people and told them to cultivate properly for a period before further arrangements. As his orders were issued, everyone under his command began to stir into action. Over the next 3 years, Yu Huatian continuously sent back intelligence about the outside world, filling Lin Fan with longing. During those 3 years, the barbarian tribes and forces from the sea repeatedly tried to invade the Xiao Kingdom, only to find its transformed state utterly unfamiliar. All of them suffered bitter defeats. Within those 3 years, every one of Lin Fan's martial general realm legions advanced to the martial king realm, and the few martial king realm legions had already risen to the martial emperor realm. Even on the Shengshi continent, martial emperor realm legions were genuinely formidable. And this was not yet their limit. With continued cultivation, they would only grow stronger. Their only shortcoming was insufficient troops to sustain large-scale warfare, but they were more than enough to defend a single Xiao Kingdom. As for the other summoned characters, the ordinary members of those special units had already reached the Daoentry realm, while the rest had all attained the second-tier heavenly realm. Among the most outstanding, even those with slightly inferior strength had surpassed the Grandmaster and Core Formation realms. As for the strongest of them, they had already far exceeded the upper limit of a kingdom's power. At this point, Lin Fan's small force could finally be considered to have grown into its initial maturity. During these 3 years, besides cultivating, Lin Fan often roamed the Xiao Kingdom, with his people savoring delicious cuisine, admiring beautiful scenery, and meeting beautiful women. Life was extremely comfortable. This was the life Lin Fan wanted. As for the Xiao Kingdom after Xiao Meier, and when Tian died, Lin Fan handed it over to Guojia Zhuge Liang and the others to manage, so he did not need to worry. They lived up to his expectations and governed the Xiao kingdom in perfect order. 3 years later, having had enough of the Xiao kingdom, Lin Fan prepared to leave it and travel the continent. Fengxian, I entrust everything in the Xiao kingdom to you. By Qi Ran Min Hua Zubing Yuan Zhuazong Li Jing Lu Bu. Your legions are the strongest, so the defense of the Xiao kingdom rests on you. Chen Qingji Wu Qi Wang Jian Gao Shun Yu Fei Gong Sun Zan Zhang Jiao Yuan Chonghuan. You two must work together closely to safeguard the Xiao kingdom's internal safety. Ji Gang, I leave internal oversight to you and the intelligence network to the Eastern Depot. For this trip, aside from the many experts accompanying me, Yuan Tiangang and Zhao Gao will lead the Buyang Run and the top masters of the net alongside me. The Xiao kingdom's high-end combat strength is in Zhang Sanfeng's hands. Lin Fan arranged everything in perfect order. The Xiao kingdom was his foundation, and since no one could use the Great Formation when he was absent, he naturally had to devote extra thought to security. Still, in this remote place with so many experts and powerful legions around, Lin Fan was not at all worried, not to mention the 100,000 Wudong disciples and the old Taoist Zhang Sanfeng. It was worth noting that Zhang Sanfeng was truly the chosen one of his era. His cultivation advanced with extraordinary speed, even surpassing Xiongba Dugu Qiubai and Wu Ming. Even now, Lin Fan did not know exactly what stage Zhang Sanfeng had reached. He never asked, nor did he care. It was enough that the man was powerful. With everything arranged, Lin Fan left the Xiao kingdom, taking with him Zhao Gao Yuan Tiangong Xiongba, Eiqing, Yin Shursan Dugu Qiubai, Dongfeng Bubi, Xiaofeng, Guojing Shimen Shueishua, Yi Guqing Wu Ming, and a host of other experts guarded by the masters of the net and the 18 Yinyan riders. Hidden in the shadows were also 100,000 Buyang Run and 100,000 Western Depot guards under Yu Huaiyan, gathering intelligence along the way to ensure his safety. From then on, there appeared on the Shengshi continent a powerful dandy, romantic, and free-spirited. Although his strength was immense, he never lightly made enemies nor provoked the great powers, seeming merely a young master traveling through mountains and waters. Over the years, many on the continent came to know this young master who loved to do good deeds and make friends. Only those who knew the inside story felt fear. The young master was indeed kind and friendly, but if anyone provoked him without knowing their limits, he could act with ruthless cruelty. Countless superpowers had been destroyed by him, and people had no choice but to treat him with caution. After countless years, tales of the young master gradually faded from the continent. It was then that Lin Fan, accompanied by a host of beauties, quietly returned to the remote Xiao kingdom. This place was the continent's forbidden zone, a paradise belonging solely to Lin Fan. All who knew of it yearned for it, yet also feared it. Even without the system, Lin Fan's life had been brilliant enough to leave no regrets. Carefree, unfettered, and free, he had realized the desire of his heart.